Chapter 1, Broken Up at the Start? Switched to a telekinetic master. Longhua, Wusheng City, Nanhai No. 2 Middle School. There are still 20 minutes until 12 o'clock. The exciting moment is about to begin. Huh? What's the exciting moment at 12 o'clock? Is it to go to the cafeteria to grab the chicken drumstick rice? What chicken drumstick rice? Are you crazy? It's the monthly points tally and ranking update. Where's that idiot? Oh, I almost forgot. When the latest rankings come out at 12 o'clock, we can challenge that idiot in the Tenjia class. With a little luck, we might even be able to make it into the Tenjia class. Damn, those two next to him seem to be coming for that idiot too. Now the competition is getting fierce. Many students gathered at the school flower bed, all their eyes focused on a handsome boy with a somewhat confused expression. At this time, two more people came over. A man and a woman. The woman walked in front with a strong look on her face. Shilin, let's break up. Hearing this, Shilin was happy. I was broken up just after crossing over, Dian. Such a cliched opening will be criticized as old-fashioned by the most handsome readers in the universe, okay? Shilin sorted out the information in his mind. The world he traveled to was called Blue Star. It is a planet full of dangers where monsters wreak havoc, humans suffer, and everything goes wrong. The person he traveled to was also called Shilin, and his appearance and figure were exactly the same as his. The slightly plump girl in front of me, with several layers of foundation applied on her face and a face full of chemicals, is called Wu Qing, and she is the girlfriend of the owner of this body. As for why Wu Qing came to break up with him, he also knew. The original owner of this body was a student in the Tianjiao class with outstanding qualifications. His awakened profession paladin was also a very powerful combat profession. Plus he has a handsome appearance and a hard-working character. It is undoubtedly a high-quality potential stock. But during this period, Shilin had mental problems, became a lunatic, and became stupid. He went from being a high-quality stock to an idiot and a waste. Originally, Wu Qing had a purpose in going with Shilin. She wanted to team up with Shilin to enter the dungeon and gain experience so that she could improve her level. Now Shilin was dumbfounded and of no use to him, so naturally he kicked him away. But now you seem like an idiot. You don't understand what I'm saying. Wu Qing sneered and said sarcastically. You're the fucking idiot, your whole family is an idiot. Shilin started from zero frame and directly hit back. Suffer in silence? Not happening. His principle is to not care about life or death, and to fight if he doesn't agree. You bitch, you have no shame and no figure, what are you showing off about? You. Wu Qing was stunned. In her opinion, Shilin was obviously stupid, so why could he turn against her now? What do you mean by you? If you want to get out, just get out. Do you really think I care about this lump of fat like you? If you hadn't been so persistent in clinging to me, I wouldn't have cared about you at all, okay? And can you please stay away from me? I'm allergic to swordsmen. Wow. Shilin's machine gun-like words shocked the students around him and made them look confused. Fuck, isn't he stupid? How can his attack power be so terrifying? Yeah, what happened? Has his mental illness been cured? You dare to scold me? Wu Qing was surprised and a little bit unbelievable at the same time. Because in her opinion, even if Shilin is not stupid, he is a person with good character and temper. Even if she cheats on him and still mocks him, Shilin will just endure it silently. But now, he actually used his ultimate skill right at my face, with his attack power at full power. It seems you are not stupid. The one who spoke at this time was the muscular man next to Wu Qing. He raised an amused smile and sneered, but you can only act arrogantly now. When the rankings are refreshed at 12 o'clock, how can you still act arrogantly? Shilin was almost done receiving the memories of the original owner of this body, so he naturally knew why the muscular man said that. Humans on Blue Star can become adventurers by awakening their professions at the age of 18, thereby gaining powerful strength to kill monsters. The Nanhai No. 2 Middle School where he is now is a high school that trains adventurers. In the second half of the senior year, students can awaken professions through awakening formations, such as warriors, mages, priests, assassins and other combat professions. Of course, it could also be an awakening life profession. For example, architects, cooks, poultry farmers, etc. However, there is almost no future for awakened life professions because they cannot fight, cannot provide assistance in battles, and cannot become adventurers. Since awakened professions vary in strength and individual qualifications, there must be differences in training. Just like the key classes and ordinary classes in primary and secondary schools, there are gifted classes and ordinary classes here. There is no doubt that students in the Tianjia class will receive better training resources. But this is not fixed. The school has a point statistics every month, and students are ranked according to the total number of courses they complete, as well as the number and quality of monsters killed in the suburbs and dungeons. The ranking will be refreshed at noon on the first day of every month. At that time, students in the ordinary class will be able to challenge the bottom 5 students in the genius class. As long as you win the challenge, you can enter the Tianjia class and obtain better training resources. Originally, Qilin's ranking in the Tianjia class was in the upper middle level, and students in the ordinary class could not challenge him. But unfortunately, Qilin had a mental problem during this period and was unable to go to the dungeon to kill monsters, resulting in his points obtained this month being very low, even lower than most students in ordinary classes. In this way, there is no doubt that after the ranking is refreshed, he will be the last in the Tianjia class. If that happens, he will become the target of everyone's criticism, including the muscle man, and many students in ordinary classes will be able to challenge him. It just so happened that Qilin almost wasted this month. He couldn't go to the dungeon to kill monsters, so he couldn't accumulate experience points and his level remained stagnant. Now with his level 6 strength, not only is he at the bottom of the genius class, but even many people in the ordinary class surpass him. If a competition takes place, he will definitely lose. Qilin, weren't you so arrogant just now? Why are you silent now? Are you scared by my brother Jiao Hai? Wu Qing sneered, her expression somewhat complacent. She raised her voice and said to the muscular man, "My dear, you must help me teach him a lesson later. Knock out all his teeth and make him scold me." No way? Jiao Hai is planning to challenge Qilin? Doesn't that mean we're doomed? Yeah, I was just planning to challenge Qilin and try my luck, but it seems we are not destined to be in the Tianjia class. The students around him suddenly became wilted like deflated balloons. At this time, Qilin had already accepted all the memories of the original owner of this body, so he naturally knew why Wu Qing was so arrogant and why the other people around him looked discouraged. That's because Jiao Hai, also known as the Muscle Man, is very strong. His strength has reached level 9, making him the strongest in the ordinary class. But Qilin was not panicked, instead he sneered. Is this the mistress you're looking for? Qilin first glanced at Wu Qing, then looked at Jiao Hai. You want to challenge me, fine, but I will beat you into a fool later. After saying that, Qilin turned around and walked towards the academic affairs building. Beat me like a fool? Do you have the strength to do that? Jiao Hai sneered with disdain. Whether I have the ability or not, you will know after 12 o'clock. Qilin responded to Jiao Hai with calm words. Qilin didn't even turn his head. He was not bluffing, but telling the truth. Why did the original Qilin become mentally ill and become a psychopath? That was because a mysterious ball of light suddenly appeared in Qilin's sea of consciousness. That mysterious ball of light contained extremely huge mental power. The mysterious ball of light continued to expand, completely occupying Qilin's sea of consciousness, and the surging mental power began to overflow, which in turn had an impact on Qilin. Unfortunately, Qilin chose the wrong way to deal with the problem at that time, which prevented him from solving the problem smoothly. He was eventually driven insane by the terrifying mental power, and even his consciousness was erased. Qilin opened his information panel. Name, Qilin. Occupation, paladin. Level 626.65%. Strength, 12. Agility, 13. Spirit. Constitution, 15. Skill. Is mental power infinite? Indeed it is. Qilin, who was a card player in his previous life, recognized the special symbol at a glance. As the saying goes, everything has two sides. The mental power contained in the mysterious ball of light in the sea of consciousness was indeed terrifying. Qilin even had a premonition that in about half an hour, if the problem of mental power overflow was not solved, he would become mentally ill and his consciousness would eventually be erased. However, it may not be impossible to use it. Qilin's previous response was to block. Try your best to block the overflowing mental power from the sea of consciousness. But as the saying goes, truth cannot be hidden. If the problem is not solved, it can be blocked temporarily but not forever. So Qilin planned to try a different approach, loosening. Just like Dayu's flood control, it is better to drain than to block. As long as the excess mental power is used up, it will not affect his spirit. As for how to utilize the infinite mental power in the sea of consciousness, Qilin already had an idea. That means changing career to a telekinetic master. At that time, the infinite mental power in his sea of consciousness will be at his disposal. By then, he will be invincible. He could kill Jiao Hai, who was only level 9, instantly with just a glance. Chapter 2, Be Gentle? Not happening. Principal's office. Principal, I want to change my job. What? Job change? The principal was stunned. Yes. Qilin nodded. The principal looked at Qilin carefully, his eyes narrowed. Qilin, aren't you mentally ill? Why are you now? He had previously learned that Qilin, a student in the genius class, had become mentally ill and stupid, and he felt very sorry. But now he looked at Qilin's appearance and found that he was not mentally ill as the rumors said. I'm fine now. I'm fine. Qilin skipped the topic. Principal, please help me change my job quickly, time is running out. The time he mentioned was not much. Not only would the ranking be refreshed after 12 o'clock, and he would be challenged by many students including Jiao Hai, but also the mysterious ball of light in his sea of consciousness would start to move again, and a large amount of mental power would immediately overflow. If he doesn't complete the job change quickly, he will end up like Qilin before him, that is, he will become mentally abnormal and eventually become stupid. Changing jobs now? Qilin, are you sure? The college entrance exam is only 2 days away. The principal narrowed his eyes and asked very seriously. Sure. Qilin nodded. He doesn't care that the college entrance examination is only 2 days away. What is most important now? Life is the most important. He had to solve the problem of mental power overflow first, otherwise he would have to delete his account and start over this time. Are you sure? It wasn't that the principal was being nagging. The reason he asked again and again was to make Qilin think it over carefully. Explorers do have the right to change their job before reaching level 10. But the problem is that if you change your job now, the skills of the previous job will no longer be usable and you will have to start over. After restarting, the skill proficiency will become 0, which has a huge impact. It just so happens that the college entrance examination is in 2 days. Changing jobs at this critical juncture is very risky. Very sure. Qilin nodded heavily. Okay, what job do you want to change to? The principal saw Qilin's firm attitude and stopped worrying about it. Telekinetic master. Telekineticist? The principal was stunned again. Are you sure you want to switch to a telekineticist? That requires exceptional mental strength to succeed. It's no wonder the principal asked this question. Normally, when explorers change jobs, they choose a profession with similar attributes. For example, Qilin as paladin can fight in close combat and use formations. He can be transferred to a warrior, swordsman, mage, or warlock. But the telekineticist is obviously a completely different type of profession from the paladin. In this case, the probability of successful job transfer will not be very high. Sure, absolutely sure, super sure. Qilin felt his mental energy begin to overflow from his head. He felt a sense of crisis and said quickly, Principal, please hurry up, I'm in a hurry. The principal shook his head and stopped worrying. Next, the principal took Qilin to the awakening array and let Qilin go in. The principal modified the awakening array, changing it from random career awakening to specific career transformation. The principal saw that Qilin was ready and prepared to activate the formation. Oh, I hope I can successfully change my job. The principal shook his head and sighed. Changing jobs is not a 100% success rate. Even for professions with similar attributes, there is a certain probability of failure. For someone like Qilin now, the failure rate of switching to another very different profession is very high. If you fail to change your job, you will have to pay a certain price, and your basic values will probably drop. Therefore, even though the principal did not understand why Qilin suddenly wanted to change his job to become a telekinetic master, he still hoped that Qilin could succeed in the change. The formation is activated. Change job, telekinesis master. The awakening array emitted a dazzling light. Immediately afterwards, the color of the awakening array changed to blue. Successful? It actually succeeded. The principal was stunned at first, then his face lit up with joy. Whether it is career awakening or a specific career change, it is success is blue, failure is red. Now the awakening array has turned blue, which means Qilin's job change has been successful. It's finally here. Qi Lin naturally felt it. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Boom! At that moment, a surge of spiritual power erupted from Qi Lin's body, rising into the sky like a volcanic eruption. Hiss! The principal's eyes widened in shock. What a terrifying spiritual power! Qi Lin's spiritual power is even stronger than mine. He felt that the spiritual power that Qi Lin was bursting out now was several times stronger than that of him, a principal in his 40s. Now, he finally understood why Qi Lin suddenly changed his career to become a telekinetic master. With such a powerful mental force, once you successfully change your job to a telepath, even if you can only use the initial skills after the change, you can still be invincible within level 30. This means that when facing enemies below level 30, you can achieve 100% victory. The formation ended and Qi Lin walked out. Qi Lin opened his information panel. Name, Qi Lin. Occupation, telekineticist job transfer, before level 7, no attribute points can be gained when leveling up. Level, 10%. Strength, 12. Agility, 13. Spirit. Constitution, 15. Skills, mental shock, mind control. Are the initial skills of a telekineticist mental shock and mind control? Not bad. Qi Lin nodded with satisfaction. He already felt that after changing his job to a telekinetic master, he would be able to use the powerful mental power in his sea of consciousness. Even with the simplest mental shock, he can easily blow up a mountain. He can control objects with his mind and easily move a 100-story building. That feeling can be summed up in 2 words: invincible. This is why Qi Lin wanted to change his career to a telekinetic master. Only the skills of a telekinetic master can exert a large amount of mental power at one time, thereby consuming the endless mental power in the sea of consciousness, and by utilizing this terrifying mental power, become invincible. Ding dong ding dong, dong 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 dong. At this time, the school bell rang. Qi Lin naturally knew that it was 12 o'clock, the bell for school to be dismissed at noon. Excuse me, principal. I have something else to take care of. I'll be leaving first. Qi Lin greeted the principal and turned to leave. The principal twitched his lips. He naturally knew what Qi Lin meant by something to take care of, so he whispered, Qi Lin, please be gentle next time. As the principal, no one understood the school's competitive rules better than him. After midnight on the first day of the month, the rankings would be re-evaluated based on the points earned the previous month. Last month, Qi Lin had entered the school dungeon and killed monsters for the first 2 days. He had almost no points in the rest of the month due to mental problems. This meant that he would definitely be ranked last in the Tianjia class, and would be challenged by many students. Qi Lin didn't want to be kicked out of the Tianjia class, so he had to defend his Tianjia class status by defeating the challengers. The principal had already witnessed how terrifying the mental power that Qi Lin unleashed when he successfully changed his job just now. He naturally knew that no student in the school could beat Qi Lin at this moment, so he had to give him a warning. Qi Lin just smiled and didn't answer. Be gentle? It doesn't exist. He wants to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. As Qi Lin walked out, he heard Zhao Hai's arrogant shouting from not far ahead. Qi Lin, it's 12 o'clock, you're done. Qi Lin sneered, a hint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. Really? Then wait and see who will be the one to die next. Chapter 3, Hands in Pockets, Kill Instantly. There were many students gathered in front. At a glance, I roughly estimated there were about 50 or 60 people. The one standing in the front was Zhao Hai. There is no doubt that most of these students came here to challenge Qi Lin. It vividly illustrates the law of the jungle. Among them were also some students from the Tianjiao class, Qi Lin's classmates, who came to watch the show. Ha! Didn't they say Qi Lin was stupid? Judging from what he just said, it doesn't seem like that. Indeed, he doesn't look like one. Looking at his expression and eyes, he's not stupid at all, but rather quite fierce. Could it be that his illness has healed? It's no use even if you recover from your illness. Qi Lin has been stagnant for the past month. He's only at level 6. People like Zhao Hai are at level 8 or 9. It's hard to beat him. Many people were discussing among themselves. Zhao Hai, on the other hand, found Qi Lin's words somewhat amusing. Let's see? Ha, Qi Lin, you are quite confident. I just wonder if you can maintain this attitude later. Qi Lin, Zhao Hai from class 3, senior 3, want to challenge you. Jiao Hai extended his index finger and pointed it at Qilin imposingly. Oh. Qilin responded indifferently and turned to walk towards the duel arena. The school has a rule regarding ordinary class students challenging students from the genius class, that is, if the number of duels is within 3, the 5 students with the lowest points in the genius class cannot refuse the challenge. He couldn't refuse, and Qilin didn't intend to refuse. He wanted to use Jiao Hai as an example to scare the monkeys, so he didn't bother to talk nonsense with Jiao Hai. Duel arena. At this moment, Qilin and Jiao Hai were standing 7 or 8 meters apart, facing each other. Jiao Hai clenched his fists, making crackling sounds. He looked like he was sure to win and was very arrogant. My dear, remember to teach him a lesson for me. Help me break all his teeth and make him call me a swordsman. Not far away, Wu Qing shouted, waving his fist. There were also many students around who were having heated discussions. Hey, you said Qilin has recovered his mental state now, can he beat Jiao Hai? I don't think he can beat him. After all, even if he recovers, he barely went to dungeons to kill monsters this month. He's only at level 6, which is a big gap compared to Jiao Hai's level 9. I also think Qilin can't beat Jiao Hai. Damn, what a pity. We finally got a spot in the Tianjia class, but Jiao Hai happened to be targeting us. We have no chance. Qilin could hear some of the discussions around him, but he didn't care much. Even though he had just changed his job and was not very proficient in the 2 initial skills, mental shock and mind control, he could still easily kill Jiao Hai in seconds with his infinite mental power at the maximum level. Although I don't know what tricks you're up to, I'll soon beat you to a pulp and make you lose. A cruel smile appeared on Jiao Hai's lips. He looked at the teacher who was presiding over the competition and said, Teacher Wang, should I start now? Remember, the competition is limited to the test. The teacher who presided over the competition said lightly. Stop just enough? How could that be possible? I've been fed up with this pretty boy for a long time, and I won't stop until I beat him to a pulp. A hint of viciousness flashed across Jiao Hai's eyes. He had already made up his mind that after he defeated Qilin, he would severely ravage Qilin. The competition begins. As the teacher finished speaking, Jiao Hai adopted a fighting stance, his eyes and expression becoming fierce. Level 9 Berserker, please teach me. Bring it on. Qilin nodded lightly, his hands in his pockets. Fuck. This scene immediately shocked many people around. What's going on? The competition has already started, and that guy has his hands in his pockets? Yeah, what is he going to do? Could it be that he doesn't even take Jiao Hai seriously? Jiao Hai was also stunned. He frowned and said, Qilin, what are you trying to do? I'm not playing tricks. Qilin shrugged, I simply feel that dealing with you is not enough for me to use my hands. Wow. As soon as these words were spoken, the students watching around were shocked again. To deal with you is not enough to use both hands, how arrogant is that? Did I hear correctly? This is what Qilin said? When did he become so crazy? Yeah, I remember Qilin used to be a very humble and polite person. But after his mental illness healed, why does he seem like a completely different person? Some of Qilin's classmates were even more puzzled. On the other hand, Jiao Hai felt looked down upon and his face turned red with anger. Damn it! How dare you look down on me? If I don't break all your arms and legs, I'm not Jiao. Jiao Hai roared, his muscles swelled, and his expression became ferocious. Qilin knew that it was the Berserker's initial skill, Berserk, which could instantly and significantly improve physical fitness, including speed, strength, and physical strength. If we only talk about physical destructive power, Jiao Hai, who has cast Frenzy now, is stronger than other warrior professions after upgrading, that is, reaching level 10. Jiao Hai kicked the ground with both feet, and the moment the ground exploded, he rushed towards Qilin like a fired cannonball. That's rude. Qilin shook his head and didn't even move. He just raised his eyes and glared slightly. Mental shock. An incomparably terrifying spiritual force poured out like a tidal wave. Boom. At that moment, the scene was like being bombed by a small nuclear bomb. The floor of the entire duel arena exploded instantly, and a strong wind raged throughout the space. Ah! Jiao Hai screamed as he was blown away, flying backwards for dozens of meters like a kite with a broken string. In the end, Jiao Hai crashed heavily into the outer wall of the duel arena, creating a circular depression in the wall that was 7 or 8 meters wide and covered with cracks. How is this possible? Jiao Hai's eyes rolled back, his head tilted, and he fainted on the spot. Oh my god. This scene shocked the students watching around. Fuck, it's an instant kill. Jiao Hai was defeated in just one move. Oh my god, this is too strong, right? But isn't he only at level 6? Why is he so strong? No, isn't Qilin a paladin? But what he was able to perform just now seemed to be a telekinetic attack. Can anyone tell me what this is? Why can a paladin perform a telekinetic attack? The most shocked person was Wu Qing. She looked at the mess at the scene and Jiao Hai, who had lost consciousness. She was stunned and her face was full of disbelief. Why is this happening? Qilin, hasn't he been to the dungeon for nearly a month and is only at level 6? Why is he able to? First, his mind suddenly returned to normal, and now he's bursting out with such terrifying strength. What on earth is going on? Qilin couldn't hear what Wu Qing said, nor was he interested in hearing it. He turned his head and looked at the others coldly. It seems like you all came here to challenge me, right? Now I've dealt with one, next. Who else? Chapter 4, Comprehend New Skills and Format Your Mind. In fact, Qilin was not surprised at the terrifying power of the mental attack just now. This is the value of full-level mental power. Just as a top master can cause mountains to collapse and the earth to crack with just a casual swing of his sword, even if the mental shock he unleashes is only a basic skill, with the blessing of full-level mental power, its power is extremely terrifying. Qilin was even confident that even a level 50 warrior would not be able to withstand his initial skill. The students not far away who were about to challenge Qilin suddenly became a little unnatural in expression after hearing what Qilin said and saw. They looked at their noses with their eyes and their hearts with their noses, but they didn't dare to look Qilin in the face. What a joke! The strongest Jiao Hai in their ordinary class was defeated in one move. Wouldn't he be asking for trouble if they challenged him again? They weren't that stupid, okay? I'll ask again, are there any other students who want to challenge me? Qilin asked calmly. Still no one spoke over there. Qilin smiled faintly. There was no doubt that he had killed Jiao Hai instantly and achieved the effect of killing the chicken to scare the monkey. This also saved him the trouble of other people challenging him later. At this time, Teacher Wang, who was in charge of hosting the competition, came over. He looked at the duel arena, which had almost become a ruin, and Jiao Hai, who had fainted over there, with a certain amount of resentment. Hey, classmate Qilin, this is just a competition. Aren't you going too far? Oh, sorry, Mr. Wang, I just changed my job to a telekineticist, and my skill control is still a little rusty, so I lost control of my power right away. Qilin showed a harmless and shy smile. You must pretend it this time, otherwise you will be criticized by the teacher. So you've become a telekineticist. No wonder you can perform mental attacks. Teacher Wang finally realized what was happening, and he became curious. Even if you changed your job to a telekineticist, your basic stats shouldn't have changed. How could you unleash such terrifying mental power? Well, actually, I'm not really sure. It might be because I had some mental problems some time ago. Now I'm fine, and my mental strength has improved a lot. Qilin did not intend to tell anyone else about the mysterious ball of light that appeared in his sea of consciousness and possessed infinite and powerful mental power. Is that so? Teacher Wang was a little suspicious. He felt that even if his mental illness had healed and his mental strength had improved a lot, it wouldn't be that much, right? The intensity of that mental attack just now was probably much stronger than that of a level 40 or 50 telekinesis master. However, he was not without insight and could see that Qilin was hiding something. In addition, he vaguely felt that Qilin's eyes were very sharp, like a sword with a cold glow, which made people unable to look at him anymore. In the end, he gave up the idea of digging deeper and turned to walk towards Jiao Hai. He needs to see what's going on with Jiao Hai. The others also followed. They all felt that Jiao Hai must be in danger after suffering such a terrible attack. But they were not too worried, because everyone knew that Teacher Wang, who was responsible for hosting the student competition, was a holy elf. As long as he was not injured or had no broken hands or feet, he would be able to recover with a healing spell. Teacher Wang brought Jiao Hai down. Then, he used healing magic to heal Jiao Hai's injuries. Jiao Hai woke up and was about to get up, but suddenly his feet slipped and he fell flat on his face. Then, a scene happened that stunned everyone present. Oh, I fell down. It hurts so much, hee hee. Mom said if you fall down, you should step back up. Hee hee, stinky ground. I'll let you trip me up and crush you to death. Zhao Hai looked like he was mentally ill. He smiled foolishly and stomped his feet on the ground with a sullen look on his face. What the hell, what's going on? Zhao Hai, is he stupid? He really seems stupid. Look at him, grinning and drooling like a moron. No, why did Zhao Hai suddenly become stupid? Could it be that Qilin, the mentally ill person from before, has become infected? Many people were confused and looked at Qilin. They thought Zhao Hai was stupid because he had a fight with Qilin, and it was impossible that he had nothing to do with Qilin. But in fact, Qilin was also a little confused. He just used his mental power to blast Zhao Hai away. Why did this make Zhao Hai mentally ill? Teacher Wang narrowed his eyes and checked Zhao Hai's condition. It's not that he's stupid, he's just a little mentally unstable. He should be able to recover in a couple of days. Teacher Wang explained. Mental disorder? Everyone was stunned. Wu Qing hesitated for a moment, but still walked out to see how Zhao Hai was doing. After all, even if Zhao Hai failed in challenging Qilin, he would still be the number one in the ordinary class, and his future would not be bad, and he would be able to provide her with blood. How are you, dear? Wu Qing asked with a superficial look of concern. Dear? Hee, who is your dear? Auntie, who are you? Auntie, you are so fat. Zhao Hai said with a silly smile. Wu Qing. Wu Qing wanted to say something, but she suddenly smelled a strong smell of urine. Hee, fatty, I peed my pants. Can you help me change them? Wu Qing. Hee, fat auntie, I want to poop, do you have any tissues? Wu Qing. In the end, Wu Qing stayed away from Zhao Hai as if he was avoiding the plague. Many people around were even more afraid of Qilin when they saw Zhao Hai's mentally retarded appearance. Damn, Qilin's mental attack can even turn people into mental retards in a short period of time. Isn't that too scary? Yeah, it's really scary. Don't mess with Qilin anymore, or you'll turn into an idiot in a minute. Since Zhao Hai was fine, Teacher Wang stopped worrying. He turned around and looked at the others. By the way, it seems like you all came here to challenge Qilin, right? Now that Zhao Hai has lost, there are still 2 more chances to challenge. Who else wants to challenge? Teacher Wang, you misunderstood. We are just here to watch the show, not to challenge Qilin. Yes, Mr. Wang, you are mistaken. We are just here to watch the fun. Those students who were originally going to challenge Qilin quickly denied it 3 times in a row and laughed dryly. Qilin ignored the others. He was thinking about something at that time. Just now he used mental shock on Zhao Hai, which was a completely external attack, but it actually caused Zhao Hai to become mentally confused. Does this mean that his mental attacks can go a step further and directly attack the enemy's mind or consciousness internally? If that were really possible, then the power of his mental attack would definitely be even more astonishing, and he might even be able to wipe out the opponent's consciousness directly. As Qilin was thinking, a message popped up on his information panel. Successfully comprehended new skills, mental formatting. Then, the skill column on the information panel was expanded from only 2 items, mental shock and mind control, to 3 items, and a new skill, mental formatting, was added. Chapter 5, Forbidden Copy. Oh? The surprise came so suddenly? Qilin was delighted. He didn't expect that he could master a new skill after just a little thought. Qilin checked the status of his new skill, spirit formatting. Skill name, mental formatting. Type, single attack area attack. Effect, use mental attacks to obliterate the enemy's spirit consciousness personality, causing mental death. Not only can it perform single target attacks, it can also kill enemies in a large area. Not bad. Qilin nodded secretly. He was very satisfied with this newly acquired skill. He feels that this, mental formatting, is a good supplement for him at the moment. There is no doubt that the new skill, spirit formatting, is more powerful than spirit shock and mind control. It is very intuitive. The 2 initial skills, mental shock and mind control, are external attacks. Even with the blessing of full level mental power, they are powerful and can blow away even a level 50 enemy in one go, but they may not be able to kill instantly. Especially the type that is resistant to full tension. On the contrary, spirit format is an internal attack with extremely strong penetration. Even if the enemy's physical strength is extremely strong and their physical resistance is maxed out, it can directly obliterate their spirit, causing their spirit to die, thus easily achieving an instant kill. If Qi Lin, who only had basic skills at the beginning, was confident that he could remain invincible within level 50, then now that he has comprehended spirit formatting, he is confident that he can instantly kill a strong man at level 50 or even level 60. Qi Lin was laughing happily when Teacher Wang, who was standing next to him, seemed to have received the message. He said, "Student Qi Lin, the principal is looking for you. Go to the principal's office now." "The principal wants to see me?" Qi Lin was stunned. He asked tentatively, Teacher Wang, what does the principal want me to do?" "You'll know when you get there." "Good." Qi Lin nodded, turned and walked towards the academic affairs building. "Is the principal going to ask me for compensation because I damaged the dueling arena?" This was the only possibility Qi Lin could think of. After all, the duel between him and Zhao Hai just now did not result in anything serious, and Zhao Hai's mental disorder was only temporary. He would be fine in a couple of days, so no one would cause trouble for him because of this. Then, naturally, the only issue left is the venue of the duel. After all, that attack he just made was quite powerful, almost overturning the entire duel arena. With an uneasy mood, Qi Lin came to the principal's office again. After knocking on the door, Qi Lin walked in. "Principal, you're looking for me?" "Well, you sit down first." The principal raised his head and was about to ask Qi Lin to sit down. But when he looked into Qi Lin's eyes, the sharpness deep in Qi Lin's eyes made him feel a little headache, and he quickly looked away. "Student Qi Lin, why do your eyes seem to be much sharper, like a sword, making it difficult for people to look at them for a second?" "My eyes are like a sword? Are they?" Qi Lin was slightly stunned. He picked up a mirror on the table and looked at the condition of his eyes. "You don't know until you look at it carefully." After looking carefully, Qi Lin really found that his eyes are obviously different from before. The word bright and spirited is not enough to describe it. Deep in his eyes, there was a hint of sharp light, sharp, even piercing. Qi Lin, how about you wear sunglasses?" The principal handed Qi Lin a pair of sunglasses with some embarrassment. It's not that he's being pretentious. He had tried to raise his eyes and look directly at Qi Lin just now, but he always felt that Qi Lin's eyes could penetrate his soul, making him feel uncomfortable. "All right." Qi Lin didn't hesitate. He took the sunglasses and put them on. He wondered if it was because after he became a telekineticist, he could release mental attacks through his eyes, including the new skill he had just learned, mental formatting, which caused his eyes to become unusually sharp. The principal finally felt better. He coughed twice and raised his eyes to look at Qi Lin. "Ahem, Qi Lin, I saw the competition between you and Zhao Hai just now. If I'm not mistaken, your mental strength should be very high now, right? Even not inferior to a level 50 telekinesis master, right?" It seems, it should be, maybe." Qi Lin still had the same idea and would not tell anyone about his unlimited spiritual power. Otherwise, if his spiritual power reached the maximum level after an illness, who knows if it would be used as a slice of the body. He quickly changed the subject. "Speaking of which, principal, what exactly do you want to talk to me about?" "Student Qi Lin, you should know that our school once produced the provincial champion, right?" The principal did not explain it directly, he first gave an introduction. "I know. It seems that they have produced 3 provincial champions." Qi Lin nodded. "The Nanhai No. 2 high school where he is studying is one of the best key high schools in the city." "What about the national champion?" "It seems there is no national No. 1 scholar." "Well, it hasn't happened before, but this time, I think there's a high probability that it will happen." The principal looked at Qi Lin and said with a smile on his face. Qi Lin was stunned at first, then he immediately understood what the principal meant. "Headmaster, great minds think alike." Qi Lin smiled and gave the principal a "I understand you" gesture. Having lived 2 lives, Qi Lin was already a seasoned veteran. Naturally, he knew that when the principal said that this class was very likely to produce a national No. 1 scholar, he was referring to him. He also deeply agreed with this. Now that he has changed his profession to a telekinesis master and has reached the maximum level of mental strength, he is undoubtedly an overwhelming force in their class. In this way, becoming the top scorer in the country is not impossible. But precisely because Qi Lin is a seasoned veteran, he also knows how to seek benefits for himself. "But principal, you know I've just changed jobs and my rank is very low. And the Imperial Capital University I'd like to apply to has a very strict rank requirement of 15, so I wonder if you could give me some leeway?" Qi Lin smiled slyly. "Student Qi Lin, you are quite smart." The principal had a few frown on his face. He always felt that the person talking to him was not a high school student, but an old fox who had been in society for many years and had a cunning smile. However, he asked Chi Lin to come here for this reason, so he didn't hide it. Student Chi Lin, don't worry. Since we want you to help the school win the national top scorer, the school will naturally give you corresponding support. Principal, in the next 2 days, I will give you a dungeon to kill monsters and level up. Is that so? Chi Lin's face lit up with joy. In fact, after successfully changing his job not long ago, he thought about quickly upgrading his level so that he could obtain more powerful telekinetic skills. However, given his status as a high school student and his limited financial situation, he could only go to the suburbs to kill wild monsters if he wanted to level up. The suburbs are quite far from the city, and the level of wild monsters is relatively low, which will result in his leveling efficiency not being very high. But now, the school has provided him with a special copy for leveling up, which will greatly improve his efficiency. But there are over 1,000 students in our senior year, and they all have to go to the school dungeon every day to level up. If the dungeon is reserved for me. Don't worry about that, Chi Lin. The copy I gave you is not the 2 copies open to the public at school. It's another one. The principal could see Chi Lin's confusion at a glance, so he explained. Another one? Could it be? Chi Lin seemed to have thought of something, and his expression changed slightly. The principal nodded, a serious look on his face. Yes, it's the banned copy that has been sealed and students are not allowed to use. Chapter 6. What a noise! Really? Chi Lin nodded secretly. He naturally knew that there was a banned copy in the school that had been closed and students were not allowed to use. He also knew why that school copy was closed and became a forbidden copy not open to students. The school originally took over that copy more to increase the difficulty. However, the level of that copy was not low, and there were many monsters, making it quite dangerous. As a result, during one training session, 2 students were in danger and died at the hands of monsters. Later, considering that this copy was too difficult, the school finally closed it and no longer opened it to students. Chi Lin also heard that this copy would be handed back to the official soon. He didn't expect that he could go to this forbidden copy to level up before it was handed back to the official. This was quite cool. Okay, give me the key to the copy. I'll go now. Chi Lin didn't hesitate at all and stretched out his hand towards the principal. That forbidden copy was indeed very dangerous for other students, but for him who had full mental power, it was nothing at all. The principal nodded. In fact, the reason why he provided the forbidden copy to Chi Lin to level up was because he took into account that Chi Lin was relatively strong and there was no risk of failure. The principal was about to give Chi Lin the dungeon key, but unexpectedly Chi Lin said, "Oh, by the way, principal, since I'm going to level up in that forbidden dungeon for the next 2 days, I'm going to need a tent and food to restore my strength. So, principal, please transfer some money to me." The principal looked at Chi Lin's cunning smile and felt more and more that Chi Lin was not a simple-minded high school student, but a cunning and experienced old fox. Before arriving at the copy, Chi Lin sent a text message to his family. After all, I will be in this forbidden copy for 2 days and 1 night, and I want to be going home for 1 night. I must tell my family about the situation so that they don't worry. Then, Chi Lin entered the copy using the copy key. Instance name, Chainsaw Maniac. Instance difficulty, normal cannot be selected. Recommended level, 7. Recommended number of people, 3. This is an industrial park specializing in chainsaw production. Due to the reckless exploitation of unscrupulous capitalists, the workers work 18-hour shifts daily, causing serious health problems. One day, a mysterious meteor streaks across the sky and crashes into the hills behind the industrial park. The energy radiation causes the workers to mutate. Combined with their accumulated resentment, the workers transform into monsters, picking up chainsaws and becoming bloodthirsty and brutal chainsaw maniacs. The portal opened and Chi Lin walked out. Chi Lin looked around and found that he was in a place similar to an abandoned industrial park. Chi Lin walked forward a short distance and the monster appeared. It is a humanoid lizard monster holding a chainsaw. It has ferocious eyes and a hideous expression, and looks very scary. Monster name, Chainsaw Killer. Level 6. HP, 300-300. Spirit, 230-230. Skills, Savage Charge, Chainsaw Attack. Is this the Chainsaw Massacre? Interesting. Chi Lin smiled faintly. The original owner of the body had checked the forbidden copy of the school and the monsters in the forbidden copy, so he knew the general information about these monsters. These chainsaw killers, because they have transformed into monsters and gone mentally insane, have no idea what is causing the pain, and their physical and magical resistance is extremely exaggerated. This also means that even some higher level adventurers of level 8 or 9 cannot kill them instantly when launching attacks, and will be forced to get close to them. Unfortunately, the physical damage caused by these guys' chainsaws is extremely exaggerated. Once you get entangled by them, the consequences will be very serious. The two students who died earlier were because they were careless for a moment and did not notice the chainsaw killer rushing out from the darkness, which led to him being entangled. After being attacked by the chainsaw, their health bars were immediately gone and they were killed. But Qilin is not afraid of these. It's because his attack is a mental attack. Principal's office. There is a projection-like light curtain in the space. The content of the light curtain was Qilin facing the monster in the copy. Judging from how Qilin killed Zhao Hai instantly earlier, level 10 and 8 monsters shouldn't be a threat to him. The principal muttered as he watched. The principal's profession is a mage. He has a special skill that allows him to remotely observe the situation of the marked object through specific marks. He had secretly made specific marks on Qilin before. The reason is very simple: I just feel a little uneasy. Although he knew that Qilin's mental strength was very high, Qilin was only a high school student after all, and was relatively young. Who knew if he would be careless? This is a rare piece of uncut jade, so it must be treated with care. Even though Qilin has the teleportation jade pendant in his hand, he still has to be careful. The principal already has a plan. If he finds any dangerous situation, he will ensure Qilin's safety even if he has to use some special means. At this time, the chainsaw killer had already started the chainsaw. Bin 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 bin. The chainsaw made a loud and scary sound. The chainsaw killer roared, swung the chainsaw and rushed towards Qilin. Here we come. The principal was concentrating. He wanted to see how Qilin would respond. Qilin put his hands in his pockets and showed a look of disgust. What a noise! Mental formatting. Qilin's eyes focused, and a surge of mental power burst out instantly. The chainsaw killer's body went limp while he was running, and he fell to the ground. Kill the chainsaw killer, experience plus 60. Equipment obtained, chainsaw 1. The principal, who was peeking at the screen in the office, was stunned. The main reason is that Qilin's mental formatting is different from the previous mental shock. It is an internal attack that erases the spirit or consciousness or personality. On the surface, there is no movement at all. It's silent and you can't see anything from a distance. What the hell is going on? Why does it feel like Qilin didn't do anything and just killed that chainsaw killer? Hiss. Could this be a high-level telekinetic skill, mind obliteration? But didn't he just change his job? How can he use such a high-level telekinetic skill? Fortunately, the principal was not an ignorant person. He roughly knew what was going on, but the more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Could it be that Qilin not only has an extremely high mental strength value? Or is he also a super genius that only appears once in a century and can comprehend high-level skills on his own without upgrading? The principal looked stunned. In the copy, Qilin had no idea how much shock his performance had brought to the principal. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't care much. Qilin was not surprised at the death of the chainsaw killer. There are two main ways to determine the death of monsters in the dungeon: one is when the health is 0, and the other is when the spirit is 0. Just now, the chainsaw killer was hit by Qilin's mental formatting, and his mental value has dropped to 0, so he is naturally dead. Qilin opened his backpack and looked at the spoils he had obtained. Chapter 7: Large-Scale Killing. That's the chainsaw from the chainsaw killer. Qilin opened his backpack and took a look at the condition of the chainsaw. Equipment name: Chainsaw Normal. Type: Weapon. Equipment level: 6. Equipment requirements: none. It's only white quality. How terrible. Qilin shook his head in disgust. The equipment dropped by killing monsters, whether it is weapons or accessories, has different levels. White quality is ordinary. Green quality is high. Blue quality is rare. Purple quality is best quality. Silver quality is legend. The gold quality is holy. The chainsaw Qilin obtained now was of the lowest quality, white, and it was hard for him not to dislike it. But he didn't care too much. Even if the level of the chainsaw was too low and not easy to use, he could still sell it through the trading center and make money. In the trading center, adventurers can buy, sell, and transfer items. It is even more convenient than Taobao in the previous life. It doesn't even require express delivery. It arrives as soon as you buy it and is sold as soon as you sell it. Qilin knew that he would have killed a lot of chainsaw killers this time, so in order to save time, he planned to sell them all at once after finishing the dungeon. Qilin put his hands in his pockets and continued walking. After a while, we encountered 2 more chainsaw killers. Qilin didn't even blink, and killed the 2 chainsaw killers with a mind formatting move. Kill 2 chainsaw killers, experience plus 120. Equipment obtained, chainsaw ordinary 2. At this time, Qilin discovered that his telekinetic level had improved from level 1 to level 2. However, due to job changes, you cannot obtain upgrade rewards, which are 5 attribute points, by increasing your level before level 7. But Qilin didn't care too much about it. On the contrary, he was quite happy to be promoted to level 2 so quickly. I remember when he awakened his paladin profession, he went to the suburbs to kill monsters and it took him half a day to reach level 2. It's mainly the wild monsters in the suburbs, whose levels are almost all below level 5, and most of them are even level 1 or level 2. Killing one only gives you 10 or 20 experience points, which is too low. And now, in this forbidden copy, even an ordinary monster like the chainsaw killer has 60 experience points. This is the benefit of brushing high-level copies. Well, to be precise, it is to clear a dungeon that is higher than your level. Qilin continued to move forward, and from time to time he encountered 2 or 3 chainsaw killers, all of whom were easily dealt with by him. It wasn't until Qilin turned a corner that 2 extremely huge chainsaw killers appeared in front of him. Those 2 chainsaw killers can reach 3 meters in height. The electric saws they hold are also huge, nearly 2 meters long. Monster name, Chainsaw Killer Elite. Level 11. HP, 2300-2300. Spirit, 1800-1800. Skills, Savage Charge, Chainsaw Attack. In the principal's office, the principal narrowed his eyes when he saw 2 elite monsters with chainsaw killers appear. He knew that Qilin's mental power was extremely exaggerated and he could easily kill ordinary level 6 monsters. Now he encountered 2 level 11 elite monsters at the same time, and he didn't know if he could kill them all at once. A level 11 elite monster? It's finally here. Qilin was not nervous at all. Instead, he had an amused smile on his face. What do elite monsters represent? It represents higher experience points. Now that he wants to level up, he naturally wishes there were more elites. Bang! 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 The 2 elite chainsaw killers had already activated their huge chainsaws and rushed towards Qilin. Due to their huge sizes, every step they took made a very heavy sound. But as Qilin performed mind formatting, the 2 elite chainsaw killers fell asleep on the spot and fell heavily to the ground. So what if it's a level 11 elite monster? In front of Qilin's full-level mental power, he was just a weak existence that could be killed in one move. Kill 2 elite chainsaw killers, experience plus 2200. Equipment obtained, Giant Chainsaw Advance 2. In the principal's office, the principal showed a surprised expression. It's really amazing. He can even kill 2 level 11 elite monsters instantly. It seems that the power of Qilin's mind erase should not be underestimated. As he spoke, the principal smiled excitedly. Look at how relaxed Qilin looks. He probably hasn't used his full strength yet. I think with his skills, he can instantly kill any monster below level 20. So, it seems like Qilin has a good chance of winning the national top spot for the school. At this time, Qilin discovered that he had been upgraded again, and it was 2 levels in a row, from level 2 to level 4. Elite monsters give a lot of experience points. It would be great if there were more elite chainsaw killers. Qilin sighed. As for the 2 giant green quality chainsaws he had obtained, he planned to play with them. Having full-level mental strength is good, but you can't be biased towards one subject, right? He planned to use mind control to manipulate the 2 huge chainsaws and improve his proficiency in mind control. Then the style of painting suddenly changed. Qilin still had his hands in his pockets, but he controlled the 2 huge chainsaws with his mental power, and swung a chainsaw at any monster that appeared. Puff! Just cut those chainsaw killers in half. Kill the chainsaw killer, experience plus 60. Kill 3 chainsaw killers, experience plus 180. Kill. You know what, Qilin found it quite exciting to control 2 huge chainsaws to kill monsters. It's just a bit bloody and not very elegant. I don't know if it was because the noise of the two huge chainsaws was too loud, but as the killing went on, a large number of chainsaw killers swarmed around. Judging from the number, there are at least 80 or 90 of them. And there are 4 elite chainsaw killers among them. In an instant, Qilin was surrounded. Fuck, this amount. The principal looked a little uneasy. With so many chainsaw killers and 4 or 5 elite monsters, can Qilin handle it? The principal had witnessed the power of Qilin's mental formatting, and he felt that Qilin should be able to handle 1 or 2, or even 10 chainsaw killers. But now there are too many chainsaw killers and they have surrounded Qilin, which will cause Qilin to be unable to take care of one side while taking care of the other. He was not exaggerating. He felt that at this moment, even a senior master at level 20 would most likely fail here. However, Qilin was not nervous at all. Instead, he became even more excited. So many chainsaw killers are coming at once, and 4 of them are elite monsters. This wave should be enough to get me to level 7, right? Qilin raised the corner of his mouth slightly. It just so happened that there was a move he hadn't tried yet, and he planned to increase the intensity of this group of chainsaw killers. At this time, the chainsaw killers around had already started their chainsaws and were rushing over from all directions. Since you've come here in person to give me experience, I won't be polite. Mental formatting, area attack. Qilin's eyes suddenly focused. At that moment, like ripples, a surging spiritual power spread out with Qilin as the center. The chainsaw killers who rushed over from all directions fell to the ground one after another like dominoes, from inside to outside. In the blink of an eye, the 80 or 90 chainsaw killers, including the 4 elite chainsaw killers, were all killed. Hiss. This scene once again shocked the principal who was peeping at the screen. His eyes widened as big as copper bells. It was still a one-shot kill. Isn't this too exaggerated? Chapter 8, I am too strong and monsters are avoiding me. If I'm not mistaken, the move that Qilin used just now should be a range attack, right? Spiritual kill is so powerful, but it can also attack in a wide area? Qilin, this is a bit outrageous. The principal was amazed at what he saw. But at this time he finally felt relieved. Even a high-level telekinetic skill like Mind Erase can be used in such a subversive way. It seems there is no need to worry about Qilin anymore. In his opinion, the combat capability displayed by Qilin now is dozens or even hundreds of times beyond his own level. Not to mention being surrounded by a group of level 6 chainsaw killers and several level 11 chainsaw killer elite monsters. Even if he encounters a dungeon boss, he is definitely capable of killing it. So, what are you worried about? Even at this moment, the principal became more and more excited. He felt that with Qilin's current performance, he would definitely crush everyone in the college entrance examination, and there was a great hope that he would win a national top student for the school. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Principal, I brought you the takeaway you ordered. A young female teacher walked in with takeout. Thank you for your help, Xiaoli. I'm hungry too. The principal was in a good mood and had a big appetite. He took the takeaway and prepared to feast on it. The young female teacher noticed the content on the screen next to her. She clearly recognized it and showed a surprised expression. Principal, isn't this the forbidden copy that was about to be handed over to the authorities? How did a student get in there? Don't be nervous. That student is no ordinary student. I noticed he has great potential and is likely to win the top spot in the national college entrance examination for our school. So I gave him this forbidden dungeon to level up. Did you notice those chainsaw killer corpses around? He killed them all, and he only used one move. Impressive, right? The principal said while eating takeout. I think there were about 100 chainsaw killers there, right? And there were 4 or 5 elite monsters, and he only used one move? How outrageous. The young female teacher was somewhat shocked. Otherwise, how could I say that he could win the top spot in the national college entrance examination for our school this year? The principal said happily. Ha! Isn't this student Qilin, the mentally ill student from the Tianjiao class? So, the student you mentioned as the one who could win the national championship for our school is him, principal? The young female teacher recognized him and was even more surprised. Is his mental illness cured? And it has become so serious? Just keep this to yourself, don't tell anyone. Okay, principal. I'll be out now. Take your time eating. The young female teacher left. But she obviously couldn't control her mouth and couldn't help gossiping while having dinner with other teachers at school. As a result, the news that Qilin entered the forbidden copy and killed a lot of people quickly spread throughout the campus. Naturally, it shocked many students and became more and more popular. Hey, did you hear that? Qilin, the recovered mental patient, actually went to that forbidden dungeon to spawn monsters. I heard he killed nearly 100 chainsaw killers in a single move. That forbidden dungeon? Is it real? Didn't they say that even Tan Liang, the top student in our grade, didn't dare to enter it easily? And that Qilin actually went in to level up? And he even killed nearly 100 chainsaw killers in a single move? I've heard about that too. It seems like there are level 11 elite monsters among those chainsaw killers, and there are as many as 7 or 8 of them. Hiss. 7 or 8 level 11 elite monsters? Qilin killed them all in one move? Isn't this too exaggerated? Even a level 20 expert might not be able to do this, right? Brothers, there's new news. I heard that the principal seems to want Qilin to compete for the national top scorer of our class, so he is fully supporting him to improve his grades. Fuck, competing for the national #1 spot. Qilin had no idea what was happening outside the copy. At this time, he was counting the spoils. Kill 4 elite chainsaw killers, experience plus 4,400. Kill 90 chainsaw killers, experience plus 5,400. Weapon obtained, giant chainsaw advanced 4. Obtained weapon, chainsaw normal 90. After this wave of group kills, Qilin found that he had risen 3 levels in a row, from level 4 to level 7. Upgrade successfully, gain 5 attribute points, which can be freely allocated. Since his level finally reached level 7, surpassing the level 6 before the previous job change, Qilin can be considered to have received the upgrade reward this time. For these 5 attribute points, Qilin planned to distribute them equally except for Spirit. As for why we didn't increase the value of Spirit, the reason is simple. His Spirit value is already infinite and at the maximum level, what else needs to be added? In the end, Qilin added 2 attribute points to Strength and Agility, respectively, and 1 attribute point to Constitution. Name, Qilin. Occupation, Telekinesis. Level, 70%. Strength, 14. Agility, 15. Spirit. Constitution, 16. Skills, Mental Shock, Mind Control, Mental Formatting. Finally, Level 7. Qilin was quite moved, because this level 7 meant that he had finally surpassed his previous self. Qilin looked at the time. It was already 2:40 in the afternoon. That is to say, he spent about 2.5 hours. Upgraded from level 1 to level 7. The efficiency is quite high. But Qilin also knew that the reason he could improve so quickly this time was mostly due to good luck and the large wave of monsters around him. But even though the frequency of monster appearances will return to normal levels later, and the experience points required will increase as the level increases, Qilin still feels that he will have no problem reaching level 10 this time. As long as you reach level 10 and successfully upgrade, you will receive a huge increase in all attributes and unlock new telekinetic skills. Qilin is looking forward to what new skills he can unlock after reaching level 10. Coo. At this time, Qilin's stomach growled. He hadn't had lunch yet, and after 2.5 hours of continuous monster hunting, he was naturally hungry. Qilin opened the trading center and bought a roast chicken for 50 copper coins. Then, he took out a roast chicken from his backpack and started eating it while sitting on the corpse of an elite chainsaw killer. The food purchased from the trading center is different from the food in the real world. It is made by chefs and is more for the purpose of restoring the adventurer's physical strength. The taste and texture are far different from real food. This roast chicken is terrible. The meat doesn't taste like meat, and the chicken doesn't taste like chicken. Qilin complained. He planned to have a good meal when he got home after finishing this monster hunt. After all, he had gained a lot this time. He got 6 green quality weapons and more than 100 white quality weapons. If they were sold, he could get at least 1 million copper coins, which is more than 100 gold coins. He made a small fortune. The currencies used for settlement in this world include copper coins, silver coins, and gold coins. 100 copper coins equal 1 silver coin, and 100 silver coins equal 1 gold coin. Qilin was eating roast chicken when he suddenly noticed a chainsaw killer in the corner. It was hiding behind the wall, shivering and sticking out half of its head. Another monster has appeared, kill it. Qilin's eyes lit up, and he was about to use spirit format to kill him. But when the chainsaw killer noticed Qilin looking at him, it was so scared that it dropped the chainsaw and turned around and ran away. This guy actually ran away. And he ran faster than Bolt. Smoke was coming out of the soles of his feet. Qilin. Chapter 9 New Ultimate Move, Moving the Sky and the Earth. The chainsaw killer certainly couldn't escape Qilin's grasp and was killed by Qilin's mental formatting. But then, Qilin encountered a very serious problem. He found that those chainsaw killers who used to be so crazy and rushed towards him with chainsaws raised, whether they were ordinary monsters or elite monsters, had not been encountered for a long time. These bastards are actually hiding. Yes, everyone hid themselves away as if they were hiding from the plague. This made Qilin a little constipated. No, you are dungeon monsters. Where is your ferocity? Where is your brutality? Is it fun to hide and act like a turtle? Come out quickly. Of course, despite all the complaints, Qilin still roughly knew why those chainsaw killers were hiding. Just like the chainsaw killers who came in large waves before, the chainsaw killers obviously have a certain level of intelligence and know how to act in groups. When they saw him breaking in, they couldn't deal with him alone, so they acted together and planned to kill him with human wave tactics. However, he still defeated all of them in one move using the human wave tactic, so those chainsaw killers were naturally scared and dared not come out again. But Qilin didn't care too much. Those chainsaw killers can hide, but he can find them. It's just a little less efficient. After a while, Qilin caught several chainsaw killers in a factory. Johnny is here. Oh, sorry for the interruption. All of you, die. Qilin used a mental format to kill the 5 or 6 chainsaw killers hiding inside. In the blink of an eye, it was the next afternoon. Name, Qilin. Occupation, telekinesis. Level, 928.85%. Strength, 17. Agility, 18. Spirit. Constitution, 20. Skills, mental shock, mind control, mental formatting. Although Qilin hardly slept last night and was killing monsters all night, he was always passively looking for monsters, which was different from the monsters actively running out to ask for a fight. The efficiency difference was quite large, so he still failed to break through level 10. But Qilin did not give up. He planned to break through level 10 before leaving the copy. At this time, Qilin discovered a basement and was walking down the stairs. Boom! As we were walking, the building suddenly began to shake violently, as if there was a strong earthquake. What's going on? Why did the earthquake happen suddenly? Qilin was a little confused. The earthquake was beyond imagination. Huge cracks appeared rapidly on the walls, pillars, and even the stairs under Qilin's feet. Damn it, it's going to collapse. Qilin saw through it, so he didn't dare to stay and ran back quickly. Bang! However, it was too late. Whether it was the stairs under Qilin's feet or the surrounding walls and pillars, they all exploded at this moment, and the entire building began to collapse. Without the support of the stairs under his feet, Qilin fell down. There were also countless large and small fragments falling around. Qilin knew very well that if he was buried in the rubble, the consequences would be unimaginable. Control objects with your mind. Qilin suddenly had an idea. He quickly controlled his mental power and made a huge piece of fallen debris fly over. Qilin landed on the huge piece of debris, and like flying a sword, he controlled the huge stone to fly upwards with his mind. Mental shock. Boom! The powerful spiritual force burst out like a tidal wave, instantly shaking away all the fragments that were thrown at Qilin. It was also at this moment that Qilin flew out of the building that was about to collapse completely. Rumble. It was also quite thrilling. After Qilin flew out, the building collapsed completely within a few seconds. Qilin breathed a sigh of relief, stepped on the piece of cement debris, and stayed in mid-air. Qilin suddenly thought this was pretty cool, and he decided to go to the trading center to buy some weapons similar to the giant sword after this dungeon trip. When the time comes, he will be standing on the giant sword and flying in the air, which will be so cool. But he was also a little puzzled at this moment. Why was the building shaking so violently when there was no earthquake around? No, could it be? Qilin suddenly thought of a possibility. Boom! Just at this moment, a loud noise was heard from the collapsed ruins over there, and an extremely huge figure broke out of the ground. Roar! The ferocious roar caused the space to vibrate. That turned out to be a chainsaw killer. However, the size of this chainsaw killer is extremely exaggerated, and at first glance it looks like 10 meters tall. The electric saw in its hand was also very huge, probably 7 or 8 meters long. Why is this chainsaw killer so huge? Is it a dungeon boss? Shi Lin was slightly stunned. Monster name, Chainsaw King Boss. Level 21. HP, 18000, 18000. Spirit, 16000, 16000. Skills, Chainsaw Attack, Roaring Sonic Wave. It really is the dungeon boss, he's finally here. Shi Lin raised an excited smile. Previously, he was still worried about the low efficiency of gaining experience because all the monsters in the dungeon were hiding. Now, the dungeon boss has come out. As long as he successfully kills it, with the level of this chainsaw demon, the experience gained will definitely allow him to break through to level 10. Then you will be able to successfully upgrade and unlock new telekinetic skills. Oh? It's actually a dungeon boss? In the principal's office, the principal who was peeking at the screen also saw it. He was a little surprised. Student Shi Lin is really lucky. He was able to find the dungeon boss. Based on Shi Lin's current level, as long as he kills the dungeon boss, he should be able to reach level 11 or 2. The principal nodded secretly. Having seen Shi Lin's strength, he was not worried that Shi Lin would not be able to deal with this level 21 dungeon boss. He felt that Shi Lin's overall combat power was probably no weaker than level 30, and he should still be able to kill the boss of this dungeon, but it would not be as easy as before. Therefore, the principal was also looking forward to Shi Lin's performance, wanting to see whether Shi Lin could still face this level 21 dungeon boss with ease as before. Over there, the Chainsaw Demon King's gaze fell on Shi Lin. His expression was ferocious, his eyes were fierce, and he let out a roar that shook the space. It was releasing its skill, Roaring Soundwave, trying to knock Shi Lin down from mid-air. However, this sonic attack is more of a mental attack, causing mental disorder and physical imbalance. This is completely useless for Shi Lin, who has infinite mental power. What are you barking at? Shi Lin picked his ears. He felt that the Chainsaw Killer and the Chainsaw Demon King were too noisy. Either they start the chainsaw bin 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 or they yell and scream, making a lot of noise. Can't this fight be more elegant? However, he was quite satisfied when he saw the Chainsaw King's ferocious expression and fierce eyes. At least the boss of this dungeon was not as afraid of him as the ordinary monsters and elite monsters, which made him want to fight and try new tricks. Dungeon boss, right? I want to see if you can handle this new move of mine. Shi Lin raised the corner of his mouth slightly. When he used mind control to manipulate the fragments just now, he thought of a new big move. This ultimate move is incredibly powerful. It's a bit of a waste to use against normal monsters or elite monsters, but it's perfect for testing it against the Chainsaw King dungeon boss. New ultimate move, move the sky and the earth. Boom! As Shi Lin slowly raised his hands, the ground began to shake violently. Immediately afterwards, a shocking scene appeared. I saw a small mountain of about 50 or 60 meters not far away. It seemed to be uprooted and suddenly floated up, and flew towards this side quickly. What the hell? The principal who was peeking at the screen outside saw it all, and he was shocked by Shi Lin again. And the shock this time was far greater than the previous ones. His eyes widened and his mouth formed an O shape, he was so shocked. Hey, he even moved the mountain. Shi Lin, this is too terrifying. Chapter 10, Killing the Dungeon Boss Instantly, Shocking the Whole School. Similarly, when the Chainsaw King saw the small mountain flying over, he was also shocked, his face full of disbelief. The next second, its expression turned into horror. Don't underestimate that small mountain, as it looks ordinary from a distance and cannot be compared with the mountains that are hundreds of meters high. But now that it's flying over and you look closer, you will see that it's bigger than a building. If this were to fall down, it would be smashed into a meat patty in minutes. The Chainsaw King panicked, dropped his huge chainsaw and ran away. It's so boring. Shi Lin shook his head, his expression showing a hint of regret. He originally thought that this Chainsaw King looked quite tough and should be able to make him happy. Unexpectedly, he is still a wimp. It's really disappointing. You can't escape. Accept your fate of death. Shi Lin swung his right hand, and the small mountain in the sky fell towards the Chainsaw King. Shi Lin also wanted to see how much physical damage this kind of attack that used mental power to control a huge object could cause. Bang! The small mountain fell down with a deafening roar that drowned out the Chainsaw King. At the same time, the terrifying impact force caused the ground within a radius of nearly 100 meters to explode. At the same time, a large amount of dust rose up, and the place became gray. 100,000. Is the damage of this small mountain's impact 100,000? Not bad. Shi Lin nodded with satisfaction. This level of physical damage can easily kill a level 21 dungeon boss, not to mention a level 30 dungeon boss. But this also made Shi Lin think of something. Previously, when he used mental format to kill the ordinary and elite monsters of the Chainsaw Killer, no damage values were displayed. Shi Lin did know a principle, that is, if the damage is too high, more than 10 times the monster's health, it will not be displayed. It seems that the mental damage caused by his mental formatting is very high, and it may even exceed the physical damage caused by the falling of this small mountain. When the dust settled, the place had turned into ruins and was in ruins. Kill the Chainsaw Demon Leader, experience plus 20,000. Level increased from 9 to 11, upgrade successful, all attributes increased by 10 points. Strength, 1727. Agility, 1828. Spirit. Constitution, 2030. Level up, gain 5 attribute points, which can be freely allocated. Upgrade successfully, unlock new skill, Hypnosis. Weapon obtained, Super Large Chainsaw Rare 1. First time dungeon clearance reward, Gold Treasure Chest. Seeing this series of prompts, Shi Lin was delighted. Finally upgraded. As expected, all attributes can be increased by 10 attribute points after upgrading. The latest unlocked telekinetic skill is actually Hypnosis. This is interesting. I didn't expect that I would be the first person to clear this dungeon. And now I have a golden treasure chest. This is too good of a luck, isn't it? Shi Lin was a little surprised. There are rewards for clearing the dungeon, and there will be a relative clearance level evaluation based on the length of time it takes to clear the dungeon. From high to low they are SS grade, S grade, A grade, B grade, C grade, and D grade. Generally speaking, only those with SS or S ratings have gold treasure chests. Of course, you can also get a gold treasure chest as a reward if you kill the boss for the first time. Shi Lin rubbed his hands. He couldn't wait to see what was inside the golden treasure chest, so he quickly opened it. Equipment name, Godly Boots Top Grade. Equipment level, 15. Equipment requirements, none. Effect, agility plus 50 after equipping. Oh. It's purple quality equipment, not bad. Shi Lin looked surprised. Agility plus 50 is equivalent to an increase of more than 10 levels, which can be said to be a very good increase. As for the equipment requirements, which were that only those above level 15 could equip them, he didn't really care. Anyway, he is already level 11 now. With his leveling speed, he should be able to upgrade to level 15 by taking the college entrance examination tomorrow, and then he will be able to use the equipment. It won't make a difference for a day or two. Shi Lin looked at his information panel and finally added the 5 attribute points he obtained to strength and agility. Name, Shi Lin. Occupation, telekinesis. Level, 1111.11%. Strength, 30. Agility, 30. Spirit. Constitution, 30. Skills, mental shock, mind control, mental formatting, hypnosis. The main reason is that he has mild obsessive-compulsive disorder. Originally, his speed and agility were just 5 points away from reaching 30, so he just added them to his speed and agility. The instance has been cleared, and the teleportation exit has been opened. At this time, a space teleportation exit appeared in front of Shi Lin. After completing the dungeon, it will be temporarily closed and the adventurers who have completed it will be teleported away. Shi Lin looked at the time. It was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Normally, this is already time for school to end. Anyway, the leveling task has been completed, it's time to leave. Shi Lin walked into the teleportation exit and left the copy. As Shi Lin walked out of the teleportation exit, he saw the principal jogging towards him. Student Shi Lin, have you finished leveling up? What's your current level? The principal inquired. You can see some shock still on his face. The main reason was that he had just peeked through the screen and saw that Shi Lin was able to move the mountain with his mental power and kill the level 21 dungeon boss with one blow. The shock he received was really too great. He felt that he had to re-examine Shi Lin's strength. His previous estimate that Shi Lin's combat effectiveness was around level 30 was completely wrong. Judging from the fact that Qilin used his mental power to move the small mountain and killed the level 21 dungeon boss with one blow, he felt that Qilin's combat power could probably reach level 50. Level 11. Qilin answered truthfully. However, when Qilin raised his eyes, the principal had a headache again. Qilin, can you put on your sunglasses? Your eyes are too sharp. He felt that after this trip, Qilin's mental strength should be stronger, making his eyes sharper, so he had to turn his face away. Qilin shook his head. He felt that the principal was a little embarrassed, but he still took out the pair of sunglasses that the principal had given him and put them on. Ahem, since you've finished your leveling, Qilin, you can go back. Oh, and don't forget to compete for the top spot in the National College Entrance Examination tomorrow. The principal coughed twice and reminded. Don't worry, principal. I will do my best to fight for it. Qilin nodded seriously. The results of the college entrance examination determine what level of university he can apply to later, so he naturally wants to do his best to get good results. Especially since he is currently only level 11, which is some distance from the admission standard of level 15 of the Imperial Capital University, he needs to make his grades stand out. If I can get the top score in the country, there should be no problem in enrolling in the Imperial Capital University. Qilin said goodbye to the principal. However, as soon as he walked out, he saw a lot of students gathered outside. When the students saw him coming out, they all looked shocked, as if they had confirmed something shocking. Look over there, Qilin has come out. It seems he has finally cleared that forbidden dungeon. He actually cleared that forbidden dungeon by himself. Isn't that incredible? That's a dungeon that even XX, the top student in the grade, doesn't dare to enter easily. Qilin was stunned until he turned around and looked at the information board, then he understood what was going on. The school has a notice about clearing the copy. As long as students pass the copy and refresh the clearance record, there will be a message notification. Look, no one has ever cleared the forbidden copy of Chainsaw Maniac before. He is the first to pass it, so the school will naturally announce the news. Unfortunately, the Chainsaw Maniac copy is not an ordinary copy, it is a forbidden copy in the school, and many students are afraid of it. And he actually did it alone, which naturally shocked the whole school. Chapter 11 I Don't Eat Pork. The recommended level for the Saw dungeon seems to be level 7. If that's the case, the dungeon boss must be no less than level 20. Qilin was able to clear the dungeon, which means he can kill monsters above level 20 alone. That's a boss above level 20, and he was able to kill it alone. Isn't that too much of a stretch? Not only that, look at his clothes, they're not torn at all, and his face isn't dirty either. Remember, he spent 2 days and 1 night in the dungeon. What does this mean? It means that not only did he clear the dungeon without taking any damage, but he did it effortlessly. Clearing the level effortlessly? Does that mean he even easily defeated the dungeon boss above level 20? Shoo! This is incredible. No wonder there were rumors that the principal wanted him to win the top spot in the National College Entrance Examination for the school. 8 out of 10 students who had gathered were talking about Qilin. Especially some of the girls, they not only discussed various things, but also looked at Qilin with shining eyes and excitement, as if they were possessed by crazy fans. Hey, do you think Qilin has become much more handsome? I think he's so handsome now. Me too, especially now that Qilin is wearing sunglasses. This outfit is so abrupt and so special that people can't help but take a few more glances. Sister, I understand you. His temperament is so special, like a firefly in the darkness, so bright, so outstanding, it makes people excited. Qilin didn't care about the gazes and discussions of the crowd at all. He pushed his sunglasses and walked out with a dashing stride. At this time, a slightly plump figure walked out. Qilin was stunned for a moment. The person who came out was Wu Qing. Many people at the scene knew Wu Qing's background. She was a green tea girl who cheated on Qilin during the time when Qilin was mentally ill and hooked up with Jiao Hai, the strongest student in the ordinary class. Therefore, many people couldn't help but talk about it. Isn't this Qilin's cheating ex-girlfriend? What is she doing outside? Do I need to think about it? He must have regretted it now that he saw Qilin's success, and couldn't help but want to mend the situation. Mad swordman. Those people were right. Now Wu Qing just wanted to see Qilin's glory and wanted to return to Qilin to suck his blood. Qilin, actually I was just joking with you before, don't take it seriously. Wu Qing pinched the corner of his clothes with his hands, lowered his head slightly, showing an appearance of 3 parts uneasiness, 3 parts shame, and 4 parts embarrassment, which clearly explained the word green tea. She felt that as long as she gave in and acted a little more pitiful, Qilin, who was such a pushover, would definitely forgive her. By then, if Qilin can really win the national top prize, then she will surely climb up the tree and become a phoenix. But I mean it. However, before Wu Qing could finish her words, Qilin interrupted her. I'm sensitive to swordsmen. So, don't get so close to me. Qilin looked indifferent. Not to mention that he is no longer the Qilin from before. Even if he was disgusted after seeing Wu Qing's true face. Still want to come over and suck my blood? No way. Wu Qing. She was a little embarrassed, but still didn't want to give up. The main reason is that she has seen how exaggerated Qilin's potential is now. He previously defeated Zhao Hai, the first in the ordinary class, with one move, and now he is single-handedly clearing the school's forbidden copy. His combat power is probably not weaker than level 30. This newly transferred telekineticist is already so powerful, what will he be like in the future? One could never be sure, he might become the strongest person in Dragon Country in the future. How could she possibly give up on such a high-potential stock? Wu Qing wanted to say something, but Qilin didn't give her a chance. Also, I don't eat pork. After saying this coldly, Qilin walked past Wu Qing with a carefree pace and left. Wu Qing. Puff. On the other hand, many people at the scene burst into laughter. Haha, did you hear what classmate Qilin said just now? He actually said he doesn't eat pork. He's so funny. I'm dying of laughter. I also think it's hilarious. This time, Qilin wasn't very hurtful, but extremely insulting. He actually called Wu Qing a pig. Haha, I laughed so hard that my stomach hurt. Wu Zhu. Oh no, Wu Qing, you're too big and blocking my way. Can you please move aside? Ha 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 ha. Wu Qing's face turned pale from the laughter of those gloating students. She was so embarrassed that she covered her face and ran away. 20 minutes later, Qilin returned to Luofang community where his home was. Ha? Aren't you Xiaolin? Why are you wearing sunglasses? I almost didn't recognize you. Uncle Li, don't you think I'm pretty handsome? Hey, Xiaolin, you're out of school. I didn't see you at home last night? Did you go out on a date with your girlfriend? No, Aunt Wang, I'm going to fast. There were many familiar neighbors in the community. Qilin greeted them one by one and then returned to his doorstep. There was a man and a woman at the door, pulling each other. Xiaoying, I really like you. Will you be my girlfriend? I promise that after you follow me, you will have delicious food and drinks, and you won't have to worry about your life anymore. To be precise, it was the young man in a suit holding a bouquet of flowers who was pestering the tall and beautiful young woman. When Qilin saw it, he frowned and walked over decisively. The tall and beautiful woman was his sister, Qiang. Qilin had met the man in the suit once or twice. From what his sister Qiang said, he seemed to be his sister's boss. He had some feelings for her and often harassed her. This was at least the second time Qilin had seen the man in the suit come home and harass his sister. Qilin had also heard from his sister Qiang that at work, this guy used his position to harass his boss more than his boss. If his sister hadn't been smart enough to deflect the harassment, he would have suffered the consequences. The previous Qilin had a good temper and was more considerate. He felt that the man in the suit was his sister's boss, so it would be difficult to just kick him out. But Qilin wasn't a good-tempered person right now. He didn't care about life or death, and his principle was to fight against anyone who didn't obey. How could he be asked to endure it? How could he possibly do that? Qilin sneered. He planned to teach this disgusting boss who was harassing his sister a lesson. As for the method, he has already thought of it. I'll use the new telekinetic skill I just acquired today, hypnosis, to teach this worthless boss a lesson. Chapter 12, Mental Control, starting with a brutal beating. Qilin took off his sunglasses and walked straight over. Sister. Hearing the voice, the man in the suit finally noticed that Qilin had returned. He obviously calmed down a bit and pretended to be very familiar with Qilin and said with a smile, "Oh, it's Xiaolin, are you back from school? I heard from your sister that you seem to be a little mentally unstable recently." However, Qilin was not polite at all and started to attack violently from zero frame. Who are you calling Xiaolin? Do I know you well? Qilin's face was filled with indifference. You bastard, you're here to harass my sister again, right? Get out of here right now, or I'll be rude to you. When these words were spoken, not only the man in the suit was stunned, but even his sister Qi Ying was also surprised. The main reason was that Qi Lin's words were extremely aggressive, which was quite different from his previous style of speaking tactfully even when he was unhappy, so the two of them were a little slow to react, and even suspected that there was something wrong with their ears and they had heard it wrong. Did I hear that right? This psychopath actually called me a bitch? And told me to get out? This is. The man in the suit was surprised and a little unhappy. But he was rather hypocritical. After all, he wanted to seduce Qi Ying, so he pretended to be generous and laughed it off. Ah, Xiaolin, you're kidding me, right? Although I have a good temper, you can't make jokes like that. I'm not kidding you. Qi Lin interrupted coldly. If you didn't hear clearly, I'll tell you again, don't harass my sister again, otherwise don't blame me for being rude to you. Qi Ying's beautiful eyes widened, she was a little surprised. Although she knew that her brother always cared about her and was a little unhappy about Chen Jihao, the man in the suit, harassing her, but considering that Chen Jihao was her boss, her brother was still relatively polite to Chen Jihao on the surface. But now, unexpectedly. Also, she knew that her brother had been having mental problems for some time, so why was he suddenly better now? She felt a little unbelievable. Being rude to me? Qi Lin, how dare you talk to me like that? After being confronted by Qi Lin twice in a row, Chen Jihao couldn't stand it anymore and finally revealed his hypocritical true face. He made up a story on the spot. I am your sister's boss. Do you know how much care your sister receives from me in the company? Without my care, she can't work so smoothly. Stop talking nonsense here. How can you care about my sister? All you do is harass her all day long. And you still have the nerve to pretend to be a good person here? How can you be so shameless? Qi Lin interrupted directly. This is your last warning, get out now, or I won't be polite. You're being rude to me, huh? Okay, then I want to see how you're going to be rude to me. Since he had seen through it, Chen Jihao simply stopped pretending and sneered with a bit of arrogance. Although I am just an ordinary person, my brother is a level 20 formation master. And you, a mere level 6 or 7 high school student, try to be rude to me, I promise. Slap yourself. Qi Lin said coldly and activated hypnosis. At that moment, a red light flashed in his eyes. Let me slap myself? Are you stupid? How could I possibly listen to you? Chen Jihao thought Qi Lin was mentally ill and was about to make fun of him with a sneer. Bang! However, before he could finish his words, his right hand suddenly moved and slapped him on the cheek uncontrollably. Ah! The slap was so heavy that it not only made Chen Jihao stagger 2 steps, but also left a clear red handprint on his right cheek. What's going on? How could I? Chen Jihao was completely stunned. He couldn't understand what was going on. Why did his right hand suddenly become uncontrollable? He actually slapped himself in the face, just as Qi Lin had said. Qi Ying also looked surprised. But she was smart and probably realized that this was related to her younger brother Qi Lin. Was this done by Xiaolin? Qi Ying looked at her brother Qi Lin with her beautiful eyes. There was disbelief in her eyes, and she was very curious about how Qi Lin did it. Qi Lin, this is your doing, right? You bastard, how dare you play tricks? Feeling like he was being fooled, Chen Jihao got angry. Continue. Bang. However, before Chen Jihao could finish his words, Qi Lin used hypnosis again, and this time it was his left hand that slapped him hard on the cheek. There was also a clear palm print on his left cheek. Ah, you bastard, you actually. Continue. Bang. You bastard, get out of here. 2. Pa. Fuck. You. 10 times. Pa. Wait a minute. 100. Pa. Chen Jihao seemed to be mentally ill. He slapped his cheeks continuously with his hands, and at a very fast speed, and each slap was very loud. That picture is so beautiful. Beside her, Qi Ying covered her mouth with her hands, extremely surprised. She didn't expect that Qi Lin could actually make Chen Jihao beat him madly. This was simply too amazing. Qi Lin's face remained calm, he felt that Chen Jihao deserved it. He had warned Chen Jihao, but Chen Jihao didn't listen, so he couldn't be blamed. As for the fact that Chen Jihao is Sister Qi Ying's boss, offending Chen Jihao may affect Sister Qi Ying's work, but Qi Lin doesn't care about this. Qi Lin had some concerns before. In addition to his personality issues, he was more concerned about the fact that he himself had not grown up yet. Unfortunately, the family had to rely on his sister for support, so he could not offend Chen Jihao, lest his sister lose her job. But now, these problems are no longer a problem. Now Qi Lin has changed his job to a telekinetic master. With the blessing of his full-level mental power, he is almost invincible. In this way, it is easy for him to go to dungeons to kill monsters and make money. For example, the equipment dropped by monsters in the Forbidden Dungeon these past 2 days is estimated to be worth 2 to 3 million copper coins when sold at one time. Money is no longer a concern, so why should Sister Qi Lin be bullied by Chen Jihao, a worthless boss? If you're unhappy, just go ahead and hit him. In addition, after this incident, Qi Lin also gained a certain understanding of his newly acquired skill, hypnosis. With the blessing of full-level mental power, the power of hypnosis is enhanced dozens of times, and mind control can be achieved. With just a glance, he can directly control the enemy's mind. At that time, not only would he slap himself, he could also ask Chen Jihao to do anything he wanted. Moreover, Qi Lin can not only control ordinary people and adventurers of lower levels than him, but also those of higher levels than him. This is the value of full-level mental power. Mom, that uncle over there is so weird. He's slapping himself on the face like crazy. How could that happen? Son, don't get so close to him. He's a psychopath. Holy shit, there's an idiot whipping himself over there, and he's whipping himself really hard. Quickly take a video. This video will definitely go viral if you put it online. Many people passing by saw it and were amazed. Many of them took out their mobile phones to take videos. Chen Jihao's face was swollen on both sides. He looked as swollen as a pig's head, and even his voice sounded a little hoarse. Xiao Lin, no, Lin, brother Lin, I was wrong. I promise I will never harass your sister again. Please forgive me. I have lost all feeling on my face. He finally couldn't hold on any longer. He felt that if he continued smoking, he might kill himself. In addition, there were many people around watching the show and even taking videos. He didn't want to lose face, so he had to give in. Then remember what you said today. The red light in Qi Lin's eyes disappeared, and he released his control over Chen Jihao's hands. I understand. Chen Jihao covered his face, which was red and swollen like a pig's head. He felt a burning sensation on both sides of his cheeks, and the pain was so severe that it was numb. Also, let me warn you. Don't think about settling scores later. I can torture you, and I can also torture your level 20 adventurer brother. Qi Lin warned coldly. I understand. I won't. Chen Jihao seemed to have been found out. He was stunned for a moment, then nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. He did have this plan at first, but when he made eye contact with Qi Lin, he was frightened by Qi Lin's sharp eyes and gave up the idea. His intuition told him that Qi Lin was in danger now. I guess what Qi Lin said about being able to abuse his brother was true. Therefore, he was afraid and no longer dared to think of revenge. Go away. Good. Chen Jihao swallowed and quickly slipped away. At this time, Xiang came over with a curious look on her face. Shaolin, aren't you a paladin? But just now you controlled that guy to slap himself with both hands. That seems to be a telekinetic skill, right? Xiang seemed to be quite familiar with the skills of each profession and actually figured it out. I've changed my job to become a telekineticist. Qi Lin said this, putting on his sunglasses to prevent his sharp gaze from making his sister feel uncomfortable. Chapter 13, Purchase the exclusive weapon for telekineticists, the 81 Sky Shield. As for his sister Qiang, she could tell at a glance that he was using the skills of a telekinetic master, but he was not surprised. According to the memories of the original owner of this body, her sister Qiang was very keen on studying when she was a student and was also a top student, so she knew all the skills required for each profession. However, when he was in his third year of high school and tried to awaken his profession, he failed and couldn't even awaken his life profession, so he became an ordinary person. Changed to a telekinetic master? Xiang was stunned for a moment. She opened her mouth slightly, wanting to ask something, but seeing that her brother was no longer insane as usual, her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Shaolin, are you healed? Well, it's okay. I'm completely healed. Qi Lin nodded. I remember the doctor said before that you were mentally ill due to abnormal mental power. So now that you're well, is it because you changed your job to become a telekineticist? Qiang pondered. Hiss. Qi Lin was a little surprised. He knew that his sister Qiang was very smart, but he didn't expect her to be this smart. Sort of. Lin raised his head with an uneasy expression and said briefly, anyway, my mental power was a little disordered before. Now that I've become a telekineticist, I can control that disordered mental power, so it's fine. Although from his previous memories, his sister Qiying was a trustworthy person, he still didn't intend to tell anyone about the mysterious ball of light that appeared in his sea of consciousness and caused his mental power to reach the maximum level. It's all right, it's all right. Qiying smiled and nodded, tears welling up in her beautiful eyes. Lin caught this detail and felt a little touched. Judging from the original owner's unclear memories, his sister Qiying was very worried about him during the period when he was mentally ill. She even cried sadly when she learned that Lin's mental disorder was difficult to cure. Coupled with his sister's careful care since childhood, Lin felt that he must let his sister Qiying live a good life and be happy every day. The two walked into the house. The brother and sister live in a 2-story bungalow. The house is not big, but it is cozy. Xiaolin, why are you still wearing sunglasses when you get home? Qiying felt that her brother's look with sunglasses was a bit awkward, so she reached out and took off Lin's sunglasses. Lin was worried that his sharp eyes would make his sister uncomfortable, so he was about to turn his face away. But he found that his sister was not uncomfortable with his sharp eyes like the principal and others. Instead, she stared at him suspiciously. What? Is my sister a virus? Why are you hiding from me like this? Lin was suddenly confused. Due to his infinite mental power and his comprehension of mental formatting, he had long discovered that his eyes would faintly radiate mental power, making his eyes exceptionally sharp, like a sword. Even high-ranking adventurers, like the principal, would feel uncomfortable if they looked directly at him. But now, his sister, who was obviously an ordinary person, looked at him directly but didn't behave like that, which made him feel a little unbelievable. Lin was about to ask if she felt uncomfortable looking into his eyes, but Qiying said first, Lin, go take a shower first. You have been killing monsters in the school dungeon these 2 days. You must be smelly if you haven't showered for such a long time. Take a shower and then come out to eat. Lin smelled his clothes. Although he killed monsters effortlessly without breaking a sweat due to his maxed out mental strength, he still had a slight odor after spending 2 days in the dungeon and not showering. As a mild mysophobia sufferer, Lin couldn't stand it a bit, so he went to take a shower first. After taking a shower and drying my hair, my sister Qiying had just finished serving the meal. Fried fish with essence, salt and pepper spare ribs, stir-fried beef with green peppers, and a fish head soup. There are only 2 bowls for rice. Yes, there are only Lin and Qiying, a brother and sister, in the family. As for the parents, according to the memory of the original owner of this body, they died in a car accident 10 years ago. Also, the sister in front of him, Qiying, is not Lin's biological sister. When I was a child, my parents told me that my sister Qiying was an abandoned baby they found on the roadside when they were in love. Lin could only say that this was a classic. Isn't this the standard configuration for the protagonist of an online novel to travel through time? Both parents are dead, and there is an older sister who is not related to him by blood, but is very beautiful, has a great figure and a gentle personality. Lin opened his backpack, and after some operation, he sold all the equipment he had obtained from killing monsters in the past 2 days, including the chainsaws of the chainsaw killer, at the trading center, at once. There were more than 150 electric saws in total, more than 140 of white quality, 8 of green quality, and 1 of blue quality, and they were sold for a total of more than 3 million copper coins. Lin made some adjustments and transferred 500,000 copper coins to his sister. When Qiying saw the transfer information, she was obviously shocked. Lin, why did you transfer so much money to my sister? Where did you get this money? Sister, don't be nervous. Your brother and I just got this by selling a lot of equipment from monsters we killed in dungeons. While eating, Lin said cheerfully, maybe you won't believe it, but I'm already a very powerful man. Killing monsters and making money is no problem at all. So from now on, not only will our lives get better, but we'll also become rich, extremely rich. So, sister, you don't have to work so hard at several jobs every day. So that's how it is. Qiying showed a relieved expression, and she smiled softly. Sister, I don't ask for great wealth and honor, as long as the 2 of us are safe and healthy. By the way, sister, didn't you say your dream was to open a flower shop? Why don't you just quit your job and open a flower shop? I'll provide you with the startup capital and let you be the boss. Okay, sister, I'll think about it. Qiying smiled gently. Although it can be seen from the memory of the original owner of this body that Sister Qiying is a very gentle person, but now seeing it with his own eyes, Lin still couldn't help but sigh. Having lived 2 lives, he felt that his sister Qiang was definitely the gentlest person he had ever met. This smile is so gentle, just like an angel. Back in the room, Qilin opened the trading center. He plans to buy a telekinetic weapon of his own. Whether it is the equipment dropped by killing monsters or the equipment sold in the trading center, they are all divided according to the quality of the equipment. The difference is that there is a double price difference between selling and buying. For example, ordinary white quality equipment sold from the trading center costs 10,000 copper coins, but purchasing a piece of white quality equipment from the trading center costs 20,000 copper coins. This is almost exactly the same as some of the online games Qilin played in his previous life. In one word, it's black. Qilin planned to buy a blue quality top grade weapon, which would cost about 2 million copper coins. He browsed around in the window and finally decided to buy a telekinetic weapon called the 81 Thorn Sky Shield. Qilin clicked on the details of the 81 Sky Piercing Shield product. Equipment name, 81 Sky Piercing Shield Top Grade. Type, Weapon. Equipment level, 10. Equipment requirements, Spirit 100 plus. Price, 219,9999 copper coins. Chapter 14. The Hanging Heart finally died. 219,9999 copper coins? That's a bit expensive. But it doesn't matter. I have plenty of money. I'll buy it. Qilin chose to enter without thinking. He didn't worry about money at all. He could earn more money if he spent it. After all, his mental strength was now at the maximum level, making him incredibly powerful. When the time came, he could easily earn millions of copper coins in a single trip to a higher level dungeon. After the purchase was successful, Qilin opened his backpack and took out the purchased equipment. The 81 sky-piercing shields appeared out of thin air in Qilin's hand. It was a shield made up of 99 and 81 black gold flying knives, and its shape was similar to a surfboard, but smaller in size. Qilin naturally had his own reasons for choosing the 81 sky-piercing shield. Originally, he planned to buy some telekinetic weapons such as flying swords, and then fly with the swords and control several flying swords at the same time. When he saw monsters appearing, he would kill them with the swords, which would be so cool. But then the problem arises, he needs to buy many flying swords at the same time. He also has requirements for the level of equipment he purchases. At least he is not interested in ordinary white quality equipment. After all, he is a telepath with maximum mental power, so his dedicated weapon must be of higher quality. The white one is too low quality. As for green quality, sorry, Qilin expressed severe physical resistance. Blue quality is good, but this blue quality flying sword costs more than 2 million, and he can't buy many with his current funds. Moreover, the cost effectiveness of buying like this is too low. But this 81 sky-piercing shield perfectly solves the above two problems. This 81 sky-piercing shield is a rare weapon of blue quality, of exquisite grade. Moreover, one weapon contains 99 and 81 flying knives, which perfectly solves the quantity problem that Qilin needs. At that time, he would step on the sky-piercing shield, fly in the air, put his hands in his pockets, and control more than 10 or 20 swords to kill people. You know what? It's super cool. Qilin couldn't wait to try it. As soon as he thought about it, the sky-piercing shield began to float up. Qilin jumped lightly and landed on the sky-piercing shield. Qilin's eyes focused, and he used his mental power to open a window in the air. With a yo-ho sound, he controlled the sky-piercing shield to fly out. Wind Spirit, Fractal Sword. Sorry, I got interrupted. Qilin, Fractal Knife. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Qilin moved his mind, and more than 10 black gold flying knives broke away from the tail of the sky-piercing shield. Controlled by Qilin's mind, they circled around Qilin at a rapid speed like a tornado. Not bad. Qilin nodded with satisfaction. Even though it was his first time controlling them and his proficiency was not yet high enough, with the support of his full-level mental strength, he was still able to easily control 15 or 16 black gold flying knives. Qilin felt that even if he didn't use his ultimate move, Spirit Formatting, with the sky-piercing shield and 15 or 16 black gold flying knives that he controlled, he could easily kill anyone within level 20. In addition, Qilin also tested it and found that the defensive power of the sky-piercing shield was not bad. If it was used for defense in the form of a shield, it could greatly resist physical attacks, elemental attacks, and spell attacks. Separate attack, combined defense, completely both offensive and defensive. Qilin felt more and more that the 2 million was well spent. This sky-piercing shield was absolutely perfect for him. He was also looking forward to tomorrow's college entrance examination. By then, he will be wearing sunglasses, with his hands in his pockets, flying in the air with a sky-piercing shield under his feet. He won't even need to lift his hands to kill those dungeon monsters. He will definitely be the most handsome guy in the college entrance examination. Hee, brother, is that you? Why are you back so late? Did you go to peek at Auntie Wang next door taking a bath again? Hee, Dad, you look so haggard. You're having sex with other women behind Mom's back again, right? I'm going to tell Mom, unless you give me some pocket money. Looking at Zhao Hai's mentally retarded appearance, Zhao Jin and Zhao Rong in the room looked like they had a headache. Zhao Jin is Zhao Hai's brother, an adventurer, and a level 29 assassin. Zhao Rong is Zhao Hai's father, an ordinary man and a businessman. Didn't they say he would be back to normal in about 2 days? Why hasn't he recovered yet? Zhao Rong frowned. Tomorrow is the National College Entrance Examination. If I can't wake up, how can I take the test? Zhao Jin's face also looked unhappy. He was about to say something, but at this moment, Zhao Hai's originally dull eyes suddenly became clear and he returned to normal. Huh? Am I not in school? How can this be? Zhao Hai showed a look of astonishment. Hi, are you okay? That's great, you're finally awake. Zhao Rong saw it. He was stunned at first, then his face turned bright with joy. Zhao Jin also looked relieved. Fortunately, I have recovered now. Otherwise, if it were any later, I would probably miss tomorrow's college entrance examination. All right? What's all right? Dad, brother, what are you talking about? Zhao Hai was even more confused. Mainly because during the 2 days of mental disorder, he was in a state of blackout, that is, he had no memory. You haven't forgotten, have you? Didn't you compete with a guy named Qilin yesterday afternoon? Not only did you lose to him, but he also drove you insane. Don't you have any memory of this? Zhao Jin asked doubtfully. Insane? Am I insane? Zhao Hai was a little uneasy. Although he wasn't good looking, he was the top student in the ordinary class after all, so he still cared about his reputation. Why am I mentally ill? I'm not going crazy, am I? Zhao Hai thought of Qilin from before, and he thought, if he really was like that, he would probably be very embarrassed this time. This, you can see for yourself. A few black lines appeared on Zhao Jin's head, and he handed the phone to Zhao Hai. He seemed to have anticipated that his brother would care about this, so he took a video to record Zhao Hai's mentally ill and retarded appearance over the past 2 days. After reading this, Zhao Hai was completely stunned and instantly felt extremely embarrassed. This is me? Have I been acting like this for the past 2 days? As if he suddenly thought of something, Zhao Hai hurriedly took out his mobile phone and opened their school forum. If he just acts stupidly at home, that's fine. After all, his family won't say anything to him. He was afraid that his retarded appearance would be seen by the students at school, especially his classmates. Wouldn't they laugh until his face turned yellow? In the past 2 days, there were 2 major events at the forum of Nanhai No. 2 Middle School. One of them was undoubtedly Qilin's solo clearing of the forbidden copy, which shocked the entire school and must have caused a lot of discussion among students on the school forum. Another thing is that Qilin recovered to normal yesterday at noon, and defeated Zhao Hai in one move during the competition. As the person involved in the second incident, Zhao Hai, although not the protagonist but a clown, was inevitably discussed. Especially after Zhao Hai suffered a crushing defeat, he became dumbfounded, which caused some students with fun-loving personalities to make fun of him. There's a video on the forum of Zhao Hai losing his mind, taking off his pants and shitting in the flower bed. When Zhao Hai saw this, his heart finally died. Damn it! How dare they take photos of me? Those bastards, I'll kill them when I get back to school. Zhao Hai was so angry that he threw his phone to the ground, breaking it into pieces. Chapter 15. The strong are respected, and the top student in the grade takes the initiative to show goodwill. Brother, help me get revenge. Zhao Hai gnashed his teeth and looked at his brother Zhao Jin. That bastard Qilin made me so embarrassed, I want to kill him. The reason why Zhao Hai asked his brother Zhao Jin for help was because his brother Zhao Jin was a ruthless man and always helped him. Zhao Jin thought for a moment and said, I heard that guy defeated you with just one move. Is he strong? What's his profession? What's his level? That guy was originally a paladin, but for some reason, he suddenly switched to a psychic. Zhao Hai frowned. He felt that Qilin's situation was very strange. His true level yesterday should have been level 6 or 7, but the combat power he can exert is probably far beyond that. And I just checked the forum, and it seems that he has cleared a restricted dungeon in our school with a recommended level 7. I'm afraid his combat power is no less than level 20. His true level is 6 or 7, but his combat power is no less than 20. It seems that guy must have mastered some high-level skills. That's probably the case, but even so, he's no match for you, brother. After all, your strength is close to level 30, so defeating him is a piece of cake. Zhao Hai affirmed. Zhao Jin thought for a moment, and finally nodded. Okay, I'll help you kill him, but he needs to go into the dungeon. Zhao Jin is a ruthless character, and he has committed some murders and robberies in secret, so he agreed to avenge his brother. Zhao Hai actually knew why his brother Zhao Jin said he wanted to enter the dungeon, because the laws of Dragon Country strictly prohibited adventurers from fighting privately. Once discovered, the consequences would be very serious. There are cameras everywhere in the real world, so there is bound to be a risk of exposure. On the other hand, there are no cameras in the dungeon, and there are monsters everywhere. As long as you act stealthily and don't get discovered, you can completely blame the monsters in the dungeon for killing your target. It is for this reason that there are many murders and robberies in the copy. The college entrance examination will be held tomorrow. When the time comes, you can go to another school and pretend to be a student to enter the examination instance. Zhao Hai said. Okay, then do as you say. I'll help you kill him tomorrow. Zhao Jin thought about it and felt that it was feasible. Okay, I'll leave everything to you tomorrow. Zhao Hai's face was filled with joy. Then, a vicious smile appeared on his lips. Shilin, I've made me look so ugly. I'll see how you die tomorrow. The next morning, at 8:25 a.m. Nanhai No. 2 Middle School, at the school gate. At this moment, there are more than 20 buses at the school gate. The college entrance examination is conducted in different examination copies on a city basis. These buses are specifically responsible for picking up and dropping off college entrance examination candidates from various schools to designated examination points. The departure time is 8:30, and each class will board a different bus. There were only 4 or 5 minutes left until departure, so naturally, most of the senior high school students were queuing up at the bus and getting on in order. Damn it, I'm almost at the test center, and I'm suddenly so nervous. What should I do? Me too. I'm so nervous that I need to pee urgently. No, I need to go to the bathroom again. Hey, what difficulty level are you guys going to choose? My level 5 strength seems a bit lacking. I guess I can only choose easy or normal. I'm also planning on choosing normal. Even though I'm already level 7, it's better to be safe. Many students were discussing it. At this time, a burly figure walked over and immediately attracted the attention of many classmates. Shit, look over there, it's Zhao Hai, the shit king, here he comes. It's really Zhao Hai. It seems that he has recovered and is about to take the college entrance examination. There was no doubt that the person walking over was Zhao Hai. Because he was defeated instantly in his previous challenge to Qi Lin, and after becoming mentally ill, he took off his pants and defecated in public, which was filmed and uploaded to the school forum. Zhao Hai has now become a celebrity in Nanhai No. 2 Middle School. This appearance must have attracted the attention of many students. Hey, do you think he'll still poop in the street after he returns to normal? I don't think so, but it's hard to say when we get to the dungeon. Do you know why? Because he's the king of shit, and he's going to stink up those dungeon monsters with his shit. Ha 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 ha. Damn it, these guys are so mean. Zhao Hai had very sensitive ears and he heard all the teasing comments. He was so angry that his face turned red and he gritted his teeth. He was narrow-minded and had already remembered those students who laughed at him. After the college entrance examination, he planned to settle accounts with the 2 guys who had filmed his video before. The principal was also at the school gate. He was looking at his watch with an anxious look. It's already 8:28, why hasn't Qi Lin come yet? Didn't he stay up all night killing monsters the past 2 days and sleep until he lost count? This concerns whether Qi Lin can win the national top scorer for the school. As the principal, he is naturally very concerned about it. The principal was thinking about whether to call Qi Lin, and at this moment, a handsome figure glided over. This kid is finally here. When the principal saw it, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. The person who came was Qi Lin. Qi Lin was wearing sunglasses, with his hands in his pockets and his feet on the sky-piercing shield. He rushed to the school gate at a speed as fast as flying on a sword. Look over there, it's Qi Lin is here. Many people recognized Qilin and looked towards him. Qilin drifted and stopped at the school gate. This handsome appearance immediately amazed many people. Oh my god, Qilin's way of appearing is so handsome and cool. You're wrong. This isn't cool, this is elegance. Qilin, wearing sunglasses and with his hands in his pockets, is so elegant. That thing under Qilin's feet looks so familiar. Isn't that the blue quality telekinetic weapon, the 81 sky spiking shield? Blue quality? In that case, it's rare equipment. That would cost over 2 million copper coins, right? Is Qilin that rich? Ah, classmate Qilin is so handsome that I'm about to tickle my lips. Damn, this bastard is actually showing off here. Unlike most of his classmates who were amazed or even infatuated with her, Zhao Hai was quite angry. Because the treatment he received when he appeared before and when Qilin appears now is so different. When he appeared, he was teased and even laughed at by many classmates. On the other hand, when Qilin appeared, the male classmates were surprised and envious, while the female classmates were stunned and became crazy about him. The difference in treatment is so huge that it makes him feel extremely unbalanced. Qilin ignored the gazes around him and jumped down from the sky-piercing shield. Then, Qilin put the sky-piercing shield back into his backpack and walked silently to the bus where their Tianjiao class was lined up. He could sense Zhao Hai's resentful look, but he didn't care much. How could a giant care about the gaze of an ant? Of course, Qilin could sense Zhao Hai's vague murderous intent. He also had a plan. If Zhao Hai dared to harm him, he would definitely make Zhao Hai pay a heavy price. Soon, Qilin got on the bus. Qilin was about to find a place to sit down. When he passed by a seat, a male classmate with a stern face sat there and nodded slightly at Qilin. "Good morning, classmate Qilin." Qilin was slightly stunned. It was because the boy who greeted him was the strongest student in their grade and the strongest student in the Tianjiao class, Tan Liang. Usually, this guy is a cool and pretentious guy. Not to mention taking the initiative to greet others, he would even ignore others if they greeted him. But today, this guy actually took the initiative to greet Qilin, which made Qilin feel that he had never seen such a thing in his life. Chapter 16: The college entrance examination begins, and it starts with a killing spree. This naturally attracted the attention and discussion of many students in the car. Holy crap, did you guys see that? Tan Liang actually took the initiative to greet someone. I've never seen that before. Tisk, so you don't understand. It's not that Tan Liang doesn't know how to greet others, but he only greets those who are strong enough for him. Qilin cleared the forbidden dungeon alone, which shows his strength. It's not an exaggeration to say he's the strongest in the grade. In this case, it's normal for Tan Liang to recognize Qilin and greet him. It seems so. Qilin could hear these discussions. But even if he couldn't hear it, he roughly understood the situation. The rules of the world have always been that the strong are respected. This is different from those idiots on the internet who clearly have no ability but just keep yelling about oppression and discrimination all day long. If you want to gain recognition and respect from others, first of all, you have to be strong enough. Good morning, classmate Tan Liang. Qilin responded politely, neither humble nor arrogant. Although he was not familiar with Tan Liang, he had to respond politely when someone greeted him. After saying that, Qilin went to an empty seat next to him and sat down. The car set off and left Nanhai No. 2 Middle School. After a while, we arrived at the designated examination point for the Wuxiang City College entrance examination. There are 15 or 16 high schools in Wuxiang City, and the number of candidates gathered here is close to 20,000, which is quite a lot. When they arrive at the designated examination point, candidates from each school gather and line up according to their school teams. Then, there was a process that could not be avoided even if one traveled to another dimension. The leader took the stage to speak. The person who came up to the stage to speak was undoubtedly the director of the Wuxiang Municipal Education Bureau. Let us skip the unnecessary, long and boring nonsense and focus on the rules and regulations of this college entrance examination. This year's assessment copy is different from the previous one. It is a copy called Mad Rhinoplanes, and the recommended level is level 5. The grades and rankings are calculated based on the points students obtain in the copy. As for how to get points, it's very simple. You can get corresponding points by killing monsters in the assessment copy. However, as the difficulty of the dungeon and the level of the dungeon monsters vary, the points obtained by killing monsters will also vary. In terms of copy difficulty, candidates can choose from 5 different difficulty levels: easy, normal, hard, nightmare, and hell. For every level you advance, your points will be multiplied by 2, and the points will increase gradually. This is because the quality and quantity of monsters in high difficulty copies far exceed those in low difficulty copies, and the degree of danger also increases exponentially. The points earned from killing monsters of different levels and tiers, such as ordinary monsters, elite monsters, and bosses, are also different. In addition, there will be point rewards for completing the copy, and the point rewards are very generous. Candidates need to choose the difficulty before entering the copy. Then, collect the exam recorder and teleportation jade pendant and enter the assessment copy. Without thinking, Shi-Lin chose the Hell difficulty. If he wants to get admitted to Daida University as an exception and compete for the top spot in the country, he must obtain enough points, even a huge lead, which naturally requires him to choose the most difficult copy. But in fact, most students in the Genius class choose the Hell difficulty level, and the worst is the Nightmare difficulty level. Even if they don't compete for the top spot in the country, they still need high enough scores to be admitted to a top university. Candidates in regular classes are more cautious and most of them choose difficult or normal difficulty. Unless you are extremely strong, you will choose the Hell or Nightmare difficulty. Otherwise, even if they chose the Hell or Nightmare difficulty, it would be useless if they didn't have enough strength. Not only would they not be able to kill many monsters, but they might even put themselves in danger, which would be a loss. After entering the copy, Shi-Lin found himself being transported to a vast grassland. Immediately afterwards, a light screen popped up in front of him. Candidate's name, Shi-Lin. Occupation, telekinesis. Level 11. Select dungeon difficulty, Hell. Points earned, 0. Shi-Lin looked around and found that besides him, there were some other candidates nearby who were teleported here, but judging from their school uniforms, they were not from the same school as him. Shi-Lin didn't care. After all, the college entrance examination calculated individual points and there was no need to form a team, so he didn't care whether he had any acquaintances around him. Boom! At this moment, a dense and heavy sound suddenly came from the front. Shi-Lin looked up and found that there were 60 or 70 huge sharp-horned rhinos rushing towards him. Monster name, Sharp-Horned Rhino. Level 4. HP, 280-280. Spirit, 260-260. Skill, Savage Charge. Fuck, so fierce from the start? Is this the true value of the Hell difficulty? Those sharp-horned rhinos over there should be no less than 60 in number, right? I think there are more than that, probably 70 or 80. Hey, guys over there, you're from Chongqing number 1 middle school, right? Want to work together? I can easily deal with the sharp-horned rhinoceros, but that group is too numerous for me to handle alone. Cooperation? Okay, we also think that the group of sharp-horned rhinos is too numerous, and we need more people to cooperate in order to deal with it. Want to cooperate? Add me in. When the other candidates nearby saw the group of sharp-horned rhinos over there, they were obviously a little uneasy. Although their strength was around level 10 or 11 and they could deal with the sharp-horned rhinos, there were too many of them and they were in trouble. Fortunately, they were not stupid and immediately thought of the strategy of joining forces. On the other hand, Shi-Lin didn't show any panic on his face. Instead, he was quite satisfied with the number of monsters in this wave. 69 in total? Not bad. Killing this wave should allow me to reach level 12. Shi-Lin raised the corner of his mouth slightly. This is why he chose the Hell difficulty level. There are more monsters in the dungeon and they are of higher levels. Killing them not only earns more points, but also more experience points, allowing him to increase his strength level faster. Taking out the sky-piercing shield from his backpack, Shi-Lin jumped lightly. The moment his feet landed on the sky-piercing shield, he controlled the sky-piercing shield to fly out. Not far away, the candidates who were about to join forces noticed it and were all shocked. Holy crap! Look over there, that guy actually rushed out alone. Is he crazy? That guy isn't trying to take on that group of sharp-horned rhinos by himself, is he? Isn't he afraid of death? How could one person possibly take on such a large group of sharp-horned rhinos? Well, I don't think so. Look at that thing under his feet, it looks like the rare equipment, 81 Thorn Sky Shield. The fact that he can control it means his spirit value is over 100. Maybe he can deal with those sharp-horned rhinos. Have you forgotten that telekineticists generally have high raw mental stats? A mental stat over 100 doesn't mean anything, it's only level 17 or 18 at best. If this level of strength could handle that group of sharp-horned rhinos, I'll kill you. While the candidates were busy discussing, Qilin had already flown in front of the group of sharp-horned rhinos on the sky-piercing shield, only 50 or 60 meters away from them. When the group of sharp-horned rhinos saw Qilin flying towards them, their expressions became ferocious, and they let out wild roars and accelerated towards Qilin. Not bad, not bad. Very energetic. Qilin nodded with satisfaction. He likes things to be a little wilder, otherwise there would be no sense of accomplishment in killing. I just practiced some new moves last night, so I'll try them out on you guys. He, just be my experience value. An excited smile appeared on Qilin's lips. With a thought, he controlled more than 10 black gold flying knives to launch an attack. Qilin, fractal blade. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The 18 or 19 black gold flying knives shot out violently, as fast as lightning. Puff 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 puff. Just like piercing through pieces of tofu, those black gold flying knives pierced through the heads of those sharp-horned rhinos without any difficulty, and blood and flesh splattered wherever they went. Those sharp-horned rhinos didn't even have time to scream. Their eyes rolled back and they fell to the ground with bangs. In just a moment, the 60 or 70 sharp-horned rhinos were all killed by Qilin and fell to the ground. This scene shocked the candidates not far away. Their eyes widened and their mouths became O-shapes. They were so shocked that they couldn't say anything. Fuck, this is an instant kill? Chapter 17 Upgrade, Murderous Intent Approaches. Oh my god, there were at least 70 sharp-horned rhinos, and they were all killed in the blink of an eye. Isn't this too exaggerated? That's more than that. Did you notice just now? When that guy's throwing knives pierced through the heads of those sharp-horned rhinos, there was no damage value displayed. What does this mean? It means that the damage of his single throwing knife exceeded 10 times the sharp-horned rhino's health. Oh, right. The sharp-horned rhino's health is 280. Doesn't that mean the damage from a single flying knife shot is over 2,800? Even a level 30 telekineticist wouldn't be able to do that. Damn, it turns out that guy over there is a big shot. Qilin on the other side didn't care about the shocked looks from the candidates. He was counting the spoils at this time. Kill 69 sharp-horned rhinos, experience plus 2,760. Obtained materials, rhino horn 69. Ha! Didn't level up? Do these sharp-horned rhinos have so little experience points? Qilin was stunned, then couldn't help shaking his head. Indeed, the sharp-horned rhino was only a level 4 monster, weaker than the chainsaw killer he had killed in the forbidden copy before, and naturally had less experience points. Kill 69 sharp-horned rhinoceros normal points plus 1,104. Oh. I got over 1,000 points so quickly, not bad. Qilin was quite satisfied when he saw the assessment dynamic information reminder. The main reason was that he knew that the top scorer in the last college entrance examination had a total score of only about 18,000 or 19,000. Now he had easily earned more than 1,000 points, so it shouldn't be too difficult to break the record. Of course, Qilin knew that was because the points multiplier of the hell difficulty was 16 times, that is, 16 times that of the easy difficulty. It is true that the risk is higher, but for relatively stronger candidates like Qilin, the hell difficulty level makes it easier to gain points. It is almost a routine that the top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination every year chooses the hell difficulty level. Qilin was not complacent because of this. He felt that if he wanted to compete for the top spot in the country and get an exceptional admission to the Imperial Capital University, he would need many more points, so he continued to move forward while driving the sky-piercing shield. Boom! However, just as Qilin flew forward more than 10 meters, another situation occurred. More than 10 huge black shadows broke out of the ground. There were actually more than 20 giant snakes with a body length of nearly 10 meters. Holy crap! Isn't that a black earth snake? It looks like a level 11 elite monster, right? So many of them appeared at once. Isn't the difficulty of hell a bit too much? I suddenly feel a little panicked. The candidates not far away saw it and were all very scared. The main thing is that Qilin had just killed 60 or 70 sharp-horned rhinos, and in less than half a minute, more than 10 appeared, and they were elite level. The frequency, density, and mass are really scary, right? They even felt a chill down their spines. If Qilin wasn't there and they were asked to deal with it, they would probably fail miserably. Monster name, Black Earth Snake Elite. Level 11. HP, 2,500-2,500. Spirit, 2,300-2,300. Skills, Bite, Impact, Tail Sweep. There are 17 of them in total. After they broke out of the ground, they opened their bloody mouths and pounced towards Qilin from all directions. It was obvious that these black earth snakes were planning a sneak attack. Given the huge size, number, speed of attack, and teamwork of these black earth snakes, which attack from all directions, it would be difficult for even experienced adventurers, let alone high school students, to cope with them. However, Qilin was not nervous at all. Instead, a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. A mere beast, yet he knows how to launch a sneak attack. How interesting. It's a pity that your speed is too slow. Qilin's eyes focused, and the more than 10 black gold flying knives controlled by his mind attacked quickly. The speed is amazing. Puff 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 puff. Before the dozen or so black earth snakes could react, their heads were pierced by the black gold flying knives. As if all the strength in their bodies was drained away at once, the dozen or so black earth snakes softened and fell to the ground one after another with bangs. After just one encounter, Qilin killed these 17 elite black earth snakes. He didn't even raise his hands during the process. Instant kill, another instant kill, that guy is too strong. Yes, his flying knife attack still doesn't show any damage value. This means that the single target damage of his flying knife is more than 10 times the health of the black earth snake. This is simply terrifyingly strong. Did you notice that he kept his hands in his pockets the entire time? Damn, he could kill monsters so gracefully. Is this the power of a telekineticist? I'm suddenly so envious. Why wasn't my awakened profession a telekineticist? Not far away, the candidates were shocked by Qilin again, and they admired Qilin more and more, and even felt like they wanted to regard Qilin as an idol. Qilin didn't care about the reactions of the candidates. He was counting the spoils. Kill 17 Black Earth Snakes Elite, experience plus 18,700. Materials obtained, Snake Eyes 17, Fangs 17. Upgrade successfully, gain 5 attribute points, which can be freely allocated. Finally upgraded. Qilin nodded with satisfaction. He felt that elite monsters were cuter. He added the 5 attribute points he gained to Strength and Agility, respectively. Strength, plus 3, Agility, plus 2. Update personal information. Name, Qilin. Occupation, Telekinesis. Level, 12%. Strength, 33. Agility, 32. Spirit. Constitution, 30. Skills, Mental Shock, Mind Control, Mental Formatting, Hypnosis. As for points. Kill 17 Black Earth Snakes Elite, points plus 1,360. Elite monsters have 5 times the points of ordinary monsters, right? Not bad. Qilin nodded with satisfaction. At this time, his assessment score dynamics were also updated. Candidate's name, Qilin. Occupation, Telekinesis. Level 12. Select dungeon difficulty, Hell. Points earned, 2,464. It's almost 2,500 points already so quickly. This speed is pretty good. Qilin nodded slightly, and he continued to drive the sky-piercing shield forward at high speed. In the following time, Qilin encountered 3 waves of sharp-horned rhinos in succession, but the number was not as large as at the beginning. There were either more than 10 or 20 of them, or at most 30 or 40 of them. Qilin felt that this passive monster-killing method seemed a bit inefficient. Otherwise, think of a way to actively pull the monsters? Qilin suddenly had an idea. Instead of passively waiting for the monsters to discover him and then rush over to attack him, it would be better to be proactive. Pull the monsters together, and then push them in a wave, and you can get a lot of points and experience points. At this time, Qilin was passing by a forest, and he was thinking about how to pull the monster. Suddenly, Qilin seemed to sense something, and his eyes narrowed slightly. He felt it, it was murderous intent. The murderous intent directed at him. And there is not just one murderous intent, there are 4 in total. There are 4 unknown people lying in ambush in the woods, trying to attack him. Chapter 18, The Nemesis of the Telekinetic Master? Vulnerable. One of the auras seemed a little familiar. Qilin sneered, those 4 guys next to me are hiding like gutter rats. Isn't that fun? If you want to kill me, just attack me head on. Were we discovered? That guy actually noticed us? How is this possible? We hid it so well. Not far away, the 4 dark shadows hiding in the dark were obviously a little surprised. The main reason was that 3 of them were assassins, possessing the assassin skill of lurking, which allowed them to conceal their presence. Normally, only those with far greater strength or exceptional mental perception could detect them. But they all knew that Qi Lin was just a high school student. Even if he was a telekinetic master, it would be difficult for him to detect them because his mental strength was not strong. Forget it, if we've been discovered, then we've been discovered. Even if we don't launch a sneak attack, we can still kill him head-on. Finally, 4 people came out from the darkness. Qi Lin looked at the 4 people walking out, and his eyes narrowed slightly. The reason is that all 4 of them are wearing a very special helmet on their heads. Qi Lin is not a 3-year-old child, so he naturally knows that it is not a motorcycle helmet, but adventurer's equipment. Soon, Qi Lin recognized it. It seemed to be a defensive equipment specifically designed to counter telekinesis masters, which had the effect of offsetting mental attacks. Qi Lin was right in his guess. The helmets worn by these 4 people were indeed equipment specially used to deal with telekinetic masters. Moreover, the level was not low, and it was a top-grade purple quality equipment. This equipment is called telekinesis counteractor, which has the effect of counteracting 90% of mental attacks. Whether it is an internal mental attack like hypnosis, mind control, or an external mental attack like mental shock, it can reduce its power by 90%. It is no exaggeration to say that it is truly the nemesis of telekinetic masters and some monsters that are good at mental attacks. Of course, the price of purple quality equipment is also exaggerated, at least not less than 20 million copper coins. Qi Lin narrowed his eyes slightly. From the fact that the 4 people were wearing telekinesis cancellers, he could tell that they came prepared. I really underestimated you. We were all using located, yet you were still able to spot us. It seems your mental power is extraordinary. The man standing in the front should be the boss among the 4, he sneered. Because the 4 of them were wearing full protection helmets that covered their faces, Qi Lin couldn't see what they looked like. But even so, Qi Lin still figured out the origins of these 4 people, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. I can't help it. Besides being sensitive to swordsmen, I'm also quite sensitive to garbage. Qi Lin took off his sunglasses, spread his hands, and looked at the burly man among them. He said with a teasing tone, "You said so, classmate Xiao Hai." The 4 of them were originally so angry that they were about to lose their temper when Qi Lin implied that they were trash, but the next second they heard Qi Lin calling out Xiao Hai's name, and they were all shocked. Because the person Qi Lin was looking at was Xiao Hai. You actually knew it was me? How did you recognize me? Inside the helmet, Xiao Hai frowned. He didn't expect that Qi Lin could recognize him at a glance, even though his telekinesis canceller had completely covered his face. Qi Lin smiled faintly. Didn't I just say that I'm sensitive to garbage? Xiao Hai. But in fact, Qi Lin was able to recognize Xiao Hai mainly from his aura. When Xiao Hai came out, he felt that Xiao Hai's breath was more and more familiar. Combined with Xiao Hai's sturdy physique and recalling who he had provoked recently, he was able to finally identify Xiao Hai as the person. In addition, Qi Lin was not too surprised that Xiao Hai was seeking revenge on him, even wanting to kill him. Xiao Hai was a vengeful person. He had previously caused Xiao Hai to lose so badly, and also caused Xiao Hai to become mentally ill and like a mentally retarded person. How could Xiao Hai not bear a grudge against him? You son of a bitch, you're quite arrogant. Under his helmet, Xiao Hai's expression turned fierce. But even if you recognized me, so what? Your mental strength is so strong, you should be able to roughly sense how strong the 3 people around me are, right? Add to that the telekinesis canceller I prepared specifically for you, which is specifically designed to counter telekinesis users. This time, you're dead. Oh, how about this? I can give you a chance. Now kneel down and kowtow to me 10 times, and I will consider sparing your life. No wonder Xiao Hai is so arrogant. The 3 people around him, including his brother Zhao Jin, are all assassins close to level 30. 2 at level 28 and 1 at level 29, their strength clearly has an overwhelming advantage. In addition, he told his brother Zhao Jin about Qi Lin's situation last night. In order to be on the safe side, his brother Zhao Jin bought the top-grade equipment, telekinesis canceller, that is specifically designed to counter telekinesis masters. How obvious is their advantage? He couldn't even think of the possibility of losing. Of course, even though he said that, he just wanted to humiliate Qi Lin and restore the face he had lost before. Even if Qi Lin really knelt down and kowtowed to him, he would never let Qi Lin go. Otherwise, wouldn't his trip be in vain? Give me a chance? Did you do something wrong? Qi Lin was amused as if he had heard a very funny joke. I should be the one giving you a chance. If you kneel down and kowtow 100 times, I'll consider letting you go, right? What did you say? Zhao Hai's face turned dark at that time. He didn't expect Shi Lin to be so arrogant when he was about to die. Kid, I know you were able to defeat my brother Zhao Hai in one move, and even cleared the recommended level 7, difficult, dungeon. This means your combat power should be no weaker than level 20. It was Zhao Jin who spoke at this time. He sneered, but you don't seem to recognize this telekinetic canceller we're wearing on our heads. It can cancel out 90% of any form of mental attack. Even a level 50 telekinetic master might not be able to. You think that kind of crap is going to work on me? Shi Lin was too lazy to listen to Zhao Jin's long-winded nonsense, so he interrupted him directly. Rubbish? You actually said our top-grade equipment worth over 20 million copper coins is rubbish? Zhao Jin was dumbfounded. He could see that Shi Lin was very arrogant, but he didn't expect Shi Lin to be so arrogant. That's a magical weapon that will give any level 50 telekinetic user a headache when encountering it. It's specifically designed to counter telekinetic users. Damn, you're so arrogant, huh? Well, I'd like to see. Zhao Hai gritted his teeth. He was about to ask his brother Zhao Jin and the other two to teach Shi Lin a lesson to see if Shi Lin could continue to be stubborn. Noisy. However, before Zhao Hai could finish his words, Shi Lin's eyes narrowed slightly. Bang bang bang. The top-grade equipment worn on the heads of Zhao Hai and the other three, the telekinesis cancellers, all exploded. It was like a short circuit in a machine, causing sparks to fly and black smoke to come out. Ah, what's going on? Zhao Hai and the other three were so frightened that they subconsciously took off the telekinesis cancellers they were wearing. It was all fine, why did it suddenly explode? After Zhao Hai checked it, he found that his top-grade equipment was broken. He was dumbfounded. What's going on? My telekinesis canceller is actually broken. Mine is broken too. I can't use it. How could this happen? It all broke down in an instant. It was also at that moment that the four of them suddenly realized something, and they all became a little uneasy. Although they were unable to notice when Shi Lin launched the mental attack just now, their telekinetic cancellers broke down instantly after Shi Lin shouted noisy. It was obvious that Shi Lin had destroyed their telekinetic cancellers. You know, their telekinesis canceller is a magical artifact that can even restrain a level 50 telekinetic master, but now it was destroyed in an instant. This is enough to show how terrifying Shi Lin's mental attack is. Even the telekinesis canceller, that can offset 90% of the power of mental attacks, can be destroyed instantly. See, I said your crap doesn't work on me, wasn't I right? Shi Lin spread his hands. Do you know the value of full-level mental power? That telekinesis canceller might be tricky for other telekinetic users, but it's nothing in front of him. Shi Lin's smile seemed calm and relaxed, but a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Oops. Feeling Shi Lin's murderous intent, the four of them suddenly panicked. They knew very well that Shi Lin's mental attack could easily destroy the telekinesis canceller, designed to counter telekinesis masters, and could also easily kill them. Run! Two of them didn't dare to stay and ran away. Chapter 19 Killing Zhao Hai. These two were helpers that Zhao Jin had found, and they didn't want to be killed by Shi Lin. However, how could Shi Lin let the two of them escape? If you can't win, then run away. It's too late. Mental formatting. With Shi Lin's eyes slightly glaring, he launched an attack. In an instant, the two people who were running away fell to the ground as if all their strength had been drained from their bodies. Old wolf, old dog, what's wrong with you? Zhao Jin suddenly became a little uneasy and shouted at the two of them. However, the two of them were already spiritually dead, that is, dead, and it was impossible for them to respond to Zhao Jin. Brother, they both seemed to be dead. Zhao Hai noticed that the two people's portraits had dimmed, and he suddenly panicked. Whether it is a friend list or a stranger query, there is only one possibility for the adventurer's avatar to turn dark. That is the adventurer corresponding to the avatar, dead. This is why Zhao Hai panicked. After just one encounter, two level 28 assassins were killed. He couldn't even see how Shi Lin did it. This was beyond his imagination. He never expected that Shi Lin would be so powerful to such a terrifying degree. Killing the target silently, this is spiritual obliteration. Zhao Jin was quite knowledgeable, so he could probably figure it out. But the more he saw it, the more shocked and incredulous he became. But, isn't that a high-level telekinetic skill unlocked only by level 70 telekineticists? How could this kid use it? Spiritual eradication? How is this possible? When Zhao Hai heard this, he also panicked. At that moment, he knew that emergency measures had to be taken, otherwise they would be dead. We can't beat him, throw the smoke bomb. As Zhao Jin spoke, he was about to take out the smoke bomb from his backpack with an anxious look on his face. I have to say that Zhao Jin is really quite cautious. Last night, he not only took into consideration that Qi Lin might be very strong, but also found 2 level 28 helpers and spent a lot of money to buy a telekinesis canceller that was specifically designed to counter telekinesis masters. Moreover, in order to ensure that nothing goes wrong, he also prepared a retreat route. That is, if an unexpected situation occurs and he cannot defeat Qi Lin, he can throw a smoke bomb and still escape. Zhao Hai didn't dare to delay any longer and quickly took out a smoke bomb from his backpack. However, how could Qi Lin give the two of them a chance to throw a smoke bomb? His eyes suddenly focused. At that moment, Zhao Hai and Zhao Jin suddenly found that their bodies were out of control and they could not move. Both of them were frozen in the posture of throwing the smoke bomb to the ground, which looked very funny at first glance. What's going on? Why can't I move all of a sudden? Zhao Hai realized that something was wrong and his expression became even more panicked. Zhao Jin was indeed a seasoned adventurer. He reacted quickly and immediately realized what was going on. He looked at Qi Lin with horror on his face. Is this your doing? Qi Lin admitted it generously. He smiled faintly and said, what else do you think? Although Qi Lin was 17 levels lower than Zhao Jin and could not directly control him, he could still easily make Zhao Jin lose control of his body and be unable to move for a short period of time. You came here specifically to kill me, so I definitely can't let you get away. Qi Lin spread his hands, and as he moved his mind, 2 black gold flying knives slowly rose up, with the tips of the knives pointed at Zhao Hai and Zhao Jin's heads respectively. Zhao Hai was so frightened that cold sweats broke out. He was extremely terrified and begged for mercy on the spot. No, Qi Lin Tong. Brother Lin. Don't kill me. By the way, just now, didn't you say just now that as long as I kneel down in front of you and kowtow to you 100 times, you will let me go? I'm kneeling now and kowtowing now. If 100 isn't enough, I'll kowtow to you, Brother Lin, 1,000 times, even 10,000 will do. Please don't kill me. Qi Lin shook his head, thinking Zhao Hai was ridiculous and pathetic. It's too late to beg for mercy when you're about to die. Qi Lin naturally wouldn't let Zhao Hai and Zhao Jin go, and he didn't want to waste any more time talking to Zhao Hai. Whoosh! Puff! As Qi Lin moved his mind, the 2 black gold flying knives directly pierced through Zhao Hai and Zhao Jin's heads. The 2 men fell to the ground, becoming 2 lifeless corpses. There was no trace of pity on Qi Lin's face. Although today was his first time killing someone, he didn't feel much of a stir inside. He has always had a principle: I will not offend others unless they offend me. Since Zhao Hai dared to send someone to kill him, he must be prepared to be killed by him in return. Zhao Hai deserved it because he couldn't beat him and was killed by him. Roar! At this time, Qi Lin heard the growls of some wild beasts around him. Qi Lin raised his head and found that there were 5 or 6 huge figures surrounding him. Monster name: Red-Eyed Tiger. Level 5. HP: 288-288. Spirit: 302-302. Skills: Savage Charge, Bite, Claw. You came just in time to help me dispose of the body. Qi Lin raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and with a thought, he threw the bodies of Zhao Hai and the other 4 over. 3 of the red-eyed tigers pounced over and knocked down the bodies of Zhao Hai and the other 3. Then they started biting and clawing them. The bodies of the 4 were instantly shattered beyond recognition, leaving only a pile of rotten flesh. Roar! Immediately afterwards, the 6 red-eyed tigers rushed towards Qi Lin. They thought Qi Lin was not that strong, otherwise he wouldn't have thrown 4 corpses over. Although they saw Qi Lin controlling the sky-piercing shield and seemed very powerful, he might just be a paper tiger. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Puff puff puff. Qi Lin didn't even blink, and killed the 6 red-eyed tigers with 6 black gold flying knives in just one encounter. Kill 6 red-eyed tigers, experience plus 300. Materials obtained: tiger skin 6, tiger fang 6. Kill 6 red-eyed tigers, points plus 96. Qi Lin looked at the points he had earned so far, a total of 4,186 points. This wave only has 96 points, which is too little. Qi Lin smacked his lips. He felt that he had to find a way to pull the monsters quickly, otherwise the efficiency of obtaining points would be too slow. Soon, Qilin came out of the woods. Not far ahead, a group of sharp-horned rhinos were galloping towards us. Qilin looked at the number and thought there should be about 40 or 50 of them, which was not too many, but not too few either. Originally, he planned to launch a range attack to format his spirit and kill all those sharp-horned rhinos, but suddenly, he seemed to think of something and his eyes lit up. Oh, I almost forgot. These sharp-horned rhinos have quite loud cries. We can definitely use them to call our companions over and pull in a wave of monsters. Qilin's idea was very simple. Since the passive method of finding monsters and killing them in waves occasionally was inefficient, he could simply gather the monsters and kill them in a wave. Anyway, his spirit formatting can achieve range killing. Even if those sharp-horned rhinos call for thousands of companions, he can kill them all without any effort. Chapter 20, Pull 3,000 monsters, come and see how powerful my full strength is. Qilin acted immediately, flying at high speed on the sky-piercing shield towards the group of sharp-horned rhinos. When the group of sharp-horned rhinos over there saw Qilin, their eyes suddenly became fierce and they were about to speed up and charge towards Qilin. Qilin didn't care at all. He used hypnosis, and a red light appeared in his eyes. At that moment, the expressions of the group of sharp-horned rhinos became dull, and a hint of red light appeared in their eyes. It was obvious that they were all controlled by Qilin. With Qilin's hypnosis and the blessing of his full-level mental strength, he can directly control even those with higher levels than him, not to mention these sharp-horned rhinos that are only level 4 or 5. It's just an ordinary monster, easy to deal with. Qilin controlled the group of sharp-horned rhinos so that they could shout and call their companions over. At his instruction, the group of sharp-horned rhinos let out bursts of sharp and long cries. That is the cry used by the sharp-horned rhinoceros to call its companions and ask for help. Now these 40 or 50 sharp-horned rhinos are shouting at the same time, and the scene is quite shocking. After a while, thick dust appeared not far away, and dense black shadows were running towards them. When Qilin saw it, his eyes lit up immediately. Oh shit, a huge wave is coming. Qilin looked at the densely packed group of sharp-horned rhinos and felt that the number must be no less than 2,000. There are also some that are even larger, 3 or 4 meters tall and 6 or 7 meters long. They should be elite monsters, level 10 iron-horned rhinoceros. The number of iron-horned rhinos is estimated to be 60 or 70. This wave is coming with great force. But Qilin was delighted. Unexpectedly, his idea was successful, and he successfully pulled in such a large wave of monsters. Hee, I'm going to be rich now. Qilin rubbed his palms together, extremely excited. Once he kills all the monsters in this wave, not only will his points easily exceed 10,000, he will gain a lot of experience points and upgrade to level 13, but the materials he obtains can probably be sold for more than 10 million copper coins. This wave of monsters made a lot of money. Qilin was not the only candidate around the plain. There were many groups of candidates walking in teams of 3 or 5. Among them are candidates from the Tianjiao class of Nanhai No. 2 Middle School. Anyone with good eyesight would have recognized those 5 as the strongest members of Nanhai No. 2 Middle School's Tianjiao class. Naturally, top-ranked student Tan Liang was among them, having just emerged from a forest. Tan Liang and others had no idea that this wave of monsters was brought over by Qilin. They saw thick dust rolling not far ahead, as if thousands of troops were rushing towards them, which immediately frightened them. Oh my god, what happened? Why are there so many sharp-horned rhinos suddenly here? Fuck, they're so densely packed. I'm afraid there must be at least 2,000 of them, if not 3,000. Tan Liang narrowed his eyes and began to analyze. The ones making the calls are those sharp-horned rhinos over there. They're all standing still with their heads tilted upwards. Could they be calling for their companions to come over? That's why they're attracting such a large group of sharp-horned rhinos. Yes, that's really possible. Just now when we were in the woods, we could hear bursts of strange cries coming from over there. As soon as we came out, a large group of sharp-horned rhinos came running over. It was obviously the group of sharp-horned rhinos calling their companions to come over. But why would that group of sharp-horned rhinos call their companions over for no reason? Look over there seems to be someone in front of those sharp-horned rhinos. Holy shit, that unique pose with his hands in his pockets, that incredibly handsome flying pose, and the Nanhai No. 2 Middle School uniform, isn't that Qilin? While they were discussing, someone immediately spotted Qilin in front of the group of sharp-horned rhinos not far away, which shocked the classmate. Fuck, it really is Qilin. But what is Qilin doing there? Those sharp-horned rhinos are right in front of him, why doesn't he take action to kill them? Oh, yeah, he's got his hands in his pockets, not doing anything, just like he's watching a show. What's going on? Tan Liang also recognized Shi Lin. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Do you think it's possible that the group of sharp-horned rhinos raised their heads and shouted, calling their companions to come over? That was done intentionally by Shi Lin." "Huh? You're saying that Shi Lin did it on purpose?" "In other words, it was Shi Lin who did it." "Yes." Tan Liang nodded. When a telekineticist reaches level 10 and successfully advances, the skill unlocked seems to be hypnosis. Shi Lin is now silently standing in front of the group of sharp-horned rhinos. And surprisingly, the group of sharp-horned rhinos didn't attack Shi Lin, but instead raised their heads and shouted. They've attracted such a large group of sharp-horned rhinos, which is clearly abnormal. The only possibility is that Shi Lin used hypnosis to control those sharp-horned rhinos, causing them to call their companions over and pull in a wave of monsters. So that's how it is. Huh? That's not right? Even if Shi Lin has mastered the new telekinetic skill, hypnosis, he's only around level 10 right now. No matter how powerful he is, he can't control so many sharp-horned rhinos, right? I think so too. Even if Shi Lin can control so many sharp-horned rhinos and let them call their companions over, how many of them are there now? There are at least 2,000 or 3,000 of them. There is no way Shi Lin can handle them all. Two people raised objections. Tan Liang remained calm and said, "You guys haven't forgotten about Shi Lin clearing the forbidden dungeon at school, have you? Since he was able to easily clear the forbidden dungeon, it means he has the ability to easily kill dungeon bosses above level 20. Tan Liang narrowed his eyes slightly, and it was obvious that he was looking forward to it. In this case, it is not impossible for Shi Lin to be able to deal with such a large group of sharp-horned rhinos. We'll open our eyes and see how Shi Lin handles these thousands of sharp-horned rhinos." After hearing what Tan Liang said, the other four people looked at Shi Lin over there. They were also a little excited. On the other side, Shi Lin didn't know that Tan Liang and others were nearby. He saw that the 2,000 or 3,000 sharp-horned rhinos were approaching and knew that it was time to take action. "I don't think I've ever used the full power of spirit format before. In that case, I'll use you as my test." Shi Lin's lips curled up into an expectant smile. "How many sharp-horned rhinos can I kill with this all-out attack?" Not far ahead, the dense group of sharp-horned rhinos saw Shi Lin. They knew that their companions were crying for help because of Shi Lin, so their expressions became ferocious. They roared one after another and accelerated their sprint, vowing to crush Shi Lin, the human who bullied their kind, into meat paste. At this time, Shi Lin finally took action. Mental format, range attack, full force version. Shi Lin's eyes suddenly focused. Suddenly, a terrifying mental force radiated and spread rapidly like a sound wave. The next scene was a bit shocking. Not only did the 60 or 70 sharp-horned rhinos in the front fall down instantly, but the group of sharp-horned rhinos that were rushing forward like thousands of troops also fell down one after another like dominoes. The number of sharp-horned rhinos that were instantly wiped out by the spirit was nearly a quarter of the total. Kill 662 sharp-horned rhinos, experience plus 26,480. Obtained materials, rhino horn 662. Kill 18 iron-horned rhinoceros elite, gain 39,600 experience points. Obtained materials, rhino iron horn 18. Kill 662 sharp-horned rhinos, points plus 10,592. Kill 18 iron-horned rhinos, points plus 1,440. Not far away, the five people saw a large group of sharp-horned rhinos rushing in the front, falling one after another, and they were all stunned. Fuck, am I seeing things right? What on earth did Shi Lin do? How did he manage to knock down so many sharp-horned rhinos in a flash? What do you mean by knocked down? Did you check the monster's status? It looks like it's been killed. Killed? That number must be at least 600 or 700. In other words, Shi Lin didn't even raise his hand and instantly killed 600 or 700 sharp-horned rhinos? Wang Defa, this is too exaggerated. How did Shi Lin do this? Was he using a mental attack? Four of them were stunned with shock. Even Tan Liang, the top student in his grade, was so shocked that his eyes widened in disbelief. So this is Shi Lin's true strength. It's simply terrifying. Outside the copy, the big screen at the examination point is displaying the dynamic score status of each candidate in real time. There are many staff members observing the scores of each candidate on the big screen, doing statistics, screening, and real-time reporting. One staff member had been sitting for a long time and felt a little sore in the waist, so he stood up to drink a glass of water. But when he saw a candidate on the big screen instantly rise to the first place and the change in his score, he was so shocked that he sprayed water. Puff! Holy crap, this actually increased over 10,000 points all at once? This has to be fake, right? Chapter 21 broke the record and ranked first in the country. In the copy, Qilin received a message reminding him of a successful kill, and he smacked his lips. Even with all my strength, I can only kill a little over 600 at once? It seems my proficiency is still not good enough. Although he was a bit picky, he was actually quite satisfied with the result. Considering that he is not very proficient in spirit formatting, at present, killing 662 sharp-horned rhinos in one go is already very good. You know, it's only been 2 or 3 days since he comprehended mental formatting. To increase the power of skills, adventurers not only need to improve their own levels in various stats, but also accumulate proficiency. Upgrade successfully, gain 5 attribute points, which can be freely allocated. Have you upgraded? Sure enough, after pulling monsters, the efficiency of killing them in one wave is extremely high. Qilin nodded secretly. But considering that he was still in a battle, he planned to distribute the attribute points he had obtained after the battle was over. Over there, the sharp-horned rhinos found that many of their kind had fallen down, and they were all a little stunned. After all, Qilin's spirit formatting attack was silent, and they were all low-level monsters. Not only did they not have high mental power, they also did not have high IQ, so it was naturally difficult for them to detect them. It was for this reason that the sharp-horned rhinos did not stop. They thought that their fallen counterparts had simply lost consciousness. On the contrary, those sharp-horned rhinos thought that it must be Qilin in front of them who was causing trouble, so they accelerated and rushed towards him more ferociously. Tan Liang, those attacks by Qilin were probably mental attacks, right? Logically, that mental attack was so powerful, it must have consumed a lot of mental energy. He probably wouldn't be able to fire his second one in a short period of time. So how is he going to deal with the remaining 1,000 or so sharp-horned rhinos? Isn't it a bit too aggressive to exaggerate this right from the start? One wrong move could put you in danger. Over there, someone seemed to feel that Qilin's tactical arrangement was a bit inappropriate and couldn't help but feel a little nervous. I think so too. The ultimate skill is on cooldown, which means Qilin can't perform large-scale kills. So, with Qilin's level 10 strength, it will be difficult for him to deal with such a large number of sharp-horned rhinos. Another person held the same view. In fact, their considerations are not unreasonable. Unleashing skills requires consuming both physical and mental strength. Even a strong man at level 70 or 80 does not have infinite physical or mental strength. Not to mention the rookies around level 10. Therefore, the release of skills must be considered carefully and even calculated carefully. Otherwise, if the blue bar is used up, the situation will become very passive. They both felt that Qilin had used up most of his mana, even if it hadn't been depleted. He definitely couldn't use that powerful move again, and dealing with the remaining massive horned rhinoceros would be a struggle. Tan Liang didn't say anything, he didn't think so. At least he felt that Qilin was not the kind of brainless, reckless man. In particular, he found that Qilin over there was still calm, even enjoying it, and he was even more looking forward to Qilin's next performance. Over there, Qilin saw the group of sharp-horned rhinos approaching again. His eyes focused and he used another full-strength version of spirit formatting. The sharp-horned rhinos that were in the front fell to the ground again like dominoes, from the outside to the inside. Killed sharp-horned rhino 664. Kill 17 iron-horned rhinoceros elite. At this moment, a large number of them died, and the number of sharp-horned rhinos was only half of the original. Unlike Qilin, whose expression remained calm, which was already a routine operation, the few people who were watching silently over there were shocked again. Fuck, am I seeing this right? Is Qilin using his ultimate move again? No, Qilin just unleashed such a powerful attack. Shouldn't he have consumed a lot of his mental energy and his skills have entered a cooldown period? Why was he able to unleash his ultimate move again? However, before the 4 people could finish being surprised, Qilin's spiritual cannon fired again. Suddenly, a large number of sharp-horned rhinos fell to the ground one after another. The main reason was that Qilin was worried that these sharp-horned rhinos would be frightened by him and turn around and run away, so he decided to be quick and decisive. Killed a sharp-horned rhino 666. Killed iron-horned rhino 19. Another large number of them were killed, and now the number of sharp-horned rhinos is only a quarter of the original number. This scene made the people over there dumbfounded. Oh my god, what's going on? One shot after another, doesn't Qi Lin's skill consume physical and mental energy? Yeah, isn't that his ultimate move? Logically speaking, after unleashing an attack, he shouldn't be able to unleash it a second time within a short period of time. A hint of shock also appeared on Tan Liang's cold face. Infinite ultimate moves? How did Qi Lin do that? So, is this Qi Lin's true strength? It's so strong it's unbelievable. When the 5 people were shocked, Qi Lin used the full strength version of spirit formatting, again, killing the remaining quarter of the sharp-horned rhinos. Killed sharp-horned rhino 662. Kill 16 iron-horned rhinoceros elite. If Qi Lin heard what the 5 people not far away said at this moment, he would probably be amused. The reason is that Tan Liang and the other 4 looked at him with conventional thinking, which was obviously wrong. Is he a normal person? To put it another way, is he an ordinary adventurer? Do you know what infinite mental power means? His mental power is infinite, which is equivalent to an infinite blue bar for him as a telekinetic master. With infinite mana bars, how can there be skill cooldown? Even with the full strength version of his ultimate move, the area effect, spirit formatting, he fired it out 4 times in a row without feeling the slightest bit of mental fatigue. This means that he has almost no consumption at all. That's why Qi Lin didn't worry at all about not having enough mana for consecutive big moves. Anyway, he just has the same attitude. His mental strength is at the maximum level, so there's nothing to be afraid of. Yes, director, I'm not lying to you. One candidate increased his score by over 10,000 points in one go, making him the top scorer in the province. He's only 300 points away from the national top spot. The staff member who discovered the huge explosion in Qi Lin's points was talking to the director of the Wuxiang Municipal Education Bureau, reporting the shocking situation he had discovered with great excitement. You know, Wuxiang City has never produced a national top scholar. And now, Qi Lin instantly increased his points by more than 10,000, and directly reached the 2nd place in the country. This might give their Wuxiang City the hope of producing the first national number 1 scholar. Naturally, he had to report such an important matter as soon as possible. However, before the staff member finished speaking, Qi Lin's points on the big screen changed again, and more than 10,000 points increased in an instant. Ah! The staff member was so frightened that he cried out, his words barely coherent as he was shocked. Director, that candidate named Qi Lin, he. But before he could finish his words, he discovered that Qi Lin's total score had changed. And it changed twice in a row. Both times, more than 10,000 points were added. Now Qi Lin's total points have exceeded 50,000, and the total points have reached more than 51,000. The staff member was dumbfounded. Although he took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down, his lips and voice were trembling. Director, the record has been broken. The candidate named Qi Lin has broken the record. His total points are over 50,000. Now he's ranked first in the entire nation, and he's leading the 2nd place by nearly 40,000 points. Chapter 22. Qi Lin became popular and became a hot topic on the entire internet. In the dungeon, Qi Lin, who had already killed the group of sharp-horned rhinos, looked at the points. Candidate's name, Qi Lin. Occupation, telekinesis. Level 15. Select dungeon difficulty, hell. Points earned, 51,854. Hiss. I've already got over 50,000 points? This should break the record for the highest score in the previous college entrance examination, right? Although he knew in his heart that the points obtained by this wave of monster pulling were exaggerated, Qi Lin still couldn't help but be surprised when he saw the more than 50,000 points with his own eyes. He originally thought that the points should be around 44,000 or 45,000, but he didn't expect it to exceed 50,000. You should know that the highest score record in previous college entrance examinations was only over 18,000 points. Now, he is almost reaching 3 times the record. TSK, it turns out that active monster pulling and passive monster spawning are completely different. Qi Lin was in a good mood. He has decided that next time he enters a dungeon, he will do more of this kind of monster pulling action. Pull up a large wave of monsters, and then kill them in one wave. The efficiency is so high. Qi Lin opened his information panel. After this wave of pulling monsters, he leveled up 3 levels in a row and reached level 15. After 3 consecutive level ups, he now has a total of 15 attribute points that he can allocate freely. Shi Lin was still an egalitarian, distributing these 15 attribute points equally, adding 5 attribute points each to physical strength, agility, and constitution. The updated panel information is as follows. Name, Shi Lin. Occupation, telekinesis. Level 15, 18.75%. Strength, 38. Agility, 37. Spirit. Constitution, 35. Skills, mental shock, mind control, mental formatting, hypnosis. Shi Lin nodded with satisfaction. If he had previously lost his mind due to the mysterious ball of light in his sea of consciousness, which resulted in him wasting nearly a month, he would have been caught up with or even surpassed by many people. Now, after spending 2 or 3 days, he has improved his paper strength to level 15, which is slightly better than the strongest in the Tianjia class, that is, Tan Liang, who was the top student in the grade. Shi Lin opened the map, thought for a while, and finally decided to go to the Rhino Valley, the area with the highest concentration of sharp-horned rhinos. The main reason was that he knew in his heart that after the wave of monster pulling he had just done, almost all the sharp-horned rhinos within a few kilometers nearby had been pulled over by him. This also means that there are no monsters around. If he wants to gain a lot of points and experience points again, he has to go further. The Mad Rhino Valley is the territory of the elite monster Iron-Horned Mad Rhino, and is also the final location of this dungeon, Mad Rhino Plains. There is a certain probability that the dungeon boss will appear, so it is a place he must go. Shi Lin took out several chicken legs from his backpack to restore his strength. While eating, he planned the best route to the crazy Rhino Valley. It is already 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and there are still 3 hours before the end of the assessment. The crazy Rhino Valley is quite far from here, so we naturally have to plan the best route, otherwise we may not be able to make it in time. Yes, the college entrance examination also has a limited time. From 10 in the morning to 4 in the afternoon, a total of 6 hours. The final test score will be determined by the end of the test time, or the final score when the candidate voluntarily crushes the teleportation jade pendant and leaves the copy. Shi Lin is not a greedy person, but he is definitely not the type who would waste money easily. Since we can continue to kill a large number of monsters and earn a large amount of experience and points, we must continue. Especially the points part. A person only has one college entrance examination in his life. Even though he has broken the record now, he still needs to try his best to raise his record. He had only one idea, that the record created by him, Shi Lin, could not be broken by others easily. Don't ask, if you ask, it's the desire to win, if you ask, it's that I'm the coolest. Shi Lin put on his sunglasses again, and with a yo-ho he flew away on the sky-piercing shield. Not far away, Tan Liang and the other 4 were still a little shocked as they looked at Shi Lin's receding back. Hey, what do you think Shi Lin's points have reached after this round? Well, considering the number of sharp-horned rhinos just now, I think Shi Lin's points should be at least 30,000 or 40,000 now. 30 or 40,000? That's a bit exaggerated, right? It seems like a record. Be more confident. Omit the word seems. The highest score ever recorded in the Gokao seems to be around 18,000. Tan Liang was also surprised, but he suddenly walked out. Classmate Tan Liang, where are you going? The other 4 were stunned. Just now, judging from the direction Shi Lin was heading, he should be heading to the crazy Rhino Valley. I plan to follow him and take a look. Tan Liang paused, his eyes narrowed slightly. Although the probability is not high, there is still a possibility that a dungeon boss will appear there. I want to see how Shi Lin will perform then. Tan Liang's idea was very simple. Shi Lin had dealt with the group of sharp-horned rhinos with ease just now, so he felt that Shi Lin had not exerted much strength at all. Then, Shi Lin might have to face a stronger opponent, such as a dungeon boss, before he could take it more seriously. As a child of destiny, he yearned for a higher level of strength and was naturally curious about how powerful Shi Lin would be when he exerted his full strength. The other 4 people looked at each other. In fact, they were also quite curious, so they went together. Shi Lin's performance not only shocked Tan Liang and the other 4, but also caused quite a stir outside. Wuxiang City Assessment Point. Oh my god, this actually reached over 50,000 points. A middle-aged man in his 50s with a bit of a potbelly was shocked by Shi Lin's points on the big screen, his face full of disbelief. Although this middle-aged man is not good-looking and has a poor figure, most of the staff on the scene treat him with respect. It's because this middle-aged man is the director of the Lingnan Provincial Education Bureau, Du Chun. Director Du, this candidate named Shi Lin is from Nanhai No. 2 Middle School in Nanhai District, Wuxiang City. Wei Tao, director of the Wuxiang Municipal Education Bureau, was following his leader happily, talking about Qilin's situation. There's no need to think about it. Now this guy is looking for credit, talking about how the educational reforms he has done in the past 2 years have finally paid off and he is very pleased now. It's truly rare. Lingnan finally has a national champion. And judging by his record-breaking points, he's clearly better than any previous national champion. Du Chun sighed and nodded. He looked at the other follower beside him and said, "It's not easy for Nanhai No. 2 Middle School to cultivate such outstanding students. You must have put in a lot of effort." The other follower was none other than the principal of Nanhai No. 2 Middle School, Peng Huan. This guy is so happy now. On the surface, he looks like he has endured a lot of hardships, but his expression and tone are full of pretense. "Director Du, you are right. I brought up this student Qilin. I remember when he was in a slump and confused, and no one was optimistic about him, it was me who firmly encouraged him. 30 years in the West, 30 years in the East." Omitted 1,000 words. Du Chun nodded in approval. "Principal Peng, you're right. Cultivating students requires not only aptitude but also willpower. I think you understand this very well. Well, it seems the Education Bureau will have to increase its financial support for Nanhai No. 2 Middle School in the next few school years. Also, your school's ranking in the province and the country should be higher." "Really? That's great, thank you Director Du." When Peng Huan heard this, he was immediately overjoyed. He felt that his previous decision to let Qilin level up in the Forbidden Dungeon was absolutely the right one. Although the college entrance examination has not yet ended, with the points Qilin has obtained so far, he has already secured the title of top scorer in the country. This really won their school the top spot in the country. In the future, the school's provincial and national ratings will definitely be greatly improved, and they will receive more educational funds. In that way, we can attract more outstanding students. By attracting more outstanding students, the students we train will become better and better. This will form a virtuous circle and make his school better and better. In short, this wave made a lot of money. It's not just the assessment point. Because someone took a photo of Qilin with more than 50,000 points and posted it online, Qilin has become completely popular on the internet. Chapter 23 Dungeon Boss, Giant Axe Rhino King. Only half of the college entrance examination time had passed, but he had already broken the record for the highest score in previous college entrance examinations, and his score was even nearly 3 times the highest record in previous years. This directly made Qilin top the hot search list on Jubo and Duel. In just the blink of an eye, it attracted over 100 million views and tens of millions of discussions. Fuck, am I seeing this right? Over 50,000 points? When I took the college entrance exam, I only scored over 3,000 points. Isn't this too exaggerated? Surprised. There's really no comparison, no harm. I heard my son say that he could only get around 1,000 points in this year's college entrance examination, so is my son really useless? Disappointed. Outrageous. It seems like the assessment time is only a little over halfway through, and he's already earned over 50,000 points. By the end of the assessment, won't he have earned over 100,000 points? Doghead, I bet a bag of spicy noodles that Qilin's points will exceed 100,000 by the end of the assessment. If you guess right, come back and kick me. No, who is this Qilin? I've never even heard of him. Shouldn't the top scorer in this year's college entrance exam be Lin Lang from Imperial Capital High School? Confused. Since Qilin is not well known, after this became a hot topic, many netizens became extremely curious about Qilin and asked who Qilin was. For a time, who is Qilin also topped the hot search list, sparking heated discussions among countless netizens. Even some bloggers who broadcast the college entrance examination score list live have asked netizens to check Qilin's home. Brothers and sisters in the livestream room, you should have all seen the trending searches, right? That candidate named Qilin has become a viral sensation online, but no one knows who he is. So, to help clear up your confusion, I'll personally offer 10,000 copper coins. Anyone who can accurately provide Qilin's personal information will receive 10,000 copper coins. Although those bloggers seem very enthusiastic, in fact, they also want to take advantage of Qilin's traffic. Those 10,000 copper coins were nothing to them, but if they could really get Qilin's personal information and get this wave of traffic, the profits would be dozens or even hundreds of times. Milky White Snow, host, are you too stingy? The people in the next room have already offered 50,000 copper coins picking their nose. Add me as a friend, host. I know this raises hand. Shilin is the president of our dormitory management committee. He comes to check my attendance schedule and actual attendance every night. Shy. I don't eat steak, host. Is there something weird sneaking into your livestream? Thinking. What are you yelling about, host? I know who Qilin is. He's my senior from Nanhai number 2 middle school, in the Tianjiao class. Brothers and sisters in the live broadcast room, I told you I could answer your questions. I found the information. Old rules, before I say anything, brothers and sisters, please pay attention to me first. The information was sent to me by a netizen named, "What the hell are you yelling about?" It's about the candidate Qilin, who's going viral online right now. He's a student at Nanhai number 2 middle school. I also have photos provided by the netizen. The blogger did get Qilin's personal information, and he began to explain Qilin's situation to netizens in the live broadcast room, including showing personal photos. Since his live broadcast room was the first to obtain Qilin's personal information, a large number of netizens who were curious about who Qilin was flocked in. Tofu pudding is sweet. Fuck, that popular candidate Qilin, is he actually this handsome? Not only is he talented, but he's also incredibly handsome. He's definitely the chosen one. Surprised. Beautiful girl who loves taking pictures of little brothers. This Qilin is so handsome, I fell in love with him at first sight. What should I do? Does he have a girlfriend? I want to give birth to a child for him. Peach blossom eyes. I am Lin Langtian's Gigi's dog, TSK, you call this handsome? Compared to Lin Langtian, it's not that great. Rolling eyes. Starting a business for 388,000 yuan, can you please get out of here, Lin Langtian's brainless fans? Stop blocking me from looking at handsome guys, okay? Bad. The live broadcast room was extremely lively, and many netizens even started arguing with each other. But Qilin didn't know all this. In the dungeon, at this moment, Qilin finally arrived at the final location of the dungeon, Crazy Rhino Plain, Crazy Rhino Valley. Bang bang bang. It is almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and there is only 1 hour left before the end of the college entrance examination. So many candidates have gathered in the valley. They are all fighting monsters, causing quite a bit of fighting noise. However, since most of the monsters here are elite monsters, that is, level 10 iron horn rhinos, and there are quite a lot of them, it makes it difficult for the candidates in the valley to deal with them. Qilin was not surprised by this. Although most of the candidates who come here are the best among the candidates, their strength has reached level 13 or 14, which is not weak. But they are just students after all, and their combat experience is not very rich. In addition, the iron-horned rhino is an elite monster with a very thick health bar. Even in a one-on-one battle, it will take a lot of effort to kill it. It was even more difficult for those candidates who were surrounded and had to deal with 2 or even 3 iron-horned rhinos alone. Some were even knocked away by the iron-horned rhinos, and their health bars were reduced to the bottom. They had to crush the teleportation jade pendant and leave the copy urgently. Meow. At this time, 3 iron-horned rhinos rushed towards Qilin. For some reason, they disliked Qilin and wanted to kill this flying guy. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Puff puff puff. Qilin didn't even take off his sunglasses. He controlled 3 black gold flying knives and shot them out, instantly piercing through the heads of the 3 iron-horned rhinos and killing them. Kill 3 iron-horned rhinoceros elite, experience plus 3000. Obtained materials, Crazy Rhino Iron Horn 3. Kill 3 iron-horned rhinoceros elite, points plus 240. Fuck. Look over there. That guy who looks so pretentious actually killed 3 iron-horned rhinos with 1 move. I saw it too. Judging from the equipment under his feet, he seems to be a telekinetic master. Are all telekinetic masters of level 10 or so this strong these days? Some candidates around saw this and were all shocked by Qilin's performance. Qilin didn't care about the looks from the candidates. He was planning to go deep into the valley. At this moment, there were some candidates whose professions were mages and swordmasters not far ahead. They jointly used their ultimate skills and blew away more than 10 iron-horned rhinos. Bang! The explosion caused by the attack was quite exaggerated, and even produced a huge heat wave that swept in all directions. Qilin shook his head. He felt that this way of fighting was too noisy and too ungraceful. Boom! Suddenly, the ground shook violently, as if there was an earthquake. What happened? Why did the earthquake happen suddenly? This surprised many candidates in the valley. Boom! Suddenly the ground exploded, raising a large cloud of dust, and an extremely huge black shadow broke out from the ground. This sudden movement startled the candidates around, and they all looked over. When they saw the huge black shadow, their faces changed drastically with fear. Oh shit, that's the dungeon boss. The dungeon boss is out. Chapter 24, How dare you show off your skills in front of an expert? Oh my god, no. Didn't they say the chance of a boss appearing in a trial dungeon is less than 5%? Why now? This dungeon boss is almost level 30. This is going to be difficult. Many candidates were so frightened that their faces turned pale. Obviously, the sudden appearance of the dungeon boss was beyond the expectations of many candidates. They were more planning to come here to kill elite monsters and increase their points as much as possible, but they never expected that a dungeon boss would suddenly appear. On the other hand, Qilin looked at the huge figure in the thick dust in front of him. Not only was he not panicked at all, but his expression became excited. A boss actually appeared. Looks like I'm pretty lucky. The main reason was that he was different from other candidates. With the blessing of his full-level mental power, the boss of this low-level copy did not pose much threat to him at all. It was not an exaggeration to say that the boss was just giving him experience and points, so there was naturally no need to panic. The thick dust ahead gradually dissipated, and finally the appearance of the dungeon boss could be seen clearly. It was a rhinoceros man that was about 17 or 18 meters tall, holding a huge axe. Monster name, Giant Axe Rhino King Boss. Level 28. HP, 24,000. Spirit, 21,000. Skills, Flying Sand and Rocks, Giant Axe Chopping, Reinforcements. At this time, at the entrance of the valley, some candidates arrived one after another. Among them were Tan Liang and 5 others. These candidates were a little nervous when they saw the Rhinoceros King with a giant axe in front of them. Holy crap, that's actually a dungeon boss. There's less than a 5% chance of it escaping. Aren't we just too unlucky? No, I have to retreat, otherwise the boss will come and kill me, and I won't be able to escape even if I want to. I'm leaving too. Goodbye. Some of the candidates even crushed the teleportation jade pendant and left the copy. The main reason is that they have already obtained a lot of points before, and coming to the crazy Rhino Valley is just to improve their scores. It is a case of having points is icing on the cake, and not having points is useless. Now that the dungeon boss has appeared, they are too weak to defeat him, so it is naturally better for them to evacuate quickly. Classmate Tan Liang, many candidates have withdrawn. Should we withdraw as well? If you want to leave, you can go first. Tan Liang, on the other hand, said calmly, I've already said before that I want to see how Qilin handles the dungeon boss. Now that the dungeon boss has appeared, I won't miss such a great opportunity to watch. The other 4 people looked at each other and finally stayed. They also wanted to see if Qilin could still be brave when facing this dungeon boss who was nearly level 30, and they also wanted to see how strong Qilin's full strength was. Everyone, even though this dungeon boss is nearly level 30, it's not impossible for us to defeat it. If we attack it from all sides, we should have a chance. Over there were some very courageous candidates who planned to unite with the candidates around them to try to take down the Giant Axe Rhinoceros King. However, before the man could finish his words, the Rhino King with a giant axe took action. Obviously, the Giant Axe Rhino King has a high IQ, so it would not give a group of candidates the opportunity to besiege it. Roar! With a roar, the Rhino King's axe slammed heavily on the ground. Suddenly, the ground exploded, and countless large and small pieces of gravel shot towards the candidates like a hail of bullets. There was no trace of emotion on Qilin's face. He focused his eyes slightly and used mental impact. Boom! Suddenly, a surge of spiritual power burst out, shaking away all the large and small pieces of rubble in front. However, other candidates were not so lucky. No, to be precise, the other candidates did not have as strong strength as Qilin, so it was very difficult to deal with them. Thunder, thunderbolt, ah! Holy sword slash! Ouch! Even though the candidates used powerful moves to blow away most of the rubble, there was still a small part that was unable to defend itself and was knocked away, suffering serious injuries. You know, that is the skill attack of the level 28 dungeon boss. Even if only a small part of it is affected, the lethality is still not low. The health bars of those candidates who were knocked away by the rubble were almost depleted. If they were not the best among the candidates, with strength above level 11 or 12, they would probably not be able to hold on and die here. Damn it, is this the strength of a nearly level 30 dungeon boss? It's terrifyingly strong. No, my health bar is almost gone. I have to retreat quickly, otherwise I might die here. Damn it. Even though I'm unwilling, I'm going to retreat. This boss is not someone I can handle right now. Many of the injured candidates chose to crush the teleportation jade pendant and leave the copy. Of course, there are also some candidates who are better equipped and richer. They have healing potions to recover from injuries. After drinking the healing potions, their injuries are healed instantly. Everyone, don't be discouraged. We still have a chance. Are there any Holy Shield Knights or Great Shield Guardians here? As long as we have a tank to take the damage and combine it with mages, archers, and other ranged attacks, we still have a chance. Some people have already thought of a battle strategy and are ready to combine various professions to join forces to deal with the giant axe Rhino King. Roar, 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 roar. However, before the man could finish, the giant axe Rhino King raised his head and let out a long sound. Immediately afterwards, you can hear an exaggerated boom boom sound coming from the depths of the valley, as if thousands of beasts are galloping. Many candidates looked over and found that there were densely packed iron-horned rhinos running towards them from the depths of the valley. The number must be around 500 or 600. It was obvious that the giant axe Rhino King used the skill, reinforcements, to call all the iron-horned rhinos in the valley over. This damn thing, this dungeon boss is way too cunning. I already have such a huge advantage in strength, but he actually uses reinforcements to call other elite monsters over. Now we have no chance of defeating him. Looking at the densely packed and frantic iron-horned rhinos rushing over there, the small number of candidates who still had some fighting spirit suddenly became discouraged, crushed the teleportation jade pendants, and left the copy. As a result, Qilin was the only one left standing in front of the giant axe rhinoceros king. Not far behind, Tan Liang and his 5 companions hid behind a large rock. Tan Liang, it seems Qilin is the only one left up ahead. He doesn't seem to be planning to leave, so is he planning to solo the dungeon boss? Aren't you asking even though you already know the answer? Looking at Qilin's heroic posture and fearless expression, I know he plans to take on the dungeon boss alone. But Qilin is truly amazing. He's taking on a dungeon boss that's nearly level 30, and he's not even a bit afraid. The 4 of them were surprised at Qilin's bravery, and at the same time, they were looking forward to Qilin's performance. They wondered if he could really defeat the dungeon boss who was close to level 30 as Tan Liang had said before. Tan Liang didn't say anything. He just wanted to see how Qilin would kill the giant axe rhinoceros king in front of him. Not far away, the giant axe rhino king discovered that all the candidates had run away, leaving only Qilin. However, Qilin still looked relaxed with his hands in his pockets and wearing sunglasses, which immediately made it feel a little unhappy. Roar! The giant axe rhinoceros king used flying sand and rocks again, and its giant axe chopped the ground again. Countless pieces of rock exploded from the ground and attacked Qilin like a storm. You just like playing with rocks that much, don't you? Qilin shook his head and used the same trick again. A surge of mental power blasted out, shaking away all the densely bombarding debris. The rhinoceros king with a giant axe seemed to be angry. It swung its giant axe and rushed towards Qilin. Because the giant axe rhino king is very large, every time its feet land on the ground vibrates violently and makes a very loud noise. Qilin took off his sunglasses and said, "Since you like playing with stone so much, I'll play with you for a while." Move the sky and the earth. Chapter 25, a powerful blow that blocks out the sun and kills the dungeon boss instantly. Look, Qilin has taken off his sunglasses. This means he's serious. Oh shit, I'm suddenly so excited, what should I do? How will Qilin defeat the dungeon boss? Not far away, several people hiding behind a big rock were a little excited. Tan Liang narrowed his eyes slightly. Unlike the other 4 people who were just excited, he saw something from Qilin's action of taking off his sunglasses. It seems that when Qilin releases powerful skills, he releases them through his eyes, so he needs to take off his sunglasses, otherwise it will affect the power of the skills. Boom! As Qilin opened his hands and slowly raised them, the ground and mountains around him shook even more violently. It was even as strong as an earthquake of magnitude 8 or 9. Fuck, what happened suddenly? The ground is shaking so violently. Could this be Qilin's doing? Is he planning to perform some terrifying skill? This shocked the people behind. Then the next second, a scene that shocked everyone even more appeared. I saw a mountain over 100 meters high around the valley gradually rising from the ground and floating in the air. Oh my god. This is too much. The mountain actually flew up. This seems to be done by classmate Qi Lin. Oh my god, is classmate Qi Lin's mental strength so strong? He can even move mountains. The four people were stunned with shock. Such a powerful mental force. So this is the true strength of Qi Lin. It's really terrifying. Tan Liang was also shocked. His eyes widened and his face was full of disbelief. He was not exaggerating. He felt that even a telepathic master at level 70 or 80 might not be able to achieve such a strong mental force. The giant axe rhinoceros king was even more frightened. He was even stunned and the huge axe in his hand fell to the ground. It could never have imagined that the tiny human in front of it could do such a horrible thing, even moving a mountain hundreds of meters high. It's not like it doesn't have a brain. What does Qi Lin want to do by using his mental power to move the mountain? Then we must smash it. The giant axe rhino king panicked and turned around and ran away. You know, this isn't just some 10 or 8 meter wide boulder, but a massive mountain over 100 meters high. If it were to fall, it would be crushed into pulp in a matter of minutes. The giant axe rhino king never expected that Qi Lin, a seemingly insignificant human, could be so powerful to such a terrifying degree. The giant axe rhino king, the boss of the dungeon, ran away, not to mention the iron-horned rhinos. They were also frightened to death by the mountain moved by Qi Lin, and turned around and ran away. You can't escape, just be my experience points. An excited smile appeared on Qi Lin's lips, and he gently pressed down with his index and middle fingers. Suddenly, the huge mountain in the air smashed down heavily towards the giant axe rhino king and the group of iron-horned rhinos. Bang! With a loud bang, the huge mountain that covered the sky and the sun crashed to the ground, not only instantly smashing the giant axe rhino king and the group of iron-horned rhinos into meat paste, but the terrifying impact force also caused the surrounding ground to explode, and countless sand and stones flew up. That scene was extremely shocking. The 5 people not far away were shocked by the scene in front of them, their mouths formed into an O shape and could not close for a long time. Kill 562 iron-horned rhino elite, gain 56,200 experience points. Kill the Great Axe Rhino King leader, experience plus 28,000. Materials obtained, Crazy Rhino Iron Horn 562, Rhino King Horn 1. Obtained equipment, Rhino King Axe Rare 1. Level up, gain 5 attribute points, which can be freely allocated. Level up, gain 5 attribute points, which can be freely allocated. Level up, gain 5 attribute points, which can be freely allocated. Kill 561 Iron-Horned Rhinoceros Elite, points plus 44,960. Kill the Great Axe Rhino King leader, points plus 1,600. Qi Lin nodded. He also knew that the experience points gained from killing the giant axe rhino king and the group of iron-horned rhinos would allow him to level up 3 to 4 levels. Qi Lin distributed the 15 attribute points he obtained evenly as before, adding 5 attribute points each to Strength, Agility, and Constitution. The updated panel information is as follows. Name, Qi Lin. Occupation, Telekinesis. Level, 1840.96%. Strength, 43. Agility, 42. Spirit. Constitution, 40. Skills, Mental Shock, Mind Control, Mental Formatting, Hypnosis. Qi Lin looked at his points. Candidate's name, Qi Lin. Occupation, Telekinesis. Level 18. Select Dungeon Difficulty, Hell. Points earned, 100,863. As if his obsessive-compulsive disorder had been satisfied, Qi Lin nodded with satisfaction. In fact, when he killed the giant axe rhino king and the iron horn rhino group just now and the dynamic points prompt popped up, he roughly estimated that the points he had obtained were close to 100,000. But he does have mild obsessive-compulsive disorder. If the total points he obtains are 97,000 or 98,000, which is just short of 100,000, it would be a bit uncomfortable to watch. Fortunately, Qi Lin encountered 6 or 7 waves of monsters on the way here. Although most of them were just a few dozen monsters, he still earned 2,000 or 3,000 points, which allowed him to break through 100,000 points after this wave. Not far away, Tan Liang and the other 4 were still immersed in the shock of Qi Lin moving a huge mountain and instantly killing the giant axe rhino king and the iron horn rhino group. So scary. Qi Lin, he actually killed the dungeon boss and hundreds of elite monsters with just one move. I think compared to instantly killing the dungeon boss, Qi Lin's ability to move the mountain is even more terrifying. Just how strong is his mental power? He can actually move such a huge mountain so easily. Tan Liang was amazed, and he looked relieved. It's a good thing I came along this time, otherwise I probably wouldn't be able to witness Qilin's true strength. Tan Liang felt that his trip was well worthwhile. As early as he learned that Qilin had passed the forbidden copy of the school, he knew that Qilin's strength was far beyond that of their classmates, but he did not expect Qilin's strength to be so exaggerated. Well, actually, I have a question. At this time, one of the 5 people was puzzled. Why did Qilin suddenly become so strong? Yeah, that's a little confusing to me too. Logically, we've been in the same class with Qilin for almost a year, and we all know his strengths. How come he suddenly became so powerful? This is obviously a little off. Could it be that he's been hiding his strength all along? Hiding his strength shouldn't be possible, right? Qilin isn't some son-in-law of the Dragon King. But I also feel that Qilin has been a bit confusing lately. First, he became mentally ill and insane for no apparent reason, and then a few days ago, without any signs, he suddenly recovered. Now he's suddenly become so powerful again. It's very abrupt. Tan Liang listened to the discussion of the 4 people around him. He didn't say anything, but he had the same doubts in his heart. But he is obviously smarter and thinks more deeply. He wondered if it was related to Qilin's sudden mental breakdown and mental illness. After all, Qilin's current strength lies in his mental power. I told him it had nothing to do with the previous mental illness, but he didn't believe it. On the other side, Qilin didn't know what the 5 people were discussing. At this time, because he had cleared the copy, he received a clearance reward. You have cleared Crazy Rhinoplanes in 5 hours, 22 minutes, and 38 seconds, setting a new clearance record. Rating, S level. Get clearance reward, Gold Treasure Chest. Chapter 26, New Skill, Body of Steel. Oh. I actually broke the dungeon clearance record? Qilin was a little surprised. But after thinking about it carefully, he felt it was normal. It is rumored that this Mad Rhinoplanes assessment copy has been used as a copy for the college entrance examination many times, so it is likely that some candidates have killed the giant axe Rhino King and passed the copy before. However, the candidates who passed the exam at that time should have passed it before the end of the college entrance examination, so their passing time was slower than his. Qilin felt that obtaining the golden treasure chest was an unexpected gain. Qilin opened the golden treasure chest. Item name, Man of Steel, top grade. Type, Skill Book. Learning level, 15. Learning requirements, none. Effect, Physical Strengthening Skill, reducing 95% of physical damage. Special note, within level +5, immune to physical damage. Oh. It's actually a skill book, and it's a skill book for all professions. Qilin's face lit up with joy. He didn't expect that the item opened in the golden box this time would be a skill book, and a purple quality skill book at that. Qilin took out the skill book from his backpack without any hesitation, then opened the scroll-like skill book and began to comprehend and study it. At that moment, the scroll turned into densely packed characters and poured into Qilin's forehead. Qilin opened his eyes and found that he had successfully learned the skill of Steel Body. Qilin opened his panel information again. Name, Qilin. Occupation, Telekinesis. Level, 1840.96%. Strength, 43. Agility, 42. Spirit. Constitution, 40. Skills, Mental Shock, Mind Control, Mental Formatting, Hypnosis, Iron Body. A new skill was added to the skills column, which was the Iron Body that Qilin had just learned. Qilin felt that this Body of Steel was a very good supplement for him now. Although his mental power is at the maximum level, combined with mental formatting and hypnosis, he is almost invincible. However, his level was still low, and his foundation was too weak, which resulted in a low tolerance for error. If he was accidentally hit by a high-level monster or a powerful adventurer, he would be killed in a matter of minutes. But now, after learning this Steel Body, it's a different story. At least in terms of physical damage, even if he is accidentally attacked by a high-level monster or a strong man, he can rely on Steel Body to resolve most of the damage, so that he will not be too fragile and be killed in one move. Just after he comprehended the Body of Steel, a portal appeared in front of Qilin. According to the dungeon rules, after a dungeon is cleared, it will be closed for a short period of time. All adventurers in the dungeon will need to leave. It's finally over. Qilin sighed, his expression quite sighing. Leaving the copy means the end of his college entrance examination. This means that a major event in life has been completed, and his life is about to set sail. Qi Lin walked into the portal and left the copy. Not far away, Tan Liang and his 5 companions also knew that the instance was about to close, so they entered the portal one after another. But some candidates in other places in the copy were a little confused when they found a portal suddenly appeared in front of them. No, isn't there still more than half an hour before the exam ends? How come the portal appeared? Yeah, what happened? Is there something wrong with the copy? Of course, many candidates reacted immediately. A portal appeared before the exam even started. Looks like someone defeated the dungeon boss and cleared the dungeon. This naturally caused dissatisfaction among some candidates who wanted to get high scores, and they complained about who had cleared the dungeon, forcing them to leave early. However, most of the candidates didn't take it too seriously. After all, clearing the dungeon was their own skill. Besides, there weren't many monsters around, and with only 40 minutes until the end of the exam, leaving the dungeon early wouldn't be a big deal. The other candidates in the copy entered the portal one after another and left the copy. Outside the dungeon, whether it was the assessment point in Wuxiang City or the internet, it was extremely lively. The reason is very simple. When Qi Lin successfully killed the giant axe Rhino King and the group of iron-horned rhinos, his points were updated, and the staff naturally noticed it. Needless to say, this wave of points updates once again shocked the staff who were calculating the points. In addition to reporting the situation, some staff members who wanted to take advantage of Qi Lin's traffic posted Qi Lin's points online. As early as when Qi Lin obtained more than 50,000 points, the entire internet was in an uproar, and Qi Lin became popular all over the internet. Now with this new wave, the heat that hasn't died down yet has exploded again. It even topped the Jubiao and Duel hot search list again. The most searched terms are Qi Lin, college entrance examination score 100,000+. This wave of popularity and discussion is even more exaggerated than before. A total of 200 million views and 20 million discussions. All netizens on the internet were shocked by Qi Lin. His college entrance exam score is over 100,000. That's outrageous. How many monsters did he kill? Surprised. It's Qi Lin again. This is too much. His score is 6 or 7 times higher than the previous highest record. That's too much. I don't even have that many happy beans crying. Those bloggers who open live broadcast rooms to attract traffic also continued to get Qi Lin's traffic. They all knew that many netizens were very curious about Qi Lin, the unprecedented candidate who obtained 100,000+ points, so they tried to get first-hand information about Qi Lin and other things, and tried to get those netizens who just wanted to watch the show to enter his live broadcast room. Brothers and sisters, here's some exclusive news. Aren't you curious about how that candidate named Qi Lin managed to get such a high score? I heard he went to the lairs of the elite dungeon monsters, lured out the dungeon boss, and ultimately killed both the dungeon boss and the elite monsters in one fell swoop, earning such an incredible score all at once. Also, according to first-hand information I received, all major media outlets and universities have gone to the assessment site in Wuxiang City, intending to interview and recruit Qi Lin as soon as he comes out. But I have to say that some bloggers were talking nonsense, but he actually got it right. At this moment, it is no exaggeration to say that the Wuxiang City assessment point is really crowded with people, gathering many media reporters and leaders from various universities. There is no doubt that among these people, the media reporters wanted to interview Qi Lin, the new national #1 scholar, as soon as possible, and the school leaders wanted to recruit Qi Lin. In fact, as early as when Qi Lin obtained 50,000+ points and ranked first in the country, that is, at 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon, those media reporters and school leaders had already rushed over, vowing to seize the opportunity. At this time, candidates came out of the portal of the examination point one after another. That was the student who was frightened by the giant axe Rhino King and the iron horn Rhino group in the Mad Rhino Valley, crushed the teleportation jade pendant, and ended the assessment early. The media reporters and school leaders had sharp eyes and were able to identify the candidates quickly, but Qi Lin was not among them. After a while, another candidate came out. He is wearing a piercing shield, sunglasses, and his hands are in his pockets. His main feature is that he is different from others. Look, it's Qi Lin, he's out. Not far away, the media reporters and school leaders recognized him. Their eyes lit up and they all gathered around him. Chapter 27, Colleagues are Mortal Enemies, I am not kidding. As soon as Qi Lin came out, he saw Principal Peng Huan walking towards him with a smile. That smile was cunning, like that of an old fox. Student Qi Lin, you finally made it out. Peng Huan smiled brightly and was in a very good mood. You don't know how long I have been waiting for you here. Yes, it's not just the media reporters and school leaders who are waiting here for Qilin. As the principal of Qilin's school, how could he miss this opportunity to show off? Bah, the opportunity to promote the school was naturally waiting for Qilin here early. Wait for me? Qilin was stunned. Principal, what are you waiting for me for? Aren't you asking this even though you already know the answer? Peng Huan rolled his eyes in annoyance. You got such an incredible score in this college entrance exam, breaking the previous record by 6 or 7 times, and becoming the top scorer in the country. Don't you know that you've gone viral? I'm all over the internet? Qilin was stunned again, then his eyes lit up, and he was about to ask Peng Huan how popular he was. After all, he was thinking that if he was really popular, he could take advantage of this wave of popularity to gain a wave of fans, and then take on some advertisements and make some money. However, before Qilin could ask, Peng Huan pointed to a place not far away and said, if it's going viral, just look over there and you'll know. Qilin looked in the direction Peng Huan pointed and saw a large group of people running towards him. Obviously, they were the group of media reporters and leaders from various universities. Qilin was a little surprised. Peng Huan's voice came to his ears again. Those are media reporters who are here to interview you, and some university leaders who are here to recruit you. With so many people surrounding you, I don't think you can handle it, so let me, the principal, help you. Peng Huan smiled slyly and said, I'll help you deal with those media reporters. Having lived 2 lives, how could Qilin not know Peng Huan's little thoughts? He just wanted to show off. Okay, then I'll have to trouble the principal to help me deal with those reporters. Qilin nodded, but didn't care. The main reason was that the principal Peng Huan had helped him, and he was not good at dealing with those media reporters. Being surrounded by all kinds of interviews was troublesome just thinking about it, so it was better to leave it to Peng Huan. As for the leaders of various universities and colleges who came to recruit, he knew how to deal with them. Qilin had already decided that the university he would apply to was Imperial Capital University. Therefore, no matter how enthusiastically other universities recruit him, he will not be shaken and will just decline politely. Qilin and Peng Huan came out, and the first people to rush over were the group of media reporters. Peng Huan coughed twice and was about to walk out to let the reporters interview him. Ahem, reporters, please calm down. I'm Peng Huan, the principal of Nanhai No. 2 Middle School. Qilin just came out of a dungeon and is quite tired. If you want to interview someone, please interview me. Oops. However, before he could finish his words, the group of media reporters who rushed over threw him away. And it flew very far. The main reason was that the media reporters had no interest in Peng Huan at all. Who were they here to interview? Qilin, the current internet sensation. What about the principal of Nanhai No. 2 Middle School? They don't even want to pay attention to him. Qilin. Qilin realized that he had underestimated those media reporters. They were so eager to interview him. Hello, Qilin. I'm from Explosive Weekly. Do you have anything to say about how you broke the record for the highest score in the National College Entrance Examination and won the top spot? Student Qilin, I'm from Air Weekly. Can you accept our exclusive interview? Damn it. Everyone's doing an open interview, but you're trying to get an exclusive interview. Aren't you afraid of choking to death if you eat alone? Just say what you want to say. Who are you scolding? We just want to do an exclusive interview, so what? Even the media reporters started arguing while they were interviewing. Colleagues are mortal enemies, and I am not kidding. Qilin. Just when Qilin was having a headache, a voice carrying pressure sounded. Surrounding a candidate who's just finished a battle, physically and mentally exhausted, and not even giving him room to breathe, is this the professionalism of you journalists? His tone was calm, yet intimidating without being angry, which made the reporters' hearts tremble. Even as the figure approached, the reporters felt a chill on their backs, and an inexplicable fear rose in their hearts. At this time, some reporters turned around and recognized the person walking over. They were all shocked. Oh my god, isn't this the vice president of Magic City University, President Chen Xiao? It really is President Chen Xiao of Magic City University, a level 72 super expert. Qilin looked over and found that it was a middle-aged man of about 55 or 56 years old. He was not strong in build, and his appearance and temperament were relatively elegant, but at first glance, he gave people an extremely sharp feeling, as if he was facing an ancient ferocious beast, which made people shudder. Qilin narrowed his eyes. Perhaps others didn't notice it, but he could see that the vice president of Magic City University did it on purpose. As he walked over, he exuded the aura of a strong man, which made the reporters feel afraid. Although this pressure is relatively mild, its deterrent power is several times stronger than that of the dungeon boss in the previous dungeon, the giant axe Rhino King. Of course, Qilin also knew that President Chen Xiao of Magic City University was helping him out. It was obvious that after Principal Chen Xiao came over, the media reporters all made way and no longer surrounded Qilin like before. This is the importance of strength and status. Peng Huan had said something similar before, but no media reporter paid any attention to him, and some even pushed him away. The principal of Shanghai University, Chen Xiao, far surpassed Peng Huan, the principal of a small local high school, in both strength and status. Those media reporters did not dare to ignore him. Qilin was about to nod to Principal Chen Xiao, who had come to his rescue, but at this moment, a stern voice rang out in his ears. Principal Chen is right. If you want to interview us, you should be polite. It won't be too late to interview Qilin after he has rested well. Hiss. When the media reporters saw this, they gasped in shock again. Holy crap, isn't this the vice president of Peking University, President Wang? He's here in person. It really is Vice President Wang from Peking University and Tsinghua University. It seems that Peking University and Tsinghua University are also very eager to compete for this new top scholar. Qilin looked over and saw a middle-aged man who was shorter than Principal Chen Xiao and relatively fat. He was also in his 50s. Although his face looked a bit smooth and honest, his eyes and expression at this moment gave people a sharp feeling. There is no doubt that Vice President Wang of Peking University and Tsinghua University also released a sense of pressure, and his strength was not inferior to Chen Xiao, so the subtle pressure also made those media reporters feel awe. Qilin naturally knew that these university leaders came here specifically to recruit him, the new top student, but he was a little surprised that he was so popular that even Shanghai University and Peking University and Tsinghua University came to recruit him in person. You know, Shanghai University and Peking University are the top super universities in Dragon Country, only inferior to the strongest imperial university. In the past, candidates from all majors were scrambling to enroll. Even if there were interested students, they would just make a phone call to recruit them. But now, they actually sent the vice president in person. This seems to be the first time. Chapter 28. The president of Imperial Capital University came in person, shocking the whole audience. Behind Vice Principal Chen and Vice Principal Wang, there were 20 or 30 middle-aged men of similar age and dress. They are all vice presidents or even presidents of other universities. There is no doubt that they, like Vice President Chen and Vice President Wang, are leaders from various universities who came personally to recruit Qilin. At this moment, everyone's expressions were somewhat helpless. Originally, they were not from a super school, so they planned to take the lead and rely on their subjective initiative to seize the opportunity and see if they could win over Qilin, a genius student who was rare in 10 years or even 100 years. They also feel that this is their only advantage. But who would have thought that Shanghai University and Peking University, which have always been slow in recruiting students, would actually come and compete with them? How can they compete with this? So they are all quite frustrated. Aren't you a top university? Then you should be playing badly. You guys are also running over here to join in, isn't that too crazy? So, I leave? Student Qilin, first of all, congratulations on achieving the record-breaking #1 spot in this year's National College Entrance Examination. At this time, Vice President Wang of Tsinghua University had already walked up to Qilin. He showed a mature and steady smile and said, "Let me introduce myself. I am the Vice President of Tsinghua University. You can call me President Wang. I am here not only to congratulate Qilin, but also to tell you that we at Tsinghua University are very interested in you. So, if Qilin wants to choose a university, he might consider Peking University or Tsinghua University." Qilin was about to respond politely, but before he could finish his words, Vice President Chen of Magic City University also came up. "Student Qilin, I also congratulate you on your good grades." Vice President Chen smiled and said, "Let me introduce myself. I'm the Vice President of Magic City University. You can just call me President Chen." "Well, our Magic City University is also very interested in you, Qilin, so we hope you can consider our Magic City University." As soon as he finished speaking, Vice Principal Chen and Vice Principal Wang looked at each other. Although they all had smiling expressions, they were staring at each other, and it seemed as if their eyes were emitting electricity, crackling with resistance. People from other universities in the rear all looked enlightened. It was the first time they saw Shanghai University and Peking University and Tsinghua University competing for students like this. They are obviously top-notch universities. I have never seen such a thing in my life. The media reporters around were also busy. Although two bigwigs from super universities suddenly appeared, they did not dare to interview Qilin rashly, but they also took out their equipment to take pictures of the two tigers fighting in front of them. Two super universities are competing for talents. This title and content are so exciting. It will definitely be a hit. Qilin was not too surprised. This is a world where the strong are respected. It is normal that he has achieved such outstanding results that he is scrambled for by various universities. Shanghai University and Peking University and Tsinghua University are indeed among the best universities in China, but it is impossible for them not to covet top talents like him. Of course, even though Shanghai University and Peking University and Tsinghua University are very good and sincere enough, Qilin also has his own considerations. His goal is Imperial Capital University. The strongest university that is one level higher than Shanghai University and Peking University and Tsinghua University. As for the reason, it is simple. Qilin had heard a long time ago that there was a special copy in the Imperial Capital University that no other institution had. This special copy can help him rapidly improve his strength at this stage. Therefore, his choice from beginning to end was Imperial Capital University. Hey, which one do you think Qilin will choose? Magic City University or Peking University? I don't know. If it were me, I would probably be very conflicted. After all, they are both top-notch universities. Looking at Qilin, he seems to be very conflicted. But if it were me, I wouldn't be conflicted. I would choose Imperial Capital University. After all, Imperial Capital University is still ranked first in the country. Isn't that nonsense? Everyone knows that Imperial Capital University is the best university, but the problem is, Imperial Capital University didn't come. In terms of sincerity, it's not as good as Magic City University and Peking University and Tsinghua University, right? That's true. While Magic City University and Peking University rarely come in person to recruit students, it's not uncommon for them to do so. On the other hand, Imperial Capital University has truly never attempted to personally recruit outstanding candidates. Even the candidate who set the record for points was only approached via a phone call. Qilin did not hear the discussions of others not far away. He thought about it and decided to politely decline Vice Principal Chen and Vice Principal Wang. However, just as he was about to speak, a teasing voice came from not far away. Principal Chen, Principal Wang, you're here quite early. But unfortunately, Qilin is from our Imperial Capital University. The sound was very subtle, but it spread like sound waves, reaching every corner of the scene, so everyone heard it. Everyone at the scene, including Qilin, was stunned and looked towards the direction where the sound came from. Not far away, a tall, middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses slowly walked towards me. This person's temperament is completely different from Vice Principal Chen and Vice Principal Wang. If Vice Principal Chen is gentle and elegant, and Vice Principal Wang is smooth and mature, then this person has a bit of edge, giving people a sense of dominance and strength. Oh my god, this is actually the Vice President of Imperial Capital University, President Hong Jin. Holy crap, it really is President Hong from Imperial Capital University. Even he's here. Many people at the scene recognized him, and their faces were filled with shock. They didn't expect that the Imperial Capital University would actually come to recruit Qilin in person. You know, Imperial Capital University is the undisputed top one in the country. This is the first time in the entire history of Imperial Capital University that they have personally come to the regional assessment point to recruit. Qilin also recognized Hong Jin. He had seen him in some news reports before and heard that he was a very domineering vice president. To be honest, he was a little surprised that Hong Jin came to the scene to recruit him. So I'm so popular now? Even Imperial University couldn't wait to come and recruit me. Qilin was in a very happy mood. As expected, it felt great to have such strong strength. On the other hand, Vice Principal Chen and Vice Principal Wang looked at Hong Jin, who was gradually approaching with expressions as ugly as if they had eaten shit. We agreed to play badly together, but you are all so stubborn. Aren't you top one? Where's your reserve? Where's your dignity? Ahaha, it's Principal Hong. I didn't expect you to be here too. They were already acquaintances, so Vice Principal Chen said with a forced smile, but from what I understand, your Imperial Capital University seems to have a strict standard for recruiting candidates, which means their level cannot be lower than level 15. And Qilin, it seems he is only level 11, right? That's right, President Hong. I know that President Hong is eager to learn talents, but this doesn't seem to comply with the rules and regulations of your Imperial Capital University. Vice Principal Wang also joked. The two people who were originally at loggerheads with each other actually joined forces at this moment. They also knew that the Imperial Capital University had considerable advantages over their Magic City University Peking and Tsinghua University, so they had to come up with something to prevent Vice President Wang from recruiting successfully. Well, the rules and regulations are the best attack point they can think of. Isn't your Imperial Capital University awesome? Don't you not recruit candidates below level 15? Now you insist on recruiting them. Aren't you slapping yourself in the face? The media reporters nearby were all delighted. The three top universities in the country were actually fighting for a student. This topic and this content would definitely be explosive, right? So they all picked up their cameras and video cameras and started taking pictures. Although Qilin cannot be interviewed at the moment, they feel that watching the vice presidents of the three super universities fighting each other seems to be more enjoyable and exciting. Vice President Hong remained calm, his expression still domineering. We at Imperial Capital University do have this strict rule, but who says that Qilin is only at level 11? If I'm not mistaken, Qilin was only level 11 before entering the dungeon. Now that he's out of the dungeon, judging by the points he's earned, the number of monsters he's killed must be no less than 3,000. So, Qilin's current strength should be around level 18 or 19. Vice President Hong raised his lips slightly, and said successfully, therefore, recruiting Qilin is in line with the rules and regulations of our Imperial Capital University. Chapter 29 The Covetousness of Mysterious Forces. Am I right about this? Qilin. Vice Principal Hong looked at Qilin with a smile, his face full of confidence. Qilin nodded and said without hiding anything, Principal Hong, you are right. My strength is now level 18. After receiving a positive answer, Vice Principal Hong looked at Vice Principal Chen and Vice Principal Wang. His expression was as if he was about to spread his hands towards them and say, just watch. Vice Principal Chen and Vice Principal Wang both looked a little upset. This old bitch has put in a lot of effort. The two racked their brains, wondering whether they should promise Qilin some high benefits to see if he could compete with the Imperial Capital University. However, before the two of them could speak, Vice Principal Hong came up. Student Qilin, I'm the Vice President of Imperial Capital University. You can call me President Hong. We at Imperial Capital University sincerely invite you to apply to our school. We will offer you double the benefits of the previous national top scorer. In addition, you will receive 1,000 credits upon enrollment, allowing you to enter the Tianjia class. I hope you will consider Imperial Capital University. Vice Principal Hong chuckled with a sincere look. Hiss. When these words were spoken, many people around showed shocked expressions. Fuck. Double the benefits of the top scorer, plus 1,000 credits for free upon enrollment. Isn't that too much? It's more than just cruel, it's downright brutal. This is the first time I've seen Imperial Capital University offer this level of admissions benefits to its students. It's clear that Imperial Capital University really wants to win over Qilin. Qilin knew why the university leaders and media reporters around him were so surprised. Although Vice President Hong looks calm, the benefits he offers are actually quite exaggerated. First of all, the treatment is double that of the previous national top scorers. You know, no matter which institution of higher learning it is, they all attach great importance to the top student in the country, so naturally, the treatment is also excellent. For example, giving away a single-family villa, a high scholarship, high-end equipment, advanced skill books, etc., just one of these items can make other students envious, not to mention double the amount. Giving away 1,000 credits upon admission is even more exaggerated. You know, credits are very important in universities. Whether renting equipment, learning skill books, or entering dungeons to kill monsters, credits are required. On the contrary, obtaining and accumulating credits is quite tedious and troublesome. With so many credits given upon admission, it is no exaggeration to say that you are at the starting line right from the start of the school year. So Qilin was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that the Imperial Capital University would be so sincere in recruiting him. On the other hand, Vice Principal Chen and Vice Principal Wang had even more gloomy expressions. They just called him a good guy in their hearts. We were just about to say it, how come someone beat us to it? By the way, can't you, an old bitch, afford to have fun? Your Imperial University has offered such exaggerated benefits, how can we, Shanghai University, Tsinghua University and Peking University compete with you? Having lived 2 lives, Qilin is extremely shrewd and naturally knows what he should choose. No, it should be said that in this situation, even a fool would know what to choose, and that is definitely to choose Imperial Capital University. Principal Chen, Principal Wang, thank you very much for coming all the way here, and thank you for your university's appreciation of me. However, I decided a long time ago to apply to Imperial Capital University, so I'm sorry, I'd like to stick with my original plan. Of course, no matter how you choose, you must not lose your manners. Especially for big shots like Vice Principal Chen and Vice Principal Wang, who came from so far away and not only helped him out of the predicament but were also so enthusiastic, some polite words were inevitable. Vice President Chen and Vice President Wang both sighed, feeling somewhat helpless, but in the end they also expressed their respect for Qilin's choice, and wished Qilin to be able to display his talents in the future at the Imperial Capital University and become the most dazzling existence at the Imperial Capital University. The 2 main people are not ordinary people. As vice presidents of super institutions, they must have high emotional intelligence. Even if Qilin does not apply to their school now, he is still a rare super genius in Xia country and will definitely become a top powerhouse in the future. Naturally, they want to make friends with this future superpower. Next, Qilin and Hong Jin went aside to sign the contract. Hong Jin looked at Qilin's rather awkward sunglasses. He hesitated for a moment before asking, Qilin, you've been wearing sunglasses all the time. Do you seem to like wearing sunglasses? Qilin looked at the contract and shook his head. No, Principal, I wear sunglasses mainly because my mental strength is very strong, which makes my eyes very sharp. It makes others feel uncomfortable when they look at me, so I use sunglasses to block it. So that's how it is. Hong Jin finally realized what was going on, but he smiled confidently and said, but Qilin, you're being a little too cautious. I'm at least level 70, and my mental strength isn't weak. So even if you take off your sunglasses and talk to me, I won't be in any trouble. Oh well. Qilin thought about it, and finally took off his sunglasses. Mainly, he wanted to see if a strong man like Hong Jin, who was over level 70, could withstand the mental radiation that slightly overflowed from his eyes. Yeah, I told you Qilin, it wouldn't be a problem if you took off your sunglasses and talked to me. Ouch, my head hurts. Hong Jin patted Qilin on the shoulder and was about to say something with a look of superiority, but before he could finish his words, he suddenly covered his head with his hands, looking like he had a headache. Qilin. Principal Hong, I overestimated you. But Hong Jin was quite funny. He felt that on their first meeting, he couldn't let Qilin have the impression that he, the vice president of Imperial Capital University, was also a loser, so he decisively made an excuse for himself. Well, Qilin, it's not your eyes that are the problem. I just didn't sleep well last night. You know, if you don't sleep well tonight, it's easy to get a headache. But now I'm fine. Look, I'm looking into your eyes and talking to you. There's no problem at all. My head hurts. Qilin. Principal Hong, are you here to make people laugh? Do you still want your domineering personality? Ahem, classmate Qilin, you should put your sunglasses back on. Hong Jin was extremely embarrassed. He had originally planned to use his mental strength to withstand it, but Qilin's sharp eyes still gave him a headache. This time, he was really embarrassed. Qilin nodded and put his sunglasses back on. He was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that Hong Jin, a strong man in his 70s, couldn't withstand his eyes that radiated overflowing mental power. TSK, I am really too strong. My eyes are so sharp that others can't even look at them for a second. Oh, by the way, Qilin, you just said that your eyes are so sharp because you have strong mental power. But aren't you only level 18? Logically speaking, even if you are a telekinetic user, your mental power shouldn't be very strong. Hong Jin changed the subject. I'm not exactly sure about that. I fell ill a month ago, and after I recovered, my mental strength became much stronger. Qilin still had the same attitude. When others asked him about his extraordinary mental strength, he attributed it to his previous mental disorder. He would not tell anyone about the mysterious ball of light in his sea of consciousness that contained infinite and powerful spiritual power. A place similar to a church. The student who broke the record by scoring over 100,000 in the college entrance examination seems to be called Qilin, right? On the steps stood a tall, gentle-looking man, about 30 years old. He looked up at the huge statue before him with a pious expression, but his back was turned to a young man kneeling on one knee below. Why did that guy get such an exaggerated number of points? Did you find out anything? The tall man's tone was calm, yet gave people a sense of majesty. We've found some clues. The young man kneeling on one knee below replied, that boy is a telekinetic user. His mental power seems to be incredible. Even though his strength is only in his teens, he can easily kill a dungeon boss close to level 30. It is precisely because he has strength far beyond his peers that he is able to be invincible in the dungeon and sweep all the way. With a strength of just over 10 levels, he can easily kill a dungeon boss close to level 30? And his profession is a telekinesis user, which is what we need most right now. What a coincidence. The man on the steps raised a smile. It was a creepy, sinister smile. I don't care what method you use, just let that kid join us. Yes. Chapter 30. Guess Who I Am? At 7 o'clock in the evening, Shilin returned to Luofang community. Hey, Xiaolin's back. I saw on the news that you seem to have won the top spot in the National College entrance examination. Is that true? I saw it on the video too. Xiaolin, you're really amazing. I bet your sister would be very happy if she knew. Hey, Xiaolin, you're the top scorer, congratulations. When the neighbors saw Qilin, they came over to greet him enthusiastically. There is no doubt that Qilin's achievement of being the top scorer in the National College entrance examination has been reported in the news. A neighbor saw it, and the news spread from 10 to 100, and now almost everyone in the community knows about it. Look, the neighbors who are familiar with Qilin and his sister all congratulated Qilin on his good results. Oh, Uncle Chen, Aunt Li, Uncle Wang, please stop laughing at me. In front of these neighbors, Qilin still maintained his original personality, appearing shy and a little embarrassed by the praise. But in fact, he didn't feel embarrassed at all. Instead, he felt very happy to be praised. Soon, Qilin returned home. There were quite a few people in the room, all giving gifts and congratulations to Sister Qiang. But what surprised Qilin was that these people were not neighbors that he and his sister were very familiar with, and he didn't even know most of them. However, these guys were even more enthusiastic than the neighbors who were familiar with them before. Having lived 2 lives, Qilin is no novice and naturally knows what these people are thinking. Just to build connections. Qilin felt speechless. It is obvious that these people are not familiar with them on a daily basis, but now that he has become the top scorer in the country, they come to him one by one to try to establish a relationship with him. Are they so shameless? Hey, Xiaolin is back. I heard you got the top score in the National College entrance exam. Congratulations. By the way, Xiaolin, you don't seem to have a girlfriend yet, right? My daughter is pretty good. Would you like me to introduce her to you? Xiaolin, maybe you don't remember me. I'm a distant relative of yours, your third cousin's aunt's cousin, or eighth aunt for short. Congratulations on winning the national top prize. Qilin was even more speechless. It's bad enough that matchmakers make a few random introductions, but they even go so far as to randomly recognize relatives. Each one is more outrageous than the other. Although he was a little impatient, he still thought it was wise to not hit someone who smiled at him. Qilin said some polite words and sent away these guys who wanted to establish a relationship with him. At this time, Sister Qiang had already prepared the meal and brought it out. Scallion chicken, pork ribs with preserved vegetables, fried eggs with Chinese willows, fried squid with broccoli, and a corn paste, radish, and pork ribs soup. A very sumptuous dinner. The intention was very simple, which was to celebrate Qilin's victory in the National College entrance examination and his successful early admission to the Imperial Capital University. Xiaolin, you've been taking exams for most of the day, you must be hungry, right? Come and eat. Sister Qiang still had a gentle smile on her face as usual, and didn't seem to be very excited or thrilled about Qilin winning the national top spot. Okay, sis. Qilin nodded. After the assessment, he not only signed a contract with Hanjin, but also accepted many media interviews. He was a little hungry after all the interviews. Qilin took off his sunglasses and sat down to have dinner with his sister Qiang. In fact, after Qilin finished his media interview, he had already called his sister Qiang to explain that he had won the top spot in the National College entrance examination and was admitted to the Imperial Capital University in advance. But now he still has something to say, that is, in 2 days, he will have to go to the Imperial Capital and report to the Imperial Capital University. The main reason is that after the college entrance examination in this dimension, there is no 2 or 3 months of summer vacation like in Qilin's previous life, or even no vacation at all. After the college entrance examination, the university will take 2 or 3 days to complete the statistics and recruitment work, and the new students will have to report and start the new semester. By the way, Xiaolin, actually, today you are not the only one who has good news. I also have good news to tell you. However, Xiying spoke first, with a delighted expression on her face. Today, the head office decided to send me to the branch office in the capital. So, my sister will also be going to the capital in a couple of days. If you want to see my sister, then you can come to the branch office to find me. This surprised Qilin a little. He didn't expect that his sister Qiying would be transferred to the capital by the head office. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? After taking a shower and drying his hair, Qilin returned to the room. He sat down on the bed and opened his backpack. He gained a lot from the college entrance examination. In addition to the large amount of experience gained from killing groups of sharp-horned rhinos, iron-horned rhinos, and giant axe rhinoceros kings, there are also materials and weapons dropped by these monsters. Qilin took a closer look. The number of rhinoceros horns in his backpack, which were the materials dropped by killing the ordinary monster sharp-horned rhinoceros, was close to 3,000. The material dropped by killing the elite monster iron-horn rhino is more than 600 pieces of crazy rhino iron horn. Kill the dungeon boss, and the material dropped by the giant axe Rhino King is Rhino King Horn 1. The weapon of the Rhino King with a giant axe, Rhino King Giant Axe 1. There are also some other miscellaneous materials. Qilin sold them all in one go without any hesitation. A total of more than 2 million copper coins were sold. Qilin smacked his lips and said, "Just over 2 million, isn't that too little?" In fact, the quantity this time is larger, at least more than the previous forbidden copy, but unfortunately, the materials dropped by monsters are much cheaper than the equipment dropped by monsters. For example, the material dropped by the common monster sharp-horned rhino, Rhino Horn, only sells for 100 copper coins. On the other hand, the equipment, the chainsaw, dropped by the chainsaw killer, an ordinary monster in the previously banned copy, can also be sold for 10,000 copper coins in white quality. This resulted in the copper coins sold this time not even being as much as those sold in the previous banned copy. The main reason is that the materials dropped by monsters cannot be used alone. They need to be transformed into equipment, medicine, and other items that can be used directly through some life professions, such as blacksmiths, pharmacists, etc., through specific skills. On the other hand, the equipment dropped by monsters, even the lowest level white quality equipment, can be used directly. In the hands of a blacksmith, it can even be upgraded or modified by adding materials, making it much more practical and valuable. However, Qilin didn't worry too much about it. After all, he had more than 2 million, so he should be content. Qilin also has a plan for the money he earned. He plans to save it first. When he has saved enough, he will go to the trading center to buy some high-level equipment or high-level skill books that suit him. The Boots of Speed. TSK, I almost forgot about them. Well, now that I'm level 18, I can equip it. Let's see how much faster it will be if I equip it. Qilin was about to take out the speed boots from his backpack, but at this moment, he suddenly found a friend verification reminder. At first, Qilin didn't care too much, because since he won the national top prize and became famous, many people wanted to add him, but he rejected most of them. It wasn't until Qilin clicked on the message reminder and found out that the person who wanted to add him as a friend was an ice wizard with a beautiful woman's avatar, and the other party's verification message was "Guess who I am, love," that he couldn't hold it in any longer. Beautiful girl's profile picture, guess who I am. Such an old-fashioned scam. Are you looking down on the anti-fraud education I received in my previous life? Qilin shook his head. He started from 0 frame and without any hesitation, he directly blocked the other party. Chapter 31. Are you tickling me? Brother Qi, will your method work? It's rare that the bishop has entrusted us with this mission, we can't mess it up. Why not? With me, I can take him down in a matter of minutes, okay? Facing his companion's suspicion, the thick-browed man showed a look of disdain, acting like a master. Didn't the information say that boy was a high school student? 17 or 18 years old, full of blood and vigor, is the time when he is most interested in women. As long as we cater to him. Brother Qi, it seems like you're the only one who's really interested in women? Geniuses are all focused on their careers, so why would they have so much time for women? Bang! Shut up! The man with thick eyebrows slapped his companion on the head, pretending to know more. That's just an act. You have no idea how outrageous those geniuses are behind the scenes. Besides, the woman in my avatar is no ordinary beauty. Any man would be unable to control himself against her, okay? The man with thick eyebrows patted his chest and said, "Just trust me. I can definitely handle that guy this time. I'll also show you what it means to accomplish great things with little money. Oh no, to accomplish great things with little effort. Now, let me teach you a lesson. High-end hunting often only requires the simplest techniques." He. That's right, Brother Chi, how come it's been so long since you sent out the friend verification, but that guy still hasn't passed it? The short-haired man with a somewhat honest face asked in confusion. Maybe that guy didn't see it. There's no rush. As the saying goes, haste makes waste. Damn, why can't I view the homepage information? The man with thick eyebrows was pretending to be calm, but when he found that he could not access Chi Lin's personal homepage, he suddenly became unable to hold back. Brother Chi, that guy seems to have blocked you. The short-haired man said embarrassedly. He actually blocked me? Damn it, I underestimated that guy. I didn't expect that the honey trap I racked my brains to come up with would end in failure. The man with thick eyebrows was a little angry at first, but when he noticed the younger brother beside him was looking at him, he immediately pretended to be a veteran and smiled with interest. Good boy, you have successfully caught my attention. Next time, I will attack with all my strength, and you won't be so lucky. The short-haired man scratched his head. He felt like he had followed the wrong person. This boss's IQ didn't seem very good. The next morning, 10 o'clock. Shilin came to the Wuxiang City Adventurers Guild and found a copy that he was qualified to explore. The so-called exploration qualifications mean that adventurers can only choose dungeons with lower strength than recommended when entering dungeons to kill monsters. For example, Shilin's current level is 18, and he can only choose copies with recommended levels below level 18. The copy Shilin chose now is a copy with a recommended level of 15 in normal difficulty. Most of the copy resources in each city are controlled by the official, including the military, adventurers guild, etc., as well as some private forces, such as large families and large conglomerates. Adventurers have to pay a fee to enter the dungeon. The higher the copy level, the higher the handling fee. For example, the copy that Shilin is about to enter now has a recommended level 15 and requires 3,000 copper coins to enter once. Not to mention, it's quite expensive. Shilin couldn't help but sigh. Whether it was the Earth in his previous life or the blue planet in this life, student days were the best, and most resources were free. Once you enter society, everything is about money. But Shilin didn't care too much. 3,000 copper coins were indeed not a small amount, but he could easily make his money back by entering the dungeon, or even earn dozens or even hundreds of times more. Between the end of the college entrance examination and the start of university, Shilin also had his own plans. The main theme is still the same, that is to become stronger. Don't waste your free time. When you have time, find dungeons to kill monsters and level up. This time, Shilin also made a small plan for himself, which was to try out the power of the new equipment, godlike boots, and the new skill, steel body. Hiss. You're not the top scorer in this year's college entrance exam, Shi. The staff recognized Shilin and he looked excited. Shoo. Shilin made a hush gesture to the staff, keep a low profile, keep a low profile. It's not that anyone is afraid of being famous or a pig is afraid of being fat, but mainly because he doesn't want to waste his time on meaningless things, such as a bunch of people recognizing him and surrounding him to ask all kinds of questions. He finds it troublesome just thinking about it. I understand. The staff member gave Shilin an okay gesture and stopped being surprised. He helped Shilin to complete the procedures for entering the copy. Next, Shilin entered the copy. Instance name, Ape Forest. Difficulty, normal not selectable. Recommended level, 15. Recommended number of people, 3. Walking out of the portal, Shilin found himself in a dimly lit forest. Shilin was still standing on the sky-piercing shield, wearing sunglasses and flying in the air with his hands in his pockets. After a while, a monster blocked his way. It was a gorilla with white fur. It was quite big, 2 meters tall, and had a very strong body, especially its arms, which were as thick as pillars. Monster name, Violent Gorilla. Level 13. HP, 1,800-1,800. Spirit, 1,600-1,600. Skills, Savage Charge, Violent Punch. Finally, I'm here. Shilin's mouth corners slightly raised. When the violent gorilla over there saw Shilin, it let out a low growl and rushed over with its fists waving. Level 13, Physical Attack Type. perfect, I can use you to test the power of Man of Steel. Qilin nodded secretly. Then he put away his sunglasses and the sky-piercing shield. He didn't use spirit formatting like before, he just stood there. Finally, the violent gorilla rushed up, raised its arms as thick as pillars, and punched Qilin hard. Qilin's eyes narrowed slightly as he used Body of Steel. At that moment, his whole body seemed to be coated with a layer of metal and became extremely hard. Bang! The violent gorilla's fist, as big as a casserole, smashed heavily on Qilin with such force that even the air trembled. However, the seemingly ferocious attack did not cause any harm to Qilin. Physical damage is 0. Even Qilin didn't feel any pain at all. It felt like the violent gorilla's fist was like a sponge, soft and without any power at all. Qilin also perfectly demonstrated what it meant to be as still as a mountain. His body didn't even waver. Obviously, this is the effect of Man of Steel. The level of the violent gorilla is only 13, while the steel body can reach level +5 and is immune to physical damage. There is no doubt that the violent gorilla's attack cannot cause any harm to Qilin. Are you tickling me? Qilin sneered. He was quite satisfied with the power of the Man of Steel, but he wanted to continue experimenting. So he challenged the raging ape to see how far the Man of Steel could defend itself. The violent gorilla was angry, and its fists kept hitting Qilin like a storm. Unfortunately, facing Qilin, who had used the steel body, these attacks still did not have any effect. On the contrary, after the violent gorilla swung for a while, it was a little exhausted and gasped for breath while holding its knees. Qilin shook his head in disappointment. Is this all your strength? You are really weak. Suddenly, Qilin came up with an interesting idea and an excited smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He, your fist has no effect on me. I wonder what will happen if my fist hits you. Chapter 32, a hidden copy is found and will be released soon. The violent gorilla was stunned when it saw Qilin's excited expression. Whoosh! However, before the violent gorilla could do anything, Qilin rushed up at an astonishing speed. The main thing is that Qilin is now wearing the boots of speed, which increases his agility by 50. His speed has been qualitatively improved, and is even faster than that of a level 30 adventurer. Naturally, the violent gorilla couldn't react at such a speed. Evil beast, feel how powerful my fist is. Qilin threw a punch, hitting the violent gorilla hard on the chest. Bang! The air trembled, and this punch directly knocked the violent gorilla away. The violent gorilla flew 3 or 4 meters and crashed heavily into the trunk of a big tree. 105. Qilin saw the damage value. No, it's only 105 damage, isn't it too low? Qilin was a little dissatisfied. But he also knew why the damage was so low. Even though he is at a higher level, he is not a strong attack type of profession, and he does not use weapons, only pure fist attacks. How much damage can he cause? Over there, the violent gorilla was hit by Qilin's punch. Although the damage was not great, it was extremely insulting and directly angered it. Qilin, a telekinesis master, actually used the same method to knock it away. This was simply a naked provocation to it. The violent gorilla roared and rushed towards Qilin with his fist raised. That's so inelegant. Qilin shook his head and killed the violent gorilla with a spirit formatting move. Kill the violent gorilla, experience plus 260. Material obtained, violent fist bone 1. Oops, I was so busy having fun that I forgot to pull the monster. Qilin finally reacted and couldn't help but slap his forehead. However, after this small attempt, Qilin realized that it would be better to use the telekinetic skills to kill monsters, whether it was mind control, to manipulate the black gold flying knife, or mental formatting. Because with the support of his full-level mental power, no mana is consumed at all. On the other hand, using Iron Body would consume his physical strength and mana. Of course, the most important issue is efficiency. By using his telekinetic skills, he can kill with one strike, and his efficiency is extremely high. And elegant too. Qilin put on his sunglasses again and drove the sky-piercing shield forward. After a while, he encountered the violent gorilla again. But this time he did not kill it. Instead, he used hypnosis to directly control the violent gorilla. Then, let the violent gorilla shout and call its companions to come over. Just like those sharp-horned rhinos yesterday. However, this is a forest, and the many trees will cause a certain degree of obstruction to the propagation of sound. In addition, the shouts of the violent gorillas are relatively low, not as sharp and long as those of the previous sharp-horned rhinos, so the propagation range is not large. Therefore, not many violent gorillas are attracted here, only 5 or 6 at a time. But Qilin didn't worry about it. He always ranked first in the class in history exams in his previous life, so he knew better than anyone that there was strength in numbers. If one rampaging gorilla isn't shouting loud enough, just add a few more. Qilin once again controlled the violent gorillas that ran over, and then let the 5 violent gorillas roar together with the first violent gorilla. The shouting suddenly became much louder, and it was more effective in attracting other violent gorillas, attracting more and more violent gorillas to come over. Qilin planned to pull a big wave, so he still did not kill, but continued to accumulate, controlling more and more violent gorillas, making them shout louder and louder, calling other gorillas around to come over. This left some nearby adventurers a little confused. Did you hear that? There are a lot of shouting from violent apes nearby. What's going on? I don't know, but judging by the shouting, there are probably no less than 20 or 30 violent gorillas gathered there. Let's go and take a look. If we really find a large group of violent gorillas there, we can kill them all in one go. Okay, let's go take a look. Many adventurers turned around and ran towards Qilin. At this time, Qilin had gathered 70 or 80 violent gorillas. This seems quite exaggerated at first glance. The main reason is that there are too many plants in the woods and the sense of space is not enough. Qilin has brought in such a large wave of monsters, so it naturally looks like a big scene. Qilin also felt that it was a bit inconvenient to gather so many monsters together, so he took this group of violent gorillas to a relatively open place, attracted more than 10 violent gorillas over, and killed them in one wave. Kill 93 violent gorillas, experience plus 24,180. Obtained materials, violent fist bone 93. Upgrade successfully, gain 5 attribute points, which can be freely allocated. TSK, I've been upgraded again. How wonderful! Qilin looked happy as he distributed the 5 newly acquired attribute points. The updated information panel is as follows. Name, Qilin. Occupation, telekinesis. Level, 1912.08%. Strength, 45. Agility, 45 plus 50 equipment bonus. Spirit. Constitution, 40. Skills, mental shock, mind control, mental formatting, hypnosis, iron body. Qilin nodded with satisfaction. Level 19, there is only one step left to upgrade to level 20. Qilin knew that he should be able to break through to level 20 this time, so he was looking forward to unlocking new telekinetic skills after the upgrade. So what exactly were the newly unlocked skills? At this time, 5 or 6 adventurers ran over. The 6 adventurers were surprised to see the corpses of violent gorillas all over the ground. Holy shit, is that true? We've only been here for 20 or 30 seconds, and they've already solved it all so quickly? It seems that guy did it. There are at least 80 or 90 violent gorillas here. How did he kill them all in such a short time? They were surprised that all the violent gorillas were dead, and were also shocked by Qilin's speed in killing them. Next to them, Qilin naturally noticed these 6 adventurers. He narrowed his eyes and could probably guess why these adventurers suddenly came over. It must be because of the shouting of those violent gorillas just now. Qilin suddenly realized that the method of pulling monsters that he had used in the college entrance examination copy had to be eliminated. The reason is very simple. Yesterday in the college entrance examination copy, he pulled in a large wave of monsters. The other candidates were unable to deal with them, so they just watched him kill them in one wave. But it's different here. Those who can come in are experienced adventurers, who are much stronger than college entrance examination candidates, and most of them are in a team. Therefore, even if there were nearly 100 violent gorillas like just now, they would be able to deal with it if they arrived. If you are slow, your monster will be snatched away by others. Qilin felt that in the future, when he pulled monsters into the dungeon, he had to kill them immediately to avoid attracting other adventurers. Hey, do you think that guy looks familiar? I think so too. I seem to have seen it somewhere, but I can't remember where. The 6 people over there were discussing something when suddenly the space around them began to twist and eventually a portal appeared. Look over there, it's a portal. One of them noticed it, and he quickly called out to his other teammates, then pointed towards the portal. Holy crap, how did a portal suddenly appear here? Could it be? The other 5 people saw it and they obviously thought of something, and their faces changed. Qilin naturally saw it too, and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. It's actually a hidden copy, it's going to be released this time. Chapter 33, Team Up? Not happening. As an excellent student, Shilin naturally knew what the portal that suddenly appeared was. If a portal suddenly appears in the wild or in a dungeon, it is a hidden dungeon. The so-called hidden copy is a copy hidden within a copy. The probability of its appearance is extremely low, so it is extremely difficult to find. In terms of type, this is an unconventional copy. The reason why Shilin was excited was because there was a rule for hidden copies. That is, if a hidden copy appears in a copy, it will only appear in a copy of a lower level than it. This means that the level of this random copy is higher than the gorilla forest, that he has spent a high price to enter, and it is not a little bit higher. A conservative estimate is that the level should not be lower than level 20. What is Shilin coming to the copy for? To improve your strength. This way, you can kill monsters in higher level dungeons and improve your strength faster. This is why Shilin was a little excited. It really is a hidden dungeon, and it's a level 20, nightmare difficulty hidden dungeon. Captain, should we go in? Level 20. Over there, those adventurers had already walked up to the hidden copy and checked it out, and they were all discussing it. It can be seen that the 6 people are a little confused. The main reason is that their strength is only level 22 or 23, so it would be difficult for them to break through a level 20 hidden copy with a nightmare difficulty. Shilin knew why the 6 people were so conflicted. Unconventional copy, different from regular copy. In regular dungeons, once adventurers encounter danger, they can leave the dungeon and escape unscathed by crushing the teleportation jade pendant issued by the Adventurers Guild. However, unconventional dungeons, not under the jurisdiction of the Adventurers Guild, do not have teleportation jade pendants issued. Adventurers can only leave the dungeon after killing the dungeon boss and completing the dungeon. If you are strong enough to kill the boss and clear the dungeon, you don't have to worry. The only worry is that if your strength is not strong enough and you can't kill the dungeon boss, you will not be able to leave the dungeon. Those with less luck may even die in the dungeon without anyone knowing. Shilin looked calm as he flew over riding the sky-piercing shield. The 6 adventurers had concerns, but he had no concerns. So he was determined to break into this hidden copy. The captain of the adventurer team, the man with a flat head, looked at Shilin who was walking over. He thought for a moment and asked, "Brother over there, we found a hidden dungeon. Do you want to team up and go in together?" Team up? Shilin was stunned. Yes, little brother, I saw that you just killed those violent apes so easily. Your strength should be no less than level 20. The flat-headed man smiled enthusiastically. Look, although you are quite strong, this dungeon is level 20 and still difficult. If you go in alone, there will probably be considerable risk. But if you team up with us, as the saying goes, there's strength in numbers, more people means more help, and the risk can be greatly reduced. So, little brother, why don't you consider forming a team with us and let's clear this hidden dungeon together? After hearing this, Shilin was a little amused. He felt that the men with flat heads were quite good at deceiving people. It was obvious that it was the 6 men with flat heads who were feeling uneasy and in need of help, but he said that it was him who needed help. He has maxed out his mental strength, so what is he afraid of when clearing a level 20 dungeon? I'm really sorry, I'm used to being alone, so I plan to go in alone. Shilin politely declined. It's impossible to form a team. He is almost invincible. Why form a team? The most important thing is that after forming a team, the experience and rewards gained from killing monsters in the dungeon must be divided equally. This is such a loss, isn't it? Is that so? Well, okay. The man with the flat head was still smiling on the surface, but he was actually cursing in his heart. Damn it, I even lowered myself to invite you, but you rejected me. You really don't know what's good for you. While the flat-headed man was complaining in his heart, Shilin had already entered the copy. Captain, that guy went in. Should we follow him in? The other 5 team members looked over. The main reason is that this hidden copy appears for a very short time. If you don't enter it within a few minutes, it will automatically close, so you have to make a decision quickly. That guy has already gone in, how can we still be timid? The man with the flat head rolled his eyes. Although he was not very confident, he finally decided to enter the dungeon. He knew that this hidden copy should be appearing for the first time, and if he could complete the copy for the first time, the reward would be very generous. As the saying goes, fortune and honor are achieved through risk, so let us go for it. Immediately afterwards, the 6 people entered the dungeon together. Instance name, Poison Spider's Nest. Difficulty, Nightmare not selectable. Recommended level, 20. Recommended number of people, 5. After walking out of the portal, Qilin found that he was still in the woods. The difference is that this forest is more eerie than the previous one in Gorilla Forest, and the forest is filled with thick lavender fog. The trees were not that dense, and many of the trees that were there were dead. It's like it's been corroded by something. What is even more terrifying is that there are many monster corpses on the ground around, with only bones left. The atmosphere was indeed more terrifying than any previous dungeon Qilin had experienced. But as the old saying goes, fear comes from insufficient firepower. With the support of full-level mental strength, Qilin was not afraid at all. Considering that it was too dark here, Qilin took off his sunglasses and slowly moved forward while controlling the sky-piercing shield. Soon, a monster appeared. Those were 3 giant spiders that were extremely large and looked very scary. Its body length is at least 4 meters, with more than 10 thick spider legs. It looks ferocious, and on its head is a hideous and ferocious human face, which makes people shudder. Monster name, Human-Faced Ghost Spider. Level 19. HP, 3,300-3,300. Spirit, 3,100-3,100. Skills, Spider Silk Entanglement, Venomous Fang Bite. The 3 human-faced ghost spiders had already regarded Qilin as their hunting target. They crawled over quickly from 3 directions and approached Qilin. Qilin shook his head. It's really an ugly thing. In his previous life, he often had to use slippers to hit cockroaches. He hated snakes, insects, rats and ants the most. He couldn't help but want to hit them with a slipper when he saw them. So Qilin didn't hesitate at all and used spirit formatting to kill the 3 human-faced ghost spiders directly. Kill 3 man-faced ghost spiders, experience plus 1,140. Material obtained, strong spider silk 3. Qilin shook his head. He felt that using mental formatting to kill the 3 human-faced ghost spiders would not satisfy his hatred. If he had the ability to use fire, it would be much more satisfying to burn them with fire. Qilin opened the map and took a look. He wanted to go to an area where there were more monsters, pull them in, and kill them in one wave. Qilin was planning his route when he suddenly heard someone screaming not far away. Chapter 34, successfully upgraded, unlocked new skills, and transformed into a telekinetic form. Qilin looked over and found that 6 people were being chased by a large group of human-faced ghost spiders. The number is not even 100, but at least 80 or 90, which is quite a lot. Moreover, because the human-faced ghost spider is huge in size and looks creepy, the visual impact is quite great at first glance. Qilin recognized the 6 people being chased by the group of human-faced ghost spiders. They were the adventurer team of the flat-headed man. At this moment, the 6 people were chased by the group of human-faced ghost spiders and had to run away at full speed. They looked so embarrassed. Damn, this damn teleportation mechanism actually teleported us to the lair of the human-faced ghost spider. Isn't this a trap for us? The captain, the man with a flat head, cursed. The other 5 people were extremely panicked and wailed. Captain, what should we do? Those human-faced ghost spiders are catching up. It's over, it's really over now. I haven't even been in love yet. I don't want to die so early. If there were only 10 or 8 human-faced ghost spiders, it would not be a problem for their team of 6 to deal with them. But now there are too many human-faced ghost spiders, hundreds of them, and even if they try their best, they will definitely not be able to defeat them. Now they all feel a little regretful. If they had known this would happen, they would not have entered this hidden copy. Why were they so greedy? On the other hand, Qilin, who was not far away, saw the large group of human-faced ghost spiders and his eyes lit up. For him who pursues efficiency in killing monsters, such a large wave of monsters is his favorite. Killing is the most satisfying. Qilin was wondering if this was a monster specially pulled in by the team led by the flat-headed man, but he didn't care. There was no rule in this dungeon that forbids stealing monsters anyway. If you insist on pulling such a large wave of monsters in front of me, don't blame me for stealing them. Qilin didn't hesitate at all. He rushed forward riding the sky-piercing shield at an astonishing speed. When it comes to snatching monsters, speed is key, and you can't be slow. Otherwise, by the time the team led by the flat-headed man reacts, it will be impossible to snatch the item. Qilin suddenly rushed in front of the 6 people, and glided over their heads as quickly as a fighter jet. The 6 men with flat heads felt something passing by quickly, but they couldn't see it clearly and were all stunned. What just flew past me? Is it an illusion? Qilin didn't wait for the 6 people to react before he took action. Mental formatting. As Qilin's eyes narrowed slightly, a powerful mental force radiated and spread out like a sound wave. After all, they were trying to steal the monsters, and there were quite a lot of them, so Qilin's attack was a mental formatting of a range attack, so they had to be fast and kill them quickly in one wave. In an instant, like falling dominoes, the human-faced ghost spiders fell to the ground one after another. In the blink of an eye, all the more than 100 human-faced ghost spiders were killed by Qilin. Kill 108 man-faced ghost spiders, experience plus 41,040. Material obtained, strong spider silk 108. Upgrade successfully, gain 5 attribute points, which can be freely allocated. Level increased to level 20, upgrade successful, all attributes increased by 10 points. Strength, 45-55. Agility, 45 plus 50 55 plus 50. Spirit. Constitution, 40-50. Upgraded successfully, unlocked new skills, telekinesis. Yes. Finally reached level 20. Qilin was extremely excited. Upgrading to level 20 meant that he had successfully advanced to a higher level and also unlocked a new telekinetic skill, telekinesis shapeshifting. This was simply awesome. Of course, Qilin also knew that he had gotten a great bargain by robbing the monster from the flat-headed man's team, so he was preparing to run away. It's fun to steal monsters, but it's a bit unethical after all, so you still have to run away when you need to. Fuck, they actually killed those human-faced ghost spiders in an instantly? Captain, is that guy here to save us? He's so strong. Isn't this the little brother from before? He was the one who saved us. Oh my god, it really is that little brother. The 6 men with flat heads were stunned, and subconsciously thought that Qilin was their savior, and they were immediately filled with gratitude. The next second, when they recognized Qilin, they were even more surprised. Then, a funny scene happened. Qilin originally thought that he had robbed the monster and was about to run away, but he found that the 6 people were full of gratitude, and some even ran towards him with tears in their eyes to thank him. Little brother, thank you so much, it's you who saved us, you are our benefactor. Yes, little brother, thanks to your brave action, otherwise we would have died here today. I can't repay you for your kindness. I'm sorry, buddy. I secretly said bad things about you when you didn't want to team up with us. I deserve to die. This immediately made Qilin a little confused. Aren't these guys pulling monsters? So they're being chased by those human-faced ghost spiders? Qilin was suddenly at a loss for words, but he could also figure out what was going on. After all, not everyone has the full level of mental power like him and is almost invincible. Being chased by such a large group of human-faced ghost spiders would be difficult to cope with even if the 6 flat-headed men were all experienced adventurers. You don't have to thank me too much. I just saw a monster and killed it. Qilin was calm. Originally, he would take action just to grab the monsters, kill such a large wave of monsters as quickly as possible, and earn experience points. He didn't think about saving the 6 flat-headed men or anything like that. Although pretending at this time would gain the warm gratitude of the 6 people, Qilin didn't want to be a hypocritical person and there was no need to pretend here. However, the 6 men with flat heads did not think so. They felt that no matter whether Qilin had subjectively thought about saving them or not, he had actually saved them and was their benefactor. Little brother, you are too modest. This time, you truly saved us. We will never forget this kindness. The man with the flat head still wanted to thank Qilin, and he was about to ask Qilin what his name was. But before he could finish his words, he seemed to see something and his face changed with fright. At this moment, behind Qilin, above a big tree, an extremely huge black shadow was covering him. Team, Captain, that is. The other 5 people also saw it. They were so scared that their faces changed drastically, and they were even so panicked that they couldn't speak clearly. Qilin sensed it, he turned around, raised his head, and saw the true face of the huge black shadow. It was a spider of even larger size, even 3 or 4 times the size of the human-faced ghost spider, with a body length of nearly 12 or 13 meters. Monster name, Corpse Venomous Giant Spider Elite. Level 31. HP, 23,000. Spirit, 21,000. Skills, Spider Silk, Corpse Poison, Venomous Fang Bite. There is no doubt that this elite monster of more than level 30 scared the 6 flat-headed men. On the other hand, Qilin was not at all panicked, but his expression became excited. He had just acquired a new telekinetic skill and was curious about how powerful this new skill was. Suddenly, this elite monster of the giant corpse poison spider appeared. What a coincidence! Qilin could use it as a test subject to see the power of this new skill. Little brother, this elite monster over level 30, should we? The man with the flat head was extremely panicked. He felt that the current situation was even more dangerous than the previous situation when hundreds of human-faced ghost spiders were chasing him. Maybe Qilin would not be able to deal with it with his lightness skills. In this case, he naturally had to join forces with Qilin, otherwise he would definitely die. However, before he could finish his words, Qilin turned around and looked alert. If you want to thank me, don't steal monsters from me. When these words were spoken, the 6 men with flat heads were stunned. No, big brother, what makes you think we'd snatch monsters from you? What's your strength? What's our strength? Do we have that ability? No, okay? Chapter 35 was crushed directly, too weak. But because of Qilin's words, they were not so panicked. They are not stupid. If Qilin can say that, it obviously means that Qilin has the ability to kill the giant corpse poison spider alone. So the 6 of them nodded repeatedly like chicks pecking at rice. At this time, the giant corpse venomous spider above his head was getting closer and closer, and it let out a roar. The ferocious shouting and terrifying momentum made the 6 men with flat heads break out in cold sweats and dare not even breathe. They had previously encountered the strongest monster, a level 25 elite monster, and had fought tooth and nail to narrowly defeat it. But the terrifying power of the giant corpse poison spider before them was simply incomparable to those level 20 elite monsters. Just the shouting and the momentum were enough to intimidate them. Not bad. Very energetic. Qilin nodded with satisfaction. He still preferred to kill more ferocious enemies, which would be more satisfying. I'll let you taste my latest ultimate move, Dochi transforming into a horse. Mind power transforming into hands. Qilin's eyes suddenly focused, and a surge of mental power poured out like a huge wave, and in an instant it condensed into a giant telekinetic hand that was more than twice the size of the giant corpse poison spider. FFF. This scene shocked the 6 people behind. Such a huge spiritual power, is this the strength of this little brother? He is so strong, no wonder he was able to easily kill so many human-faced ghost spiders before. Yes, it's really too strong. The strength of this spiritual power is probably comparable to those of those level 50 or 60 telekinetic masters. The giant corpse spider was also frightened. He did not expect that the human in front of him could burst out with such terrifying power. It was visible to the naked eye that the giant corpse spider's expression changed from its original domineering and ferocious look to a panicked one, and it even wanted to run away. The giant hand of telekinesis condensed by others is 2 or 3 times larger than it. How can it be defeated? There is no fighting at all. However, Qilin acted extremely quickly, and his giant telekinetic hand caught the giant corpse poison spider in one go, just like catching a quail. Now, there's no way to escape. The giant corpse poison spider panicked and let out terrified cries, trying to break free from the giant telekinetic hand and escape. But the giant telekinetic hand was 2 or 3 times its size, and it was firmly grasped like a chick held in the hand. How could it possibly escape? There's not even a shred of resistance. Is this a level 30 plus elite monster? It's so weak. Qilin shook his head. Immediately afterwards, he moved his mind and the giant hand of telekinesis suddenly exerted force. Puff! The giant corpse poison spider was crushed to pieces on the spot. 100,000. Spider blood and limbs splattered everywhere, as if it were a dirty rain. Too weak. Isn't there a stronger opponent? Qilin felt great at this moment. He opened his hands and laughed excitedly. This made the 6 people behind dumbfounded. They knew that Qilin was strong, but they didn't expect Qilin to be so strong that he could kill a level 31 elite monster without any effort. It's so strong that it's abnormal. That appearance seems to be a little bit abnormal. Kill the elite corpse venomous spider, gain plus 9,300 experience points. Materials obtained, strong spider silk 1, corpse poison 1. Qilin nodded secretly. He was quite satisfied with the power of telekinesis. 100,000 physical damage, very high, right? But this is not the limit. The limit depends on how big the giant hand of telekinesis Qilin condenses is. And it's very stress relieving to just crush it. Oh my god. A level 31 elite monster was killed with just one move. This is terrifying. Yeah, and what's outrageous is that this little brother is only about 17 or 18 years old, but he can be so strong. The 6 people at the back were still immersed in shock. Suddenly, one of them recognized Qilin and his expression became even more surprised. Fuck, no wonder I thought this guy looked familiar before. It turns out he is the national top scorer of this year's college entrance examination, Qilin. The national #1 scholar? Shoo. I wouldn't have known if you hadn't told me. It really is him. I recognized him too. His handsome appearance, hands in his pockets, flying with his shield, and that cool demeanor are exactly the same as what was reported in the news yesterday. After that person said this, the others also recognized Qilin. So he's the national top scorer who broke the record for the highest college entrance exam score. No wonder he's so young, yet so incredibly talented. The man with the flat head nodded in understanding, and all the doubts in his mind suddenly became clear. By the way, Captain, that guy is so powerful, why don't we follow him? That way we won't be afraid of danger. A team member suggested. He was also quite smart. With the strength of their team, not only would it be difficult for them to pass the dungeon, but even if they were unlucky, they would die here. It's a rare opportunity now that there's an incredibly talented person in front of me. How can I let him go if I can curry your favor? Yes, Captain, that young man is a super genius. We'll be safe if we follow him. I agree too. The other team members responded one after another. The man with the flat head thought about it and felt that the plan proposed by the team members was feasible, so he nodded and said, "Okay, then we will follow that little brother later. But out of courtesy, I have to ask for the young man's opinion." After saying that, the man with the flat head walked up. At this time, Qilin was planning to continue his journey. Brother Qilin, can our team follow you from now on? Hearing the sound, Qilin turned around. You guys want to follow me? Qilin was stunned. At the same time, he was a little surprised. How could the man with the flat head know his name? Did he recognize his identity as the national top scholar? Yes, Brother Qilin. The man with the flat head nodded seriously. Although it's a bit embarrassing to say this, I'm sure you've already noticed that our team isn't very strong. Let alone clearing the dungeon, even the simplest thing of protecting ourselves is difficult. As a seasoned adventurer, the flat-headed man was no naivete, so he knew he had to offer a fair price to get Qilin to lead them. But don't worry, Brother Qilin. Our team won't be following you in vain. We know the final destination of this poison spider lair, where the dungeon boss is located, and we can take you there. Do you know where the final location is? Are you sure? Qilin's eyes lit up slightly. To be honest, he is not a pushover and doesn't like to meddle in other people's affairs. If a man with a flat head wants to persuade you by saying some nice words, just let him take it with him, he will probably ignore you. He enjoys killing monsters alone, why does he need to bring a few burdens with him? But if the flat-headed man and others knew the final location of this hidden copy, it would be a different story. After all, the world is bustling with people, all for the sake of profit. The man with the flat head could provide him with information and routes, so he could reluctantly lead the 6 people. Chapter 36, A Man Must Face the Front, Level 46 Boss Corrupted Spider King. The man with the flat head scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. When we entered the dungeon earlier, we were teleported to the final destination, which is the lair of those human-faced ghost spiders, so we know. Upon hearing this, Qilin was amused. He didn't expect that the 6 people had such bad luck. After entering the dungeon, they were actually teleported to the monster's lair. It was really unlucky. But fortunately, there is a way out of this mistake, and we know the final location. Okay, since you know, I can take you with me. However, I have a request. Qilin thought about it and finally agreed. Okay, Brother Qilin, what do you want? We will do our best to meet your needs. Seeing that Qilin agreed, the bald man finally felt relieved. My request is that you can't steal monsters from me, even ordinary monsters. Qilin said seriously, not even one. Okay, Brother Qilin, we promise not to steal monsters. The flat-headed man then realized that Qilin, the super genius, seemed to be quite obsessed with killing monsters. Is it because Brother Qilin wants to improve his skill proficiency? Well, that must be it. Wow, that is amazing. He doesn't waste any opportunity to become stronger. No wonder Brother Qilin is so powerful. He is truly a genius. The flat-headed man who thought he had figured it out couldn't help but feel admiration and thought that he must learn from a super genius like Qilin. On the way to the final destination, Qilin and his 7 companions were attacked by 5 or 6 waves of human-faced ghost spiders. 3 or 4 of the waves were quite large, with as many as 30 or 40 spiders. But they were all easily dealt with by Qilin. Moreover, most of them used the new skill, telekinesis, which condenses a giant telekinetic hand as a way to kill. Well, it's true that Qilin didn't want the 6 flat-headed men to snatch his monster, and a small part of the reason was that he wanted to hone his skill proficiency. Of course, most of the reasons are due to the relationship between experience points and money. Especially when it comes to money, the items dropped by killing the human-faced ghost spider and the giant corpse poison spider, such as the powerful spider silk, are not cheap. Buying an extra bundle will cost 1,000 copper coins. Stealing one of his monsters is equivalent to stealing 1,000 copper coins from him. He will fight you to the death, okay? On the way, the 6 men with flat heads were shocked by Qilin again, especially the way he used skills continuously, as if it did not consume mana or have no CD. This completely overturned their previous cognition and made them feel incredible. Why can Brother Qilin use skills continuously like this? Doesn't it consume physical energy? Doesn't it consume mental energy? Brother Qilin, can I ask you a question? The man with the flat head finally couldn't contain his curiosity anymore and asked, don't you need a cooldown to use your skills? A little bit, just a little bit. My mental strength is quite strong, and the skills I used are not very advanced, so the consumption is very small. Qilin naturally couldn't answer truthfully. Do I have to tell you that I have infinite mental power? During this journey, Qilin has become much more proficient in his new skill, telekinesis shapeshifting. He can condense more than 10 giant telekinetic hands at a time. If he used all his strength to condense one, Qilin was confident that he could condense a giant telekinetic hand that was 60 or 70 meters wide. In other words, even without mental formatting and moving the sky and the earth, you can easily kill the dungeon boss with this nearly 100-meter-long telekinetic giant hand. And it's the kind that bursts directly after being crushed. But Qilin was not satisfied. He felt that telekinesis had many possibilities and could condense into something even more powerful. For example, using telekinesis to transform into a horse. Well, it should be things like telekinesis turning into a tiger or telekinesis turning into a dragon. When the time comes, with a thought, a giant dragon of mental power over 1,000 meters long will be condensed. It will kill gods and Buddhas if they stand in its way. It will be so cool. However, condensing a giant dragon requires a very high level of proficiency, and Qilin, who has just mastered the new skills, naturally cannot do it at this stage. Still have to work hard. Finally, under the guidance of the flat-headed man and others, Qilin arrived at the final location of this copy, the poisonous spider's nest. The terrain here is much more open. But it also looks more eerie and terrifying. There are densely packed caves of various sizes here, which are obviously the nests of the human-faced ghost spiders and the giant corpse poison spiders. There are at least 60 or 70 of them. It's scary at first glance. It can also be seen that the 6 men with flat heads are a little nervous. The main reason was that the 6 people recalled the horrific experience when they were teleported here before. If they had not been alert, made almost no noise, and used escape skills to leave quickly without alarming the monsters in the nest, they would probably have died here. Brother Qilin, this is the final destination. Have you seen those caves? They are the nests of the human-faced ghost spider and the giant corpse poison spider. There will be many monsters in them. So wait, Brother Qilin. The man with the flat head was just about to whisper to Qilin not to make too much noise so as not to alarm the monsters in the nest. However, he hadn't finished speaking yet. Dungeon boss, your grandfather is here, come out and die. Qilin put his hands on his hips and shouted towards the cave. The 6 men with flat heads were paralyzed on the spot. Brother Qilin, don't you know this is a den of poisonous spiders? Are you shouting so loudly, trying to call them all out? They didn't expect Qilin to be so powerful that he could actually use his ultimate skill right at the monster's nest. Is this how a super genius acts? How terrifying. Qilin was naturally unmoved. A man should be brave and face the challenge. Being sneaky, what kind of man are you? Anyway, he just has one attitude. With the blessing of full-level mental power, he has nothing to be afraid of. I'm also afraid that there aren't enough monsters here, or that they aren't advanced enough. Boom! With Qi Lin's loud voice, the ground began to shake. At the same time, dense swarms of human-faced ghost spiders and giant corpse venomous spiders emerged from those caves. The number is probably around 500 or 600. There are so many of them, and they are all giant spiders with hideous faces. It's creepy to look at. Fuck, this amount. The man with the flat head turned pale with fright. The expressions of the other 5 people were not much better. They were even frightened to the point that their legs went weak due to the swarm of poisonous spiders that swarmed out. The 6 of them looked at Qi Lin at the same time. Fortunately, they found Qi Lin calm and finally breathed a sigh of relief. The 6 people were not stupid people. They knew that Qi Lin must have his reasons for doing this. If Qi Lin was not at all panicked when seeing such a large number of human-faced ghost spiders and giant corpse poison spiders, it would mean that Qi Lin could handle it, and they would not need to be afraid. Qi Lin shook his head. He felt that the number was a bit small and was a little disappointed. At least compared to the massive army of sharp-horned rhinos yesterday, it's quite a bit worse. Boom! At this moment, the ground in front exploded, and an extremely exaggerated huge black shadow broke out of the ground. The 6 men with flat heads gasped in fear. It was a giant spider that was several times larger than the elite monster corpse poisonous giant spider, and its body length was probably up to 50 or 60 meters. At first glance, it looks so huge that it's terrifying. Monster name, Corrupted Spider King Boss. Level 46. HP, 96,000. Spirit, 92,000. Skills, Corruption Spray, Spider Silk, Venomous Bite, Reinforcements. Finally, I'm out. Qi Lin's lips curled up slightly, and he was quite satisfied with the level of this dungeon boss, level 46, quite interesting. He felt that this dungeon boss of over 40 levels must be very easy to defeat, and it would be absolutely satisfying to crush him directly. Chapter 37, Bloodbath of the Poisonous Spider's Nest, 5 levels in a row. Brother Qi Lin, the dungeon boss has come out, and other monsters are about to gather around. The man with the flat head reminded Qi Lin loudly. Although he saw that Qi Lin looked calm and thought that Qi Lin should be able to deal with the corrupted Spider King and the large group of human-faced ghost spiders and corpse poisonous giant spiders, he was also afraid that Qi Lin would be careless and accidentally make some mistakes. The other 5 people also looked nervous. Just watch quietly. After Qi Lin finished speaking, his eyes condensed slightly, and a surge of spiritual power poured out like a huge wave, and instantly condensed into a giant telekinetic hand that was 70 meters wide. Ever since he used his telekinetic giant hand to crush the giant corpse poison spider, he has fallen in love with the feeling of crushing it with his bare hands. Although it doesn't look very elegant, the sense of violence is full and it's cool. Besides that, there is a sense of freshness. After all, he had just mastered a new skill with quite strong destructive power, so he must play it hard in the early stage. Just like those little boys who finally catch their goddess and successfully live together, they must be full of passion at the beginning, and they can't wait to spend every minute in bed, fighting 7 or 8 times a day. But it must be said that the corrupt Spider King's IQ is obviously not low. When it saw Qi Lin condense a giant telekinetic hand, it reacted immediately and let out a sharp cry. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Immediately afterwards, the human-faced ghost spiders and giant corpse poison spiders around them spit out spider silk towards the giant telekinetic hand. The corrupt Spider King even spit out an even larger spider silk. Those dense spider silks came like a violent storm, and actually entangled the giant telekinetic hand that Qi Lin had condensed. Just like a mummy, the telekinetic giant's hand was wrapped in several layers of spider silk inside and out, and it was unable to move for a while. Oh no! Brother Qi Lin's giant telekinetic hand has been entangled. In the back, the 6 people were all a little uneasy. Qi Lin, on the other hand, still looked as steady as an old dog, with an amused smile on his lips. You actually know how to mobilize the masses and take advantage of the power of numbers. You have some brains. Unfortunately, this trick doesn't work on me. After saying this, Qi Lin's eyes narrowed slightly. Disperse. At that moment, the giant hand of telekinesis instantly dissipated and turned into nothingness. Congeal. The next second, accompanied by Qi Lin's cold shout, the spiritual power that had dissipated condensed again, and quickly condensed into the 70-meter-wide giant telekinetic hand in front of the corrupt Spider King. The corrupt Spider King showed a shocked expression. It didn't expect Qi Lin to be able to do this. In its opinion, this is not something that a telepath around level 20 can do, so why can this human do it so easily? Pretty. The man with the flat head was amazed by Qi Lin's move. He felt that even a telekinetic master at level 50 or 60 might not be able to control telekinesis with such dramatic ups and downs, because it required extremely strong mental strength and extreme control over details. At the moment when the corrupt Spider King was stunned, the giant hand of telekinesis had already grabbed it. The corrupted Spider King roared again while struggling. Whoosh 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 whoosh. At that moment, the giant corpse poison spiders around him sprayed venom towards Qilin. Those streams of venom, like water cannons, bombarded Qilin from all directions. The expressions of the 6 people at the back changed. They all knew that it was venom, which was extremely poisonous. Once they were contaminated with even a little bit of it, they would probably die instantly. A hint of impatience appeared on Qilin's face. I'm just quietly pinching a bug, why bothering me? Mental power shock. Bang! As Qilin's eyes suddenly focused, a surge of mental power burst out, dispersing and blowing away all the venom coming from all directions. Hiss! This scene shocked the 6 people behind. Instantly, he was able to deflect all the venom spitted out by those giant corpse poison spiders. What a powerful mental force! Yeah, how strong is Brother Qilin's mental strength? Is he really an 18 or 19-year-old student? After shaking off the venom, Qilin planned to clear them out in one go to prevent these annoying things from disturbing him from crushing the bugs, so he used his ultimate move. Mental formatting, full strength version. Suddenly, a surge of mental power radiated and spread out as quickly as a sound wave. Wherever it went, whether it was the ordinary monster, the human-faced ghost spider, or the elite monster, the giant corpse poison spider, they all fell to the ground one after another. In just the blink of an eye, they were all killed. The 6 men with flat heads in the back were all stunned. Oh my god, there must be at least 500 or 600 monsters? They were all killed instantly. Exaggerated, too exaggerated, so this is the true strength of Brother Qilin. No doubt about it, it should be mind obliteration. But doesn't this skill require a telekineticist to reach level 70? Why is Brother Qilin? The man with the flat head swallowed repeatedly. Earlier, when Qilin had rescued them, they hadn't seen clearly what skill he had used because they were facing away and Qilin had acted so quickly. However, considering the quick, silent kill and Qilin's proficiency in telekinetic attacks, he wondered if it was a high-level telekinetic skill, mind obliteration. Unexpectedly, he guessed it right. But the more he thought about it, the more incredible he found Qilin. Not only did he have an extremely strong mental power, but he also possessed such high-level telekinetic skills. Was he really an 18 or 19-year-old student? In mid-air, the corrupted Spider King, who was firmly grasped by the giant telekinetic hand, found that Qilin killed all its minions with one move. He panicked and tried desperately to break free. He, those annoying bugs have all been dealt with, so now it's your turn. Nisunai. Qilin raised his eyes, an excited smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he controlled the giant telekinetic hand to pinch hard. Puff. He directly crushed the corrupted Spider King to pieces. 200,000. Spider blood and limbs splattered everywhere like a black rain full of filth. Too weak, really too weak, ha. The 6 people at the back were dumbfounded again. 500 or 600 monsters were killed in one move, and a dungeon boss of over 40 levels was also killed in one move. This is simply too strong. Kill 522 man-faced ghost spiders, experience plus 198,360. Material obtained, strong spider silk 522. Kill 28 elite corpse venomous spiders, gain plus 252,000 experience points. Materials obtained, strong spider silk 28, corpse poison 28. Kill the corrupted Spider King leader, experience plus 92,000. Materials obtained, super strong spider silk 1, super strong poison 1. What the hell? Seeing the experience gained from this wave of kills, Qilin was so surprised that he blurted out on the spot. He didn't expect that the experience points he gained after killing these 500 or 600 monsters would be so exaggerated. It was more than the nearly 3,000 sharp-horned rhinos and iron-horned rhinos he killed yesterday, and it was several times more. With the more than 500,000 experience points he gained, it is estimated that he can be promoted to level 5 or 6. Upgrade successfully, gain 5 attribute points, which can be freely allocated. Upgrade successfully, gain 5 attribute points, which can be freely allocated. Upgrade successfully, gain 5 attribute points, which can be freely allocated. Upgrade successfully, gain 5 attribute points, which can be freely allocated. Upgrade successfully, gain 5 attribute points, which can be freely allocated. Sure enough, Jilin was promoted 5 levels in a row. Besides, first time dungeon clearance reward, gold treasure chest. Chapter 38, Junghu was not about fighting and killing, but about human relationships and worldly wisdom. Jilin was not surprised that he had completed the dungeon for the first time. Judging from the surprised reactions of the 6 flat-headed men when this hidden copy suddenly appeared, this hidden copy was obviously discovered for the first time, so it must have never been conquered by anyone. Now that he has completed the game, it is naturally his first time to do so. Jilin distributed the 25 attribute points gained from leveling up 5 times in a row, trying to distribute them as evenly as possible. The updated information panel is as follows. Name, Jilin. Occupation, telekinesis. Level, 2568.98%. Strength, 55. Agility, 55 plus 50 equipment bonus. Spirit. Constitution, 50. Skills, mental shock, mind control, mental formatting, hypnosis, iron body, telekinesis. Jilin nodded secretly. In fact, he could probably figure out why the experience points he gained this time were so exaggerated. It was purely because the monsters in this hidden copy were of a higher level. The higher the level of the dungeon, the higher the level of the monsters. Even an ordinary level human-faced ghost spider is level 19. Not to mention the elite level corpse venomous giant spider at level 31, and the dungeon boss, the corrupted venomous spider king at level 46. The higher the level of the monster, the more experience you will gain after killing it. Moreover, monsters also have levels, and each level is also 10 levels. The higher the level of the monster, the higher the experience value. This is also the reason why the number of monsters in this wave is far less than the 2 waves in Mad Rhino Plains, but the experience points gained are several times higher. Jilin opened the golden treasure chest. Item name, Spider Sense Top Grade. Type, Skill Book. Learning level, 20. Learning requirements, Spirit value 100 plus. Effect description, Perception skill. Activating this skill allows you to perceive surrounding conditions. Special note, the range and effect of perception depend on the strength of the caster's mental power. Oh. It's another purple quality skill book, suitable for all classes. My luck is too good, isn't it? Jilin's face was filled with joy. As for the fact that Spider Sense was not a combat-oriented skill, Jilin didn't care too much about it. He was even quite surprised. The main reason is that this Spider Sense is very suitable for him at this stage. For the combat type, he has mental shock and mental formatting. He is more of a manipulative type and has hypnosis and telekinesis. For telepaths, there is another skill that is particularly important, which is a perception type skill, such as sensing the surrounding situation through mental power. This is very important for him, a squishy character who always wants to clear high-level dungeons. Coincidentally, Spider Sense perfectly made up for his shortcoming, so he couldn't help but be happy. It's just that the name Spider Sense is a bit difficult to understand. It reminds him of the Loser Man. Jilin didn't hesitate and immediately learned the skill book. As the skill book turned into a string of characters and entered Jilin's forehead, he successfully learned Spider Sense, and the new skill, Spider Sense, was also added to the skill column of the panel information. The updated information panel is as follows. Occupation, telekinesis. Level, 2568.98%. Strength, 55. Agility, 55 plus 50 equipment bonus. Spirit. Constitution, 50. Skills, mental shock, mind control, mental formatting, hypnosis, iron body, psychic transformation, Spider Sense. Jilin wanted to see the effect of Spider Sense, so he used it a little bit. At that moment, as Jilin's eyes narrowed slightly, an invisible spiritual perception, like a ripple, quickly spread out in all directions with Jilin as the center. Jilin could sense everything clearly wherever he went. Even though it was just a small attempt, with the support of Jilin's full-level mental power, his perception range still reached 5 or 6 kilometers in radius. Although he had just learned the skill and was not proficient enough, so he couldn't perceive some tiny insects very clearly, Jilin was still quite satisfied. He felt that if he used all his strength to perceive, his perception coverage could probably reach a radius of 20 kilometers, or even wider. Jilin was in a good mood because he had acquired a pretty good skill. At this time, the space in front of Jilin distorted and a portal appeared. Jilin was not surprised. After all, he had killed the dungeon boss and completed the dungeon. The dungeon would be closed temporarily and he had to leave. Well, Brother Qilin, thank you so much this time. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to leave this dungeon. Yes, Brother Qilin, this time it's really thanks to you. Not only did you save us, but you also allowed us to leave this damn place smoothly. Thank you so much. 6 men with flat heads came up, all of them looking grateful. You don't have to be so polite, it's just something that happens to me. Qilin waved his hand. Brother Qilin, can we add you? Wu Chang, the man with the flat head, hesitated for a moment, but still made a friend request. Who wouldn't want to make friends with a strong person? In particular, Qilin is still so young, obviously a super genius that is rarely seen in a century. It's a rare opportunity to meet someone and have some interactions with them. Wouldn't it be a big loss if you don't make friends with them? Qilin thought for a moment and asked, do you have any advanced copies? Yes, definitely. After the previous 2 waves, Wu Chang already had a rough idea of Qilin's character. Knowing Qilin's characteristics, he nodded decisively. Although our team is not very strong, we have a wide social circle. Occasionally, we will team up with other adventurer teams and join some high-level dungeons. When the time comes and there are high-level dungeons of level 30 or 40, we will definitely call Brother Qilin along. Qilin nodded, okay, then let's add it. The world of Jianghu is not about fighting and killing, but about human relationships and worldly wisdom. Being a loner is just a style. If there is a dungeon to be had, if there are friends to be made, then you still have to make them, right? After adding Wu Chang as a friend, Qilin discovered that the name of Wu Chang's team was Wu San Wu Si. Well, this team name is a bit difficult to judge. Not a good person, right? Next, the 7 people each entered the portal and left. Soon, Qilin returned to the outside, which was the Gorilla Forest copy. If you discover a hidden copy and clear it for the first time, and report it to the official or the Adventurers Guild, there will be a reward, and the reward is not small, so Qilin plans to report to the Adventurers Guild after he finishes killing monsters in Gorilla Forest. Unfortunately, Qilin didn't walk far before a portal appeared in front of him. Apparently, someone had killed the dungeon boss and cleared the dungeon. Although Qilin was a little unhappy, he hadn't killed many monsters in the Gorilla Forest dungeon. However, since he had previously completed a more advanced hidden copy, Poison Spider's Nest, and gained a lot in all aspects, he did not worry too much. Qilin walked into the portal and left the copy. After walking out of the portal, Qilin put on his sunglasses again and headed towards the Adventurers Guild Hall. After a while, he arrived at the front desk of the Adventurers Guild. Chapter 39, Request from the Adventurers Guild President, Level 38 Copy. As soon as Qilin walked to the front desk, the staff immediately recognized him and their expressions became a little surprised. Oh my god, aren't you Qilin, the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination? Student Qilin. Oh no, Mr. Qilin, what brings you to the front desk? How can I help you? After being surprised, the receptionist seemed a little nervous. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear to make herself look more ladylike. Qilin couldn't help but sigh that he was so popular this time. Almost everyone recognized him, and he couldn't keep a low profile. I found a hidden dungeon and cleared it. It's my first time clearing it, so I'm here to report. Really? Then may I ask, in which instance did you find the hidden instance? The lady at the front desk was a little uneasy. If it was the first time to pass it, it meant that it was a new copy that had not been discovered before, so she asked hurriedly. I found it in the Gorilla Forest. Qilin briefly described the situation and presented the customs clearance record. After checking, the receptionist revealed a look of shock. Oh my god, Mr. Qilin, you actually killed a level 46 dungeon boss. It was no wonder that she was surprised. In her opinion, Qilin, the national top scholar, was indeed amazing. It would not be an exaggeration to even describe him as a genius that only appears once in a century. But no matter how strong he is just an 18 or 19-year-old student who has just finished the college entrance examination. On the other hand, the level 46 dungeon boss is a terrifying existence that even experienced adventurers at levels 40 or 50 cannot deal with. The fact that Qilin was able to kill it shows that Qilin's actual combat power is several times or even dozens of times higher than the level displayed on the surface. It is really unbelievable. It was just a fluke. Qilin decided to emulate a celebrity. Oh my god, it was clearly a kill with one move, but he said it was just luck. Is Qilin so low-key and introverted? The receptionist was about to fall for him. She had originally wanted to add Qilin as her friend to see if she could get the upper hand, but when she saw a slightly serious figure approaching, she was frightened and quickly became serious. Okay, Mr. Qilin, according to the guild's rules, adventurers who discover a new dungeon that has never appeared before and report it after the first clear will receive a reward. After some operation by the lady at the front desk, 500,000 copper coins were transferred into Qilin's account. Generally speaking, the rewards for discovering a hidden copy are related to the level of that hidden copy. The higher the level of the hidden copy you discover, the higher the reward amount. The poison spider's nest that Qilin discovered was only a level 20 copy, so the reward would definitely not be too high. But Qilin was not greedy. 500,000 copper coins was not much, but not too little either. After all, it was an unexpected fortune, so he was satisfied. Qilin nodded. He was about to say sorry for the trouble to the receptionist and leave, but at this moment a tall figure walked over. Oh? Aren't you Qilin, the national champion of this year's college entrance examination and the pride of our Wuxiang city? I didn't expect to see you here. How lucky. Qilin was stunned, but saw the receptionist bowing to the man nervously. President? President? Qilin was stunned again. He didn't expect that the tall man coming over was actually the president of this branch of the Adventurers Guild. Qilin was about to respond politely, but at this moment, Su Peng, the tall man, seemed to predict what Qilin was going to say and said with a smile, Student Qilin, I am the president of this branch of the Adventurers Guild. Su Peng, you can just call me President Su. Hello, President Su. Qilin nodded and said politely. Student Qilin, I saw you doing some business at the front desk just now. Did our staff here seem too enthusiastic or cause you any trouble? After hearing what President Su said, the receptionist looked a little unnatural. She knew President Su was talking about her, but being infatuated with customers and asking for their contact information was a big no-no for front desk staff like them. If caught, they would be fined or even reported. So she quickly defended herself. President, what are you talking about? I was just helping Mr. Qilin report his discovery of a new hidden copy. President Su had originally just been joking, but when he heard what the receptionist said, he suddenly became a little nervous. Student Qilin found a new hidden dungeon and cleared it? Yes, President. The lady at the front desk nodded, and when President Su came over, she did some operations and showed the report to President Su. Hiss. When President Su saw Qilin's kill record, he was so surprised that he gasped. It's not that he was surprised by something he had never seen before, but the frequency with which Qilin killed monsters and the speed at which he killed dungeon bosses were so exaggerated that they shocked him. Even though the kill records uploaded by Qilin will not show the moves used for the kills due to personal privacy reasons, the time punctuation is still displayed. The time when Qilin killed the dungeon boss and other monsters was extremely close, which was enough to show that Qilin was most likely overwhelming, and killed the dungeon boss and the other 500 or 600 monsters in the blink of an eye. You know, the boss of this newly discovered hidden copy is level 46. Qilin, a student who just finished the college entrance examination, was able to kill a level 46 dungeon boss and a large group of level 20 to 30 monsters in seconds. How outrageous is that? This is enough to show that the combat power that Qilin unleashed at that time far exceeded his strength on paper. President Su thought for a moment, then turned to look at Qilin. Student Qilin, if I remember correctly, you seem to be a telekineticist, right? Do you have any perception skills? Qilin could tell that President Su must have something on his mind, but he remained silent. What's wrong, President Su? I have a rescue operation here and I need a telekineticist who is good at spiritual perception, so I would like to ask Qilin for a favor. President Su's eyes were sincere. A rescue operation? Qilin was stunned. The situation isn't complicated. A child from a prominent family in Wuxiang City encountered an accident while leveling up in a dungeon and went missing. The family is extremely anxious and has sent many experienced adventurers into the dungeon to search for them, but they've been searching for a long time to no avail. The head of that big family and I have a very good relationship. We are old friends, and he asked me to find someone to help. So I was thinking, Qilin, you are a telekinetic master, you must have a powerful mental power far beyond that of other adventurers like us, and maybe you can help my old friend. President Su, worthy of being the president of the Wuxiang City Adventurers Guild branch, was quite observant and had high emotional intelligence. He suddenly changed the subject. Of course, I know that you, Qilin, are very busy improving your own strength. But I think this rescue operation is quite suitable for you. The dungeon where my old friend's children are leveling up is a level 38 intermediate dungeon. If Qilin is willing to help, entering the dungeon should provide high-quality training. A level 38 dungeon? At first Qi Lin was a little uninterested, until he heard these words, his eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 40, Abyss Dragon Cave, the most handsome guy in the copy. Originally, he had no interest in the rescue operation and didn't want to meddle in other people's business. After all, he is not the kind of nosy nice guy. The children of his big family are missing, what does it have to do with me? But the level 38 advanced copy is too attractive for him who wants to become stronger quickly at this stage, and he can't help but be interested. It's a very simple reason. He just entered a level 20 hidden copy, which has allowed him to level up 5 or 6 levels in a row. The gains are so huge. Entering a copy close to level 40, what would happen? He has to go to this level 38 copy no matter what. Of course, there are also rewards and incentives. If Qi Lin can help my old friend find his. Okay, I'll go. In the end, Qi Lin readily agreed. There's nothing I can do about it, who made him so kind? Going to the intermediate dungeon to kill monsters and level up is secondary. The main thing is that he can't bear to see others suffer. If something happens to this child, his parents will be very sad, right? The reward will definitely satisfy you, huh? President Su was a little slow to react, then his face lit up with joy. Student Qi Lin, are you willing to help? That's great. Let's go without further ado. I'll drive you there now. Good. Qi Lin nodded and followed President Su out of the front desk. However, when passing by a place, he was attracted by the goods sold at a counter next to it. That's a speaker. What's wrong, Qi Lin? President Su, does your guild sales hall still sell audio equipment? Qi Lin was a little confused. Normally, the Adventurers Guild sales hall sells things that only adventurers can use, such as equipment, medicine, etc. This speaker is the first time he has seen it. No, that's not an ordinary speaker. It's made by a childhood friend of mine, an engineer, when he was young and bored. It's similar to an ordinary speaker, used for playing music. The only difference is that this one was made by a machine mechanic and can be carried into a backpack. He said it would allow adventurers to relax and listen to music while in dungeons or outdoors. But when it was made, no one bought it, so I have to keep it here as a mascot. President Su smiled bitterly and said, "This thing has been gathering dust here for years." Qi Lin thought for a moment and said, "President Su, I bought this speaker." Chairman Su? About 10 minutes later, President Su brought Qi Lin to a copy operated by a large family. President Su, I didn't expect you to actually bring people here to help. Thank you so much. A middle-aged man in his 50s, dressed as a butler, came up to us with a warm attitude. Speaking of which, your family master is my old friend. If he needs help, I must help him. President Su waved his hand, indicating that you're welcome. President Su, the helper you just mentioned is this young man? The housekeeper of the big family looked at Qi Lin, and his expression seemed a little difficult to break. The main reason was that Qi Lin looked only 18 or 19 years old, too young, and he was wearing a pair of sunglasses, looking uncouth, and he seemed unreliable no matter how he looked at him. Yes, let me introduce you. This young man is Qi Lin. You may not know his name, but he has been the most talked about and popular figure in Wushang City. Oh no, even in the entire Dragon Country these past few days. President Su nodded and introduced Qi Lin to the housekeeper. He is the national champion of this year's college entrance examination, the first national champion of our Wushang City, the pride of our Wushang City, classmate Qi Lin. Hiss. He's the national #1 scholar, Qi Lin? The butler suddenly showed a surprised expression. Yes, I was lucky. I met Qi Lin at the Adventurers Guild. President Su nodded, his face full of confidence. I believe Qi Lin will be able to help you. He is a telekineticist, and his mental power is extremely strong. He is even strong enough to kill a dungeon boss of nearly level 50 in seconds. He will definitely be able to find Xiaoyu's whereabouts by using his perception skills. Student Qi Lin is a telekineticist? And he can instantly kill a dungeon boss nearing level 50? This is so amazing. The butler showed a surprised expression. Of course, he was more surprised that Qi Lin was so young yet possessed such powerful strength. After all, how old was Qi Lin? An 18 or 19-year-old student who had just finished the college entrance examination. Qi Lin couldn't hold it in any longer. I'm not the president, and you've already set a flag for me before I even start looking? I know you have a lot of confidence in me, but you say that so confidently, it makes me feel pressured, okay? Okay, then. I'll rely entirely on Qi Lin. As long as you help me find our eldest daughter, our Su family will never forget your kindness and will definitely give you a satisfactory reward. The butler's face was full of respect, and he didn't dare to be negligent at all. Because he knew very well that if what President Su said was true, then Qi Lin's mental power would probably be so strong that it was unbelievable. Combined with the fact that telepaths are good at mental perception, maybe he could really help their family find the missing eldest daughter. I'll do my best, but I can't guarantee I'll find it. Qi Lin was smart enough to pour a bucket of cold water on the housekeeper. He would not make any promises easily. After all, he came here more to get a high-level copy and find someone. No problem, as long as Qi Lin is willing to help us, you will definitely find it. My goodness, the water in my basin is not cold enough, is it? Student Qi Lin, this is a photo of our eldest lady. The housekeeper took out a photo from his pocket and handed it to Qi Lin respectfully. Our eldest daughter is called Su Qingyu. If you find her, just tell her that Uncle Fu asked you to find her. Good, it's Uncle Fu again. So, the one with the word Fu in his name is the innate butler, right? Qi Lin complained in his heart and took the photo. Then, he was confused again by the photos handed to him by the housekeeper. The eldest daughter of the Su family in the photo was actually wearing a mask. No, he is wearing a mask and I can't even see his face. How can I find him? This. Student Qi Lin, there's no need to worry. Our eldest lady is wearing a mask, so she's easy to recognize. Good. Qi Lin couldn't help but complain in his heart. She was wearing a mask for the photo. Was she too embarrassed to see people or what? A rich lady didn't have to be so secretive, right? But he didn't worry too much about it. He would just follow the prescription when the time came. If he saw a woman wearing a mask in the copy, she should be the eldest daughter of the Su family. Qi Lin added the housekeeper Fu Bo as a friend. After he took the teleportation jade pendant, he entered the dungeon. Instance name, Abyssal Dragon Cave. Difficulty, difficult not selectable. Recommended level, 38. Recommended number of people, 5. Qi Lin walked out of the portal. The terrain of this dungeon was somewhat similar to that of Gorilla Forest, both being mainly woods. However, when Qi Lin looked at the map of the dungeon, he could tell at a glance that the dungeon was very vast, even comparable in area to an entire district. This is probably the reason why so many adventurers are mobilized to search for it. Qi Lin couldn't help but sigh that the copy resources controlled by these big families were different. If it weren't for President Su setting him up, he would not be able to enter such a high-level copy at his current level. Someone else came in. Holy shit, isn't that Qi Lin, the national top scorer in this year's college entrance exam, the one who's all over the internet? It's really Qi Lin. With that unique look and that unique aura, I can recognize him at once. I didn't expect that the Su family's patriarch would even invite Qi Lin, the national #1 student, to come. He's truly the head of a large family. His connections are quite extensive. There were some adventurers around, and they all recognized Qi Lin, showing varying degrees of surprise. Qi Lin has gradually gotten used to it. As the top scholar in the country, people recognize him almost everywhere he goes. He ignored the looks from around him and took out the speaker from his backpack. Yes, it was the small speaker he had bought from the Adventurers Guild earlier. Chapter 41, Killing the Dragon Crocodile, Mysterious Spiritual Fluctuation. This small speaker is not an ordinary speaker. It was made by a professional life equipment engineer and has some functions that ordinary speakers do not have. For example, it can be put into a backpack and taken into a dungeon. Other things in the real world cannot be put into the backpack and cannot be brought into the dungeon. In addition, this speaker does not require a mobile phone Bluetooth connection, does not need to be charged, and it also stores all the songs and music in the real world. It is simply too versatile. As for why it couldn't be sold, Qi Lin felt that it had something to do with the manufacturer's thought process. Running into a dungeon to kill monsters and level up is full of danger and tension. Who has time to listen to music? Even if you are unlucky and the music is amplified, it will attract a large group of monsters from the surrounding area to attack you, and you will be killed by the speakers in a minute. After some operations, a small interface popped up on the speaker, allowing Qi Lin to choose the music to play. Qi Lin searches in the search box, and after finding the right music, he adds it to the list, loops the list, plays it, and goes. And at maximum volume. The boundless horizon is my love, flowers are blooming at the foot of the rolling green hills, what kind of rhythm is the most swaying? Under Qi Lin's telekinetic control, the speakers were welded to the front of the sky shield like motorcycle lights. The volume is very loud, the sound quality is very high, and after playing music, this speaker can emit colorful and dazzling light, just like the lights of a motorcycle. It is so cool. This immediately silenced the surrounding adventurers. They simply couldn't understand why Qilin was playing music here, and the speakers were so loud. You know, this is not the real world, it's a copy. With the music so loud, aren't you afraid of attracting a large number of monsters? Aren't you afraid of putting yourself in danger? However, for some things, as long as you are strong enough, there will be great scholars who will debate for you. Oh, I understand. The reason why Qilin played the music so loudly was because he wanted to use this method to better let the missing Miss Su know that we are looking for her. That's right. If we just shout, the sound will be too small. This dungeon is too big, and the trees and grass will easily drown out our shouts. But the music played by Qilin's speakers is different. It's so loud and continuous, which will make it easier for Miss Su to hear. TSK, a genius is a genius. Qilin is really smart. He even thought of such a brilliant idea. Qilin couldn't hear the discussions of the adventurers around him. If he heard it, he would probably laugh. He didn't think that much, okay? The reason why Qilin got a speaker and played music so loudly was purely to attract monsters. Mainly because of the previous trip to Gorilla Forest, he knew that the method of gathering and pulling monsters had some disadvantages. That is, if there were too many monsters gathered, it would be easy for other adventurers to notice them, and then they would run over to snatch the monsters. Therefore, you have to kill the monster as soon as you pull it. Qilin had thought about how to kill instantly after pulling, until he saw this speaker at the Adventurers Guild, and he suddenly understood. There is no need to overthink it, just turn on the speakers. Anyway, the sound of the speaker is loud and has a wide range, so when the monsters hear it, they will definitely come over to attack. This is equivalent to having a built-in monster pulling function. Of course, Qilin's trip to the dungeon was not just to pull and kill monsters. After all, he was entrusted by someone else, and he was also using someone else's dungeon. It would be unreasonable not to help out, so he would at least help find it. He could search while killing monsters. Anyway, he had the speakers on and would use his spider sense from time to sense the situation nearby. If he got near the missing young lady, he should be able to find her. Qilin walked around for a long time with the stereo on, and his expression suddenly became a little constipated. The main thing was that he had the speakers on, and he didn't encounter any monsters after walking for a kilometer or two, not a single one. No, isn't this a level 38, hard difficulty dungeon? Why aren't there any monsters? It's like selling dog meat under the guise of selling mutton, right? Of course, despite all the complaints, Qilin could probably figure out why there were no monsters here. The Su family, a wealthy family, had apparently commissioned thousands of adventurers to search for their missing daughter, including some level 50 or even 60 experts. There are more adventurers in this copy and they are stronger, so the monsters that come out to attack will definitely be killed, so it is not surprising that there are fewer monsters. At this time, Qilin passed by a swamp. He was secretly complaining about where those dungeon monsters had died, but suddenly, he clearly sensed something and a slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The next second, two huge black shadows rushed out from the pond, opening their bloody mouths and biting towards Qilin. Those were two huge crocodiles, each more than 10 meters long. It has to be said that the timing and angle of the two giant crocodiles' sneak attacks were extremely tricky, and their speed was extremely fast. Even some powerful and experienced adventurers would probably find it difficult to avoid them, and there was a high probability that they would be buried in their huge mouths. Unfortunately, Qilin had already seen through it. His eyes focused, and the surging spiritual power transformed into two giant telekinetic hands over 20 meters wide, easily catching the two huge crocodiles. After Qilin learned the skill Spider Sense, his mental perception became dozens of times sharper than before. Even without using Spider Sense, he could still sense subtle movements around him. He had already sensed the two huge crocodiles approaching just now. Monster name, Dragon Crocodile. Level 36. HP, 3200. Spirit, 3400. Skills, Savage Charge, Bite, Lurk. At this moment, Qilin looked at the struggling dragon crocodile, which was firmly grasped by his two giant telekinetic hands in mid-air. He smiled and shook his head. It's obviously a monster of over 30 levels, but its attack method is still so low level. Isn't it too disappointing? The two dragon crocodiles felt looked down upon. They bared their teeth, growled, and struggled desperately, like two caught loaches, which looked quite funny. Of course, these two dragon crocodiles could not break free from Qilin's two giant telekinetic hands as the difference in strength was too great. It's really ugly. Qilin had a look of disgust on his face. He moved his mind slightly, and the two giant hands of telekinesis suddenly exerted force. Puff! He directly crushed the two dragon crocodiles to pieces. Blood and limbs splattered everywhere, as if it was raining blood. Kill two dragon crocodiles, experience plus 5760. Materials obtained, dragon crocodile skin 2, crocodile tooth 2. Too weak, too weak. The monsters in this level 36 dungeon are still too weak. Qilin secretly shook his head, looking unsatisfied. Is there nothing here that can make me feel a little bit happy? Suddenly, Qilin's pupils trembled slightly. He felt something quietly entering his brain. Chapter 42, Discovering the Dungeon Boss, Miss Su can no longer hold back. Immediately afterwards, Qilin discovered that the scene before his eyes was changing. It's just like the fade-in and fade-out special effects transition in PPT, gradually changing from one picture to another. It's actually an illusion, quite interesting. Qilin raised the corner of his mouth slightly. At this moment, 99.9% of people with slightly weaker mental strength will fall into the illusion. But unfortunately, Qilin's mental power is infinite, and this illusion has no effect on him at all. Break it for me. Qilin's eyes narrowed, and as he used his mental strength to resist, the environment in front of him shattered instantly like shattering glass. The next second, the scene in front of Qilin returned to normal and turned back into the swamp forest. Looks like there's something big nearby. Now things are going to get interesting. A hint of excitement flashed in Qilin's eyes. He knew very well that illusions would not occur for no reason, and there must be a caster around. The person who could pull a telekinetic master like him into the illusion must be someone who is extremely skilled in performing illusions. It is not ruled out that it is an elite monster or even a dungeon boss. Qilin decided to investigate, so he used his spider sense. An invisible spiritual perception, like a ripple, quickly spread out in all directions with Qilin as the center. The range is so wide that it even covers an area of more than 20 kilometers. Yes, Qilin's spider sense's perception range has become wider. Mainly because he had used his spider sense to a small extent from time to time on the way here. As he used this skill more and more times, his proficiency increased, and the range and precision of his perception could be improved. Ignoring the adventurers who were searching everywhere, Qilin finally locked onto the target. The caster was in a lake 4 or 5 kilometers away. Mainly due to the delicate perception of spider sense, he was able to sense a certain location in the lake, with it as the center, emitting fluctuations of spiritual power over a large area. This also resulted in several other adventurers nearby being affected besides him. Those adventurers had been tricked. They had all fallen into an illusion and were trapped in the dreamland, standing there motionless. Qilin also sensed that the aura in the lake was extremely powerful, even stronger than the previous dungeon boss of Poisonous Spider Lair, the level 46 corrupted Poisonous Spider King. It is probably a dungeon boss with a level of over 50. Okay, I've been looking for you for so long, so you're hiding there. Qilin was so excited when he found a big guy. The experience points gained after killing the previously level 40 plus corrupted Spider King were more than 90,000. The experience points for this dungeon boss of over 50 levels must not exceed 150,000. After defeating this dungeon boss, his level will be raised again to level 26. I didn't expect there would be a human presence in the lake. Hiss. Could it be the daughter of the Su family? Qilin sensed another breath and showed a surprised expression. Because through careful perception, he found that the aura near the lake was not strong, only around level 25. At least he is much weaker than the other senior adventurers sent by the Su family to look for people. This does not rule out the possibility that the owner of that aura is very young. In this copy, it seems that only he and the eldest daughter of the Su family are relatively young. Maybe she is the missing eldest daughter of the Su family. Since the dungeon boss and the suspected eldest daughter of the Su family have been discovered, Qilin does not hesitate any longer. With a yo-hoo sound, Qilin controlled the sky-piercing shield and flew towards the target location. As for notifying other people, that doesn't exist. Since he discovered the dungeon boss, he must be the one to kill it. What if he calls others and they try to steal the boss from him? The dungeon boss is his, the experience points are his, and no one can snatch them from him. There are 3 small islands on the Misty Lake. In the bamboo forest of one of the small islands, a masked man leaned against a large rock, gasping for breath. The long straight hair like a waterfall and the graceful figure, these 2 points alone can tell that the masked person is a woman. There is no doubt that this person is the missing eldest daughter of the Su family, Su Qingyu. Damn it, that thing is casting another illusion. In my current state, I can't hold on any longer. Although she was wearing a mask, it was clear from Su Qingyu's gradually distracted eyes and tired voice that she was in a very bad state. But it must be said that even so, she still did not fall into the illusion. In addition to her strong mental power, as the daughter of a wealthy family, she has a lot of high-end equipment. For example, the accessory that can offset mental attacks is the blue dragon eye pendant she wears around her neck. That is silver quality, legendary equipment that can offset 98% of mental attacks. But even so, Su Qingyu's situation was still quite desperate. Now, she was not trapped on a small island because of the range of the illusion, but she was targeted by the dungeon boss and was forced into a desperate situation by him. You know, that's a level 56 dungeon boss. And she is only level 25. Even though she had all kinds of legendary equipment, she could easily kill ordinary monsters of more than level 30, but she had no power to resist the level 56 dungeon boss, and she couldn't even escape. The worst thing is that the dungeon boss now probably knows that she is hiding here. It will probably not be long before the dungeon boss rushes out to attack her. As for asking for help? That's simply impossible. Due to the special location here and the telepathic interference of the dungeon boss, there was no communication signal, so she was unable to send messages or location coordinates for help. That thing seems to be ready to come out. When it comes out and locks onto me, I'm afraid I'll be dead here. The voice from behind the mask was filled with helplessness and a hint of unwillingness. I really don't want to accept this. I've been working so hard to become stronger, and I'm almost making some progress, but it seems that I can't repay the kindness I received back then. A trace of tears flashed in Su Qingyu's beautiful eyes. But just as her mood was getting lower and lower, a figure appeared from the air. At the same time, there were also songs playing on the speakers, very loudly. Today is a good day. Everything you wish for will come true. Today is a good day. Let's open the door and welcome the spring breeze. Immediately afterwards, Su Qingyu saw a scene that she would never forget. She was surprised to see a figure flying to the lake at an extremely fast speed. The man came flying through the air with his feet on a sky-piercing shield. He had his hands in his pockets and was wearing a pair of slovenly sunglasses. But this is not the most difficult part. The most difficult thing to break down is that there is a colorful speaker on the front of this guy's aircraft, just like a headlight, and the music it plays is very loud and festive. If you don't know, you might think this guy is here to cause trouble. Su Qingyu was silenced on the spot. She thought of 1,000 possibilities of someone coming to rescue her, but she never expected that the one who came to rescue her would be such a strange guy. What are you doing here? It's dangerous. Su Qingyu quickly stood up and shouted loudly at Qilin in mid-air. Qilin naturally heard Su Qingyu's voice, and he glanced over there. Having seen Su Qingyu's photo before, Qilin recognized Su Qingyu at a glance. It seems that she is the missing eldest daughter of the Su family, and she really ran here. Qilin felt fortunate that Su Qingyu was not dead, otherwise his trip would have been in vain. As for the questions raised by Su Qingyu, he was too lazy to complain. What are you doing here? He must be here to kill monsters. Otherwise, come here to shit? At this time, the calm lake surface began to fluctuate, and the fluctuations became larger and larger. Can't help but come out after hearing the noise? Qilin raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Boom! It was like a depth charge was thrown into the lake. The surface of the lake suddenly exploded and an extremely huge black shadow rushed out of the lake. It turned out to be a dragon that was 100 meters long. Monster name, Abyss Dragon. Level 56. HP, 160,000. Spirit, 200,000. Skills, Tail Sweep, Roaring Sound Wave, Abyss Illusion. He, you're the one called the Abyss Dragon, right? Chapter 43, The Poor Abyss Dragon, being played with in the palm of his hand. Qilin smiled excitedly. He knew that the boss of this, Abyss Dragon Cave, dungeon was above level 50. This level 56 dungeon boss will definitely give you a lot of experience points if you kill it. It must be very satisfying to kill it. It's coming out. Not far below, Su Qingyu looked at the Abyss Dragon breaking out of the lake, and she felt a little uneasy. The main reason was that she knew how terrifying the Abyss Dragon was, and Qilin looked only 18 or 19 years old, with a breath strength similar to hers, probably around level 25. How could he deal with this level 56 dungeon boss? No, I have to help him. A hint of determination flashed across Su Qingyu's beautiful eyes. She drew her weapon and was about to run away. Although she knew that she was no match for the Abyss Dragon, two people working together were always stronger than one alone. She couldn't bear to watch Qi Lin, who came to save her, die in vain. However, Su Qingyu had just taken 2 steps when Qi Lin's voice came from midair. Just stand there and don't move. Don't steal my monster. Qi Lin, who had mastered spider sense, how sensitive was his mental perception? How could he not notice Su Qingyu's movements? Want to steal monsters from him? No way. This really confused Su Qingyu, and she just stood there in a daze. She wondered if she had heard wrongly. You are not allowed to steal my monster? This. He actually thought that I ran out to steal monsters from him? Su Qingyu was a little overwhelmed. She realized that Qi Lin not only had a unique appearance and style, but also a very unique way of thinking. Roar! Just when Su Qingyu's cup was about to smoke, the Abyss Dragon had already lowered its head and its gaze fell on Qi Lin. While it let out a threatening growl, a hint of doubt flashed in its eyes. As a level 56 dungeon boss, its intelligence must be quite high, even smarter than a small number of humans. It was a little confused. Why was Qi Lin turning on the speakers and playing music so loudly? Wasn't he afraid of being exposed? In short, it was a little bit confused about Qi Lin's train of thought. What are you looking at? Have you never seen a handsome guy before? Qi Lin took off his sunglasses. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he always felt that the Abyss Dragon in front of him was looking at him with a mentally retarded look, which made him a little unhappy. A hint of ferocity flashed in the eyes of the Abyss Dragon. It no longer worried about Qi Lin's train of thought. Since this human had broken into its territory, he must die. Roar! The Abyss Dragon used the skill, Sonic Attack. It roared, and the surging sound waves turned into sound waves and bombarded Qi Lin. Unfortunately, however, the Sonic Attack is more of a mental attack, which will have no effect at all on Qi Lin, who has infinite mental power. After the Abyss Flood Dragon finished roaring, Qi Lin boredly picked at his ears. He looked at the Abyss Flood Dragon with a look of disgust. Why are you barking like a dog? Don't you know that your voice is unpleasant? OMG. Below, Su Qingyu was stunned to see Qi Lin was unharmed by the sonic attack of the Abyss Dragon. On the other hand, the Abyss Dragon was angry, and its expression became more and more ferocious. With a high IQ, it naturally understood what Qi Lin said. It felt that the human in front of it didn't seem to take it seriously at all and looked down on it in every way. As a level 56 dungeon boss, it was definitely not a weak being. It had even killed a level 65 human warrior before, so its pride must be very strong, right? How could it possibly tolerate a human kid looking down on it like this? Roar! The Abyss Dragon let out a roar and rushed towards Qi Lin at an extremely fast speed. It wanted to eat this human boy who looked down on it in one bite. Be careful, the Abyss Dragon is better at mental attacks, but its speed and strength are also very strong. Su Qingyu reminded loudly. There was no trace of emotion on Qi Lin's face. His eyes were slightly focused, and a surge of mental power poured out like a huge wave, and in an instant, a giant telekinetic hand that was 70 or 80 meters in size was condensed. Immediately following. Bang! As Qi Lin's mind moved, the giant hand of telekinesis slapped the Abyss Flood Dragon in the face, causing it to twist its face. 10,000. Abyss Dragon. Su Qingyu. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. Both the Abyss Dragon that was being beaten and Su Qingyu who was watching the show below were stunned by Qi Lin's slap. Especially the Abyss Dragon. It had thought of 10,000 ways that Qi Lin might attack, but it never expected that Qi Lin would actually slap him in the face. Su Qingyu was also a little bit overwhelmed. She didn't expect Qi Lin's fighting style to be so special. This is definitely not very harmful, but extremely insulting. The Abyss Dragon was furious. It turned around with a distorted face and was about to roar wildly at Qi Lin, swearing. Bang! However, just as the Abyss Flood Dragon turned around, before it could even roar, the telekinetic giant hand slapped it again. The face tilted again, tilted to the other side. 10,000. Abyss Dragon. Su Qingyu. Oh my god, this. Su Qingyu was shocked beyond words. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed that what was happening was real. A boy about her age could actually play with a level 56 dungeon boss like this. This is outrageous. It was so outrageous that she felt a little sympathy for the Abyss Dragon at this moment. Poor Tom, no, poor Dragon of the Abyss, being played around with by the dragon. But in fact, this was just Qi Lin's little experiment. He knew that with his current proficiency in telekinesis, the strongest telekinetic giant hand he could condense was this. Because the Abyss Flood Dragon was larger and faster, it was impossible to crush it directly like before. Well, since you can't catch and crush it in one go, try another method. The idea of slapping someone in the face was just something he came up with on the spur of the moment, so he wanted to see how much damage the telekinetic giant hand could do. If the damage was enough, he thought about whether he could just slap some low-level monsters he encountered in the future. Well, killing the monster with one slap sounds pretty satisfying, right? But after this wave, Qi Lin was a little dissatisfied. He felt that the damage of the telekinetic giant hand slap attack was a little too low. At only 10,000 damage, even a high-level elite monster might not be killed with a single slap. Roar! The Abyss Dragon was completely enraged. It moved like an S-shaped snake, quickly past the giant telekinetic hand, and rushed towards Qi Lin. But this time it was much smarter and chose to use skills to attack. As the Abyss Dragon's eyes narrowed slightly, it activated its illusion skill, Abyss Illusion. If the previous mental fluctuations covering an area of several kilometers were the area attack of Abyss Illusion, then what it was unleashing now was a single attack that locked onto the target. You know, single target attacks are more concentrated and can be several times or even dozens of times more powerful. Su Qingyu below saw that the Abyss Dragon was about to launch an illusion attack on Qi Lin. She realized that something was wrong, but it was too late for her to warn him. You know, whether it is hypnosis, illusion or other mental attacks, what is being compared is the strength of the mental power. Unfortunately, the Abyssal Flood Dragon is a rare dungeon boss with extremely powerful mental strength. Therefore, its illusion attack is extremely strong. Even a human warrior above level 60 may not be able to resist the attack of Abyssal Illusion. However, facing the Abyss Dragon's fierce illusion attack, Qi Lin remained calm. Is this your strongest illusion attack? I'm really disappointed. This level of illusion attack is useless to me. As Qi Lin's eyes suddenly focused, an extremely powerful mental force burst out, and actually blasted away the illusion attack inflicted by the Abyss Dragon. At that moment, Su Qingyu was so shocked that her eyes widened, and her beautiful eyes were full of disbelief. He actually neutralized the Abyss Dragon's illusionary attack with just a single glance. This boy, he's actually this powerful. It's not an exaggeration. When Su Qingyu saw this scene, she was so shocked that her worldview almost collapsed. She had never seen a human with such strong mental power. Chapter 44 Top Grade Dragon Blood, Holy Pupil of the Abyss, Big Prophet. The Abyss Dragon was stunned and shocked beyond words. It never expected that its strongest illusion attack, which even a level 60 human warrior had to avoid, could be resolved by Qi Lin with just a glance. This human's mental strength is surprisingly so strong. I've already tried your strongest mental attack. Based on the principle of reciprocity, it's time for me to show you my mental attack. Hearing Qi Lin say this, the Abyss Dragon was so frightened that his face changed drastically. Oh no, this human is going to get serious. No, you will be killed, retreat quickly. The Abyss Dragon didn't dare to hesitate any longer. It dived down quickly, trying to escape back into the lake. However, it was too late. As Qi Lin's eyes narrowed slightly, a terrifying mental force radiated out. Mental formatting. As if all its strength had been drained away, the Abyss Dragon's entire body softened and fell heavily onto the lake. Bang! Just like a depth charge falling into the lake, the huge body of the Abyss Dragon stirred up huge splashes of water, and the scene was extremely shocking. The Abyss Dragon floating on the water has turned into a lifeless corpse. Not far away, Su Qingyu was shocked by Qi Lin again. His mouth under the mask became an O shape and could not close for a long time. From the fact that Qi Lin had previously dispersed the Abyss Dragon's illusionary attack with just one look, Su Qingyu knew that Qi Lin's mental strength was very strong, but she didn't expect Qi Lin to get serious and kill the Abyss Dragon with just one move. Level 56 Dungeon Boss, killed instantly. It's so terrifying. Kill the Abyss Dragon Leader, experience plus 160,000. Material, 2 Dragon Eyes. Medicine, 1 Dragon Blood Top Grade. Upgrade successfully, gain 5 attribute points, which can be freely allocated. Dragon Blood? It's actually top-grade dragon blood? Shilin's eyes lit up. He had expected to reach level 26 after killing the Abyss Dragon, so he was not surprised. However, when he saw the medicine, dragon blood, he became a little uneasy. Dragon blood is a tonic. After taking it, all attributes can be improved. Even if it is just ordinary, white quality dragon blood, it can improve 2 or 3 points. Now this, top quality, purple dragon blood will definitely have a better effect. Shilin took a look at the detailed introduction of this top grade dragon blood. Dragon blood top grade, the blood of the abyssal flood dragon, a powerful tonic. Consuming it permanently increases all attributes by 20 points. Hiss. Shilin was a little surprised. After taking it, all attributes were permanently increased by 20 points. Isn't this effect too strong? It is indeed purple quality, dragon blood. Without any hesitation, Shilin took out the dragon blood from his backpack. It was placed in an exquisite small jade bottle. Shilin unscrewed the lid and drank it in one gulp. This 82 years of dragon blood done. After drinking the dragon blood, Shilin also added the 5 attribute points gained from this upgrade to Constitution. The updated information panel is as follows. Name, Shilin. Occupation, telekinesis. Level, 2693.86%. Strength, 75. Agility, 75 plus 50 equipment bonus. Spirit. Constitution, 75. Skills, mental shock, mind control, mental formatting, hypnosis, iron body, psychic transformation, spider sense. Shilin nodded with satisfaction. He felt that even though he did not have the maximum level of mental strength now, his strength, agility and other aspects could still be comparable to a level 30 adventurer. Congratulations on clearing the dungeon, Abyssal Dragon Cave, spending 18 minutes and 28 seconds, receiving an SS level rating, and receiving a gold treasure chest reward. Another golden treasure chest? Not bad. Shilin was in a good mood. He opened the golden treasure chest he had obtained. Item name, Holy Eye of the Abyss top grade. Type, skill book. Learning level, 25. Learning requirements, spirit 100 plus. Effect description, inside eye plus illusion eye. Inside eye can directly see the enemy's specific numerical values, equipment, skills, etc. The illusion eye can cast illusions. Special note, the detection level range and the power of the illusion are all determined by the caster's mental strength. Holy crap, it's another skill book that has no class requirements. I'm so lucky. Shilin was a little excited. He was just about to learn the Holy Eye of the Abyss when he heard a noise not far away. Holy crap! Look over there. It's the Abyss Dragon. The dungeon boss of the Abyss Dragon Cave has been killed. Look up there, isn't that classmate Shilin? He seems to be the only one here, so he was the one who killed the Abyss Dragon? What do you mean there's only one person? Isn't there another person on that small island? Shit, this person wearing a mask, could that be the eldest daughter of the Su family we're looking for? It really is Miss Su. She's here. So, did Shilin discover Miss Su was here and rush over to save her? Come quickly. The eldest daughter of the Su family has been found. It turned out that many adventurers had arrived here. The main reason was that when Shilin was fighting with the Abyss Dragon just now, there was quite a lot of noise, which attracted the attention of some nearby adventurers who were still looking for Su Qingyu, so they ran over to see what was going on. Now that these adventurers have discovered Su Qingyu, they are all quite surprised and can roughly guess what is going on. Shilin naturally noticed the adventurers over there, but he didn't care too much. He opened the skill book scroll, and the skill book turned into a series of golden characters and entered Shilin's forehead. Shilin comprehended the Holy Eye of the Abyss, and the skill, Holy Eye of the Abyss, was newly added to the skills column of the information panel. The updated information panel is as follows. Name, Shilin. Occupation, telekinesis. Skills, mental shock, mind control, mental formatting, hypnosis, iron body, psychic transfiguration, spider sense, abyssal holy eye. After comprehending the new skill, Shilin immediately put it into practice. Holy Eye of the Abyss. Shilin looked at Su Qingyu below. Occupation, Holy Swordsman plus Holy Elf. Level 25. Strength, 123 plus 360 equipment bonus. Agility, 125 plus 380 equipment bonus. Spirit, 170 plus 420 equipment bonus. Physique, 122 plus 390 equipment bonus. Skills, Holy Sword / Holy Sword Control, Sky Splitting / Holy Sword Purification. Equipment, Legendary Sword Legendary, Flowing Silver Armor Legendary, Azure Dragon Eye Pendant Legendary, Goddess Sacred Bracelet Legendary. Qi Lin was in a good mood after killing the Abyss Dragon, leveling up, and gaining new skills. That was until he saw Su Qingyu's densely packed legendary equipment and immediately became autistic. Good job! Qi Lin exclaimed in his heart, wow! Now he finally understood what it meant that the poor relied on mutations while the rich relied on technology. He also understood what it meant to be rich without humanity. Especially the legendary equipment on Su Qingyu. It makes others feel numb. He knew that Su Qingyu's family was rich, but he didn't expect them to be so rich. Sure enough, poverty limits my imagination. Is this the kind of player who spends money? I can't afford to offend him. But this time, he finally understood why Su Qingyu dared to come to this level 38 advanced dungeon to kill monsters alone. Even though Su Qingyu was only level 25, with the blessing of her legendary equipment, she could easily kill even elite monsters over level 40. If it weren't for his bad luck in encountering the level 56 dungeon boss Abyss Dragon, Su Qingyu would have been a killing spree in this dungeon. Below, Su Qingyu has already walked out. She raised her head, her beautiful eyes looking at Qi Lin above her. She was about to express her gratitude to Qi Lin. But at this moment, a portal appeared in front of her. Chapter 45, Legendary Skill Book, you call this a worthless thing? In fact, not only in front of Su Qingyu, but also in front of Qi Lin and the adventurers not far away, a portal also appeared in front of everyone. The main reason is that Qi Lin has killed the dungeon boss, the Abyss Dragon, and completed the dungeon, so the following dungeon will be temporarily closed and all adventurers in the dungeon have to leave. TSK, do we have to leave now? That's a bit fast. Qi Lin felt a little regretful. You know, this level 38 dungeon is a very advanced dungeon for him at the moment. If he could kill 1 or 2,000 monsters here in a row like he did in the poison spider's lair before, how much would his strength improve? Unfortunately, he had only been in the dungeon for about 10 to 20 minutes. Apart from killing the dungeon boss, the Abyss Dragon, he had also killed 2 ordinary level 36 dragon crocodiles, and did not gain much experience. How can I not feel sorry for leaving now? However, Qi Lin didn't worry too much about it. After all, he obtained top-grade dragon blood on this trip, and all his attributes were permanently increased by 20, which was a disguised level 4 upgrade. In addition to obtaining a new skill, Holy Eye of the Abyss, this trip has yielded quite a few gains. Don't be too greedy, be content with what you have. Qi Lin entered the portal and left the copy. Below, Su Qingyu saw Qi Lin enter the portal, and she also walked into the portal. Brothers, it's over, let's go back. Yes, classmate Qi Lin has found Miss Su, and Miss Su has also left the dungeon. Let's retreat too. Not far away, other adventurers were reminding those who were arriving later while entering the portal and leaving the dungeon one after another. The people who were teleported returned to the dungeon square. Master, look over there, the eldest lady is back. I saw it, it really is Xiaoyu. That's great, Xiaoyu, she's fine. 3 figures walked over quickly. The one walking in front was the butler Fu Bo. Daddy! Mommy! Su Qingyu saw her parents walking towards her quickly and immediately went to meet them. The middle-aged man in his 40s with a dignified and handsome appearance was the head of the Su family, Su Qingyu's father, Su Outyan. The beautiful lady in her 30s was Su Qingyu's mother, Han Xiuji. Since Su Qingyu had been missing in the copy for 2 or 3 days, it was undoubtedly a very touching scene for his family to be reunited. Skipping those conversations like, I'm sorry, Daddy and Mommy, I made you worry, and silly child, what's there to be sorry about? The Su family's head, Su Outyan, asked, by the way, Xiaoyu, what happened to you? Why can't I contact you all of a sudden? It's all my fault. I was too careless. When I was chasing the elite monster, the 2-headed dragon snake, I went to the territory of the dungeon boss, the Abyss Dragon, and it targeted me. I couldn't defeat it, so I had to hide in the bamboo forest on a small island. Maybe because of the remote location and the lack of communication signal, I lost contact with the outside world. Su Qingyu briefly explained the situation, then looked at Qi Lin with her beautiful eyes. I thought I was dead, but fortunately that boy arrived in time. He killed the Abyss Dragon and saved me. Miss, you are talking about classmate Qi Lin, right? Uncle Fu, the housekeeper, followed Su Qingyu's gaze and saw Qi Lin, a boy of about 18 or 20, standing in that direction. He naturally knew who Su Qingyu was talking about and was immediately overjoyed. I didn't expect that it was Qi Lin who saved the young lady. This time, we really have to thank President Su. If President Su hadn't called Qi Lin here, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to rescue the young lady so quickly. So it was that little brother who saved Xiaoyu. I really have to thank him this time. Su Outyan sighed repeatedly, his eyes filled with gratitude and admiration. I heard that he was the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination. He really is a hero from a young age. Over there, Qi Lin had just put the sky-piercing shield back into his backpack when he heard a lot of people talking around him. Well, you are Qi Lin, right? The patriarch of the Su family is looking over here, why don't you go over? You saved the eldest daughter of the Su family. With Patriarch Su's generosity, he will definitely reward you handsomely this time. Yeah, in my opinion, I'm afraid the conditions are whatever you ask for. Even purple quality top grade equipment and skill books are no problem. Just ask for any conditions? Are there no problems with purple quality top grade equipment and skill books? So rich? Qi Lin became a little uneasy after hearing this. He raised his head and found that Su Qingyu over there had somehow gone limp and almost fell down. Fortunately, Su Outyan and his wife supported her in time. Then, two young women dressed in suits and sunglasses, dressed like bodyguards, helped Su Qingyu away. Qi Lin was wondering what was going on when he saw Su Outyan and his wife and the housekeeper Fu Bo walking over. Well, you are Qi Lin, right? Xiaoyu just told us everything. Qi Lin, you were able to find Xiaoyu and rescue her. Thank you so much. Su Outyan was filled with gratitude and smiled warmly. Qi Lin, this kindness will never be forgotten by our Su family. Master Su, you are too polite. It's just a small favor. Qi Lin was neither humble nor arrogant, but calm and polite. Just now I saw that Miss Ling seemed to have some problems. Is she okay? Qi Lin is a very pragmatic person. This time he successfully found Su Qingyu and rescued her. If the Su family wants to reward him, he will definitely accept it generously and calmly. He was even quite curious about what good things the Su family, a big family, could reward him with. But he is not that stupid. He has to pretend to be nice at this time, such as asking about Su Qingyu's situation and being polite. Classmate Qi Lin is so thoughtful. Xiaoyu is fine. She just spent too much mental energy facing the illusionary attacks of the Abyss Dragon these past 2 days, so she fainted for a while. She has gone back to rest now. Su Outyan smiled. After saying that, he waved his right hand lightly, and 2 golden treasure chests appeared here. Master Su, this is. Qi Lin was an old hand, so naturally he knew that it was Su Outyan's thank you to him. But because this appearance is too young, I have to act appropriately. Su Outyan smiled slightly, his eyes sincere. I have already said it just now, classmate Qi Lin rescued my daughter. This favor will never be forgotten by our Su family. From today on, classmate Qi Lin is a friend of our Su family, and also a friend of me, Su Outyan. In the future, if classmate Qi Lin needs any help, feel free to come to me. These are just a small token of my gratitude to Qi Lin. They are not worth much, and I hope Qi Lin will accept them. The butler, Uncle Fu, also agreed with a smile. Yes, Qi Lin, these 20 million copper coins in this legendary skill book are a small token of our master's kindness. Please accept them. Qi Lin thought he had misheard and was stunned. 20 million copper coins. Legendary skill book. You call this worthless? But recalling that Su Qingyu was wearing all legendary equipment, Qi Lin instantly felt relieved. Yes, for a big family like the Su family, perhaps it really is worthless. Brutal. So cruel. It's so inhumane. Since Patriarch Su is so kind, I would be remiss if I could not accept it. Qi Lin nodded. Don't be fooled by his calm appearance. In fact, he was in turmoil. A silver quality, legendary skill book, no one can remain calm, right? Converted into money, a silver quality skill book would sell for at least 200 million copper coins on the market. Qi Lin first opened the first golden treasure chest. Item, 20 million copper coins. Qi Lin then opened the second golden treasure chest. Item name, Divine Flame Burning Heaven Legend. Chapter 46. Let me tell you my fortune. You will be killed without a complete body. Type, skill book. Learning level, 20. Learning requirements, none. Effect description, advanced fire skill, awakens the extraordinary flame divine flame. Single target attack area attack, casting this skill deals powerful fire damage. Special notes, 1. What element damage bonus 500%? 2. Water element does not reduce fire damage. 3. Can instantly kill opponents within level +5. The specific instant kill level range depends on the caster's skill proficiency. Hiss. A legendary skill book with no learning requirements. Facing the extraordinary flame that does not reduce fire damage from water-based skills. Shi-Lin was a little shocked. First of all, this legendary skill book with no learning requirements made his scalp tingle. It's an exaggeration to say that there are no restricted profession requirements. At least on the market, equipment and skill books that are not restricted by profession are quite scarce. And without learning requirements, this is even more exaggerated, and the scarcity is estimated to be dozens or even hundreds of times higher. For example, the Spider Sense and Abyssal Holy Eye Shi-Lin had previously acquired, seemingly without any class restrictions, could be learned by anyone. However, the actual learning requirement of Spirit 100+ was quite demanding. At least, it is difficult to learn if you are not a telekinetic master or your strength is below level 35. This highlights how rare skill books and equipment with no learning requirements are. Especially when it comes to the legendary level. It is no exaggeration to say that legendary equipment and skill books that have no learning requirements are priceless treasures. If you put it in the trading center, or at an auction, black market, etc., you absolutely cannot buy it without 10 billion copper coins. Shi-Lin was stunned. He knew that Su Outyan was generous, but he didn't expect Su Outyan to be so generous. As for the extraordinary flame, how could he, who often read online novels in his previous life, not know what this extraordinary flame means? It's just another way of saying strange fire. It is obviously a special flame with astonishing power. Especially this divine flame, it seems even more extraordinary. Fuck, did you see that? One of the thank you gifts that the Su family head gave to Shi-Lin seems to be a silver quality skill book. Isn't that crazy? Hiss. A silver quality skill book? Legendary? Is that so exaggerated? The value must be no less than 200 million copper coins, right? The Su family patriarch is really generous. What's the exaggeration? That's why you don't understand. It's obvious that the Su family wants to take this opportunity to make friends with, or even win over, Shi-Lin, this top talent. Plus, Shi-Lin saved the eldest daughter of the Su family, so isn't it normal for the Su family to give Shi-Lin some goodies as a thank you? Do you know how many hundreds of millions of gold coins the Su family has in assets? A legendary skill book is just a drop in the bucket. Many adventurers nearby were also shocked, but a very few of them could understand what was happening and were not too surprised. Shi-Lin was a bit embarrassed at first. After all, this skill book was worth at least 1 billion copper coins, far too expensive. But then, recalling Su Outyan's earlier outburst, "These are just worthless things," he felt like he was being too concerned. He has hundreds of millions of gold coins in assets, why are you still worried about it? In the end, Shi-Lin generously accepted the legendary skill book, Divine Flame Burning Sky. He felt that the power of Divine Flame Burning Heaven was definitely not as powerful as Spirit Formatting, but as the saying goes, more skills means more protection. Besides, he was also quite interested in elemental skills, such as Mysterious Ice Dragon Soaring, Fire Dragon Swallowing the Sky, etc. Regardless of whether they were powerful or not, they were definitely very impressive. Student Shi-Lin, are you free tonight? It would be convenient for you to stay. Originally, Su Outyan wanted Shi-Lin to stay for dinner, but he seemed to have suddenly received some news and his expression became a little regretful. I'm sorry, Shi-Lin, but something suddenly happened to my family that I need to take care of. It seems I can only find another opportunity to host a banquet for Shi-Lin in the future. Master Su, you are too polite. If you have something to do, go and deal with it first. In the end, Su Outyan and his wife left in a hurry, and the housekeeper Fu Bo arranged for someone to send Shi-Lin home. Uncle Fu, there's no need to arrange for someone to take me back. I can go back by myself. Shi-Lin felt it was a bit troublesome, so he declined. He said goodbye to Uncle Fu and left. Little did he know that Shi-Lin had not gone far when several figures quietly followed him. This scene happened to be seen by Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu narrowed his eyes and gave a few instructions to the two young men next to him, who then followed him. Not long after walking, Shi-Lin realized that someone was following him. He paused, took off his sunglasses, and sneered, "Hey, those 5 guys behind me, you've been following me all the way. Aren't you tired? It's fun to be a follower, isn't it?" From a corner at the back, 5 figures of varying heights and weights walked out. The one walking in front was a man in his 30s with side bangs and earrings. His appearance, clothing, and temperament all give people a sinister feeling. As expected of you, the top scorer in this year's college entrance exam. Even though I used lush, you were still able to detect us. It seems your mental strength is truly formidable. The man with side bangs had a sinister smile on his face. Shilin turned around, his expression cold. So, what exactly do you want to do by following me? Student Shilin, isn't your question a bit redundant? The one who spoke now was a bald man with dark circles under his eyes next to the man with side bangs. He smiled just as sinisterly. You're not a 3-year-old child. How could you not know why we're following you? Give us that legendary skill book, and we won't make things difficult for you. Obviously, the 5 people came for the divine flame burning heaven that Su Aotian had given them earlier. Even though they didn't know what kind of skill book it was, a legendary skill book could sell for at least 2 or 300 million on the market, so they were naturally quite jealous. Shilin could roughly guess the purpose of the 5 people, so he was not surprised. You want to steal my legendary skill book, right? I say, how dare you? Shilin shook his head and looked at the 5 people as if they were idiots. To be honest, he could understand why someone had evil thoughts about the legendary skill book. To put it bluntly, greed is human nature. But he couldn't understand why the 5 men with side bangs had evil intentions towards him. Didn't they know that he could kill a level 56 dungeon boss in seconds? Or are you coming here without even checking the details? How stupid. How dare we? Oh, why shouldn't we dare? The man with side bangs sneered. You think that Dragon Country's laws forbid adventurers from engaging in private fights, and that there are surveillance cameras on the nearby streets, so we wouldn't dare rob you? Do you want to check the surrounding cameras first? It's no wonder the man with the side bangs was so calm. In fact, on the way here, he had already destroyed the surrounding surveillance cameras without anyone noticing. His profession is a shadow assassin, and he can control shadows. It is very easy for him to do things like destroying cameras along the way. There's no need to think too much about it. This guy does a lot of murder and robbery every day, so he's so skilled at it. No, that's not what I'm talking about. Shilin waved his index finger. With his spiritual perception, he had already noticed that the man with the side bangs was manipulating shadows to destroy the surveillance cameras along the way. What I want to say is, you were also looking for that Miss Su in the dungeon before, right? Then you should know that I killed that level 50 plus abyssal flood dragon. How dare you come here and rob me? Are you tired of living? Shilin did not activate the holy eyes of the abyss, but judging from the aura of the 5 people, they were all around level 45, and there was no way they could be a match for him with his full mental power. So, if you don't have enough strength but still come to rob, isn't that just courting death? It's so stupid. We heard about you killing the dungeon boss, but do you really think we came here specifically to deal with you without any preparation? The man with side bangs sneered, took out a bottle of something from his pocket and drank it in one gulp. The other 4 people did the same. They took out a bottle of something unknown from their pockets and drank it quickly. Boom! The next second, the 5 people's expressions became ferocious, and a surging momentum burst out from their bodies, shaking the ground beneath their feet. Shilin narrowed his eyes slightly. He could probably sense that after drinking the bottle of stuff, the strength of the 5 people increased to around level 52 or 53. It was obvious that the bottle of substance that the 5 people drank should be the kind of medicine that could significantly increase strength in a short period of time. Even though you were able to kill a boss over level 50, I see that with your level 20 strength, you were able to defeat it mostly through high-level equipment and a burst of luck. Ultimately, it was just a blind cat catching a dead mouse. Now, you're facing 5 masters over level 50. Do you think you can still handle it? The man with the side bangs smiled ferociously, as if they were sure of victory. The main reason was that the 5 of them did not see with their own eyes how Qilin killed the Abyss Dragon, so they had no idea how powerful Qilin was, and they looked at Qilin with normal thinking. Really? Then would you like me to tell your fortune? Qilin smiled and shook his head, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. I bet you will die without a complete body later. Chapter 47 If you are my brother, come and kill me. Perhaps these 5 veteran adventurers, whose strength has increased to level 52 and 53 after taking drugs, are very strong for others, even too strong to be dealt with. But in front of Qilin, the national champion with infinite mental power, it is nothing. Given Qilin's personality, if the 5 men with side bangs wanted to harm him, he would not let them go, so he had already decided to kill them. If anyone is to blame, it can only be blamed on the 5 men with side bangs for being too greedy and setting their sights on him. We will be killed without a complete body? Just because of you? The man with side bangs sneered. Perhaps it was because the pleasure of his sudden increase in strength after taking drugs was so intense that he didn't take Qi Lin's words to heart at all. Kid, I know you're the top student in the country, but aren't you being too arrogant? Didn't you brush your teeth this morning? Ha 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 ha. The other 4 people also did not take Qi Lin's words seriously, and even started to mock Qi Lin. This is caused by missing a scene, which is the so-called lack of intelligence. All 5 of them felt that now that their strength had skyrocketed, they could join forces to kill a dungeon boss of over level 50. So, why couldn't they defeat Qi Lin? Qi Lin remained calm and said, "If I give you one more detail, not only will you die, but you will die at the hands of your own people." Qi Lin was certainly not bluffing. He had already figured out how to deal with the 5 men with side bangs. That was to use them as guinea pigs to try out the illusion skill he had just mastered, Abyss Illusion. That is the illusion eye of the holy eye of the abyss. The power of the abyssal illusion depends on the strength of the caster's mental power. With his limitless mental power, casting the illusion on 5 people was a piece of cake. He was also looking forward to the exciting scene of the 5 people killing each other. At this moment, Qi Lin had already launched the illusion. We'll die at the hands of our own people? Ha, are you crazy? How could we possibly attack our own people? The man with the side bangs sneered with disdain, as if he had heard a very funny joke. Puff. However, before the man with the side bangs could finish his words, he was stabbed. He was stabbed by the bald man next to him. The bald man's spear went straight through the chest of the man with side bangs. Puff. The man with the side bangs spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. Baldy, why? The bald man raised his face, his expression extremely angry. His eyes looked as if he wanted to eat the man with the side bangs alive. He roared at the top of his lungs, "Who told you to sleep with my girl? You dare to mess with my woman? I'm going to kill you." This was naturally done by Qi Lin. The illusion that Qi Lin cast on the bald man was that the man with side bangs had sex with his woman, but he was caught in the act. I just ask you whether it is exciting or not. At this moment, Qi Lin was quite looking forward to it, looking forward to how wonderful the expression of the man with side bangs would be. Didn't he, the man with the side bangs, previously refuse to believe that he would be stabbed in the back by his own people? Now that he has been stabbed by the bald man, he must be very shocked and find it hard to accept, right? He, I told you not to believe my divination predictions. However, things developed in a strange direction. The expression on the man with the side bangs face at this moment was indeed fascinating, but it was actually the kind of expression that looked like someone who had been caught with a chicken by his feet, extremely panicked. Baldy, you, don't be impulsive. That night, she and I were just drunk and couldn't help ourselves. I didn't mean to cheat on you. Qi Lin. Good job. Qi Lin exclaimed in his heart, what a great guy. Originally, he just made up some illusion content at random, using whatever was convenient for him, but he didn't expect that he would be fooled. And I didn't spend a long time with her, just a few minutes, and I was wearing. The man with side bangs was seriously injured and vomiting blood. He was so panicked that he kept making excuses. Puff, 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 puff. However, before he could finish his words, the other 3 also took action, and their weapons all stabbed at the man with side bangs. You bastard, how dare you mess with my wife? I'm going to kill you. Did you sleep with my girlfriend? Did you cheat on me? I thought you were my best friend, and you treated me like this. There is no doubt that the illusions Qi Lin performed on the other 3 people were all based on the same script. There's no way. Qi Lin isn't a novelist, and he doesn't have such a rich imagination. These are the only illusion scripts he can think of at the moment, so he just has to make do with them. However, Xiangzi, please listen to my explanation. It was your wife who seduced me. This has nothing to do with me. Fatty, you can't blame me for this. That day your girlfriend was obsessed with the idol drama. She said I looked like the male lead and took the initiative to come over to me, so I couldn't hold back. The man with side bangs was about to be stabbed to death. He wanted his 4 brothers to let him go, so he endured the severe pain and argued for himself. Qi Lin never expected that the illusion he made up would actually reveal a secret unknown to others. He thought this was absolutely amazing. You good fellow, people would risk their lives for their brothers, But you only try to stab your brothers, cough cough cough, you only try to cuckold your brothers. Shilin thought he was already perverted enough, but he didn't expect the man with side bangs to be even more perverted. Go to hell, go to hell. Puff puff puff. I didn't mean to. Over there, the man with the side bangs had fallen down, killed by his 4 angry brothers. It perfectly illustrates what it means to come and kill me if you are my brother. The man with the side bangs probably didn't understand why he was exposed out of nowhere. He had clearly done a good job of keeping it a secret. The man with side bangs died, and Shilin randomly broke the illusion of one of them. The lucky one is the bald man. As soon as he came to his senses, he found that his spear had pierced the chest of the man with bangs, and the man with bangs was dead. What's going on? How could I? Realizing that he had killed his companion, the bald man was a little dumbfounded. Puff puff puff. But before he could figure out what was going on, the other 3 turned their guns around and stabbed him. The bald man spat out blood, his eyes wide open, his face full of disbelief. Why? Why are you still pretending to be innocent? It's all because you slept with my girlfriend. I have to kill you. Go to hell if you can't fuck my wife. The content of the illusion for the other 3 people remained unchanged, except that the target became the bald man. I didn't. The bald man was dumbfounded. He had done something wrong to his brother, but he was still chopped to death by his brother. It was not until the next second that he saw Shilin in front of him looking like he was watching a show, and he finally understood what was going on. It's you who did it. The bald man was spitting out blood, his eyes widened and his expression became even uglier. He remembered what Shilin had said before, including telling them that they would all die without a complete body and that they would eventually die at the hands of their own people. Now, isn't the situation developing exactly as Shilin said? Who would believe it if you said it had nothing to do with Shilin? What do you think? Shilin smiled slightly and said nothing. Little brother. Oh no, big brother, I was wrong, please let me go. The bald man finally panicked. He knew that they could not beat Shilin and were completely at Shilin's mercy. He could only beg for mercy. It's only when death is imminent that one realizes his mistakes. Shilin shook his head, his face devoid of any pity. It's too late. He still had the same principle. He was not a kind man, and he was even quite cruel. Anyone who dared to harm him would die, unless they could really kill him. In the end, the bald man was killed by the other 3. For the remaining 3 people, Shilin changed the content of the illusion, allowing them to stab each other passionately and end the fight quickly. After a while, all 3 of them died. In just the blink of an eye, all 5 of them were killed by Shilin's abyss illusion. Chapter 48, If you burn it again, it will melt. Shilin nodded secretly. He was quite satisfied with the power of the illusion Holy Eye of the Abyss. With the blessing of his full-level mental power, he felt that he should be able to make even the strong ones above level 70 fall into the illusion, not to mention the senior adventurers of level 40 or 50 like the man with side bangs. The killing is just not as satisfying as using telekinesis to crush the enemy directly or using mental formatting to kill instantly. The 5 people have been killed, and Shilin plans to do some cleanup work. What kind of post-mortem work is that? It must be destroying the body. As for the method, Shilin has also thought of it. It just so happened that he had just obtained a legendary skill book, Divine Flame Brahma. He should learn the skill book to avoid any further troubles and try out the power of Divine Flame. Shilin took out Divine Flame Brahma from his backpack and opened the skill book scroll. As the skill book turned into a string of golden characters and entered Shilin's forehead, Shilin comprehended the fire skill, Divine Flame Brahma, and a new skill was also added to the information panel, Skills. The updated information panel is as follows. Name, Shilin. Occupation, telekinesis. Level, 2693.86%. Strength, 75. Agility, 75 plus 50 equipment bonus. Spirit. Constitution, 75. Skills, mental shock, mind control, mental formatting, hypnosis, iron body, telekinesis, spider sense, abyss holy eye, divine flame burning heaven. Divine flame, huh? Let me see how powerful you are. Shilin raised the corner of his mouth slightly and stretched out his right hand. Bake. As Shilin's mind moved slightly, an orange gold flame suddenly appeared. Qilin felt that this ball of orange-gold flame was extremely hot, and its temperature was estimated to be dozens or even hundreds of times higher than that of ordinary flames. Although Qilin had just comprehended the divine flame Brahma and had almost no proficiency and poor ability to control flames, he was still able to simply release flames. As Qilin released an orange-gold flame from his right hand, the bodies of the 5 people on the ground were set on fire. Then in less than 2 seconds, it turned into ashes. Qilin nodded secretly. Although the 5 men with side bangs were already dead and their bodies no longer had the ability to resist the power of fire, the fact that the 5 bodies were burned to ashes in the blink of an eye was enough to show how powerful the divine flame was. I'm afraid that just the simple release of flames can easily melt steel. No wonder divine flame Brahma can exert its maximum power and even kill level +5 enemies instantly. The aftermath work had been completed, and Qilin was too lazy to stay any longer, so he turned around and left. Su family. Butler Fu Bo walked into Su Aotian's room. Master, according to the secret observations of Along and Ahu ahead, those 5 greedy people have been killed by Qilin. Uncle Fu reported to Su Aotian respectfully. Student Qilin had an overwhelming advantage throughout the entire process. He used his illusion skills alone to make those 5 people kill each other. Oh? He killed those 5 people with just his illusion skills? It seems that Qilin's mental strength is indeed extraordinary. Su Aotian was stunned at first, then he nodded with admiration. Just now, Xiaoyu said that Qilin almost killed the level 56 Abyss Dragon instantly. I thought she was exaggerating a bit, but I didn't expect that I was too conservative. Oh, by the way, Uncle Fu, tell Aaron and Ahu to not forget to clean up the mess. Su Aotian reminded. Student Qilin is Xiaoyu's benefactor and a friend of our Su family. There are some things he can't handle, and our Su family has to help him solve them. Don't worry, Patriarch. Qilin is much more cautious than we thought. He has already taken care of the aftermath. Uncle Fu smiled and said, of course, there are some other unnecessary details, and I have asked Aaron and Hu to take care of them. Oh? Su Aotian was a little surprised at first, then he nodded repeatedly, with the admiration in his eyes becoming even stronger. Not bad, not bad. Not only is he incredibly powerful, easily able to instantly kill a level 50 plus dungeon boss, but he's also decisive and careful in his actions when facing troublemakers. Qilin has given me so many surprises. No wonder Xiaoyu, who usually only focuses on training, couldn't help but ask me about Qilin's situation. Student Qilin is truly outstanding. Even among all the young talents I've met, no one can compare to him. It's no exaggeration to say that student Qilin is truly one of those rare geniuses that only comes once in a century. Uncle Fu nodded in agreement. He was also looking forward to it. If we can win over Qilin to join our Su family, then our Su family will not only become the largest family in Lingnan, but may even be able to squeeze into the top 5 families in Longhua. There's no rush for this. Our Su family has just become friends with Qilin. If we try to win him over too aggressively, it might just cause Qilin to resent us. We just need to proceed steadily. As the saying goes, you have to eat your meal one bite at a time. Su Aotian raised a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, as if he was determined to win. I also have a plan on how to win over Qilin. Night. After eating and taking a shower, Qilin returned to his room. He opened his backpack and looked at what he had reaped today. Big had obtained powerful spider silk and corpse poison in the hidden copy, Poisonous Spider's Nest. The main reason is that he killed the most monsters in the poison spider's lair, so naturally, the monsters dropped a lot of materials. Qilin counted and found that the most abundant thing was strong spider silk, with more than 700 bundles. Because whether it is an ordinary monster, the human-faced ghost spider, or an elite monster, the poisonous giant corpse spider, killing them will drop powerful spider silk. On the contrary, corpse poison can only be dropped by killing the elite monster corpse poison spider, and the number is less than 30. Qilin thought about it and decided to sell everything except the super strong spider silk, corrosive poison, and a small amount of corpse poison dropped by the dungeon boss, the corrupted Spider King, at once. Including the dragon eye of the abyss dragon, the violent soul bone of the violent gorilla, the crocodile skin and crocodile teeth of the dragon crocodile, etc. After all, he is not a blacksmith or a pharmacist, so these materials are of no use to him. As for keeping the rotten poison and a small amount of corpse poison, it is mainly because the rotten poison and corpse poison are not only raw materials, but also highly toxic. They can be used alone to cause toxic damage. Even though there probably won't be many opportunities to use it, it's still a good idea to keep it for self-defense. After some operations, Qilin sold the materials for more than 1.5 million copper coins. To be honest, it's quite a lot. Just compared to the 20 million copper coins that Su Aotian had rewarded as worthless before, and the legendary skill book with no learning requirements worth no less than 1 billion, it was just like a drizzle. So much so that whenever Qi Lin thought of Su Aotian's words worthless things, his young heart would ache. How cruel. Qi Lin checked his account and found that there were more than 26 million copper coins. After all, the funds are sufficient, and it is time to consider purchasing some high-level equipment or high-level skill books. Qi Lin opened the trading center and was about to see if there were any good equipment or skill books, but at this moment, he received a message. Qi Lin took a look and found that it was sent by the official of Imperial Capital University. Chapter 49. You want to warm my bed even though you don't have a high-level copy? Do you deserve it? Qi Lin clicked on the message and found that it was a notice about the start of school. The school term at Imperial Capital University starts the day after tomorrow. Qi Lin knew about this before. The first day of school for college freshmen is either the day after tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, so he was not surprised. However, if the Imperial Capital University starts school the day after tomorrow, this means that, except for local students living in the Imperial Capital, students from other regions must leave for the Imperial Capital one day in advance. Which means we have to set off tomorrow. If he had to separate from his sister Qiying before, Qi Lin would have felt a little reluctant, but he knew that his sister Qiying would also be assigned to work in the branch in the capital in a few days, so he didn't feel too much. Qi Lin's student information is also included in the school opening notice, including class, student number, etc. As for the key to the villa where Qi Lin lives, as well as his school uniform and other items, he can collect them when he arrives at Imperial Capital University tomorrow. The next morning, 10 o'clock. Qi Lin, pulling a small suitcase, came to the airport and boarded a flight to the Imperial Capital. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Qi Lin arrived at Imperial Capital University. There were quite a few freshmen who came to the Imperial Capital University with him. In addition, there were a large number of senior students from the student union welcoming the freshmen at the school gate, as well as various lights and decorations to welcome the freshmen. The scene was quite lively. As soon as Qi Lin walked into the school gate, a girl in volunteer uniform came to greet him. Classmate, you are a freshman, right? Which class are you in? Please register here first. That was the senior sister from the student union who was in charge of welcoming the new students. Yes, senior sister, I'm a freshman. Qi Lin nodded and answered truthfully, I'm from class 0, grade 1. Oh, if it's class 10, grade 1, then it's the Tianjia class. The Tianjia class freshman school ID and dormitory key, hiss. Class 10, grade 1? Junior brother, are you from the Tianjia class? The senior sister was subconsciously about to distribute school cards and dormitory keys to Qi Lin, but when she realized what was happening, her eyes widened in shock. Yes, senior sister. Qi Lin was a little embarrassed by the startled reaction of this senior sister. Ha! Isn't that guy over there Qi Lin, this year's top scorer in the national exam? Oh my god, it really is Qi Lin. I didn't expect he's already come to Imperial Capital University. I recognized him too. Qi Lin's unique outfit and temperament made him so easy to recognize. Xiaomei, look over there, that's Qi Lin. He's so handsome, even more handsome in person than in the news reports. I seem to have fallen in love with him at first sight. What should I do? Many students around also recognized Qi Lin. For a moment, Qi Lin became the most eye-catching point at the scene. The senior sister naturally heard some of these words and was even more shocked. Junior brother, so you are the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination, junior brother Qi Lin? Yes, senior sister, can you give me your school card and dormitory key first? Qi Lin didn't bother to pay attention to the gazes of others around him. He just wanted to quickly get the villa key and go to the villa to rest. Oh, okay, junior brother Qi Lin, this is your school card, and this is the key to your villa, please take it. The senior sister finally came to her senses and quickly handed the school card and key to Qi Lin. Qi Lin had just received the school card and the villa key when he noticed the senior sister approaching him with a delicate look on her face. Junior brother, do you have a girlfriend? If not, would you like to consider me? I'm very attractive. Of course, it doesn't matter if you have one, I can be your girlfriend. Sorry, senior sister, the sun is a little strong. I have to leave first. Qi Lin was too lazy to pay attention. He dragged his suitcase away without waiting for the senior sister to finish speaking. However, the senior sister didn't give up easily and followed up, Junior brother, you are from the south, right? The imperial capital is in the north, and it's quite cold at night. Do you want me to warm your bed or something? Shilin knew that if he wanted to get rid of this senior sister, he had to make his stance clear, otherwise he would just be harassed all the time. Senior sister, do you have an advanced script? Shilin asked seriously. A high, advanced copy? The senior sister obviously didn't expect Shilin to change the subject. She was stunned for a moment before she said awkwardly, I don't have any. Junior brother, what do you want the advanced copy for? You want to get into my bed without a high-level copy? Do you deserve it? Senior sister. Shilin was too lazy to flirt with the senior sister. He pushed his sunglasses with his index finger and walked away with a dashing stride. Haha, look over there, it seems like a girl confessed her love to Shilin and got rejected. No, she has the courage to confess to Shilin even with her appearance? What is she thinking? That's right. At least you have to be as pretty as me, with a face and figure that's on par with a school beauty, for Shilin to consider you, right? There were a few women nearby with gloating expressions on their faces. Then some infatuated girls ran over to ask Shilin for his contact information, but Shilin ignored them. Now there are only 3 things on his mind. Become stronger. Become stronger. Still getting stronger. As for women, they will only hinder his growth. Zhuanyuan Pavilion is located next to the Imperial Capital University. This is a high-end villa area where only the top scorers of the Imperial Capital University can live. As the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination, Shilin was awarded a detached villa. Naturally, his villa was located here in Zhuanyuan Pavilion. At this moment, Shilin had already driven the sky-piercing shield and arrived in front of his villa. Walking is too tiring and time-consuming, so Shilin chooses to take his own transportation, which is convenient, fast, and most importantly, cool. At 10:39, this is it, right? Shilin looked around at the villa awarded to him by the Imperial Capital University. It is visible to the naked eye that this villa is larger and more magnificent than other villas around it. Shilin knew what was going on. Hong Jin, the vice president of the Imperial Capital University, had promised him before and signed a contract with him. As a condition for recruiting him, he would receive twice the benefits of every previous top scorer. Every national top scorer who is admitted to the Imperial Capital University is awarded a villa. Since he has double benefits, the villa he gets must be bigger and better. The area of this villa is over 200 square meters. Taking into account factors such as location and environment, Shilin feels that the market value of his villa should be no less than 20 million copper coins. This made him sigh. It turned out that strong strength was everything. With strong power, money, houses, cars, and women are really at your fingertips. But Shilin is not satisfied with this. It is a rare opportunity in this life to obtain the super golden finger of infinite mental power. He not only wants to become the strongest among this freshman, but also the strongest in this country and even in this dimension. Excuse me, you are the top scorer of this freshman class, Shilin, right? Shilin was thinking when a voice as gentle as spring breeze sounded in his ears. He turned around and saw a very handsome and elegant young man walking towards him. What surprised Shilin was that this handsome man was very strong and had reached level 70. Chapter 50, Junior Brother Zhou Feng, Shilin is numb again. However, Shilin was not surprised by the handsome man's strength. If we only talk about strength, the handsome man is not the strongest person Shilin has ever seen. For example, Su Pang, the president of the Wuxiang City Adventurers Guild branch, and Su Outyan, the patriarch of the Su family, are much stronger than the handsome man. Shilin was just surprised at the handsome man's age. He was obviously so young, only 2 or 3 years older than him, around 20 years old, but he was so strong. May I ask who you are? Shilin nodded. I'm also a student at Imperial Capital University. My name is Zhou Feng, and I'm a junior. I'm considered your senior. The handsome man chuckled. It's Brother Zhou, hello. Shilin finally understood and said politely. Seeing Zhou Feng here, he thought that the latter should live in the villa area, which means that he was most likely the national top scorer in the previous college entrance examination. Shilin activated the Holy Eyes of the Abyss and planned to take a look at Zhou Feng's detailed situation. Occupation, Ice Mage. Level 70. Strength, 368 plus 389 equipment bonus. Agility, 402 plus 396 equipment bonus. Spirit, 398 plus 388 equipment bonus. Physique, 387 plus 392 equipment bonus. Skills: Ice Spike Attack, Ice Shield, Ice Condensation, Ice Freeze. Equipment: Ice God Staff Legendary, Poseidon's Crown Legendary, White Dragon's Eye Pendant Legendary, Ice God Armor Legendary. Shi-Lin. Shi-Lin, who had just moved into the big house and was feeling extremely happy, was struck silent again when he looked at Zhou Feng's all-legendary equipment. Okay, another paying player, right? He felt that Zhou Feng was definitely the eldest son of a wealthy family. This all-silver quality equipment is too much. On the other hand, he, a pure liver player, only has one piece of equipment. It was the blue quality equipment I had previously spent most of my fortune to buy, the sky-piercing shield. Shi-Lin had always felt pretty good until he met Su Qingyu and Zhou Feng. It's true that when you compare yourself to others, you're comparing yourself to the dead. For some reason, Shi-Lin suddenly felt a bit inferior. It was like playing cards in his previous life. Most of his cards were rare, with only a few extraordinary cards. But when he saw the Krypton Gold players' entire decks filled with extraordinary cards, he felt envious and heartbroken. Junior brother, you are too polite. I came here just to say hello. Zhou Feng naturally had no idea that his seemingly calm junior brother had suffered a 10,000-point mental attack. He smiled softly, warm yet polite. I live next door to you, junior brother. If you need any help, feel free to come to me. Shi-Lin could see that this junior brother named Zhou Feng was the type of good senior brother and good guy. Although Shi-Lin has lived 2 lives, he doesn't want to be a meek and nice guy, but he doesn't hate Zhou Feng that much. The principle is simple: if others respect him 1 foot, he will respect others 10 feet. Shi-Lin thought about it and nodded. Okay, Senior Zhou, if you have a high-level copy, remember to call me. Since the senior brother is so polite, then he, the junior brother, must respond. It's polite. Zhou Feng was stunned at first, then he seemed to be amused by Shi-Lin and nodded with a chuckle. Okay, junior brother, I will definitely call you when I have an advanced copy. Immediately afterwards, Shi-Lin added Zhou Feng, who exuded the aura of a good senior brother, as a friend. After Zhou Feng left, Shi-Lin opened the door of the villa and walked into the villa dragging a small suitcase. The villa is very large, luxuriously decorated, and equipped with all kinds of furniture, such as refrigerators, air conditioners, LCD TVs, etc. The floor was also very clean, probably someone had cleaned it yesterday. There was a large pile of items on the table in the hall, including school uniforms, quilts, pillows, toiletries, etc. There is no doubt that these were prepared for Shi-Lin by the school, which is quite thoughtful. Shi-Lin took a video in the villa and sent it to his sister Qiang. He was thinking that if his sister Qiang couldn't rent a good house in the imperial capital, then she could live with him, as it was not far from the urban area of the imperial capital. In the following time, Shi-Lin cleaned up his room. By the time he settled in, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Shi-Lin took out his school card, which not only showed his student information but also his credits. As promised by Vice Principal Hong Jin, he had 1,000 credits upon admission. Shi-Lin felt that these 1,000 credits were a lot, and would allow him to do a lot of things, such as renting equipment from the equipment library, learning skill books from the skill library, etc. Shi-Lin went out. He planned to go to the equipment library to see if there were any good equipment, and to the skill library to see if there were any skill books suitable for him. Unfortunately, school starts tomorrow, and the school's equipment library and skill library will not be open until tomorrow. There is also a public copy of the school, which will also be open tomorrow. Shi-Lin didn't worry too much about it. He didn't mind losing a day or two. Shi-Lin was a little hungry, so he went to the school cafeteria to see what the food at Imperial Capital University was like. Because of his status as the national top scorer, many girls came to Shi-Lin to add him as a friend, send him love letters, and even confess their love, whether on the way to the cafeteria or when he arrived at the cafeteria. Shi-Lin is still the same as always. Do you have an advanced copy? You want to be my girlfriend without an advanced copy? Are you worthy? His attitude is very clear. It is not impossible to approach him, but the prerequisite is that you have a high-level copy. You don't even have a high-level copy, and you want to get close to me? No way. It has to be said that Shi-Lin's attitude is crucial. After the previous waves of girls were rejected, Shi-Lin's mate selection standard of must have an advanced copy spread, and there were almost no bad peach blossoms coming to provoke him afterwards. In the evening, Shi-Lin had just finished taking a shower when he received a message notification. It was a class notice. Tomorrow morning at 8:30, all freshmen in Class 0, Grade 1, including Shi-Lin, were to gather at the Dungeon Square. This means that Shi-Lin's college life is about to begin. Lin was quite looking forward to seeing the strength of his first-year class, Class 0, which was also the first-year genius class of Imperial Capital University. The geniuses from all over the country were really talented. Also, what is the school copy of Imperial Capital University like? He was even more curious about what the mysterious copy of the Imperial Capital University was like. Lin had a feeling that everything would become interesting once college life at the Imperial Capital University began. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, 8:20. Lin drove the sky-piercing shield and came to the dungeon square. A number of students from Grade 1, Class 0 have gathered in the copy square, about 40 or 50 in number. Because Lin looked so unique with sunglasses on, his hands in his pockets, and flying in the air, many classmates recognized him at a glance. Look over there. Our strongest first-year student, the top expert in our Tianjia class, Lin, is here. Chapter 51, You're a bad mouth? Do you think I'll spoil you? It really is Lin. He's so easy to recognize with his sunglasses on and his hands in his pockets. Ah, Lin is so handsome. He's even more handsome in person than in the news reports. Well, Lin is indeed quite handsome, but don't you think he looks a little awkward wearing those big sunglasses? It feels weird. What's weird? You just don't know how to appreciate it, okay? That's called personal style. It's what makes Lin so special, okay? He's like a firefly in the dark night, so special, so dazzling. Lin's appearance caused a lot of discussion among classmates. Some classmates also went up to say hello enthusiastically. In this world where the strong are respected, most people are happy to make friends with the strong. What's more, they are in the same class and will see each other almost every day in the future, so it is natural to build a good relationship. But at this moment, a boy with light orange hair, earrings, and dressed like a South Korean oppa sneered, "He's just a level 18 trash. What's there to be excited about? On the contrary, it's his honor to be in a class with our level 20s, right?" The orange-haired man seemed quite unhappy with Lin, and his eyes and tone revealed a hint of disdain. Many students heard what the orange-haired man said. They had different expressions on their faces and were discussing in low voices. Isn't that Lu Peiquan? Why is he speaking so sourly? Does he have any grudge against Lin? You don't understand this, right? Isn't Lu Peiquan our second best student? Isn't it normal for the second best student to be unhappy with the first best student? I know that. I heard Lu Peiquan has a nickname, something like Eternal Runner-Up. Back when he was at Imperial Capital High School, he was always outshined by Lin Langtian. Now that Lin Langtian has finally gone to Peking University or Tsinghua University, he's not here anymore, and he's being outshined by Lin, the national top scorer. He must be upset. Not far away, Lin and the classmates who came over to greet Lin also heard it. Student Lin, that student Lu Peiquan seems to be saying bad things about you. I heard it too. That Lu Peiquan seemed a bit too much. He actually said to Lin, "Student, you're that." Some classmates whispered to Lin. Lin raised his eyes and looked at Lu Peiquan over there. Combining what some of his classmates said, he roughly understood why Lu Peiquan was so sarcastic towards him. Even though Lin can now easily kill a level 56 dungeon boss and is very strong, in fact, in terms of level strength, his ranking in Grade 1 Class 0 is not high, and is even lower. The class has the personal information of all the students, including college entrance examination scores, personal grades, etc. The personal grade section is the grade information at the end of the college entrance examination. Therefore, Lin's personal information level in the class was level 18 after the college entrance examination. Those who are able to enter the Imperial Capital University's genius class are undoubtedly geniuses from all over the country. None of them are weak, and their strength is all above level 20. This meant that Lin, who was in grade 18 at the time of the Gokao, was completely inadequate to be considered a good student in grade 10. Putting aside his academic ranking, his ability on paper was at the bottom of the class. Some geniuses are humble and polite, which is natural, but there are also a few who are arrogant and conceited. Especially a guy like Lu Peiquan who has the nickname, the Eternal Runner-Up. It is not surprising that people dislike him because his strength on paper is not high. But who is Lin? He was indifferent to life and death, and his motto was to fight back if he didn't obey. Would he indulge Lu Peiquan? That didn't exist, okay? It's okay, I won't argue with that idiot. Lin smiled slightly. It was obvious that he was saying this to Lu Peiquan. Hiss. When these words came out, many students around were shocked. They didn't expect Shi Lin to fight back directly, and in such a sharp style. What did you say? How dare you call me a moron? On the other hand, Lu Peiquan was stunned at first, and then his face turned red with anger. Shi Lin sneered, not indulging him at all. Don't bark at me, I have no patience for mad dogs. I bought gu. The students at the scene were shocked again. First he was a moron, then he was a mad dog. Shi Lin's attack power is at its maximum. Lu Peiquan was completely furious, his teeth chattering. You son of a bitch, do you know who I am? You dare to curse me like that? Do you believe I'll kill you? The reason why Lu Peiquan disliked Shi Lin was actually not only because he was the eternal runner-up and had finally come to the imperial capital university, but was now being suppressed by Lin Langtian, who used to be superior to him. It was more because he felt that Shi Lin did not live up to his reputation and was not worthy of being the national #1 student, as well as his current rankings of first in the class and first in the grade. Even though he knew that Shi Lin's score of over 100,000 points was not fake, the strength of level 18 was really hard to convince others. He felt that it was possible that Shi Lin was just lucky, had a big wave of luck, and relied on high-level equipment to achieve this result. In front of him, the former second in the country and a super genius with a strength of level 27, he was not even worthy enough. He even felt that Shi Lin was not worthy of carrying his shoes. That's why he couldn't possibly accept Shi Lin being superior to him. He was extremely dissatisfied. Shi Lin took off his sunglasses, his face turned cold. You slap yourself 50 times, then apologize to me, and I can pretend I didn't hear it. What did you say? Let me slap myself 50 times? Ha, are you crazy? How could I possibly? Lu Peiquan sneered disdainfully, and was about to start mocking mode. Bang! But before he could finish his words, his palm became uncontrollable and slapped him on the cheek. Lu Peiquan staggered and almost fell down. He was stunned. What's going on? How could I? Pa. Pa. However, Lu Peiquan didn't react to what was happening. His hands seemed to be out of control and he slapped his cheeks wildly. This made the other students present dumbfounded. What's going on? Why is this guy beating himself like this? Is he stupid? Is he trying to give in to Shi Lin? But isn't this spanking too harsh? Shi Lin naturally wouldn't tell anyone else that he had used mental control to make Lu Peiquan fight himself. He planned to teach Lu Peiquan a lesson, and he wanted to hit the snake at its most vulnerable part. Isn't Lu Peiquan the eternal runner-up? Doesn't he have some dignity? Then he's going to make Lu Peiquan lose face. So, under Shi Lin's mental control, Lu Peiquan began a series of tricks. Everyone, look at me. I have something to announce. I am an idiot. Classmates, the teacher hasn't arrived yet. Are you all bored? I'm going to show you a talent. Ugly freak, cough cough cough. Can you please not turn on the lights? My existence, cough cough cough. I am a fucking ugly freak. Why hasn't the teacher arrived yet? The teacher who has to turn left is the hardest to wait for, oh my god. All the students at the scene were silent. They didn't know what Lu Peiquan was doing. Do you think you're funny? Do you know your singing is terrible? What's wrong with you? At this moment, Shi Lin released his mental control, and Lu Peiquan suddenly came back to his senses. Huh? What happened to me? He was already a little confused, and when he saw that the other students were looking at him as if he was mentally retarded, he became even more confused. No? What happened? Why do I feel like everyone is looking at me like I'm stupid? Just when Lu Peiquan was completely confused, a majestic voice sounded. You're Lu Peiquan, right? You seem to have a lot of complaints about me. What's the matter? You're challenging the teacher's authority on the first day of school, right? The moment the voice sounded, Lu Peiquan was suddenly frightened. He turned around suddenly and found that someone was behind him without him noticing. That was their first grade class teacher, Yen Gang. Chapter 52 Bloodline Suppression, Tree Demon Paradise. The other students at the scene naturally noticed that the head teacher had arrived. They dared not neglect him and lined up in formation. Shi Lin also stood up quickly. Although he is very arrogant, he still has to show proper courtesy in front of his teacher. But I have to say that the class teacher Yen Gang is quite majestic. Even though he wears gold-rimmed glasses and his appearance and temperament are elegant, Imperial Capital University is the strongest university in the country. What is the strength of the teacher's teaching here? They are all strong people above level 70. He is a strong man, and coupled with the bloodline suppression from his teacher, no student would dare to act rudely in front of him, right? Yen. Teacher Yen, what did you say? I don't have a big opinion of you. Lu Peiquan was stared at coldly by Yen Gang, and he also looked nervous. Although he was once the second most talented person in the country and had a good family background, and he did not care about many things, he was still a little apprehensive when facing the teachers at Imperial Capital University, especially his homeroom teacher. If you don't have a big opinion about me, then what did you yell just now? Yen Gang interrupted Lu Peiquan coldly, and it was obvious that he was very unhappy. Didn't you yell that I was hard to wait for? Then tell me, I'm not late, so why is it hard to wait for me? Lu Peiquan was dumbfounded. He had no idea what Yen Gang meant. Did I just yell? Did I say that teacher Yen Gang is hard to wait for? No, right? Lu Peiquan was just about to make up some excuse to get away with it, but Yen Gang decided to exercise his authority as class teacher to discipline Lu Peiquan. He said coldly, "Student Lu Peiquan, you were jumping around and singing high notes just now. You seem quite energetic. How about this? Before class starts, you can vent your excess energy first?" "No, teacher, I just..." "Stop talking nonsense and run 50 laps around the dungeon square. Sing high notes while you run. Don't you have enough energy? Don't you like singing high notes? Don't come back to class until you finish running and singing. Ha 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 ha." After Yen Gang finished speaking, many students at the scene couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Lu Peiquan. Immediately afterwards, Lu Peiquan went running laps, and he was the kind that howled and sang high notes while running. The scene was so beautiful. Because Lu Peiquan's behavior was too funny, many students at the scene burst into laughter. Even some people with low sense of humor laughed so hard that they fell over, holding their stomachs and pounding the floor. Yen Gang coughed twice, and the students who were laughing at Lu Peiquan immediately stopped laughing and stood at attention. Teacher Yen, shouldn't we hold the class meeting in the classroom on the first day of school? You asked us to gather here in the dungeon square, is that because? Some students couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Opening of school test. Yen Gang had a serious expression on his face and he interrupted the student's question. Opening test? Many students at the scene were stunned. Yen Gang smiled faintly and asked a soul-searching question. You don't think that just because you got into Imperial Capital University and were assigned to the Tianjia class, you can sit back and relax, right? Many students at the scene were confused. They were wondering if Yen Gang would give them some hellish test right at the beginning of the school year. Yen Gang smiled faintly again and said, "You are now in the Tianjia class in Imperial Capital University, but that is only temporary. If your test fails to meet the requirements of our Imperial Capital University, you will not only be kicked out of the Tianjia class, but you may even be kicked out of Imperial Capital University." Huh? Kicked out of Imperial University? Many students were swallowing their saliva vigorously, and their faces became a little uneasy. Do you think I'm lying to you, teacher? Yen Gang's smile grew even more sinister. I just told you, don't think you can rest easy just because you were admitted to Imperial Capital University and assigned to the Tianjia class. If you don't work harder and study harder, you won't even be qualified to be a student at our Imperial Capital University. Many students were silent. The tension in their heads, which they had thought would be relaxed by applying to Beijing Capital University, suddenly became tense. Qi Lin was laughing in his heart. Regarding Yen Gang's words just now, he could only say Dian. Especially since he was a small-town test-taker in his previous life, he was extremely familiar with what Yen Gang said. In his previous life, when he was in junior high school, he was told that he could rest assured if he could get into a good high school. Then, when I got to high school, I was told that I could only rest easy if I got into a good university. Then when I went to university, I was told that only by finding a good job could I rest assured. When it comes to work, I'm told that I can only rest assured if I reach a certain position. This mud horse is like a nesting doll, repeating over and over again. But he didn't care too much. When he was at Nanhai No. 2 Middle School, there were similar school rules that encouraged competition. Now that he was at the more prestigious Imperial Capital University, the competition was more intense, which was normal. However, having lived two lives, Qi Lin's eyes were still quite sharp, and he could see that what Yen had just said was more of a way to scare everyone. Being able to get into the Imperial Capital University and the genius class, the students here are all geniuses among geniuses. Which one of them is bad? But as a teacher, Yan Gang didn't want these promising students to slack off easily, so he had to find a reason to make them nervous so that they wouldn't be too relaxed and could get back on track. Next, Yan Gang told everyone about the content of the opening test. It's actually not that complicated. This opening test includes two aspects. The first one is credits. To use the public copies, equipment libraries, skill libraries, etc. of the Imperial Capital University, you need to consume credits. But the freshmen just came in and had no credits. Even if you can earn credits later by completing courses, taking on campus missions, killing monsters in dungeons, etc., it still takes time to accumulate. Therefore, in order to allow freshmen to better use the school's public copies, equipment libraries, skill libraries, etc., it is necessary to give freshmen a wave of credits. For this opening test, no credits are required to enter the dungeon. Students can obtain a certain amount of credits by simply killing monsters in the dungeon. The second aspect is to test the strength of these new students and conduct a second round of screening. For example, if some freshmen perform poorly, they will be demoted to a lower class, while those who perform well will be promoted to a higher class. In short, students should not be allowed to relax their minds. The geniuses in the Tianjia class should be given appropriate pressure to make them appropriately nervous. For students in ordinary classes, give them some hope of promotion and encourage them to work hard. It also creates an environment of healthy competition. Many students at the scene were a little nervous. They decided to perform well in this opening test so as not to be overtaken by other students in ordinary classes. On the other hand, Shilin was not nervous at all, but seemed a little excited. He was always thinking about how to become stronger quickly. By entering the dungeon, he could kill a lot of monsters and gain a lot of experience points. He wished there would be more of these tests. After Yan Gang finished his explanation, he brought Shilin and other students to a school copy. After distributing the teleportation jade pendants, Yan Gang let everyone enter the dungeon. Including Lu Peiquan, who had run more than 30 laps and was extremely tired, and whose throat was hoarse from singing high notes, Yan Gang also allowed him to enter the dungeon. Instance name, Dryad Paradise. Difficulty, difficult not selectable. Recommended level, 18. Recommended number of people, 5. Chapter 53, They are all geniuses, why are you the only one who stands out? After entering the dungeon, Qilin found himself in a forest with many vines and stones everywhere at the intersections. The other students in the class, including Lu Peiquan, were teleported here. Everyone, please note that the monsters in this dungeon are mainly magical gargoyles and dryads. Although their levels are not very high, you must not be careless. A reminder voice came from the side. Qilin glanced sideways. He recognized the classmate who issued the reminder. His name seemed to be Li Wenjun. He was quite active in the class group and seemed to be running for class monitor or something. He was a warm-hearted person. Boom! As soon as the classmate named Li Wenjun gave the reminder, the strange-shaped stones around the intersection began to move. Finally, one gargoyle after another broke out of the ground. There are quite a few of them, estimated to be around 25 or 26. Monster name, Magical Gargoyle. Level 17. HP, 2400-2400. Spirit, 2100-2100. Skills, Savage Smash, Magic Sound Attack. Everyone, be careful. These magical sound gargoyles are best at using magic sound to attack, causing adventurers to temporarily lose their minds. So, students with weaker mental strength, please retreat immediately. Li Wenjun seemed to have done his homework long ago and was quite familiar with the characteristics of the monsters in the dungeon. He loudly reminded the students around him. Some students with weaker mental strength did not dare to be negligent and retreated to a safe distance. Roar! The situation was just as Li Wenjun said. After those magic sound gargoyles approached, they first launched a magic sound attack, and sound waves blasted towards them. This is a demonic sound attack, everyone get out of the way. Under Li Wenjun's reminder and command, the other students avoided the sonic attacks in an orderly manner. Those who were able to be admitted to the Imperial Capital University's genius class are all very strong, all above level 20, so dealing with the magic sound gargoyle is naturally no problem. Only Qilin put his hands in his pockets, looked disdainful, and didn't even bother to hide. No, with his infinite mental power, there was no need for him to hide. After all, the magic sound attack is more of a mental attack and has no effect on him at all. Not far away, Li Wenjun and other classmates noticed it and couldn't help but marvel at it. Student Qilin is indeed the top student in the country. He can actually withstand the magic sound attacks of those magic sound gargoyles. I think this has something to do with Qi Lin's profession as a telekineticist. His mental strength must be very strong, so the magic sound attacks of those magic sound gargoyles can't affect him at all. Over there, those magic gargoyles have finished roaring. Qi Lin was fine. He took off his sunglasses, a cold expression on his face. If you dare to bark in front of me, you will pay the price. Slap. Pa 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 pa. As Qi Lin's eyes focused, the 20 or so magic stone gargoyles became mentally ill and started slapping their cheeks with their hands. Many students were stunned by what they saw. So, was this mind control? Controlling over 20 magical sound gargoyles with just a single glance, that was too powerful, wasn't it? Hey, do you think this scene looks familiar? Don't say it, you really shouldn't say it, this scene is different from just now. Shoo. What was somewhat funny was that when many students saw those magic sound gargoyles slapping themselves, a picture flashed through their minds at the same time, and then they all looked at Lu Peiquan with playful eyes. In their opinion, this scene was too familiar. It was not just similar to the scene where Lu Peiquan madly spanked his own pussy not long ago, but it was exactly the same. How could Lu Peiquan not notice that everyone was looking at him? This scene brought back bad memories for him, and he was so embarrassed that his face flushed red. Why are you looking at me? Don't look at me. At this moment, he felt like a clown, bringing shame to himself. But the more this happened, the more resentful he felt towards Qi Lin. He had actually made him lose face so much on the first day of school. No, Teacher Yen once said that I had done something stupid, but I had no idea what happened at that time. Maybe it was related to that bastard. Damn it, how dare he play tricks on me like this? Up ahead, Qi Lin had no idea what Lu Peiquan was thinking, nor was he interested. After letting those magic sound gargoyles whip him hard, he planned to reap the rewards. Telekinesis takes shape. Qi Lin's eyes focused again, and surging spiritual power poured out, instantly condensing into more than 20 giant telekinetic hands. As the number of times he used the skills increased and his familiarity grew, Qi Lin was able to condense more and more giant telekinetic hands. Those giant telekinetic hands grabbed all 20 or so magic sound gargoyles in an instant, just like grabbing chicks. Bang 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 bang. The giant telekinetic hand exerted force and directly crushed all the magic soundstone gargoyles, turning them into countless pieces of rubble. Kill 23 magical gargoyles, experience plus 7,820. Obtained materials, Gargoyle Crystal 23. This scene stunned Li Wenjun and many other classmates. Instantly killing over 20 demonic sound gargoyles, is this the strength of Qi Lin? He really is very strong. He's really strong, even several times stronger than the others in our Tianjia class. In fact, Li Wenjun and others knew that Qi Lin, as the national champion of this session, must be very strong, but after all, it was the first time they saw Qi Lin fight with their own eyes, so they couldn't help but be more or less surprised. Damn, this guy. Lu Peiquan was so angry that his teeth were itching. He felt that Qi Lin had stolen all the limelight, which made him very unhappy. Qi Lin didn't pay attention to the reactions of the others behind him. Since he had come to the dungeon, there was only one thing he could do, and that was to kill as many people as possible. Boom! Qi Lin was about to take out the sky-piercing shield and the speaker from his backpack and head out to kill the monsters, but at this moment, the ground began to shake slightly, as if there had been an earthquake. Then, a shocking scene happened. The surrounding trees covered with vines suddenly came alive and approached from all directions. Those were tree monsters that were 2 or 3 meters tall. It was probably because the battle just now was so noisy that it alarmed the surrounding tree monsters. Monster name, Vine Dryad. Level 18. HP, 2600-2600. Spirit, 2500-2500. Skills, Vine Entanglement, Savage Smash. There are quite a few of them, probably at least 80 if not 100. Tree Demon? Interesting. Qi Lin seemed to have thought of something interesting, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Bake. Qi Lin stretched out his palm, and a ball of orange gold flame appeared in his palm. He did not forget that the divine flame had a 500% damage bonus against wood monsters. Now that it was rare to encounter a wood monster, he must see the effect. Not far behind, Li Wenjun and others were still surprised at how so many tree monsters suddenly appeared. The next second, they saw the orange gold flame in Qi Lin's palm and showed shocked expressions again. Holy crap, flames? That's actually flames? Look over there, classmate Qi Lin actually condensed flames. No, isn't Qilin a telekineticist? Why is he able to condense flames? Chapter 54, Want to steal my monster? Do you have the strength to do that? Lu Peiquan was also a little uneasy. He also didn't expect that Qilin, a telekinetic master, could actually condense flames. And judging from the color of the flame, as well as its extraordinary heat and pressure, he felt that the orange-gold flame condensed by Qilin was definitely not an ordinary flame. Could it be that the guy learned the fire skills by studying the skill book? Lu Peiquan still had some brains, and he probably figured out what was going on, but it was even more unbelievable. Because he knew that the skill book that a telekinetic master could learn at least had no occupational requirements. Coupled with the fact that the flame was not an ordinary flame but an extraordinary flame, it was probably of at least purple quality, and might even reach silver quality. When Qilin won the national top prize before, he had roughly checked Qilin's situation. He was from an ordinary family. How could he have a skill book of purple or even silver quality? Qilin didn't care about the reactions of the people behind him. At this time, he had already flown into the air with the sky-piercing shield, ready to attack. His idea was very simple. Since the monster appeared in front of him, he was the only one who could kill it. The monsters are his, the credits are his, and the experience points are his. Everything that belongs to me belongs to me. He, you're a tree demon, huh? Try my fire fist. Qilin raised an excited smile, and he clenched his right fist. With a bang sound, the divine flame wrapped around his fist became even stronger. Divine flame, burning the sky. Nisunai. Bake. A huge orange-gold flame poured out like a flood, instantly engulfing the vine tree monsters below. Chirp. Those vine tree monsters let out screams of pain, and then in the blink of an eye they were all burned to ashes. In just one encounter, all the more than 100 vine tree monsters were killed. And he died without leaving any trace. Shit. Seeing this scene, some students in the back, even though they were knowledgeable geniuses, couldn't help but blurt out. That seems to be nearly 100 vine tree monsters? They were all killed with just one move. So this is the strength of classmate Qilin. I finally understand how Qilin scored over 100,000 points in the college entrance exam. He killed them all in one go. That's incredibly powerful. I think Qilin is probably much stronger than this. Have you ever thought about it? Qilin's profession is a telekinesis master, and he is more proficient in telekinesis skills. But now, Qilin is using the fire skill. Maybe he is just playing around. Killing hundreds of vine-bearing tree monsters with one move, and you call that just for fun? Kill 101 vine tree monsters, experience plus 36,360. Obtained materials, Dryad Heart 101. Upgrade successfully, gain 5 attribute points, which can be freely allocated. Finally, I've leveled up again. I should be level 27 now, right? Qilin nodded secretly. He was not surprised about the upgrade. Because before entering the dungeon, his upgrade progress was almost complete, and he could upgrade by gaining another 8,000 or 9,000 experience points. Now that he has gained more than 30,000 experience points in one wave, it is natural that he is upgraded. It doesn't show the damage value, so it seems the flame damage is quite high. Even though I'm still new to controlling the flames, I can estimate that it can deal over 50,000 damage, which is enough to show that this divine flame is indeed very powerful. Qilin murmured, but it seems to consume too much mana. It may be because my current level is not high. It was also somewhat rare that he felt a little tired now. This is mainly because Divine Flame Burning Sky is not a telekinetic skill, and is not backed by mental strength. However, it is an extremely powerful killing move, so it is naturally very energy consuming. It seems that this, Divine Flame, Burning Heaven, can only be used occasionally for fun. Regular use still requires the use of telekinesis skills. Qilin smacked his lips. He had a very clear idea of the positioning of Divine Flame Burning Sky. Since its current level was not high, he could just use it to satisfy his desire. He distributed the 5 attribute points he had obtained and added them to Strength. The updated panel information is as follows. Name, Qilin. Occupation, Telekinesis. Level, 2726.89%. Strength, 80. Agility, 75 plus 50 equipment bonus. Spirit. Constitution, 75. Skills: mental shock, mind control, mental formatting, hypnosis, iron body, telekinesis, spider sense, abyssal holy eye, divine flame, burning heaven. Qilin looked at his credits. After killing this wave of monsters, his total credits were more than 2,200. In other words, killing those 20-odd magic sound gargoyles and the 101 vine tree monsters earned a total of more than 1,200 credits. On average, each ordinary monster costs about 10 credits. It's okay. Qilin didn't hesitate any longer. He took out the speaker from his backpack and pressed it on the front of the sky-piercing shield. Now that we have arrived at the dungeon, we must pull the monsters. Music, let us go. As Qilin turned on the speakers, super loud music started playing. I congratulate you on your wealth and success. I congratulate you on your brilliance. The best ones please come over, the bad ones please go away. Oh, the more gifts, the less blame you will get. Very festive and very cool. All the students at the scene were silenced. Wearing sunglasses, hands in pockets, flying in the air, and even carrying a speaker to blast the streets in the dungeon, how can you be so handsome? You are so handsome, how can we play? Or, should I leave? Qilin didn't care about other people's gazes. At this time, he shouted Yohu and flew forward on the sky-piercing shield. Boom boom boom. Before Qilin flew far, he noticed a lot of noise coming from the front. He didn't even need to turn on his spider sense, he could roughly tell what was going on just by hearing. There were many vine tree monsters coming towards him. Of course Qilin knew what was going on. It was obvious that his audio system was the culprit. Vine tree demons like quietness, and any small movement can stimulate them. For example, not long ago, Qilin used his giant telekinetic hand to kill those magic sound gargoyles. The noise was not loud, but it attracted more than 100 vine tree monsters to come over. Now his sound is so loud, and his style is so annoying. Pa pa pa, so festive, and the range of the sound is so wide, I believe that the nearby vine tree monsters have heard it and can't stand it, so they all want to run over to beat him up. Qilin sensed that there were probably 300 or 400 vine tree monsters. Moreover, there are creatures that are even larger than the vine tree monster, which are probably elite monsters. Qilin suddenly became excited. The level and number of this wave of monsters were not low. After killing them all, he would definitely gain a lot of experience, allowing him to break through to level 28. Listen! There's a huge commotion not far ahead, like 1,000 horses galloping. There must be a lot of monsters rushing towards us. I heard it too, and my clairvoyance also saw it. There are hundreds of vine tree monsters running towards us not far away. They must have been attracted by the sound of Qilin's speakers. Not far behind, most of the students also noticed it. Among them, a figure shot out at an extremely fast speed. That was Lu Peiquan. At this time, he had already drawn his weapon and used a skill to increase his speed. Like a shadow, he not only caught up with Qilin, but also surpassed him. Hee, you were the one stealing the show just now, but now it's my turn. Lu Peiquan turned around and gave Qilin a provocative look. Thank you for your hard work, for pulling in such a large wave of monsters, but in the end, you are just making wedding dresses for me. I won't be polite to these monsters. Lu Peiquan's idea is very simple. With high-speed skills and high-speed equipment, he undoubtedly has a speed advantage. Indeed, in terms of strength, he may not be able to compare with Qilin, but he can also use his speed advantage to snatch monsters, so that he can disgust Qilin and avenge the embarrassment that Qilin made him suffer before. By the way, he gained a lot of experience points, credits, and showed off his style. It can be said to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Qilin naturally noticed it, but his face did not show any ripples. Instead, he showed a playful smile. The reason was very simple. He had just sensed through his spider sense that among the group of vine tree monsters, the ones running in the front included several elite monsters. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this moment, just as Lu Peiquan rushed out of the woods, several huge vines came rushing towards him at an astonishing speed. Lu Peiquan's face changed drastically. He was distracted by provoking Qilin, and the huge vines were as fast as lightning, so he couldn't dodge them. Pa pa pa. Ah! Lu Peiquan screamed when he was hit by the huge vines, and his whole body was knocked away, flying backwards like a kite with a broken string. Qilin sneered and shook his head. Want to steal my monster? Do you have the strength to do that? Chapter 55. Okay, another instant kill, let us speed run it straight away, right? Lu Peiquan bumped into a big rock, causing it to dent, and his health bar was reduced by 1/3 in an instant. Lin was not surprised by this. The monsters that attacked Lu Peiquan just now were 3 elite monsters. They attacked together, so the damage was naturally high. Lin flew out of the woods on the sky-piercing shield, and he finally saw the situation outside the woods clearly. In fact, it was similar to what he sensed through the spider sense, a total of 300 to 400 vine tree monsters, 20 to 30 magic sound gargoyles, and about 10 elite monsters. Those 10 elite monsters were also tree monsters, but they were 4 or 5 times larger than the vine tree monsters, at least 17 or 18 meters tall, and their expressions were even more ferocious. Monster name, Giant Dryad Elite. Level 28. HP, 10,000. Spirit, 9,898,000. Skills, Vine Attack, Savage Smash. At this time, other students in the back, including Li Wenjun, also ran out of the woods. When they saw the scene before them, they all became a little uneasy. Oh my god, there are so many tree monsters, and there are elite monsters too. This is going to be a bit troublesome. But after all, these were geniuses from all over the country. They had all seen big scenes and were quite strong, so they quickly came up with a solution and calmed down. Everyone, let's join forces. Li Wenjun, who aspired to be class monitor, was the first to speak out and began to mobilize the other students. Those vine tree monsters are indeed numerous, but their levels are not very high. As long as we work together, we can still deal with them. As for those elite monsters, you can leave them to Lin. Li Wenjun's thinking was still very clear. He knew that Lin's combat power far exceeded the level on paper, and he seemed to have killed the dungeon boss in the college entrance examination dungeon, so it should not be a problem for him to deal with these 10 giant tree monsters. Student Lin, I'll leave the 10 giant tree monsters to you. The rest. Li Wenjun stepped forward and was about to talk to Lin about the battle strategy. No rush. However, Lin interrupted him. No rush? Li Wenjun was stunned. Lin nodded slightly. The big one hasn't come out yet. The big one hasn't come out yet? Li Wenjun was even more confused. What big thing? Count to 5 and you'll know when the time is up. A slightly mysterious smile appeared on Lin's lips. Perhaps others could not sense it, but he, with his full mental power in the spider sense skill, could clearly sense that there was another being more powerful than the elite giant tree demon about to emerge. For this wave of monsters in front of him, Lin naturally planned to kill them all in one go. Well, since it was a one-shot kill, he would definitely have to wait for the big one to come out before taking action, which would be more efficient. Is that so? Li Wenjun was stunned. He was about to count down to 5 in his mind, but at this moment, the ground began to shake violently. Boom! The shaking was stronger than the previous 2 times, even like a magnitude 7 or 8 earthquake, very exaggerated. What happened? Why is there another earthquake? What a strong tremor! What's going on? Many students in the back were shocked. Li Wenjun looked at Lin. He could see that Lin should know something, so he was about to ask. Bang! But at this moment, a large piece of ground in front exploded, and an extremely huge black shadow broke out from the ground. It is so huge that it can even reach 60 or 70 meters high. It was also a tree demon, but its aura and the pressure it exuded far exceeded that of the vine tree demon and the giant tree demon. Monster name, Black Tree Demon King Boss. Level 43. HP, 92,000. Spirit, 90,000. Skills, Demonic Vine Strangle, Flying Flowers and Leaves, Violent Smashing. He, it really is a dungeon boss. Lin raised an excited smile. Previously, he had sensed the powerful aura of the Black Tree Demon King through his spider sense, and roughly guessed that it was the dungeon boss. This was why he had to wait for the Black Tree Demon King to come out before killing him in one wave. It's actually a dungeon boss of over level 40. Oh my god, what's going on? Shouldn't the dungeon boss be at the final location? How did it end up here? On the other hand, the other students at the back were all frightened by the sudden appearance of the Black Tree Demon King, and were even more confused as to why the dungeon boss would take the initiative to come to them. The Black Tree Demon King came out completely from underground. It raised its head and looked at Lin. Its expression was actually a little angry. Oh no, it should be that it was extremely angry, and even its expression was a little distorted with anger. It's so noisy. You damn human, turn that damn thing off for me right now. The Black Tree Demon King roared hysterically at Lin. Li Wenjun and other students finally understood why the dungeon boss, the Black Tree Demon King, had come here specifically. At that moment, especially when they saw the Black Tree Demon King's expression that looked like he was about to collapse with anger, they were all a little unable to hold back. It's not like they've ever seen a dungeon boss being pulled out before, but this is the first time they've seen such a strange way of pulling a monster out, and the dungeon boss being so angry. Oh? This Black Tree Demon King can actually speak. That's quite interesting. Qilin raised the corner of his mouth slightly. He found it quite interesting. Some monsters with higher IQs and dungeon bosses all have the ability to speak. Especially those elite monsters and dungeon bosses named with Demon King. They have transformed from monsters into kings, and their language ability is even comparable to that of humans. Beside him, Li Wenjun was a little nervous. He was about to discuss countermeasures with Qilin, classmate Qilin, now. After all, the dungeon boss has appeared now, and with the addition of 300 or 400 vine tree monsters and 10 giant tree monsters, the difficulty has increased several times more than before, and it is not easy to deal with it now. However, before Li Wenjun could finish his words, Qilin had already retorted to the Black Tree Demon King, "Why are you barking like a dog? Who do you think you are? Are you worthy enough to order me around? Arrogant human, you're courting death." The Black Tree Demon King was completely enraged. He roared, and those huge vines suddenly stretched out like a peacock spreading its tail, and rushed towards Qilin like a storm. The giant tree monsters, vine tree monsters, etc. around it also attacked Qilin. At that moment, countless vines came like a torrential rain, and the scene was extremely shocking. This scared Li Wenjun and other classmates. You know, an angry attack from a dungeon boss of more than 40 levels, coupled with the joint attack of 300 or 400 ordinary monsters and elite monsters, could probably kill even a human warrior above level 50. Li Wenjun wanted to shout and call on other students to fight together. Perhaps this was the only way to resist the attack of the Black Tree Demon King. However, at this time, Qilin had already taken action. A mere level 46 boss dares to act so presumptuously in front of me. You really don't know your own limitations. Qilin sneered. He didn't even take his hands out of his trouser pockets, he just glared slightly. Mental formatting. An extremely sharp mental force radiated and spread as quickly as a sound wave. Wherever it went, whether it was the Black Tree Demon King, the Giant Tree Demon, or the Vine Tree Demon, their eyes suddenly lost their light. Immediately afterwards, like dominoes, the 300 or 400 monsters in front, including the Black Tree Demon King, fell to the ground one after another. One move, all destroyed. Looking at this scene, Li Wenjun and other geniuses in the back were shocked again and again. They were even so shocked that their mouths became an O shape and could not close for a long time. Oh my god, it's still an instant kill. Chapter 56, Pure Spirit Holy Ring, are you kidding me? Li Wenjun and others were really shocked. Previously, Qilin easily killed more than 20 demonic sound gargoyles in seconds. Although they couldn't help but marvel at it, they were not too surprised. After all, those 20-odd demonic sound gargoyles were not very strong, and their number was not large. As the top student in the country, it was not surprising that Qilin could kill them all in one wave. But now, the one in front of him is not a level 17 or 18 magic sound gargoyle, but a level 40 plus dungeon boss. Damn, his health is close to 100,000. In addition to the dungeon boss, there are 10 elite monsters close to level 30, plus 300 or 400 monsters. With such a scale, he can still kill in one move. It's so terrifying and shocking. How is this possible? That guy is so strong. Not far away, Lu Peiquan, who was knocked to the big rock, was also shocked by Qilin. His eyes were wide open and his face was full of disbelief. As the second most talented student in the country, among his classmates, he was only shocked by Lin Langtian, who was once the most talented student in the country. However, the shock Qilin brought to him now was several times greater than what Lin Langtian had brought him before. He was really shocked and couldn't understand how Qilin could do this. If I'm not mistaken, what Qilin just used seems to be a high-level telekinetic skill unlocked only by level 70 telekinetic masters, mind obliteration. No wonder Qilin got such an incredible score in the college entrance examination. It turns out that he was able to do so because of this high-level telekinetic skill. That should be the case, but why? How could Qilin acquire such a powerful high-level skill in advance? This isn't normal. Well, there's more than just one unusual point, right? Logically, high-level telekinetic skills must consume a lot of mental energy. And just now, Qilin used an area of effect attack, instantly killing 300 or 400 monsters, including the Black Tree Demon King. How much mental energy did he consume? Why does he look so relaxed now? I was just about to say this. Damn, it seems like Qilin's mental strength is incredibly strong, even beyond our imagination. After all, the people here are geniuses from all over the country, so they could roughly see it, but the more so, the more incredible it felt to them. As the chosen ones of heaven, this was the first time that they were so curious and puzzled about a person of the same age. Before this, others were curious about them and couldn't figure them out. Kill 356 Vine Tree monsters, experience plus 128,160. Obtained materials, Dryad Heart 356. Kill 46 magical gargoyles, experience plus 15,640. Obtained materials, Gargoyle Crystal 46. Kill 10 Giant Tree Demons Elite, experience plus 56,000. Obtained materials, Dryad Heart 10. Kill the Black Tree Demon King Leader, experience plus 100,000. Materials obtained, Demon King's Heart 1, Demon King's Spirit 1. Upgrade successfully, gain 5 attribute points, which can be freely allocated. Upgrade successfully, gain 5 attribute points, which can be freely allocated. 2 promotions in a row? Nice. Qilin was in a good mood. He felt that this wave of gains was quite good. A wave of nearly 300,000 experience points directly allowed him to level up twice. You have cleared Tree Demon Paradise in 6 minutes and 38 seconds, setting a new record. Your rating is SS. Clearance reward, Gold Treasure Chest 1. Damn, I almost forgot, this has already been completed. Qilin finally reacted. The main thing is that it has only been a short while since he entered the dungeon, and he completed it in the blink of an eye. It was really too fast. This also made Qilin feel a little regretful. Why did you come here so quickly, boss? If you came here later, I could kill more monsters and get more experience. But Qilin didn't hesitate and opened the golden treasure chest. Equipment name, Holy Ring of Purity. Type, accessories. Equipment level, 30. Equipment requirements, none. Effect description, purple quality equipment, after wearing, Constitution plus 30, reduces 90% of poison damage and curse damage. Special note, within level plus 5, immune to poison damage and curse damage. Oh? It's an accessory that can reduce poison damage and curse damage? Qilin's eyes lit up, and he felt that his luck in unpacking the box this time was really amazing. Damage like poison damage and curse damage are collectively referred to as negative damage. Since he had mastered Steel Body, Qilin had shed his fragile label and was no longer afraid of physical damage. Even when facing opponents within level plus 5, he could stand still and let the enemy attack him without being able to hurt him. But there are many types of damage, not just physical damage. Apart from mental damage which has no effect on him, the mainstream types of damage include magic damage, poison damage, curse damage, etc. In addition, there are some non-mainstream ones, such as environmental damage, including persistent damage caused by harsh environments such as extreme cold and extreme heat. Therefore, simply reducing physical damage is definitely not enough. Especially now that his level is not very high, we have to be more careful. Otherwise, if you are not careful and get attacked by poison or curse, you will die. Now that I have obtained the Pure Spirit Holy Ring, which can reduce 90% of poison damage and curse damage, it's a different story. This means he can also reduce poison damage and curse damage. In this way, he dealt with 4 of the 5 major types of damage, greatly increasing safety. Qilin still had the same idea as before. Although his mental power was invincible, for the sake of prudence, he still had to develop in all aspects and not leave any weaknesses. Attacking, he wants to be omnipotent. Defense, he also needs to be versatile. To put it bluntly, his effect is that no matter how you hit me, you can't hurt me at all, but if I hit you, I can kill you in one hit. As for the level requirement of Pure Spirit Holy Ring, being 30, Qilin didn't care much about it. After all, he was already level 29, and only one step away from level 30. Next, Qilin distributed the 10 attribute points gained from this upgrade, adding them to Agility and Constitution, respectively. The updated panel information is as follows. Name, Qilin. Occupation, Telekinesis. Level, 2918.65%. Strength, 80. Agility, 80 plus 50 equipment bonus. Spirit. Constitution, 80. Skills: mental shock, mind control, mental formatting, hypnosis, iron body, telekinesis, spider sense, abyssal holy eye, divine flame, burning heaven. Student Qi Lin. At this time, Li Wenjun ran over. Li Wenjun was about to sigh that Qi Lin was so powerful that he killed the Black Tree Demon King in an instant, but before he could open his mouth, a portal appeared in front of him. To be precise, at this moment, a portal appeared in front of everyone, including Qi Lin. The main reason is that Qi Lin has already completed the copy will be temporarily closed, and everyone has to leave the copy. Li Wenjun was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized, it turns out I've already cleared the level. I didn't expect it to be so fast. The other students at the back were even more constipated. No, we've already cleared the level? It seems like we just arrived at the dungeon not long ago. It wasn't long at all, only about 5 minutes. No, I cleared the level so quickly, but I didn't kill a single monster and didn't get a single credit. Qi Lin felt the resentful looks from his classmates. Even though he was quite thick-skinned, he couldn't help but laugh awkwardly. I really did clear the level too quickly. Blame it on me, blame it on me. Instance square. At this moment, the head teacher Yen Gang found a folding chair and sat down. He knew that this opening test would last at least 3 or 4 hours. There was no reason for him to stand here for so long. He must find something to do. He planned to play with pesticides for a while to relax and have some fun during his busy schedule. But just as he opened the game, he noticed a group of students being teleported out one after another. He was stunned. No, what's going on with you? Why are you out right after entering? As the quasi-class monitor, Li Wenbin scratched his head. A bit embarrassed, he came up to report the situation. Teacher, actually, Qi Lin killed the dungeon boss and cleared the dungeon, so... What? Is it already cleared? Yen Gang's eyes widened in shock. If he remembered correctly, it took him about 6 minutes to go back and forth to get a small chair. You cleared the dungeon in just 6 minutes? Are you kidding me? Isn't this a bit too exaggerated? Chapter 57. The principal was so shocked that he dropped the cup, and the out-of-school student asked for help. Now that you've cleared the level, how many credits did you earn this time? Yen Gang asked. After being asked this question by Yen Gang, Li Wenjun and others fell silent, their faces looking extremely embarrassed. After all, they are the chosen ones of heaven from all over the country. They gained nothing this time, not killing any monsters and not getting any credits. How can they say this? But as the quasi-class monitor, Li Wenjun felt he still had to report to his homeroom teacher, Yen Gang, even though he felt embarrassed. Teacher, we cleared the dungeon so quickly that we didn't have time to kill the monsters. So, except for Qi Lin, who cleared it, we all got 0 credits. 0 credits? Yen Gang thought he had misheard and that everyone else was dumbfounded. As a senior teacher at Imperial Capital University, he had conducted many opening tests, but he had never encountered anything as outrageous as this one. Of the 53 students in the class, 52 received 0 credits and didn't get a single point on the opening exam. This mud horse. Yen Gang reacted and looked at Qi Lin with a somewhat strained expression. So, Qi Lin is the only one. Li Wenjun couldn't hold his composure any longer. His face flushed with embarrassment, but he still nodded. All the monsters were killed by Qi Lin alone. Yen Gang. Good job. Yen Gang exclaimed in his heart, what a great guy. He had seen people snatching monsters, but he had never seen anyone snatch them so fiercely. Just kill your way through the dungeon by yourself, right? Oh no, not only did he clear the dungeon by himself, he did it at speed. Yen Gang looked at Qi Lin and his expression became even more constipated. I knew this guy was pretty fierce, but I didn't expect him to be this fierce. Qi Lin was indeed quite thick-skinned, but seeing Yen Gang's constipated expression, as if he had pooped in his trouser pocket, he felt a little embarrassed. He laughed dryly and scratched his head. Sorry, Teacher Yen, I wasn't paying attention for a moment and killed too quickly. Although he was still feeling very nervous, Yen Gang said with a serious expression, forget it. I don't think you did it on purpose, Qi Lin. Besides, this opening test is also to test everyone's strength. Qi Lin, you can speed through the dungeon, which also proves that you are strong enough. Teacher, then we... When a classmate came up to him and asked him about it, he felt a little uncomfortable with his behavior of eating duck eggs and wondered if he could have another chance. Yen Gang was also perceptive and could naturally tell what the student was trying to say. He also planned to retake the test, otherwise he would not be able to submit the test results. So he nodded and said, considering the special circumstances of this test, let's retake it. Qilin nodded shamelessly, yes, teacher, I also think we need to retest. Teacher, you can give us another level 20 copy to retest. Once you enter the dungeon, you can kill monsters and gain a lot of experience points. Qilin definitely wants to do it again. You should know that this is a free copy. Other copies in school require credits. However, before Qilin could finish his words, Yan Gang interrupted awkwardly, no, Qilin, you've already finished the test, so this retest is only for other students. Qilin. Okay, you want to take me out to play on the first day of school, right? Alas, it's all because I'm too strong. Teacher, isn't it time for the test now? If I don't take the test together, then Qilin still shamelessly wondered if he could get a piece of the dungeon. Student Qilin, since you have finished the test, you can move freely. It seems that this copy is no longer available. Student Qilin should have earned quite a few credits this time, right? You can go to the public dungeons in school to kill monsters, they're all pretty much the same. Yan Gang made a good suggestion. Qilin took out his school card and looked at his credits. His total credits are now over 6,000, which means that he obtained more than 5,000 credits in this test, which is indeed a lot. With these more than 6,000 points, he should be able to easily clear the copies in the school. You can also go to the equipment library to rent equipment, and go to the skill library to learn skill books. You should be able to borrow and learn at will. Finally, Qilin agreed, and under Yan Gang's instructions, he went to other copies in the copy square. Over there, Yan Gang once again organized other students to take the opening test. He found a copy of similar level and let Li Wenjun and others enter the copy for the test. After all the students entered the copy, he took out his cell phone and made a call. Principal, the results of Qilin's strength test on the first day are in. He cleared the dungeon by himself, and it was a speed run, taking only about 6 minutes. Yan Gang had just finished speaking when he heard a sound similar to a teacup falling to the ground from the other end of the phone. Yan Gang. TSK, even the usually calm and composed principal was shocked. This Qilin is simply outrageous. After Qilin was allowed to move freely, he wandered around the dungeon square, intending to find a higher level public dungeon to level up. It is already 9 o'clock in the morning. Many students have come to the copy square and noticed Qilin, who is strolling in the copy square. Isn't that Qilin, the top scorer in the first grade? Why is he hanging around here? Shouldn't freshmen take an opening test on the first day of school? Oh, yeah. What's going on? Could it be that he, the top scorer in the college entrance exam, has the privilege of not having to take the test? Many students were confused. Some of the girls were more focused on other things. That's the super genius from the first grade, junior brother Qilin? Is he that handsome? No, why are you pulling me? I want to go over and add junior brother Qilin as my friend. I heard he's still single, maybe I have a chance. What do you mean you have a chance? Haven't you heard about junior brother Qilin's mate selection criteria? Do you have a high-level copy? If you don't even have a high-level copy, junior brother Qilin won't pay any attention to you. Advanced copy? I don't have that. Although some senior girls were crazy about Qilin and wanted to get to know him, they were stopped by their best friends. After learning about Qilin's standards for choosing a partner, their crazy hearts died. It has to be said that Qilin's move did save him from being harassed by a lot of bad love affairs, but it also saved him from getting a lot of high-level copies. The main thing is that the advanced copy that Qilin mentioned did not sound like what it seemed to those senior girls who were crazy about him and wanted to pounce on him. The advanced copy that Qilin mentioned was actually just a copy that was higher than his level. But to those senior girls, it was an advanced copy divided according to standard levels. You should know that dungeons also have different levels. Those below level 30 are low-level copies. Levels 31 to 60 are intermediate dungeons. Levels 61 to 90 are advanced copies. Even if those girls who were obsessed with Qilin could get into Divine Capital University and were exceptionally gifted, how could they possibly produce a level 61 or higher dungeon? So, they were all blocked immediately. Qilin knew that there were many students around looking at him, but no one came up to him to ask for his contact information or confess their feelings, so he didn't bother to care. At this time, Qilin was considering which copy to go to and whether to go to the senior grade copy, when suddenly a somewhat nervous voice came from behind him. You are classmate Qilin, right? Qilin turned around and found that it was a pretty girl, but the school uniform she was wearing was not the uniform of Imperial Capital University. Shi Lin was stunned. Is this a student from another school? Chapter 58 Special Boss, Immortal Sword Saint. I am, you are. Shi Lin nodded. I want to ask you for help with something? Can. Is it okay? The girl had black hair like a waterfall, outstanding facial features, picturesque eyebrows, skin as white as snow, and was incredibly beautiful. She is quite tall, about 1.67 meters, but not thin, and has a graceful figure. She lowered her head, her face flushed, her hands pinching the corners of her clothes, her voice trembling a little, and it was obvious that she was very nervous. Shi Lin felt a little strange. This person was obviously not a student of Imperial Capital University, so how could he know him? Could it be one of his fanatical fans online? Alas, at such a young age, why do you have to learn so much instead of just chasing stars? Although I admit that you have a good eye. Shi Lin shook his head. Do you have an advanced copy? Shi Lin is still as rational as ever. This long-haired girl is indeed pretty, but so what? Just because she is beautiful, I have to help her? Who said that? Shi Lin wasn't the type of person who would lose his composure when seeing a beautiful woman. He only cared about the benefits. Without sufficient benefits in return, he wouldn't help the long-haired girl. A high-level dungeon? My dungeon is level 34, but is that okay? The long-haired girl was slightly startled and suddenly became a little nervous. Because she, like the other senior girls, thought that the high-level dungeons Shi Lin was talking about were those above level 61. Although she had the resources, she couldn't get them in a short time. You don't have any, right? You still want me to help you even if you don't have any. You do have any? Shi Lin was so used to saying it that he almost blurted it out. He couldn't believe it. Level 34 copy? You really have it? The level 34 copy is already a very advanced copy for him now. The long-haired girl nodded quickly. Yes, I just want you to go to that dungeon to help me. Shi Lin thought for a moment and asked, then what do you want me to help you with? The condition of having an advanced copy was met, but he still had to see what the long-haired girl wanted him to help with. If the task the long-haired girl asked him to do was not difficult, then he could help. But if the long-haired girl asked him to help with something that was beyond his ability, or if it would take him half his life to accomplish, he would not help. Just like investing, it depends on the return on investment. The long-haired girl was a little nervous. I need you to help me kill a special boss. Special boss? Shi Lin was stunned for a moment. As a top student, he naturally knew what the long-haired girl meant by special boss, which refers to a boss with its special status. In fact, the dungeon bosses that Shi Lin had killed before were all relatively ordinary because they were all low-level dungeon bosses. However, there are some dungeon bosses that will enter a special state after meeting certain conditions. For example, the Berserk state, the corrupted state, the undead state, the invincible state, etc. Dungeon bosses that can activate these special states are collectively referred to as special bosses. Yes, the dungeon boss I'm going to kill is the undead swordmaster. After meeting certain conditions, it can activate its immortal state, making it impossible to kill with its physical body for a short period of time. The long-haired girl nodded slightly. When the undead sword saint activates his immortal state, killing him will give him a 400% chance of dropping Sword Saint Will and Sword Separation. This Sword Saint Will and the Sword Separation skill book are exactly what I need right now. I see. Shi Lin nodded. He knew that the girl with long hair was not lying. The dungeon boss turns on a special state, and the explosion rate is 3 to 4 times that of the normal state. So there is a saying in the adventurer's profession, kill someone in a special state and take home a house of gold and silver. What I mean is that after the special bosses enter their special state, if you kill them, you will make a lot of money. Shi Lin thought for a moment and said, can I ask why you came to me for help? Shi Lin looked at the long-haired girl. He had never seen her before and was almost certain that he didn't know her. The undead sword saint seemed to be a boss of about level 50. He was not very strong. Even after activating the immortal state, there were many masters who could kill him. Why did he have to find him? After being asked this by Shi Lin, the long-haired girl became a little nervous again, because I know that you are a telekinetic master, Shi Lin, and it seems that you have mastered the high-level telekinetic master skill, mind obliteration, which is just right to restrain the undead sword saint. Even if the undead sword saint activates the undead state, you can kill it easily. Oh? You know me so well? Shi Lin was a little surprised. He had never met the long-haired girl before, but she seemed so familiar with his situation. TSK, this fanatical fan is really a headache. He has dug out my information so clearly. Qilin shook his head, but didn't care too much. Well, mainly because the long-haired girl could provide him with high-level copies and didn't harass him in any particular way. Okay then, I can help you. In the end, Qilin agreed. The main reason is that the temptation of the level 34 copy is too great. Compared to the fact that he can only go to dungeons below level 29 now, level 34 is more cost-effective. Since I have to go to the dungeon anyway, I will definitely go to the higher level ones. Really? That's great, thank you. The long-haired girl's beautiful eyes lit up, and it was obvious that she was very excited and happy. No need to thank me, we just take what we need. Qilin said frankly, by the way, I still don't know your name? After all, we are going to play the game together later, so we must have a name to address each other. We can't just use hey or that or something like that. You can just call me junior sister. I'm a student at Imperial Capital High School, a senior, so I'm considered your junior sister. The girl with long hair blushed, lowered her head, and didn't dare to look directly at Qilin. Oh, alright, then I'll call you junior sister. Qilin didn't care too much about it. It was just a name after all. Sure. Senior brother, can I add you as a friend? The long-haired girl was nervous. Sure, add it. Qilin nodded. They would be teammates in the future anyway, and this junior sister seemed to have good dungeon resources, so he might as well add her. Soon, the two became friends. Senior brother, your nickname. The long-haired girl looked at Qilin's friend information and was a little overwhelmed when she saw Qilin's nickname. Qilin's nickname is, please call me President Qilin. Brother, you were the president of the student union? No, I was the vice president of the dorm committee during my freshman and sophomore years of high school. Qilin also felt that the previous owner of this body had a rather poor aesthetic sense. Why was he given such a childish name? He decided to change his nickname after returning to. Well, change it to I want to be rich or focus on my career. So that's how it is. Senior brother, can I ask why you always wear sunglasses? Oh, it's mainly because my mental power is quite strong, so my eyes will carry some mental radiation. Without sunglasses, it would be uncomfortable to look directly at me. Is that so? Senior brother, my mental strength is quite strong. I think I should not be afraid. Can you take off your sunglasses and let me see? Sure. Are you sure? See, senior brother, I told you I can handle it. My forehead hurts, senior brother, you should put your sunglasses back on. The two of them talked and chatted and left. The main reason was that the long-haired girl said they could go now, and Qilin was free and able to move around freely, so he might as well go now. Chapter 59. Which bastard is playing music here? After a while, Qilin, led by the long-haired girl, arrived at a copy square. Qilin was a little surprised that this dungeon square was not run by the Adventurers Guild, but owned by a big family in the Imperial capital. That is, private land. This made Qilin have some fantasies about the identity of the long-haired girl. He felt that the long-haired girl must be of some importance since she could bring him here without any hindrance. But Qilin wouldn't ask anything. After this collaboration, he and the long-haired girl would have no contact anymore. Why would he ask so many questions about her privacy? When they arrived at the dungeon portal, the long-haired girl handed one of the teleportation jade pendants she had received to Qilin. Brother, this is the teleportation jade pendant. Qilin took the teleportation jade pendant and operated it on the control interface. I've sent you the team invitation. Let's go in after the team is formed. After all, the copy was provided by someone else and we have reached a cooperative relationship, so we naturally have to form a team, otherwise it would not be justified. No need, senior brother. The long-haired girl shook her head and said, if we team up, senior brother, you will automatically give me half of the experience you gain from killing monsters. Qilin was stunned for a moment. He didn't react for a moment. He didn't expect the long-haired girl to say that. Brother, you want to become stronger, so you're keen on challenging high-difficulty dungeons. I know that. So, brother, you don't have to worry about me. You don't have to deliberately team up with me. Just help me kill the undead sword saint when the time comes. The long-haired girl chuckled. Hiss. Qilin was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the long-haired girl would actually consider him like this. It's absolutely amazing. At that moment, he was in a very happy mood inside repeatedly. Wow, look at them, how enlightened they are. Shilin felt that this junior sister from Imperial Capital High School was much better than those senior sisters from Imperial Capital University who were crazy about him and ran over to flirt with him. Those senior sisters were thinking about hooking up with him all day long, and their snobbish intentions were obvious at a glance. On the other hand, this junior sister actually took the initiative to think about him, which was a huge difference. For the first time, he also understood what the phrase beautiful person with a kind heart meant. Junior sister, you deserve to be so beautiful. Appearance is determined by the mind. Okay, I will definitely help you kill the undead sword saint and give you the sword saint will and the sword of separation. Shilin nodded. Next, the two entered the dungeon together. Instance name, Undead Cemetery. Difficulty, Nightmare not selectable. Recommended level, 34. Recommended number of people, 5. After entering the copy, Shilin found that he was in a place similar to a mass grave, with many graves around and some scattered bones everywhere. If it is night, a timid person coming here would probably be scared just by taking a look. Senior, brother, I have a lot of food and medicine in my backpack to restore your health. If you get tired of killing monsters later, just tell me. The junior sister beside her seemed a little embarrassed, and she whispered. Shilin was about to say no, because he also had some food in his backpack to restore his strength. But before he could finish his words, the soil nearby suddenly bulged, and then 5 zombie-like monsters broke out of the ground. They were 5 rotten corpses with strong auras. They were not only wearing armor but also had weapons in their hands. Some hold knives, some hold swords, and some hold spears. Monster name, Undead Soldier. Level 33. HP, 3000 with undead attribute, recovers 2% HP per second. Spirit, 500. Skills, Savage Charge, Weapon Attack, Bite. Oh. It's a monster with undead attributes. That's quite rare. Shilin raised the corner of his mouth slightly, feeling that it was quite novel. After all, this was the first time he encountered a monster with special attributes. As for the immortality effect that recovers 2% of health per second, it seems a bit intimidating, but in fact, Shilin is not afraid at all. The main thing is that he knows the principle. This undead attribute is only effective when you are still alive. When your health is exhausted, that is, after being killed, it will no longer have the effect of restoring health. In other words, this so-called immortality is only in effect under specific conditions. Perhaps for adventurers with less powerful abilities and weaker attack power, this undead attribute is a bit difficult to deal with. Because they cannot be completely killed, the undead soldiers will automatically recover their health, which will continue endlessly. But for Shilin, this immortality effect is useless because he can kill instantly. He died in an instant, how could he recover? Roar! At this time, the 5 undead soldiers raised their weapons and rushed towards Shilin. I won't die, right? I want to see how you can remain undead. Shilin smiled faintly. He didn't move his body at all. With just a thought, 5 huge telekinetic hands condensed into shape. Just like catching 5 rushing chicks, 5 giant telekinetic hands firmly grasped the 5 undead soldiers. As Shilin's mind moved, the 5 giant telekinetic hands exerted force and directly crushed the 5 undead soldiers. You said you were immortal, but you died in one move. You're too weak. Shilin shook his head in disappointment. Kill 5 undead soldiers, experience plus 12,000. Obtain incomplete weapons advanced 5. Shilin knew what these incomplete weapons were. They were monsters like undead soldiers that were closer to the undead. They usually hid underground and would only come out when human adventurers approached. Buried underground for a long time, these weapons would have some impact, such as rust, dulling, etc. Generally, such defective weapons are collectively referred to as defective weapons. Generally speaking, these defective weapons are less lethal than complete weapons of the same quality and are sold at a lower price. The main reason is that these defective weapons cannot be used directly. They have to be repaired by blacksmiths and turned into complete weapons before they can be used. Shilin turned around and looked at the junior sister beside him. Just now, there was an undead soldier close to you. You should have been able to kill it. Why didn't you do it? Shilin could sense that the junior sister's strength was not weak, at least her aura was not weaker than his, so he was able to kill even a level 33 undead soldier. The younger sister chuckled and said, I know that senior brother needs a lot of experience points to become stronger, so I will let him kill them and I will just watch quietly. Wow, what a good junior sister. It's rare, really rare. Shi Lin sighed more and more. He felt that this junior sister was really a great person. At least her emotional intelligence was very high. Next, Shi Lin took out the sky shield and speakers from his backpack. No matter which dungeon you go to, pulling monsters is the normal process. The junior sister silently watched Shi Lin turn on the speakers and play music. She seemed to know that Shi Lin had this procedure and did not show the slightest surprise. In a burial ground surrounded by tombstones, a group of adventurers are being chased by a large group of undead soldiers. There are so many of them, probably hundreds of them. Captain, those undead soldiers are about to catch up with us. What should we do now? That group of undead soldiers is too numerous. I'm afraid we can't defeat them. Otherwise, Captain, let's crush the teleportation jade pendant and retreat. Many team members made suggestions. Why retreat? Do I have no shame? They're just a bunch of level 33 monsters, what's there to be afraid of? If my colleagues knew that I was scared to death by the undead soldiers and wanted to run away, I'm afraid they would laugh in my face. The captain of this adventurer team is called Chen Hu. He was about to criticize his teammates for wanting to escape after a small setback, saying that they were not manly and shameful. However, before he could finish his words, he tripped over a protruding rock and fell flat on his face. Team leader. Captain, are you okay? Captain, are you okay? The other team members were shocked and quickly ran over to help Chen Hu up. Damn, this damn stone actually dared to trip me. After falling flat on his face in front of his teammates, Chen Hu felt so humiliated that his face turned red and he was about to curse at the stumbling block. However, at this moment, very appropriate music came from not far away. Good luck to you, I wish you good luck brings joy and love, good luck to us, good luck to you. Chen Hu couldn't hold it in anymore when he heard the music. He always cared a lot about his reputation, but he felt as if he was being mocked on purpose. His face turned red with anger. Fuck, which bastard is playing music here? Chapter 60 New trick, slap you to death. He just fell flat on his face, and now you play good luck comes for him. Isn't this just playing the game right in front of him? Captain, the person playing the music seems to be over there. I saw it too. It was played by that guy over there. He has a speaker installed in front of his equipment. Two team members looked in the direction of the sound and found Shi Lin and the other two not far away. Chen Hu looked over and spotted Shi Lin over there. He was so angry that his teeth itched, damn. It turned out to be that kid playing music. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of a good idea, and his expression became a little excited. Oh, that guy is playing music, and it's so loud. We can hide and let him attract the monsters behind us. That way, won't we be safe? Yes, Captain, your idea is great. We can find a larger tombstone to hide in, and with my lost ability, we should be able to hide from those undead soldiers for a while. That way, they'll be attracted by the music that guy is playing, and they'll change their target and attack that guy over there. Immediately, some team members agreed. Yes, do it like this, quickly. Chen Hu agreed with the team members' proposal. Next, all the members of the team quickly hid behind a relatively large tombstone, and the assassin among the team members used, lost, and the auras of several people were hidden at once. It was also at this time that the group of undead soldiers came chasing after them. When they came here and found that Chen Hu and others were not there, they subconsciously wanted to look for them. But soon, their attention was drawn to the music played by Shi Lin over there. The main reason is that they are all living dead. The walking dead do not have very high IQs and act more on instinct. So they would not waste time looking for Chen Hu and others, but instead shifted their target and attacked Shi Lin and the other two who were not far away. Hey, you little brat. I told you not to play music here, wait and see how you die. Looking at the large group of undead soldiers heading towards Shi Lin, Chen Hu showed a gloating expression. Over there, Shi Lin and his junior sister were flying in the air, moving forward slowly. The junior sister is not a telekinetic master, but she has the skill, sword flying, so she can fly with a sword. Her posture was different from Shi Lin's, who had his hands in his pockets, which looked a bit coquettish and a bit crazy. It was a very formal sword-wielding posture, with the index and middle fingers of both hands standing together, just like the Shushan sword immortal. Shi Lin thought that the junior sister's sword-wielding posture was quite handsome and her aesthetic taste was good, but compared with his hands in his pockets, it was still not as good. It's a pity that my junior sister is wearing a skirt, not pants, otherwise I must teach her how cool it is to put her hands in her pockets and kill with a sword. Qilin was just thinking when he heard the sound of dense footsteps coming from the other side. The younger apprentice sister noticed it quickly and immediately reminded Qilin, "Brother, look over there. There are many undead soldiers running towards us. The number is estimated to be no less than 100. Qilin naturally noticed it too. He thought it was the effect of the bursting speakers and nodded with satisfaction. They pulled a group of undead soldiers over so quickly, the efficiency is pretty good. Why did he change the name of the speaker to Exploding Speaker? Because he felt that just like the Sky Shield and God Speed Boots, everything had to have a name, and the audio system was no exception. According to Qilin's style, if he wanted to name this thing, he would definitely have to choose a cool name, preferably a name that is extremely cool. So he skipped the tedious thinking process and directly named it Hanging Until the Sound System Explodes. Over there, Shenhu and others who were hiding behind the huge tombstone saw the group of undead soldiers running to Qilin, and they couldn't help but start discussing. "Captain, what do you think those two over there will do when they see those undead soldiers? They seem to be around 18 or 19 years old. They shouldn't be very strong. I don't think they can defeat them." "What do you mean by estimated? You mean we can't win for sure, right?" Shenhu refuted sternly. "Those undead soldiers, even our team of experienced adventurers close to level 40 had to avoid them, let alone the two of them. In my opinion, when they saw those undead soldiers, they would be so scared that they would crush the teleportation jade pendant and run away. Otherwise, they would be dead. Especially that guy playing music. He'll definitely be surrounded by the vast majority of undead soldiers. If he doesn't run away immediately, he'll definitely be killed." The other team members looked at each other. For some reason, they felt that Captain Shenhu was a little too excited, especially towards Qilin, as if they had a big grudge against each other. Could it be because of the song Good Luck Comes that guy just played? That must be it. Shenhu wanted to change the subject and told their entire team to quickly escape while the group of undead soldiers were attracted away by Qilin and others. But before he could say anything, he was stunned by Qilin's situation over there. Qilin condensed a giant telekinetic hand that was 100 meters wide. Although it could not be said to cover the sky and the sun, the visual effect was also very impactful. How is this possible? That kid actually. Shenhu was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that Qilin, an 18 or 19-year-old boy, could achieve this level. Captain, that kid over there doesn't seem to be simple." The other team members were also shocked. On the other side, Qilin found that the giant hand of telekinesis he condensed had grown bigger, and he couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction. After all, his mental strength is at the maximum level, and as his skills become more proficient, the upper limit of the effect of his skills will become higher and higher. About 100 heads, it should be within reach. Qilin nodded slightly, and with a thought, the giant hand of telekinesis in the air slapped down fiercely. Just like swatting a fly, the giant telekinetic hand slapped the group of undead soldiers heavily. Bang! This terrifying blow not only instantly turned the group of undead soldiers into meat paste, but the powerful impact also caused the surrounding ground to explode. Those cracks spread rapidly in all directions like crawling poisonous snakes. The cracks even spread to the location where Shenhu and others were not far away. A large area around was instantly changed beyond recognition. Shenhu and others were visibly stunned. Especially Shenhu, he was so shocked that his eyes popped out and his mouth was wide open for a long time. This destructive power is simply terrifying. When the giant telekinetic hand was removed, the group of undead soldiers either turned into meat paste or turned into a pile of crushed bones, all dead. Qilin nodded secretly, quite satisfied. He thought that what he did just now was quite cool, as he killed all the undead soldiers with just one slap. Well, it's decided, from now on this move will be called "I'll slap you to death." Not far away, Shenhu and others saw that the group of undead soldiers were only left with broken bones on the ground, and they were all stunned. Especially Shenhu, he was so shocked that his mouth became an O shape. Oh my god, it was a one-shot kill. Chapter 61 successfully upgraded, new skills, telekinetic barrier. Rather than saying that Shenhu was shocked by the instant kill, it would be more accurate to say that he was shocked that Qilin, a little guy of 18 or 19 years old, could actually exert such powerful strength. You know, those undead soldiers are ordinary monsters of level 33, not ordinary monsters of level 3. At the age of 18 or 19, even if he is a top genius, he is at most in his 20s or 30s. How could he kill more than 100 undead soldiers in one move? This is simply unbelievable. The junior sister beside him did not show much surprise. She seemed to have expected that Qi Lin could easily kill the group of undead soldiers. Kill 102 undead soldiers, experience plus 244,800. Obtained equipment, incomplete weapon advanced 102. Upgrade successfully, gain 5 attribute points, which can be freely allocated. Level increased to 30, upgrade successful, all attributes increased by 10 attribute points. Strength, 80-90. Agility, 80 plus 50 equipment bonus 90 plus 50 equipment bonus. Spirit. Constitution, 80-90. Upgrade successfully, unlock new skills, telekinetic barrier. Finally reached level 30. Qi Lin nodded with satisfaction and was in a very good mood. This is why he wants to play high-level dungeons more. Although they are both monsters, the monsters in high-level copies have higher experience points. For example, in the public dungeon I played at Imperial University before, which was level 18, the common monsters were all level 17 or 18, and the experience value was 340 to 360 per monster. But now this is a level 34 copy, with a level 33 undead soldier and 2,400 experience points. As much as 6 or 7 times. This efficiency is simply unmatched. As for the newly unlocked telekinetic skill, telekinetic barrier, Qi Lin had never heard of it, but he had a rough idea of what it was like just by looking at the name of the skill. It should be a defensive type of telekinetic skill. Qi Lin clicked on the detailed description of telekinetic barrier. Skill name, telekinetic barrier. Effect description, a defensive skill that uses mental power to create a defensive barrier, blocking all external attacks. Special note, the strength, range, and duration of the defensive effect all depend on the caster's mental strength and proficiency in the skill. Wang Defa. After reading the detailed explanation, Qi Lin became a little uneasy. There were even huge waves in my heart. Telekinetic barrier, as a defensive telekinetic skill, it can block all external attacks. The defensive effect, defense range, and defense time depend on the mental strength of the caster. And how strong is his mental power? At the maximum level, it is infinite. So what is the upper limit of the defense effect, defense range, and defense time of his telekinesis barrier? Just fill it up. It is no exaggeration to say that with the support of his full-level mental power, the telekinetic barrier is equivalent to absolute defense. Qi Lin, who had previously thought that he was fragile, was completely relieved at this moment. Now that he has the skill, telekinetic barrier, he can defend against anything and can really move sideways. Physical damage, magic damage, poison damage, curse damage, and even less common environmental damage can all be isolated and defended. Senior brother, why are you smiling so happily? You seem very happy. Next to her, the junior sister noticed that Qi Lin seemed to be grinning foolishly, and she was a little curious. No, I just thought of something happy. Qi Lin made up an excuse, suppressed his excitement, and distributed the 5 attribute points gained from the upgrade, adding them to strength. The updated information panel is as follows. Name, Qi Lin. Occupation, telekinesis. Level, 3015.76%. Strength, 95. Agility, 90 plus 50 equipment bonus. Spirit. Constitution, 90. Skills, mental shock, mind control, mental formatting, hypnosis, iron body, telekinesis, spider sense, abyss holy eye, divine flame burning heaven, telekinetic barrier. Although I no longer have to worry about defense after unlocking the new skill, telekinetic barrier, I still need to develop it comprehensively. He not only wants to be strong, but also wants to be strong in all aspects. Boom! Qi Lin was just about to tell his junior sister to keep moving forward, but at this moment, the ground began to shake like an earthquake. Qi Lin narrowed his eyes. He sensed that something was about to come out. That aura is very strong, probably an elite monster. Bang bang bang! Not far away, 5 huge figures emerged from the ground. They were also living dead, also wearing armor, but their size and aura were many times stronger than those undead soldiers just now. They are at least 7 or 8 meters tall, and they all hold huge weapons in their hands, either giant swords, giant axes, or long knives or spears. In addition, they all have huge mounts, corpse horses. At first glance, he is simply majestic, just like those mighty generals in ancient times. Not far away, Chen Hu and others had not yet recovered from the shock of Qi Lin killing hundreds of undead soldiers in seconds. When they saw the 5 huge corpses breaking out of the ground, their expressions were shocked again. "Captain, look over there. That's the immortal general." Shit, even the undead general was alarmed. Is this going to be a bit troublesome? That's an elite monster over level 40. I guess the attack just now was so loud that it alerted the undead generals. "Captain, do you think that guy can defeat 5 undead generals?" "I find it difficult." Shenhu narrowed his eyes and speculated, that guy is indeed very powerful, especially the giant telekinetic hand he condensed. He could easily kill a bunch of ordinary level 40 or 50 monsters. But the undead general is an elite monster with maximum agility. That giant telekinetic hand is too clumsy, and it's pointless if he can't hit him. Although Shenhu was a little unhappy with the song Good Luck that Qilin played earlier, his opinion of Qilin had changed a little after what happened just now, so he did not make any random comments just because he had some minor opinions about Qilin. On the contrary, his comments are quite realistic. Monster name, Undead General Elite. Level 45. HP, 91,000 with Undead attribute, recovers 2% HP per second. Spirit, 2,000. Skills, Rapid Dash, Weapon Attack, Reinforcements. Oh. It's an elite monster? Interesting. Qilin was getting a little excited. Whoosh whoosh. But before he could finish his words, the 5 undead generals rushed towards him like afterimages, at an astonishing speed. Obviously, these 5 undead generals all used the high-speed skill, Rapid Sprint. In the blink of an eye, he rushed in front of Qilin. Not far away, Shenhu and others all showed surprised expressions. Is this the speed of the immortal general? He's really fast. Isn't that nonsense? The undead general is an elite monster known for his high agility. In terms of speed, he's even on par with a level 50 human. This time, that kid might be in trouble. After the 5 immortal generals rushed to Qilin, they raised their weapons and launched a fierce attack on Qilin. Careful! The junior sister's pretty face was startled, and she seemed to be about to take action. Don't be nervous, just leave it to me. However, Qilin was not panicked at all and was as calm as an old dog. The moment he finished speaking, he took action. Absolute defense. As Qilin's eyes narrowed slightly, a completely surrounding mental barrier quickly appeared around him, like a sphere. Qilin just wanted to test out the power of his latest unlocked skill, telekinetic barrier, and just then this highly agile undead general appeared. Naturally, he would not miss this rare opportunity to test it out. Ding ding ding. The huge weapons of the 5 undead generals all hit the telekinetic barrier. The seemingly ferocious attacks were easily blocked by the telekinetic barrier. It's like a wooden stick hitting an iron wall, it doesn't move at all. Is this a telekinetic barrier? The junior sister behind him seemed to be quite knowledgeable. She saw it at a glance, but she was a little surprised, as if she didn't expect Qilin to be able to cast the telekinesis barrier. The defensive effect is not bad. Qilin nodded with satisfaction. Although it was his first time using the skill and he had almost no proficiency, he still achieved a good defensive effect thanks to the buff of infinite mental power. He felt that even though he was completely unskilled now, with the blessing of full-level mental strength, he could defend against any form of attack damage below level 70 through the telekinesis barrier. You are indeed fast and your attacks are powerful, but if you can't hit, it's meaningless. Boom! With Qilin's domineering cold shout, the mental barrier burst out with an even more powerful defensive force, and actually shook the 5 immortal generals away. 1,000. 1,000. 1,000. What the hell? Not far away, Shenhu, who saw the scene, was so shocked that his eyes widened and he looked like he had seen a ghost. How could he actually inflict damage with a defensive skill? Isn't this too outrageous? Chapter 62, The Boss is Open? Then grab the boss. Shenhu is not making a fuss about nothing. Generally speaking, defensive skills can only be used for defense. Just like a shield against a sword, or cloth against a fist, it is just defense. But there are exceptions to everything, and there are also some defensive skills that can cause damage. It's like using your fist to hit an iron wall. But this must involve a specific condition, that is, the defense value of the defense skill must be hundreds or even thousands of times greater than the attack damage. Those undead generals in front of him were elite monsters over level 40, so their damage was incredibly high. Being able to deal 1,000 damage through defense alone meant you could only imagine how terrifying the defensive value of Qilin's telekinetic barrier was. Even Shen Hu felt that even a dungeon boss above level 70 might not be able to break Qi Lin's defense. But what made him feel the most incredible was that Qi Lin was only 18 or 19 years old. An 18 or 19-year-old's telekinetic barrier could defend against elite monsters over level 40 and still inflict damage. How terrifying is this mental power? Oh, this defense can actually cause damage. That's a bit exaggerated. Qi Lin was also a little surprised. But he didn't care too much. After all, with the blessing of full-level mental power, he was invincible and incredible. It was not strange that he could cause damage through defense. Qi Lin did not miss the good opportunity to kill the 5 immortal generals. With a thought, his surging spiritual power immediately condensed into 5 giant telekinetic hands. While the 5 immortal generals were still unable to get up, he easily captured them. The 5 undead generals wanted to struggle, but like captured chicks, they couldn't get free. Hee, weren't you guys pretty fierce just now? Come on again. An excited smile appeared on Qi Lin's lips. With a thought, the 5 giant hands of telekinesis suddenly exerted force. Puff, 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 puff. In an instant, the 5 undead generals and their mounts were crushed to pieces. The rotten blood and broken flesh splattered everywhere, like a dirty black rain. Ha, too weak, still too weak. Isn't there a stronger opponent? Isn't there a stronger opponent? Not far away, Shen Hu and others were stunned. 5 elite monsters over level 40 were crushed to pieces just like that. It's so scary. And when they looked at Qi Lin's smile and gesture, they felt that it seemed a little perverted. Captain, didn't you just say that guy might not be able to deal with these 5 undead generals? Now he kills them easily, and in an instant. Ahem. I'm not a saint, so it's normal for me to make mistakes. Shen Hu coughed dryly a few times to hide his embarrassment. The main reason is that the boy is too young. Who could have imagined that there is such a young super powerful person? Everyone makes mistakes sometimes, right? Ha? No, that's not right. His outfit, and that sky-piercing shield under his feet. Shit, I know who that little brother is. At this time, a team member recognized Qi Lin and immediately became a little nervous. He is the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination, the super genius who broke the record for college entrance examination scores by 10 times, Qi Lin. It really is him. Wearing sunglasses, hands in pockets, flying through the air, it's exactly like what's circulating online. I recognized him too. It's really him, the national #1 scholar Qi Lin. The other team members also recognized it one after another. Shen Hu was stunned. After a closer look, he recognized him and suddenly realized, is that Qi Lin, the super genius who only appears once in a century? No wonder he's so ridiculously strong. Over there, Qi Lin didn't know that Shen Hu and others were secretly discussing him not far away, but he didn't care. At this time, he was counting the spoils. Kill 5 elite undead generals, gain plus 67,500 experience points. Obtained equipment, incomplete weapons rare 5. It's a pity for Qi Lin. This undead general has a lot of experience points, but the quantity is a bit small. It would be great if there were more undead generals, then he would probably be able to get another small upgrade. Bang! Qi Lin was thinking about whether to go to other places to pull monsters, but suddenly, an energy explosion occurred in the distance. Captain, look over there, there's a lot of noise, it seems like something happened. That looks like an energy explosion. I guess some expert is killing monsters there. At the large tombstone, the adventurer team noticed it, and Shen Hu seemed to have noticed something. He narrowed his eyes and said, such a fierce battle, I guess someone has started a boss fight and is fighting with it. What Shen Hu could see, Qi Lin and the junior sister could naturally see as well. TSK, someone actually got here earlier than me this time. I really didn't expect that. Qi Lin shook his head. After clearing so many copies, these were all bosses opened by Qi Lin before. Now it is obvious that he and his junior sister came a little late, causing someone to open the boss first. Brother, there's a lot of fighting noise over there. Someone must be killing a boss. Let's go over there quickly. The junior sister said, pointing to the location where the energy explosion occurred. That should be the final location of this dungeon, the Sword Saint's tomb. Okay, let's go. Qi Lin nodded. He was not particularly bothered by the fact that someone else had taken on the boss first. Starting the boss first does not mean that you can kill the boss. Not every adventurer is as invincible as him, able to kill the boss instantly, right? The boss has been fired, so just grab the boss. Anyway, Qilin has never tried to snatch the boss, so he might as well give it a try this time. The two of them set off quickly, flying at full speed towards the place where the energy explosion occurred. Captain, they're flying over there. They seem to be heading to the dungeon boss as well. Should we follow them? At the big tombstone, a team member saw Qilin and his junior sister flying away, and he hurriedly asked the team leader Chen-Hu. Follow? Why should we follow? Chen-Hu was slightly stunned. Then we must see how that super genius named Qilin kills the boss. The team member was very excited. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to watch, we definitely can't miss it. Yes, Captain, let's go too. I also want to see if that super genius can easily kill an undead sword master over level 50. It'll be an eye-opener. Captain, I also want to broaden my horizons. Among the 6 or 7 team members, 4 or 5 expressed strong interest. Chen-Hu thought about it and finally agreed. He nodded and said, okay, then we'll follow. The main reason was that Chen-Hu was also very curious about how strong Qilin was. He wondered whether he could still show his overwhelming strength when facing the undead sword saint, the dungeon boss who was over level 50. Sword Saint Cemetery. Unlike the messy and desolate mass graves in other parts of the dungeon, the final location of this dungeon has a huge mausoleum. This is naturally the cemetery where the dungeon boss, the undead sword master, is located. There are swords of various types stuck in many places in the sword saint's tomb. Long swords, short swords, great swords, you name it. In the center of these swords, there was an extremely huge evil sword that exuded a strong evil aura. At first glance, it seemed as if the owner of the tomb was deliberately showing off how many swordsmanship masters he had killed in his lifetime and that he was the strongest swordsman. At this time, Qilin and his junior sister had already arrived at the sword saint's tomb. As soon as the two came in, they saw the undead sword saint beating up several adventurers. Chapter 63, okay, we are being abused by the boss, you abuse the boss, right? Moreover, the undead sword saint had no weapons in his hands at this moment. He simply relied on the mimic sword energy released by waving his hands to beat back those adventurers. In fact, the weapon of the undead sword saint is the huge evil sword in the center of the sword mountain next to it. It was probably because it had just come out, and those adventurers were not very strong and did not cause it much trouble. It felt that there was no need to use its full strength, so it did not pick up the huge evil sword. The undead sword saint can reach a height of 10 meters. Despite his huge size, he is not clumsy at all. On the contrary, he is very agile. Moreover, its movements and postures look like those of a martial arts master. Paired with his ancient style attire and long silver hair, he looks so handsome no matter how you look at him. Even though it had become a monster, an undead, with a pale, bloodless face, the aura of a sword master emanating from it could not be concealed. Those adventurers were obviously a team. Although they were beaten back step by the undead sword master and were in a very embarrassing situation, they were not completely without any output. Their cooperation is quite good, and they can occasionally cause some damage to the undead sword master. But the damage cannot be sustained. Under the undead attribute of the undead sword master, that is, the buff that can automatically restore health, it is impossible to cause effective damage. Monster name, Undead Sword Saint Boss. Level 54. HP, 150,0150000 has the undead attribute, recovers 3% HP per second. Spirit, 10,000. Skills, unarmed swordsmanship, great sword attack, sword saint will, sword of separation. Qilin nodded secretly. He knew why the adventurer team in front was so passive. Don't underestimate the undead swordmaster's undead attribute's active health recovery effect, which only restores 3% of health per second, 1% more than the undead soldier and undead general. But in fact, this extra 1% is already exaggerated. The main reason is that the undead swordmaster has a high health volume, with an automatic recovery rate of 3% per second, which means 4,500 health points are recovered per second. If the attack damage or frequency is a little lower, it will not cause significant damage to the undead swordmaster and it will go on and on. This is why the team of adventurers, whose overall strength is at level 57 or 58, were unable to inflict effective damage on the undead swordmaster. The younger sister looked at Qilin and said, "Brother, aren't you going to grab the boss?" "No rush." Qilin said calmly, "That group of adventurers is obviously no match for the undead sword saint. If the undead sword saint gets serious and they're in danger, they'll naturally retreat. There's no need to rush over specifically to snatch the boss." Qilin is a person who knows how to analyze specific situations. If the adventurer team is almost killing the undead sword master, he will definitely grab the boss. But now, the undead swordmaster's health bar is still full, and the adventurer team has not been able to deal effective damage, so there is no need to rush. Not far behind, Shenhu and others had also followed. They hid behind a large rock and observed secretly. Not far ahead, the team of adventurers also noticed Qilin and others who came here, but they saw that Qilin and others were just watching quietly from the side, so they didn't pay much attention. Captain, this isn't a solution. We need to attack more aggressively, otherwise we won't be able to effectively damage the undead swordmaster. Sooner or later, we'll be worn down by him. Okay, use plan B, attack. The adventurer team also realized that the situation was not good, so they changed their tactics from balanced offense and defense to aggressive attacks. A series of attacks knocked down 1/5 of the undead sword master's health bar. At this time, the undead sword saint seemed to have decided to take it seriously. He retreated to the sword mountain. Then, it pulled out the huge evil sword in one go. You can barely be considered strong, worthy of my attention. Then, to show my respect for you, I will use this ghostly evil sword to fight you. A hint of fighting spirit ignited in the eyes of the undead sword saint. He swung the huge evil sword and assumed a kendo fighting posture. Captain, it's getting serious. Don't panic, see strategy. Receive. The adventurer team obviously had a plan. They changed their formation and tactics again and rushed towards the undead sword saint from multiple directions. One sword separates the worlds. The undead sword saint roared, swung the huge evil sword, and blasted out a huge arc-shaped sword energy. Bang 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 bang. Wherever the arc-shaped sword energy went, it was as if countless bombs exploded, one after another. The faces of the 6 members of the adventurer team changed drastically. Although they used their defensive skills in time, they were still blown away by the powerful attack of the undead sword saint. They flew 7 or 8 meters, either hitting a big rock or sliding along the ground for a long distance, and their health bars were directly reduced by more than half. Holy crap! The damage of this undead sword saint's skills is too high. If we don't run away now, that team of adventurers will probably be doomed. In the back, Shenhu, who was hiding behind a large rock, was visibly startled. He quickly looked at the others and said in a serious tone, "I'm telling you, it's not that I'm scared, Captain. I'm just concerned about everyone's safety. If things go wrong, we have to retreat. We can't risk our lives just to see that kid." Okakok, we understand. Captain, you are definitely not a coward. You are thinking about our safety. In front, Qilin also realized that the adventurer team was no match for them. He felt that with the undead swordmaster's high damage and undead attributes, it would probably take a team of adventurers above level 60 to kill it. Of course, the adventurers must have realized such an obvious thing. Damn it, this undead sword saint is too strong. We can't defeat it. Retreat. The captain's name was Li Jin. He decided to give up on the boss and shouted to the other team members, "Let's quickly retreat to a safe distance, then crush the teleportation jade pendant and leave the dungeon." "Yes, Captain." The other team members responded quickly. Together with Captain Li Jin, they used high-speed skills and retreated to a safe distance of more than 10 meters in the blink of an eye. Qilin saw that the time was almost right, so he put his hands in his pockets and slowly flew forward on the sky-piercing shield. This made Li Jin and others a little confused. Their team of experienced adventurers over level 50 are about to retreat. Why is this guy running up there? Li Jin was kind enough to remind Qilin loudly, "Boy, don't go over there. That's a dungeon boss over level 50 with immortal attributes. You can't beat him. Come back quickly." Qilin took off his sunglasses and said calmly, "Don't be nervous. I can handle this kind of guy with just one move." Li Jin and others were dumbfounded after hearing this. Can any trick do it? No, buddy, did you eat some extra high-quality garlic? Why is your breath so foul? That's a terrifying existence that even our team of experienced adventurers over level 50 can't deal with. How did you deal with it with just one move? However, before Li Jin had time to complain, even more explosive words reached his ears. "Brother, this undead sword saint has a 400% chance of success only after he activates his undead state. So be gentle and don't kill him all at once." This was said by my junior sister. Li Jin and others were even more dumbfounded. What does it mean to be gentle and not kill him in one blow? It's fine if this one person says that, but now the girl next to him is also saying the same thing? What's going on? Did I take the wrong medicine? But this little girl looks quite smart, so it doesn't seem like that. Shi Lin was about to respond, but at this time, the immortal sword saint had already rushed up. Damn human, die. The immortal sword saint leaped high, swung the huge evil sword, and tried to split Shi Lin in front of him into two halves. A mere level 54 boss wants to kill me? You're really overestimating yourself. Shi Lin sneered, his eyes narrowed slightly. Roll. Shi Lin used mental power shock, and an extremely terrifying mental power erupted. Boom. It was even more exaggerated than the scene when the undead sword saint used his ultimate move just now. At that moment, the scene seemed to be bombed by a small nuclear bomb. The ground exploded and a strong wind swept across the entire space. Ah! This is impossible. The undead sword saint screamed and was blown away, flying backwards for dozens of meters like a kite with a broken string. 100,000. The undead sword master's health bar was instantly reduced to nearly 2/3. Seeing this scene, Li Jin and others were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out. Oh my goodness, just a glance took away 100,000 HP of the undead sword master. This is too exaggerated, right? Chapter 64. Oh, I understand. I have to beat it and humiliate it at the same time. Not far behind, Chen Hu, who was hiding behind a big rock, was also shocked. Oh my god, just a casual glance dealt 100,000 damage. That national champion is too strong. Chen Hu knew that Shi Lin was very strong, but he didn't expect Shi Lin to be this strong. Yes, that super genius is too strong, so Captain, you don't have to be afraid, ahem, don't worry about our safety, he can easily deal with the undead sword master. Yes Captain, that's great Captain. Chen Hu didn't know if he was overthinking it, but he felt like his image had collapsed after this trip. Not far away, the undead sword saint climbed up with some difficulty. He was also shocked by Shi Lin's spiritual shock, and there was a hint of disbelief on his face. I really underestimated you, human boy. You are much stronger than I thought. As the undead sword saint spoke, prompts like plus 4,500, plus 4,500 kept appearing above his head. This is naturally the effect of the undead sword saint's automatic blood recovery. Shi Lin ignored the words of the immortal sword saint. He turned his head and looked at his junior sister. Junior sister, what are the conditions for this undying sword saint to activate his immortal state? Actually, he had a headache. In the past, when he killed monsters, whether they were elite monsters or dungeon bosses, he would kill them instantly. Now asking him not to kill him immediately, wouldn't that be a problem for him? What should he do if he's already used to it? The condition for the undead swordmaster to activate the undead state is to continuously increase its rage value and reduce its health. The junior sister replied. Is that so? Shi Lin pondered, increasing the rage value means making it angry. And reducing its health at the same time means making it angry while beating it. Got it. Shi Lin suddenly had a good idea. He pounded his palms and said, why not just beat it and humiliate it at the same time? Humiliating the boss must be very fun. Arrogant human boy, you actually want to humiliate me? You are simply courting death. Over there, the undead sword saint heard it all and frowned, obviously quite unhappy. It struck a pose, and a surge of momentum erupted from its body. Shi Lin could naturally see that the undead sword saint was about to use his ultimate move. But how could Shi Lin give the undead sword saint a chance? He directly interrupted the spell. You're so noisy. Kneel down for me. Shi Lin's eyes suddenly focused. The undead sword saint's face changed, his body suddenly became uncontrollable, his knees suddenly bent, and he knelt heavily on the ground. It was obvious that Shi Lin used mental control to make the immortal sword saint kneel down. Now that he has become more proficient in the skills, he can easily control even the dungeon boss of the undead sword saint's level. Fuck. This scene shocked Li Jin and others. Captain, did you see that? That little brother actually made the undead sword master kneel down with just a glance. Look. I saw it. It's incredible. That little brother's mental strength is so strong that he can directly control an undead sword master of over 50 levels. Not far behind, Chen Hu and others were also quite shocked. Holy crap, is this the true caliber of the nation's top scholar, a once-in-a-century genius? He can actually bring the undead sword saint to his knees. Isn't this just too awesome? What do you know? That guy's a telekineticist, and his mental power is incredibly strong. The Undead Sword Saint, on the other hand, happens to be a dungeon boss with relatively weak mental stats, making him completely defenseless against his mental abilities. So, at this moment, the Undead Sword Saint is like fire meeting water, he's completely suppressed. Although he was shocked, Shenhu was not stupid. He was able to analyze the general situation based on the information he had learned. In front, Qilin's mind moved, and the surging spiritual power condensed into two giant telekinetic hands of different sizes. The larger telekinetic hand, which was about 50 or 60 meters wide, held the Undead Sword Saint tightly like a chick, leaving only its little head exposed. The other smaller telekinetic giant hand, which was about the same size as the Immortal Sword Saint, gradually flew towards the Immortal Sword Saint. "Damn human, what do you want to do? Let me go." The Undead Sword Saint struggled and cursed. Bang! However, before he could finish his words, the smaller telekinetic hand slapped the Undead Sword Saint on the cheek, twisting his face. 5,000. At that moment, the atmosphere on the scene suddenly became extremely quiet. Not only the two adventurer teams of Li Jin and Shenhu, but even the junior sister was stunned. Am I seeing things right? That little brother, he actually resorted to slapping? Slapping the boss? Li Jin and others were dumbfounded. But in fact, the reason why Qilin did this is very simple. If the Undead Sword Master wants to activate a special state, that is, the Undead state, doesn't his anger value need to increase continuously and his health volume need to decrease? Then a big fight is definitely the most appropriate way. This slap can not only reduce the Undead Sword Saint's health, but also make him angry, killing two birds with one stone. Damn human, you're so bold. You're touching my reverse scale. There was no need to think about it, the Undead Sword Saint was naturally angry, and his face was distorted with anger. If I slap you, I'll touch your reverse scale. Is your reverse scale so easy to touch? Or are your reverse scales all over your body? Qilin shook his head. Puff. The junior sister was amused on the spot. You bastard, you're courting death. The Undead Sword Saint was furious and was about to start cursing again. Bang! But before he could finish his words, the giant telekinetic hand slapped him again, and his face tilted to the other side. 5,000. Undead Sword Saint. Aren't you good at screaming? Come on, scream a few more times for me to hear. Qilin continued to provoke. You son of a bitch, I. Bang. 5,000. You fucking. Bang. 5,000. 5,000. Your mother stinks. Pa pa pa. 5,000. 5,000. 5,000. Papa 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 papa. After a round of crazy beatings, the Undead Sword Saint's face was swollen. Swollen like a pig's head. The two adventurer teams led by Li Jin and Chen who were all dumbfounded. They had seen bosses abused before, but they had never seen a boss abused like this. He completely manipulated the Undead Sword Saint into his own hands. Horrible, so terrible. The junior sister was almost dying of laughter at Qilin's laughter, but perhaps considering her image, she covered her mouth tightly, trying her best not to laugh, but she still laughed out a goose sound. Of course, even though she laughed, she knew the purpose of Qilin's doing this, which was to anger the Undead Sword Saint and make him enter the immortal state. Boom! In fact, Qilin's slap attack really worked. As the Undead Sword Saint's anger accumulated, a much more powerful aura burst out from him than before. Damn human, you pissed me off. Ah! As the Undead Sword Saint roared, its appearance began to change. Its originally silver long hair turned white in the blink of an eye. His eyes glowed red, fangs grew from his mouth, and his expression became more ferocious and vicious. In addition, the plus 4,500 prompt that originally appeared frequently above its head actually turned into plus 45,000. Its health bar was restored all at once and became full. The junior sister's pretty face changed slightly, and she quickly reminded. Brother, be careful, the boss has entered the immortal state. Chapter 65, Kill the Undead Sword Master, 400% explosion rate. Qilin was not blind, so he naturally noticed it. The main thing is that there is a boss status reminder at the Undead Sword Saint's place. Reminder, the boss has entered a special state, immortal state. Effect description, undead body. For 3 minutes, the undead attribute effect is increased 10 times, and HP is restored by 30% per second. Special note, this also applies to 0 HP. So this is the Undead Sword Saint's undead state. Quite interesting. Qilin nodded, feeling that his horizons had been broadened a little. Now he understood what Junior Sister had meant when she'd mentioned the undead swordmaster's undying state, making him invincible. It was primarily due to the undead swordmaster's 3-minute immortality buff, which restored 30% of his health per second, even at 0 health. This means that even if the undead sword saint's physical body is killed and its health drops to 0, it can still be resurrected. Not far behind, the two teams of adventurers also saw it, but they were not as calm as Qilin. Especially Li Jin's team and others who were completely unaware of Qilin, they were all a little nervous. Oh shit, that undead sword saint has activated his immortality state. This is going to be difficult. What on earth was that little brother doing? He clearly has enough power to kill the undead sword saint, so why didn't he do it just now? Could it be that he coveted that 400% explosion chance and deliberately provoked the undead sword saint to activate his immortal state? That should be the case, but now the undead sword saint possesses an immortal body. His physical body cannot be killed within 3 minutes. How can he kill the undead sword saint? Isn't he worried about a setback? Even Chen Hu and his team, who knew Qilin's background, were a little uneasy this time. Captain, that boss seems to have entered an immortal state. Do you think that super genius can deal with it? That guy is quite strong. He's not impossible to deal with, but I'm afraid he'll be a bit tricky. Shen Hu expressed his opinion. The main reason is that once the undead sword saint activates his immortal state, he cannot be killed. Even if that guy has extremely powerful offensive and defensive means, he can't kill the undead sword saint. It's even possible that he will be continuously consumed by the undead sword saint, causing his physical strength to run out. At that time, the situation will be dire. But Captain, isn't the boss currently being held firmly in the telekinetic hand of that super genius? He shouldn't be a threat, right? Don't you know that once a boss enters a special state, his strength skyrockets? Look at that undead sword saint. He's screaming so loudly, even trying to break free from that giant telekinetic hand. However, the reality is different from what everyone thinks. The undead sword saint shouted 10 times for 2.5 seconds. That's 25 seconds. It didn't break free. In the end, the undead sword saint could no longer shout. I've been shouting for so long that I'm out of energy and my throat is a little hoarse. It was gasping for air and looked extremely constipated. The main reason is that Qilin's giant telekinetic hand is so powerful that grabbing it is like grabbing a bug. They are not even on the same level, how could it possibly break free? But it was shouting so loudly just now, like a protagonist in a hot-blooded comic book about to explode, but in the end it couldn't break free even a centimeter the whole time, which made it extremely embarrassed. Li Jin, Chen Hu, and others who were not far away saw this and were also at a loss. No, buddy, you were shouting so loudly just now, I thought something was going to happen to you, but in the end, nothing happened. If you can't break free, don't scream so loudly. This makes my blood boil. Qilin was not surprised by this. The main reason was that he knew that when the undead sword saint activated the undead state, he would gain the buff of undead body, not some huge burst of power, or the activation of the second stage. Even if you are immortal, you can't be killed. You still can't break free from what you can't break free from. So he was as calm as an old dog the whole time. Are you good at fighting? What's the point of beating me? Do you know that my mental strength is infinite? Can you be my opponent? On the contrary, the junior sister, while trying to hold back her laughter, couldn't help but feel some sympathy for the undead sword saint. She felt that it was so miserable for the immortal sword saint to meet Qilin. He could not beat him and was played around by him. It was so miserable. Qilin took 2 steps forward, his tone somewhat teasing. Didn't you just say that I irritated you? So what? What do you want to do? You. The immortal sword saint was speechless for a moment and had no idea how to refute Qilin. The main thing is that when it activated the immortal state just now, it thought it could fight back, but it ended up firing a dud. How could it not be embarrassing? The undead sword saint felt that this was probably the most embarrassing moment in his career as a boss. So you were, in a rage, angry for a moment? Qilin said jokingly. The undead sword saint suddenly wanted to commit suicide. This human, is he a devil? Puff. The younger sister burst out laughing again, but soon realized her image had collapsed, and quickly said seriously, Brother, the undead sword saint's immortal state time is almost halfway through. Kill it now, otherwise it will be too late. Before Qilin could say anything, the immortal sword saint sneered. Kill me? Human boy, can you do it? The undead sword saint was once a powerful and influential warrior. After being defeated, he naturally wanted to get back at the enemy. He sneered, even if I can't break free from your restraints at the moment, you can't kill me either. I am now immortal. The undead sword saint has a very clear understanding of his own position. With the blessing of his immortal state, no one can kill him. It is simply a pipe dream for an 18 or 19-year-old human boy to kill it when it enters the immortal state. Immortal? Are you mistaken? Qilin approached slowly, and he smiled faintly. You are just a physical body that cannot be killed. The undead sword saint was slightly stunned. Although his spirit became weaker after he became an undead, his IQ was still there and he could still understand Qilin's meaning. You want to kill me with your mind, right? Human boy, although your mental power is indeed strong, you can't kill me with your mind. That's something only a top-level telekinesis master can do. The undead sword saint sneered. Mental formatting. However, Qilin had no interest in listening to the immortal sword saint's nonsense. Moreover, the time was almost right, so he fixed his eyes and attacked directly. One shot hits the target. Before the undead sword saint could finish his words, his eyes rolled up, his head tilted, and he began to sleep like a baby. Dead. Hiss. Not far behind, the two teams of adventurers noticed it and were all surprised. Especially Chen Hu, Li Jin's team and others. The main reason is that they are stronger and can see what kind of attack Qilin is launching. Isn't that the telekinetic skill, mind obliteration, that can only be unlocked at level 70? Why can he? Chen Hu, as well as Li Jin's team and others, all showed expressions of disbelief and shock. On the other side, Qilin didn't pay attention to the reactions of the people behind him. He saw a prompt. Special condition achieved, kill a dungeon boss with a special status activated, gaining a 400% drop rate increase. Loot being cleared. Qilin's eyes lit up. It really was a 400% explosion rate. He couldn't help but look forward to it. Apart from the Sword Saint's will, that his junior sister specifically requested in the purple quality skill book, A Sword Across Worlds, what other good things could be revealed? Chapter 66, the legendary equipment, the Undead Ring, is revealed for the first time. Kill the Undead Swordmaster Leader, experience plus 160,000. Obtain special item, Sword Saint's Will Legend. Obtain equipment, Ghostly Evil Sword Top Grade 1, Undead Magic Ring Legendary 1. Obtained items, 1 Sword Across Worlds Top Grade 1, Immortal Blood Essence Top Grade 1. Upgrade successfully, gain 5 attribute points, which can be freely allocated. Hiss. Qilin was shocked at that time. In addition to the regular boss weapons, 4 other items of the best quality or above were also dropped. Among them, 2 have reached silver quality, which is legendary level. This 400% explosion rate is really terrifying. This was also the first time he had gotten a legendary item, and he couldn't help but be excited. He even thought that if he met the boss again in the future, he should slap it a few times before killing it to see if he could induce it into a state of rage. Not far behind, the two teams of adventurers had not yet recovered from the shock of Qilin killing the undead sword saint. Especially Li Jin's team and others. Captain, that little brother actually killed the undead sword saint who had activated the undead state. This is too exaggerated. Yeah, the skill that little brother used seems to be mind obliteration, which is unlocked only by a level 70 telekinetic master. Judging from his age, he seems to be only 18 or 19 years old. How can he? I don't know either, but judging by the strength of that young man's mental power and the fact that he can perform the mind obliteration technique, which can only be performed by telekineticists above level 70, I guess he's not an ordinary young man. In Chen Hu's team, compared with Qilin's performance that shocked him, several team members seem to have reached some kind of consensus and collectively attacked the Captain Chen Hu. Captain, didn't you just say that after the undead sword saint activates the undead state, it can break free? No. Yes, Captain. Just now you said that the super genius couldn't kill the undead sword saint and might even fall into a passive state. But that guy killed the undead sword saint with a single mind kill. Chen Hu suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He felt that his teammates must have done it on purpose. They had all learned to find fault with him, right? Well, I'm not a saint, so it's no surprise that I might be wrong once or twice. Besides, Qilin is a once-in-a-century genius, so common sense can't be used to judge him. So, I think his mistake is understandable. In front, Qilin saw the junior sister coming up, and he gave her Sword Saint's Will and A Sword Across Worlds. Here, junior sister, this is what I promised you. Thank you, brother. The junior sister took over, Sword Saint's will, and, a sword across worlds, she smiled brightly and it was obvious that she was very happy. You don't have to be polite to me. If it weren't for my junior sister giving me this opportunity to play the high-level dungeon, I wouldn't be able to get these two good things this time. Qilin waved his hand. He was quite frank. The undead ring and immortal blood essence he obtained on this trip were both good things that he needed at this stage. Especially the undying ring, which made him feel that he had made a fortune on this trip. The equipment effect of undying ring is very powerful, and it can even be said to be a small undying body. Equipment name, Undead Ring Legend. Type, accessories. Equipment level, 30. Equipment requirements, none. Effect description, after equipping, it can restore 5% of the wearer's health per second. Special note, not applicable when the health is 0. Although Qilin's defense ability has been epically improved after unlocking the telekinetic barrier, and can almost achieve all-round protection without blind spots, he still lacks some special buffs, such as the immortal attribute. Now the Undying Ring can only grant a small degree of undeath attributes, but it is still needed. As for Immortal Essence Blood, it is a good thing for increasing physical fitness, and it is also quite good. Item name, Immortal Essence Blood. Type, Special Props. Effect description, after taking it, your physical fitness will be permanently increased by 40. Obviously, this is something that purely increases physical stats. Su Qingyu's level was similar to Qilin's before, but her basic stats were so much higher than Qilin's. Why was that? It was because Su Qingyu was the daughter of a wealthy family and could consume various treasures to significantly increase her basic stats. Qilin swallowed the immortal blood and put on the immortal ring. Then, he distributed the 5 attribute points gained from this upgrade. The updated panel information is as follows. Name, Qilin. Occupation, telekinesis. Level 31 8.65%. Strength, 95. Agility, 95 plus 50 equipment bonus. Spirit. Constitution, 130. Skills, mental shock, mind control, mental formatting, hypnosis, iron body, telekinesis, spider sense, abyss holy eye, divine flame burning heaven, telekinetic barrier. Qilin nodded secretly. He felt that he had gained a lot from this trip. Not only did he successfully upgrade to level 31, but he also obtained 2 good things, Undead Ring and Immortal Blood Essence. This is the benefit of brushing higher level dungeons. You have cleared the dungeon Undead Cemetery in 47 minutes and 58 seconds, earning an S rank rating. Reward, Gold Treasure Box 1. Qilin opened the golden treasure chest. Item name, Holy Amulet for Exorcism Top Grade. Type, Disposable Special Item. Quantity, 10. Effect description, 1. Single use, can deal 100,000 points of damage to evil monsters such as undead and demons. 2. Has a certain destructive effect on dark attribute formations and spell attacks. 3. Can dispel curses and evil seals. It's actually a disposable prop, how rare. Qilin was a little surprised. Although he felt that he didn't really need it, but considering that this thing had the ability to dissolve curses and evil seals, he thought it would be better to keep it in hand, not ruling out the possibility of needing it in the future. As soon as Qilin closed the prompt box, he saw Li Jin's team and others walking towards him. Hello, little brother. I'm Li Jin, the captain of the Black Lightning Squad. I just saw you easily kill the undead sword master. You're really strong, beyond our imagination. Li Jin's eyes were filled with admiration and sincerity. We really admire you, little brother. I wonder if we can be friends? In fact, it is still the same truth. This is a world where the strong are respected. Seeing a young and strong man whose strength is beyond imagination, Li Jin and others can't help but want to make friends with him. Before Qilin could say anything, Chen Hu and others came running over. You are Qilin, right? We also want to make friends with you? Is that okay? Chen Hu and others are in the same situation. It is a rare opportunity to meet Qilin, who is known as a super genius that only appears once in a century, and they also want to get to know him. You said this little brother is called Qilin? You know him, hiss. So this little brother is the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination, Qilin? If it's not my brother, you guys wouldn't recognize him, right? Qilin's appearance is so easy to recognize, wearing sunglasses, hands in pockets, and stepping on the sky-piercing shield. I knew it was him at first sight. Shi Lin thought for a moment and asked, "Do you have any advanced copies?" He still played steadily. The world of martial arts is not about fighting and killing, but about human relationships and worldly wisdom. It wouldn't be a bad thing if I could get to know more friends who have advanced copies, high-quality friends. Shen Hu and Li Jin exchanged a glance. Both of them were seasoned veterans, so they naturally understood what Shi Lin meant. They both nodded repeatedly. "Yes, classmate Shi Lin, we'll definitely call you when we have advanced dungeons in the future." In the end, Shi Lin added Shen Hu and Li Jin as friends. It was also at this time that a portal appeared in front of everyone because the dungeon had been cleared. Then, everyone walked into the portal and left. When we got back to the city, it was almost 11:30 a.m. Senior brother, you are hungry. The junior sister hesitated for a moment and was about to ask Shi Lin if they wanted to find a place to eat together. But suddenly, she found that several tall men in black suits were following her quietly. Chapter 67: What is unscrupulous means? Two smart guys. It was also at this time that the junior sister seemed to have received some news, and she sighed helplessly. Senior brother, I have something to do, so I have to leave first. The junior sister pinched the corner of her clothes and said with her head down. The tone sounded a little reluctant. Really? It's okay, see you next time. Shi Lin didn't care too much. Okay, brother, see you next time. The junior sister waved her hand and then turned and walked away. Oh, I almost forgot. Shi Lin seemed to suddenly remember something. He patted his forehead and sent a message to his junior sister. Please call me President Shi Lin, junior sister, next time there's an advanced dungeon, remember to call me. In less than 2 seconds, the junior sister replied. Small favor, great affection, okay, senior brother, I'll find a suitable high-level dungeon in the next 2 days, and I'll do it with you next time, cute. Please call me President Shi Lin, junior sister, you really have it? Surprised. Small favor, great love, yes, you should be able to find some in level 40 or 50 dungeons. Hiss. Shi Lin took a breath. There are dungeons of levels 40 and 50, it seems that this junior sister's identity is not simple. He suddenly found this junior sister from Imperial Capital High School more and more pleasing to the eye, except that her nickname was a bit weird. A small favor, a big love. This doesn't seem like a nickname a teenage girl could change. Shi Lin closed the chat box and continued walking forward. But before they had walked far, 3 young men in different uniforms surrounded them. The 3 of them seemed to be competing with each other, pushing each other, trying to grab the best position to talk to Shi Lin face to face. Hello, are you Shi Lin? The thick-browed man who grabbed the best position asked with a warm smile on his face. I am, you are. Shi Lin felt that the sight of these 3 people fighting over something was a bit unsettling. Student Shi Lin, I'm from the Imperial Capital's Yang family. Ever since you, Shi Lin, broke the previous record and won the top spot in the national examination, our Yang family has paid special attention to you and we like you very much. The man with thick eyebrows was full of enthusiasm, like a salesman trying hard to sell goods. Student Shi Lin, you haven't joined any faction yet, right? Would you like to consider joining our Yang family? Our family head said that if you are willing to join our Yang family, we will give you the utmost sincerity, including our eldest daughter. So these are some private forces trying to win me over? Shi Lin finally understood. He felt that the other 2 people who were competing with the thick-browed man were probably sent by other forces in the imperial capital to win him over. To be honest, Shi Lin was not surprised that he was being fought over by various forces. Who is he? Ever since he broke the previous record in the college entrance examination and won the top spot in the country, and was admitted to the Imperial Capital University, he has undoubtedly become a top star and a hot commodity in the eyes of all parties. There is absolutely no doubt that he will become a top-level expert in the future, and even stand at the pinnacle of the entire Blue Star. In this situation, how could the various forces not be jealous? Now is the time to strike first while he is still young and not fully grown up. The one who is close to the water will get the moon first. Shi Lin even felt that not only these families or private forces, but even some official organizations were secretly planning to recruit him. Shi Lin was about to speak when the other 2 became unhappy with the man with thick eyebrows who spoke first and started to attack him. TSK, you, a second-rate force like your Yang family, have the nerve to come here and try to win over Shi Lin? Have some shame, please? Are you worthy? That's right. And that eldest daughter of your Yang family is as fat as a pig. How dare you introduce her to Shi Lin? Do you think everyone likes to eat fatty food like you do? What did you say? The thick-browed man was surrounded and immediately got angry. He was actually fighting two people alone. We, the Yang family, are a second-rate force? Then what is your Huanglong society? A third-rate force? A low-class force? And your Fengshan pavilion, damn, your tomboyish eldest daughter is even more disgusting, okay? I don't even know if she has a penis in her pants. Fuck, who are you calling a third-rate force? Explain yourself clearly. Who are you calling a tomboy? Our eldest daughter has an androgynous beauty. What the hell do you know? Qilin didn't expect that these three guys would start arguing while talking, which really made him speechless. Besides, he also didn't like the feeling of being fought over in the street, so he thought for a moment and said, "You all want to invite me to join you, right? Can I ask about your situation first? After all, I also have requirements for the forces I want to join." After being asked by Qilin, the three of them stopped fighting and nodded respectfully. Of course, Qilin, if you have any requests, just let us know. Our Yang family will definitely work hard to satisfy you. Student Qilin, what do you want to know? I just want to ask, how many high-level copies does your family or organization have? Qilin still used the same tactics as before to deal with those infatuated senior sisters. It was not that he could not make friends with them or be won over, but the other party must be presentable and powerful. He would not consider those large families and organizations that did not even have many advanced copies. Not even a little bit. How many advanced copies are there? When the three heard this, they suddenly became a little uneasy. It was the same reason as before. What Qilin called a high-level copy sounded to them like a copy above level 61. You know, it is already very remarkable for a family or organization to own a copy on its own. The number of high-level copies above level 61 is even more exaggerated, and there are not many in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Only the government, the military, or those first-class families and organizations can own advanced copies. How could such a thing be possible for these second- and third-rate families and forces? Judging from your appearance, your family or organization probably doesn't have any advanced copies, right? A slight smile appeared on Qilin's lips. He knew that this trick of his worked every time and it was simply too effective. Qilin, regarding the advanced dungeon, isn't it? All three of them felt a little embarrassed. If you don't have advanced copies, I'm sorry, I can't consider you. Qilin spread his hands helplessly and walked away. The three of them did not follow, mainly because they knew that their family organization could not meet Qilin's requirements, so it was normal for others not to consider them. Brother Qi, that boy seems to be the national #1 scholar Qilin, right? It's him, the one the bishop is talking about. Let's go and recruit him. He, last time I pretended to be a beautiful woman but couldn't fool him. This time I'm going to do it myself. Won't it be easy to capture him? Qilindu had not walked far when he saw two young men in cloaks in the corner. You are Qilin, right? My name is Ma Qi, we are from the Evil Soul Cult, and our bishop wants you to join our Evil Soul Cult, said the cloaked man with thick eyebrows and a slightly pointed head who was walking in front. Having just experienced a wave of being wooed, Qilin naturally subconsciously regarded the two as vanguards sent by a certain family organization to recruit him. It's just that he felt the name of this organization was a bit awkward. Evil Soul Cult, these days, there are still people who choose such a childish name. Let me tell you my conditions. I'm not against considering you. As long as you can give me a high-level dungeon and an annual salary of 1 million gold coins, I can consider joining you. Qilin just said it naturally and directly threw out the increased conditions. Hiss. March showed a surprised expression. A high-level dungeon with an annual salary of 1 million gold coins, why don't you go grab it? Fat Cat, another guy wearing a cloak and looking a bit honest, couldn't hold back when he heard the conditions Qilin reported. He looked unhappy and seemed to be about to lose his temper. Hey, what are you doing? But March pulled him back. At this time, Qilin had already walked away, because he could see that the two of them could not come up with such conditions, so there was no need to waste his breath. Brother Qi, that kid is obviously looking for trouble. Fat Cat looked unhappy. Although he came from the countryside and was a bit reckless, he was not without intelligence. He could see that Qilin was just perfunctory towards them. Bang! What are you talking about? Are you out of your mind? Maki slapped him, looking like he was the most sober person, and scolded his subordinate Fat Cat harshly. Didn't that guy just say he would consider joining the Evil Soul Cult, as long as we meet his conditions? Isn't that simple? We just report this to the bishop and ask him to come up with these conditions. Then, won't that guy join us? And won't we be able to complete the mission? How could you not figure out such a simple thing? Fat Cat suddenly wanted to die. He was already 100% certain that the boss he followed, Maki, was definitely a brainless person. A special high-level copy, plus an annual salary of 1 million gold coins, these conditions are met directly? Do you know what you are talking about? I didn't expect that guy to be so easy to talk to. Yes, it must be because I'm so wise and powerful. He can't help but show respect to me. Without realizing it, March happily contacted his boss. Your Excellency, I've just met that guy. He said that if we give him a high-level dungeon and an annual salary of 1 million gold coins, he'll join our evil soul cult. Did I complete my mission well? Maki looked as if he was taking credit for it. However, the boss on the other end of the phone was silenced by March. The next second, he couldn't help it and started cursing on the spot. Good for nothing. Are you crazy? A high-level dungeon, 1 million gold coins a year, do you think we're running a charity? I asked you to find a way to get that guy to join us, by any means necessary. Do you know what by any means necessary means? Have you not even graduated from elementary school? You're such an idiot. Maki. Chapter 68, okay, I can still meet my match, right? In the evening, 8 o'clock. After taking a shower and drying his hair, Qilin returned to the room. He opened his backpack and looked at what he had gained today. Apart from the theoretical classes in the afternoon, the main items Qilin obtained from the 2 dungeons in the morning included the gargoyle crystal, the dryad's heart, and the incomplete weapons. Qilin made a calculation. In terms of materials, there were 69 stone gargoyle crystals, 467 tree demon hearts, and the demon king's heart and demon king's essence dropped by the dungeon boss, the black tree demon king. In terms of equipment, there are a total of 112 incomplete weapons, including 107 of green quality and 5 of blue quality. There is also the top quality weapon dropped by the dungeon boss, the Ghost Evil Sword. Qilin clicked on the detailed description of the Ghost Evil Sword. Equipment name, Ghostly Evil Sword top grade. Type, weapon. Equipment level, 45. Equipment requirements, Dark Swordsman class. Effect description. Qilin shook his head, feeling a bit sorry. Today, when he saw his junior sister flying a sword so coolly, his dream of becoming a swordsman that had already died in his heart was rekindled. He wondered if he could get more than 10 top-quality swords by defeating bosses, and then fly on the sword to kill people. As it turned out, this sword had equipment requirements and could only be used by the Dark Swordsman profession. He couldn't use it, so he had to sell it. Qilin checked them one by one and then sold them all at once. In the end, it sold for more than 15 million copper coins. Qilin nodded with satisfaction. He felt that the harvest of this trip was quite good. Of course, he also knew that it was mainly due to the undead cemetery. After all, it was a copy of more than 30 levels. Not to mention anything else, the Ghost Evil Sword dropped by the undead sword saint would be worth 10 million copper coins if sold. As for the 10 exorcism talismans obtained as a reward from the golden treasure chest for clearing the dungeon, even though each one could be sold for 1 million copper coins, Qilin did not plan to sell them and kept them for emergencies. Qilin looked at his account balance and found that he now had more than 40 million copper coins. Almost half a small goal. Looking at the 8-digit number in his account, Qilin couldn't be in a better mood. He liked the feeling of his wallet getting fatter. With over 40 million, I should be able to buy anything at the trading center. Qilin was planning to go to the trading center to see if there were any good equipment or skill books. But at this moment, a friend request popped up. Someone added me again? Who is it? Since so many people added him during this period, Qilin had to screen them out, so he sent an inquiry. Who are you? Soon, there was a reply from the other side. Your teacher. Qilin. Qilin quickly verified by adding a friend. As soon as this was passed, the teacher over there couldn't help but complain. Everything goes smoothly, student Qilin. I didn't expect the teacher to add you as a friend. The procedures are quite complicated. Please call me President Qilin, teacher, don't be offended, there are more scammers recently covering eyes and laughing. After some communication, Qilin finally found out that the teacher's name was Zhu Shun, and he would be the teacher who would teach him tomorrow. And it's not a theoretical class like the one in the afternoon, but a special teacher who specializes in guiding telekinetic skills. This is a testimony to the strong faculty of Imperial Capital University. Previously at Nanhai No. 2 Middle School, although there were teachers who taught combat experience, they mostly just taught in a general way, rarely going into detail about specific professions or skills. Especially the relatively rare profession of telekinesis. But now, here at Imperial Capital University, there are not only dedicated telekinesis teachers, but they can also provide you with detailed guidance on which skills to use. For example, the initial skills of the telekineticist, mental impact, and mind control, each skill has a corresponding skill course, allowing you to improve your skill proficiency through detailed practice. Next, teacher Zhu Shishan sent Qilin the time and place of tomorrow morning's class, and reminded Qilin that he would have to attend class with senior students in the upper grades who were telekinetic masters. The main thing is that the classes for this type of course are not divided into classes, but into units of a certain number of students with the same profession. That is, classes are divided according to specific occupations. Qilin was not surprised by this. Telekinetics were rare to begin with, and it was estimated that the entire grade wouldn't be able to muster many. If there weren't enough students, they would naturally have to recruit from other grades. May everything go smoothly and be auspicious, student Qilin. Let me remind you that I, your teacher, am very strict. Tomorrow is the first class of the new semester, so don't be late to Bing Smokes. Please call me President Qilin. Okay, teacher, I will go to class on time. The next morning, 8:58. Qilin came to the venue where the class was held. At this moment, many students have arrived at the venue. There are about 50 or 60 people. Qilin's eyes were quite sharp and he could see that the proportion of first-year students among them was relatively small, only less than 10 people. The others are more than 20 sophomores and more than 10 juniors. Well, the main reason is that the school uniforms for each grade are slightly different and can be identified with the naked eye. As soon as Qilin came in, he immediately attracted the attention of many classmates, and they all looked over. There's no way around it. Qilin's look and posture, wearing sunglasses, with his hands in his pockets, stepping on a sky-piercing shield, and flying in the air, is so eye-catching that he's the most handsome guy wherever he goes. Look, it's junior brother Qilin. He's finally here. I've been waiting for him for a long time. I've been waiting for him for a long time, too. He's so handsome. I want to go over and add him as my friend. Hey, why are you dragging us along? Do you have village internet access? Don't you know junior brother Qilin's mate selection criteria? Advanced dungeons. Do you have advanced dungeons? If you don't have advanced dungeons, why do you still want to seduce junior brother Qilin? No way. Hey, did you guys hear anything yesterday? I heard that Qilin's speed cleared the dungeon in 6 minutes during the opening test, breaking the school's fastest dungeon speed clear record. 6 minutes to speed through the dungeon? Is that so exaggerated? It seems that Qilin is really strong. Maybe he's even stronger than us second-year students. Tisk, it's just a level 18 dungeon, I can speedrun it, right? No, buddy, Qilin is only a freshman, and you're already a junior. How dare you compare him? Many students were discussing Qilin, but of course the focus of the discussions among boys and girls was completely different. Qilin didn't care. He was just about to go and queue up. However, at this moment, a voice sounded from behind. Good morning, students. The person who came was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He was wearing the teacher's uniform of Imperial Capital University. It was obvious that he was the skills teacher, Zhu Shishan. At this moment, Zhu Shishan put his hands behind his back, held his head high and chest out, with his left and right feet each stepping on a flying sword, flying in the air and slowly flying in through the door. Perfect posture, perfect style. Zhu Shishan was about to greet the students who had come to class, but when he walked in from the door and saw Qilin, who was also flying in the air with sunglasses on and his hands in his pockets, he suddenly choked on the words on his lips for some reason. Coincidentally, Qilin turned around and looked at Zhu Shishan like this. For some reason, he was also stunned. Qilin. Zhu Shishan. At such a close distance, the two of them stared at each other, as if they had smelled something similar from each other, as if they had stepped on dog shit. Both of their expressions were a little constipated. Chapter 69. If not my friend, who is the teacher now? Ha, classmate Qilin, your look and flying in the air are quite handsome. Teacher, yours is not bad either. The two of them exchanged some business compliments, but anyone with a discerning eye could see that their smiles were a little stiff. That smile was all fake. There's nothing we can do about it, birds of a feather flock together. It's like when you find out you're wearing the same clothes as me, so embarrassing. Zhu Shishun was especially embarrassed. In fact, the way he appeared and his style have always made him the most powerful person in Imperial Capital University. No matter where you go, you are the coolest guy on the street. But now, here comes Qilin, whose style is very similar to his. Moreover, Qilin's appearance with sunglasses and his hands in his pockets seemed even more impressive than when he stood with his hands behind his back and his head held high. Most importantly, Qilin is younger and more handsome than him. How could he not be worried? On the contrary, Qilin was embarrassed, but not particularly embarrassed. The main reason is that he is thicker-skinned, and mentally stronger. Although Qilin admitted that Zhu Shishun had a good taste in showing off, there was still a gap compared to him. What about standing with your hands behind your back? That's all outdated, okay? Now is a new era. What could be cooler than putting your hands in your pockets and not knowing who your opponent is? It doesn't exist at all. As the saying goes, wearing the same clothes is not a big deal, but whoever is ugly will be embarrassed. Qilin felt that he was undoubtedly the cooler and more handsome one, so he definitely didn't feel too upset. Qilin put away the sky-piercing shield and went to queue up. Zhu Shishun became slightly more serious and came over. He was about to go to class, but he found Qilin still wearing sunglasses. He couldn't help but say, "Hey, Qilin, class is about to start. Please take off your sunglasses." "No, teacher." Qilin shook his head and said truthfully, "It's mainly because my mental power is too strong, causing my eyes to unconsciously release some mental radiation. If I don't wear sunglasses to block it, people who look at my eyes will have a headache." "Ah, classmate Qilin, your words are a bit too absolute." Zhu Shishun seemed to have found an opportunity to show off, a chance to show off. He smiled broadly and said, "Teacher, I'm a level 73 telekineticist. My mental attributes are even stronger than those of an average level 85 expert. How could your meager mental radiation possibly have any effect on me?" "Is that so?" Qilin didn't care too much and took off his sunglasses after he finished speaking. He also wanted to see whether a powerful telepath like Zhu Shishun, whose mental power far exceeded that of ordinary people, could withstand the mental radiation released from his eyes. "Ha, did you see that?" The teacher said he didn't ask. "Ugh, my head hurts." Zhu Shishun was about to show off, but before he could finish his words, he suddenly covered his head with his hands as if he had a toothache. Qilin. The other students were also getting a little nervous. "Not a teacher, are you here to make fun of me?" "Ahaha, look how nervous you are." "Teacher, I just didn't use my mental strength to resist." "But I have to say, Qilin, your mental strength is really strong." "Ahem. So the teacher allows you to wear sunglasses, this is also to avoid accidentally hurting other students." Zhu Shishun laughed. He was also experienced, so he quickly changed the subject, picked up the list and started calling out names. Qilin didn't say anything, but after this incident, he understood one thing more clearly. That is, even though the mental radiation released from his eyes is very subtle, its power is still quite terrifying. Putting aside other things, how exaggerated is the mental value of a level 73 telekineticist like Zhu Shishun? But he couldn't even look him in the eye, which was enough to show how penetrating this small mental radiation was. Of course, Qilin also understood that this was more because he possessed infinite mental power. With the blessing of this buff, even a small mental power radiation could be very powerful. After the roll call, Zhu Shishun talked about the course content of this class. It is mainly divided into two items. Freshmen like Qilin who had just entered the Imperial Capital University were not very strong and could not even be considered senior telekinetic masters. This class mainly focused on practicing the initial skill, mind-controlling objects. Sophomores and juniors are stronger, and have all studied at the Imperial Capital University for 1 or 2 years. They are more experienced and have a certain level of proficiency in their initial skills, so they don't need to practice them in particularly detailed ways. The content of this class is detailed practice of telekinesis. Zhu Shishun first taught the freshmen and brought Qilin and others to a long table. There were densely packed throwing knives on the table. At first glance, there are no less than 100 throwing knives. You've all seen these flying knives, right? This lesson is very simple. It's about controlling as many flying knives as possible through mind control to improve your proficiency. Zhu Shishun paused and emphasized the key point. Remember, I don't want you to control it all at once, but rather one at a time. Only in this way can you improve your proficiency in a detailed manner. Teacher, can you show us how? Sure. Xu Shishun smiled, as if he had found an opportunity to redeem himself and began to demonstrate, then watch carefully. Xu Shishun didn't move his body. He just focused his eyes slightly, and the flying knives on the table began to float up one by one. In the end, Xu Shishun easily controlled 50 flying knives, which amazed the freshmen except Qilin. Oh my god, 50? Teacher Xu, you're incredible, right? Yes, the teacher's control is truly amazing. He can easily control 50 flying knives one by one, which is enough to show how proficient the teacher is in mind control. No, actually, you're just making a fuss. Xu Shishun had 2 drops of sweat running down his forehead, but he pretended not to notice and acted nonchalantly. As long as you work hard and reach the level of a teacher, controlling 50 flying knives will be a piece of cake. Of course, this is still quite difficult for you freshmen. So, work hard to improve slowly. After saying this, Xu Shishun seemed to be relieved, and his expression and smile once again exuded a radiance similar to that of a powerful king. Teacher is right. It seems that it's not entirely right. The rest of us really can't do it, but Qilin's mental strength seems to be very strong. Qilin should be able to do it, right? A classmate was about to respond, but suddenly he reacted and looked at Qilin with curiosity. I also think Qilin can do it. During yesterday's opening test, Qilin seemed to have completed a speedrun in just over 6 minutes. I estimate Qilin's strength should be no less than level 28. I think so. Other freshmen expressed their opinions. Aha, Qilin's mental strength is indeed very strong. But when it comes to skill operation, it's not just about mental strength, but also skill proficiency. Controlling 50 flying knives at once is quite difficult even for Qilin. Xu Shishun laughed, and that perfectly illustrated what it means to be a teacher who is strong throughout his life. But the freshmen didn't listen to him. Instead, they looked at Qilin with curiosity. Student Qilin, why don't you come up and try it out to see how many flying knives you can control? Yes, classmate Qilin, let us broaden our horizons. Okay, I'll try. Qilin thought about it, nodded, and walked up. The main reason was that he also wanted to see how many throwing knives he could control at most. I remember that before, when he controlled the sky-piercing shield, he could control at most 50 or 60 throwing knives. He should have improved after continuously grinding dungeons recently, but the exact amount of improvement was not clear. Immediately afterwards, Qilin began to use mind control to manipulate the flying knives on the table. In the end, Qilin successfully controlled 90 flying knives with a little effort. This shocked the other freshmen and other senior students. Oh my god, he actually controlled 90 flying knives? Isn't this too exaggerated? Outrageous. We're both freshmen, and I can only control 3 throwing knives at most. Holy crap, isn't junior brother Qilin too amazing? The best junior in our class can barely control 30, and he can control 90 right after entering his freshman year. Is this the quality of a record-breaking top scorer? Xu Shishun was also dumbfounded. He didn't expect Qilin to be so powerful and be able to control 90 flying knives. I really didn't expect that this kid is actually stronger than me. Just when Xu Shishun was secretly feeling uneasy and complaining in his heart, a freshman who was keen on watching the fun looked over at him. Teacher, Qilin can control 90 flying knives. You should be able to do it too, or even more, right? Can you open our eyes? Yes, teacher, please let us open our eyes. We want to see how powerful your full strength is. Teacher, I want to see it too. After hearing what that person said, the other students also looked at Xu Shishun with curiosity. Facing the expectant eyes of the students, Xu Shishun's mouth twitched repeatedly, and his head was in a mess. Chapter 70, okay, it's Tiangang, right? Qilin also looked at Xu Shishun. Just now, he just tried a little and controlled 90 throwing knives. If you use all your strength, even 100 throwing knives will be no problem. Of course, even though he is definitely much stronger than Xu Shishun in terms of mental power, he cannot be compared with the senior telekinetic master Xu Shishun in terms of proficiency. Therefore, he was also quite curious about what Xu Shishun, a level 73 telekinetic master, could achieve. Aha, if I use my full strength, it will definitely be more powerful. But Qilin-san just tried it, and it wouldn't be good for the teacher to try again. Well, I have to give Qilin-san face. Xu Shishun felt very guilty, but in order to maintain the face of his teacher and the king of Capital University, he still tried his best, showing a smile that was as stiff as it could be. Commonly known as, laughing is uglier than crying. Don't just watch, go practice. However, as a senior professor at the Imperial Capital University, he was quite experienced. He immediately changed the subject and organized other freshmen to practice, successfully diverting the students' attention. Sophomores and juniors, stop standing around and get practicing. This class is about telekinesis. Try to condense as many telekinetic arms as possible, and then use them to throw those glass beads over there into the bucket over there. Zhu Shishun is also organizing sophomores and juniors to practice. Many students nodded and were about to go practice, but at this time, a second-grade student looked at Qi Lin. By the way, junior brother Qi Lin, judging from your demonstration just now, your level should be approaching 30, right? Then you should be able to perform telekinesis, right? How many telekinetic arms can you condense? Zhu Shishun's forehead broke out in a few drops of sweat. He suddenly had a bad premonition. It can condense a telekinetic arm, but I'm not sure how much it can condense. Qi Lin said truthfully. After hearing what Qi Lin said, many sophomores and juniors became interested. Then junior brother, can you perform it for us to see? Yes, junior brother, if you don't know, you can show it now and you will know, right? I remember that Mr. Zhu seemed to be able to condense up to 30 telekinetic arms. Junior brother, you should be able to do it, right? Ahem, please stop disturbing Qi Lin. He wants to practice mind control. Zhu Shishun coughed twice. He was just about to let those senior students who were causing trouble go practice. What? Junior brother Qi Lin is going to demonstrate how to condense his telekinetic power into an arm? I want to see it too. Add me in, I want Kong Kong too. However, not only did no one pay attention to him, but other senior students behind him also joined in when they heard it. All of a sudden, a bunch of senior students gathered around to watch Qi Lin perform. Zhu Shishun. Okay, then I'll try it. Seeing so many senior brothers and sisters surrounding him, Qi Lin couldn't refuse. After asking about the specific type of telekinetic arm he needed to condense, he began to condense the telekinetic arm. Zhu Shishun swallowed, and his expression became visibly tense. Qi Lin's eyes narrowed slightly, and a surge of mental power quickly gathered. In the blink of an eye, a large number of telekinetic arms were condensed. The number has reached 60. Oh my god, am I seeing things right? 60 of them. Junior brother Qi Lin actually condensed 60 telekinetic arms. Isn't this too exaggerated? It seems that Teacher Zhu can only condense 30 telekinetic arms at most. Doesn't this mean that the number of telekinetic arms condensed by junior brother Qi Lin is twice as many as Teacher Zhu? It's not just the quantity, haven't you noticed? The telekinetic arms condensed by junior brother Qi Lin are obviously larger than those condensed by Teacher Zhu. This means that the quantity and quality of the telekinetic arms condensed by junior brother Qi Lin are higher than those of Teacher Zhu. The senior students around were all shocked by Qi Lin, and they all had gaping expressions on their faces. Zhu Shishun's expression was also quite interesting, with 5 parts of shock, 3 parts of constipation, and 2 parts of pain in the balls. No buddy, who is the teacher now? You're better than the teacher, so what else can I teach you? Or, should I leave? Zhu Shishun was feeling very upset when he suddenly noticed that the sophomores and juniors were all looking at him. Well, Mr. Zhu, you said before that you could only condense 30 telekinetic arms at most. That was just your modesty, right? After all, you are a level 73 telekinetic master. You should be able to condense that many telekinetic arms, right? Yes, Mr. Zhu, please don't hide it. You can definitely gather more telekinetic arms. 80, or even 100. Just open our eyes. That's right, teacher. I want to eat too. This made Zhu Shishun feel a little embarrassed. If he could concentrate, he would have done it long ago. How could he just stand there? Just like when he controlled 50 flying knives before, he had to use all his strength to condense 30 telekinetic arms. In other words, that was almost his full strength. Now Qi Lin's condensed telekinetic arm is twice as large as his, which is totally out of his reach, okay? What level is he at? How can he condense the same number of telekinetic arms as Qi Lin? Does he have this ability? No, okay. Teacher, I'm sure I can do it. It's just that today I'm not in a very good mood. Another day I will definitely show you. Zhu Shishun laughed and tried hard to maintain his status as the king of the Imperial Capital University, but his smile was so ugly that it looked as if his wife had died. Then, Zhu Shishan saw that his students, who used to adore him, gradually became constipated and disgusted. Zhu Shishan felt that he could not delay any longer, so he quickly pulled Qilin aside. Student Qilin, I think you're already proficient enough in mind control and telekinesis, so it's okay if you don't attend this class. Well, go and clear the dungeon. I'll allow you to move freely. Zhu Shishuan's expression couldn't be more serious. In order to maintain his title as the King of Force at Imperial Capital University and his majestic image in the hearts of his students, he felt that he had to let Qilin leave his class. This kid is too dangerous. He is obviously a freshman, but he is better than him, the teacher. How can he show off? Bah, how can he establish his authority among the students? Really? That's great, thank you, teacher. Qilin suddenly became excited. Originally, he had little interest in attending classes, wanting only to focus on grinding, killing monsters, and improving his strength. Now that Zhu Shishan had given him a special privilege, this was simply too good to be true. Really, classmate Qilin, hurry up and go and brush the dungeon. I know you really want to get stronger quickly, and I support you unconditionally. Okay, Teacher Zhu, bye. Qilin didn't hesitate. Just like he got the teacher's permission to go to the playground to play basketball during class, he ran away with a smile. Finally, I'm leaving. Zhu Shishan finally breathed a sigh of relief. But while relaxing, his heart was still shocked by Qilin's powerful mental strength. He felt he needed to report to the principal. He was not exaggerating. He felt that Qilin's mental power was several times stronger than his, a level 73 telekinesis master. This can no longer be described as genius, it is simply terrifying. Chapter 71, If you want to brush the dungeon, you must brush the high-level dungeon. After a while, Qilin arrived at the copy square of Imperial Capital University. Isn't that classmate Qilin? Why is he here again? Doesn't he have to go to class? I don't know, maybe he doesn't have classes in the morning. Oh my, what a pity. I don't have a high-level dungeon, otherwise I would definitely go and flirt with junior brother Qilin. He's so handsome. Qilin ignored the looks from around him and went to the freshman area. Yes, the public copy of Imperial University is partitioned. There are corresponding areas for different grades. For freshmen, go to the freshman area copy. For sophomores, go to the sophomore area copy. The same is true for junior and senior years. Qilin has thought about it. Now that he is level 31, he should go to a higher level copy as much as possible, at least level 30. Only in this way can we improve our strength faster. However, after Qilin walked around, he found that the highest level copy in the first grade area was only level 26. This made Qilin a little dissatisfied, because he wanted to play the level 30 dungeon. Although there is only a 4-level difference between the level 26 copy and the level 30 copy, in fact, the difference of 1 level is huge. At least the monster's experience value is much different. Qilin thought about it, and finally he went to the second grade area. If there are no copies above level 30 in the first grade area, then go to the higher grade area. Even if the school has a rule that students of each grade can only go to the area of their grade, there is no harm in giving it a try and see if there are any exceptions. Sorry, junior brother Qilin, this is the second grade area instance, only second grade students can enter. The result was similar to what Qilin expected. Since he was not a sophomore, he could not enter. Senior sister, I'm the top scorer in the country, can't you make some concessions? Qilin said shamelessly. The student union sister who was in charge of checking admission qualifications at the dungeon entrance showed a somewhat embarrassed expression. In fact, in terms of personal feelings, she likes Qilin, her handsome, powerful and talented junior brother, and does not want to reject Qilin. But as the saying goes, the school has its own rules, and she has no right to let Qilin in without permission. Well, junior brother, if you have a special pass from the principal or vice principal, you can enter. The senior sister from the student union was quite smart. She couldn't reject Qilin directly, so she offered Qilin a plan. Special pass? Qilin originally thought that there was no hope, but after hearing what the student union senior said, his eyes suddenly lit up. If there can be an exception and a specific plan, then what is he worried about? Anyway, Vice Principal Hong Jin is quite familiar with him, so there should be a chance if he goes to discuss it with him. Qilin went to the Academic Affairs building as soon as he said it. After a while, they arrived at the office of Vice Principal Hong Jin. Principal Hong, I'm going to the second grade area to clear a level 30 dungeon. Please give me a special pass. Shi Lin went straight to the point without any unnecessary nonsense. What? You're going to the second grade to clear a dungeon? Hong Jin was a little surprised. Before he could ask what was going on, Shi Lin smiled slyly. Principal Hong, you said before that as long as I apply to Imperial Capital University, you'll do your best to satisfy me. So, issuing a small special pass shouldn't be a problem for you, right? This kid, at such a young age, why does he seem like a seasoned veteran? Several black lines appeared on Hong Jin's head. But as the vice president of Imperial Capital University, his IQ must be quite high. He also flashed a sly smile. It wouldn't be difficult to get you a special pass, but according to school rules, students can't casually enter dungeons higher than their own level. If you're level 30 or above, I can give you a special pass. Yes, I have. Now my strength has reached level 31, which is enough to enter the level 30 dungeon. Shi Lin spread his hands and said, if you don't believe me, Principal Hong, just feel it. Hong Jin was slightly stunned. After sensing something, he immediately revealed a surprised expression. It really is level 31. Your leveling is too fast, isn't it? You were only level 17 or 18 just 3 days ago. I kill monsters in waves, so I must level up quickly. Okay, Principal, please give me a special pass. I need to hurry up and brush the dungeon. Hong Jin thought about it and finally issued Shi Lin a special pass, which can be used permanently. The main reason was that he also knew that Shi Lin was different from most students and obviously had his own way. Based on the principle of teaching students in accordance with their aptitude, and since Shi Lin is the top student in the country, it is not a big problem to give him a green light. Thanks to Principal Hong, for nothing. After getting the special pass, Shi Lin left happily. He's already gained more than 10 levels in just 2 or 3 days. This kid is truly remarkable. Hong Jin murmured. He was still marveling at Shi Lin's abnormal upgrade speed when suddenly, he received a call. When he saw the caller ID, his eyes narrowed slightly, as if the person who called him was not an ordinary person. What do you want from me? Hong Jin answered the phone. After a while, he showed a look of astonishment. What did you say? You're looking for a telekineticist with a spiritual value over 800? After Shi Lin returned to the dungeon square, he showed his special pass to the Student Union senior sister and was indeed qualified to enter the second grade area dungeon. Junior brother, this is the teleportation jade pendant, please hold on to it. Okay, senior sister. Shi Lin took the teleportation jade pendant and completed the credit deduction process, then he entered the copy. Instance name, Devil's Ruin City. Difficulty, difficult not selectable. Recommended level, 30. Recommended number of people, 4. Walking out of the portal, Shi Lin found that he was in a place similar to the ruins of a city. Many surrounding buildings suffered severe damage. Some were left unrecognizable, while others were left with only half or even 1/3 of the entire building. There are densely packed figures in the sky, which are obviously monsters with flying abilities. Monster name, Flying Demon. Level 30. HP, 2900-2900. Spirit, 2900-2900. Skills, Flying, Claw Attack, Bite. Oh. It's a demon monster with the ability to fly. Interesting. Just like encountering a new level in a game, Shi Lin's lips curled up into an amused smile. Around the ruins, there were several second-year students from Imperial Capital University hiding behind bunkers. They were busy hiding and killing monsters, but when they suddenly saw Shi Lin over there, they were all a little confused. Fuck, am I seeing right? Isn't that Shi Lin, the national top scorer in the first grade? Really? What's going on? Why is he in our second-year dungeon? Yeah, isn't this second-year dungeon only accessible to us second-year students? Besides, Shi Lin's level shouldn't be high enough. However, at the moment when the 5 second-year students were distracted, several flying demons in the air swooped down towards them at an extremely fast speed. By the time the 5 second-year students came to their senses, it was already too late. The 4 flying demons were less than 2 meters away from them. Oops. The 5 people's expressions suddenly changed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Puff puff puff. However, at this moment, 5 afterimages flashed through the void and directly pierced through the heads of the 4 flying demons. The 4 flying demons that were killed were born and performed a wonderful aerial acrobatic performance. Oh no, flying demons. Hiss. He actually killed 4 level 30 flying demons in an instant. Who was that? The 5 second year students all looked shocked. But the next second, they confirmed the location of the attacker from the direction of the 4 flying knives and looked towards that direction. And there was only Qilin. At that moment, the 5 people's expressions became even more shocked. Then, that was actually done by Qilin? Is he that strong? Chapter 72 Junior brother, do you have to be so strong? Damn, it was an instant kill. Isn't Qilin too strong? I'm telling you, are you missing the point? Qilin's attack just now wasn't just an instant kill. Did you see any damage displayed? No. What does this mean? The damage from Qilin's single flying knife shot exceeded 10 times the health of those flying demons. Hiss. 10 times? Doesn't that mean a single shot of the flying knife can deal over 30,000 damage? That's a bit scary. So this kid is so strong. Yesterday, when I heard he speedran a dungeon, I thought he was just lucky. Just now, when I saw him enter our second-year dungeon, I was thinking he was overestimating his abilities. Turns out, I was too narrow-minded. The expressions of the 5 second grade students were quite interesting, full of disbelief. Over there, Qilin knew that the 5 second year students were hiding behind the bunker, but he didn't care at all. The previous wave of attack was not for the 5 people, but simply to steal the monsters. If a monster appears in front of him, he must kill it. That experience point, that kill reward, must be his. All his is his. Kill 4 flying demons, gain plus 8,400 experience. Material obtained, Devil Wings 4. TSK, it turns out that the monster experience points in high-level dungeons are higher. Qilin was in a good mood. He raised his head and looked at the densely packed flying demons in the air. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. There are quite a lot of them. Not bad. Although Qilin didn't know what was going on in this copy, there seemed to be a lot of monsters wandering in the air, which felt a bit abnormal, but he didn't care too much. Anyway, he came here to kill monsters and level up, the more monsters the better. Qilin took out the burning speaker from his backpack and prepared to pull up a wave of monsters. Over there, the 5 second year students seemed to be struggling with something and discussing something. Hey, should we go over and tell Qilin there seems to be something wrong with the copy? Let's talk about it. After all, we are from the same school. It's definitely not normal for there to be more and more monsters. It's okay to ask Qilin to be careful. I don't think it's necessary. Qilin is not weak. He is even much stronger than a bunch of us useless people. It won't be a problem if there are more monsters. As long as he doesn't expose himself, he can easily deal with 10 or 8 monsters. Yeah, I think so too. Qilin is not a fool. He will definitely be cautious when he sees so many monsters in the air. However, before the 5 of them finished their discussion, a loud sound came from the speakers, so loud that it hurt their eardrums. My passion is like a fire, hey, it burns the whole desert, oh. The 5 of them were startled and turned around to find that Qilin was playing music on the speakers. It's the kind that's really loud. It's like it's going to blow up the streets. All 5 of them were silenced. No, buddy, what are you doing? There are so many flying demons in the air, don't you see? Are you trying to become a target of public criticism by playing the music so loudly? I just told you that you should be cautious, and yet you just swaggered in and played music, slapping me in the face, right? Swish, swish, swish. There is no doubt that as soon as Qilin made this sound, the flying demons in the air all looked over. Then, they flew towards Qilin like hungry wolves seeing sheep. Bang bang bang. At this time, the ground exploded in several places in the ruins around Qilin, and 10 huge black shadows broke out of the ground. They turned out to be 10 demons covered with bones. They were extremely huge, and were at least 20 or 30 meters tall. They all have ferocious expressions, fierce eyes, and devil-like mutterings from their mouths. They look very scary at first glance. Monster name, Giant Bone Demon Elite. Level 41. HP, 83,000. Spirit, 82,000. Skills, Giant Fist Smash, Bone Spur Shooting, Reinforcements. Not far away, they were so frightened when they saw the 10 giant bone demons breaking out of the ground that their faces changed drastically. Oh my god, isn't that the elite monster, the giant bone demon? They've been attracted here too, and there are 10 of them. Damn it. Not only are there hundreds of flying demons flying towards us, but there are also 10 elite giant bone demons approaching. This scene is too exaggerated. It's over. We have to retreat now. Otherwise, if we stay any longer, we'll be dead. On the other hand, Qilin's face did not show any panic. Instead, his eyes lit up as he looked at the group of flying demons and the 10 giant bone demons flying from mid-air. There are so many, this wave is about to be released. Qilin was extremely excited. He had already sensed that there were as many as 300 or 400 flying demons in the air. Adding on those 10 elite monsters, the giant bone demons, he would definitely be able to level up 2 or 3 times after killing them in one wave. No, we have to retreat quickly. De Shengfa, you're loud, tell Qilin over there to crush the teleportation jade pendant as well and retreat together. There's no way we can handle so many monsters. Okay, now I'm going to. FCK. I have to say that those second-year students over there were quite kind-hearted. Before they retreated, they wanted to remind Qilin to leave quickly as well. But just as the second-year student with the louder voice was about to shout at Qilin, the scene in front of him frightened him again. It was because he saw that at this moment Qilin not only did not retreat, but also slowly floated up on the sky-piercing shield. It seems that we have to face this wave of attacks head-on. Look over there. Qilin doesn't seem to be planning to retreat, and he's determined to fight head-on. After the man shouted like that, the other 4 people also noticed it and were all scared. Damn, it's true. No way, he actually chose to face it head-on. What's wrong with Qilin? Is he crazy? Yeah, isn't Qilin being a little irrational? Even if his flying knife attacks have high damage, he's facing 300 or 400 level 30 flying demons and 10 level 41 giant bone demons. How can he possibly handle such a large number? When the 5 people were shocked and unable to understand, the group of flying demons in the air let out ferocious roars and began to swoop down one after another. They were so densely packed that the scene was very shocking. The 10 giant bone demons also raised their huge fists and attacked Qilin. The force is so strong that it can create huge air grooves and emit a huge sonic boom sound. For a moment, the sense of crisis was overwhelming. There was no trace of emotion on Qilin's face. He took off his sunglasses and an excited smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I don't know what's going on with this dungeon, but it's so weird from the start. However, this is exactly what I want. Let all of these become my experience points. Mental formatting, area attack. As Qilin's eyes suddenly focused, a surge of mental power radiated and spread rapidly like ripples. Wherever he went, whether it was the swooping flying demons or the level 40 plus elite giant bone demons, their eyes instantly lost their luster. Immediately afterwards, the flying demons fell down like fruits falling from the trees, and were born. The 10 giant bone demons seemed to have suddenly lost all their strength. They fell heavily to the ground, causing the ground to crack and create large pits. In an instant, all were destroyed. This scene stunned the 5 second-grade students not far away. They were all dumbfounded. It was an instant kill. Oh my god, junior brother, do you have to be so strong? Chapter 73, Sudden Situation, the copy becomes abyssal. It was an instant kill, this is too exaggerated. 300 or 400 level 30 flying demons and 10 level 41 elite giant bone demons were killed instantly. This isn't just exaggerated, it's terrifying. So this is Qilin's strength. It's so terrifying. The 5 of them were shocked by Qilin, and all had stunned expressions. They knew that Qilin was strong, but they didn't expect Qilin to be so strong. They even had a feeling it was unreal. Was the person in front of them their freshman? Were they sure he wasn't one of those big guys in their 70s or 80s? Kill 388 flying demons, gain 814,800 experience points. Obtained materials, Devil Wings 388. Kill 10 elite bone demons, gain 115,000 experience points. Obtained materials, Demonic Bones 10. Upgrade successfully, gain 5 attribute points, which can be freely allocated. Upgrade successfully, gain 5 attribute points, which can be freely allocated. Upgrade successfully, gain 5 attribute points, which can be freely allocated. Hiss. I actually got promoted 3 levels in a row. Qilin was a little excited. Although he could expect that he would gain a lot of experience after this wave of kills, he thought that he could only level up twice in a row. Now he could level up 3 times in a row, which was beyond his expectation. Qilin smiled with satisfaction. This is why he wants to clear the level 30 dungeon. If he had not persisted and gone to the level 26 dungeon not long ago, he would have gained much less experience points from the same number of monsters. Shilin distributed the 15 attribute points he obtained. The updated panel information is as follows. Name, Shilin. Occupation, telekinesis. Level, 3428.89%. Strength, 105. Agility, 100 plus 50 equipment bonus. Spirit. Constitution, 130. Skills, mental shock, mind control, mental formatting, hypnosis, iron body, telekinesis, spider sense, abyss holy eye, divine flame burning heaven, telekinetic barrier. Shilin nodded secretly. After this wave of upgrades, his basic attributes finally exceeded 100. This is very important for him who has mild obsessive-compulsive disorder. At least it looks much better. Shilin closed the information panel and was about to move forward. Boom! But at this moment, the ground began to shake, like an earthquake, and the intensity of the shaking was very strong. No, not only the ground was shaking, but also the space was shaking. Even the color of the sky began to change, gradually turning into blood red. Shilin sensed that this was not just a simple vibration, but rather unusual energy fluctuations emanating from the copy. What's going on? Is there something wrong with the copy? Shilin narrowed his eyes slightly. What's going on? Why is there an earthquake all of a sudden? Not far away, the 5 second-grade students were also very scared. Among them, a second-year student with glasses and a mushroom-shaped haircut, who had a bit of a nerdy air, seemed to have noticed it. His face became even more terrified. Oh no, the dungeon is going to become abyssal. What? The copy is going to become abyssal? As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the other 4 people changed drastically, and their eyes suddenly became panicked. Is the dungeon becoming an abyss? Shilin heard it and narrowed his eyes. As a top student, it is natural for him to not know what the abyssization of the copy is. To put it bluntly, when an abnormal situation occurs in the copy level will instantly increase by 5 to 8 levels, the level and number of monsters will also increase significantly, and they will become extremely ferocious. Even the dungeon boss will enter the abyss state and become the abyss boss. At the same time, the number of times you can enter the copy is limited, and the escape mechanism is ineffective, which means you cannot leave the copy by conventionally crushing the teleportation jade pendant. Generally speaking, the probability of a copy becoming abyssal is extremely low, not even 1 in 10,000. But once they appear, the situation of adventurers who are killing monsters in the dungeon will become extremely dangerous. It was also at this time that Shilin figured out some of his previous doubts. In fact, just now, when he came to the copy and saw a large group of flying demons in the air, he felt that something was wrong. Because usually, the monsters in the dungeon are in a wandering state, and rarely gather in large numbers at the beginning. Now thinking about it, it was obvious that when Shilin entered the copy just now, the copy had already started to show abnormalities, but it had not yet become an abyss. When an abnormal situation occurs in the copy, it can be noticed not only by people in the copy, but also by people outside the copy. The student union member who was in charge of inspection outside the copy also responded promptly. The moment she discovered that the copy had become abyssal, she immediately reported it to the school. Now, the news about the dungeon, Demon's Ruin City, has spread throughout the Imperial Capital University, causing many students to worry. If the copy becomes an abyss, the students in the copy will be in a very dangerous situation, and there is even a high probability that they will die in it. At this moment, Vice President Hong Jin and a group of school leaders from Imperial Capital University have arrived. What's going on? Hong Jin came up first to inquire about the situation. His expression was very heavy. The abyss of the copy, if not handled properly, will cause extremely serious casualties, so it must be taken seriously. Principal, the situation is not good. The girl from the student union had a grim expression on her face. The dungeon has completely turned into an abyss. There's no way to enter it anymore. Even if I used the dungeon key just now, I couldn't enter. Has it completely turned into the abyss? It seems the situation is indeed quite dire. Hong Jin frowned. He was about to say something else, but several girls around him were already anxious and looked like they were about to cry. What should I do? My boyfriend is still in there. Will he be in danger? My boyfriend is in there too. I'm so worried about him. What should I do? I'm worried too. Junior brother Shilin seems to have entered this dungeon. Will he be okay? Hong Jin couldn't help but want to complain when he heard the two girls in front of him, but when he heard a girl say that Qi Lin had also entered, his eyes suddenly lit up and he quickly asked, "What did you say? Qi Lin entered this dungeon? Are you sure?" Before the girl could answer, the girl from the student union next to her gave the answer. "Yes, Principal, junior brother Qi Lin went in just a few minutes ago." "That's good. With Qi Lin inside, the situation shouldn't be too bad." Hong Jin breathed a sigh of relief, and he immediately stabilized the situation and calmed the students' emotions. "Everyone, don't be too nervous. I've already contacted the principal and the 4 guardians of Imperial Capital University. Once they arrive, the situation will be resolved. As for the time they're on their way, there's no need to worry too much. This year's strongest freshman, Qi Lin, is inside. I believe he'll be able to handle any emergencies in the dungeon and will definitely get everyone out of danger." In the copy, the 5 second-year students hiding behind the cover had already fully understood the situation. They were all a little panicked, and 2 of them even started howling like ghosts. "It's over, it's over. The dungeon has turned into an abyss. I crushed the teleportation jade pendant but it didn't respond. I'm really doomed now. Tonics, I've never been in love before, and I don't want to die so early." Bang bang bang. At this time, the ground near the 5 people exploded again in several places, and 4 huge figures broke out of the ground. When the 5 people saw it, they were so scared that their faces turned pale. They were 4 giant bone demons, but their aura was several times stronger than before, and their bodies were larger, with more ferocious and vicious expressions. It is obvious that the 4 giant bone demons have become abyssal. Chapter 70. For the bigger the wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. Ah! It's the giant bone demon that has become abyssal. This is the end. The 5 people were immediately frightened out of their wits. The main reason is that they are all at level 37 or 38. Even if they join forces, they can probably only barely deal with an elite giant bone demon. Now the giant bone demon has become abyssal, and its level has reached 46. Moreover, 4 of them ran out at once. How can they possibly deal with it? Monster name, Giant Bone Demon Elite Abyssal State. Level, 46 Abyssal Effect, level +5. HP, 92,000. Spirit, 90,000. Skills, Giant Fist Smash, Bone Spur Shooting, Reinforcements. Oh. Is this the bonus brought by the abyssalization of the dungeon? Interesting. Qi Lin, who was not far away, looked at the 4 giant bone demons that had turned into the abyss. Instead of panicking, he raised an interesting smile at the corner of his mouth. The main thing was that he had limitless mental strength and was fearless. So what if this giant bone demon had reached level 5 in the abyss? Wasn't he still a small character that he could kill in one move? On the contrary, the level of the giant bone demon's abyss transformation has been increased, and the experience value has increased, which is more to his liking. After the 4 giant bone demons transformed from the abyss broke out of the ground, they turned around and roared angrily at Qi Lin. Roar! They were all attracted by the sound of Qi Lin's voice. Now, with the blessing of the abyss of the copy, their strength has increased greatly. They feel better than ever and feel that they are about to be invincible. Coupled with the murderous intent surging in their hearts, they just wanted to tear the human boy in front of them into pieces. Very good, very energetic. Qi Lin nodded with satisfaction. He still preferred to kill the more ferocious monsters, which would be more satisfying. The 4 giant bone demons that had turned into the abyss seemed to be preparing to launch an attack. They all clenched their fists, and the white bones covering their bodies had dense bone spurs emerging, just like the spikes on the back of a hedgehog. Student Qi Lin, be careful. That's bone spike shooting. Those 4 giant bone demons have become abyssal. The strength of their attacks will become several times stronger. You have to. The 5 people not far away were a little uneasy and wanted to remind Qi Lin loudly. The main reason was that they felt that after the 4 giant skeleton demons had transformed into the abyss, their levels had soared to level 46, and they would definitely not be as easy to deal with as before. However, before the man who shouted loudly could finish his words, Qi Lin had already condensed 4 giant telekinetic hands that were 20 to 30 meters wide, and immediately grabbed the 4 giant bone demons. The 4 giant bone demons were all shocked. They wanted to break free, but it was too late. Let all of these become my experience points. Nisunai. Puff puff puff. As Qi Lin's mind moved, the four giant telekinetic hands suddenly exerted force and directly crushed the four giant bone demons. 300,000. 300,000. 300,000. 300,000. In an instant, the four giant bone demons transformed from the abyss were all destroyed. Demonic blood and broken flesh splattered everywhere, like a dirty black rain, which was extremely visually impactful. Ha ha, is this all you have left after becoming abyssal? Too weak, too weak. Isn't there a stronger opponent? Isn't there a stronger opponent? Not far away, the 5-second grade students were stunned. Previously, they had thought that the four giant skeleton demons would be terrifying after transforming into the abyss, but now, who among these idiots is scarier? They all felt that they were crazy for worrying about Qi Lin before. This junior brother was so strong, what was there to worry about? If you're going to worry, you should worry about how tragically those giant bone demons died, right? Kill 4 giant bone demons elite abyssal transformation, experience plus 64,000. Obtained materials, demonic bones 4. Qi Lin nodded with satisfaction. He knew that after the abyss transformation, the monster's level would increase and the experience value would also increase significantly. This is what is meant by, the bigger the wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. He wished there were a few more abyss transformed giant bone demons so that he could level up again. Student Qi Lin. At this time, the 5-second grade students not far away ran over. Student Qi Lin, the dungeon has turned into the abyss now. Did you know? The one who ran over first took a breath and asked. I know. What's up, you guys? Qi Lin put his sunglasses back on. He was a little curious about why these 5-second year students came over. Were they seeking his protection? But he is not very interested in meddling in other people's affairs. He just wants to kill monsters and level up. Yes, classmate Qi Lin, don't you know that after a dungeon becomes abyssal, the monsters in the dungeon will increase by 5 to 8 levels, become more ferocious, and their numbers will increase by 2 to 3 times? This will put the students in the dungeon in great danger. The sophomore seemed like a good person. He was clearly worried about the other students in the dungeon, so he said sincerely, Student Qi Lin, we all know that you are very strong, even far stronger than us. So, could you please find a way to save the other students in the dungeon? If you help, everyone will definitely be able to escape danger. Yes, classmate Qi Lin, the dungeon has now become an abyss. I'm sure the teachers and students outside are all worried sick. Now the only one who can save everyone is you. Boom! Before the 5-second graders could finish their words, a loud noise was heard in the distance. The 5-second year students seemed to have sensed something, and their faces changed drastically. Oh no, that's the dungeon boss, it seems to have appeared early. The dungeon boss came out early? How could this happen? You're not a poor student, are you? You don't even remember this bit of knowledge? After the dungeon boss transforms into the abyss, it will rush out to hunt adventurers in the dungeon. Moreover, it will also gain a special status blessing, which makes the situation even worse. Hiss, the boss has gained a special status buff. What it means is, a boss with a special status. Qi Lin's eyes suddenly lit up. Don't bother with that. I'll just go kill the dungeon boss. Qi Lin interrupted the 5-second year students and said, as long as we kill the abyssal boss, we can clear the dungeon and leave. Student Qi Lin, are you willing to help? The 5-second year students were stunned at first, then their faces lit up with joy. That's great. At this moment, they all felt that Qi Lin was such a great person. Not only was he extremely talented, strong, and handsome, he also had such a kind heart. He is simply a good junior brother of Longhua. But in fact, all 5 of them were wrong. In fact, Qi Lin was willing to take action more because after becoming abyssal, the dungeon boss could obtain special status blessings. The dungeon boss turns on a special state. What does it mean? That means a 400% explosion rate. Just like the undead sword master he killed before, after he activated his immortal state, the things that exploded were all treasures among treasures, and there was even some legendary equipment. It is no exaggeration to say that the profit from one trip can easily exceed 100 million copper coins. In this situation, he would be a fool not to take action. You're welcome. We're all students of Imperial Capital University, and this is what I should do. Brothers, just stay here. Don't follow me to snatch the boss, cough cough cough, don't take the risk of following me, because it's really too dangerous. Qi Lin showed a righteous expression, but almost let the cat out of the bag. After saying that, Jilin didn't wait for the 5-second-year students to reply. He shouted Yohu and drove the sky-piercing shield towards the direction where the dungeon boss appeared. Chapter 75, Not Enough Rage? I'll give you some. Demon Square, this is the final location of the copy, Demon Ruin City. Boom! At this moment, a huge black shadow broke out from the ground. It was a demon that was at least 40 or 50 meters tall, holding a huge mace. It is somewhat similar to the elite monster Giant Bone Demon. It also has an exoskeleton covering its body, but this exoskeleton is obviously harder and covers a larger area. In addition, it has a pair of huge bone wings on its back, which clearly indicates that it has the ability to fly. Damn humans, you all must die, you all must die. The demon god looked quite ferocious, but his mood was a little strange. He gnashed his teeth and seemed to be very angry. In addition, its body gradually turned red and warm, and emitted hot air, like a steam engine. Fuck, it's the boss is coming out. Look! Not only has the dungeon become abyssal, but the boss is also becoming abyssal. Its anger value is rapidly soaring, and it is about to enter a furious state. It's over, it's over. The dungeon has become more abyssal, the monsters have become more abyssal, and the boss has also appeared early. It seems like we are really doomed now. There were 7 or 8 second-year students here, who had originally planned to hide in the final location to avoid being besieged by other abyssal monsters. Unexpectedly, the dungeon boss emerged early, seemingly about to go berserk, instantly causing them to panic. The main reason is that they forgot a very important thing. After the copy becomes abyssal, even if the conditions for pulling out the copy boss are not met, the boss will run out in advance. Look, the boss is out, and they can't leave by crushing the teleportation jade pendant. Aren't they dead? Don't give up. Use lie. As long as we hide here and don't make any noise, the boss might not be able to find us. But there were still some students with clear minds who immediately reminded their classmates. That's right, let's hide. As long as we don't make any noise, we shouldn't be discovered. The second-year student who was reminded perked up and immediately used, lost, to hide the auras of the 8 of them. I have to say, this trick is quite effective. After the man used, lost, the boss didn't notice them. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, we have an assassin here, otherwise we would be finished this time. By the way, there seem to be a few people hiding outside the square, right? They don't seem to have any assassins there, so what should we do? Don't worry, as long as they're in hiding, it shouldn't be a big problem. That's right. Now that the dungeon has become an abyss, there are dangers everywhere. The safest thing to do is to hide. Anyway, we are all students of Imperial University. Our IQ is definitely not low. We all know how to deal with danger. We are not fools. How could we act so brazenly? However, before the man could finish his words, a burst of music so loud that it hurt his eardrums came from the air. Snowflakes are fluttering, the north wind is howling, and the world is vast. The 8 people were silenced on the spot. No, who's playing music here? I wonder if the dungeon has become abyssal now. Is this guy crazy? The 8 people stuck half of their heads out. Then, they saw Jilin wearing sunglasses, his hands in his pockets, flying in the air. Those cool headlights, oh no, those cool speakers, colorful, so cool, great sound quality, so loud. The 8 second grade students all recognized it, but they were all dumbfounded. Holy crap! Isn't that Jilin, the national #1 freshman? Is he crazy? Why is he playing music here? Yeah, what's going on? The boss is right in front of us. Does he want to die? I still have a question. That guy must be a freshman, right? Why did he end up in our sophomore dungeon? Monster name, Proud Demon Boss. Level 54. Original level 50. Boss has transformed into the abyss, is currently in a rage state, and is currently leveling up. HP 160,000. Spirit 150,000. Skills: Flying, Demonic Roar, Mace Smash. Reminder: the boss is becoming abyssal, and its rage value is rapidly rising. The rage value has reached 90%. Special note: when the boss's rage value reaches 100%, a special state will be activated, the Furious State. A level 50 boss, not bad. Jilin took off his sunglasses and nodded with satisfaction. He knew that after becoming abyssal, monsters, including dungeon bosses, would increase in level by 5 to 8. Then after completely becoming an abyss and entering the furious state, the level should be between 55 and 58. When the time comes to kill it, the experience points and the 400% explosion rate will be so cool. Damn human, you're too noisy, go to hell. The proud demon's attention was completely on Qilin. He let out a roar and swung his huge mace to attack Qilin. Not far away, the 8th second grade students were all terrified. Although they had heard of Qilin's deeds, including Qilin breaking the previous college entrance examination score record by 10 times, and speed running through the dungeon in 6 minutes yesterday, and thought Qilin should be very strong, they did not think that Qilin could deal with the proud demon god who was currently transforming into the abyss. After all, the arrogant demon god, who has been transformed into the abyss, has reached level 54, and his levels will even continue to increase. It is impossible for a freshman to deal with him. You're just a piece of trash who barely reached level 54 by relying on abyssal transformation. You dare to bark like a dog in front of me? Qilin's face showed no emotion, and he couldn't help but sneer. The next second, as Qilin's eyes slightly focused, a surging spiritual power instantly condensed into a giant telekinetic hand that was 20 or 30 meters wide. This time, Qilin was aiming for the 400% explosion rate, so he would not kill the proud demon god immediately. He would wait until the proud demon god was fully enraged before killing it. As for how to increase the arrogant demon's anger value from 90% to 100% and activate the furious state, that's easy. Isn't it enough to just slap him? Bang! The giant telekinetic hand slammed heavily on the face of the proud demon god. The heavy blow caused the air to tremble violently. 30,000. Well. The arrogant demon's face was knocked crooked, and his entire body flipped 2.5 times in the air before falling heavily to the ground. Bang! With a loud bang, the falling proud demon smashed the ground, causing it to explode and splashing a large amount of debris and dust. Not far away, the 8th second grade students were so shocked that their eyes were about to pop out of their heads. I didn't see it wrong? That freshman Qilin, he actually slapped the proud demon god away with just one slap. What do you mean by a slap? It's like condensing a giant telekinetic hand and slapping the proud demon god away with one slap, right? That's a huge difference. Yes, a telekinetic giant hand of that level. I'm afraid even the most powerful king of our imperial capital university, the most powerful telekinetic teacher, Mr. Zhu, might not be able to do it? That Qilin actually did it so easily. How strong is his mental power? Damn human, how dare you humiliate me? You're courting death. Boom. After receiving such a powerful blow, the proud demon god was completely enraged. As he roared to the sky, an extremely turbulent energy burst out of his body, which caused the ground within 100 meters around him to explode. The surging momentum formed a strong wind that swept away everything. What the hell is this? The 8th second grade students desperately clung to the stone tablet and were not blown away by the strong wind. But the funny thing is that one of them had his hair blown away. It turned out to be a wig. Please note, the boss has entered a furious state. His level, strength, and agility will increase significantly, and his danger factor will increase 5-fold. When Qilin saw the reminder, an excited smile immediately appeared on the corner of his mouth. Rage state, 400% burst rate. Here comes my brother. Chapter 76, Kill the Proud Demon in Seconds, Legendary Jade. Monster name, Proud Demon Boss Enraged. Level, 56 Original level, 50, Boss transforms into the abyss, enters a furious state, and level increases by 6 levels. HP, 180,000 180,000 Rage effect, damage delay for 3 minutes. Spirit, 170,000 170,000. Skills, Flying, Demonic Roar, Mace Smash. Reminder, the boss has entered a furious state, with strength and agility increased by 200%, and spirit increased by 20%. You are in an extremely dangerous place, please leave immediately. Not far away, the 8th second grade students saw the reminder and their faces changed drastically with fear. Fuck. Shit, the boss has completely transformed into the abyss, entered a rage state, and reached level 56. The boss is going berserk. This is the first time I've seen it. Isn't the aura that erupts terrifying? Of course, no matter how panicked they were, they really couldn't understand Qilin's actions just now and were quite confused. What's going on? That Qilin, he clearly has the ability to kill the boss quickly, so why didn't he just kill him directly? Instead, he used a slap to increase the boss's anger value. Now that the boss has entered a furious state, his strength has increased dramatically. I'm afraid he will be difficult to deal with. I don't know what he's doing. Does he have Scion genes? Does he like riding the waves? But riding the waves is a big taboo. What if he messes up? I'm afraid that even an ordinary level 60 warrior may not be able to defeat this arrogant demon after he activates his rage. Qilin still looked calm. Damage delay? Interesting. It was also the first time that Qilin saw the boss enter a furious state, which was a bit of an eye-opener. As for the damage delay effect obtained in the rage state, as a top student, he naturally knew what was going on. It's like when a person is extremely angry, their adrenaline surges, and their body becomes insensitive to pain for a short period of time. But Qilin felt that this damage delay was a bit useless. After all, it's just a delay, not damage reduction. In the face of extremely high levels of damage, this damage delay effect is almost useless. For example, if someone is in a rage and is hit with a fist, a stick, or even an iron rod, they may not feel much pain. But if a bullet is fired, they will still die. Damn it, human! This is what you get for angering me. The proud demon launched an attack. It roared and kicked hard with its feet. Bang! The ground exploded instantly, and it shot towards Qilin like a fired cannonball at an extremely fast speed. Not far away, the 8th second-year students were so frightened that their faces changed drastically. They had not expected that the arrogant demon god, with such a huge body, could be so flexible. Is this the power of increasing strength and agility by 200% under the rage state? They also didn't know whether Qilin could deal with the arrogant demon god who was now in a furious state. Once Qilin was killed, they would probably be doomed too. Go to hell! The proud demon god raised his huge mace and was about to smash it down on Qilin. There was no panic on Qilin's face, instead a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Why did he provoke the proud demon? The purpose is to activate the arrogant demon's furious state and obtain a 400% burst kill reward. Now the arrogant demon has entered a furious state, and it's time to start killing. So what if I'm in a rage? You're no match for my full-level mental strength. Qilin sneered. He raised his eyes and his gaze suddenly focused. Mental formatting. A terrifying mental force radiated out, and the proud demon's eyes instantly lost their light. Then, the proud demon god's body completely softened as if all his strength had been drained away. Bang! With a loud bang, the proud demon fell heavily to the ground and could not get up again. Proud demon, die! This scene stunned the 8th second grade students not far away. FFFF, am I seeing this right? This is an instant kill. One move to kill the boss in his enraged state. This is too exaggerated. If I'm reading correctly, then, that seems to be the mind obliterate that can only be unlocked by a level 70 telekineticist. How can a freshman like him be able to cast mind obliterate? Moreover, the mental damage of this mind obliterate is too high, right? I can't even see the damage display. In other words, his single-shot damage is over 2 million? Single-shot damage exceeds 2 million? 1 defa. Special condition achieved. Kill the dungeon boss with a special status activated, gained a 400% bonus to the drop rate. Loot being cleared. Here it comes, it's finally here. After killing the undead sword master last time and gaining a 400% explosion rate increase, Qilin was so happy to gain it again this time. Especially this time is different from last time. Last time, almost half of the spoils were shared with junior sister, but this time he kept it all for himself. Enjoying it all for himself, that's a completely different way of saying it. So Qilin is quite looking forward to it. What can this 400% explosion rate bring out? Is it possible to get legendary treasures? Kill the proud demon leader, experience plus 160,000. Obtained equipment, Demon God's Mace top quality 1, Demon God's Wristband left top quality 1, Demon God's Wristband right top quality 1. Obtained special item, Demonic Power legendary 1. Hiss, legendary. Another legendary special item dropped. This luck is too good. Qilin was extremely excited, and he quickly clicked on the detailed description of the power of the demon. Item name, Demonic Power. Type, Special Props. Effect description, after absorption, strength is permanently increased by 60. It turns out this is something that adds strength. Qilin nodded secretly. He felt that this, power of the demon god, was pretty good. The permanent plus 60 strength increase could increase his strength by several levels at once. Qilin clicked on the detailed description of the two Demon God wristbands. Equipment name: Demon Wristband Left Top Grade. Type: Accessories. Equipment level: 30. Equipment requirements: none. Effect description: after equipping, strength plus 40. Oh. It also increases strength? This made Qilin a little surprised. The Demon God wristbands come in a pair, so obviously their effects are the same, which means they both increase strength. This means that, except for the weapon of the Proud Demon, the other three items with a 400% chance of explosion all increase strength. Is it because the boss has entered a furious state? Qilin thought it should be. When he killed the undead sword master before, he said that the things that dropped all had the word undead in them, which means that 400% of the things that dropped were related to the special state activated by the boss. Qilin didn't think too much about it. After all, since his mental power was infinite, he had already decided to develop in all directions. It would be a good idea to greatly enhance his strength this time. You have cleared the dungeon Demon's Ruin City in 10 minutes and 33 seconds, setting a new record in earning an SS rating. Reward: Gold Treasure Box 1. A golden treasure chest? I wonder what goodies will be revealed this time. Qilin rubbed his hands and opened the golden treasure chest. Obtained item: Legendary Jade Legendary 1. Hiss. Qilin's eyes suddenly lit up. It turned out to be a legendary gem. I'm going to be rich this time. Chapter 77, The Legendary Sword God Shuttle. It appears just as it is said? As a top student, Qilin naturally knew that items with the word Baoyu were all god-level props for upgrading equipment. To be precise, it is an upgrade. The level of the equipment can be upgraded to the corresponding level according to the level of the gems. For example, rare level gems can upgrade equipment to rare level. Top grade gems can upgrade equipment to top grade level. Then naturally, this legendary gem in front of you can upgrade your equipment to the legendary level and to silver quality. Item name: Legendary Jade Legend. Type: Special Props. Effect description: equipment upgrade, can upgrade rare top grade equipment to legendary level. It is true. After Qilin finished reading the detailed description of the legendary jade, he nodded with satisfaction. He actually had equipment that needed to be upgraded, so he was quite satisfied with the legendary gems that he found in the golden treasure chest this time. That's right, the weapon he wants to upgrade is his most commonly used weapon now, the sky-piercing shield. Although the sky-piercing shield is very useful, as Qilin becomes stronger, the 81 flying knives can no longer keep up with the strength. By upgrading the legendary gem to the legendary level and silver quality, the number of flying knives that can be divided will definitely be greatly increased. In addition, the lethality and functionality will be greatly improved. Qilin didn't hesitate at all and immediately used the legendary jade to upgrade the sky-piercing shield. Qilin is not a person who forgets his roots. Cit Undone was his original partner. Now that he has become successful, he must share the happiness with Cit Undone. Do you choose to use legendary gem to upgrade this equipment? No? Definitely. Ding. As Qilin chose to upgrade, the sky-piercing shield emitted a dazzling light. Immediately afterwards, the sky-piercing shield began to change. It changed from its original shape similar to a skateboard shield to a giant sword. Damn it! Qilin was shocked at that time. It's actually a sword. A real sword. Equipment name: Sword God Shuttle Legend. Type: Weapon. Equipment level: 30. Equipment requirements: Spirit value 500 plus. Effect description: telekinetic weapon, capable of both attack and defense. Attack forms include Divine Sword form. Sword God Shuttle? Qilin took a breath and became a little uneasy when he saw the name. Apart from anything else, this name fits his aesthetic taste and is quite cool. As for its power, there is naturally no need to say more. Since it has been upgraded from rare level to legendary level, it must have been greatly improved in all aspects. First of all, in terms of offense and defense, the attack power and defense power have been improved by several levels. Then came the thing that Qilin was most concerned about, the separate attacks. The number of flying knives. No, it should be said that the number of flying swords had also increased significantly. A maximum of 999 flying swords can be divided. Moreover, unlike the small flying knives released by the sky-piercing shield, the flying swords released by the Sword God Shuttle can also change size. After those flying swords were separated, they could all become the size of ordinary long swords. I have to say, this seems like a small change, but for Qilin, it is a big surprise. It was very obvious that from then on, Qilin's mind control of objects changed from controlling small flying knives to controlling swords. This simply fulfilled Qilin's dream of becoming a sword immortal, so he was very satisfied with this wave of upgrades to the Sky Shield. Just imagine, by then his proficiency in controlling objects with mind will be high enough to control 999 swords at a time. What is this called? Isn't this a bankrupt version of Wanjian Guizhong? It's so handsome. Of course, the wish is good, but considering that he has only been a telekinetic master for 7 or 8 days and his proficiency is not enough, if he wants to control 999 flying swords, he still needs to practice more and kill more monsters. As for the other things obtained from killing the proud demon this time, namely the demon power that can increase strength and the demon wristband, he equipped them all. After absorbing the power of the demon and equipping 2 demon wristbands, one on the left and one on the right, Qilin's strength value was greatly improved. The updated information panel is as follows. Name, Qilin. Occupation, telekinesis. Level, 3476.99%. Strength, 165 plus 80 equipment bonus. Agility, 100 plus 50 equipment bonus. Spirit. Constitution, 130. Skills, mental shock, mind control, mental formatting, hypnosis, iron body, telekinesis, spider sense, abyss holy eye, divine flame burning heaven, telekinetic barrier. Qilin nodded secretly. He felt that after this wave of strengthening, in terms of strength value alone, he might not be inferior to an ordinary level 60 strongman. Of course, this does not include players who spend money. At this time, since Qilin had killed the copy boss, the proud demon god, the copy gradually returned to normal, and the blood-red sky turned back into clear blue sky and white clouds. At the same time, as you clear the dungeon, portals will appear one after another. Oh shit, it's a portal, the portal appeared. Not far away, the 8 second-year students were still immersed in the shock of Qilin's instant kill of the boss, until a portal appeared in front of them, and they suddenly came to their senses. There is no doubt that these 8 second-grade students were extremely excited, and some even had tears in their eyes. It really is a portal. Great. We can get out. We can get out. Ah, it really is God's blessing. I had a 1 in 10,000 chance of encountering the abyss-level dungeon, and I actually survived. I managed to survive. God bless you? Well, although I feel lucky, but the fact that we were able to survive and leave the dungeon safely is all thanks to that freshman, junior brother Qilin. If he hadn't killed the abyssal dungeon boss, we wouldn't be able to leave the dungeon at all, right? As they spoke, the second-year students seemed to be worried that something else might happen. They didn't dare to delay any longer and entered the portal and left. Not far away, Qilin felt that it was about time, so he walked into the portal and left the copy. Outside the copy. Principal Hong, what's the situation? At this time, a handsome figure flew over with a long sword. That was none other than the most powerful leader of the Imperial Capital University, Zhu Shishun. It's Teacher Zhu is here. Many students at the scene recognized Zhu Shishun, and they all made way for him to come in on his sword. Huh? That's weird. Wasn't Mr. Zhu stepping on 2 swords before? Why is he only stepping on 1 sword now? Has his style changed? That's true. Besides, wasn't he standing with his hands behind his back before? Why is he standing with his hands in his pockets now? Why do I feel that Teacher Zhu's posture is somewhat familiar? I feel like I've seen it somewhere. Many students around noticed the highlights and discussed it in low voices. Zhu Shishun quickly took his hands out of his trouser pockets, and he stood with his head held high and his chest puffed out again, with his hands behind his back. Hong Jin glanced at Zhu Shishun and said truthfully, the dungeon has completely turned into an abyss, and there are nearly 100 students trapped inside. But fortunately, Qilin is also in there. With him, the situation may be much more optimistic. Student Qilin is in there, right? Then I think there's no problem. Zhu Shishun was as calm as an old dog. He expressed his opinion, I guess in a while, Qilin will be able to fight his way through the dungeon and come out with the other students. He's not exaggerating. He had already witnessed Qilin's strength during the morning class. He wasn't sure if he was invincible, but at least he felt that this level 30 dungeon, which had been deepened by 5 to 8 levels, wouldn't cause any trouble for Qilin at all. Even if the boss can reach level 50 after becoming an abyss, it will probably only take a few rounds for him to defeat Qilin. So, what are you worried about? He'll be able to come out in a while? This. Teacher Zhu, I know Qi Lin is your student, but aren't you overthinking things? Qi Lin does have great potential and is quite capable of handling the abyssal transformation of the dungeon, but he's only been in there for a few minutes? No matter how fast he goes, it's impossible. Hong Jin felt that Zhu Shishun was taking it for granted. He shook his head and was about to refute Zhu Shishun's point of view. However, before he could finish his words, the portal to the copy in front of him suddenly opened wide, and students were teleported out one after another. Among them was Qi Lin, who was wearing sunglasses and had his hands in his pockets. Hong Jin was choked before he could finish his words. No, it will come out just by saying it. Is it that effective? Chapter 78 Legendary Telekinetic Skill, Telekinetic Pulse. See, I was right, wasn't I? Zhu Shishun spread his hands and put them away. Hong Jin was speechless for a moment. He felt quite unbelievable. To be honest, Qi Lin thought that it was possible for him to kill the abyssal dungeon boss and lead a group of students back safely. But the problem is, he learned from the girl in the student union that Qi Lin had just entered, and even if he was fast, it would take him nearly half an hour to get through, right? This is also the reason why he urgently contacted the principal and the 4 guardians of the Imperial Capital University. The copy has become abyssal. Every extra minute may cause incalculable casualties. We must race against time. However, the situation was beyond his expectations. In just a few minutes, Qi Lin cleared the dungeon. Or is it a copy after the abyss? This mud horse. He silently sent messages to 5 contacts. The matter has been resolved. There is no need to rush. Over there, the sophomores cheered and celebrated excitedly when they found out they had returned safely. We're out, we're really out, hooray! Woo, I thought I was going to die just now, but suddenly the portal opened. I'm so lucky. It's so great to be alive. In addition to the sophomores who came out and cheered, many students around them also rushed out excitedly. Honey, I'm so glad you're okay. I was so worried something might have happened to you. Brother, are you okay? Are you all right? I just heard something went wrong in the dungeon, and I was so worried. Good boy, you've turned a bad situation into a good one this time. Let's go to the internet cafe and celebrate all night. Many people at the scene cried with joy, and some even cried loudly. At this time, Principal Hong Jin came up and asked the sophomores closest to him, didn't the dungeon just turn into an abyss? How did you get out so quickly? It was also a coincidence that the sophomore students closest to Hong Jin happened to be the 8 people who had witnessed Qi Lin instantly kill the proud demon god at the Demon God Square. Ah, it's the principal. Actually, we were able to get out of the dungeon so quickly thanks to junior brother Qi Lin. One of them explained, not long after the dungeon became abyssal, junior brother Qi Lin had already reached the final location and easily killed the abyssal dungeon boss. That's why we were able to get out of the dungeon so quickly. These words were heard by the other sophomores who had just come out of the dungeon. Many of them showed expressions of sudden enlightenment and surprise. Hiss. So that's how it is. No wonder we were able to leave the dungeon safely. It turns out that classmate Qi Lin killed the dungeon boss in seconds. Holy crap, did I hear that right? Instant kill? Qi Lin actually killed the abyssal dungeon boss in seconds? Is he that strong? So it was junior brother Qi Lin who saved us. I'm so grateful to him. I will definitely remember this kindness in my heart. Instant kill? Is that so exaggerated? Hong Jin was also a little shocked. In fact, he could probably guess that this was related to Qi Lin, but he didn't expect that Qi Lin could kill the abyss-transformed copy boss in seconds. That should be at least level 50, right? Instant kill? Hong Jin was a little shocked. Even though he knew from Qi Lin's college entrance examination results and the report from Yen Gang, the head teacher of Class 1, Grade 0, that Qi Lin was very strong, far superior to his classmates. But he didn't expect Qi Lin to be so strong that he could kill a dungeon boss over level 50 with special status in seconds. He's clearly just a freshman, but this is simply horrifying. Hong Jin walked up to Qi Lin and patted him on the shoulder. Student Qi Lin, you are giving me more and more surprises. After saying that, he turned around and faced the other students present. Dear students, the students who entered the dungeon this time were able to turn danger into safety because of Qi Lin's efforts to turn the tide. He single-handedly killed the abyssal dungeon boss and ultimately saved the other students in the dungeon. Hiss. So it was Qi Lin who resolved the abyssal crisis of this dungeon? He actually killed the abyssal dungeon boss single-handedly? Isn't that too powerful? That's really powerful. From what I know, this abyssal dungeon boss should be over level 50. The fact that he was able to kill it so easily is enough to show how powerful Qi Lin is. He might even be stronger than us ordinary juniors and seniors. After Hong Jin's explanation, the other students at the scene also understood the situation and showed surprised expressions. So, let's give a big round of applause to Qi Lin, the biggest contributor to this event. Pa. Junior brother Qi Lin, you are awesome. Junior brother Qi Lin, you are the most handsome. I am worthy of your love. There was immediate applause and cheers at the scene, as well as praise for Qi Lin. Principal, I've made such a great contribution to the school this time. Besides these compliments, shouldn't I also receive some practical rewards? However, having lived 2 lives, Qi Lin was very shrewd and would not miss this opportunity to benefit himself, so he approached and said in a sly manner. Hong Jin was convinced. He felt more and more that Qi Lin was not some 18 or 19-year-old kid, but a veteran who was more savvy than him. In the end, Hong Jin asked Qi Lin to go with him to the principal's office. Hong Jin sat down and said, "Don't worry, Qi Lin. You have made such a great contribution this time, so you will definitely be rewarded. First of all, I will get you a commendation from the whole school." Principal, let's forget about all this formality. Just be practical and give me some high-level equipment, skill books, or even just cash. Wouldn't that be simpler? Qi Lin smiled and made a gesture that all dragon people would make, rubbing his thumb and index finger. Ahem, Qi Lin, don't be anxious. There will definitely be substantial rewards. Hong Jin had also begun to get used to Qi Lin's sophisticated style. He coughed twice and said, "How about this, when you go to the skill library, as a reward for saving so many classmates this time, you can pick any skill book you want." Hiss. Qi Lin suddenly became a little uneasy. Whatever? You mean, any level of skill book is fine? Legendary level is also fine? The reason why Qi Lin was so excited was that he had been to the school's equipment library and skill library in the past 2 days and found that those high-level equipment and high-level skill books were ridiculously expensive. At his current level, he has no interest in high-level or rare equipment and skill books. It has to be at least purple quality, that is, top-grade equipment and skill books. But the credits required to obtain top-grade equipment and top-grade skill books are too exaggerated, requiring more than 100,000 credits. As for the legendary ones, there is no need to mention them. He can't afford it, right? And now, Hong Jin allows him to have whatever he wants, he is going to be rich. Hong Jin nodded. Legendary level is also fine, but it must be what you need. Hong Jin is not a stingy person. He thinks Qi Lin has made such a great contribution this time, and he also sees from this incident that Qi Lin's potential and strength are far beyond imagination. Giving him a better reward is very appropriate, both from the perspective of reward and from the perspective of cultivating a super newcomer. Legendary level is also okay? That's fine, Principal, please don't regret it. Qi Lin's face was filled with joy. He clearly had an idea in mind. He said with a firm look in his eyes, "I want a legendary skill book." What? The most powerful telekinetic skill book in Imperial University, Telekinetic Pulse. Chapter 79. What is the strongest? This is the strongest. Telekinetic Pulse? When Hong Jin heard this, he became a little uneasy. Student Qi Lin, are you sure? The learning requirements for Telekinesis Pulse are very high. It seems that the spirit value must be above 800. That is the most advanced telekinetic skill that even the strongest telekinetic master of our Imperial Capital University, Teacher Zhu, can't learn. Sure. Qi Lin said seriously, that's the skill I want to learn the most. As for the learning requirements, don't worry, Principal. My spirit value is above 800, so I can learn it. In fact, when Qi Lin browsed the skill library these 2 days, he had already locked in Telekinesis Pulse as a skill he must learn. However, Telekinesis Pulse is a legendary skill book, and the credits required are over 1 million, which he currently does not have enough. Now that Hong Jin has given him a chance to choose anything, he will definitely choose Telekinesis Pulse. Hiss. Your spirit value is over 800? That's so exaggerated? Hong Jin took a breath and was even more surprised. He knew that Qi Lin's mental strength was very strong, but he didn't expect it to be this strong. Lin scratched his head, revealing a look that was a bit shy, a bit silly, and a bit embarrassed. Actually, I don't know why my spirit value is so high. Maybe it's innate. He didn't intend to tell anyone else the secret of his infinite mental power, so at this time, he had to pretend to be stupid and act innocent. Alright then. Hong Jin nodded and sent a message to a contact. I've already said hello to Teacher Deng from the skill library. Now go over and get that copy of Telekinesis Pulse. Okay, Principal. Lin was overjoyed. After he finished speaking, he turned around and was about to leave. By the way, Lin, your level should have reached level 30 now, right? Hong Jin asked. Yes, Principal. Now my level has reached 34. Lin nodded. What's wrong? Level 34? Hong Jin smacked his lips and thought for a moment. Student Lin, after you go to the skill library, come back to the principal's office. Lin was slightly stunned. He was wondering if Hong Jin had anything else to do, so he nodded. Okay, Principal. After saying that, Lin left the principal's office. Seeing that Lin had left, Hong Jin dialed a number. After the call was connected, he said, Lieutenant Colonel Liu, you are almost there, right? You really guessed right. Lin's spirit value is very high, even reaching over 800. So, this time, you have the right person. After a while, Lin arrived at the skill library of Imperial Capital University. Student Lin, you're here. Teacher Deng, the manager of the skill library, had been waiting for Lin since Hong Jin had greeted her. Seeing Lin coming, she came forward and said, Principal Hong has already told me that the telekinesis pulse you requested is on the table. Lin looked in the direction Teacher Deng pointed, and sure enough, he saw a box on the desk at the front desk. Okay, thank you, Teacher Deng. Lin nodded and walked to the front desk. Lin opened the wooden box and found a skill book inside. Teacher Deng watched Lin pick up the skill book. She hesitated for a moment before saying, well, Lin, I know you want to learn some powerful telekinetic skills, but the skill, telekinesis pulse, is very difficult to learn and requires a mental value of over 800. Are you sure you want to learn it? Teacher Deng, don't worry. My spirit value is above 800, so it's no problem for me to learn it. Lin smiled slightly, and then opened the skill book. Item name, Telekinesis Pulse. Type, Skill Book. Learning level, 30. Learning requirements, Telekinesis Profession, Spirit Value 800+. Effect description, Telekinetic Explosion Skill. The specific explosion power, including explosion damage and explosion range, depends on the caster's mental strength and skill proficiency. Reminder, this skill is quite difficult to learn. Even if you meet the learning requirements, there is still a high probability of failure. Do you choose to continue learning? Choose to continue learning. Lin didn't even think about it. When he was browsing the skill library earlier, he had already considered telekinesis pulse as a skill that he must obtain. Not to mention his infinite mental power, he can easily learn any telekinetic skills. Even if he is not one, there is a certain probability of failure in learning, but he must learn. The main reason is that the skill, telekinetic pulse, is so in line with his aesthetic taste. It is extremely easy to use and has a very high level of quality. It's a must-learn skill. As Lin began to learn, the skill scroll turned into a string of special glowing characters and entered his forehead. Teacher Deng next to him showed a surprised expression. The skill scroll turns into characters, which means that the learning is successful. In other words, her initial thought that Lin's mental value might not be enough was wrong. The mental value of this freshman in front of her was really above 800. This made her a little unbelievable. How could this child's mental strength be so strong? Even if he's a telekineticist, whose mental attributes are stronger than other professions, it's impossible for him to reach such an exaggerated level at his age. Lin finally understood. He opened his eyes, and an excited smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He is already a little eager to try it. When he read novels in his previous life, he always saw some exaggerated book titles. For example, something that makes you explode at the first sight, cough cough cough. No, that's not the right channel. It should be a star-blasting punch. He felt that it was still a little bit lacking. Now that he has mastered the telekinetic pulse, his mental power is infinite. As long as his proficiency is improved, he can even explode a star with just a thought. What is the strongest? This is the strongest. Of course, it is definitely impossible to do it at this stage when you have just realized it, but when the time comes to go to a dungeon and encounter monsters, it will be quite cool to kill them with just a thought. Since he had successfully understood, Shilin said goodbye to teacher Deng and left. Shilin did not forget what Hong Jin had said before, so after leaving the skill library, he returned to the principal's office. As soon as he walked in, he saw two men with tough faces and strong bodies in the principal's office. It seems like things are a little off lately. Shilin, you're finally back. When Hong Jin saw Shilin come in, he quickly got up from the sofa. Yes, principal, I've finished my studies. Why did you ask me to come back? Is there something wrong? Shilin nodded and looked at the other two men sitting on the sofa. The two men were both around 33 or 34 years old, with dark skin from being exposed to the sun too much. Both of them gave off a serious and majestic vibe. In addition, both of them were wearing military uniforms with stars on their shoulders. Shilin narrowed his eyes. He could naturally see that the two men were from the military. Chapter 80. No, you call this knowing a little? Oh, there must be something going on for you to come back. But before that, let me introduce you first. Hong Jin smiled and introduced Shilin to the two people sitting on the sofa opposite. This is Lieutenant Colonel Liu, and this is Lieutenant Colonel Chen. They are both military personnel. When Hong Jin introduced them, the two tough-looking men stood up and nodded politely to Shilin. It turned out to be someone from the military. Shilin narrowed his eyes slightly. He was a little curious, what were these two military personnel doing at the Imperial Capital University? They all came to me to find you. Looking for me? Hearing this, Shilin was a little stunned. He clearly didn't know the two people and had no contact with the military. Why did they send two lieutenant colonels to find him? Could something bad happen? Shilin's eyes narrowed slightly, and he activated the Holy Eyes of the Abyss, intending to take a look at the situation of these two people. One is a fire mage. Occupation, fire mage. Level 55. Strength, 122 plus 30 equipment bonus. Agility, 128 plus 40 equipment bonus. Spirit, 121 plus 20 equipment bonus. Skills, Flame Release, Fire Whip. Equipment, Flame Ring Top Grade, Red Flame Staff Top Grade, Flying Wings Top Grade. The other is the Berserker. Occupation, Berserker. Level 54. Strength, 130 plus 40 equipment bonus. Agility, 129 plus 40 equipment bonus. Spirit, 122 plus 30 equipment bonus. Skills, Berserk, Bloodthirst, Whirlwind. Equipment, Berserk Axe Top Quality, Heavy Armor Top Quality, Flying Wings Top Quality. Fortunately, it's not too strong. In addition, Shilin discovered that his basic value of level 34 was actually not lower than the other two's basic values of 54, 55, and 55. Even in terms of strength, he is stronger than the other two. Of course, this was because he had previously absorbed the power of the demon and equipped the demon wristband, which greatly increased his strength. After this wave, Shilin finally realized that neither of them seemed to be a pay-to-win player. Well, that's normal. Previously, when he looked at Su Qingyu and the former national top scorer, Zhou Feng, a junior, he began to doubt his life. Perhaps because of the comparison between Su Qingyu and Zhou Feng, Shilin felt that Lieutenant Colonel Liu and Lieutenant Colonel Chen in front of him were just average, even though their equipment were of purple quality and top grade. The main reason is that Shilin now also has legendary equipment, and more than one. Compared with the two of them, he is more like a Krypton Gold player. So you are Shilin, the student who broke all the records in previous years in this year's college entrance examination. We have heard of Shilin's reputation for a long time. Seeing him today, I can see that he is indeed a very talented person. As Shilin was thinking, one of them came up with a bright smile and was very enthusiastic. Shilin suddenly felt that Lieutenant Colonel Liu was much more pleasing to the eye. Wow, look at how good he is at talking. Her little mouth looks like it's been smeared with honey. You deserve to be a lieutenant colonel. You are too kind, Lieutenant Colonel Liu. I think Lieutenant Colonel Liu is quite majestic and extraordinary. Shilin chuckled. What is emotional intelligence? When someone praises you, you have to praise them back. This is called mutual praise in business. Ahem, this is called giving each other face. Lieutenant Colonel Liu seemed to be amused by Shilin. He smiled and was about to say something, but at this time, another person, Lieutenant Colonel Chen, walked up. Student Qilin, I just heard Principal Hong say that your spirit value is over 800 and your level is over 30. Is this true? Lieutenant Colonel Chen is not as polite and courteous as Lieutenant Colonel Liu. He is much more direct. Yes, please. Qilin nodded. He was just about to ask Lieutenant Colonel Chen why he asked him about this situation and why the two of them came to see him. Really? Then please, Qilin, take my punch. However, before Qilin could finish his words, Lieutenant Colonel Chen had already raised his fist and punched Qilin. Qilin was shocked at that time. No, they started fighting after just a few words? He suddenly felt that Lieutenant Colonel Chen was not very pleasing to the eye. You deserve to be a lieutenant colonel. But Qilin was not panicked at all. Although Lieutenant Colonel Chen had reached level 54 and looked quite strong, he actually posed no threat to him at all. Even in terms of strength, Lieutenant Colonel Chen is not as good as him. Even if Qilin didn't use his telekinetic skills, he could still defeat Lieutenant Colonel Chen with brute force alone. Oh yes, it's a good time to test it out. Qilin seemed to have come up with some interesting idea, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Okay, Lieutenant Colonel Chen, I'm sorry for the offense. Qilin didn't put on any unnecessary airs and hit back at Colonel Chen with the same punch. His idea was simple. Not long ago, his strength had received a significant boost, but he hadn't yet tested its full potential. Now that Lieutenant Colonel Chen was deliberately punching him, wasn't this exactly what he wanted? Anyway, Lieutenant Colonel Chen's strength is no match for his, so let's see how powerful his punch is. When Lieutenant Colonel Chen saw that Qilin did not use his telekinetic skills to deal with him, but instead simply and roughly fought him, he couldn't help but laugh, wondering if Qilin was a little dazzled by his reputation as a super genius. He is obviously a telekinetic master, and his level is far inferior to his, but he is fighting against him, a berserker? Isn't this asking for trouble? Lieutenant Colonel Chen sneered in his heart. Although he needed Qilin's help this time, he didn't want to let him go on purpose. He felt that Qilin was so arrogant. As a senior, it would be good for him to teach young people like Qilin, to frustrate Qilin and let Qilin sound the alarm. At that moment, Qilin's fist and Lieutenant Colonel Chen's fist collided heavily. Bang! The air trembled violently. Then, something happened that Hong Jin and Colonel Liu had never expected. Ah! Lieutenant Colonel Chen screamed and was blown away. In the end, Lieutenant Colonel Chen's back hit the wall hard, causing many cracks in the wall and even making it dent a little. Hong Jin and Lieutenant Colonel Liu were both dumbfounded. Just now, when the two of them saw Qilin about to fight with Colonel Chen, they were also confused and felt that Qilin was a little too arrogant. But what they didn't expect was that Qilin, a telekinesis master who was 20 levels lower than him and not good at physical combat, could actually knock the berserker Lieutenant Colonel Chen away by just punching. This is totally off the mark. Over there, Lieutenant Colonel Chen was also dumbfounded. His face was filled with disbelief, and he couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. How could this be? I'm a berserker, and I was knocked away by a telekineticist who's 20 levels weaker than me with just one punch? Hiss. Is my punch so powerful now? Qilin was also shocked by the power of his punch. Even though he knew that after that wave of strength enhancement, his basic value of strength was higher than that of Lieutenant Colonel Chen, he was still shocked when he knocked Lieutenant Colonel Chen away with one punch. Since it was just a simple punch and both sides stopped fighting after a certain amount of time, Lieutenant Colonel Chen was naturally not injured. However, Qilin's punch still made him question his life. He walked back with an expression of disbelief, as if he had lost his soul. Qilin, why is your strength so strong? You can actually. Lieutenant Colonel Chen asked his doubts. Well, Qilin was also very smart. He would definitely not tell Colonel Chen that his strength had been greatly improved by clearing the dungeon before. The more times like this happen, the more you have to pretend to be stupid. Although I'm a telekineticist, I also know a thing or two about punches and kicks. As for strength, it's probably innate, a little stronger than an average person. Qilin said shyly. When Lieutenant Colonel Chen heard this, he could no longer hold back. No, you, a level 30 plus telekineticist, knocked me, a level 50 plus berserker, away with one punch. You call this knowing a little? You call this a little bit stronger? Chapter 81, Level 48 Special Copy, The Extremely Cold Forest Island. Ahem, Lieutenant Colonel Chen, I told you before that Qilin's mental strength is very strong, and his mental value must be above 800. You still want to try, you will make a fool of yourself. Lieutenant Colonel Lu coughed twice and came out. He was responsible for smoothing things over and changing the subject. He looked at Qilin and said, "Student Qilin, Lieutenant Colonel Chen and I came to see you this time because we have something important that we would like you to help us with." "What is it?" Qilin asked. "Let me tell you about this." Hong Jin also came up. "Student Qilin, you should know why monsters are rampant on our blue star, as well as the origins of secret realms and dungeons, right?" "I know." Qilin nodded. In fact, the origins of the monsters rampaging on Blue Star and the secret realms and dungeons are all explained in primary and secondary school textbooks. The original Blue Star also respected martial arts and there were occasional frictions between countries, but it was generally peaceful. Until one day, the Blue Star was invaded by all races. All kinds of terrible monsters descended, and the human race faced an unprecedented crisis. One day later, for unknown reasons, the world and the game merged into a digital form, and humans were able to awaken various professions. Their combat power increased significantly, and they were finally able to barely resist the invading races. This has always been a mystery. Some say that the blue planet has a powerful guardian spirit, and it is the result of the guardian spirit protecting humans. Others say that the blue planet has its own will, and it was the blue planet that did it. In short, there are various opinions. As for the secret realm, it is actually a special channel for monsters from all races to invade the Earth. As for the copy, its predecessor is actually the secret realm. Under the effect of datization, those secret realms that have been broken through by humans will become copies for human adventurers to gain experience, kill monsters, level up, and improve their strength. The difference between a secret realm and a copy is that one is uncontrollable and the other is controllable. Monsters in the dungeon cannot leave and can only move around in the dungeon. However, once the monsters in the secret realm break through the defense line, they will descend into the real world and bring unprecedented disasters to the places where humans live. According to Qilin, there are still many secret realms in Blue Star that have not been conquered. The unconquered secret realms were of extremely high levels, far superior to those found in public dungeons. Therefore, even the strongest warriors on Blue Star's strongest tier found it difficult to conquer them. Many top warriors died in these secret realms every year. Since you know this, I'll skip some unnecessary explanations and just tell you the situation directly. Hong Jin nodded and continued, "Actually, Lieutenant Colonel Lu and Lieutenant Colonel Chen came to you this time because they wanted you to help them clear a special dungeon." "Special copy?" Qilin was stunned. "Yes, it's a high difficulty dungeon that hasn't been cleared for a long time after it was conquered, and few people even enter it. It's about to become a secret realm." Hong Jin nodded. "A high difficulty dungeon that's about to degenerate back into a secret realm?" Qilin was stunned again. As a top student, he naturally knew that there was a rule for all dungeons: if a dungeon was conquered and no adventurer entered to brush it for a long time, and if no adventurer cleared it again for a long time, then the dungeon would be unsealed and degenerate into an uncontrolled secret realm. Therefore, no matter what type or level of the copy, there must be adventurers constantly brushing and clearing the copy to make it stable. "Principal, how difficult is the high difficulty copy you mentioned?" Qilin's expression turned serious. "What's the level of this dungeon?" His biggest interest now is to clear high-level copies. If the military has a high-level enough copy, he doesn't mind helping. "Level 48. Hiss. When Qilin heard this, he suddenly became a little uneasy. You know, the highest level dungeon he had previously cleared, Abyss Dragon Cave, was only level 38. Now the copy that the military wants him to help with has reached level 48, which is 10 levels higher. It's only 2 levels away from the level 50 copy. But after 2 seconds of excitement, Qilin calmed down. Principal, can I ask why? This level 48 dungeon isn't easy, but it's not that difficult either. Why did Lieutenant Colonel Lu and Lieutenant Colonel Chen come all the way to Imperial Capital University to ask for my help?" Qilin asked doubtfully. It really can't be blamed for being suspicious. With the military's power, it is not difficult to find an expert to help them clear the dungeon. Even the military itself has no shortage of strong men. Strong men above level 70 or even level 80 can be easily brought over. Instead of asking the strong people inside to solve the problem, they came to the Imperial Capital University to find him, a freshman. Who would believe that there was nothing fishy? Of course there is a reason for this. Hong Jin paused and explained, "You shouldn't have forgotten what Lieutenant Colonel Lu said just now, right? The helper they're looking for this time is quite special. He must be a telekinetic user with a spirit stat of over 800 and a strength of over 30. Why? Shi Lin was stunned. Because the dungeon that Lieutenant Colonel Liu and Lieutenant Colonel Chen are going to, Extremely Frost Forest Island, is a cold environment with temperatures dozens of degrees below zero, and environmental damage occurs at all times. Hong Jin explained, plus, apart from the landing point and the final destination, which are land, the rest of the area is ocean, with almost no standing places. This requires adventurers in the team to have the ability to fly and full encirclement defense skills. And the only professions capable of flying and all-around defense are holy elves and psychics. Hong Jin paused and continued, but the distance to the Extreme Frost Forest Island is over 3,000 kilometers, and the flight along the way takes quite a while. This requires the person carrying out all-around defense to have sufficiently long-lasting skills. In this case, the holy elves will be eliminated. This is because the Holy Elves' defensive skill, Holy Guard, is a large-scale defensive skill that consumes a lot of physical strength, making it difficult to carry out long-term all-round defense. As for the telepath, the telekinetic barrier, unlocked by level 30 telepaths, provides all-around defense. It's a standard skill, and its cost is lower than the Holy Elves' Holy Defense. However, considering the distance of over 3,000 kilometers, the long endurance required would require extremely strong mental strength, so the mental value must be above 800. At this point, Hong Jin breathed a sigh of relief. This is also the reason why Lieutenant Colonel Liu and Lieutenant Colonel Chen came here specifically to ask for your help, Shi Lin. I see. Shi Lin nodded. Beside them, Lieutenant Colonel Liu and Lieutenant Colonel Chen looked at each other. Shi Lin, can you help us? Colonel Liu asked, a little nervous. Shi Lin thought for a moment and said, I can help you, but I have a request. Require? Lieutenant Colonel Liu was stunned at first, then he seemed to be prepared. He smiled and said, Don't worry, Shi Lin. Our military will not let you go in vain. After you complete the mission, there will be. I'm not talking about the reward. Shi Lin interrupted. Then may I ask what your request is, Shi Lin? Lieutenant Colonel Liu was a little confused. You asked me to help you mainly because you wanted me to assist you and act as your bodyguard, right? But I don't want that. Shi Lin said seriously, my request is very simple. I have to clear the dungeon and kill the monsters. You can't steal my monsters, not even an ordinary one. Lieutenant Colonel Liu and Lieutenant Colonel Chen were both a little confused. Even Hong Jin couldn't hold it in any longer. Stealing monsters? This. In fact, Shi Lin still had the same idea as before. A high-level copy means that the higher the level of the monster, the higher the experience value after killing it. It's a rare opportunity to visit a level 48 high-level dungeon. How much experience do the monsters in the dungeon give you? How rich are the rewards for killing them? Then he must kill as many people as possible. There is no way to let him be a support. He either doesn't take action, or if he does, he has to do it all. It's his fault. The experience points are also his. All is his. Is this, like this? Lieutenant Colonel Liu was still a little skeptical. Student Shi Lin, I know you're very strong, but that's a level 48 dungeon, and the levels of the monsters inside. Don't worry about Lieutenant Colonel Liu. Shi Lin is quite strong in combat. He just killed a nearly level 60 boss in 1 second. Hong Jin explained. Hiss. When these words were spoken, Lieutenant Colonel Liu and Lieutenant Colonel Chen both gasped in shock. Just killed a boss close to level 60 in seconds? Is it that exaggerated? The two knew that Shi Lin was very strong, but they didn't expect Shi Lin to be this strong. This boss is close to level 60. Let alone killing it in 1 second, even if they join forces, they may not be able to defeat it. Lieutenant Colonel Liu and Lieutenant Colonel Chen looked at each other and finally both agreed. Okay then, as long as Shi Lin is willing to help, we will agree to your request. Yes. Seeing the two agree, Shi Lin suddenly became excited, and even his eyes were burning. Level 48 copy, here I come. Chapter 82, Environmental Damage? It has no effect on me at all. Imperial Capital University, parking lot. Student Shi Lin, please. At this moment, Colonel Liu had already opened the car door for Shi Lin and asked Shi Lin to get in. Since the copy was with the military and was not close by, the two had to send Shi Lin there. Not far away, many students from the Imperial Capital University gathered. They watched Shi Lin chatting and laughing with the military personnel along the way, and even now, Colonel Liu respectfully opened the car door for Shi Lin. They couldn't help but be shocked. Fuck, Aren't they from the military? Looking at the 2 stars on their shoulders, they must be important figures at the rank of lieutenant colonel. It's incredible that Qi Lin can command such respect from the military. Isn't this a bit too much? It's really exaggerated. It's only been 2 or 3 days since the start of school, and the military has already sent people to win over Qi Lin. Is this the value of being the national top student? It's outrageous. No, that's not quite accurate. I remember previous national champions, like Junior Zhou Feng, who seemed to have shown amazing strength at the end of his freshman year, and the military recruited him. Qi Lin should be the only one who was recruited by the military right after the start of the school year. Wow, comparing yourself to others is really like comparing yourself to a fool. Why am I already a senior in college, and no one from the military has come to recruit me? Qi Lin didn't care about the looks from the students around him. He got on the bus and sat down steadily. Then the car started and drove out of the parking lot. According to Lieutenant Colonel Liu, it would take about 20 minutes to get to the military, so Qi Lin took advantage of his free time and decided to sell the materials and equipment he had obtained in the copy, Demon Ruin City, not long ago. Qi Lin opened his backpack and looked at the gains from the previous trip. Apart from the demon mace dropped by the boss Proud Demon, the others are mainly the demon wings dropped by flying demons and the demon bones dropped by the elite monster Giant Bone Demon. There are 392 demon wings and 9 demon bones. The material of demon wings can be used to make flying equipment. The price is reasonable. A pair of demon wings can be sold for 10,000 copper coins. Magic bones can be used to make relatively rare bone equipment, and the price is not bad. A single piece of magic bone can be sold for 50,000 copper coins. After Qi Lin finished checking the boxes, he sold them all at once. A total of more than 14 million copper coins were sold. Qi Lin thought it was okay. He checked his account and saw that there were already more than 60 million copper coins. Qi Lin nodded with satisfaction. He felt that after this trip, his assets would exceed 100 million copper coins. In this way, he will achieve the grand feat of a small goal. On the way, Lu Xing and Shen Yu, the 2 lieutenant colonels, chatted with Qi Lin from time to time. It seemed like a random chat, but it couldn't be hidden from Qi Lin's keen sense of smell. He could see that both of them were vaguely inquiring about his background. It mainly includes why his mental power is so strong and how his strength improves so quickly. It's just going around in circles to find out his bottom line. Qi Lin still had the same attitude. He would not hide anything that needed to be said. The military could find out anyway. Things that shouldn't be said, such as the secret of his infinite mental power, he won't tell anyone about it no matter who comes. 20 minutes later, the 3 arrived at a copy square controlled by the military. At the entrance of the square, 3 men, also in military uniforms, were waiting. Qi Lin knew who the 3 people were, because Lu Xing told him on the way here that there were 3 other people on this dungeon trip besides him, Lu Xing and Shen Yu. At that time, 6 people will enter the dungeon as a team. Of course, Qi Lin also told Lu Xing and Shen Yu that even if they entered the dungeon together as a team, he would not team up with 5 people. Otherwise, if the experience is shared equally, he will lose a lot of money. As soon as the 3 got off the car, the 3 men in military uniforms came up to them. The 3 people were about the same age as Lu Xing and Shen Yu, all between 28 and 32. Qi Lin didn't even need to use the holy eye of the abyss. He could sense the approximate strength of the 3 people just by perception. They are similar to Lu Xing and Shen Yu, both of whom are around level 55. Lu Xing, Shen Yu, this is the helper you specially found. Whom? This. The 3 of them were about to greet Qi Lin politely, but when they saw Qi Lin, they were all stunned. The main reason was that they didn't expect that the strong foreign aide that Lu Xing and Shen Yu found was actually a student wearing a school uniform who looked only about 18 or 19 years old. Brother Xing, brother Yu, this is the helper you found? Are you sure you're not mistaken? No, Xia Jing, I recognize this guy. He seems to be the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination. Where's Qi Lin? It's really Qi Lin. Holy shit, brother Xing, brother Yu, how did you manage to find the top scorer in this year's college entrance exam? However, the 3 of them had some eyesight, so they were a little confused at first, but the next second they recognized Qi Lin and were a little surprised. Student Qi Lin's mental strength is quite strong, even above 800. Plus, he's already level 34 and can cast the defensive skill, telekinetic barrier. He's one of the few people who can help us, so I invited him over. Lu Xing gave a brief explanation. Hiss. This surprised the 3 of them. They knew that Qilin, the national number one, must be a super genius among millions, with impeccable potential and strength, but they still didn't expect Qilin to be so talented. His spirit value was over 800, and he had just entered college, but his strength had already reached level 34. This was simply terrifying. Student Qilin, let me introduce you to Huang Tao, Li Ming, and Xie Jing. Lu Xing briefly introduced the three people to Qilin. One of them is from the same class as Lu Xing and Shen Yu, and is also a lieutenant colonel. The other two are juniors with better qualifications and have the rank of major. Next, Lu Xing also told the three of them about Qilin's requirements for this trip. In other words, Qilin is responsible for carrying the whole game, killing monsters, and clearing the dungeon. Qilin is fully responsible. At first, the three of them didn't quite understand and thought it was too much of a stretch to rely on Qilin alone. It wasn't until the three of them heard Lu Xing say that Qilin had just killed a dungeon boss close to level 60 in 1 second that they suddenly stopped complaining. They didn't expect that Qilin, a freshman, could be so strong. No wonder he was able to break the record of the highest score in the college entrance examination by 10 times. However, to be cautious, the three of them also made a small request. In other words, if they see that Qilin is unable to hold on, they will take action. Qilin naturally didn't care. His attitude is simple. I'm invincible, you can do whatever you want. He carried the whole game, so how could anyone else get a chance to shoot? It doesn't exist, okay? Next, the six of them discussed the details, took some warm-keeping measures, took the teleportation jade pendant, and entered the dungeon. Instance name, Extremely Frost Forest Island. Difficulty, Hell. Recommended level, 48. Recommended number of people, 6. As soon as Qilin came out of the portal, he felt a biting cold. It was snowing lightly and the temperature was terribly low. A cold wind blew, so cold that it made people's scalps numb and their whole bodies shiver. At the same time, Qilin also found that he began to lose blood continuously at 222. Qilin knew the reason. Lu Xing and others had said before that after entering the copy, they would be in an extremely cold environment of -30 to 40 degrees Celsius. In this extremely cold environment, adventurers will suffer continuous environmental damage. However, Qilin was not afraid at all, as he had the silver quality equipment, Undead Ring, which could restore 5% of his health per second. So the current situation is a bit funny. The extremely cold environment causes Qilin to lose blood continuously, and the next second, a 5% recovery directly fills up his blood. When Lu Xing and the other 5 people saw it, they were shocked. Oh my god, classmate Qilin, he can actually recover health automatically? Is it that exaggerated? Chapter 83, One Look, All Destroyed. Student Qilin, you have a rare piece of equipment that can automatically restore health? Lu Xing could probably guess it, but he was a little uneasy. You know, equipment that can automatically restore health is extremely rare and the price is extremely high. Even if it's just the kind that can restore 5 or 10 HP per second, the price would probably be tens of millions of copper coins. And now, Qilin's blood volume recovered per second is as high as 3 digits, which means that Qilin's automatic blood recovery equipment has probably reached the top level, or even the legendary level. In this case, the price is not simple, it may even be hundreds of millions or even billions of copper coins. Is Qilin so rich? Oh, I guess so. It dropped from a monster I killed before. Qilin was still quite cautious. As the saying goes, wealth should not be shown off. Even when facing military personnel, he would be wary. Do I have to tell you even though I have legendary equipment? Qilin, can you open the telekinetic barrier first? Our health keeps dropping. Shen Yu found that the 5 of them were losing blood continuously at 222. He became a little uneasy and said quickly, okay. Qilin nodded, and with a thought, a mental barrier with a diameter of 5 or 6 meters appeared, wrapping everyone inside. All of a sudden, everyone's blood loss stopped. The 5 people breathed a sigh of relief when they discovered that Qilin's telekinetic barrier could indeed isolate them from environmental damage. Qilin glanced sideways and found something that surprised him a little. That is his blood volume, which seems to be no lower than that of Lu Xing and the other 5 people, or even slightly higher. He is obviously level 34, so his level should be lower. But after thinking about it carefully, Qilin knew what was going on. He had previously absorbed top-grade dragon blood and immortal essence blood, and his physical fitness had increased significantly, making him no less capable than adventurers of level 50 or above. And blood volume is linked to physical fitness. Since his physical fitness value is not lower than that of Lu Xing and others, his blood volume will naturally not be lower than that of the 5 people. Thinking about it, Qilin suddenly felt a little happy. Previously, he had become somewhat withdrawn by the Krypton Gold players like Su Qingyu and Zhou Feng, but now, to Lu Xing and the other 4, he should also be considered a Krypton Gold player, right? Even though he was a pauper and couldn't afford Krypton Gold. Qilin raised his head and looked at the situation around him. He found that the 6 of them were on a small island, a white island covered with ice and snow. As for the surroundings, it is all ocean as far as the eye can see, an ocean that seems to have no end in sight. The sea surface around the island is covered with a thick layer of ice. This scene accurately illustrates what a land of ice and snow, an extremely cold place, is like. Qilin also instantly understood why no adventurers came to play this dungeon. Not to mention the high difficulty, the extremely cold environment alone was enough to discourage people from trying it. We're all grinding dungeons and killing monsters, so why not go to a dungeon with a better environment? Coming all the way here, isn't that just asking for trouble? Next to him, Xie Jing, as a nurse and priest, cast a small healing spell to restore the health of Lu Xing and the other 4 people. Student Qilin, this is where the dungeon begins. The final location is over there, in a glacial valley over 3,000 kilometers away. Lu Xing came up and explained to Qilin, so we are going to fly there later, and the flight will take about 2 days. As for Qilin, you said you had to keep your shield open while killing monsters. This will consume a lot of mana. If you ever feel a little tired, remember to tell Xiao Xia, that's him, and ask him to help you restore your mana. Good. Qilin nodded. But he didn't really take it to heart. His mental power is infinite, which is equivalent to an infinite mana bar when he uses telekinetic skills, so there is no such thing as getting tired. Achoo! Lu Xing wanted to say something, but at this moment, Xie Jing next to him sneezed loudly. It's probably because it's too cold, which causes the body to react. This scared Lu Xing, and he quickly made a hush gesture to Xie Jing. Are you going to die? You sneeze so loudly? What's wrong? Xie Jing was stunned. Have you forgotten? The monsters around the sea, those sea beasts, are very sensitive to sound. What if you sneeze so loudly and attract them? Okay Xingge, I'll do that next time. Although Xie Jing felt that his sneeze just now was not very loud, he nodded anyway because it was a safety issue. On the contrary, Qilin's eyes suddenly lit up as if he had heard some good news. Lieutenant Colonel Lu, are the sea beasts around this sea area very sensitive to sound? Yes, sea beasts are very sensitive to sound. Plus, it's so quiet around here. If anything, Lu Xing felt that Qilin probably asked him this out of safety concerns, and he was quite relieved. Although Qilin was wearing sunglasses and had his hands in his pockets, and looked a bit unruly on the surface, he was actually a serious person. However, before he could finish his words, a sound that hurt his eardrums rang out. Shi, your father is here, come out and die. Qilin put his hands on his hips and shouted towards the sea. Lu Xing and the other 4 were dumbfounded on the spot. Didn't we just say that sea beasts are very sensitive to sound? What is this for? Boom boom boom. Before the 5 people could do anything, the surrounding sea surface seemed to be dropped with depth charges. Several huge black shadows rushed out from the sea, splashing huge waves of water. Due to the extremely cold temperature, the splashing water instantly froze and turned into large and small ice cubes that fell down. Qilin looked up and found that there were 8 sea beasts in total. They look different, but they all have one thing in common: they are extremely large, some even reaching 50 or 60 meters. Monster name, Deep Sea Python. Level 47. HP, 8180-100. Spirit, 8000-8000. Skills, Bite, Savage Charge, Tail Sweep. Monster name, Guardian of the Arctic Ocean. Level 46. HP, 7970-900. Spirit, 7700-7700. Skills, Brutal Smash, Bite, Water Spray. Monster name, Arctic Ocean Giant Whale. Level 48. HP, 8300-8300. Spirit, 8100-8100. Skills, Savage Charge, Big Mouth Devour, Sonic Attack. Everyone, pay attention. A monster has appeared. Get ready. Lu Xing was a little nervous. He immediately became alert and even drew his weapon, ready to remind his companions to prepare for action. Lieutenant Colonel Lu, don't move. Leave this 8-headed monster to me. However, at this time Qi Lin's voice came. The 5 of them were stunned. Lu Xing was a little confused. He was about to say something, but Qi Lin turned his head and said, "Don't be nervous. I can handle them. As for you, Lieutenant Colonel Lu, just watch quietly as we agreed." This. Lu Xing didn't know what to say for a moment. Although Qi Lin had told him before, now that the monsters had appeared, and there were quite a few of them, he was still a little worried. The other 4 people were in the same boat. After all, they had never seen Qi Lin's true strength, and they were all a little unsure whether Qi Lin could really deal with 8 sea beasts alone. Was he really that strong? Qi Lin didn't care what Lu Xing and the other 4 thought. The monster was pulled out, so he must be the one to kill it. Roar! The 8 sea beasts were obviously very intelligent. Before Qi Lin could turn around, they roared and attacked him one after another. It either pounced directly at him or swung its tail towards Qi Lin. 8 giant sea beasts attacked together. The scene was extremely shocking. Careful! Lu Xing and the other 4 were so frightened that their faces changed. They didn't expect that the sea beasts would actually launch a sneak attack. This dog is even worse than a sea beast, he actually knows how to play dirty. Qi Lin's face remained calm. He took off his sunglasses and sneered, he actually knows how to launch a sneak attack. He has some brains. It's a pity he's too slow. Telekinetic pulse. Sinai. Qi Lin's eyes narrowed slightly. Bang 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 bang. At that moment, just like fireworks, the 8 giant sea beasts all exploded into balls of blood mist. In an instant, all was destroyed. Die without leaving any trace. Seeing this scene, Lu Xing and the other 4 were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out of their heads. Holy shit, 8 sea beasts close to level 50, all wiped out in an instant? Chapter 84, okay, if you catch a fat sheep, you should grab it as much as you can, right? Additional chapter for Love and Fate. FFFF, they were all killed in an instant? This is too exaggerated. It's more than exaggerated, it's downright terrifying, isn't it? He clearly didn't do anything, his body didn't even seem to move, and yet all 8 sea beasts exploded. So this is Qi Lin's strength? No wonder he said he could do it alone. This strength is probably higher than that of a level 70 telekinetic master. Shen Yu, Huang Tao, Li Ming and Xie Jing all had stunned expressions, their mouths wide open for a long time. No, Qi Lin didn't do nothing. I remember there's a legendary telekinetic skill called telekinesis pulse. The situation of that skill is exactly the same as what Qi Lin showed. Lu Xing was also shocked, but he seemed to be more knowledgeable and had probably guessed what kind of telekinetic skill Qi Lin was displaying, so he was even more shocked. I really didn't expect that classmate Qi Lin could even learn such a legendary telekinetic skill. In front, Qi Lin didn't care about the reactions of Lu Xing and the other 4 behind him. He looked at the large cloud of blood mist in front of him that had not yet completely dissipated, and nodded with satisfaction. It's truly worthy of being a legendary telekinetic skill. It's truly powerful. Qi Lin is not exaggerating. If we only talk about the power of a single shot, he thinks telekinesis pulse is more powerful than mental formatting. To give a simple example, spirit formatting is more about erasing the spirit and has no effect on some inanimate objects. But telekinesis pulse is different. It can instantly blow up any living or dead object. In the later stages, when the proficiency is improved and with the blessing of infinite mental strength, the power is so terrifying that it is unimaginable. Of course, in terms of killing speed and killing efficiency, spirit formatting is still stronger, because spirit formatting has stronger penetration and can carry out large-scale group killings. Kill the deep-sea python, experience plus 4,200. Material obtained, Python Tooth 1. Kill the Arctic Ocean Guardian Beast, experience plus 4,100. Material, Guardian Beast Heart 1. Qi Lin nodded secretly. As expected of a level 48 dungeon monster, the level is much higher and the experience value is also much higher. Just these 8 ordinary monsters were enough to almost upgrade him to level 35. Student Qi Lin, are you planning to kill monsters here? At this time, Lu Xing came up. Of course. The monsters here are almost level 50. The experience points are so high, so I have to kill more of them. Qi Lin nodded, if possible, I want to kill all the monsters in this sea area. It's a rare opportunity to come to this level 48 advanced copy, and the monsters here are so sensitive to sound, how can you not kill them with all your strength? At least, he won't leave until this sea area is completely emptied. Killed them all? Lu Xing was a little uneasy after hearing this. He swallowed and said, "But Qilin, there are a lot of sea beasts in this sea area. Even if there are not 10,000, there must be 8,000. Let alone killing them all, it will be difficult to pull them all out. Are you going to keep shouting here? That will be too inefficient. Tisk, tsk, 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 how could you keep shouting with your mouth?" "I was just satisfying my mouth." Qilin waved his index finger, looking very experienced. "Lieutenant Colonel Lu, maybe you don't know that my ability to pull monsters is second to none even in the entire Dragon Kingdom." After saying that, Qilin took out the burning speaker from his backpack. "See? When it comes to pulling monsters, I'm a professional." Lu Xing and the other four looked at the speakers that Qilin took out, and they were all silent. Holy shit, this is actually a speaker. At this moment, the five people all had the same feeling, that is, a knife pierced their buttocks and opened their eyes. There are people who actually carry a speaker with them when they're doing dungeons. I've never seen this before. Qilin didn't bother to care about the five people's reactions, he just turned on the speaker. "Play music and go." A burst of music that was so explosive that it hurt the eardrums rang out. The waves rush thump thump, the waves flow thump thump, the vast river never stops flowing. Lu Xing and the other four were silenced again. It was the first time they saw someone playing music on speakers in a dungeon. Moreover, the music was quite exciting and the sound quality was quite good, making them unable to resist swaying along with the music, swaying a few times. Boom boom boom. The movement came quickly. As soon as the music sounded, several huge black shadows suddenly rushed out from the sea ahead. There is no doubt that these are all sea monsters. But the one in front was much larger than other sea beasts, and was as high as 80 or 90 meters. Not only does its expression become more ferocious and hideous, but its aura is also more intimidating, making it impossible to even glance at it. Monster name, Arctic Sea Dragon Elite. Level 56. HP, 110,000. Spirit, 100,000. Skills, Bite, Sonic Attack, Water Jet. Wow, it's actually an elite monster, Arctic Sea Dragon. Sure, they even pulled out elite monsters. This is incredible. The five people in the back were a little uneasy. A level 56 elite monster? Not bad. Qilin raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a satisfied smile. He felt that this, extremely cold forest island, was worthy of being a level 48 dungeon, as the level of the elite monsters was really high. After killing it, the experience points will definitely be very high. Roar! In front, 8 sea beasts including the Arctic Ocean Sea Dragon roared and were about to attack Qilin. "Stop making noise, stay still." Qilin's face turned cold and a red light flashed in his eyes. At that moment, the eyes of the 8 sea beasts including the Arctic Sea Dragon became dull for a moment, and they all stopped moving at once. It was obvious that Qilin used hypnosis to control the 8 sea beasts in one go. Hiss. That's hypnosis. Qilin has controlled all those sea beasts. Oh my goodness, he controlled 8 sea beasts in an instant, even the level 56 elite monster, the Arctic Sea Dragon. The power of Qilin's hypnosis is too strong. In the back, the five people all saw it and were shocked by Qilin again. The reason why Qilin controlled those sea beasts was very simple. It was mainly because he knew that this sea area was too vast, and the sound of blasting speakers had a limited range of propagation and it was difficult to travel far. So this requires adjusting the idea of pulling monsters. Qilin's idea was very simple. He would first use the booming sound system to pull as many sea beasts as possible from the nearby sea area. Then, he would use hypnosis to control all those sea beasts. The sound of a sea beast roaring at full force is much louder than a speaker. When a certain number of sea beasts are gathered together and they make sounds to call their companions, all other sea beasts in the sea area can be called over. When the time comes and we kill them all in one go, the experience points will surely skyrocket. As the music continued to play, more and more sea beasts were attracted, and in the blink of an eye the number exceeded 50. Among them, there are already 7 or 8 elite monsters. Just like before, as soon as the sea beasts approached, Qilin used hypnosis to instantly control them. I have to say, the scene before my eyes was a bit difficult to hold back. Those huge sea beasts lined up in front of Qilin, neatly and orderly, just like students queuing for food in the school cafeteria. But Qilin still felt it was not enough, so he kept on releasing it. Therefore, behind that group of sea beasts, some sea beasts will join in one after another. Then, a long queue formed. In the back, Lu Xing and the other four were silenced. They finally realized that there was a way to play monster farming and dungeon farming. This operation is simply amazing. Okay, other adventurers who enter the dungeon are fighting for their lives, but you are making the monsters come and line up for you to kill them, right? Chapter 85. No, buddy, you are setting off fireworks here. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 minutes had passed. Now, the number of monsters waiting in line to die in front of Qilin has reached hundreds. But at this moment, there were almost no sea beasts joining in from behind. Qilin naturally knew the reason. The effect of hanging until the soundbox explodes in pulling monsters has reached its limit. The main reason is that the sea beasts in front of us are so huge. Even those ordinary monsters can reach 40 or 50 meters in size. What is the concept? In other words, even the weakest ordinary monsters are comparable in size to the monsters that Ultraman fights. Not to mention the elite monsters that can reach 80 or 90 meters in size. It is no exaggeration to say that every sea monster is equivalent to a tall building. There are now hundreds of sea beasts waiting in line to die in front. Moreover, they are crowded together, one next to the other, which is equivalent to erecting a huge wall in front, which naturally gradually blocks the sound of music played by the speakers. This also prevents the music from traveling further. Yeah, almost. Qilin nodded. In the back, Lu Xing thought Qilin was saying that he had almost finished pulling the monsters. He swallowed hard and walked up to him, about to speak. Hey, classmate Qilin, you're. However, before he could finish his words, Qilin's eyes narrowed slightly. Mia. Meow. The group of sea beasts waiting in line to die in front all looked up to the sky and roared, making sounds dozens or even hundreds of times louder than the sound. It was obvious that Qilin was asking the group of sea beasts to call their companions. Since the speakers can no longer attract more monsters, just show your cards. Hundreds of sea beasts calling out to their companions at the same time, the effect of pulling monsters is absolutely explosive. Everyone on Lu Xing was numb. No, this isn't over yet. Boom. As soon as the group of sea beasts shouted, there was movement in the sea not far away. In several places, sea beasts suddenly rushed out from the sea. Immediately afterwards, the sea beasts attracted by the calling sound came breaking through the waves at an extremely fast speed. And there are quite a lot of them, densely packed, probably hundreds of them. Oh my god, this amount. In the back, Lu Xing and the other four looked at the dense swarms of sea beasts approaching from all directions, and their scalps tingled. As military experts in their 50s, they had undoubtedly seen the world in big scenes, but the scene before them still shocked them. Hundreds of sea beasts are approaching from all directions. This feeling of oppression is no joke. Not to mention that there are dozens of elite monsters with a size of nearly 100 meters. At this moment, the five people's palms were sweating unconsciously, and their faces were slightly pale. They couldn't imagine that Qilin could pull monsters to this extent. If the strength is weaker, there is a 100% chance of failure. At the same time, the five people were also curious about how Qilin would respond. We have pulled so many monsters, now we should be able to kill them, right? However, Qilin still did not take action to kill him. He used hypnosis again, and it was the Pro Plus version. In an instant, the hundreds of approaching sea beasts were all controlled by Qilin. They had dull eyes and joined the army waiting to die in an orderly manner and lined up. It's like a primary school student who hears the teacher's instructions and runs to line up obediently. Suddenly, the line grew a lot longer. Now there was a really long queue, several kilometers long. But the people queuing up are not humans, but sea beasts. The five people at the back suddenly couldn't hold it anymore. No, buddy, where is the cafeteria ant distributing food? How long will your queue be? Of course, despite all the complaints, the five people were once again shocked by Qilin's powerful mental power. Controlling hundreds of sea beasts at once, how terrifying is this mental power? Are you sure this is really a freshman? Qilin had an idea, and the hundreds of sea beasts that had newly joined the army waiting to die also roared to the sky and continued to call their kind to come over. The howling sounds of the sea beasts at the scene became louder again. Qilin's idea was very simple. As the saying goes, there is strength in numbers. The more sea beasts there are, the louder the shouting will be, and the better the effect will be in deceiving, calling companions over. The five people at the back naturally knew what Qilin was thinking, and they were all confused. No, big brother, you really want to plunder this entire sea area all at once? Is it such a big game? It has to be said that when these hundreds of sea beasts joined in and shouted together, the sound spread farther, almost covering most of the sea area. Then, sea monsters approached from all directions. And the number is even larger, even reaching thousands. However, as the sea beasts gradually approached, they were stunned when they found that the sea beasts on the other side of the island were lined up in an orderly manner and stretched for several kilometers. No, what are they doing lining up there? Is there a rich party over there? You know, these sea beasts, especially some of the elite monsters, have high IQs. Seeing such an abnormal scene, how could they not become suspicious? So, the sea beasts stopped doing this and stayed away from them, not daring to come any closer. Their intuition told them that there must be some conspiracy over there. It was very dangerous and they couldn't just go there. TSK, I never thought these beasts were so smart and didn't fall for it. Qilin sensed it, and he naturally knew what was going on with those sea beasts. Although it was a bit of a pity, he felt that it was okay and it was time to harvest the fruits of this wave. In the back, the 5 people also noticed it, and Lu Xing came up and said, "Student Qilin, those sea beasts don't seem to be fooled. Do you want to deal with the sea beasts in front of you first, and then pull another wave?" "Good idea." Qilin nodded. He felt that Lu Xing had provided him with a good solution. The sea beasts are not fooled now, mainly because the line of the army waiting to die is too long. Something is wrong at first glance, so they must be alert. As long as we deal with all the sea beasts waiting to die in front of us, can't we continue to pull monsters later? Qilin, how do you plan to kill these sea beasts? There seem to be quite a lot of them. Lu Xing swallowed his saliva. He felt that it would not be easy for Qilin to kill all the hundreds of sea beasts in front of him. It's very simple. Qilin's lips curled up slightly, and he snapped his fingers lightly. Fireworks show, start. Show time. Despair. Bang 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 bang. As Qilin's eyes focused, the long line of sea beasts in front of him exploded from the inside out, like long firecrackers, one after another, and turned into balls of blood mist. The scene is so shocking that it makes people gasp. Lu Xing and the other 5 people in the back were shocked again and stunned. Not Big Brother. Others kill monsters one by one, chopping them with their swords. You kill monsters, hundreds of them in a wave, with bang 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 sounds, just like fireworks. That's too much. Chapter 86, an unexpected situation occurs, and the copy enters the collapse stage. Bang 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 bang. The sound of cannons continued, just like the sound of long red firecrackers, one after another, without stopping, as if to say that today is a good day. Fuck, this is Juejweizi, really fucking Juejweizi. So awesome. No one is as awesome as him. Lu Xing and the other 4 were so numb looking at the army waiting to die that was still making non-stop bang bang sounds that the only words they could utter were slightly vulgar exclamations. Hey, Brother Xing, how exaggerated is Qilin's mental power? He kills monsters like he's setting off a cannon, and even after so many explosions, his speed hasn't slowed down at all. I don't know if my guess is too exaggerated, but looking at Qilin's current performance, I think his spiritual value is probably no less than 2,000. Hiss. A spirit value of at least 2,000? Then even a level 90 telekineticist probably can't achieve that, right? Is that really that exaggerated? Otherwise, why can Qilin kill monsters like firing a cannon? That makes sense. In the blink of an eye, a minute passed. The army waiting to die that stretched for several kilometers was finally blown up. Just like when a super long red firecracker is set off and only a pool of firecracker paper is left, the hundreds of sea beasts are left with only a large cloud of blood mist. A strong wind blew and dispersed the blood mist, leaving nothing at the scene. Well, there is no body left, not even a trace of him is left. The sea beasts that had half of their heads poked out from afar to watch were all dumbfounded, each one more terrified than the other. Previously, they had seen the sea beasts lined up for several kilometers and thought they were queuing up to share money. But it turned out that they were queuing up to die. It's totally fucked. The next second, without even thinking, the group of sea beasts turned around and ran away. And he escaped very quickly, as if his feet were greased. They weren't stupid either. They could make those hundreds of sea beasts wait in line for death, and then just like setting off firecrackers, they'd all explode. How powerful and terrifying was that being over there? If you don't run away, your life will be in danger. Among them, there are some elite sea beasts with high IQ. They send out sound signals to remind other of the same kind not to show their heads and not to go to the island over there, otherwise they will be in trouble. So, word spread from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100, and the sea beasts in this sea area reached a consensus. That is the small island where the dungeon starts. There are human adventurers there who are not only terrifyingly powerful but also have very perverted personalities. You must not go there. Especially children, there are psychopaths over there, don't go there. Just like that, Xilin's plan to plunder this sea area was aborted. Kill 58 deep sea pythons, experience plus 243,600. Material obtained, Python Fong 58. Kill 49 Arctic Ocean Guardian beasts, experience plus 200,900. Material obtained, Guardian Beast Heart 49. Kill 15 Elite Sea Dramons, gain plus 375,000 experience points. Obtained materials, Sea Dramon Fong 15. In this wave, Xilin killed a total of 489 sea beasts. Among them, there are 438 ordinary level sea beasts. There are 51 elite level sea beasts. Upgrade successfully, gain 5 attribute points, which can be freely allocated. Upgrade successfully, gain 5 attribute points, which can be freely allocated. Upgrade successfully, gain 5 attribute points, which can be freely allocated. Upgrade successfully, gain 5 attribute points, which can be freely allocated. 4 levels in a row, not bad. Xilin nodded with satisfaction. He distributed the 20 points he had obtained and added them to agility. The updated panel information is as follows. Name, Xilin. Occupation, telekinesis. Level, 3859.86%. Strength, 165 plus 80 equipment bonus. Agility, 120 plus 50 equipment bonus. Spirit. Constitution, 130. Skills, mental shock, mind control, mental formatting, hypnosis, iron body, telekinesis, spider sense, holy eye of the abyss, divine flame burning heaven, telekinetic barrier, telekinetic pulse. It's level 38 now, very close to level 40. Xilin nodded secretly. He felt that after finishing this dungeon, he should be able to reach level 40. By then, new telekinetic skills will be unlocked. It's exciting just thinking about it. This wave of killing was over, but Xilin had no intention of stopping. It's a rare opportunity to come across a high-level copy, how can you not try your best to grab it? Later, Lu Xing saw Xilin turn on the speaker again, and he suddenly couldn't hold it in anymore. Xilin, are you planning to continue pulling monsters? Yes. Xilin nodded, his eyes firm. Anyway, we have to clear the dungeon, so for this monster, we must kill as many as we can. Lu Xing. No, big brother, you really want to plunder the entire sea area. This generation of young people is really scary. However, the situation did not go as Xilin expected. Since he was already acting like a madman in front of the sea beasts, the speakers played music for 2.5 minutes but failed to attract a single sea beast to come over. This immediately made Xilin helpless. No, I was able to pull out nearly 100 sea beasts just last second, so why can't I pull out even a single one now? Could it be that all the sea beasts nearby have died? Lieutenant Colonel Lu, didn't you say that out of every 10,000 sea beasts in this area, there are at least 8,000? How come? Xilin looked at Lu Xing. Lu Xing couldn't hold it in any longer. Xilin, is there a possibility that you were too strong and terrifying just now, and those sea beasts were scared, so they didn't dare to come out? Xilin shook his head upon hearing this, revealing an expression of disappointment. Tisk, as a ferocious beast, it's actually afraid to attack humans. How can this be justified? It has no enterprising spirit at all. Oh my! Lu Xing couldn't help but want to complain in his heart. No, big brother, do you know how strong you are? If you run out, you will be killed instantly, and there will be no trace left. If I were a sea monster, I would not hide and not come out, okay? Xilin didn't want to give up, so he continued to sing. Come back soon, I can't handle it alone, come back soon. However, after the song was over, there was still no movement on the sea. Damn it, it looks like those grandsons have decided not to come out no matter how hard they try. Although he felt a little regretful, Xilin didn't care too much. If you can't kill monsters, just kill the boss. Anyway, the experience value of the boss in this level 48 copy should be quite high. The 6 people rested for a while and prepared to set off. Oh, by the way, Xilin, let me tell you something before we set off. When we fly high in the sky, there's a high probability that we'll encounter polar birds and be attacked by them. If you want to deal with them yourself, you'll need to multitask, fly, maintain your telekinetic barrier, and attack at the same time. Qi-Lin, can you? Although Lu Xing had already witnessed Qi-Lin's outrageously powerful strength and felt that multitasking would not be difficult for Qi-Lin, he still had to ask Qi-Lin in advance to be on the safe side. However, before Lu Xing could finish his words, Qi-Lin heard that there was a monster attack from high above, and his eyes lit up. Polar birds? Are they sensitive to sound? Lu Xing knew that his worries were unnecessary, but he also knew what Qi-Lin was thinking, so he poured cold water on him and said, "There aren't many polar birds in the sky. Even if we lure them all here at once, there will only be about 70 or 80 of them." As Lu Xing said this, he suddenly felt a little amused. Previously, his superiors asked him to lead people to clear this dungeon. In addition to the environmental damage, the strange polar birds in the sky were also a headache for him, and for a time he didn't know how to deal with them. But now that he has Qi-Lin as his thigh, this big problem has suddenly become dispensable. For some reason, he suddenly felt a little depressed, thinking that their team was useless. It's true that people are better than the dead. Oh, 70 or 80? That's not bad. Qi-Lin didn't care. You know, this Ice Forest Island is a level 48 dungeon. Even if the polar birds are ordinary monsters, they are all around level 48. 70 or 80 of them, that's a lot of experience points, right? After resting, the 6 people were about to set off. Boom! But at this moment, the ground and the space could clearly feel a violent tremor. At that moment, Lu Xing seemed to know what was going on and his face changed drastically. Oh no, the copy has entered the collapse stage. Chapter 87. Brother, you make me look stupid. Is the copy about to enter the collapse phase? The other 4 were stunned and began to feel a little uneasy. Qi-Lin narrowed his eyes. In fact, he also roughly sensed that something in the copy was rapidly collapsing. If he guessed correctly, it should be the seal of the copy. Once the seal is completely broken, the copy will degenerate into an uncontrolled secret realm. Look up there. Lu Xing pointed to the sky. Everyone looked up and found something like a crack appeared in the void somewhere in the sky. It really is. That's the seal of the copy, and it seems to be breaking. It's over. The copy is about to enter the final stage of collapse. Once the seal is completely broken, this copy will degenerate back into the secret realm. Then the situation will be terrible. The other 4 people noticed it and they also became a little uneasy. Looking at the damage done to the seal above, I'm afraid it will be completely broken in less than 2 days. So we have to hurry, otherwise, if the instance is relegated to the secret realm, the consequences will be disastrous. As soon as Lu Xing finished speaking, a pop-up reminder popped up in front of everyone. Reminder, the copy is collapsing. Countdown to copy collapse, 32 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Warning, you are now in an extremely dangerous state. Please complete the dungeon before it collapses. Special note, during a dungeon collapse, conventional teleportation methods may not be able to leave the dungeon normally. The instance is really going to collapse, and there are less than 33 hours left. Lu Xing's face was filled with shock. Qi-Lin also saw it. To be honest, he was a little surprised. He didn't expect that he would encounter such a rare thing as the countdown to the copy collapse. It was really eye-opening. Student Qi-Lin, the situation is urgent. Let's leave immediately, otherwise we might be too late. Lu Xing looked at Qi-Lin with an extremely urgent expression. Well, actually, I think even if we can't make it in time, it won't be a big problem. Qi-Lin scratched his head. The worst case scenario is that the seal is completely broken, and this copy returns to the secret realm. But even if that happens, we can break through the secret realm and turn it back into a copy. This isn't a difficult task for me. After hearing this, Lu Xing was choked up at the words he was about to say to Qi-Lin. Indeed, he overlooked one point. This copy degenerated into a secret realm, and the situation was really bad for the 5 of them. Because they have no ability to pass the level, and it is even hard to say whether they can survive here. However, this big problem of their team was not a problem at all in front of Qi-Lin. Qi-Lin can make the sea beasts in the sea line up and wait for death. Even if the copy degenerates back to the secret realm, it will not be difficult to break through it again. Of course, even though he understood it, he was still embarrassed. The main reason was that he had just seen the crack in the seal in the sky and was extremely anxious, like an ant on a hot pan. However, it turned out that the emperor was not anxious, but the eunuch was. No, buddy, do you know that if you say that, I will look stupid? Well, Qi-Lin, I know that even if this instance degenerates back to the secret realm, you have the ability to bring it back. But I heard that when the instance collapses and degenerates back to the secret realm, various extremely dangerous situations will occur. So, in order to reduce those uncontrollable factors, we should set off quickly, clear the instance, and return it to normal. Shan Yu said. Shilin thought about it and felt that what Shen Yu said made sense, so he nodded, okay, let's set off now. Although he knew that he was nearly invincible and nothing would happen even if he did all kinds of things, he also knew that wasting money was a big taboo. Especially when the wind is in your favor, that is the biggest taboo among taboos. So, let us hurry to the final location and defeat the boss. Well, Shilin, considering that the dungeon has entered a state of collapse, there are only about 33 hours left. So we have to hurry up and don't pull monsters. Lu Xing thought for a moment and said. Oh, that's right. Shilin, don't pull the monsters later. Save some time. The other 4 people also echoed. Okay. Shilin twitched his lips. He felt that this trip seemed to have left a bad impression on Lu Xing and the other 4. After unanimously deciding to travel at full speed, Lu Xing and his 4 companions took out their flying equipment, flying wings. Shilin took a look and didn't feel envious. Not to mention that after reaching level 50, he would be able to unlock the flying skill, aerial flight, allowing him to fly however he wanted. Even if he hadn't reached that level yet, he could still control the Sword God shuttle to soar into the sky and into the ground with mind control, so he didn't need to use the flying wings. Immediately afterwards, Shilin jumped onto the Sword God shuttle, and Lu Xing and the other 4 people opened their flying wings and flew high into the sky, flying towards the final location of the copy at the fastest speed. I have to say that due to the light snow, the visibility at high altitude was not high. Fortunately, after Shilin acquired the perception skill, Spider Sense, his perception ability was greatly improved. Even with his eyes closed, he could still sense the surrounding situation. After the 6 people had been flying in the sky for a while, several huge strange birds appeared in front of them. Monster name, Polar Bird. Level 48. HP, 8200. Spirit, 8100. Skills, high-speed collision, storm, sonic attack. Student Shilin, it's the polar birds, they've appeared. Lu Xing noticed this and quickly reminded Shilin, these polar birds are very fast and very good at sneak attacks. Be sure to be careful of them suddenly accelerating and attacking. Just as Shilin was about to nod, the 7 or 8 polar birds over there let out sharp cries. Whoosh whoosh. The next second, as the polar birds flapped their wings, their speed suddenly soared, and they turned into a series of afterimages and shot towards them. Student Shilin, they are attacking. Lu Xing and the other 4 were all a little uneasy. The main reason was that they felt that the polar bird was too agile and difficult to lock onto, and they didn't know whether Shilin could handle it as easily as before. They felt that the polar birds were so fast and difficult to deal with that even if Shilin could kill them, it would take some time to do so. What a pity. I'm quite busy now and don't have time to play with you guys. Shilin shook his head with a hint of regret. If he wasn't in a hurry to clear the dungeon, he would have to pull in another wave of monsters. Now that he was in a hurry, he had to change his attack method. He could no longer use the telekinesis pulse attack, which he was not very proficient in and was more inclined towards single target attacks. He had to use the fastest and strongest moves. Mental formatting. Shilin's eyes narrowed slightly, and a powerful mental radiation spread rapidly like ripples. In an instant, the eyes of the 8 rapidly approaching polar birds lost their luster. Then, as if all their strength was drained away, they fell headfirst, like fruits falling from a tree. In an instant, all were destroyed. Hiss. Seeing this scene, Lu Xing and the other 4 were shocked again. Previously, they thought that no matter how powerful Shilin was, it would take some time to deal with these extremely agile polar birds. But unexpectedly, it was another instant kill. Okay, besides instant kills, it's still instant kills. These days, the young people's way of killing monsters is so awesome, right? Chapter 88, Guardian of the Glacier Valley, Unkillable? If I remember correctly, that seems to be a high-level telekinetic skill that can only be unlocked by level 70 telekinetics, mind obliteration? Shilin can actually perform it, isn't that a bit outrageous? It's really outrageous. He even mastered such advanced telekinetic skills. Shilin is so powerful. Have you ever counted? Ever since we met Shilin, how many times has he shocked us? I don't know, but I'm already numb. Shilin didn't care about the discussions of the 5 people behind him. He was counting the spoils. Kill 8 polar birds, experience plus 32,800. Material obtained, strange bird wings 8. Qi Lin felt a little regretful. If he hadn't been in a hurry to get to the final destination and pull all those polar birds over, this wave should have allowed him to upgrade to level 39. In the blink of an eye, a day passed. With the 6 of them traveling at full speed, they shortened the journey, which would have taken about 2 days, to 30 hours. Countdown to copy collapse, 2 hours, 56 minutes, 39 seconds. At this moment, the 6 people have arrived at their final destination high above the glacier valley. Student Qi Lin, be careful. 10 more polar birds are coming. No big deal. Qi Lin raised the corner of his mouth slightly, his eyes slightly focused, and he blasted out a mental formatted range attack, directly killing 10 polar birds flying from different directions. Kill 10 polar birds, experience plus 41,000. Obtained materials, strange bird wings 10. Upgrade successfully, gain 5 attribute points, which can be freely allocated. Finally reached level 39. Qi Lin looked delighted. In fact, during the 30-hour journey yesterday, the 6 people were attacked by 5 or 6 waves of polar monster birds, but they were all killed by Qi Lin using mental formatting. In terms of quantity, nearly 40 polar birds were killed. Including the 8 killed initially and the 10 killed now, a total of 58 polar birds were killed, and the experience points gained just allowed him to reach level 39. Qi Lin added the 5 attribute points he obtained to agility. The updated panel information is as follows. Name, Qi Lin. Occupation, telekinesis. Level, 39 1.92%. Strength, 165 plus 80 equipment bonus. Agility, 125 plus 50 equipment bonus. Spirit. Constitution, 130. Skills, mental shock, mind control, mental formatting, hypnosis, iron body, telekinesis, spider sense, holy eye of the abyss, divine flame burning heaven, telekinetic barrier, telekinetic pulse. Qi Lin nodded secretly. Now he was only one step away from upgrading, that is, breaking through to level 40. Student Qi Lin, below is the final location of extremely cold forest island, the glacier valley. Let's go down. Good. Qi Lin nodded, and flew towards the glacial valley diagonally below with Lu Xing and the other 5 people. Soon, the 6 people landed at the final location of extreme cold forest island, the edge of the glacial valley. Unlike the small island at the starting point, this glacial valley is very large, not even smaller than a city. Fortunately, Lu Xing and others were well prepared. They knew where the copy boss was hiding and the conditions for pulling the copy boss out, so they could go directly to the boss's location, saving a lot of time. As soon as he landed, Xie Jing cast a recovery spell to restore the strength of Lu Xing and the other 4 people. Although Qi Lin was responsible for killing the polar monster bird and casting the telekinetic barrier to resist environmental damage, they did nothing and just relied on him the whole time, but flying for 30 hours also consumed a lot of their physical strength. Xiao Xia, give some blue back to Qi Lin as well. Lu Xing said, student Qi Lin hasn't rested at all. Even though he's a rare genius with exceptionally strong mental power, killing 400 or 500 monsters in a row and maintaining a telekinetic barrier for 30 hours must have taken a lot of energy. A boss battle is coming up soon, and he needs to recover fully so he can better deal with the boss. Okay Xing, I got it. Xia Jing nodded and looked at Qi Lin. Student Qi Lin, do you need me to restore your mental strength? Xia Jing thought it would be better to ask Qi Lin. Restore your mental strength? No need. Qi Lin naturally declined. His mental power is infinite and inexhaustible. Recovery? There is no need for it at all. Of course, the main reason is that the mysterious ball of light in Qi Lin's sea of consciousness is very strange. If an adventurer restores his spirit, the mysterious ball of light will madly absorb the opponent's energy, and passive recovery will become active absorption. Qi Lin didn't want to arouse the suspicion of Lu Xing and others, so he kept declining the recovery technique offered by his nanny Xie Jing. Need not? Xie Jing was a little surprised. He found it a little hard to understand, but along the way, Qi Lin, you killed so many sea beasts and so many polar birds, and you also opened the telekinesis barrier for more than 30 times. Your mental energy consumption must be very high. The boss battle is about to start. How can you not recover your mental energy? Yes, Qi Lin, are you sure you don't need to recover? You consumed so much energy earlier. Lu Xing and the other 4 were also a little confused. Earlier on the journey, Qi Lin had been saying that he didn't need to recover his mental strength. They thought it was probably because Qi Lin was multitasking and couldn't afford to be distracted. But now that they had landed at their final destination, why wouldn't they be able to recover? Well, let me explain. I actually have a skill that can automatically restore my mana, so throughout the whole process, my mental consumption wasn't that great. Qilin thought about it and made up an excuse. He didn't want to say that he had no consumption at all, as that might arouse suspicion, so it was better to be safer. Anyway, I still have plenty of energy now, so I won't have any problem dealing with the boss. Qilin gave the 5 people a reassuring smile. Is that so? Fine then. The 5 people looked at each other and finally believed Qilin's statement. The main reason is that all 5 of them are experienced adventurers, and they all have some knowledge of other professions, such as mages, assassins, etc., and they all have some skills to restore their mana. As the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination, Qilin, a rare genius, possesses the ability to automatically restore his mana, which is not particularly surprising. There are still 2 hours and 50 minutes until the dungeon collapses, and the dungeon boss is about 3 kilometers away from us. We need to hurry. Okay, let's go. After a brief reorganization, the 6 people headed towards the boss's location. A few minutes later, the 6 people finally arrived at the hiding place of the dungeon boss, the Arctic Glacier. Lu Xing was about to say something, but at this moment, the ground near the glacier exploded in 5 places, and 5 huge black shadows emitting cold air broke out of the ground. Those were 5 ice giants that were at least 60 or 70 meters tall. Their bodies are made of ice, their eyes emit a deep blue light, and they growl from their mouths, giving off a very oppressive feeling. Lu Xing recognized him and quickly reminded Qilin. Student Qilin, those are the Ice Valley Guardians. Kill them and we can pull out the dungeon boss. Monster name, Ice Valley Guardian Elite. Level 59. HP, 120,000 120,000. Spirit, 100,000 100,000. Skills, Giant Fist, Cold Invasion. Okay. Qilin also knew that Lu Xing was in a hurry to complete the dungeon, so he didn't waste any time and just finished it quickly. Telekinetic Pulse. As Qilin's eyes narrowed slightly. Bang 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 bang. The 5 Ice Valley Guardians exploded instantly, turning into countless ice chips and scattering all over the ground. Lu Xing was a little nervous. No, it's over in seconds? He had just appeared on the stage and hadn't even had time to say a line, but he was instantly killed. Isn't that too fast? However, just as Lu Xing was secretly complaining, the broken ice chips quickly condensed, and in the blink of an eye, they condensed into the 5 Ice Valley Guardians again. Moreover, their health has not decreased and is still full. He was not hurt at all. This scene immediately made Lu Xing and the other 4 confused. Weren't these 5 guys killed? How come they are alive again? Chapter 89, it's just a weird mechanism, so get it. Qilin naturally noticed that there was something strange about these Ice Valley Guardians. He wondered if they would possess special abilities like the undead in the undead cemetery, such as being incapable of being killed by the human body. So he changed his thinking. If your body can't die, then I will destroy your spirit. Mental formatting. Qilin's eyes focused, and a surge of mental power radiated out. The 5 Ice Valley Guardians lost their light in their eyes. The next moment, their bodies collapsed and shattered again, turning into countless pieces of ice that fell down. But after a while, it condensed again. His health and spirit remained unchanged. Oh? Even mental formatting can't kill them? Qilin was a little surprised. What's going on? They can't be killed by telekinesis, and they can't be killed by mental erasure. Why are these monsters so weird? Student Qilin, those Ice Valley Guardians seem to be impossible to kill. What should we do now? Lu Xing and the other 5 behind him were a little uneasy when they found that Qilin, who had always been invincible, was unable to kill the 5 Ice Valley Guardians. Qilin was not panicked at all. Just because he could guess it. Those 5 Ice Valley Guardians are not ordinary monsters. There is a high probability that it is a strange mechanism. The so-called mechanism monster is a monster that has a specific mechanism and can only be killed in a specific way. For example, Regeneration Water Spirit. This is a water-attributed elite monster formed from water. Behead, but cannot kill. It can't be broken by chopping. Even if it explodes, it can still condense again after the explosion. The only way to kill the regenerated water spirit is to change its properties, such as freezing it with ice skills, turning it into ice and then shattering it, or evaporating it into water vapor with fire skills. Shilin felt that the 5 Ice Valley Guardians in front of him were the same as the regenerated water spirits, all of them were mechanical monsters. Generally speaking, the special mechanisms of mechanical monsters, like hidden attributes, will not be displayed actively, and must be observed and inferred by adventurers. But Shilin possesses the Holy Eyes of the Abyss, so he can see even hidden attributes and special mechanisms that are not displayed. Shilin's eyes narrowed slightly, and he activated the Holy Eyes of the Abyss. After opening the Holy Eye of the Abyss, Shilin not only saw the basic information such as strength and agility of the 5 Ice Valley Guardians, but also saw their special mechanisms. Hidden mechanism: except for fire skills, no substantial damage can be done to the Ice Valley Guardian, and the Ice Valley Guardian cannot be killed. Really? Shilin raised the corner of his mouth slightly. This is why he needs to develop comprehensively. Only being invincible in all aspects is the real invincibility. Don't be nervous. These Ice Valley Guardians are mechanical monsters. Use fire skills to kill them. It turns out it's a weird mechanism, no wonder. After hearing what Shilin said, Lu Xing and the other 4 suddenly realized what was going on. Among them, Lu Xing, who was a fire mage, was even more excited. Student Shilin, since those 5 Ice Valley Guardians require fire skills to kill, leave it to me. Lu Xing walked up with a righteous expression. Why is he excited? Because all along, he felt like they were just mascots, contributing nothing except flattery and shock. This was a rare opportunity to pretend. If he could contribute something, he definitely had to show it. No need, Lieutenant Colonel Lu. I also know a thing or two about fire skills. Shilin didn't want to be robbed of his monster, so he decisively declined. Fire skills? Do you know a thing or two? After hearing this, Lu Xing became a little uneasy. Especially when I heard the idiom, know a thing or two. He still vividly remembered the scene where Shilin had used pure strength to knock the berserker Chenyu away with a single punch. So he understood exactly what Shilin meant when he said he had a basic understanding. At this time, the 5 Ice Valley Guardians had already rushed over. Bake! Shilin spread out his hands, and with a flash of fire, orange-gold divine flames appeared on his hands. It's not that my fire skills can't kill you, right? It's just right. Let's see how much more powerful my fire skill, Divine Flame, Burning Heaven, can be after I reach level 39. Divine Flame, burning the sky. Shilin shouted coldly and slammed his hands heavily on the ground. Boom! At that moment, like a volcanic eruption, huge pillars of divine flames broke out from the ground under the feet of the 5 Ice Valley Guardians, instantly engulfing the 5 Ice Valley Guardians. Chirp! The 5 Ice Valley Guardians screamed in agony, and in an instant, their huge icy bodies completely vaporized and turned into gas, leaving no trace behind. 300,000. 300,000. 300,000. 300,000. 300,000. One move to wipe them all out. Kill 5 Ice Valley Guardians, experience plus 180,000. Material obtained, Guardian Soul 5. The damage display and the pop-up reminder of loot settlement also clearly showed that Shilin had indeed killed the 5 Ice Valley Guardians in this wave. Shilin nodded with satisfaction. As his strength increased to level 39, the power of Divine Flame burning the sky had indeed increased a lot. On the contrary, Chenyu, Huang Tao, Li Ming and Xie Jing in the back were shocked by Shilin again. They didn't expect that Shilin, a telekinetic master, could actually use fire skills. Especially Chenyu, he was becoming increasingly unable to hold back. Previously, Shilin, a telekinetic master, was able to blast the berserker away with pure strength, but now he can even use elemental skills. No, buddy, what on earth can't you do? It's not enough to be invincible, but you also have to be awesome in every aspect, right? What a blow, what a blow. The Lu Xing people are already numb. Okay, another instant kill. Now no matter what monster you encounter, you can kill it in one move, right? Shilin turned around and was about to ask Lu Xing whether the dungeon boss would appear after killing the 5 Ice Valley Guardians. Boom! But before he could say anything, the ground began to shake. No, it should be said that the entire glacial valley is shaking. Shilin sensed that a very powerful aura was about to emerge from the glacier in front. It's the dungeon boss, it's coming out. Lu Xing reminded loudly. Bang! The next second, the ice in the huge glacier ahead suddenly exploded, and an extremely huge figure broke through the ice and soared into the sky. It turned out to be an ice dragon. Its body size is extremely huge, and its length is at least 200 meters. Looking at it up close, it's almost blocking out the sky. Roar! A domineering dragon roar sounded, shaking the heavens and the earth, making ghosts and gods weep, and even the space began to tremble. Ah! The noise gave Lu Xing and the other four a headache, and they quickly covered their ears. At that moment, the five people's faces changed drastically, as if they were facing a great enemy. It's the dungeon boss, the Glacier Emperor Dragon. It's out. Chapter 90. I have seen many boss abuses, but this is the first time I have ever made a boss cry. Monster name, Glacier Emperor Dragon Boss. Level 66. HP, 320,000. Spirit, 300,000. Skills, Sonic Attack, Arctic Storm, Emperor Dragon Breath. When Qilin saw it, his eyes lit up. The level 66 dungeon boss is going to be released this time. Student Qilin, the dungeon boss has appeared. As long as we kill it, we can pass the level and the dungeon will return to normal. Okay, leave it to me. Qilin made an okay gesture to Lu Xing behind him. In the sky, the Glacier Emperor Dragon lowered his head and his gaze fell on Qilin. Human boy, you were the one who killed my guardians, right? You still have some skills. The voice of the Glacier Emperor Dragon was intimidating and domineering. That temperament and that style are completely different from the dungeon bosses Qilin had encountered before. However, it's useless. Because Lu Xing was urging him, Qilin planned to finish the work quickly. So, telekinetic pulse. Art is explosion, snap. Bang. As Qilin's eyes narrowed slightly, the Glacier Emperor Dragon above exploded on the spot. The entire body, from head to toe, exploded instantly and turned into a large ball of ice mist. Lu Xing and the other five people in the back were dumbfounded again. Not buddy. Ordinary monsters are killed in seconds, elite monsters are killed in seconds, and this dungeon boss is also killed in seconds. Are you exaggerating too much? And the dungeon boss hasn't finished talking yet. Do you have to be so fierce? However, before the five people could finish being shocked, the large mass of ice fog in the sky suddenly condensed again, and in the blink of an eye, the whole body was completely restored. The health bar didn't decrease at all. This is exactly the same as the 5 Ice Valley Guardians just now. Qilin naturally saw it. It was obvious that this Glacier Emperor Dragon was just like the 5 Ice Valley Guardians before. They were all mechanical monsters. Only specific methods could cause damage to them and kill them. In fact, Qilin opened the Holy Eye of the Abyss and found that the situation of the Glacier Emperor Dragon was exactly the same as the previous Ice Valley Guardian. Both had to be killed with fire skills. Lu Xing and the other 5 people in the back could naturally see it, but given Qilin's terrifying strength and the fact that he had easily killed the 5 Ice Valley Guardians before, they were not at all panicked. There was even no ripple in his heart. Asshole. The Glacier Emperor Dragon that had recondensed seemed angry, and its angry voice resounded throughout the Ice Valley. Human boy, you are so arrogant. You attacked me before I even said a word. How rude. I advise you, young man, not to be too impulsive. Qilin sneered in his heart. If you are not passionate, can you be called a young person? Anyway, he is not afraid of the Glacier Emperor Dragon at all. If his telekinesis skills cannot kill it, he can just use Divine Flame Burning Sky. It's not like he doesn't have fire skills. Boom. However, just as Qilin was about to take action, the ground shook violently again. No, to be precise, the entire copy is shaking. And the intensity of the vibration was stronger than any previous one. There are more and more cracks in the seals above the void, and the weather has become extremely unstable. Not only is there a heavy snowfall, but there are also strong winds. In addition, the ground and space were shaking violently. It felt like the end of the world. This made Lu Xing and the other 4 a little uneasy. The main thing is that they all noticed that as the countdown to the copy collapse got closer, the copy became more and more unstable. Student Qilin, the situation in the dungeon seems to be getting worse. To avoid some uncontrollable dangerous factors, we must kill the boss as soon as possible. Otherwise, if something unexpected happens and this boss with special mechanisms gains a special status and becomes a special boss, it will be difficult to deal with. Lu Xing reminded, Student Qilin, use the fire technique you just used. Hiss. However, before Lu Xing finished speaking, Qilin seemed to have heard something extraordinary, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He automatically ignored Lu Xing's words afterwards. Yes, the situation in the copy is so special now, maybe we can create a special state. Human boy, you have angered me. I will kill all of you. High in the sky, the Glacier Emperor Dragon opened its mouth, and light was gathering in its mouth. It was obviously about to use its ultimate move. What's going on? Why can't I move suddenly? But the next second, the Glacier Emperor Dragon suddenly found that its body was out of control and it was unable to condense the ice energy to launch an attack. It was stunned. At this moment, Qilin, the instigator, finally showed an excited smile. He, you said I irritated you, so you must be very angry now, right? Qilin used hypnosis on the Glacier Emperor Dragon, which made the Glacier Emperor Dragon unable to move. Human boy, this is your doing. Let me go, or I will. The Glacier Emperor Dragon was furious and wanted to curse. However, before it could finish its words, Qilin's eyes focused and a giant flaming hand appeared, about 50 or 60 meters wide with orange-gold flames on its surface. In fact, this was not purely condensed by the divine flame. After all, with Qilin's current strength and fire control ability, it was not enough to condense such a huge flaming hand. But Qilin was quite smart and used some tricks. He first used his mental power to condense a giant telekinetic hand, and then attached the divine flame to the surface of the giant telekinetic hand, which could also create a giant flaming hand out of thin air. As for what Qilin wants to do by condensing the giant flaming hand, do you need to think about it? Bang! The giant flaming hand slapped the Glacier Emperor Dragon's face, causing it to become crooked. 10,000. At that moment, not only the Glacier Emperor Dragon was dumbfounded, but Lu Xing and the other four were also dumbfounded. No, a slap? A slap? Damn human, how dare you humiliate this king? You're looking for. The Glacier Emperor Dragon's face was distorted with anger and it roared angrily. Your anger isn't enough, give me some more anger. Bang! However, before he could finish his words, the giant flaming hand slapped him again, and the Glacier Emperor Dragon's face tilted to the other side. 10,000. Glacier Emperor Dragon. Qilin's idea was very simple. He just wanted to see if there was a problem with the copy and whether the Glacier Emperor Dragon could get some special bonuses, such as a special status or something. If you can succeed, you can get a 400% explosion rate, which is really cool. You son of a bitch, if you have the guts, let me go and fight me squarely. Bang! 10,000. Ah! Damn humans, they're making me so angry. Pa! 10,000. 10,000. Ah! I will tear you into pieces. Pa. 10,000. 10,000. 10,000. 10,000. Ah, be angrier, ha. Lu Xing and the other four were dumbfounded. When they saw Qilin slapping someone earlier, they thought Qilin was going to do something, but it turned out that he was trying to torture the boss. They have the ability to kill instantly, but instead of killing them instantly, they beat them one slap at a time. Are these young people so terrifying? As Qilin slapped the Glacier Dragon one after another, he found that the Glacier Dragon's anger level was soaring and was about to reach its peak. He was very excited and thought that the Glacier Dragon should be able to enter a furious state. However, during the fight, Qilin discovered that the Glacier Emperor Dragon's anger value was avalanche and dropped all of a sudden, which made him a little confused. No, don't these slaps hurt? Aren't you angry? Get angry. Get angry. Qilin increased his strength and whipped harder. At this moment, both sides of the Glacier Emperor Dragon's face were swollen as a pig's head, and it looked like it had lost all hope in life. Not big brother. I received more than 20 slaps of this 10,000 damage genuine slap. The face was beaten down, the health bar was beaten down. How could I not know whether this slap hurts or not? Can you just pretend that I spoke a little loudly just now? What boss hasn't been arrogant at times? Can you guarantee that you won't be arrogant when you're a boss? Ah. Now that I know I was wrong, can you please stop hitting me? Woohoo, this king is so miserable. Then, it shed sad tears. Lu Xing and the other four were stunned. They had seen bosses abused before, but this was the first time they had ever abused a boss to tears. Oh my god, I actually made the boss cry. Do all the young people nowadays play so extravagantly? So scary. Chapter 91 Kill the Glacier Emperor Dragon, Breakthrough, Level 40. Bang. Pa. Pa. That's not right. Why does the more I hit it, the lower its rage gets? What's going on? Shi Lin was stunned when he saw the anger value of the Glacier Emperor Dragon almost drop to 0. He couldn't understand what was going on. Logically speaking, doesn't a slap increase anger? Why does this guy's anger level decrease the more he draws? Could it be that this guy is shaking? Just when Shi Lin was getting more and more impatient, a prompt popped up in front of him. Kill the Glacier Emperor Dragon Leader, experience plus 250,000. Obtain special item, Emperor Dragon Blood Legendary. Materials obtained, Emperor Dragon I2, Ice Dragon Heart 1. Glacier Emperor Dragon, damn. Shi Lin. No, he died immediately? I just slapped him a few times and he died? Is he that fragile? Bang! The Glacier Emperor Dragon fell from the sky and hit the ground heavily, shedding tears of shame. Woohoo, I will not be the boss of this dungeon anymore. Whoever wants to be it can do it, it's too fucking bullying. Woohoo! Lu Xing and the other 4 were also dumbfounded. Damn, this boss was beaten to death. The 5 of them were considered seasoned adventurers, and had seen a lot, but this was the first time they had seen such an abstract killing method. He could have killed him with one blow, but he slapped him to death one by one. Brutal, so fucking brutal. Upgrade successfully, gain 5 attribute points, which can be freely allocated. Level increased to 40, upgrade successful, all attributes increased by 10 points. Strength, 165 plus 80 175 plus 80. Agility, 125 plus 50 135 plus 50. Spirit. Constitution, 130 140. Upgraded successfully, unlocked new skill Spiritual Perception. Although he had successfully upgraded to level 40, Shi Lin still felt a little regretful. He felt it was a pity that he couldn't pull the Glacier Emperor Dragon out of its furious state. Oh, forget it. It seems that a forced melon is not sweet. Shi Lin shook his head and didn't worry too much. After all, the Glacier Emperor Dragon is not a special boss, so it is normal that it cannot stimulate a special state. Next time you encounter this kind of non-special boss, it's better to be straightforward and kill it instantly. Shi Lin distributed the 5 attribute points gained from this upgrade and added them to agility. The updated panel information is as follows. Name, Shi Lin. Occupation, telekinesis. Level, 48.36%. Strength, 175 plus 80 equipment bonus. Agility, 140 plus 50 equipment bonus. Spirit. Constitution, 140. Skills, mental shock, mind control, mental formatting, hypnosis, iron body, telekinesis, spider sense, abyssal holy eye, divine flame burning heaven, telekinetic barrier, telekinetic pulse, mental perception. Shi Lin looked at his newly unlocked telekinetic skill, spiritual perception. This was obviously the same perception type skill as spider sense, so they overlapped. But he didn't care too much about it. Generally speaking, such overlapping of the same type of skills is inevitable in any profession. Some high-level skills can only be unlocked at a certain high level. However, adventurers won't be foolish enough to wait until that level to acquire them. Finding similar skills to strengthen them is a common practice. Shi Lin was just about to see what the Emperor Dragon Essence Blood was, when the blizzard and strong winds suddenly stopped. Then, the sky began to clear. The cracks in the void were also gradually repaired. Student Shi Lin, look up there. The cracks in the sky have been repaired, and the dungeon seems to be back to normal. Lu Xing's face was filled with joy. Shi Lin was about to nod when he found that the countdown reminder for the copy collapse in front of him had disappeared. Immediately afterwards, another reminder popped up in front of me. Reminder, the copy has returned to normal. You have cleared the dungeon Extremely Frosty Forest Island in 30 hours, 38 minutes, and 51 seconds, setting a new dungeon clearance record and earning an SS rating. You successfully saved the dungeon Extremely Frosty Forest Island and received a special bonus. Special note, the specific bonus effect is based on the actual reward. Reward, Gold Treasure Chest 2. Oh. There are actually 2 gold treasure chests. How lucky. Shi Lin was a little excited. It seems that you, Shi Lin, have saved the dungeon that was about to degenerate back to the secret realm and added an extra reward for clearing it. The 5 people at the back were also a little surprised, but they were not novices and could roughly tell what was going on. It should be. Shi Lin nodded and opened the first golden treasure chest first. Item name, Extreme Cold Holy Power Legendary. Type, Special Props. Effect description, after absorption, it can awaken the extraordinary ice ability the Extreme Cold Holy Power. Hiss. Awakening extraordinary ice power? In other words, strange ice? Is there such a thing? While Qilin was surprised, he also felt like a knife stabbed his butt and opened his eyes. He was wondering if there would be any strange winds, strange thunders, strange waters, etc. at that time. TSK, this plane. You are asked to imitate, not to surpass. Of course, despite all the complaints, Qilin was still quite satisfied with this extreme cold holy power. After all, ice ability is also an ability that he is quite interested in. When the time comes, you can use the mysterious ice dragon to fly, or reach absolute zero to freeze thousands of enemies in an instant. That would be so cool. The first gold treasure chest gave me something good. I wonder what the second one will give me. Qilin rubbed his hands and opened the second golden treasure chest. Item name, Ice Age Legend. Type, Skill Book. Learning level, 35. Learning requirements, possess the special item Extreme Cold Holy Power. Effect description, Advanced Ice Skill, Single Target Area Attack. Casting this skill produces a powerful freezing effect and ice damage. Special notes: 1. Water damage bonus of 500%. 2. Fire damage does not reduce ice damage. 3. Within level +5, can freeze enemies. Special note: the specific freezing effect and freezing damage depend on the caster's level and skill proficiency. Oh? It's a legendary ice skill paired with cold holy power? Qilin was a little surprised. But he also thought it was pretty good. The power of this extreme cold holy power, plus Ice Age, should not be underestimated. As for the positioning of the two, Qilin is also relatively clear. This is similar to the book, Divine Flame Burning the Sky, that Su Outyin, the head of the Su family, gave him before. Both are used to develop additional elemental power. It is not a conventional combat method, but once mastered, it is equivalent to having an extra trump card that can be used to break the situation at a critical moment. Qilin first absorbed the extreme cold holy power. At that moment, he felt a very powerful icy force in his body. That feels great. Just like when he comprehended Divine Flame Burning the Sky before, it seemed as if he could burn everything. Now he felt that he could freeze everything. Then, Qilin also learned the legendary skill book, Ice Age. Qilin was thinking about whether he should fly back to the seaside and try out the power of extreme cold holy power, plus Ice Age, in the sea. But at this moment, because the dungeon was cleared, portals appeared in front of the 6 people. Student Qilin, the portal has appeared. Let's go back. Lu Xing walked up. Chapter 92, I'm not your friend, how come you have everything? Qilin was about to nod, but Xie Jing came up with a smile on her face. He asked curiously, Hey, Qilin, what good things are in these 2 golden treasure chests? Xiao Xia, what do you want to do? Lu Xing looked at Xie Jing with caution. Xie Jing realized that his behavior seemed a bit suspicious, so he quickly explained, Brother Xing, you misunderstood, I just envy classmate Qilin. Envious? Yes, Qilin killed so many monsters this time that he must have leveled up at least 4 or 5 times. The 2 golden treasure chests must have contained good stuff. When we get out, the boss will reward Qilin handsomely. It's no exaggeration to say that Qilin made a killing on this trip. Xie Jing said this with an expression of being a bit greedy but also a bit embarrassed. He laughed dryly and said, Student Qilin, you also know that whether it is equipment or items, if you sell them directly at the trading center, most of them can only be sold at 30% to 50% of the price. This is quite a waste. So, if Qilin gets anything good in the future that's suitable for a pastor, and you don't need it, you can consider selling it to me. That's why it's best to keep the wealth within the family. However, Qilin ignored the second half of Xie Jing's words. He only heard the previous part about the boss giving him a generous reward, which made his eyes light up. If you tell others about this, your boss will give me a generous reward? Is that true? Real. Lu Xing nodded and explained, Student Qilin has helped us so much this time. Given our boss's generous nature, he will definitely give Qilin a very nice thank you. In fact, if Qilin has any equipment or skill books that he likes, our boss might even give them to you. Hiss. Qilin was a little upset after hearing this. You can give me any equipment or skill books? Really? Lu Xing nodded. Really? Our boss is quite generous. Qilin has helped our military so much this time. We must thank him for this favor. Plus, our boss is someone who values talent. Qilin, you are so outstanding. He definitely appreciates you. Whatever equipment or skill books you want, our boss will definitely satisfy you. That's great. Shilin's face lit up with joy. Then let's go. Immediately afterwards, the 6 people entered the portal and left the copy. Back at the dungeon square, Lu Xing and his 4 companions took Shilin to find their boss. After a while, Shilin came to an office under the guidance of 5 people. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. 6 people walked in from the door. Sitting in the office was a middle-aged man in his 40s with a tough appearance. The man has a serious face, giving people a sense of awe without even being angry. He looked up and saw that it was Lu Xing and his group who came in. He seemed a little surprised. Xing? Are you guys done? Yes, boss. Let me introduce you to this young man who successfully helped us clear the dungeon. He is also the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination, Shilin. Lu Xing nodded and introduced him to his boss. Oh. I didn't expect that you guys actually found Shilin as an external aid. No wonder you were able to clear the dungeon so quickly. The middle-aged man looked as if he had suddenly realized something and nodded to himself. Student Shilin, this is our boss, Major General Yang Tianming. Lu Xing introduced Shilin again. You can call him Major General Yang. Oh no, why bother with all this? Classmate Shilin, just call me Uncle Yang. Yang Tianming waved his hand and interrupted. Lu Xing was stunned at first, then he admired her while also feeling a little amused. TSK, you are really smart, boss. With just one title, you have narrowed the distance between you and classmate Shilin. Of course, Lu Xing also understood why Yang Tianming was like this. Ever since the college entrance examination, Shilin's reputation as a super genius had been known to everyone, whether it was the official, military, or major forces. There is no force that does not want to win over Shilin. This is a rare opportunity, so of course I have to perform well. Don't underestimate the names like Major General Yang and Uncle Yang. They are just small titles, but there is a huge difference between them. To put it bluntly, one is unfamiliar and the other is familiar, and there is no comparison in terms of the sense of distance. Maybe when Shilin graduates from university, he will consider joining the military because he has an uncle like him. Then he will make a fortune. Shilin didn't care. He nodded politely to Yang Tianming and said, "Hello, Uncle Yang." Student Shilin, please stop standing and sit down. Yang Tianming first entertained Shilin, then looked at Lu Xing and the other 4 to get a better understanding of the situation. Xing, how did you guys clear the dungeon so quickly? This seems to be almost a day earlier than the fastest clearance time. Lu Xing and the other 4 looked at each other, scratched their heads, and smiled somewhat awkwardly. Hey, how did you clear the level so quickly? Simply put. Bang 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 bang. Papa papa pa. It's cleared. Yang Tianming was dumbfounded on the spot. Bang 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 bang, clatter clatter clatter, and it's done? What the hell is this? Ahem, boss, anyway, Shilin is just too strong. He killed us instantly all the way, and then we passed the level. Lu Xing also felt that their previous statement was a bit awkward, so he added some details. All kinds of instant kills? Even the dungeon boss? Yang Tianming said in surprise. Yes, the boss was beaten to death by classmate Shilin. The boss was beaten to death? Wang Defa, is this so outrageous? Ahem, I see. Yang Tianming realized that he had lost his composure, so he coughed twice and straightened his face a little. It seems that classmate Shilin is very capable. He can easily pass such a difficult copy. It's really amazing. Actually, he felt a little bit upset when he said this. The main thing was that even a major general like him couldn't clear this dungeon, but a freshman easily cleared it. Uncle Yang, you're too kind. It was just a fluke. Shilin continued to perform steadily. This made Yang Tianming look more appreciative. Although he possesses such powerful strength, he is not arrogant at all and his character is quite mature. It seems that this boy will become a great man in the future. Student Shilin, I'm sure Xing and the others told you about my style before you came here. I'm not the kind of person who is stingy. Now that you've helped our military so much, your uncle won't treat you unfairly. Well, we have quite a few good equipment and skill books here. If you have anything you'd like, tell me and I can give it to you as a reward for this trip. Yang Tianming said with a heroic look. Here we come. Shilin was excited inside, but he remained calm on the surface. Well, the class can't be lost. However, before Qilin could say anything, Yang Tianming, as if he had come up with a good idea, asked with a smile, "Qilin, if I remember correctly, your profession seems to be a telekinesis master, right? So, are you interested in elemental skill books?" Elemental skill book? Qilin was stunned. Yes, like fire and ice attributes. Yang Tianming smiled and nodded, looking like he was going to pretend. Maybe you don't know, classmate Qilin, but I'm a dual professional, possessing 2 elemental powers. As he spoke, Yang Tianming stretched out his hands, and 2 different elemental forces condensed in the palms of his left and right hands, namely fire and ice. Yang Tianming's profession is Ice Mage plus Fire Warrior, so he possesses both ice and fire elemental powers. This has always been his proudest point. It's rare to meet a junior whom he admires, and he also wants Qilin to feel how great it is to have dual attribute power at the same time. Uncle, I have fire and ice skill books with no class requirements. If you need them, I can directly. That's not necessary, Uncle Yang. I actually have fire and ice attributes as well. Qilin scratched his head and said with a dry laugh. You have it too? Yang Tianming was stunned. He thought Qilin was joking, so he laughed it off. Qilin, don't lie to your uncle. How could you, a telekineticist, possess both fire and ice attributes at the same time? Holy crap! When Yang Tianming saw that Qilin's hands also condensed fire and ice, he was dumbfounded. No buddy, you really have one. Chapter 93. The ground is really slippery. Especially when Yang Tianming discovered that Qilin's hands were condensed with extraordinary flames and extraordinary ice, he was speechless on the spot. He's clearly a telekinetic master, possessing 2 elemental attributes, not to mention 2 extraordinary elemental attributes. Is he even going to let anyone live? At this moment, he finally understood. Even though he had always thought that he was the most special because of his dual class, Ice Mage plus Fire Warrior, possessing 2 elemental attributes, the truth was, compared to those rare super geniuses, he was nothing. Lu Xing and the other 5 people next to them were trying to hold back their laughter. How could they not see that their boss had failed in his show-off? But they were professionals, and no matter how funny it was, they would not laugh unless they could not help it. Qilin dispersed the divine flames and extreme cold holy power from his hands and said truthfully, Uncle Yang, as for skill books, I actually prefer ones that are more suitable for telekinesis users. Qilin also considered it. If Yang Tianming had already decided what skill book to give him, then as a junior, he would be happy to accept it since he knew a little about etiquette. But now Yang Tianming gave him a choice and said he could have whatever he wanted, so he would definitely choose what he needed most. In particular, the military's reserve of skill books must be extraordinary. Perhaps it will be like the Imperial Capital University, with top grade or even legendary telepathic skills. In comparison, he is definitely more inclined towards advanced telekinetic skills. Is that so? Okay, then uncle, take a look at our skill library to see if there are any advanced telekinetic skills. Yang Tianming nodded. He was a rather generous person. Since Qilin told him that he wanted a telekinetic skill book, he would definitely be willing to oblige him. After all, Qilin had helped their military so much. Yang Tianming searched on the computer for a while and finally found it. Found it! Our skill library actually has a telekinetic skill book, and it's of top grade quality. What is that? Qilin's face lit up with joy. He thought that this was a top grade skill book, which was pretty good. Telekinesis. Yang Tianming, that's the skill of creating a clone through mental power. Avatar skill? Qilin thought for a moment and said, Uncle Yang, let's go with this one. Student Qilin, are you sure you want this one? Yang Tianming seemed to be thinking long term. The clone skill isn't a particularly powerful combat skill. Besides, when a telepath reaches level 80, they can unlock telekinesis materialization, and then they can also create clones through telekinesis materialization. In that case, this telekinesis clone would be a bit redundant and not very valuable. Qilin smiled and said, it doesn't matter. I'm still quite far from level 80 anyway. It's a good idea to learn and use it early. The reason why Qilin was so determined was mainly because he recalled an anime he watched in his previous life. The protagonist of that anime was extremely good at the skill of splitting himself into 2. That's right, that's it. It's not that Qilin is arrogant. He thinks that with his infinite mental power, the number of clones he can create will far exceed others. With a clone, how exaggerated will the improvement in efficiency be when clearing dungeons and killing monsters? Let us take a very straightforward example. When the time comes to enter a dungeon, he will create 1,000 clones to kill monsters. This efficiency and speed are so exciting just thinking about it. Well, since Qi Lin thinks it's suitable for you, then I will give you the telekinesis clone. Yang Tianming nodded and looked at Xie Jing. Xiaoxia, go to the skill library and get that telekinesis clone. Okay, boss. Xie Jing nodded slightly and walked out. Oh, by the way, Qi Lin, I just heard from Xing that you cleared the extremely frosty forest island, with instant kills throughout. Uncle, can I ask what your current level is? Yang Tianming looked curious. Because he still remembered the news media reports on Qi Lin after the college entrance examination. At that time, Qi Lin seemed to be at level 17 or 18 when he took the college entrance examination. Now that only a few days have passed, he feels that no matter how talented Qi Lin is, he can only reach level 25 at most. But he really couldn't understand how it was possible for someone with a strength of around level 25 to be invincible in the high difficulty level 48 copy, extremely cold forest island. Yes, my current strength is level 40. Qi Lin said truthfully. Yang Tianming was stunned on the spot, his face full of disbelief. Actually already level 40? In other words, in just a few days, he advanced more than 20 levels? On average, you can improve 4 or 5 levels a day? This is so outrageous. Yang Tianming was suddenly a bit shocked. He remembered that when he was a freshman, he was not even level 10. At that time, when he confessed his love to the campus beauty, she despised him for being a weakling. It's true that people are better than the dead. Ahem, classmate Qi Lin, can uncle feel how strong you are? Yang Tianming looked interested. Qi Lin was stunned. He was wondering if Yang Tianming was going to stage another melodramatic scene of seniors competing with juniors. Don't worry, classmate Qi Lin. Uncle just wants to feel how strong your attack is. I don't want to compete with you by bullying you or anything like that. Yang Tianming gave Qi Lin a reassuring smile. I will use a defensive skill later, and you just need to attack my defensive skill. So that's how it is. Qi Lin was about to nod, but then he felt something was wrong. Let's not do it. I'm worried that I might accidentally hurt you, Uncle Yang. Injure me? Ha ha ha, Uncle Yang, I've been in the martial arts world for more than 10 years, and I'm the only one who injures others. No one has ever injured me. Yang Tianming laughed proudly. Qi Lin always felt that this line sounded familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere. Qi Lin was about to say something, but at this moment Yang Tianming swung his right hand and condensed a huge ice shield in front of him. Student Qi Lin, you may not know this. I am not only extremely powerful, having reached level 76, but also possess dual professions. I also possess top-tier ice defense skills. No one can hurt me. Yang Tianming smiled confidently. Student Qi Lin, I know what you're worried about, but the boss isn't being overconfident. His Ice God Emperor Shield is indeed one of the strongest ice-based defensive skills. With its maximum defensive power, it can withstand even the ultimate move of a top-level 80 warrior. Lu Xing next to him said, so, you really don't have to worry about accidentally hurting the boss. Is that so? Qi Lin thought about it for a while, and finally agreed, since Uncle Yang is interested, then I will show my ugliness. In fact, Qi Lin also wanted to give it a try to see if he could easily break the top defense of a level 76 expert. Anyway, you won't suffer any loss by giving it a try. Instead, you can further understand your own strength. Why not do it? Well, let's go outside and let Uncle see how powerful your telekinetic attack is. Yang Tianming suddenly became excited. Finally, the 6 people came to an open space outside the office building. Yang Tianming waved his right hand and directly condensed a huge ice shield that was 7 or 8 meters high. There are densely packed ancient characters on the ice shield, as well as a pattern that resembles an emperor with his arms outstretched, dominating the world, which looks very domineering. Of course, this level of defense is not Yang Tianming's full strength. He feels that when playing with a junior like Qi Lin, there is no need to use his full strength. Using 30% to 40% of his strength is enough. Student Qi Lin, Uncle is ready, you can start at any time. Yang Tianming looked very relaxed. Even though the Ice God Emperor shield he condensed is not big, its defensive quality is still very good. Even if a strong person of the same level, that is, above level 70, attacks with all his strength, he can easily defend against it. Outside the yard, Lu Xing and the other 3 were all looking forward to it. They also wanted to see how much damage Qi Lin, who was invincible in the extremely cold forest island, could cause to their boss's strongest defensive skill. Okay, then I'm sorry for the offense. Shilin nodded, took off his sunglasses, and his expression became a little serious. He definitely needs to try out some moves, but he also has his own considerations. For example, he doesn't want to use powerful moves like mental formatting and telekinesis pulses to avoid accidentally hurting Yang Tianming. He planned to try his initial skill, mental impact. Come. Yang Tianming still looked calm and composed. He knew that Qi Lin was extremely talented and powerful, but he didn't think that Qi Lin could break his strongest defense. Mental shock. Boom. As Qi Lin's eyes narrowed slightly, a terrifying mental force burst out. The scene was like a small nuclear bomb was dropped. The floor of the entire yard exploded, and a strong wind raged throughout the space. Boom. At that moment, the Ice Emperor's shield condensed by Yang Tianming exploded and shattered into pieces. Before Yang Tianming could react, he was blown away. Ah! Yang Tianming flew over 10 meters before crashing heavily into a large tree not far away. His entire body was entangled in the trunk. Yang Tianming was dumbfounded. The 4 people who were watching from the outside were also stunned, their mouths turned into an O shape in shock. The boss's strongest defense was broken in an instant? Is it that exaggerated? Boss, are you okay? Lu Xing and the other 3 were a little nervous, and they quickly ran over to see how Yang Tianming was doing. Yang Tianming looked embarrassed, his old face flushed red, and he blurted out a subconscious word. What's going on? Why is the floor so slippery? Chapter 94. The evil puppetry is about to explode. Lu Xing and the other 3 suddenly couldn't hold it anymore. Boss, your character has collapsed. Of course, even though they complained in their hearts and wanted to laugh, they still did not expose Yang Tianming. After all, they were professionals. At this time, Qi Lin also came up. Uncle Yang, are you okay? Oh, you're worrying too much. How could Uncle be in trouble? Uncle is fine. Yang Tianming stood up with the help of his 4 subordinates. His face looked a little unnatural, but he still waved his hand as if he was relaxed. Qi Lin was no novice, so how could he not see what was going on with Yang Tianming? He was also a little overwhelmed. It turns out that Uncle Yang is such a strong-willed person. Oh, if I had known earlier, I would have reduced my strength a little. Instead of using 30%, 25% would have been enough. Ahem, but I have to admit, classmate Qi Lin, your mental attack is indeed powerful. It was able to break my Ice God Emperor's shield in one go. It's truly amazing. Yang Tianming coughed dryly twice, showing the condescending look of a senior praising a junior, and did not forget to make excuses for himself. It's just that the ground was a bit slippery, causing Uncle to lose his balance for a moment, slip, and fly out. Qi Lin saw through it but didn't say anything. He showed a humble look and said, Uncle Yang, you are too kind. If you hadn't let me off the hook and only used 20% or 30% of your strength, I wouldn't have been able to break the ice shield's defense. Having lived 2 lives, Qi Lin still has some emotional intelligence. As the saying goes, if someone respects me an inch, I will respect them a yard. Yang Tianming praised him so much, so he naturally had to give Yang Tianming some face. In fact, he was telling the truth. The Ice God Emperor's shield that Yang Tianming condensed just now did not exert much power at all. If he used his full strength, the defensive power would probably be far more than this. Well, look at what you said. This uncle is the elder. How could he really do anything to a junior like you, right? Yang Tianming suddenly felt that Qi Lin was a particularly pleasing young man. He waved his hand and was about to change the subject to ask how strong Qi Lin's mental power was. Even though he tried to save face after being blown away by Qi Lin, he was actually really shocked by the strength of Qi Lin's mental power. He could also see that the mental attack just now didn't use much strength at all. Although he is only level 40, he can instantly break his strongest defensive skill, Ice God Emperor's Shield, with his initial skill, Spiritual Shock. This is enough to show how powerful Qi Lin's mental power is. He even felt that Qi Lin's mental power value might be even more exaggerated than those top telekinetic masters above level 90. This made him a little curious. Why could Qi Lin, a young man of 18 or 19 years old, have such terrifying mental power? Could it be that he is a genius whose mental power explodes as soon as he is born? However, before Yang Tianming could ask, a figure walked in. Boss, what happened here just now? There was such a big noise just now. Qi Lin looked over and found a man who was dressed similarly to Lu Xing and the other 3. He seemed to be Yang Tianming's subordinate, but he had an extra star on his shoulder, so he should be a colonel. The reason why he ran over was probably because the previous wave of mental power impact was too loud, and he thought something might have happened here, so he came over to check the situation. Oh, it's nothing. I just had a little fun with Qi Lin and didn't stop myself. Yang Tianming looked at his subordinate who was walking over. He waved his hand and was about to continue his previous excuse-making behavior. Oh, by the way, Aben, isn't it your duty this week? The floor is a bit slippery, maybe you didn't clean it. However, before Yang Tianming could finish his words, the subordinate suddenly took out a lightning spear and stabbed it directly at Yang Tianming's chest at an extremely fast speed. Go to hell! This scene scared Lu Xing and the other 3 people around. They didn't expect that Qin Bin, the colonel, would suddenly attack Yang Tianming. This situation was obviously wrong. But fortunately, Yang Tianming was no ordinary person. Even at such a close distance and such a sudden attack, he was able to dodge it by turning sideways with his extreme body reaction. You can't hide, die. Before the first move was over, the man used his second move, and it was a powerful move. The surging lightning force quantized into a huge thunder python, opening its bloody mouth and attacking Yang Tianming. Yang Tianming waved his right hand and quickly condensed a huge ice shield, easily blocking the fierce lightning attack. Qin Bin, are you crazy? Why did you suddenly attack the boss? Brother Bin, what are you doing? Stop it now. Lu Xing and the other 3 lost their composure and stepped forward to stop them. Get out of my way. However, that person seemed to have lost his mind. He swung his thunder spear and a thunder attack blasted towards the 4 people. Lu Xing and the other 3 were all shocked. They didn't expect that the man would attack them. Because that person's strength was obviously much stronger than Lu Xing and the other 3, and the 4 of them were caught off guard, they saw that the thunder attack was about to hit Lu Xing and the other 3. Telekinetic pulse. At the critical moment, Qi Lin's eyes narrowed slightly. Boom! The thunder attack was instantly dispersed. You actually dispersed my attack with just a glance? How is this possible? The man noticed it and showed a shocked expression. Ice chain. Just when the man was distracted, Yang Tianming took quick action and wrapped the man with several ice chains. Good opportunity, catch him. Lu Xing and the other 3 rushed forward and pinned Qin Bin, who was entangled in ice chains, to the ground. Let me go, let me go. I'm going to kill him, I'm going to kill him. Qin Bin still refused to give up and continued to struggle and shout. Qin Bin, what are you doing? Are you crazy? You actually attacked the boss. Yeah, Brother Bin, why don't you just talk it out nicely? Why did you suddenly attack the boss? Lu Xing and the other 3 held Qin Bin down tightly, preventing him from getting up. At this time, Yang Tianming came up. Boss, Qin Bin seems to be a little bit abnormal. Yeah, I noticed that too. Yang Tianming nodded. As a level 76 warrior, he could naturally see that something was wrong with his subordinates. But since he was not good at perception, he was not very clear about the specific situation of his subordinate Qin Bin. Find Xiao Pei and Xiao Long over here. One of them is a mind mage, and the other is a monk with the mind's eye skill. They should be able to tell what's going on with Qin Bin. Yang Tianming said. No need, Uncle Yang. My Abyss Holy Eye's insight should be able to see his general situation. Qi Lin walked over. Really? Then please, Mr. Qi Lin, help me find out what's going on with my subordinate and why he suddenly went crazy and lost control. Yang Tianming's face lit up with joy. Qi Lin nodded. He activated the Holy Eyes of the Abyss, and immediately noticed Qin Bin's abnormal condition. Uncle Yang, he's been manipulated by someone using an evil puppet technique. Evil puppetry? Yang Tianming and the other 3 were all shocked, and they subconsciously wanted to ask more details. But at this time, Qi Lin seemed to have noticed something again, and his face changed. Oh no, this guy is going to explode. Chapter 95, If you are not the big brother, is there anything you can't solve? Aben is going to explode? How could this happen? Yang Tianming became even more restless. Just now, he was attacked continuously by Qin Bin, but he just dodged and defended without any counterattack. Why? Because Qin Bin is his very important subordinate, he even regards Qin Bin as his half-brother, he can't let Qin Bin get into trouble. In addition to being controlled by evil puppetry, he's also under an evil curse. If certain conditions are met, he'll self-destruct. Qi Lin had already seen through the Holy Eye of the Abyss that Qin Bin had been hit by 2 evil skills in total, and the specific conditions of the evil spell skill had been met, and it had entered the countdown for self-destruction. The situation was quite bad. Now it seems that the specific condition is most likely that he was captured, so now he is going to self-destruct, and the explosion will take less than a minute. Less than a minute? The expressions of Yang Tianming and the other three changed drastically. They wanted to say something, but at this time, Qin Bin's face, no, it should be said that some strange red lines began to appear on his whole body. The colors of those strange lines became darker and darker, and gradually emitted a red light, looking full of danger. The expressions of Yang Tianming and the other four changed drastically. They were all experienced masters, so how could they not see that Qin Bin was about to be deformed? According to what Qi Lin said just now, he is about to self-destruct. Atao, go find Uxin quickly. She's a holy elf, so she should be able to remove the evil skills. It's too late. Holy talisman, do you have any holy talismans in your backpacks? Yang Tianming interrupted Lu Xing and said anxiously, a holy talisman can dissolve an evil skill, which should be able to solve Aben's problem. Holy talisman? I don't have any. Then go to the trading center and buy it. Boss, the holy talisman at the trading center is sold out. How so? Yang Tianming's face suddenly turned pale. Next to him, Qi Lin knew why there were no holy talismans for sale in the trading center. In fact, the trading center does not have everything. Just like Taba, which he used in his previous life, the goods in the trading center are all provided by individual shops. Holy talismans have always been in short supply because they can be used to deal with undead, demons, and other evil monsters. Even if new products are put on the shelves, they will be sold out quickly. It is obviously impossible to buy the holy talisman at this last minute. But even so, Qi Lin remained as calm as ever. The reason is simple, he has the holy talisman. Previously, when I cleared the undead cemetery with my junior sister, the golden treasure chest contained holy talismans for exorcism, and there were quite a few of them. Just when Yang Tianming was getting anxious like an ant on a hot pan, not knowing what to do, Qi Lin came up and said, "Don't worry, Uncle Yang. I have a holy talisman here. Just let me handle it." You have a holy amulet? Really? Yang Tianming was stunned at first, but when he saw Qi Lin take out two holy talismans emitting golden light and full of sacred aura from his backpack, his face suddenly lit up with joy. Really, there are some? That's great. Lu Xing and the other three were also quite excited. They didn't expect that Qi Lin would carry the holy talisman with him. This was simply too lucky. Qi Lin used the two holy talismans to successfully eliminate Qin Bin's two evil skills. Although the two exorcism talismans are of top grade, it would be a bit of a waste to use them to eliminate these two not so high level evil skills, but as the saying goes, human life is at stake, so there is no need to worry about it. After Qi Lin used the two exorcism talismans to eliminate the two evil skills, the strange patterns on Qin Bin's body disappeared visibly, and his crazy and ferocious state also calmed down. Ha? Boss? Ah Xing? Why am I here? I'm not. Shit, why am I tied up? And why are you holding me down? When he came to his senses and looked at the situation in front of him, he suddenly showed a confused expression. Fuck, Bin, are you losing your memory? That dangerous situation just now. Lu Xing was about to complain, but was interrupted by Yang Tianming. He looked at Qin Bin seriously and said, "Let's not talk about this for now. Bin, who did this to you? I used two evil skills on you and controlled you to come and kill me. What? I'm being manipulated? And I'm being manipulated to kill the boss?" Qin Bin was so shocked that his eyes widened, and his face was full of disbelief. But the next second, he seemed to remember something, and his expression turned into gnashing of teeth. It must have been that bastard Joker. I suddenly lost consciousness while fighting him. It must have been that damn bastard who used that evil skill on me, controlling me to come and kill you, boss. It's so fucking despicable. Joker? Qi Lin was stunned. That's a high-ranking official from an evil organization, a beast who only does disgusting things. When Yang Tianming mentioned this Joker, his face turned cold, and even a murderous aura emanated from him. That bastard, if I catch him, I will definitely make him pay. Qi Lin smacked his lips. He was about to ask which evil organization was so bold as to go against the military. Suddenly, Qin Bin felt a pang of pain in his stomach. Hey, boss, I'm back to normal now. Can you loosen my chains? Your ice chains are too strong. Not only do they hurt all over my body, but they're also freezing. I'm shivering with cold. Achoo. Okay. Yang Tianming looked at Qin Bin, who was tied up like a dumpling, and felt a little uncomfortable, so he removed the ice chains that were binding Qin Bin. By the way, Aben, you have to thank Qi Lin this time. He saved you. Yang Tianming said, if Qi Lin hadn't carried a holy talisman with him to remove those two evil abilities from you, you would have exploded by now, leaving nothing behind. So it was this little brother who saved me. Qi Lin? Hiss. Isn't that the top scorer in this year's college entrance exam? He actually saved me? Qin Bin was a little surprised at first, but when he recognized Qi Lin the next second, he suddenly became a little surprised. Well, classmate Qi Lin, it turned out that you saved me. Qin Bin, will never forget this favor. If you need any help in the future, please feel free to come to me. I will definitely repay your kindness. Qin Bin said solemnly. It's just a small favor, you're welcome. Qi Lin chuckled and waved his hand. He just wanted to continue to perform steadily, which meant that Qin Bin should remember to call him if there were any advanced copies in the future. At this moment, Yang Tianming seemed to have considered it for a while, and his expression became serious. Student Qi Lin, considering that you saved an important officer of our military, a colonel, this is of great significance. Uncle thinks that you should give you a bigger reward. Hiss. Qi Lin's eyes suddenly lit up. A bigger reward? What is that? Could it be a legendary skill book? Chapter 96, Fighting, huh? So, one-on-one or a group fight? Really? What is that? Qi Lin asked hurriedly. Since Qi Lin has made great contributions this time, I think I can award you the rank of Major as an encouragement. Yang Tianming said seriously. At the same time, when your strength reaches level 60, I will recommend you to participate in the trial of the Phantom Dragon Squad and let you become a member of the Phantom Dragon Squad. Hiss. Lu Xing and the other 5 people nearby all gasped in shock. But the next second, they seemed to think it was quite reasonable, and they all smiled slyly, saying, Boss, you were so cunning. They thought Yang Tianming was quite cunning, saying that he would give Qi Lin a bigger reward, but in fact, he used the reward as an excuse to lure Qi Lin, a rare super genius in a century, to the military side. This move is simply too clever. A title? Joining the Phantom Dragon Squad? Qi Lin was naturally quite surprised. He was a little conflicted, but I'm just a student now. I don't know if I can handle becoming a major and joining that team that sounds so powerful. To be honest, Qi Lin is the type of person who is used to freedom, and the military, which emphasizes order and discipline and is more restrictive, feels that it is not suitable for him. Don't worry about this, Qi Lin. I have naturally taken your special circumstances into consideration. Yang Tianming smiled and explained, the rank I mentioned earlier is not a regular rank, but a special rank. Although you, Qi Lin, can enjoy the treatment of a major, you don't need to stay in the military like us. You have more freedom. You will only be deployed when there is a special mission. The same goes for the Phantom Dragon Squad, they'll only summon you when there's an urgent mission. So that's how it is. Qi Lin nodded. He probably understood that these were special experts and special operations teams that were only needed in special times. As for why we have to wait until you reach level 60 before taking you to participate in the trial, it's mainly because the trial content is quite difficult. At that time, you will need to enter a very difficult level 70 dungeon and undergo various tests to reach. Hiss. Level 70 Ultra Difficulty Dungeon? Originally, Qi Lin was a little hesitant about the title, but when he heard that he could play the Super Difficulty Level 70 dungeon, his eyes suddenly lit up and he was no longer hesitant. Okay, Uncle Yang, I'm willing to accept the trial of the Phantom Dragon Squad. Qi Lin said with a firm look. With a special rank, major treatment, and the ability to clear level 70 advanced dungeons, what else do you want? Student Qi Lin, you agreed? That's great. When Yang Tianming saw that Qi Lin agreed, his face suddenly lit up with joy and he was very relieved. He stretched out his hand. Then welcome in advance to Qi Lin, you will join our military's Yulong Squad. Why is Yang Tianming so sure that Qi Lin can pass the trial even though Qi Lin hasn't participated in it yet? The reason is simple. Whether it was the fact that he easily passed the difficult level 48 dungeon, Extremely Cold Forest Island, not long ago, or the fact that he shattered his strongest defense with just a glance, it shows that Qi Lin's strength is far more than what is shown on paper. He even felt that Qi Lin could now easily defeat a senior expert at level 70. This is also the reason why he only allowed Qilin to reach level 60 to participate in the top military trial that required a strength of more than level 70 to register. After Yang Tianming awarded Qilin the military rank, he seemed to have an urgent task to capture the culprit of Qin Bin's attack Joker. He took Qin Bin and others away. Considering that Qilin was a student, Lu Xing and Shen Yu drove Qilin back to Imperial Capital University. On the way, Qilin comprehended the top-level telekinetic skill that Xie Jing had previously given him, telekinetic clone. In addition, during this awarding ceremony, Yang Tianming, on behalf of the military, gave him a top-grade equipment, Holy Cloak, which has the effect of adding 50 points of physical fitness. After realizing telekinesis clone, Qilin's panel information is as follows. Name, Qilin. Occupation, telekinesis. Level, 48.36%. Strength, 175 plus 80 equipment bonus. Agility, 140 plus 50 equipment bonus. Spirit. Physique, 140 plus 50 equipment bonus. Skills, mental shock, mind control, mental formatting, hypnosis, iron body, telekinesis, spider sense, abyss holy eye, divine flame burning heaven, telekinetic barrier, telekinetic pulse, mental perception, telekinetic clone. Qilin nodded. He felt that he was now half a numerical monster. It was the telekinesis clone that he had just comprehended. He was thinking of finding a suitable opportunity to test its power and see how many clones he could condense. By then, with tens of thousands of clones needed to clear dungeons and kill monsters, who could be as efficient as him? When he returned to the Imperial City, Qilin received a message from his sister Qiying. Qiying said that she had arrived in the Imperial capital and had settled down. She also sent her address and asked Qilin if he wanted to come over and have lunch with her. My sister has come to the Imperial capital, and as a younger brother, I must go and see what's going on, so Qilin asked Lu Xing to stop at a nearby street. This area is right near the apartment where my sister lives. After saying goodbye to Lu Xing and Shen Yu, Qilin walked into a nearby supermarket and bought some fruits and daily necessities. After coming out, Qilin walked towards the community where his sister Qiying lived. However, after walking for a while, a little boy holding a lollipop suddenly ran over. Big brother, there's a beautiful girl in the alley over there asking you to come over. The little boy pointed to an alley not far away. No, this routine has been going on for many years. You want to deceive me with this IQ? Do you think I'm stupid? Qilin was speechless. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that this clumsiness was familiar. In the alley over there, two men in cloaks were sticking half their heads out to observe, and they were discussing in whispers. Brother Qi, why did you let that brat run over and trick that guy? Didn't the bishop tell us to use any means necessary? Tisk, so you don't understand. What's the most direct and effective way to do anything? It must be violent conquest. If he doesn't agree to join, we'll beat him up. Wouldn't that make him convinced? Wouldn't he join us? How simple is that? Fat Cat twitched his lips, and he didn't know how to complain for a moment. No, big brother, isn't it too simple for you to do whatever it takes? He regretted more and more that he shouldn't have followed the boss, Maki. With his intelligence and efficiency, not only would he not be able to get promoted, but he also wondered if he would be assimilated by him over time, causing his intelligence to decline. Fat Cat was about to say something, but at this moment, he saw Qilin over there ignoring the little boy and walking away. He quickly said, Brother Qi, that kid didn't seem to be fooled and left. Ma Qi was startled. He quickly looked over and immediately revealed a serious expression as if he had met his match. That guy is really not simple. He saw through my clever strategy. So what should we do now? It's okay. If we can't lure him over, then we'll take the initiative and attack. Ma Qi looked determined and confident. I'll wait for him to get to a place where there are not many people. I'll confront him. He can't hide from me. Next, the two of them followed silently and finally blocked Qilin in a place where there were not many people. Kid, I told you to go to that alley before, but you refused. You're so arrogant. March looked unhappy. The main thing was that he had asked the little boy to trick Qilin, and he spent 10 copper coins to buy the little boy 5 large lollipops. In the end, it didn't work, and it was all in vain, so he was very angry. Oh? It's you guys. Qilin noticed early on that two people were following him. At first, he thought they were just someone else, but now that they ran out, he recognized them at once. Weren't they the two idiots who had asked him to join the evil soul cult? Why? You came here this time to ask me to join your Soul Palace sect? Shilin thought these two guys were quite interesting as they were so persistent. What Soul Palace cult? It's the Evil Soul cult. Maki put on a strong look and said, Boy, first courtesy, then force. I ask you again, do you want to join our Evil Soul cult? Didn't I tell you before that if you give me a high-level instance, I'll join? But you don't have any, how can I join? Shilin spread his hands. You're still not joining, huh? Fine, then don't blame me for using my ultimate move. Maki showed an appearance of being very fierce and powerful. He clenched his fist, making a crackling sound, and sneered, This is your last warning. Join our Evil Soul cult, or don't blame me for taking action. The fat cat also showed a ferocious and cold smile. You're going to take action, right? Shilin was happy. He just wanted to try out the power of telekinesis clone. Now there happened to be two suitable targets, so he naturally would not let them go. He decided to try it out using only 10% or 20% of his strength. Telekinetic clone. Bang 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 bang. After a puff of smoke, the scene was instantly crowded with people. They were all Shilin's clones, and there were more than 1,000 of them. The 1,000 clones suddenly surrounded Maki and Fat Cat, 3 layers inside, 100 layers inside and 100 layers outside. So now, one-on-one? Or a group fight? Maki and Fat Cat, who were originally looking so arrogant, had their smiles disappear. Chapter 97 Skill Upgrade, Deep Hypnosis Mode, Brainwashing. Fuck, the number of clones. Maki and Fat Cat were shocked by the number of clones Shilin created. Both of them had stunned expressions and were completely dumbfounded. They thought that the number of clones was at least 800, if not 1,000. It's terrifying. Oh. A mere 10% or 20% of my power can create so many clones. Not bad. Shilin nodded with satisfaction. He felt that, considering his current skill proficiency was almost zero when he was just trying out his skills, it was already quite good that he could create this number of clones. Once he becomes more proficient and uses his full strength, it will not be a problem for him to create more than 10,000 clones. Brother Chi, we're surrounded. What should we do now? It was the first time for Fat Cat to encounter such a scene. He was a little scared and asked tremblingly. No. It's okay. Even though there are more of us, we are stronger. No. No need to be afraid of him. March forced himself to remain calm. Although his IQ is not high, his strength is not low. Level 48, this is Maki's strength. As for Fat Cat, he is level 41. Judging from their strength on paper, both of them are stronger than Shilin. This is also the reason why Maki dared to fight Shilin. He felt that Shilin was only 18 or 19 years old and had just entered his freshman year. No matter how talented he was, his age was there. How strong could he be? As long as the two of them, who are over level 40, join forces, they can take it down in minutes. Really? Really? But why do I feel that this guy's aura is no weaker than ours? Fat Cat shrank his head, not knowing if it was an illusion. Besides, the number of clones he has doesn't seem like something that can be created by someone at level 20 or 30. Bang! Maki grew impatient and slapped Fat Cat on the head. Can you please stop encouraging others and destroying your own prestige? No matter how talented this kid is, he's only 18 or 19. How can he possibly be compared to two of us veteran masters? Can you please have a little more confidence in yourself? Okay. Fat Cat felt that what Maki said made some sense, so he began to muster up his courage and prepare to fight back. Come, let this kid see our strength, and let him know that fighting doesn't just depend on numbers. Shit. Why can't I move? Just as March was about to roll up his sleeves, he suddenly found that his body could not move, which frightened him. Brother Chi, I can't move either. Why is this happening? Fat Cat was also very scared when he found that he couldn't move. It is obvious that this is Shilin's work. It was hypnosis. He used hypnosis. Although it was only his clone who beat up the two men, Shilin still did not allow Maki and Fat Cat to have any chance to fight back or hit his clone. Since you are going to be beaten, just lie down and take the beating. Yes, it's so domineering. Right, that kid, he's a telekinetic master, he was the one who hypnotized us. Maki thought about it, and after figuring out the truth, he was suddenly shocked and incredulous. How is this possible? Isn't he only 18 or 19 years old? Isn't he just a freshman? How could he hypnotize two of us in our 40s? Fat Cat wanted to say something, but at this time, Qilin had already started giving orders and pointed his finger lightly. Fuck him. All of a sudden, all those clones took action. No, it's a kick. The clones surrounding the top had their hands in their pockets, kicking and stomping at Maki and Fat Cat. Those clones also have Qilin's personality. It doesn't matter how hard they beat him, but the posture must be handsome. Ah. Don't hit my face, don't kick. Oh. Ah. Don't just play one position, oops, hiya, ah. The two were kicked and beaten violently by the clones, and their screams were endless. But Qilin didn't use any heavy hands at all. With his strength, if he were to be a little more ruthless, the two of them would at least suffer mental death. In fact, Qilin used his clones to attack Maki and Fat Cat more to see how many clones he could condense and what kind of strength those clones would have after they came out. In the final analysis, he knew very well that the clone was the clone and the original body was the original body. The clone is definitely not like his original body, and his mental power is infinite. After this wave, Qilin finally understood. Indeed, the strength of the clone he created through telekinesis clone is only his strength on paper. In other words, he is now at level 40, and his clones are also at level 40. Except that the spirit value is not infinite, strength, agility and constitution are the same. Of course, even if the mental value is not infinite, since these clones were created by Qilin, who has infinite mental power, it is impossible for a weakened version to exist. The mental power values of those clones are probably 2 to 3 times higher than those of ordinary level 40 telekineticists. Qilin nodded, he was quite satisfied. Skill, Hypnosis, Proficiency 1000, upgraded to Intermediate Skill, unlocking Deep Hypnosis Mode Brainwashing. Oh? My skills have been upgraded? Qilin was a little surprised, but immediately felt it was reasonable. At present, Hypnosis is definitely his most frequently used skill. Since it is used the most times and proficiency has increased, it is naturally the skill to be upgraded first. Brainwashing? Interesting. Qilin raised the corner of his mouth in an amusing arc. He was quite interested in the deep hypnosis mode unlocked by hypnosis, this time brainwashing. You know, there is a big difference between hypnosis and brainwashing. The effect of hypnosis is only temporary, but brainwashing can last for a long time, even permanently. Qilin has read the detailed description of deep hypnosis mode brainwashing. The effectiveness of brainwashing depends on the mental strength and skill proficiency of the person performing it. Then there is no doubt that with his infinite mental power, the brainwashing effect is absolutely top-notch. The effect of brainwashing once may last for up to a month or even longer. Continuous brainwashing can even achieve permanent brainwashing effects. It's a rare opportunity for me to unlock a new skill, so I'll use you two idiots to try out its effect. Qilin's mind moved, and accompanied by a series of bang 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 sounds, the thousands of clones densely packed at the scene all disappeared. Over there, only Maki and Fat Cat were lying on the ground, their heads beaten like pigs, their faces and bodies covered with shoe prints. They all had tears in their eyes and looked hopeless. It's not like they had never been beaten before, but this was the first time they had been ravaged like this. Wow, that's too brutal. The two of them then realized that they had underestimated Qilin, an 18 or 19-year-old student whose strength was simply unbelievable. At least it was enough to beat these two senior masters who were over level 40 and left them without any chance of fighting back. Brother Qi, okay, it seems to have stopped. Yes, but why? Why did that boy stop suddenly? The two were surprised to find that Qilin's clones had all dispersed. However, before they could do anything, their eyes and expressions suddenly became dull, and then they sat up. It was obvious that this was controlled by Qilin, and the hypnosis he cast on the two of them had not yet ended. Qilin walked over and said, "Your organization is called the Evil Soul Cult, right? It can't be a good thing, right? There is no need to think about it, which organization with the word soul in its name is good? Not to mention that there is an evil in front of the word soul, which makes it even less likely to be any better. Yes, our Evil Soul Cult is an evil force that does all sorts of evil and bad things. It's a garbage force." Maki nodded dully. I just asked you to tell the truth, not to make any comments, okay? Qilin felt a little nervous, but he felt that Maki's evaluation was quite pertinent. How powerful could an organization be that could recruit idiots like Maki and Fat Cat? Needless to say, they were all third or fourth rate forces. However, since it is a force of a bad nature, Qilin has no psychological burden. I asked you, the evil soul cult, to pick a fight with me, didn't I? If I don't give you a good beating, do you really think I'm easy to bully? He, got it. Qilin rubbed his hands. He had already thought of a way to take revenge on the evil soul cult. Chapter 98: The Hardest Way to Die. Deep hypnosis, brainwashing, start. Qilin's eyes narrowed slightly, and he used brainwashing on Maki and Fat Cat. Have you two forgotten something? Have you forgotten that I am your boss? Have you forgotten that you two are actually undercover agents sent by me to the evil soul cult? The focus of brainwashing is to implant ideas in the minds of two people, or to fabricate non-existent facts in order to achieve the effect of modifying their memories. Qilin naturally had his own ideas. Although those two idiots, Maki's Fat Cat, were reckless enough to come and provoke him, their crimes did not deserve the death penalty. At least after he beat them up with his clones, he felt that was enough. But the evil soul cult that sent these two people here not only coveted him, but also forced him to join. There was no way he couldn't help but take revenge. Especially since he was such a petty and vindictive person, how could he pretend nothing happened? As for the method of revenge, it is very simple. It is to incite the two idiots, Maki and Fat Cat, to rebel and cause internal sabotage. Anyway, as Maki said just now, the evil soul cult is just a rubbish force and it is not worth his personal involvement. He can just send an undercover agent to carry out internal sabotage. At this time, Maki and Fat Cat had been brainwashed by Qilin. The two men's eyes returned to normal, as if they had just remembered something important. They both slapped their foreheads and said, "Oh my. We actually forgot such an important thing and came here to fight with Brother Lin. Damn it. Yeah, we deserve to die for contradicting Brother Lin." Bang! As they said that, the two of them slapped themselves hard. Qilin was amused. He felt that this brainwashing was quite powerful and it really made the two of them become his most loyal little fans. It doesn't matter if you forget for a moment, just don't forget your final mission in joining the evil soul cult. Qilin looked tolerant. Don't worry, Brother Lin, we won't forget this. The evil soul cult has done so many evil things, and yet they dared to offend Brother Lin. We must bring it down, we must bring it down. Yes, Brother Lin, now we remember, we will get things done next. Both of them expressed their opinions. Not to mention, the content that Qilin brainwashed the two of them was quite ups and downs and heart-wrenching. They are Maki and Fat Cat, his younger brothers who have followed him for many years. They are both very righteous and what they hate most are those evil organizations that do bad things behind his back. Therefore, they often go undercover and join some evil forces to cause damage. And this time, they have set their sights on a big target. It was the evil soul cult that had offended Qilin before, so when they first joined, they erased their previous memories and then joined the evil soul cult as mere workers. After successfully infiltrating the evil soul cult, all they had to wait for was for Qilin to restore their memories one day, and then, as an undercover agent, they would destroy this evil organization. Qilin had to admire his own train of thought. This was even more infernal than infernal affairs. Qilin nodded, his expression saying, "I'm optimistic about you guys," and patted the two on the shoulders. Anyway, just adapt to the situation. Oh, and add me again. Remember to report any progress you make. You can't laugh, absolutely not. Qilin tried hard to suppress his smile. If it weren't for his good acting skills, he would have been exposed. Okay, Brother Lin, we will report to you immediately if anything happens. Both of them nodded solemnly, like soldiers about to go to the battlefield. Qilin almost couldn't suppress the smile. After adding the two of them as friends, he made up an excuse and left. Perhaps Qilin could never have imagined that the drama he casually played today would actually destroy the soul-devouring organization, which has the strongest development momentum in the future and will develop into the world's #1 evil force. After Qilin left, Maki and Fat Cat were still discussing their undercover plan. Brother Qi, now that we have recovered our memories, what should we do next? It's simple. As the old saying goes, to catch a thief, you must first catch the leader. Why don't we just find the Pope of the evil soul cult and deal with him directly? But Brother Qi, I heard that the Pope is a top-level expert over level 80. We can't defeat him. I was just using an analogy. So, let's take it one step at a time. First, we'll get rid of Chen Xiong, who always scolds us like crazy. Bishop Chen, right? Well, I've disliked him for a long time, so I'll just kill him first. Evil soul cult. What? You two still can't get Qilin to join us? Good for nothings. You're complete losers. You can't even do something so simple. Inside the church, Chen Xiong, the bishop of the evil soul cult branch, started cursing at Maki and Fat Cat. Your Excellency, you are right to scold us. We haven't tried hard enough. We will try harder next time. Your Excellency, are you tired of scolding us? Have some chicken soup, cough cough cough, have some tea to quench your thirst. Chen Xiong showed a surprised expression. Previously, when he scolded Maki and Fat Cat, they didn't talk back, but they both looked unconvinced. But now, they were both respectful. Had they changed their ways? But Chen Xiong didn't worry about it. He thought it would be better if Maki and Fat Cat, two idiots with low IQ, were more obedient. At least it wouldn't make him so angry. Well, your attitude is good, but I still want to say that you need to work harder. Remember, you must bring Qilin to me, understand? Chen Xiong was also a little thirsty, so he took the tea and took a sip. Got it, got it. We'll definitely try our best next time. Well, that's great. I look forward to you bringing me good news next time. Chen Xiong nodded with satisfaction, and then he walked away. He was going to catch a crucial prey soon, so he had to set off. After Chen Xiong left, Maki and Fat Cat looked at each other and smiled evilly as if their conspiracy had succeeded. He, that old guy was fooled. He drank the tea I poisoned. Isn't this the end of him? By the way, Brother Qi, you said earlier that you found a strange poison that Chen Xiong couldn't detect. What kind of poison was that? He really didn't seem to notice it at all. You never imagined that, did you? I found that specifically. It's chrysanthemum residue, known as the world's #1 laxative. It's colorless and odorless, and just a tiny drop can make a level 70 expert collapse. I gave him a full 10 drops. Isn't this going to kill him? Fat Cat. A forest. Bang. Accompanied by a violent energy collision, Chen Xiong and a man of about 37 or 38 with a tough face both retreated 5 or 6 meters along the ground. I really didn't expect that your secret technique is quite powerful. After using it, you can evenly fight me on equal terms. Chen Xiong showed a smile determined to win, but it's useless. I also know the secret skills to improve my strength. Blood devouring, furious. Chen Xiong roared angrily and was about to burst out with his strength. However, puff! Just when Chen Xiong was about to unleash his full power, his steel door gave out air. The person opposite was dumbfounded. No, buddy, I'm not asking you to explode, I'm not asking you to explode. Chen Xiong was also extremely embarrassed, his face flushed red. However, before he could do anything, his stomach suddenly started to churn. Then, puff! 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 It's like a flash flood. He exploded. Ugh. Chen Xiong's body was quickly hollowed out by an unknown force. He is stupid. What's going on? Chapter 99, Become Bigger and Stronger, Team Up to Play Dungeon Games. 12:30 noon. Qilin came to the apartment rented by his sister Qiang. The apartment my sister Qiang rented is quite big, with 2 bedrooms and a living room. In addition, the location is also very good. If you rent the house as an individual, the monthly rent may not be cheap. Fortunately, this is because my sister was promoted and transferred to the branch as a department manager, and this apartment was specially arranged by the company. As for why my sister asked the company for a 2-bedroom, 1 living room, she said that it was because she took into consideration that Qilin would come over for dinner, and if it was late at night, Qilin could rest in the guest room. When Qilin arrived, his sister Qiang had already cooked the meal. Scallion chicken, sweet and sour spare ribs, steamed grass carp, stir-fried snow peas with sausage, black bean and loach soup. 4 dishes and 1 soup are already on the table. Goo! Qilin's stomach reacted immediately. The main reason was that in the past 2 days, all he ate in the extremely cold forest island was food to replenish his energy. It could fill his stomach, but it was not tasty at all. In addition, he hadn't eaten the food cooked by his sister Qiang for several days, so he was naturally very greedy. Are you hungry? Wash your hands and eat. The sister in the apron is still as gentle as ever. Okay. Qilin smiled and quickly went to wash his hands. When I came back from washing my hands, my sister Qiang had taken off her apron and came out of the kitchen with 2 bowls of rice. Xiaolin, go get the chopsticks. Okay. Shilin brought 2 pairs of chopsticks from the kitchen. He handed 1 pair to his sister Qiying and then sat down to eat. But at this time, his sister reached out and took off his sunglasses. Xiaolin, I feel like you seem to be much stronger than before. Have you been working hard on dungeons recently? Qiying put her sunglasses on the table and said with a gentle smile on her lips. Yes, sister, you may not believe it, but I am already level 40 now, which is stronger than many of my senior brothers and sisters in the 3rd year of high school. Shilin said proudly. But he also felt a little strange. How could his sister Qiying tell at a glance that he had become much stronger? Obviously, his sister was just an ordinary person, so she shouldn't be able to sense whether he was getting stronger or weaker. Shilin was about to say something when he suddenly received a message. Shilin took a look and found that it was sent to him by Maki. Brother Lin, come and praise me. Fat Cat and I have already killed our superior, the bishop of a branch of the evil soul cult. We are efficient enough, right? Proud. This immediately surprised Shilin. To be honest, although he brainwashed Maki and Fat Cat and asked them to be undercover agents to carry out internal sabotage, in fact, given their intelligence, he did not hold much hope. He just wanted to make them disgusted with the evil soul cult. But now, a branch bishop was dealt with in less than half a day. Isn't this efficiency too fast? Shilin thought for a moment and replied, have you asked for help? It's not that he underestimated the 2 of them. The problem is that he knew their IQ. It was obviously not normal for them to be able to kill a bishop-level figure so quickly. No, Brother Lin, we completely relied on our ingenuity to deal with him, that's why we didn't ask for help Sundara faced JPG. Then how did you take him out so quickly? It's very simple. I gave him a super laxative arms on hips JPG. Shilin was stunned. Administering a super laxative? What was going on? This is not a laxative that killed someone. Brother Lin, this is what happened. Brother Qi gave him a super laxative. He happened to be out on a mission. He seemed to be dealing with a very powerful target at the time. As a result, the drug took effect and directly weakened him. Then he was killed by the master on the opposite side. Silly smile. The one who sent the additional explanation was Fat Cat. Shilin. Shilin's experience was truly eye-opening. He had seen poisoning and murder before. But this was the first time he had seen someone kill a target with laxatives. Maki, Brother Lin, am I very smart? Am I very resourceful? I poisoned the place, but no one in the evil soul cult suspected me. They just thought the bishop was weak and was killed. I feel like my laxative operation can definitely become bigger and stronger. Righteous JPG. Fat Cat, Brother Lin, I've heard the news. I heard that because the bishop died, the higher-ups are considering selecting a new branch bishop. Brother Qi and I seem to be on the list. We have a chance to make it. Come on, JPG. Shilin didn't know what to say anymore. It turns out these 2 idiots are so powerful. Well, very good, keep it up. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Shilin returned to Imperial Capital University. The main reason was that he had not rested for more than 30 hours in the extremely cold forest. Even though his mental strength was infinite and he could not feel tired mentally, his body still needed rest, so he took a nap in the guest room after dinner. At this moment, Imperial Capital University seemed to be holding some large-scale event, and the campus was very lively. Everyone, there's only 1 hour left to register for this year's team dungeon clearing competition. If you miss it, you'll have to wait for the next one. Are there any other teams that want to sign up? Any more? We want to sign up. We are the crab fishing lovers team. All 5 of us are freshmen. Can we sign up? Freshmen? But the minimum strength of the team members in this dungeon competition cannot be 40. Do you have it? No. Well, you can't sign up if you don't have it. All right. Shilin naturally heard the noise, which immediately attracted his attention. Team up for a dungeon competition? And those below level 40 cannot participate, so it seems to be a high-level dungeon. Shilin thought about it and decided to join in the fun. He has the qualifications to participate in level 40, so he will definitely not miss this rare opportunity to have a high-level copy. Shilin walked to the registration office and took a look, only to find that it was the team dungeon clearing competition held by Imperial Capital University every year. Generally speaking, copy competitions organized by schools like this are more to promote competition and mutual progress among students. The reward is in the form of credits. Any participating team that can break the dungeon clearance record will receive 1,000 credits. Even though Qilin can easily obtain thousands or even tens of thousands of credits by clearing a school copy, that is only because his mental power is infinite and invincible. But for other students, even if they complete school courses, clear dungeons, and take on campus tasks, they may not be able to earn that many credits in a month. Therefore, participating in activities organized by these schools is very cost-effective. It is for this reason that many students form teams and sign up to participate. Of course, those are all students in the 3rd grade and above. Qilin looked at the entry requirements. The registered team must have no more than 5 people, and their strength must reach level 40, but also below level 50. Qilin's face lit up with joy. If that was the case, he met the registration requirements. Without any hesitation, Qilin walked to the registration office and said, "Senior sister, I want to sign up." The junior girl at the registration desk looked up. When she saw it was Qilin, her expression turned a bit infatuated at first, but then she was stunned. "It's you, junior brother Qilin. Do you want to sign up? But the registration requirement is that your strength must be above level 40. This junior girl naturally knew that Qilin was extremely talented, but she also didn't think that Qilin, a junior who had just been a freshman for a few days, could reach level 40. You know, even she, a junior, is level 38. Qilin said calmly, "It's okay, senior sister, I have reached level 40. What? Junior brother, you are level 40? Upon hearing this, the junior girl showed a surprised expression. Chapter 100, I broke the record again without realizing it? As soon as the junior girl said this, many students around looked over. Those people probably heard what the junior girl said, so many people's eyes fell on Qilin. Hey, did you hear that? The girl at the registration desk just now said that Qilin's strength seems to have reached level 40. Level 40? That's impossible, right? I'm a junior and haven't even reached level 40 yet. Qilin has only been a freshman for a few days. No matter how talented he is, there's no way he can reach level 40 so quickly, right? Well, you know what, although it's a bit outrageous, I don't think it's impossible. Didn't Qilin just clear an abyssal level 30 dungeon a few days ago? This shows that his strength is not only far ahead of his freshmen, but also stronger than many of our sophomores and juniors. It's not surprising that he's level 40. Everyone was talking about it. Qilin didn't care about the looks from the people around him. He nodded and said, "Yes, senior sister, I'm level 40. The junior girl swallowed hard and said, "Junior brother, it's not that I don't trust you. According to the procedure, you need to place your hand on this strength tester, and it will display your specific strength level." Good. Qilin nodded and placed his hand on the strength tester. Without a doubt, the level displayed is level 40. The junior girl was a little shocked. "Oh my god, she's really level 40. Hiss. Many students around also saw it and they also showed shocked expressions. "Oh my god, did you see that? That freshman Qilin, his strength has really reached level 40. This is outrageous. I'm opening the door to this outrageous thing. This is outrageous. I'm a junior and haven't even reached level 40 yet. Don't even mention you juniors. I'm a senior and only just reached level 40. Are people really that different from each other? Is this the value of a once-in-a-century national champion? How terrifying." The junior girl realized that her expression was a little off, and she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. "Junior brother, your strength meets the registration requirements. So what's the name of your team, and how many people are there?" "Senior sister, let me help you register." "How many people are there?" "There's no one else, just me." Qilin told the truth. "Huh? Are you the only one?" The junior girl was stunned for a moment. "Can't I do it alone?" Qilin pointed to the poster next to him and said, "Doesn't it say that up to 5 people are allowed?" "Then one person also counts as up to 5 people. Well, it's not that one person can't participate, but if you participate alone, you will suffer a lot." The junior girl explained, "Because this dungeon is a level-based dungeon, with one level after another. If you're in a small group, you can cooperate with each other and be much more efficient. If you're alone, it's very difficult to complete the levels continuously." "It's okay, I can do it alone. If that doesn't work, I can always find a few teammates. As Qi Lin spoke, he used telekinesis clone. Bang bang bang. Accompanied by a burst of thick smoke, 3 clones of Qi Lin appeared beside Qi Lin. The junior girl didn't know what to say for a moment. Using your own clone as a teammate, it turns out you can play like this. Many students around also looked enlightened. Holy crap, having a clone as a teammate, is Qi Lin really that cool? It's a little outrageous, but I think it's quite interesting. Haven't you guys lost your focus? This Qi Lin wants to clear a team dungeon by himself. Even if he's level 40, isn't that a bit too arrogant? Qi Lin did not hear the discussions of his classmates around him, but if he had heard it, he would have just laughed in his heart. Is it too arrogant to play a team dungeon alone? Do you know what it means to be invincible and to make great progress? Okay, then. Junior brother, what's the name of your team? Senior sister will help you register now. The junior girl stopped hesitating and asked. Well, the name. Qi Lin thought about it and he had an idea. Then let's call it Let Me Go. Okay, junior brother, then remember to come and participate in the competition tomorrow. The time is 10 a.m. Okay. After completing the registration, Qi Lin left. Next, it goes without saying that the news of Qi Lin reaching level 40 gradually spread around the campus, shocking many students. It also caused a lot of discussion on the school forum that day. Especially in the senior grades, because all the seniors know that even the guy who was once hailed as the strongest genius in the Imperial Capital University, and now one of the 5 strongest people in Dragon Country, had not reached level 40 in the first half of his freshman year. This means that at this moment, Qi Lin has unknowingly broken the most monstrous talent record that has been dormant for many years at the Imperial Capital University. It is no exaggeration to say that Qi Lin is now the most talented student since the founding of Imperial Capital University. And no other. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Qi Lin came out of the shower room after taking a shower. After blow-drying his hair, he returned to the room and prepared to begin his favorite part of clearing the spoils. The trip to the extremely cold forest island, with Lu Xing and the others, was quite rewarding. Not only did it allow him to break through to level 40, but the loot was also quite rich. Qi Lin opened his backpack. Because the sea monsters were lined up to die, we got a lot of materials from killing monsters this time. The main ones are the fangs of giant pythons, the fangs of sea dragons, the hearts of guardian beasts, etc. There are also the 5 mechanical monsters at the final location, the guardian soul dropped by the Ice Valley Guardian, the Emperor Dragon's blood, Emperor Dragon's eye, Ice Dragon's heart, etc. obtained by killing the boss Glacier Emperor Dragon. Qi Lin took a look and found that except for the special item, Emperor Dragon Essence Blood, he had no use for the others, so he sold them all at once. After all, the monsters killed in this trip were relatively high-level monsters, so the materials must be more valuable, especially the Emperor Dragon's Eye and Ice Dragon's Heart of the dungeon boss Glacier Emperor Dragon. Both are high-level equipment materials, and the recycling price exceeds 5 million copper coins. After all of them were sold, the total amount was more than 22 million copper coins. Including the more than 60 million copper coins before, the assets in Qi Lin's account now have reached more than 85 million copper coins. We are only one step away from the small goal of 100 million. Qi Lin was in such a good mood that he planned to absorb the Emperor Dragon's blood essence next. The effect of the Emperor Dragon's blood is similar to the dragon blood Qi Lin had obtained before. Both are tonics, and their properties can be greatly improved after taking them. Of course, the Emperor Dragon's blood is of legendary level, and its effect is definitely stronger than the best grade dragon blood. After taking it, all attributes can be permanently increased by 30 points. Qi Lin didn't hesitate at all. He unscrewed the lid and drank it in one gulp. After all attributes increased by 30 points, Qi Lin's panel information is as follows. Name, Qi Lin. Occupation, telekinesis. Level, 48.36%. Strength, 205 plus 80 equipment bonus. Agility, 170 plus 50 equipment bonus. Spirit. Physique, 170 plus 50 equipment bonus. Skills, mental shock, mind control, mental formatting, hypnosis, iron body, telekinesis, spider sense, abyss holy eye, divine flame burning heaven, telekinetic barrier, telekinetic pulse, mental perception, telekinetic clone. TSK, is this the unique feeling of pleasure that comes with numerical monsters? It really is extraordinary. Qi Lin was sighing when suddenly he received a message. He took a look and found that the message was sent by his junior sister. Chapter 101, A Strong Opponent? That's just what I want. Qi Lin's eyes suddenly lit up. After his previous trip to the undead cemetery, he already knew that the junior sister was 90% likely a wealthy woman. This time, she was probably looking for him to run a high-level dungeon with him. A small favor, a great love, brother, are you free tomorrow night? Please call me President Qilin. If there is an advanced dungeon, I will definitely be free. Smirk. A small favor, a great affection, yes, there is a level 50 dungeon. Are you interested, brother? Cute. Hiss. A level 50 copy? Qilin took a breath and felt a little uneasy. You know, the extremely cold forest island that Lu Xing and others took him to before was only a level 48 copy. He didn't expect that the junior sister would be so exaggerated this time and actually created a level 50 copy. There is no doubt about it, the junior sister is definitely a wealthy woman. Qilin became more and more certain, and he found his junior sister more and more pleasing to the eye. Please call me President Qilin. Yes, when will you go? A small favor, a great love, brother, I won't be going this time. I've been busy for the past 2 days and can't spare the time. But I know there's a team of adventurers who's going to clear a level 50 dungeon and kill a special boss. They need a telekineticist or holy elf with strong mental power to assist them. Qilin was a little surprised. He didn't expect that this time his junior sister would find a high-level copy for him instead of going herself. TSK, what does it mean to be beautiful and kind-hearted? He felt that his junior sister was the best example of this. A small favor, a great love, but I also told them that if you're willing to go, you don't have to team up with them. You just need to help them kill that special boss. Qilin was a little surprised again. He didn't expect that his junior sister would even help him with the communication work. Please call me President Qilin. What kind of special boss is that? A small favor, a great love, a boss with the ability to turn invisible, the Shadow Martial Saint, can activate a stealth state. Therefore, it requires the assistance of a Holy Spirit and a psychic master with exceptionally strong mental power and perception skills. Qilin thought about it and felt that this copy could be cleared. After all, that was a level 50 advanced copy, and the junior sister had already helped him with the communication work in advance. If he didn't go, wouldn't it be a waste of the junior sister's kindness? Please call me President Qilin. Junior sister, I'm going. Please talk to that adventurer team for me, or give me their contact information and I'll tell them. Small favor, great love, okay, senior brother, I'll tell them. I'll send you a meeting place tomorrow, and you just need to go there on time to meet them. Cute. Please call me President Qilin, okay, thank you, junior sister. Okay. The next morning, at 9:55. Qilin came to the event site where a team dungeon clearing competition was held. At this moment, there are at least 500 or 600 students gathered here, and more students are coming. It is estimated that when the competition officially starts, there will be no less than 1,000 students coming to watch the competition. It can be said to be very lively. At the same time, Qilin also noticed that there were a lot of live broadcast equipment on the scene, and there were several large live broadcast screens. Whether judging from the number of spectators who came to watch the game or the live broadcast equipment, this team-based dungeon clearing competition has attracted quite a lot of attention at Imperial Capital University. As soon as Qilin arrived, he immediately attracted the attention of many students present. Look over there, the national #1 freshman is here. Really? I heard he's already level 40. His talent is truly incredible. I heard that he seems to be planning to participate alone in this year's team dungeon clearing competition. What do you think he can achieve? I don't know. I'll have to see it to find out. Many of the people who came to watch the game were juniors and seniors. If Qilin's 6-minute speedrun through the opening test made him famous throughout the freshman year, then his easy completion of the Abyss dungeon in the second-year area shocked the entire sophomore year. Now that he is participating in this team dungeon clearing competition, he has truly attracted the attention of the entire school. After all, each team dungeon competition is a school-wide activity, and the participating teams are almost all composed of junior and senior students. Qilin didn't care about the discussion of him among the students around him. He walked to the sign-in area. At the check-in area, the person responsible for completing the check-in work for the participating teams was the junior girl from yesterday afternoon. Hello, senior sister, I'm here to sign in. Qilin said politely. Junior brother, you're here. Okay, I'll sign you in now. The junior girl nodded and completed the sign-in for Qilin. Junior brother, after signing in, go to the contestant waiting area over there. After all teams have signed in, we will draw lots in order. Okay. Shi Lin nodded, then he walked to the contestant waiting area. At this moment, there were already 7 or 8 teams standing in the contestant waiting area. When those teams saw Shi Lin coming over, their reactions varied. Some nodded politely to Shi Lin, some came over to say hello, and some looked provocative or unhappy. Shi Lin didn't care much. Participating in a competition together means that you are competitors. It is normal for some teams to look at each other with provocation or dissatisfaction. As Shi Lin walked to the contestant waiting area, many students at the scene started talking. Hey, what do you think of that freshman Shi Lin? Which teams can he beat? I heard that among the 10 or so teams participating this year, there are some incredible guys. Really, there are some. They are the Thunderbolt brothers led by Xiao Chen. They just haven't arrived yet. Hiss. Xiao Chen? Isn't that the top scorer in the national competition last year? Is he participating too? Oh. The top scorer from last year is also participating? When Shi Lin heard this, he was a little surprised. He knew Zhou Feng, the national top scorer in his junior year, after all, he lived next door. Zhou Feng also told him that the national top scorer in the 2nd grade also lived in Zhuangyuan Pavilion community, but lived quite far away, so he had not seen him yet. To be honest, Shi Lin was a little surprised that the national top student, now a sophomore, would participate in this team dungeon clearing competition. Look over there, it's Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen is here. Shi Lin was just thinking when suddenly there was a burst of commotion not far away. Ah, it really is Xiao Chen. The last national champion, Xiao Chen. I haven't seen him in a long time. He is still so handsome, although he is still a little inferior to junior brother Shi Lin. Holy crap! I heard that Xiao Chen and his Thunderbolt squad were going to participate in this year's team dungeon clearing competition. I was a little skeptical, but I didn't expect it to be true. Oh my god, Xiao Chen is participating too? Could it be that he knew that Shi Lin, the national champion freshman, was participating in this competition, so he came back specifically to participate? How exciting! Shi Lin looked over and found 4 men and 1 woman walking slowly towards them. The one walking in front was quite outstanding in both appearance and temperament. He is dignified and elegant. Oh? Is that the top scorer from last year? Sure enough, he's something special. Shi Lin nodded secretly. He felt that the person walking in front had the same extraordinary temperament as his neighbor, Zhou Feng, a junior. Obviously, that person is the national #1 student of the previous session, the strongest sophomore, Xiao Chen. Shi Lin was not afraid of the strong opponent. Instead, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing an excited smile. Ever since he became a telekinetic master and was able to call upon the infinite mental power in his sea of consciousness, he has never encountered an opponent. He has always killed them instantly and swept through the crowd. It's rare that a stronger opponent has arrived now. Isn't it interesting? Chapter 102, Breaking the Record So Quickly? The team headed by Xiao Chen, after completing the sign-in at the check-in counter, walked over to the player waiting area. When passing by Shi Lin, Xiao Chen stopped and smiled politely at Shi Lin. Junior brother Shi Lin, I am looking forward to your performance later. As the saying goes, if someone respects me an inch, I will respect them a yard. Shi Lin also smiled politely, I am also looking forward to seeing what my senior brothers and sisters will do next. Xiao Chen smiled and nodded, and he found a place to sit down with the other 4 team members. Hey, do you think Shi Lin can beat Xiao Chen's team? I think it's difficult. Maybe you don't know that not only is Xiao Chen the top sophomore, his strength has reached level 50. The 4 people around him are also the best in the junior year, and they are all level 50. In this team dungeon clearing competition, they are undoubtedly top tier. Freshman Shi Lin is indeed exceptionally talented and capable. But the problem is, this is a team competition, and he's alone. Compared to Xiao Chen and his 5 top-tier teammates, he's definitely far inferior. Yeah, I think so too. If it's just a one-on-one duel, I think that junior brother Shi Lin wouldn't be inferior to Xiao Chen, and might even beat him. But in a team competition, the efficiency of a single person clearing the dungeon is much lower, and it should be difficult to beat Xiao Chen's team. Well, I don't think so. Maybe you juniors and seniors haven't seen how strong Shi Lin is, but I have. Although Xiao Chen's team is top-notch in every aspect, I still think Shi Lin can win. In the contestants' waiting area, Shi Lin could actually hear some of the discussions about Xiao Chen's team. In addition, he could also sense that the members of Xiao Chen's Thunderbolt team were all top level 50 players, and were definitely the #1 seed players among the many teams present. But even so, he still didn't think that Xiao Chen's Thunderbolt team could defeat him. 5 level 50s are indeed very strong, but compared to him who has infinite mental power, he is still much weaker. Soon, with the arrival of the last team, all 11 participating teams arrived. Next is the drawing of lots. The order of appearance will be determined based on the numbers drawn. Representatives from each of the 11 teams drew numbers from the lottery box. In the end, Qilin drew 11. Then there is no doubt that Qilin is the last to appear. Qilin was happy, so he knew I was the protagonist and made me the last one to appear, right? He must have accepted it with pleasure. It is a routine operation and the most normal thing for the protagonist to appear at the end. The number Xiao Chen drew was 10, which meant that his Thunderbolt squad was the second to last to appear. After the drawing of lots, the competition began with the host warmly hosting the event to liven up the atmosphere. The first team to appear was a team of only third-year students. The overall strength of their team was around level 45 or 46, which was considered medium level among the teams. Live broadcast equipment has been set up in the copy, so the students outside can clearly see the performance of the team in the copy through the live broadcast screen. Qilin was watching too. Although he didn't think that this level-breaking team dungeon would be that difficult and would be difficult for him, it wouldn't be a bad thing to use the latecomer advantage to understand the details of the dungeon. At least in his opinion, he participated in this dungeon competition more because he could brush high-level dungeons and gain a lot of experience points, but since he participated, he could not be vague in front of so many students from the same school watching. Either don't play, or if he does, he must perform well and get the best results possible. Don't ask, asking is perfectionism. Under Qilin's careful observation, he gradually gained a clearer understanding of this team dungeon clearing competition. First up is this level-breaking team dungeon, which has a high refresh rate, a level of 40, and a difficulty level of difficult. There are 12 levels in total. The difficulty, number of monsters, attack methods, etc. of each level are different. This requires the team of adventurers to have very flexible and varied response methods in order to pass the level as quickly as possible. It is by clearing each level as quickly as possible that you can ensure a good final result. Qilin also observed that the team that appeared first had obviously studied each level of the dungeon, so even though the situation in each level was different, they could almost handle it with ease. In the end, as the first team successfully killed the boss, the result was fixed at 26 minutes and 38 seconds. Qilin felt that the team's performance was acceptable. The completion time for each level was about 2 minutes. But even so, it was still nearly a minute slower than the best record for completing the copy, 25 minutes and 42 seconds. Soon, the second team came on stage. The overall strength of the second team was similar to that of the first team, but they finally completed the game in 27 minutes and 21 seconds, which was more than half a minute slower. Qilin also noticed that although the second team had obviously studied the conditions of each level of the dungeon, the boss battle was a bit sluggish, causing it to be much slower. The third team was relatively weak, all at level 41 or 42. Although they were well prepared, their strength was lacking, so their result was not outstanding, only 28 minutes and 49 seconds. After watching the performance of these three teams, Qilin came to understand that every team here probably had studied this copy thoroughly before participating in the competition. After all, everyone is here to win the championship and get those 1,000 credits. How could they not be prepared? Ahem. Well, he was the only one who slept soundly last night and didn't do any research at all. The fourth team is a senior team. Their strength is much stronger than the previous three teams. They are all level 47 and 48, and they have better coordination. This also allowed them to clear each level faster, and in the end, the team's clearance time was 25 minutes and 39 seconds. Holy crap, a record! This team actually broke the record. Awesome! I actually broke the record. Many students at the scene exclaimed in amazement. But in fact, it was not just this team that broke the record. The third to last team also broke the record. Moreover, the fourth team that just broke the record was even faster, with a time of 25 minutes and 36 seconds. Holy crap, another record-breaking performance. It seems all the teams participating in this competition are really strong. Yeah, compared to last year when no team broke the record, this year is simply too scary, especially since Xiao Chen's team hasn't even made their debut yet. This series of record-breaking performances made many audience members exclaim in surprise, and they also looked forward to the upcoming appearance of the Thunderbolt squad led by Xiao Chen. Qilin couldn't help but complain that breaking the record was just like squeezing toothpaste, improving it by 2 or 3 seconds at a time. Wasn't that a bit unsatisfying? Next up is the Thunderbolt Squad. Wow! As the host finished speaking, the Thunderbolt Squad led by Xiao Chen slowly walked out, and the atmosphere on the scene suddenly exploded. It can be seen that many students are looking forward to the performance of Xiao Chen's team. Qi Lin also became interested. He knew that Xiao Chen's team should perform better than all the teams that had appeared before, and would definitely be able to push the record to a higher level. Therefore, he was also looking forward to the performance of Xiao Chen's team, and to see how outstanding Xiao Chen, the national top scorer of the previous session, was. Finally, Xiao Chen's team entered the dungeon. The competition officially begins. Chapter 103, okay, we can clear the level in seconds, right? Here they come, Team Xiao Chen is about to start. I wonder how well they can perform. I'm so excited. I'm looking forward to it too. When the audience saw Xiao Chen's team entering the dungeon, they became excited. Finally, Xiao Chen's team arrived at the first level. This first level is a wild monster area, and when you arrive there will be nearly 100 cyclopses. Those monsters are 7 or 8 meters in size and have reached level 40. They are not easy to deal with. However, Xiao Chen's team performed extremely well. Especially the captain Xiao Chen, his profession is a lightning mage, he is very good at using the power of lightning, and he can kill 5 or 6 cyclops with just a wave of his hand. In addition, the other 4 people were also very strong, and the 5 of them cooperated very well. It only took 1 minute and 28 seconds to pass the first level. This is more than 2 minutes longer than the average time taken by other teams before, which is an improvement of nearly 40 to 50 seconds. Holy crap, I passed it in 1 minute and 28 seconds? It took less than a minute and a half. Oh my god, he actually improved the fastest time to pass the first level by a full 40 seconds. Is this the value of the last national champion? This directly caused many students present to show shocked expressions. Qi Lin also nodded secretly. As expected of the national top scorer of the previous session, he is indeed not comparable to other students of the Imperial Capital University. Soon, Xiao Chen's team arrived at the second level. The difficulty of this second level is much harder than the first level, mainly because the monsters here are all ranged attackers and they hide behind cover, making them difficult to kill. It was for this reason that each team had previously spent a considerable amount of time on this level. It was also the most time-consuming of the 11 levels in the entire dungeon. It's not that it's difficult, but it's tedious. It will take time to defend against long-range arrows while killing the dark elf archers hiding behind cover. Thunder, thunder. Boom. However, Xiao Chen's response was still quite good. He had long-range attack skills. When he released one skill, several lightning bolts fell from the sky, killing 5 or 6 dark elf archers in an instant. The performances of the other 4 teammates were equally outstanding. 3 of them also possessed long-range attack skills, and they seemed to have discussed tactics long ago, and their cooperation was quite tacit. After one wave of attacks, nearly half of the dark elf archers in the second level were killed. In the end, they completed the second level in 1 minute and 46 seconds. It is also 40 seconds faster than the fastest passing time for the second level. Holy crap, 1 minute and 46 seconds? The second level is also that fast? It's really a bit outrageous. After these 2 levels, Xiao Chen's team is already nearly a minute faster than the fastest team before. Hiss. 2 levels are already over a minute faster. How about the whole dungeon? This naturally shocked many students present again. Qi Lin smiled slightly. He also felt that Xiao Chen's team was indeed powerful. Not only do they have the advantage of top-notch strength, but more importantly, their coordination, technology, and tactics are all extremely outstanding. It is no exaggeration to say that even an ordinary adventurer team with an overall strength of level 60 may not be able to match Xiao Chen's team. In the end, with Xiao Chen killing the dungeon boss, the Thunderbolt team successfully passed the level. Their time to complete the game was fixed at 15 minutes and 37 seconds. It is nearly 10 minutes faster than the previous record. 10 minutes. Oh my god, it's not even 20 minutes, this is 15 minutes and 37 seconds? Isn't this too exaggerated? Yeah, that shortened the clearance record by nearly 10 minutes. That's terrifying. As expected of the last national champion, Xiao Chen is truly formidable. There is no doubt that Xiao Chen's team's performance shocked everyone present, and everyone had a stunned expression. In fact, they all knew that Xiao Chen's team could break the record, but they didn't expect that they could shorten the clearance record to this extent. They shortened the clearance record of a copy that could be cleared in 20 to 30 minutes by nearly 10 minutes. This is horrible. Qilin couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Is this the strength of the last national champion? It's really strong. At this time, Xiao Chen's team had already come out of the portal. Xiao Chen, your team is so strong, it really opened my eyes. Xiao Chen, you guys are so amazing. I'm going to make you my idol. Pa pa pa. As soon as the 5 people came out, there was extremely warm applause and cheers at the scene. Congratulations to Xiao Chen and his team for breaking the clearance record again. Their final time was 15 minutes and 37 seconds. The host was also quite excited. The 5 members of Xiao Chen's team returned to the contestant area. When he passed by Qilin, he stopped. Junior brother Qilin, it's your turn to appear. Xiao Chen smiled slightly, and it was obvious that he was looking forward to Qilin's performance. I wonder if you can break the latest clearance record set by our team. You'll know soon, brother. Qilin smiled mysteriously. Do I have to tell you about all the instant kills I'm going to do later? Next up is the final team of this competition. Now, please welcome Team Renwushing. After hearing the host's words, Qilin walked out. In an instant, everyone in the audience looked over. So the national number 1 freshman was the last to appear. What kind of results do you think he can achieve on his own? Can he beat Xiao Chen and his team? I don't think so. Look at how ridiculous Team Xiao Chen's performance is. It was only 15 minutes and 37 seconds, and that was achieved with the perfect coordination of 5 level 50 players. Even though Qilin is strong, he's just one person. How could he possibly beat 5 people? I think so too. This one is too difficult. I can't take care of both sides. In my opinion, even if we can't surpass Xiao Chen's Thunderbolt team, it's already very good if we can complete it in 30 minutes. You're talking nonsense. Have you ever seen Qilin's true strength? You know nothing and just talk nonsense. In my opinion, Qilin can definitely break the record of senior brother Xiao Chen and his team. Qilin didn't care about the discussions of the students around him. He walked to the portal, took the teleportation jade pendant, and walked straight in. Instance name, Speed Pass Zone. Type, Speedrun Team Dungeon. Difficulty, Difficult. Recommended level, 40. Recommended number of people, 5. After entering the copy, Qilin did not waste a minute. He immediately jumped onto the Sword God shuttle and rushed towards the first level at full speed. Although after n rounds of strengthening, Qilin's agility has far exceeded that of ordinary level 40 or 50 adventurers, his fastest speed at present is still when he is flying in the air on the Sword God shuttle. Whoosh! Qilin, who was driving the Sword God shuttle, turned into a shadow and moved at an astonishing speed. Fuck, it's so fast, it's almost leaving an afterimage. Yeah, this speed is too fast, right? Is this really level 40 speed? In my opinion, it's even faster than Xiao Chen's team just now, right? This immediately caused surprise among many junior and senior students. Xiao Chen was stunned for a moment, then an amused smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This speed is not bad, it seems that this junior brother Qilin is indeed a bit extraordinary. In the blink of an eye, Qilin arrived at the first level, which was the wild monster area. Suddenly, nearly 100 cyclopses broke out of the ground. Monster name, Cyclops. Level 40. HP, 7,300. Spirit, 7,000. Skill. Here I come. Outside the copy, the students at the scene saw the Cyclops rushing towards Qilin, and their attention was suddenly focused. They wanted to see how Qilin would deal with these nearly 100 Cyclops alone. Is this all the quantity? It's too little. 10,000 swords returned to their origin. Whoosh whoosh. Qilin didn't make any unnecessary movements. He focused his eyes and the Sword God shuttle released 200 flying swords, which then attacked the group of Cyclopses like a storm. Puff 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 puff. The group of Cyclops were all pierced through the head and body by the flying swords as fast as lightning, and none of them escaped. In just one encounter, nearly 100 Cyclops were all killed and fell to the ground. This scene shocked the students who were watching the big screen outside the copy. They were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out of their heads. Wow. Wow, it's an instant kill. Chapter 104. No, buddy, are you too cruel? Oh my god, am I seeing things right? There are like about 100 Cyclops, right? And he actually killed them all in one encounter? You read that right, it really was a one-shot kill. The whole process took less than 10 seconds. Why? Is this freshman so strong? Even Xiao Chen's team. The students watching the big screen, especially those in their third and fourth years, were all dumbfounded. Oh my god, that Qilin, is he so powerful? Instant kill. I really didn't expect this. The members of the Thunderbolt squad were also a little stunned. Even Xiao Chun, the top scorer in the national championship last year and a man who had seen many big scenes, had an expression of disbelief at this moment. So this is junior brother Qilin's true strength. No wonder some people on the forum said he was even stronger than teacher Zhu Shishun. It seems that's not necessarily nonsense. On the stage, the host who was responsible for the commentary of the game was also stunned for a moment, then he suddenly came to his senses, quickly suppressed his inner shock, and continued his commentary with a slightly trembling voice. So strong. Qilin from the Runwishing team killed all the Cyclops in the first level so easily. The time it took Qilin to pass the first level was 25 seconds. What? 25 seconds. When these words were spoken, many students present were shocked again. The average person here spends over 2 minutes on the first level, and he cleared it in 25 seconds. Damn, isn't this a bit too exaggerated? Just now, even Xiao Chun and his team took nearly a minute and a half, and they passed the first level in 25 seconds? Oh my god, he cleared the first level in 25 seconds. Is that guy really that strong? It's outrageous. We were able to clear the first level in a minute and a half only because we'd studied it thoroughly, were fully prepared, and practiced it numerous times, resulting in extremely coordinated coordination. But he, on his own, managed to do it in the blink of an eye. It's outrageous. Xiao Chun, what do you think of junior brother Qilin, who is also the top scorer in the national examination like you? He seems a little too strong. He is indeed very strong. Judging from the power of his attack just now, he alone is stronger than our entire team. So exaggerated? It seems you have a point. From the perspective of lethality alone, his attack just now was indeed more powerful than our entire output in the first level. After all, we didn't kill those Cyclops instantly like he did. Xiao Chen's team was also surprised, and even Xiao Chen couldn't help but let out a somewhat exaggerated exclamation. Kill 101 Cyclops, experience plus 363,600. Obtaining materials. After Qilin killed the group of Cyclops, he did not stop at all. He drove the Sword God shuttle and rushed towards the second level. In the blink of an eye, Qilin arrived at the second level. This is a canyon passage. Whenever adventurers pass by here, many dark elf archers will appear on both sides of the canyon and attack the adventurers. Now Qilin is about to enter the second level. I wonder how he will perform. Can he pass it as quickly and cleanly as he did the first level? The host was also quite good at creating an atmosphere. He knew that everyone was shocked by Qilin's performance in the first level, so he organized a guessing game, which attracted many students to discuss. Hey, do you think Qilin can pass the second level as quickly as he did just now? I don't think it's possible. After all, the monsters in this second level are all hiding behind cover. It's difficult to kill them all in one wave with just the flying sword attack. I think so too. After all, the flying sword's attack penetration isn't very strong, and there's a high chance it'll be blocked by cover. Plus, the monsters in this second level are too scattered, everywhere on both sides. They're not as easy to target as they were in the first level. I don't think so. Perhaps you, brothers and sisters, don't know that besides controlling the flying sword with his mind, Qilin also has other more powerful killing moves. It seems to be called mind obliteration, or something like that. It may be able to quickly kill those dark elf archers. After Qilin arrived at the second level, he took off his sunglasses. He had watched so many games in a row before, so he naturally remembered the general situation of each level. The monsters in this second level are hiding behind cover and are relatively scattered, requiring more penetrating attacks. On both sides of the canyon, the dark elf archers sensed Qilin's approach, and they all emerged, drawing their bows and arrows, ready to launch a long-range attack on Qilin. You want to shoot me? You think I'll give you a chance? Qilin sneered. Since he had decided to pass the level quickly, he would not waste time with these dark elf archers. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that the dark elf archers had not yet launched an attack, strike first and kill them all in one swoop. Mental formatting, area attack. As Qilin's eyes suddenly focused, a surge of mental power radiation quickly spread out. Wherever he went, the dark elf archers hiding behind the bunkers on the left and right sides of the canyon instantly lost their light in the eyes, as if all the strength had been drained from their bodies, and they all fell down. One strike, all destroyed. Hiss. Since there were 3 large screens broadcasting live, everyone at the scene could see it clearly. The first person to be shocked was the host, who was responsible for the commentary. "Oh my god, it's another instant kill." The host was stunned. At the second level, Qilin still killed dozens of dark elf archers on both sides of the canyon in an instant. Student Qilin passed the second level in 36 seconds. Wow! At this moment, the scene was boiling. 36 seconds. I passed in 36 seconds. Is that really that exaggerated? Yeah, the second level is obviously the most tedious and takes the longest time in the entire dungeon, but Qilin still passed it in an instant. That's incredible. Hey, I told you Qilin would pass quickly. Do you believe me now? Oh my god, 36 seconds? Isn't that a bit outrageous? It's not just outrageous, it's simply excessive. We worked together to the utmost to get it done in 1 minute and 46 seconds. He did it all by himself in 36 seconds. It's indeed exaggerated, but did you notice? Junior brother Qilin's attack method just now was not an ordinary telekinetic skill, but a high-level telekinetic skill unlocked only by a level 70 telekinetic master, mind obliteration? Xiao Chen looked at the other 4 teammates. No way? Mind kill? But isn't he only level 40? Why? When these words came out, the other 4 teammates were even more shocked, their faces full of disbelief. Kill 93 Dark Elf Archers, gain plus 334,800 experience points. Equipment obtained, Dark Elf Bow 93. Upgrade successfully, gain 5 attribute points, which can be freely allocated. Qilin didn't know how much shock the incident had caused outside the copy. He didn't stop for any longer and drove the Sword God shuttle at full speed to the 3rd level. His idea is simple. Either he doesn't participate, or if he does, he will give it his all. Just now, Xiao Chen's team shortened the clearance record of this dungeon by nearly 10 minutes, which seems quite impressive, but the record he wants is even more impressive. He wants to shorten the clearance record of this copy to 1/10. Chapter 105, Extreme Clearance, 2 minutes and 48 seconds. In the blink of an eye, Qilin arrived at the 3rd level. This is the first level where elite monsters appear. What a fast speed! Qilin has already reached the 3rd level. Here there will be elite monsters that can use formations, dark elf mages. Can he still pass it quickly? Because the first 2 times were speedrun levels, the host couldn't help but feel excited when it came to the 3rd level. I guess. I can't, because the elite monsters in the 3rd stage will use magic circle attacks. If we don't have a mage teammate who can dispel the magic circle skills, we probably won't be able to defeat them all at once. Why is there no way? Didn't you say that Qilin couldn't pass the 2nd level quickly? But in the end, didn't Qilin kill all the monsters in an instant and pass it directly? I also think Qilin can pass quickly. At this point, the mainstream discussion among the audience had changed. Although a few still felt that Qilin alone would find it difficult to handle every level, the majority were already impressed by his formidable strength and felt that he would be able to quickly pass the next levels. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As Qilin arrived at the 3rd level, 5 Dark Elf wizards appeared in the air, and 5 different types of magic arrays immediately appeared on the ground. Qilin naturally knew that it was a different type of magic array attack. The previous teams all had a mage with the ability to cancel magic circles, so even if elite monsters appeared, they could still pass the level relatively easily. Qilin did not have the mage skills to offset the magic circle, but it did not matter. He possessed overwhelming power to crush everything and infinite mental strength. These magic circles could not defeat him at all. Telekinetic pulse. Bang 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 bang. As Qilin's eyes narrowed slightly, the 5 magic circles were all shattered before they were fully formed. Qilin raised his head and glared at the 5 dark elf mages in the air. Bang 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 bang. The 5 dark elf wizards also exploded instantly, turning into 5 balls of blood mist and dying on the spot. Fuck, instant kill, another instant kill. The host blurted out excitedly. But the next second, he realized that his words were vulgar. He was immediately embarrassed and quickly tried to make amends. Ahem, sorry everyone, I got a little excited just now. Please forgive me. I won't do that next time. Holy crap. Lin cleared the third level in 22 seconds. However, before he could finish his attempt to make amends, he was shocked again when he saw the time it took Lin to clear the third level. Many students at the scene had stunned expressions. Sure enough, it's another speedrun. 22 seconds, that's a bit outrageous. The 5 members of Xiao Chen's team were more and more shocked. He actually blew up all those magic arrays and those dark elf mages with just one glance. This is too exaggerated. It's really exaggerated. The 4th level. Look, Lin has reached the 4th level. What will he do? Bang 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 bang. The host is now a little confused. No buddy, I haven't finished what I'm saying yet. The 5th level. Bang 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 bang. Including the host, Xiao Chen's team, and others, most people at the scene were already numb. No, buddy, when you reach a level, bang bang bang, when you reach a level, bang bang bang. You're setting off fireworks here. Finally, Lin reached the 11th level, which was also the last level of this copy. That is the level where the dungeon boss appears. Kill the dungeon boss and you can clear the dungeon. It was also after Lin stepped into the boss's territory that the land in a certain area turned into a quagmire, and a huge head slowly emerged. Lin naturally knew that this was the final boss of the copy, the level 52 boss, the evil Elf King. Only then did he realize that he had reached the last level. The main reason was that he had cleared the levels so quickly before and killed so many people that he almost forgot to count. Everyone, Lin has reached the last level. The dungeon boss is about to appear. How will Lin deal with it? The host was also experienced. In order to avoid Lin ending the fight before he finished speaking, he spoke before Lin approached the boss, and his speaking speed was twice as fast. He, human, how dare you break into my... The evil Elf King appeared the same way as before, with the same dialogue. However, telekinetic pulse. Bang! Before the evil Elf King could finish his words, his giant head, which had just popped out, exploded. Then, as if a tape had become stuck, the evil Elf King's body, from the neck down, became immobile, stuck in the mire and unable to escape. Including the host, Xiao Chen's team and others, everyone watching outside was dumbfounded again. No, big brother, I haven't finished speaking yet. Do you have to be so anxious? Kill the evil Elf King leader, experience plus 130,000. Obtained equipment, Sword of the Elf King top grade. Material obtained, Elf King's Heart 1. Ha! Lin breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally over. He ran through these 11 levels at top speed, without wasting a single minute. Because of this, his physical and mental state remained highly concentrated, which was also a considerable consumption. But he was quite satisfied with the result of this clearance. Throughout the whole process, he really did not waste a single second of extra time. He also roughly calculated that it took him about 2 minutes and 50 seconds to complete the entire process. He was quite satisfied with this result. Outside the copy, the host was stunned when he saw Lin's passing results. Hello, everyone, Lin has completed the dungeon. His final score is 2 minutes and 48 seconds. What? 2 minutes and 48 seconds. When the students heard the host announce the results, they were all dumbfounded. They knew that Lin cleared the levels extremely fast, but they didn't expect the final result to be so exaggerated. Less than 3 minutes. You know, it takes an average of 25 minutes to complete that dungeon. Now, 2 minutes and 48 seconds, this fucking horse. Is this junior brother Lin's true strength? It's simply unbelievable. At this moment, even Xiao Chen was shocked beyond words, his mouth wide open for a long time. Just now I thought that 15 minutes and 37 seconds was an exaggeration, but I didn't expect it to be 2 minutes and 48 seconds. No, he's really a freshman? Are you sure? The other 4 were so shocked that their expressions were out of control. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that a freshman could be so strong. Chapter 106. Why don't you say thank you, brother Lin? Upgrade successfully, gain 5 attribute points, which can be freely allocated. Oh? It's upgraded again? You don't know until you see it. Lin looked carefully and found that after clearing 11 levels and killing the dungeon boss, he leveled up 3 times in a row. Now his level has reached 43. Lin distributed the 15 attribute points he obtained. The updated panel information is as follows. Name, Lin. Occupation, telekinesis. Level 43 10.88%. Strength 205 plus 80 equipment bonus. Agility 180 plus 50 equipment bonus. Spirit. Physique 175 plus 50 equipment bonus. Skills: mental shock, mind control, mental formatting, hypnosis, iron body, telekinesis, spider sense, holy eye of the abyss, divine flame, burning heaven, telekinetic barrier, telekinetic pulse, mental perception, ice age, telekinetic clone. You have cleared the dungeon, speed pass zone, spending a total of 2 minutes and 48 seconds, and received an SS rating. Reward: Gold Treasure Box 1. Qilin opened the golden treasure chest. Equipment name: Elf Pendant Rare. Type: Accessories. Equipment level: 30. Equipment requirements: none. Effect description: after equipping, Spirit plus 25. TSK Tisk, there's only blue quality equipment. Qilin shook his head. He also knew that the rewards for completing a high refresh rate speed pass dungeon like this one were generally not very generous, so he didn't worry too much about it. His mental power is infinite, so he naturally does not need equipment that can enhance his mental power, so he plans to sell it after returning. At this time, a portal appeared in front of him. Qilin walked into the portal. As soon as Qilin walked out of the portal, warm applause and cheers came like waves. Pa pa pa. Wow. 2 minutes and 48 seconds, Qilin, you're amazing. I'm going to make you my idol. Student Qilin, you are the pride of our freshman class. You are amazing. At this time, the host also announced the results and the final result of this team dungeon competition. Everyone, with Qilin from the Run Wuxing team clearing the dungeon, this year's team dungeon clearing competition has come to a perfect conclusion. The best team this year is Qilin's Run Wuxing team, with a time of 2 minutes and 48 seconds. So the champion of this competition is Qilin's Run Wuxing team. Pa pa pa. Qilin. 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 The scene was filled with applause and cheers for Qilin's victory. By now, Qilin had seen many big scenes, so he was quite calm. He just stretched out his hand slightly and responded to the host and the students who were shouting at the scene. Well, the more attention it attracts, the more we cannot lose our dignity. At this time, Xiao Chen's team came over. Xiao Chen chuckled and extended his palm towards Qilin. Congratulations, junior brother Qilin, you are so strong. You can actually clear the dungeon with an efficiency 7 or 8 times higher than our Thunderbolt team. Today is really an eye-opener for me. There is no doubt that Qilin's performance in this team dungeon competition today not only conquered the host and the students watching on the scene, but also conquered the last year's national top scorer, the genius among geniuses, Xiao Chen. The other 4 members of Xiao Chen's team also smiled and nodded to Qilin. Even Xiao Chen was conquered by Qilin's strength, not to mention the 4 third-year students. They were also impressed. They didn't expect that Qilin, a freshman, could be so strong. Thank you for the compliment, senior brother. The senior brothers and sisters are also very impressive. Qilin said modestly. The next step is the award ceremony. The champion prize is 1,000 credits. Although this championship prize was nothing to Qilin, he had cleared a level 40 dungeon and leveled up 3 levels in a row. He felt that the gain was quite good, so he gladly accepted it. In the afternoon, 4:30. Qilin went to the classroom for class. Junior brother, just tell me, your strength has improved so quickly, is there any trick? If so, can you tell me, I can give you a rare equipment in return? Yes, junior brother Qilin, you must have some, right? If you do, just share it with the brothers. It won't hurt you. On the contrary, if we give you some rare equipment, skill books, etc., you can also make some money, right? There were 5 or 6 juniors and seniors who followed Qilin like followers, with fawning smiles on their faces, looking like they were willing to learn from him. Qilin had a headache. In fact, ever since the team dungeon game ended in the morning, whether he went to the cafeteria to eat or to the teaching building for class, there would always be some junior and senior students pestering him, eager to learn from him. Qilin also knew what these guys were thinking. They simply thought that he had some tricks to become stronger and wanted to take a shortcut. But the problem is, his strength is mainly due to his infinite mental power, which is why he can kill so many people and his strength can soar so quickly. This innate condition cannot be taught. Oops. Just when Qilin was thinking about sending away the 5 junior and senior students, there was a person at the classroom door who accidentally bumped into Qilin. Qilin knocked him and he staggered and almost fell. Qilin took a look and found that it was his classmate, Lu Peiquan. That is the second in the grade who was previously known as the eternal runner-up and who picked a fight with Qi Lin on the first day of school and ended up losing face in front of Qi Lin. Mad, you have no eyes. Lu Peiquan was bumped and he subconsciously wanted to curse. He was feeling quite depressed today when he heard that Qi Lin had broken the record in the school competition and once again became popular in the school. This was hit by someone. There is a fire outlet, can he be mute? It doesn't exist, okay. Anyway, in his freshman year, he was not afraid of anyone except Qi Lin. However, before he could finish his words, he choked on the curse when he saw that the person who bumped into him was Qi Lin. He scratched his head in embarrassment and wanted to walk away. The funny thing was, before Lu Peiquan could even turn around, one of the seniors went berserk. He grabbed Lu Peiquan by the collar and said, "Who are you scolding, you little brat? Were you scolding our junior brother Qi Lin? Are you tired of living?" Another junior saw that his competitor was working so hard, so he definitely couldn't be left behind and had to do the same and perform well, okay? So he also grabbed Lu Peiquan's hair and said, "Junior brother, if you bump into someone, apologize, do you understand? Hurry up and say, 'I'm sorry, classmate Qi Lin,' but..." Qi Lin was speechless. He hadn't expected these two senior brothers to be so eager to show off, even though he hadn't said anything yet. Lu Peiquan only dared to act arrogantly in his freshman year. He had never experienced being glared at by 5 or 6 seniors before. Naturally, he was frightened and said quickly, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry, classmate Qi Lin." Qi Lin waved his hand, indicating that Lu Peiquan could leave. As early as the first day of school, after the opening test, Lu Peiquan no longer dared to provoke him, and he naturally didn't care much about Lu Peiquan. As for now, needless to say, what kind of status is he now? He would not bother to argue with a small character like Lu Peiquan. Lu Peiquan swallowed and was about to leave, but the two senior boys who were holding him did not let go. "You're leaving now? Why don't you just say thank you, brother Qi Lin?" "Qi Lin. No, that's enough, you two. Do you really need all this drama?" "Thank you, brother Qi Lin." Lu Peiquan didn't dare to say no and quickly ran away. Classmate Qi Lin, we helped you get rid of that troublemaker just now. I wonder if that's okay." "Well, brothers, if you have time to ask me here, you might as well use it to hone your skills and kill monsters in dungeons. As the saying goes, don't hit someone who smiles at you." Qi Lin couldn't just kick these senior students out, so he made up a shortcut to becoming stronger. "The reason I've been able to improve so quickly is because I never waste time doing unnecessary things. If you want to become stronger quickly, then practice hard, work hard on dungeons, and leave no stone unturned." "So that's how it is?" The 5 senior boys were all stunned, and then they all looked like they had suddenly understood. "Okay, junior brother, we've learned a lesson. Thank you for your advice. Junior brother Qi Lin, you said it very well. Thank you for your advice." After saying this, the 5 senior students looked enlightened and walked away happily. Qi Lin shook his head. Actually, the words he said weren't all the ones the teacher often said. Just changing the person saying it made such a huge difference. Is this what they call the celebrity effect? Qi Lin didn't hesitate any longer. He was about to walk into the classroom when he received a message. "A small favor, a great love, brother, I've already communicated with that adventurer team. Tonight at 7:30, you just need to meet them at this location. Cute. A small favor, a great love, location positioning. It was sent by my junior sister, and it also has a specific location. Tonight at 7:30? Great." A hint of anticipation flashed across Qi Lin's eyes. He must be excited to be able to play the level 50 advanced copy. After replying to his junior sister, Qi Lin entered the classroom to attend class. After school in the afternoon, Qi Lin had a simple dinner in the school cafeteria, and then went to the location given to him by his junior sister. Chapter 107. I'm sorry, I spoke a little loudly just now. At 7:25 in the evening, Qi Lin arrived at the meeting place given by his junior sister, which was on the side of the road outside a square. There were 2 cars parked there, one was a white sedan and the other was a black business car. Next to the black business car stood 4 men and 1 woman. The attire of these 5 people can be said to be very typical, that is, the most common adventurer attire. It is obvious that these 5 people are a team. As Qi Lin walked over, one of the men with slicked back hair looked over. "Who are you?" "Imperial Capital University, Qi Lin, we agreed to meet here." Qi Lin said politely. The junior sister had already told him that when he arrived, he just needed to tell her his name and that he was from Imperial Capital University. "Oh, so you are the telekinetic master that Miss Su introduced?" The man with the slicked back hair suddenly realized. "Miss Su? So your junior sister's surname is Su?" Qilin was stunned for a moment, but he also confirmed one thing, that his junior sister was indeed a wealthy woman. "Otherwise, why would people call me Miss Su?" But for some reason, when he heard the words Miss Su, something suddenly flashed through his mind. Qilin wanted to grab it, but he couldn't remember what it was. "Oh? Aren't you Qilin, the top scorer in this year's college entrance exam? No wonder I thought the name sounded so familiar before. It turns out it's really you." At this time, another short-haired member of the adventurer team seemed to recognize Qilin, and he looked surprised. After he said that, the others also recognized it. "No way! The telekineticist introduced by Miss Su is actually Qilin, the top scorer in this year's college entrance exam? Isn't Miss Su too generous?" "Yeah, I didn't expect that Miss Su and Qilin knew each other." "Oh, right, Miss Su seems to be studying at Imperial Capital High School. Maybe they are senior and junior students?" Qilin observed and found that there were 5 people in this team of adventurers. The oldest among them was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He was strong and tall, estimated to be about 1.9 meters tall. Judging from the fact that he was standing in the middle of the team and the majestic aura he exuded, he should be the captain of this team of adventurers. The female team member was about 37 or 38 years old. Judging from her intimate body movements with the strong man, she was either his wife or his girlfriend. The other 3, 2 of them are in their 30s, namely the one with the slicked back hairstyle and the one with short hair. The youngest one, about 28 or 29, looked arrogant and seemed to be unwilling to submit to anyone. Qilin was about to respond politely, but at this moment, the arrogant-looking team member snorted coldly, "So what if he's the national champion? At his age, how strong can he be? Just make sure he doesn't hold us back." "Xiao Jian, how do you talk?" The female team member frowned. It was obvious that she held a high position in the team. She harshly criticized the arrogant team member. "Student Qilin was specially hired by Miss Su to help us, and he didn't even want any compensation. Do you know what politeness is?" Li Weigang, the sturdy man and captain of the adventurer team, also scolded. "Yes, Xiao Jian, you are too rude. Apologize to Qilin immediately." Jin Jian curled his lips. Although he had somewhat restrained himself after being criticized by the captain and vice-captain, he still babbled a bit. "I'm just speaking the truth. No matter how talented he is, he's only 18 or 19. How great can he be? Besides, there are also some top scorers who have little growth afterwards and become just like everyone else. At least, right now, he's not as good as me. Not only am I level 50, but my brother is also a lieutenant in the military. What can he use to compare with me now?" Qilin was also amused. He could naturally see what kind of mentality Jin Jian had. He thought he was very talented, strong, and had some background, so he was arrogant and looked down on everyone. Especially towards a particularly outstanding genius like him, there was some hostility towards him. But who is Qilin? His creed is to be indifferent to life and death and to fight against it if he is not convinced. Will he indulge Jin Jian? It doesn't exist, okay? "Oh? Major Qilin, it really is you." But before Qilin could speak, a surprised voice came to his ears. Qilin was stunned and realized that the person walking towards him was a man in military uniform, about 30 years old. He was walking towards the white car next to him. "Major." When these words were spoken, Li Weigang and others were a little surprised. They were still wondering if they had heard it wrong. Especially Jin Jian, his eyes widened and his face was full of disbelief. This guy, is he a major? How could this happen? But what made this guy unable to help but believe it was that the person who said this was a man in military uniform. He was obviously a military man, so the possibility of this being fake was not high. "Who are you?" Qilin was stunned for a moment. "Do you know me?" "Ah, I almost forgot. Major Qilin, you don't know me yet, but I was there when Major General Yang awarded you the rank yesterday, so I know you." The man in military uniform scratched his head awkwardly, then explained with a smile, "I'm also with Boss Yang, but compared to Brother Xing and the others, I'm still a little behind. My name is Xue Feng, Captain." "I see." Qilin nodded and said politely, "Hello, Captain Xue. By the way, Major Qilin, what are you doing here?" Captain Shui said, looking at Li Weigang and the others. You are. Ah, we're looking for classmate Qilin. Oh no, Major Qilin to do a dungeon run. We're the Storm Squad, and I'm the captain of this adventurer team, Li Weigang. Li Weigang quickly said, hello, Captain Shui. Oh, so you're looking for Major Qilin to clear dungeons? You've got good taste, then. Let me tell you, Major Qilin is amazing. Yesterday, he helped our military clear a high difficulty level 48 dungeon alone. He did it all by himself, and he killed everyone instantly. It's simply amazing. Captain Shui patted Li Weigang on the shoulder and said with a smile as if to say, you guys know what I'm talking about. When these words were spoken, Li Weigang and the other four were dumbfounded. Solo cleared a high difficulty level 48 dungeon and achieved instant kills the entire time? Is it that exaggerated? Especially Jinjian, his face was full of disbelief. Although he has good qualifications and has reached level 50 strength before the age of 30, which is quite strong, it is extremely difficult for him to clear the high difficulty level 48 dungeon alone. Oh no, it is simply impossible. He was a little bit unconvinced, but the person who spoke was from the military, a captain level figure, and there was no need for him to lie to him at all. Captain Shui had something else to do, so after saying hello to Qilin, he returned to the white car and drove away. Qilin turned around and found that Li Weigang and the other four looked at him with completely different eyes. Especially Jinjian, he looked very guilty. Finally, he seemed unable to bear it anymore. He walked out with a guilty look and held Qilin's hands with both hands. I'm sorry, Major Qilin. I spoke a little loudly just now. Chapter 108 The Abyss of the Copy reappears, all the monsters disappear? He had no choice but to accept it. Previously, he had thought that Qilin, who was only 18 or 19 years old, could be the top scholar in the country, but given his age, how strong could he be? Even for a genius among geniuses, level 30 is the limit. But who would have thought that Qilin could help the military clear a high difficulty level 48 dungeon alone? What does this mean? At least he couldn't clear the high difficulty level 48 dungeon alone, so Qilin's strength was probably several times stronger than his. What is Qilin's military rank? Major. That's 2 ranks higher than his brother's lieutenant. He is stronger than him and has a higher status than his brother, so how can he not accept it? It's okay, just speak more quietly next time. Qilin smiled faintly. Although he has a bad temper, since Jinjian has already bowed to him, he will not hold on to it. At this time, Li Weigang and the other 4 people came up. Major Qilin. Just call me by my name. Okay, classmate Qilin, I heard Miss Su mention some of your requests earlier. You're going with me to clear the dungeon, but you're joining us as an individual and not as a team. Also, if any monsters appear, you'll be asked to kill them as much as possible, correct? Li Weigang looked respectful. The main reason was that he now knew that Qilin had the rank of major and seemed quite powerful. When dealing with a strong person, especially one with a special status, he naturally had to be polite. I didn't know you still had. Almost, well, how should I put it? To be more precise, if possible, let me kill all the monsters. Qilin thought about it and corrected it. Try to kill him. Let him kill them all. Although the two seem to have similar meanings, there is actually a big difference between them. Li Weigang and others were stunned. Are they wondering why Qilin is so obsessed with killing monsters? Isn't it said that most of those who come to help are just there to show some support, not putting in any effort? How could there still be people who are so dedicated and willing to do their best to help them these days? Such a good person. Okay, Qilin, if you have no problem with that, you can kill that monster. Li Weigang thought about it and agreed to Qilin. After all, they originally needed help from Qilin. In addition, their goal this time is more for the dungeon boss, a special boss who can turn on stealth. As long as Qilin can help them kill the boss who has turned on the invisible state, and with the bonus of 400% explosion rate, they can get the equipment they want. It doesn't matter if they let Qilin kill those small monsters and elite monsters. On the contrary, they can save some energy. Why not? Next, Qilin discussed the details with Li Weigang's team, got in the car, and set off for the destination copy with Li Weigang's team. More than 10 minutes later, the 6 people arrived at a copy square run by a private force. This dungeon square is not very big, with only 6 or 7 dungeons. But according to Li Weigang, those were all copies above level 50, which was enough to show how much financial resources and energy this organization had. Even if you look at the entire imperial capital, it can be considered an upper middle class force. The dungeon that the 6 people were going to was a dungeon called Mysterious Fear. Student Qilin, we will try our best to cooperate with you. If you can take action to deal with the monster, we will not take action and let you kill it. Li Weigang handed one of the teleportation jade pendants to Qilin and said with a smile. Qilin could naturally hear the hidden meaning in Li Weigang's words. This should be considered as a greeting to him in advance before entering the dungeon. After all, that is what they said, the monsters were killed by Qilin, but Li Weigang had never seen Qilin's true strength, so it was impossible for him to trust Qilin 100% unconditionally. At least, you can't just see Qilin almost unable to hold on and the monsters are coming and not take action, right? Okay. Qilin nodded. He naturally didn't care much. Soon, 6 people entered the copy. Instance name, Mysterious Fear. Difficulty, difficult. Recommended level, 50. Recommended number of people, 5. After entering the dungeon, Qilin found himself in a place similar to a bamboo forest. Captain Li, are you guys in a hurry to kill the boss right now? If not, I'll. While Qilin was speaking, he had already taken out the hang until explosion sounder and was ready to start his routine operation again. There's no other way. This is a level 50 dungeon, and whether it's a normal monster or an elite monster, they're all quite high level. It's a rare opportunity to come here, so how can I not pull out all the stops? If he knew that Li Weigang's team was not in a hurry to fight the boss right away, he would definitely play music to lure in a few waves of monsters and gain a lot of experience first. Look over there, it's a monster, the monster has appeared. However, before Qilin finished speaking, one of the team members pointed to a certain location in front of him. Everyone looked over and saw a monster appear there. They were humanoid monsters wearing training suits, and there were 5 of them in total. Monster name, Invisible Warrior. Level 50. HP, 10,500 10500. Spirit, 10,000. Skills, Brutal Charge, Physical Attack, Invisibility Passive Skill, activates invisibility for 3 seconds when HP is below 10%. Special note, not applicable when HP is 0. A level 50 common monster? It's finally here. Qilin raised an excited smile. Captain Li, leave these monsters to me. Boom. Qilin was about to take action, but at this moment, the ground suddenly shook violently. No, to be precise, the entire copy is shaking. Qilin's face changed slightly. This feeling seemed familiar. It seemed like the sign of the previous copy becoming an abyss. Reminder, the instance is becoming abyssal. It's true. Qilin frowned. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he always felt that the frequency of abnormal situations in the copy had become quite frequent during this period. According to common sense, the probability of a copy becoming abyssal is less than 1 in 10,000. However, he had just experienced the abyssization of a copy at school a few days ago, and now Lang Bor has experienced it again. This probability is definitely abnormal. Oh no, Captain, the dungeon seems to be turning into an abyss. It's not just an illusion. Look at the prompts. The dungeon is really going to become an abyss. The 5 members of Li Weigang's team naturally noticed it, and they were also a little uneasy. After all, this is the first time they have encountered the abyss of a dungeon. Reminder, the dungeon has become abyssal, and the dungeon monsters have gained special status bonuses. After this reminder popped up, Qilin immediately discovered that the status of the 5 invisible warriors not far away had changed. Monster name, Invisible Warrior Abyssal Transformation. Level, 55 Abyssal Transformation, level plus 5. HP, 12000, 12000. Spirit, 11000, 11000. Skills, Brutal Charge, Physical Attack, Invisibility. The biggest difference is that the stealth skills of those invisible warriors have changed from passive skills to active skills. After using the stealth skill, you will gain 3 seconds of invisibility. At this moment, the 5 invisible warriors gradually became transparent, and finally became invisible and disappeared. It was obvious that the 5 invisible warriors all used the invisibility skill, so they were all invisible. Seeing this scene, Jinjian became even more uneasy, and even his eyes looked a little panicked. Oh no, Captain, those monsters have become invisible and disappeared. Chapter 109, no, buddy, how can you kill this monster instantly even though it's invisible? Damn it, this is bullshit. Not only has the dungeon become abyssal, but the monsters in it have also gained special status buffs. This is going to be difficult. Li Weigang gritted his teeth and his expression turned a little worse. Shilin naturally knew why Li Weigang was so panicked. In fact, if you compare it, the abyssization of this copy is quite different from the abyssization of the copy he encountered before in school. In the current school dungeon, Demon Ruin City, both the monsters and the boss are regular monsters. Even if the dungeon becomes abyssal, the levels of ordinary monsters and elite monsters will only be upgraded by 5 to 8 levels. If you are strong enough, there is nothing to be afraid of. But now the monsters in Mysterious Sphere, like the monsters in the previous Undead Cemetery, all have special attributes. Monsters in the Undead Cemetery possess the ability to be undead and can automatically recover health under certain conditions. This Mysterious Sphere monster has the ability to become invisible and can disappear under certain conditions. After the dungeon becomes abyssal, monsters with special attributes like these can gain special status bonuses. So, these invisible warriors in front of us. Oh no, to be precise, all the monsters in the copy, whether they are ordinary monsters, elite monsters, or bosses, have been blessed with the invisible state. In this way, not only the monster's level is improved and becomes much stronger, but it is also blessed with an invisible state and cannot be seen by the naked eye. The difficulty has increased by dozens or even hundreds of times. How could Li Weigang not panic? Captain, look ahead. Many more invisible warriors have appeared ahead, perhaps 60 or 70. At this time, the team member with the slicked back hair noticed that there were dense swarms of invisible warriors coming from several places around the bamboo forest, and he was a little panicked. As soon as he finished speaking, the invisible warriors who appeared also turned on the invisible state and disappeared. Tang ting tang ting. Immediately afterwards, there was the sound of dense running, and dry bamboo leaves were splashed on the ground in several areas. It was obvious that those invisible warriors who had turned on the stealth mode were running over. What should we do, Captain? Those invisible warriors seem to be charging towards us. The short-haired team member's face changed drastically. Before Li Weigang could finish his words, Jin Jian had already panicked and took out the teleportation jade pendant. Captain, the situation is very dangerous, let's retreat. As he spoke, Jin Jian had already crushed the teleportation jade pendant. He was so panicked that he just wanted to run away. It wasn't his fault after all, this was his first time encountering such an emergency. Furthermore, their team was lacking in members with perception-type professions, making them extremely unsuitable for dealing with these cryptic monsters. Now dozens of them have become invisible, and after becoming abyssal, their invisible warriors have increased in level by 5 and are rushing towards us from all directions. It is impossible to fight them. So after analyzing the overall situation, running away is indeed the best option. However, Jin Jian crushed the teleportation jade pendant, and the portal did not appear as usual. How could this happen? Conventional means of teleportation are no longer effective? Jin Jian became even more panicked. It is obvious that after the copy has become an abyss, conventional means of transmission have become ineffective, and the only way to leave is to kill the copy boss and complete the copy. Idiot, don't you know that once a dungeon becomes abyssal, conventional teleportation methods will become ineffective? Li Weigang shouted sternly, the more urgent the situation, the more we need to stay calm and not lose our composure. As he said that, Li Weigang took out his weapon and was ready to fight. Even if we can't see it with our naked eyes, we can still see it through sound. No need to bother with that, Captain Li. Just let me handle those dozens of invisible warriors. However, just as Li Wei was about to ask his companions to prepare for battle, a calm voice sounded. While speaking, Qilin had already walked out. Li Weigang and the others were stunned. Li Weigang said with some concern, Student Qilin, those are 60 or 70 invisible warriors who have already become invisible. Wouldn't it be too much for you to deal with them alone? Qilin smiled slightly, but did not answer. If they can easily deal with armies of hundreds or even tens of thousands of monsters, would it be difficult to deal with these 60 or 70? It doesn't exist at all, okay? Even if those invisible warriors have become invisible, he has perception skills and can know the detailed location of those invisible warriors even with his eyes closed. Spider sense. As Qilin's eyes narrowed slightly, spiritual perception spread out like ripples. Under Qilin's spider sense, those invisible warriors rushing from all directions seemed to reappear, and their positions, movements, and even expressions could be seen clearly. At this time, the 3 invisible warriors closest to Qilin were only 5 or 6 meters away. Isn't it rude not to say hello before taking action? Stop it. Qilin's lips curled up slightly, and his eyes focused again. Mind control. At that moment, the pupils of those invisible warriors who were about to charge forward trembled, and they stopped suddenly as if they were acupunctured. Since the invisibility effect of those invisible warriors only lasts for 3 seconds, after being fixed, they revealed their figures one after another. What happened? Why did all those invisible warriors stop? Yeah, why did it stop suddenly? What happened? Li Weigang and others saw it, but since they didn't know that it was Qi Lin who cast hypnosis, they were all confused. That's hypnosis. Qi Lin used hypnosis. Li Weigang was worthy of being the most knowledgeable captain in the team. He immediately guessed what was going on by the red light in the eyes of those invisible warriors. After hearing what Li Weigang said, the other 4 people suddenly realized what was going on, but they were all a little shocked. So it was Qi Lin who performed the hypnosis. But isn't he too powerful? He hypnotized 60 or 70 invisible warriors in an instant. Not only that, Vice Captain, those invisible warriors have all been abyssalized, their levels increased by 5, and they've even become invisible. Being able to hypnotize them all instantly without the naked eye being able to see them is simply incredible. I'm afraid even a level 60 or 70 telekinesis master might not be able to do it. Student Qi Lin, hurry up and kill all these monsters. Otherwise, continuously hypnotizing so many invisible warriors will consume a lot of mental energy. Li Weigang was naturally shocked, but he took into account that after the copy became an abyss, there would be a lot of invisible warriors attacking, as well as the boss battle later, so he wanted Qi Lin to save some mental energy, so he said, "A lot of mental energy consumption? My mental strength is infinite, so why should I be afraid of consumption?" Qi Lin looked indifferent, but he wouldn't tell Li Weigang, so he nodded, "Okay. Now that a group of invisible warriors have been pinned down, it is time to harvest them." Li Weigang was curious about how Qi Lin would kill those invisible warriors. Would he control flying knives and swords with his mind? At this moment, Qi Lin's eyes focused again and he cast a telekinetic pulse. Let them all become my experience points. Sinai. Bang 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 bang. In an instant, the 60 or 70 invisible warriors at the scene exploded like lit firecrackers and turned into blood mist. In an instant, all destroyed. This shocked Li Weigang and the other 4. They were all dumbfounded. After 60 or 70 heads turned into the abyss, the level 55 invisible warrior killed them all with just a glance. Is he so strong? Chapter 110. You are strong, you are handsome, you are right. Fuck, he actually killed all 60 or 70 invisible warriors in an instant. So, is Qi Lin really that strong? One look and they were all killed. This is really outrageous. Now I finally understand why that captain said that Qi Lin is very discerning when we ask him to do dungeon run. He really is killing them instantly. Li Weigang and others all had stunned expressions, their mouths wide open for a long time. Especially Zhen Jian, he was even more shocked by Qi Lin. To be honest, after listening to the military captain's words, he realized that Qi Lin should be much stronger than him. But he never expected that Qi Lin would be so strong. With just one glance, he killed 60 or 70 invisible warriors who had reached the abyss. This overwhelming power was beyond his reach. Thinking of this, he felt a little scared. He felt that it was fortunate that Qi Lin had not taken it to heart when he had provoked him with his words. If Qi Lin had had a worse temper, given Qi Lin's strength and his status as a young hero, he would have been in big trouble. Zhen Jian swallowed his saliva. After this incident, he had learned some lessons. From now on, don't be so arrogant when talking to people. Just like Qi Lin said, speak more quietly next time, otherwise you might die without knowing how. Kill 69 invisible warriors. Abyssal transformation, experience plus 414,000. Obtain special item, warrior soul advanced 69. Level up, gain 5 attribute points, which can be freely allocated. Qi Lin nodded with satisfaction. As expected, killing high-level monsters would give more experience points. Perhaps for Li Weigang and others, the sudden situation of the copy becoming abyssal is terrible, but for him, it is simply 100 benefits with no harm. It is very intuitive. After the copy becomes abyssal, the level of monsters soars, and more experience points are gained by killing them. Qi Lin distributed the 5 experience points he gained and added them to his physical fitness. The updated panel information is as follows. Name, Qi Lin. Occupation, telekinesis. Level, 44 12.26%. Strength, 205 plus 80 equipment bonus. Agility, 180 plus 50 equipment bonus. Spirit, Physique, 180 plus 50 equipment bonus. Skills, mental shock, mind control, mental formatting, hypnosis, iron body, telekinesis, spider sense, holy eye of the abyss, divine flame, burning heaven, telekinetic barrier, telekinetic pulse, mental perception, ice age, telekinetic clone. Shi Lin nodded. He felt that after finishing this dungeon, his strength should be able to reach at least level 47, or even level 48. On the other hand, unlike Shi Lin, who was taking it easy, the manager of the dungeon square became nervous when he discovered that his dungeon had become abyssal. You should know that although the abyssization of the copy is an uncontrollable factor with a probability of 1 in 10,000, if something goes wrong and adventurers in the copy die, the operator will be responsible. The only solution is to ask a top-level expert above level 80 to forcibly create a portal through the power of space, and then enter the speedrun copy to restore the copy to normal. Therefore, at this time, we have to find the strongest person. Hurry, go inform the Patriarch. The mysterious terror dungeon has become abyssal. We must summon those family guardians, otherwise, the situation will be dire. Receive. In the dungeon, the 5 members of Li Weigong's team were still immersed in the shock of Shi Lin's instant control and killing of 60 or 70 invisible warriors. When Li Weigang came to his senses, he hurried over and said gratefully, "It's a good thing that you, Shi Lin, intervened just now, otherwise my team would have been in trouble." The other 4 people also came over and expressed their gratitude while giving Shi Lin some commercial flattery. "Yes, classmate Shi Lin, you were truly amazing just now. Not only did you control all those invisible warriors at once, but you also wiped them out with a single move. We were completely stunned. Student Shi Lin, I'm not exaggerating. After what happened just now, you've become the person I, Jinjian, admire the most. My admiration for you is like the surging waters of a river, endless and unending." Although Shi Lin felt that Jinjian's flattery was a stark contrast to his previous attitude, he waved his hand and said, "You don't have to thank me too much. We just got what we needed. The reason I agreed to help you was to kill monsters and earn experience points." "Ha, I just like your straightforward personality, Shi Lin." Li Weigang laughed heartily. He was about to say something. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud noise from far away, and there was a faint invisible powerful energy spreading like ripples. It's a boss. Did someone open a boss? Or did the dungeon come out early after it became abyssal? Li Weigong's face changed, but he was experienced enough to figure out what was going on immediately. Shi Lin, who had experienced a dungeon abyssification before, naturally knew that it was the dungeon boss that came out early, so he said, "It should be the dungeon boss that came out early. I also experienced a dungeon abyssification before, and the situation when the dungeon boss came out early was very similar to that situation over there." "Oh? Shi Lin, have you also experienced the abyss transformation of a dungeon before?" This surprised Li Weigang a little. After all, the probability of a copy becoming an abyss is extremely low, less than 1 in 10,000. Most adventurers will never encounter it in their lifetime. But Shi Lin actually encountered it twice in a row, which was really surprising. The situation before that must have been quite dangerous, right? It wasn't dangerous at all. I cleared the dungeon without even breaking a sweat. Li Weigang and others were suddenly silenced. Only then did they realize that they couldn't judge Shi Lin with common sense. If others encountered the abyss of the copy, they would probably be scared to death, and even if they didn't die, they would be skinned alive afterwards. But when I came to Shi Lin, I cleared the dungeon without even breaking a sweat. Okay, you are strong, you are handsome, and everything you say is right. Student Shi Lin, since the boss has come out early, let's go over there quickly. Otherwise, we don't know if there will be any masters in the dungeon. It would be bad if someone else got there first. Good. Shi Lin nodded. Although he thought that after the dungeon became abyssal, the adventurers in the dungeon would have almost no ability to kill it, but what if there really was one? He didn't want to go there in vain. He must be the one to kill this abyssal dungeon boss. Somewhere in the bamboo forest, a group of adventurers were running at full speed with panicked expressions. Behind them, there seemed to be nothing, but there were huge footprints following closely behind them, and many bamboos were destroyed along the way. It was obvious that something terrible, but invisible, was chasing this group of adventurers. Captain, they are catching up soon. What should we do? Captain, how about using a delay skill on them to slow them down? The 2 team members who were running relatively behind were very panicked and spoke to the captain who was running in the front. It's useless. Those are elite monsters. After the dungeon was transformed into the abyss, their levels increased significantly. Our delay skills won't have much effect on them at all. Pan Fei, the captain of this adventurer team, looked equally grim, unless there is. However, before he could finish his words, another team member beside him seemed to have noticed something and quickly pointed forward. "Captain, look over there are people over there, and it seems to be another team of adventurers." Pan Fei was stunned. He quickly looked over and saw a team of adventurers outside the bamboo forest not far away. Their SA solution. Pan Fei seemed to have thought of a good idea to escape the pursuit, and his eyes suddenly lit up. It was also a coincidence that the team of adventurers over there was Qi Lin and others. Chapter 111, You want to run away after playing tricks? Dream on. There really is someone over there. Captain, you said there was a way just now. What did you mean? A team member spotted Qi Lin and the other 6 over there. He was about to get excited, but was suddenly confused by Pan Fei's words. Captain, you said there is a way. Is it a way to escape from those monsters? There was a team member who was quick-witted, and since he could see Pan Fei look like he had grabbed a life-saving straw, he probably guessed it. Yes, with those guys, we should be able to escape the monsters chasing us. Pan Fei nodded. Captain, are you planning to ask them for help? But now that the dungeon has become abyssal, everyone is in danger. They may not help us. A team member who was slow to think, he obviously didn't know what Pan Fei was thinking. What do you mean by asking them for help? Are you crazy? Considering the level and number of the monsters behind us, even if we can unite with those people, we will most likely not be able to deal with them. Then the method you mentioned is. Several team members didn't quite understand what Captain Pan Fei was thinking. A sinister smile appeared on Pan Fei's lips. My delay skill really doesn't have much effect on the monsters behind me. But if it's adventurers of similar strength, it's a different story. Art is explosion, snap. Bang 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 bang. As Qi Lin's eyes focused, the 4 invisible warriors in front of him exploded instantly, turning into 4 balls of blood mist, deader than dead. Kill 4 invisible warriors. Abyssal transformation, experience plus 16,000. Obtain special item, Warrior's Heart advanced 4. The 6 people rushed out of the bamboo forest, and their vision suddenly became much wider. We've already come out of the bamboo forest area. Let's take a break first. Considering that they had been traveling for more than 10 kilometers and had rarely passed through the bamboo forest, Li Weigang thought it would be better to let the team members take a short break to replenish their energy. Student Qi Lin, are you okay? Li Weigang looked at Qi Lin. At this moment, Qi Lin can be said to be in sharp contrast with Li Weigang and the other 4. The 5 of them relied on running to travel, while Qi Lin flew on his sword with his hands in his pockets, looking extremely comfortable. In fact, if he hadn't considered that Li Weigang and others might not be able to keep up, he would have already advanced at full speed. No problem at all. Qi Lin made an okay gesture. That's good. Li Weigang nodded and pointed forward. Student Qi Lin, we're almost halfway there now. Once we pass through that bamboo forest over there, we'll reach the final destination of the dungeon, Wuxing Villa. Next to them, the other 4 people had replenished their energy and were about to ask Li Weigang if they could set off, but at this moment, they faintly heard frequent and extremely heavy footsteps coming from nearby. Bang! 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 Is it my imagination? Why do I hear footsteps? I heard it too. It seemed to come from over there. Jin Jian and the short-haired team member looked towards another bamboo forest not far away. You all heard it right. There does seem to be some movement over there. Li Weigang had naturally heard it too, and based on his extensive experience, he had a rough guess. Those footsteps are very deep and heavy, which means that the one coming out of the bamboo forest over there is most likely a large creature. Maybe it's an elite monster. Are elites weird? Qi Lin's mouth corners slightly raised, and his expression became a little excited. Li Weigang and the other 4 could hear all the noises, so how could he not hear them? With his sharper perception, he had already sensed that there were more than 10 elite monsters over level 60 in the bamboo forest not far away. That's why he's excited. How high is the experience value of an elite monster over level 60? Russell. At this time, 6 black shadows rushed out from the bamboo forest not far away at a very fast speed. Those were Pan Fei and his 6 companions. Captain, look over there are several people running out. Jin Jian was the first to speak. It seems that those big guys in the bamboo forest are chasing these people. Li Weigang nodded. He was just about to ask Qi Lin if he wanted to help the team of adventurers over there. On the one hand, he is a kind-hearted person, and on the other hand, he also knows that Qilin entered the dungeon just to kill monsters and earn experience points. So now, if Qilin takes action to deal with those elite monsters over there, he can not only gain a lot of experience points, but also help others. It's a two-pronged approach. Why not do it? But at this moment, Pan Fei rushed out and jumped high into the air. Area lock, movement delay. Pan Fei's profession is a warlock. After he locked onto the area where Qilin and the other 6 were, he released the delay skill without any hesitation. Yes, he said before that he wanted to find a way to escape from the elite monsters behind him, which was to find a scapegoat. When he uses the delay skill to delay the actions of Qilin and others, the elite monsters rushing out from behind will shift their targets to hunt Qilin and the other 6, so those who run far away can survive. It's a delay skill, oh no. Li Weigong's face changed. He realized it, but it was too late. As the delay skill took effect, the 6 people's movements and expressions slowed down visibly, just like a slow-motion movie. Hey, the operation was successful. Pan Fei fell from mid-air. When he saw that his skill had successfully hit the target, he immediately showed a sinister smile as if his conspiracy had succeeded. His delay skill is quite powerful. Anyone with a lower level than him in the area will have their body reaction delayed 10 times. The body's reaction is delayed 10 times, so there's no way I can run. Captain, it worked. The other 5 team members were also quite excited. As early as when they were in the bamboo forest, Pan Fei had already told them the plan. Although they felt a little confused, now that it was a matter of life and death, they didn't bother too much. As the saying goes, it is better for me to die than for my friend to die. Anyway, they can escape the pursuit of those elite monsters behind them and get out of trouble, that's enough. Captain, since the plan has been successful, let's quickly. One of the team members was about to say that there was no time to lose and they had to retreat quickly. Roar! However, before he could finish his words, more than 10 huge figures suddenly rushed out from the bamboo forest behind him. Obviously, it was an elite monster chasing them. Monster name, Invisible Grandmaster Elite Abyssal Transformation. Level, 63 Abyssal Transformation, level +5. HP, 135,000-135,000. Spirit, 130,000. Skills, Savage Charge, Grandmaster's Fist, Invisibility. Originally, those invisible masters were in invisible state, but the skills could only be activated for a maximum of 5 seconds at a time, and it was impossible to be invisible forever, so they also appeared at this time. Their bodies are much larger than those of invisible warriors, reaching more than 20 meters in height, with white hair, wearing martial arts robes, and majestic expressions, giving people the feeling of a martial arts master. It's finished. Li Weigang and his 4 companions naturally saw the more than 10 invisible masters. They also realized that they were hit by the delay skill and their movements were slowed down 10 times. They were all very panicked. But because of the delay skill, their panicked expressions and the words they spoke became a little funny, just like a slow-motion movie. Okay, since those monsters have caught up with us, let's retreat quickly. Pan Fei also felt that it was time. He nodded and fled from here with his teammates. However, just as the 6 people passed by Qilin and others, a surge of spiritual power burst out and instantly turned into several huge telekinetic hands, directly capturing the 6 people. This sudden situation immediately made Pan Fei and the other 6 people's faces change drastically. Chapter 112, still reading? I'm here to kill you. What's going on? What happened? Telekinetic Master, it's a telekinetic master. There's a master telekinetic master here. It was that master telekinetic master who used telekinetic transfiguration to capture us. Pan Fei and the other 6 were all terrified when they were suddenly grabbed by a giant telekinetic hand. There is no doubt that this was done by Qilin. Although Pan Fei's delay skill delayed his body's reaction 10 times, he was a telekinetic master and he could use his telekinetic skill just by thinking, so it had no effect on him at all. Qilin could see that Pan Fei and the others wanted to use them as scapegoats, but who was he? How could he possibly let Pan Fei and the others escape? That's great. It's Shay, Lin, Ton. Li Weigang and the others knew what was going on. They were all overjoyed, but due to the effect of the delay skill, their surprised expressions and words were still funny. Qilin couldn't hold it in any longer. He thought it would be better not to speak in this situation. As Qilin's mind moved, 2 lines of large characters appeared in the void. You want to escape after using the delay skill? You thought it would be so easy? This is where Qi Lin's brilliance lies. Anyway, the meaning can be expressed in words, so there is no need to say it out loud. Especially now that I'm hit by a delay skill. He doesn't want to leave any black history. As I said, the most important thing is the quality, and it cannot be lost. Captain, look over there. There are 2 lines of words. It turns out the person who used his skills to capture us is among those people below. Damn it, how could this happen? Pan Fei and the others saw it, and they realized that the telekinetic master who had used telekinesis to capture them was among the 6 adventurers who were hit by the delay skill. But this made them a little surprised. Especially Pan Fei, he was a little puzzled. Because his delay skill is mostly effective against those with lower levels than him. For those with higher levels than him, such as the invisible masters who are about to catch up from behind, it has little effect at all. Logically speaking, a telekinetic master who can condense such a huge telekinetic hand should be much higher in level than him. As for the 6 people below, without exception, due to their delayed skills, their physical reactions were all delayed. Doesn't this mean that the telekinetic master's level is lower than his? Why can someone with a low level still condense a giant telekinetic hand that can capture them instantly? Everyone, don't panic. The fact that that telekinetic user was able to withstand my delay effect means he's probably not as strong as me. So, these giant telekinetic hands might just be for show. If we exert our strength, we can definitely break free. Pan Fei encouraged. Yes, we still have hope. We can't give up. Use all our strength to break free from it. Ah. Yes, we escaped, ah. The 6 people began to struggle to break free, howling like ghosts and wolves. However, the embarrassing thing was that no matter how they struggled, those giant hands holding them tightly with telekinetic power did not move at all. In other words, I struggled in vain and cried out in vain. Qi Lin sneered in his heart. Now, his giant telekinetic hands can catch even a level 70 dungeon boss. How can Pan Fei and other newbies who are less than level 60 possibly break free? Captain, I can't break free. I can't break free either, Captain. What should I do now? Don't panic. Those dozen monsters are coming right over here. Judging from the distance, they should prioritize attacking those people. As long as they manage to kill the telekineticists among them, we can still escape. Pan Fei was still relatively optimistic, so he continued to encourage. In fact, Pan Fei's estimation was correct. After those invisible masters rushed up, due to the distance, their target was indeed more inclined towards Qi Lin and his 6 companions. This immediately made Li Weigang and the other 4 a little uneasy. Student, Qi Lin, those monsters rushed over. However, due to the delayed skills, each reminder looked ferocious and extremely difficult to hold. This reminder turned into a big funny scene. Qi Lin. No, you guys should stop talking, okay? Otherwise, readers will think that the author is padding the word count. Qi Lin naturally felt nothing at all towards those invisible masters who were getting closer and closer. As his mind moved, more than 10 giant telekinetic hands, each 30 or 40 meters wide, condensed and captured those invisible masters in one go. Just like catching little chicks. How is this possible? This scene shocked Pan Fei and others. They never expected that Qi Lin could actually condense an even larger telekinetic giant hand and subdue the dozen or so invisible masters in an instant. Li Weigang and the other 4 were also quite shocked, but the difference was that they were more surprised. You know, that was an elite monster whose level reached over 60 after it became an abyss. It was subdued in one go. It was so powerful. Roar! The dozen or so invisible masters roared in anger. They wanted to break free, but their struggles were in vain as they were tightly grasped by Qi Lin's giant telekinetic hands, each of which was 30 or 40 wide. Let them all become my experience points. Sinai. Puff 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 puff. As Qi Lin's mind moved, those giant hands of telekinesis suddenly exerted force and directly crushed the more than 10 invisible masters. 300,000. 300,000. 300,000. 300,000. In an instant, the more than 10 invisible masters were all killed. Crash! Blood and body parts splattered everywhere, and the scene looked like a black rain. Pan Fei and the other 6 were stunned on the spot. He actually killed her instantly. An elite monster that reached over level 60 after transforming into the abyss was killed instantly with just one move. This is too exaggerated. None of the 6 people had expected that the mysterious telekinetic master would be so powerful. But why, despite being so powerful, was he still hit by a delay skill? Li Weigang and the other 4 were naturally quite shocked. Lu. Their expressions gradually relaxed, and under the effect of the delay skill, they became extremely funny. To put it simply, the eyes and mouth gradually bloom like sunflowers. Go! Ha! This is back to normal? Holy shit, we're back to normal. At this time, it seemed that the effect of the delay skill had ended. After the 5 people reacted, their faces suddenly lit up with joy. Kill 14 Invisible Grandmaster's Elite Abyssal Transformation, experience plus 560,000. Obtain special item, Grandmaster's Heart Rare 16. Upgrade successfully, gain 5 attribute points, which can be freely allocated. Shilin naturally returned to normal and nodded with satisfaction. The Abyss Transformed level 62 Elite Monster has a very high experience value. TSK, if there were more, we would be rich. Student Shilin, you are too amazing. You killed those dozen invisible masters in an instant. Yeah, this is amazing. If it hadn't been for Li Weigang and 5 others surrounded him, their faces filled with shock and admiration. However, before they could finish, Shilin waved his hand and said, "Everyone, this is not over yet." "Oh yeah, those damn guys actually used a delay skill on me and almost killed us." Li Weigang and others reacted, turned around, and looked up at Pan Fei and the other 6 in mid-air. Shilin also slowly raised his head, with a sneer on his lips, and looked at Pan Fei and the other 6. "Still looking? I'm here to kill you." The expressions of Pan Fei and the other 6 turned grim in an instant. Chapter 113 Everyone Must Die, Level 70 Copy Boss. Captain, it seems that the guy who used telekinesis to capture us is that guy. He's looking at us, what should we do? Yeah, Captain, think of a solution quickly. That guy seemed to want to kill us, and I don't want to die. Listening to the panicked words of the other team members, Pan Fei frowned and a few drops of cold sweat appeared on his face. In fact, he also knew that the situation was not good, but the power displayed by Shilin was simply overwhelming, and they had no way to fight against it. What do you want to do? Pan Fei tried to calm himself down. He tried to use moral blackmail, we just misplaced a delay skill. Why are you so? Put it in the wrong place? Do you think I'm stupid? Shilin interrupted Pan Fei coldly, that accuracy, that skill release speed, it's obvious that you want us to be your scapegoats, and you're still pretending? Li Weigang and others nearby were also angry and spoke angrily. You're just pretending to be a fool. Stop making such idiotic excuses, okay? Damn it. I was thinking about helping you guys, but you ended up hurting us. You guys deserve to die. Seeing that he could no longer hide the truth, Pan Fei wanted to find other excuses, but Shilin didn't want to listen to their nonsense. He slowly stretched out his right hand, ready to finish off the 6 people. No! Don't kill us! Seeing Shilin's body movements and the fierce light in his eyes, the other 5 team members were frightened on the spot and begged for mercy, even going so far as to shirk responsibility in order to survive. Brother, this has nothing to do with us. It's all our captain. He's the one who wants to harm you. He was the one who used the delay skill. If you want to kill someone, just kill him. Yes, big brother, this is all his problem. It has nothing to do with the rest of us. Please forgive us, and we will apologize to you. This made Pan Fei a little overwhelmed. He didn't expect that at the critical moment, his teammates would actually draw a line with him and push him to die alone. Fuck. What are you talking about? I clearly discussed this with you before, and you agreed. Now that the escape plan has failed, you're leaving me to shoulder all the responsibility. Are you even human? Pan Fei was so angry that he started cursing on the spot. However, at the critical moment of life and death, the other 5 people did not tolerate him at all and fought back. Bullshit. When did we agree to this? It was clearly your decision alone, what does it have to do with us? That's right, you're the culprit. Why don't you just die alone? Why do you have to implicate us? Shilin twitched his lips. He didn't expect that Pan Fei and the other 6 would actually start a fight. How ironic. Shut up, everyone. Shilin didn't want to listen to the verbal battle between Pan Fei and the other 6. He had only one attitude, Pan Fei and the other 6 wanted him dead, so he would never let them go. There's no point in arguing anymore, you all have to die. Brother, please don't kill me. I was wrong, I really know I was wrong. Ah. Brother, I was wrong, don't kill me. Pan Fei and the other 6 felt that Qilin seemed to really have the intention to kill them. They were extremely scared and begged for mercy loudly. However, it was too late. As Qilin moved his mind, those giant hands of telekinesis suddenly exerted force. Puff puff puff. 6 people were crushed to death on the spot. In fact, Qilin knew very well that Pan Fei and the other 6 did not bow to him because they knew they were wrong, but because they thought they were going to die. If he was weak and failed to resist, Pan Fei and others would only be happy to watch them become scapegoats and be killed by the more than 10 invisible masters. Oh my god, classmate Qilin actually killed them all. Perhaps because he was relatively young and had grown up in a well-off family, and had little experience, Jin Jian was a little scared when he saw the scene in front of him, and he swallowed his saliva repeatedly. What's the problem? Li Weigang glanced at Jin Jian indifferently. When he looked at Qilin again, his eyes were obviously more appreciative. Decisiveness in killing is the psychological quality that only the strong can possess. Even for a seasoned adventurer like me, in that situation, I would probably just teach them a lesson and then let them go. But you have to know that those guys just now were determined to make us their scapegoats. People who want us to die have such vicious hearts. Letting them go might as well be like letting a tiger return to the mountain. Yes, I think the captain is right. Those are bad guys who want to harm us. They should be killed because they deserve this. Yeah, I think so. The other 3 team members all agreed with Li Weigan's statement. Next to them, Qilin didn't pay much attention to the discussion among the 5 people. He distributed the 5 attribute points he had obtained from the previous upgrade and added them to agility. The updated panel information is as follows. Name, Qilin. Occupation, telekinesis. Level, 4519.87%. Strength, 205 plus 80 equipment bonus. Agility, 185 plus 50 equipment bonus. Spirit. Physique, 180 plus 50 equipment bonus. Skills, mental shock, mind control, mental formatting, hypnosis, iron body, telekinesis, spider sense, holy eye of the abyss, divine flame, burning heaven, telekinetic barrier, telekinetic pulse, mental perception, ice age, telekinetic clone. Student Qilin, let's continue on our journey. Good. In the following time, the 6 people continued to move towards the final location of the copy. When the 6 people arrived about 1 kilometer away from the final destination, they could see a series of energy explosions at the final destination, causing quite a bit of noise. The 6 of them probably knew that there were adventurers fighting with the boss over there, so they all sped up. In the blink of an eye, the 6 people arrived at the final location of the copy, Wuxing Villa. As soon as they entered the yard, the 6 people saw 6 adventurers besieging the dungeon boss, the Invisible Martial Saint. The Invisible Martial Saint is even larger than the Invisible Grandmaster, with a height of 50 or 60 meters, but he is more agile than the Invisible Grandmaster, and the speed of his punches and kicks is quite exaggerated. It has silver hair, wears a bright red martial arts robe and a cape, and looks very majestic. Monster name, Invisible Martial Saint Boss Abyssal Transformation. Level, 70 Abyssal Transformation, level plus 5. HP, 270,000 400,000. Spirit, 300,000 390,000. Skills, physical attack, warrior summoning, invisibility, martial saint fist. Hiss. It's actually a level 70 boss, I'm going to be rich this time. Qilin's eyes lit up. However, he saw that the invisible martial saint's health had been reduced by 1/3 by the 6 adventurers. In addition, judging from the situation, the 6 adventurers also have a certain advantage. Not only are they very powerful, with their strength reaching over level 60, they also work well together, and they are obviously well prepared, possessing spell skills that can offset the invisibility skill. In this situation, even if the invisible martial saint has the blessing of the abyss and can activate the invisible state for a period of time, he is still suppressed in the situation. This made Qilin eager to make some moves. This team of adventurers is quite strong. Are they going to steal the boss this time? Chapter 114. No, buddy, you are really a one-shot kill. Oh? I guess that's not necessary. Just when Qilin was thinking about whether to take action to snatch the boss, the scene before him made him feel that it was not necessary. Bang! When the invisible martial saint's health was reduced to 1/2, he retreated several dozen meters with an amused smile on his face. You've managed to push me to this point. You're truly exceptional, but that's all. Warrior calling. As the invisible martial saint slammed the ground with one hand, a huge summoning circle suddenly appeared on the surrounding ground. Immediately afterwards, a large group of invisible warriors and invisible masters were summoned. Damn it, it's actually a summoning skill. This is going to be hard to deal with. A solemn expression appeared on the faces of all the adventurers. They could naturally see that the invisible martial saint was very smart and knew that he would not have much advantage in a head-on confrontation with them, so he used the human wave tactic to consume them. Roar! Those summoned invisible warriors and invisible masters roared and rushed towards the adventurer team like an army of zombies. The scene was truly spectacular. Of course, that team of adventurers was no pushover either. They were able to barely compete with their strong strength and tacit cooperation. But the invisible martial saint obviously had a deeper intention. While the adventurer team was busy dealing with the invisible warriors and invisible masters attacking in groups, it suddenly accelerated and rushed towards the priest of the adventurer team. It used its skill, the martial saint fist, and a surge of energy shockwave rushed straight towards the female priest. The female priest was obviously not good at fighting. Even though she had very good defensive skills, she was a little nervous when she was taken care of by the invisible martial saint at this moment, and she quickly used her strongest defensive skills to deal with it. Although he managed to block the attack of the invisible martial saint by using powerful defensive skills, this revealed a flaw, giving the surrounding invisible warriors and invisible masters a good opportunity to attack. Bang! Two of the invisible masters attacked together and blew the female priest away. Ah! The female pastor screamed and flew backwards for dozens of meters like a kite with a broken string. She finally crashed heavily into the wall of the yard, creating a big hole covered with spider web cracks. The female priest lost 2/3 of her health in an instant, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted on the spot. Xiao Yu! Sister Yu! The other 5 people's faces changed drastically when they saw the female pastor being knocked away, and they felt something was wrong. Because the only one in their team who could dissolve the invisible martial saint's stealth skills was the female priest. Now that the female priest was defeated, not only was there no one to provide them with recovery, but they were also unable to deal with the invisible martial saint's stealth skills, which would make the situation quite passive. Qilin, who was not far away, smiled faintly. He felt that this invisible martial saint did have some brains and knew the principle of killing the wet nurse first. Sure enough, when the invisible martial saint saw the female priest being knocked down, it immediately turned into stealth mode. Other invisible warriors and invisible masters also used their stealth skills. This time, the adventurer team was in trouble. Even if they can rely on sound and experience to roughly judge the approximate number of enemies, attack direction, etc. But after all, it cannot be seen with the naked eye, which is extremely inconvenient and a big disadvantage. In the end, the remaining 5 people were unable to withstand the attacks of the invisible martial saint and the group of invisible warriors and invisible masters, and were knocked away one after another. Martial Saint Fist. Bang! Ah! The captain of this adventurer team, Cheng Bing, was knocked away by the powerful skill of the invisible martial saint, and his health dropped to only 1/5. The boss battle of this adventurer team could be declared a failure. The main reason was that the female priest was knocked away and unconscious, causing too much damage to them. Oh my god, that boss is pretty strong. He defeated a team whose overall strength is above level 60 so easily. Li Weigang was amazed and looked at Qilin. Qilin, are you sure you can defeat that invisible martial saint alone? In fact, along the way, he already knew that Qilin was stronger than he could imagine, and he also knew that Qilin should be able to deal with the invisible martial saint, but he thought it would be better to ask first. I think so. Qilin knew it was his turn to take action, so after he finished speaking, he flew out on the sword god shuttle. Captain, it seems we can't defeat that invisible martial saint. What should we do now? It's hard, are we going to die here today? I'm so unwilling. Cheng Bing knew why his teammates were so pessimistic. The main reason was that the dungeon had turned into an abyss. They couldn't leave the dungeon by crushing the teleportation jade pendant as usual when they encountered danger and couldn't defeat it. They can't win the fight, and they can't leave, which means they are very likely to be killed and die here in the copy. Don't give up. Cover me later. I'll try to run over there and wake him up. But Cheng Bing also knew that the more times like this, the more he couldn't give up, so he wanted to give it a try. However, before he could finish his words, he saw a figure flying out into the air. There is no doubt that it was Qilin. Qilin put his hands in his pockets and stepped on the sword god shuttle. His back was so handsome. Cheng Bing got a little nervous when he saw them. Little brother, what are you doing out there? You can't beat them. Come back. What Cheng Bing said was not without basis. He saw that Qi Lin was only 18 or 19 years old. In terms of strength, even if he could reach level 40 or so, he was already extremely powerful. However, those with the total strength of more than level 60 could not defeat the invisible martial saint. How could Qi Lin do it alone? Qi Lin naturally ignored it. This invisible martial saint is indeed very powerful. Not only is he strong, but he is also smart. He knows how to use human wave tactics to consume enemies and break through their weaknesses. It is difficult for an ordinary adventurer team to defeat it even if their overall strength reaches level 60 or above. But in front of his infinite mental power, he is just a younger brother. Cheng Bing wanted to persuade him, but at this time, Li Weigang had already walked up and said, "Brother, you don't have to shout. That boss is indeed very strong, and the human wave tactics are also difficult to use, but for Qi Lin, it is nothing. Qi Lin may be able to deal with them with one move." What? One move? Cheng Bing and the 4 teammates next to him thought they had heard it wrong. They all looked stunned and felt that Li Weigang was a little ridiculous. However, before they could say anything, Jin Jian and the other 4 also nodded in agreement. Yeah, maybe you won't believe it, but Qi Lin is amazing. Even if he didn't kill them in one move, it definitely wouldn't take him more than a minute to kill those guys. What do you mean 1 minute? I think it should be no more than half a minute. Cheng Bing and the other 4 were speechless. No, buddy, did you eat too many radishes? That's why you're dreaming like this? That's a dungeon boss that has reached level 70 after becoming an abyss. It has more than 200 invisible warriors and invisible masters under its command. It would take less than half a minute to kill them all? Are you kidding us? Heh, another one coming out to die, really overestimating his own abilities. When the invisible martial saint saw Qi Lin, a human boy, running out, he immediately felt a little disdainful. Tear him to pieces. Boom! Following the order from the invisible martial saint, the invisible warriors and invisible masters around him all turned into invisible mode and rushed towards Qi Lin. Overestimating one's own capabilities? Who is overestimating one's own capabilities? Qi Lin smiled faintly and took off his sunglasses. Qi Lin was very satisfied with the invisible martial saint's move of letting the monsters rush up first. Because in this way, he can kill them in one wave. Mental formatting. As Qi Lin's eyes focused, a surge of mental power radiated out. Wherever they went, those invisible warriors and invisible masters who had been invisible suddenly appeared, and their eyes instantly lost their light. Then, like dominoes, more than 200 invisible warriors and invisible masters all fell down. In an instant, all were destroyed. At that moment, Cheng Bing and the other 4 were all dumbfounded. No, it really is a one-shot kill. Chapter 115 Kill the Invisible Martial Saint, Breakthrough, Level 50. Oh my god, this is actually a one-hit kill. No, isn't this too exaggerated? There were at least 200 or 300 invisible warriors and invisible masters, and they were all taken care of with just one move? Then, who is that little brother? Why is he so strong? Cheng Bing and the other 4 were all stunned. Previously, Li Weigang and the other 4 said that Qi Lin could easily deal with the invisible martial saint and the 200 or 300 invisible warriors and invisible masters. They didn't believe it, but they didn't expect it to be true. No, I've already told you my name. You don't know Qi Lin, do you? Jin Jian had become a complete fanboy of Qi Lin. He looked surprised and even a little disgusted. He's the top scorer in this year's college entrance exam. You don't even know this. Aren't you a bit ignorant? The national #1 student? After hearing what Jin Jian said, Cheng Bing and the other 4 looked even more surprised. I really didn't expect that little brother to be the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination. No wonder he's so powerful. Well, actually, when I heard that little brother's name just now, it felt a little familiar. I wondered if this year's national champion would have the same name. I didn't expect it to be him. That's not right. Even if he's the top student in the country, and is considered a rare genius by the outside world, he shouldn't be this strong, right? If I remember correctly, the skill he just used seems to be a high-level telekinetic skill unlocked by level 70 telekinetic masters. Could he have already reached level 70 so quickly? Not far ahead, the invisible martial saint was naturally also quite shocked. He actually killed all the subordinates summoned by the saint with a single move. How could that human boy be so terrifyingly strong? Can this saint defeat him? Can I? While it was shocked, it was also visibly a little panicked. The main reason was that the strength displayed by Qilin was too terrifying, and it felt that it had no power to compete with it at all. Kill 243 Invisible Warriors Abyssal Transformation, experience plus 972,000. Obtain special item, Warrior Soul Advance 243. Kill Invisible Grandmaster Elite Abyssal Transformation 48, experience plus 192,000. Obtain special item, Grandmaster's Soul Rare 48. Upgrade successfully, gain 5 attribute points, which can be freely allocated. Upgrade successfully, gain 5 attribute points, which can be freely allocated. Upgrade successfully, gain 5 attribute points, which can be freely allocated. Upgrade successfully, gain 5 attribute points, which can be freely allocated. After this wave of killing, Qilin rose 4 levels in a row and reached level 49. Moreover, the progress of level 49 has reached 59.65%. In other words, Qilin is only half a step away from reaching level 50 and completing the upgrade. This made Qilin quite satisfied. It turns out that killing high-level monsters is more satisfying. The experience points are incomparable to those of low-level monsters. The monsters have been cleared, so the next step is naturally the final boss. Qilin raised his head and his eyes fell on the invisible martial saint. He, it's your turn next. An excited smile appeared on Qilin's lips. He knew that after killing the invisible martial saint, the dungeon boss who had reached level 70 after becoming an abyss, he would be able to break through to level 50. When the time comes, if he successfully upgrades, he will be able to unlock new telekinetic skills. He can't wait any longer. The invisible martial saint was frightened when he saw Qilin's slightly perverted look. If you can't beat them, you will die. Run away. Its intuition told it that this human boy was extremely strong and it would never be able to defeat him. So, the invisible martial saint did not hesitate at all and took a completely instinctive action run. The invisible martial saint turned invisible and ran away. Qilin immediately understood the other party's intention. But how could he allow the duck at his fingertips to run away? Just at this time, the invisible martial saint has turned on the invisible state, and has reached the special condition of a 400% increase in reward after killing, so it's time to start killing. Run? Where can you run to? Qilin sneered, and as his mind moved, he condensed a giant telekinetic hand that was 100 meters wide and directly grabbed the invisible martial saint. He, just be my experience value. Sinai. Puff. The giant telekinetic hand exerted force and directly crushed the invisible martial saint to pieces. 500,000. Blood and body parts splattered everywhere and then fell down, making the scene look like a dirty black rain, with a strong visual impact. Ha, is this the level 70 dungeon boss? Too weak. Isn't there a stronger opponent? Is there no stronger opponent? Ha. Everyone in the back was stunned. Especially Chang Bing and his 5 companions, they were all dumbfounded. The abyssal boss, whose strength had been raised to level 70, the invisible warrior that their entire team couldn't defeat, was crushed by Qilin in one blow. Previously, they all thought that the invisible martial saint was quite terrifying after transforming into the abyss, but now after comparing them, why do they feel that this young man Qilin is more terrifying? Outside the copy. In the copy square, the manager Lu Bo was anxiously waiting for the arrival of the head of the family and those top powerhouses. Kala. At this moment, a large spacecraft suddenly appeared in the sky above the copy square. Immediately afterwards, 2 figures walked out. Manager Lu Bo naturally saw it, and his face suddenly lit up with joy. Great, the head of the family is here with old Wu. As the manager of the copy square, Uncle Lua's status in the family must be quite high. Naturally, he knew that the one who walked out of the void was none other than old Wu, one of the 3 guardians of their family, a top-level expert with a strength of level 83. Great. Now that Elder Wu is here, the dungeon's abyssalization problem can be easily solved. Just when Uncle Lu was extremely excited, several staff members nearby seemed to see something. They were all stunned and then hurriedly reported to Uncle Lu. Uncle Lu, look, it seems someone has cleared the dungeon. The dungeon has returned to normal. As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Bo was a little surprised. He quickly looked at the copy of Mysterious Fear and found that the previous abnormalities had disappeared. What is going on? Just as Lu Bo was surprised, the 2 figures in the air slowly fell down. Uncle Lu, How's the situation with the dungeon? Get out of the way, I'm going to open the space crack. Sorry, Patriarch, Elder Wu, it seems someone has cleared the dungeon and everything is back to normal. Uncle Lu scratched his head in embarrassment. The two people who fell were stunned. No. In the copy. Kill the invisible Martial Saint boss Abyssal Transformation, experience plus 380,000. Upgrade successfully, gain 5 attribute points, which can be freely allocated. Upgraded to level 50, successfully upgraded, all attributes increased by 10 attribute points. Strength, 205 plus 8215 plus 80. Agility, 185 plus 5195 plus 50. Spirit. Constitution, 180 plus 5190 plus 50. Successfully reached level 50 and unlocked the new skill Flying Nut. Finally here. An amused smile appeared on Qi Lin's lips. He knew that when the telekinetic master's level reached 50, he would unlock a new skill, flying. This time, he was finally able to fly on his own. Chapter 116, After the rewards, there are more rewards? Qi Lin distributed the 25 attribute points gained from the upgrade and added them to his physique. The updated panel information is as follows. Name, Qi Lin. Occupation, telekinesis. Level, 59.65%. Strength, 215 plus 80 equipment bonus. Agility, 200 plus 50 equipment bonus. Spirit. Physique, 210 plus 50 equipment bonus. Skills, mental shock, mind control, mental formatting, hypnosis, iron body, telekinesis, spider sense, holy eye of the abyss, divine flame, burning heaven, telekinetic barrier, telekinetic pulse, mental perception, ice age, telekinetic clone, aerial flight. Qi Lin nodded with satisfaction. Seeing that all the basic attributes exceeded 200, he seemed to have achieved some kind of achievement. That feeling was so cool. Special condition achieved, kill the dungeon boss with a special status activated, gained a 400% drop rate increase. Loot being cleared. Here comes my brother. Qi Lin was a little excited. Although 2 of the 400% explosion rate rewards this time will be given to Li Weigong's team, he can still get 2 of them, so he is looking forward to getting some good stuff. Obtain special item, Soul of the Martial Saint Top Grade 1. Equipment obtained, Martial Saint Cloak Legendary 1, Martial Saint Fist Legendary 1. Obtain skill book, Martial Saint Fist Top Grade 1. Hiss. 2 legendary equipments were unexpectedly revealed. That's incredible. Qi Lin's eyes lit up. Li Weigang had said before that their team only needed the equipment Martial Saint Boxing Gloves and the skill book, Martial Saint Fist, so he could keep the remaining Martial Saint Heart and Martial Saint Cloak in his pockets. Student Qi Lin. At this time, 5 members of Li Weigong's team came up. Li Weigong's face was filled with gratitude and admiration. Thank you, Qi Lin, for helping our team kill this special boss. You're truly amazing. You killed it so easily in 1 second. Here, the Martial Saint Fist Gloves and Martial Saint Fist you requested. Qi Lin could naturally see that behind Li Weigong's words of praise, he came to ask for something from him. He did not hesitate and readily handed the Martial Saint Boxing Gloves and Martial Saint Fist to Li Weigang. Thank you, Qi Lin. Li Weigang and the other 4 all looked delighted. This made them feel more favorable towards Qi Lin and admire him even more. Not only was he powerful, but he also had a generous personality. He was definitely a rare person to make friends with. Forget the polite words. If you encounter such a high-level copy again in the future, remember to call me. Qi Lin smiled slightly. He still believed that the Jianghu wasn't about fighting and killing, but about the ways of the world. He was able to gain so much from this trip thanks to the middleman, the junior sister. Therefore, he is very happy to make more friends. Okay, classmate Qi Lin. Oh no, brother Qi Lin, we will definitely ask you to come along when we have advanced dungeons in the future. Li Weigang smiled and said, now, let's add you, brother Qi Lin, so that we can contact you later. Okay. Qi Lin nodded, and he added the 5 members of Li Weigong's team as friends. As soon as the 6 people added each other as friends, Chang Bing and others came over. This also included the female pastor who had been knocked unconscious. She has woken up and her injuries are not serious. You are Qi Lin, right? Thank you very much for your help just now. As the captain, Chang Bing expressed his gratitude to Qi Lin. If you hadn't intervened, we would have been in great danger. Actually, I would have killed the boss even without you guys just now, so it was just a matter of convenience. You don't have to be so polite. Qi Lin said truthfully. Although this is indeed the case, we still feel we should say thank you to Qi Lin. Sheng Bing smiled and said, Student Qi Lin, from what I heard from you just now, you seem to be very interested in clearing high-level dungeons. Would you mind making friends with our team? If we have high-level dungeons, we will also look for your cooperation. Sure. Qi Lin naturally agreed quite readily to such a good friend. After Qi Lin and Shang Bing added each other as friends, a portal appeared in front of them. Since the copy had been completed, Qi Lin and others did not stay any longer. They walked into the portal and left the copy. Instance Square. The portal opened and many adventurers were teleported out one after another. Ah! I got out alive. Woo woo, I'm back safely. It's so great to be alive. Many of the adventurers who were teleported out first had tears in their eyes, some even cried bitterly, looking like they had survived a great disaster. This is not surprising. When the copy turned into an abyss before, they were all in unprecedented danger. They were all avoiding the monster's pursuit, escaping and hiding in various ways. Originally they all thought they were doomed. After all, running and hiding were only temporary, they would be caught up or discovered sooner or later. Now that the portal has finally opened and they have safely emerged from the dungeon, how could they not be excited? At this time, Qi Lin and others were also teleported out. Before anyone could do anything, a majestic voice came to their ears. Everyone, I'm Qin Hong, the patriarch of the Qin family in the imperial capital. You were all in the dungeon just now, right? I'd like to ask, who cleared the dungeon? The person who spoke was undoubtedly the head of the family that ran this dungeon square. He was a middle-aged man in his 50s with a tough face. Alongside him were the family guardian, an old man in his 70s with an unfathomable aura, Mr. Wu, and the administrator of the dungeon square, Uncle Lu. Although the Qin family patriarch spoke with authority in his voice, his expression and eyes showed that he was quite polite. After all, he was the one who cleared the dungeon and helped their family solve the problem. Qi Lin was also very experienced. As soon as he saw Qin Hong's appearance, he knew what was going on. There was a high probability that there would be a reward, so he walked out decisively. Hello, Master Qin, this is the copy I cleared. Completing the abyssal dungeon was equivalent to helping the Qin family solve a problem. This was a great achievement. There was a reward, so why not take it? Oh? Little brother, is this the copy you cleared? Qin Hong and the old man beside him with unfathomable strength showed surprised expressions. They did not expect that the one who cleared the abyss copy would be such a young man. Around them, those adventurers who survived the disaster also showed surprised expressions. Previously, they thought that some powerful person had cleared the copy, but now, the person who cleared the copy was actually a teenager of 18 or 19 years old? This was somewhat unexpected for them. Master Qin, maybe you haven't remembered for a moment that Brother Qi Lin is the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination. Li Weigang explained. Ah? So he's the top scorer in this year's college entrance exam? No wonder I felt like he looked familiar, like I'd seen him somewhere before. I recognized him too. It's Qi Lin, the top scorer in this year's college entrance exam. I never thought he'd come here to grind a dungeon. After Li Weigang said this, many adventurers at the scene recognized him. I see. Qin Hong also suddenly realized it. He looked at Qi Lin with a bit of admiration. No wonder the little brother was able to clear this abyssal copy. By the way, Qi Lin, can I ask how you cleared the dungeon? Qin Hong looked curious. In fact, he had heard about the extraordinary strength of Qi Lin, the national top scorer, long after the college entrance examination. But even so, it was still a little hard for him to imagine that Qi Lin, a young man of 18 or 19, could clear an abyssal level 50 dungeon. So, he was wondering if Qi Lin had any secret to passing this dungeon besides his extraordinary talent? Qi Lin thought for a moment and said, kill the boss, and then we'll complete the dungeon. Qin Hong was choked for a moment. Qi Lin's answer was almost equivalent to asking, what did you eat for this meal? Eat, so Qin Hong felt a little uncomfortable. He felt that Qi Lin seemed to be a player who did not play by the rules. Well, anyway, this time, Qi Lin, you cleared this abyssal dungeon, which can be regarded as helping our family solve a problem. Qin Hong no longer hesitated. He smiled and said, so, on behalf of our family, I would like to give Qi Lin some rewards as a token of our Qin family's gratitude to him. Qi Lin, is this okay with you? When Qi Lin heard this, his eyes lit up. There is indeed a reward. He suddenly became a little excited. The dungeon plaza run by the Qin family contained dungeons above level 50. The family must be extremely wealthy. Well, this wave of rewards must be extraordinary. What could it be? Chapter 117. A mysterious monster suddenly appeared in the imperial capital. As a favor for this dungeon abyssification incident, I plan to give Qilin 5 million copper coins, plus a top-grade equipment, as a token of my gratitude to him. Xinhong smiled and said, I hope that Qilin will accept this. This will also serve as a testimony to the friendship between our Qin family and Qilin. Wow! As soon as these words were spoken, many adventurers at the scene were surprised. 5 million copper coins, plus a top-grade equipment, this is a huge deal. Of course, what surprised them even more was the second half of Xinhong's sentence. They are all experienced adventurers, not newbies, and they definitely understand what Xinhong means. The situation was very clear. Xinhong's gift-giving was not only a thank you gift to Qilin for helping them clear the copy with abnormal conditions, but also had a greater significance in winning over Qilin. You know, the Qin family is not a third or fourth-rate force. Even if you look at the entire imperial capital, it can be ranked among the top and can be considered a first or second-rate family. What a great honor it is to be able to win over such a big family. Having lived 2 lives, Qilin was no novice, so he could naturally see that Xinhong was trying to be friendly with him. Since Patriarch Qin is so kind, I would be remiss if I could not accept it. Qilin accepted it readily. He still has the same attitude. The world of martial arts is not about fighting and killing, but about human relationships and worldly wisdom. It's not a bad thing to make more useful friends. In the end, Xinhong gave Qilin an equipment called Holy Badge, which was of top grade and had the effect of increasing physical fitness. The main reason was that he took into consideration that Qilin's profession was a telepath. Even though he was very strong, his level was relatively low and his health would not be very good. Therefore, equipment that could increase his physical fitness was very important. Qilin naturally accepted it with pleasure. After all, he was short of these equipment that increased basic stats, so it didn't matter if he got more. A black commercial vehicle sped past on the road. At this time, Qilin had already returned to the Imperial Capital University in Li Weigang's team's car, but the funny thing was that Li Weigang insisted on going there in one go and sending him directly back to the Zhuangyuan Pavilion community. Qilin is not stupid, he knows a little bit about Li Weigang's little thoughts and wants to get closer to him. Qilin wouldn't care too much. After this trip, he had a rough idea of what kind of person Li Weigang was. He was quite upright, generous, and a bit warm-hearted. He was a friend worth making. By the way, brother Qilin, have you heard about the monsters appearing in the imperial capital recently? While chatting, Li Weigang seemed to have received some news. He changed the subject and asked. A monster appeared in the imperial capital? When did it happen? Qilin was stunned. It should be in the past 2 days. To be precise, it seems to have happened just last night. Li Weigang paused, then continued, and I heard the situation is quite serious. Is that so? Qilin took out his cell phone and checked the news, and found that there was indeed news about a monster appearing in the imperial capital. However, the news reports were rather vague, almost all of them using the term suspected discovery as a description, and no reliable pictures or videos were released, so even if there were reports, they did not attract much attention. Even in the comments sections of those news, many netizens questioned whether they were fake news to attract traffic, or whether they were too groundless and overly sensitive. This is very interesting. Because this is quite serious compared to what Li Weigang said, forming a sharp contrast. It is obvious that the news reports are dispensable, so why did Li Weigang say that the situation is serious? Brother Qilin, I just received inside information saying that the monsters that appeared in the imperial capital are not low-level monsters that sneaked in from the ordinary suburban monster areas, but high-level monsters from the secret realm. Li Weigang thought for a moment and then spoke again. No way? That's actually a monster from the secret realm? Qilin became a little uneasy after hearing this. You know, it's not uncommon for monsters to run into places where humans live. Because there are wild monster areas in the suburbs of every city. The monsters in the wild monster area are all relatively low level, basically ranging from level 1 to 5. It is not uncommon for them to occasionally run into the city through some underground passages and then be killed by official patrol teams. But if it was someone who ran in from a secret realm, then the story is different. Because the monsters in the secret realm are all high-level monsters, and it is not uncommon for them to be over level 70. If a monster from the secret realm runs into the city, the consequences will be unimaginable. The source of the information is reliable and should be correct. Li Weigang continued, the reason the authorities didn't report it in detail is probably because they were afraid of causing panic among the public. Shilin nodded, he thought this should be the reason. Anyway, although most ordinary people are unaware, the imperial capital has actually entered a state of emergency. Officials have also begun taking action and have contacted the imperial capital's Adventurers Guild. Li Weigang continued, if nothing unexpected happens, some higher-level adventurers and adventurer teams may be summoned by the authorities to help find and kill the monsters that escaped from the secret realm. Shilin nodded. He felt that this possibility could not be ruled out. But he couldn't understand why the monsters from the secret realm appeared in the imperial capital. You know, the secret realms in the country that have not been conquered are all hundreds of kilometers away from the city. Captain Li, according to the information you received, does it explain why the monsters from the secret realm came to the imperial capital? No. Li Weigang shook his head regretfully. Based on the information we've investigated so far, we still don't know why the mysterious monsters appeared in the imperial capital. But there's a possibility that some evil forces are at work. Evil forces? Shilin frowned slightly. He knew that there were indeed some evil forces that were quite powerful, and he could not rule out this possibility. Although I know that you are very powerful, Brother Shilin, if you accidentally encounter a monster in the imperial capital, you must be careful. Because it is very likely that it is a monster from the secret realm, which should not be underestimated. Li Weigang reminded. This was the reason why he mentioned the appearance of secret monsters in the imperial capital. He wanted to remind Shilin in advance and let Shilin pay more attention. Okay, thanks for the reminder. Shilin nodded. 9 o'clock in the evening. After Shilin took a shower and dried his hair, he returned to the room. Every time after completing a dungeon, Shilin would do a reckoning that night to see what he had gained from the day's dungeon run. This, of course, was now his favorite part of the liquidation process. Shilin opened his backpack and was about to take a look at what he had gained from this trip. But at this moment, the phone on the table next to him rang and a message came. Shilin picked up his phone and found that it was a message from his sister Chiang. Chapter 118, Physical Fitness 360, Special Commission Task. Shaolin, I heard that monsters have appeared in the capital recently. Remember not to go out at night, otherwise you may be in danger. This is the message sent by my sister Chiang. Shilin was a little surprised. Sister, did you read the news and know about the monster appearing in the capital? Shilin thought that this should be the case. Sister, I'm an adventurer. I'm already level 50. Even if I encounter a monster, it's the monster that's in danger. Cool. Shilin replied, it's you, remember not to go out casually at night. You're level 50? Surprised. Yeah, your brother, I'm leveling up fast, right? Proud. Even if you're level 50, don't go out at night. Who knows how powerful the monsters that appear in the imperial capital are? Safety comes first. Shilin didn't know if it was his illusion, but he always felt that his sister Chiang seemed to know a lot. By the way, I know you've leveled up so quickly, you must have been working really hard on the dungeon. While you're working hard, remember not to overwork yourself. If you feel tired, come over to me and I'll make you something delicious. TSK, sister is still as gentle as ever. What a wonderful sister. Shilin chatted with his sister Chiang for a while, then he used telekinesis clone to create a clone. The capital may not be safe these 2 days. You should stay by my side and protect her secretly. Shilin had already considered the safety of his sister Chiang. Maybe he couldn't stay by his sister's side all the time to protect her, but he could let his clone protect her closely. The clone Shilin nodded, and he used flying to fly out from the balcony. With his sister Chiang's safety resolved, Shilin continued with the liquidation of the spoils. He opened his backpack and looked at what he had gained today. He cleared 2 dungeons today. In the morning, I participated in the team dungeon clearing competition held by the school and cleared the speedrun zone. At night, under the recommendation of my junior sister, I went to fight Mysterious Fear with Li Weigang's team. The main gains from the dungeon this morning were the material the Elf Heart, and the weapon the Dark Elf Bow. In addition, killing the boss Evil Elf King will obtain top-grade weapons, the Sword of the Elf King, materials, and the Heart of the Elf King. The Elf Pendant obtained from the Golden Treasure Chest. In the dungeon at night, the main rewards are special items, Warrior's Soul, and Grandmaster's Soul. Kill the dungeon boss Invisible Martial Saint to obtain materials, Martial Saint Soul, and Martial Saint Cloak. Shi Lin took a look and found that he didn't need anything except the soul of the martial saint and the martial saint cloak. The soul of the martial saint is a special item. After absorbing it, the strength and agility can be increased by 40 each. Of course, the same goes for the warrior's soul and the grandmaster's soul. They are special items that can increase strength and agility after being absorbed. However, this kind of special item has a certain limit on the number of times it can be used, and the same type of special item can only be absorbed once. Since the same type of soul can only be absorbed once, Shi Lin will definitely choose to absorb the highest level of martial saint soul. The martial saint cloak increases the physical value. After equipping it, the physical value can be increased by plus 60. Oh, by the way, in addition to what he got from dungeons, when he cleared the abyssal dungeon, Mysterious Sphere, at night, Qin Hong, the head of the Qin family, gave him top-grade equipment, the Holy Badge, which can increase his physique by 50 points. Next, after Shi Lin absorbed the soul of the martial saint and equipped himself with the martial saint cloak and Holy Badge, his basic stats were greatly improved again. The updated panel information is as follows. Name, Shi Lin. Occupation, telekinesis. Level, 59.65%. Strength, 255 plus 80 equipment bonus. Agility, 240 plus 50 equipment bonus. Spirit. Physique, 210 plus 150 equipment bonus. Skills, mental shock, mind control, mental formatting, hypnosis, iron body, telekinesis, spider sense, holy eye of the abyss, divine flame, burning heaven, telekinetic barrier, telekinetic pulse, mental perception, ice age, telekinetic clone, aerial flight. TSK, has your physique reached 360? Not bad, not bad. Shi Lin nodded with satisfaction. He felt that although his current basic stats and equipment bonus stats were not as exaggerated as those of the paying players Su Qingyu and Zhou Feng, they should be getting closer. Next, Shi Lin kept 5 Grandmaster Souls and sold the rest at once. Since the levels of the 2 copies I played today were not low, and the Warrior Soul, Grandmaster Soul, etc. I obtained at night were all special props that could be used directly, the selling price would be relatively high, so I sold them all this time, and the selling price was quite exaggerated. A total of more than 50 million copper coins were sold. Adding the more than 80 million copper coins previously and the 5 million copper coins rewarded by Qin Hong, the total assets in Shi Lin's account now reach 149.6 million copper coins. Close to 150 million copper coins. That's almost 1.5 small goals. Comfortable. Shi Lin felt extremely comfortable. With nearly 150 million copper coins, he should be considered a completely rich man now, right? Wow, it feels so good to have money. The next morning, 9 o'clock. Shi Lin went to the classroom for class. Along the way, the students who saw Shi Lin didn't know if it was an illusion. They always felt that Shi Lin had been reborn and felt like he was bathed in spring breeze. Is Shi Lin in such a good mood today? Could it be that something good happened to him? Shi Lin said nothing, but was secretly happy. TSK, you guys won't understand the feeling of this rich person, oh no, this billionaire. Shi Lin came to the classroom and was about to enter. At this time, a girl in the student union uniform came over. You are Shi Lin, right? The girl from the student union said, the vice president told me that after class, I want you to go to his office. Let me go over after class. Could it be that Principal Hong wants to see me about something else? Okay, I understand. Shi Lin nodded. After class, Shi Lin went to Hong Jin's office. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Shi Lin walked in and saw Hong Jin sitting at his desk reviewing documents. Principal, what do you want to talk to me about? That's for sure, huh? Hong Jin was about to nod, but when he looked at Shi Lin, he seemed to sense something and looked a little surprised. Student Shi Lin, you are level 50? Yes, Principal. Shi Lin also knew that he had upgraded too quickly, so he scratched his head with a dry laugh. This was just luck. Hong Jin-do is no longer able to do anything. It's been less than 10 days since school started, and you've already advanced from level 17 or 18 to level 50. Are you telling me this is a fluke? Fortunately, he also knew that Shi Lin's talent was so extraordinary that it could not be judged by common sense, so he did not dwell on it too much. He coughed twice and changed the subject. By the way, Shi Lin, you have been at Imperial Capital University for a while now. You should have gradually adapted to the usual classes in dungeon clearing, right? I've almost gotten used to it. Shi Lin nodded. In fact, he felt that university life at Imperial Capital University was much more relaxed than his previous life at Nanhai No. 2 Middle School. Hong Jin nodded slightly and changed the subject again. Did you do any commission tasks from the school during this period? Commission? Shi Lin was stunned. Chapter 119, an unexpected situation occurred and the patrol team was wiped out. It has been a week since he came here, and he is no longer a newbie. Shi Lin naturally knows what the commission task is. These commission missions on campus are tasks assigned by the school in cooperation with the government or the Adventurers Guild. Generally speaking, it's not difficult. Most of them go to the wild monster areas outside the city to clear out the monsters, or patrol the city with official patrol teams to complete patrol tasks, or some wild monsters in the suburbs run into the city and go to specific locations to kill the monsters. No. Shi Lin shook his head and said truthfully, I'm not short of credits at the moment, so the school's commission tasks don't have much appeal to me. Those commission tasks on campus are done by students in order to earn credits. But when Shi Lin was clearing the campus dungeon, he could easily kill thousands of monsters and pass the level quickly. After one wave, he could easily get more than 10,000 credits. If you can easily get a lot of credits at school, then there is naturally no need to go out and do commission tasks. Well, that's true, but the school has a special Super S commission task that needs you to complete. Hong Jin said. A Super S rank commission? What kind of mission? Shi Lin was stunned. Hong Jin started by saying, Student Shi Lin, you should know something about the monsters that have appeared in the capital recently, right? It turns out that it is related to the secret monsters that ran in. No wonder it is so exaggerated to be Super S level. Shi Lin nodded secretly. No. You probably learned about this through some recent news in the capital, right? But you don't know how serious the actual situation is. Hong Jin looked like he was about to put on airs and prepare to speak at length. Yes, according to insider information, it's most likely a monster from the secret realm, and it's already caused the deaths of dozens of people. The smile that had just appeared on Hong Jin's lips disappeared. Originally, he wanted to show off his powerful intelligence capabilities as the vice president of the Imperial Capital University in front of Shi Lin, a super genius who was so extraordinary that it couldn't be more extraordinary. But unexpectedly, Shi Lin knew everything, making it impossible for him to pretend. Ahem, Shi Lin, how did you know that? Hong Jin used a dry cough to cover up his embarrassment. I went to a dungeon with a group of adventurers last night and I just overheard it. Shi Lin told the truth. I overheard. I don't believe you, you idiot. Hong Jin twitched his lips. He felt that Shi Lin must have met some important official figure again, so his intelligence ability was also maximized. TSK, this kid is becoming more and more secretive. Difficult. Ahem, Shi Lin, now that you know the general situation, you should understand how serious the situation is, right? Hong Jin coughed twice and continued, according to the intelligence I received, those secret monsters that appeared in the Imperial capital are not only very powerful, but also very good at hiding. It is for this reason that we need high-level telepaths who are good at perception. For example, Mr. Zhu from our school has already rushed over to help. Student Shi Lin, I know your mental strength is not weaker than Teacher Zhu's, and may even be stronger. Therefore, we urgently need your assistance to the authorities. Use your powerful perception to find the traces of those monsters in the secret realm. Hong Jin paused, then said seriously, well, the school has a Super S-level commission for you. As soon as he finished speaking, he seemed to know what Shi Lin's character was, so he immediately added, of course, the Super S-level commission task will not be done in vain, and the rewards are more than just credits. You may not know how generous the authorities and the Adventurers Guild are. If you can truly help the authorities find those hidden monsters, then legendary equipment and legendary skill books won't be a problem. Oh? Legendary gear and legendary skill books are no problem? So generous? Shi Lin's eyes suddenly lit up. In fact, he was not very interested in this Super S-level commission task just now. After all, he is not the kind of person who likes to meddle in other people's affairs. Even if the Imperial capital had a mysterious monster appear and it had become somewhat dangerous, as long as he could use his clone to protect his sister Qiang, that would be enough. And now, I know that the remuneration from the official and the Adventurers Guild seems to be quite high. I am willing to take this job and do it. Principal, you know me. I don't particularly care about compensation or not. The key is that I hate to see those monsters committing evil and harming the people. So, I accept the Super S-level commission. Well, leave the task of destroying those secret monsters to me. Shi Lin said shamelessly. Hong Jin twitched the corners of his mouth, and all he could think of was laughing. You are a person who will not do anything without profit, and you are still pretending in front of this principal. But he didn't worry too much about it. After all, it doesn't matter whether the cat is black or white, the one that catches the mouse is a good cat. It's good that Qilin was able to go over to help, and he has completed his mission. Well, if you are willing to accept the commission, that would be great. Hong Jin nodded. Then when should I go there? Qilin asked. According to the information we received from the Adventurers Guild, the victims' deaths were concentrated between 8 p.m. and 3 a.m. This suggests that the monsters in the secret realm are likely nocturnal. So, you don't have to rush over right away. It's not too late to set off after school, around 5 p.m. Hong Jin said. He sent a location to Qilin. When the time comes, you go to this location and meet up with the third team of the Imperial Capital Patrol before 7 o'clock in the evening. Okay. Qilin nodded. In the blink of an eye, it was 6:30 p.m. After school, Qilin finished his dinner in the school cafeteria. He used his flying skills to fly high into the sky. Now that he has unlocked the new skill of flying, Qilin naturally has to see the difference between flying and flying with a sword. After flying at high altitude for a while, Qilin had a clear feeling. Flying in the air makes you feel freer and more comfortable. Well, so in the end Qilin chose to fly on a sword. There is no other reason. Qilin just thinks flying with a sword is cooler. Standing on the sword god's shuttle with his hands in his pockets, his style is so cool that it cannot be compared with flying in the air. Also, when flying in the air, the head is facing forward, which causes all the flight resistance to fall on the face, making it easy to blow the sunglasses off, which is extremely bad. Finally, Qilin piloted the sword god's shuttle and flew to the meeting place agreed upon with the captain of the third team of the Imperial Capital Patrol. However, when Qilin was 2 or 3 kilometers away from the target location, he received a call from Vice President Hong Jin. Qilin answered the phone. What's wrong, Principal? Hong Jin's uneasy voice came from the other end of the phone. Student Qilin, the situation has changed. The Imperial Capital Adventurers Guild just contacted me. They said that all members of Patrol Team 3 have lost contact. It seems they were attacked and completely wiped out. Chapter 120. He. You are those secret monsters, right? The whole army was wiped out? In other words, all the members of the 3 patrol teams were killed? Qilin was stunned. Yes, according to the information from the Adventurers Guild, the portraits of the members of Patrol Team 3 are all dark. In this case, there is only one possibility, that is, they were all killed. But why is this happening? Qilin asked. Did those secret realm monsters appear? Were they killed by those secret realm monsters? Hong Jin had previously said that the monsters in the secret realm would be active between 8 p.m. and 3 a.m., but now it was only 6:89 am, not long after it got dark, so they shouldn't appear so soon, right? This possibility cannot be ruled out. Hong Jin said in a heavy voice, but if that's the case, then those secret realm monsters are probably even more terrifying than we previously imagined. According to the information provided by the Adventurers Guild, Patrol Team 3 just contacted the other teams 5 minutes ago. This Patrol Team 3 includes experts above level 60. In just a short while, they were all killed. This shows that the secret monster that attacked them was not only extremely powerful, but also very good at hiding and extremely fast. I'm afraid it's a secret monster above level 70. In this case, adventurers below level 70 can't be their opponents. At this point, Hong Jin's voice became more serious. In short, the situation at hand is quite complicated and dangerous right now, so Qilin, please don't act rashly. Once the situation becomes clearer, you can reunite with the other patrol teams. After saying that, Hong Jin hung up the phone. He had no idea that Qilin's eyes on the other end of the phone were lighting up, and even his expression looked a little excited. He, a secret realm monster above level 70? This is going to get interesting. Qilin's mouth curled up into an excited arc. Then, without any hesitation, he fixed his eyes and used his spider sense. Qilin's idea was very simple. That was a monster above level 70. How much experience would he gain after killing it? If a few more came, I'm afraid he could be upgraded. How could such a good opportunity be missed? Others are afraid of those monsters in secret realms, but he has infinite mental power, so what is there to be afraid of? As Qilin used his spider sense, his sensing range expanded rapidly with him as the center, like ripples. With Qilin's current proficiency in spider sense, he can sense everything clearly within a radius of 100 miles, so it is not difficult at all to find those secret monsters. What is this? Soon, Jilin sensed that something was wrong at one location. That place seemed to be covered by some special energy, making it impossible to perceive, as if it had disappeared out of thin air. If it was just ordinary mental perception, he would probably not be able to sense the situation there, but the problem is that Jilin's mental perception is at the maximum level. The moment the perception range swept over there, he realized that something was happening there. Jilin began to narrow the perception area, then strengthened the perception penetration, and carefully sensed the situation there. Finally, with the support of Jilin's full-level mental power, his perception successfully penetrated. It was also at that moment that Jilin finally knew what was going on inside. It should be a commercial plaza. At the main entrance on the first floor, there were 5 or 6 humanoid monsters besieging a group of humans. They were 6 demon-like monsters. Although they were not huge, only about 2 meters tall, and not particularly strong, their bodies were covered with the power of thunder and lightning. It has dark blue skin, 2 sharp horns on its head, a pair of wings behind its back, sharp claws, and ferocious, evil eyes. Monster name, Thunder Demon Elite. Level 70. HP, 180,000. Spirit, 160,000. Skills, Claw Attack, Rapid Sprint, Flying, Lightning Attack. Just as Hong Jin said, these are all high-level monsters above level 70. I found you. Having successfully found his prey, Jilin raised an excited smile. You don't even have to think about the level 70 elite monsters, how high the experience value is. Jilin was already getting impatient. Can't wait to take down these lightning demons. With a roar, Jilin drove the Sword God shuttle at full speed and flew towards the commercial plaza he sensed. Hobson Plaza. First floor. Ah, monster, let me out, let me out. Don't just shout, brother. We can't get out unless we break this energy barrier. Are you crazy? Even those adventurers couldn't break this energy barrier, so how can ordinary people like us possibly break it? Woo, Mom, I'm scared. A lot of people gathered at the entrance and exit on the first floor of the shopping mall, including many adult men who were holding chairs, fire extinguishers, and other objects, and were smashing things. It turned out that the entire commercial plaza was wrapped in something like an energy shield. Moreover, this energy shield seemed to be particularly strong. Not only could the adult men holding chairs, fire extinguishers, and other things not break it, but even some adventurers who attacked the energy barrier could not cause any damage at all. Damn, this turtle shell is too hard. No matter how hard I attack, I can't break it. What should we do? If we can't break this damn turtle shell, Brother Lin over there will eventually give up. The 3 young adventurers over there, who were probably in their 30s, all looked quite bad. That's because at this moment they are being besieged by a group of level 70 lightning demons. If there wasn't a level 63 master in front of them who used defensive skills to form a semicircular protective shield to resist the attacks of the 6 lightning demons, they and everyone on the scene would have been torn to pieces by those lightning demons. At this time, the 6 lightning demons were continuously releasing lightning attacks towards the level 63 adventurer. Slowly, cracks appeared on the semicircular protective shield, and it looked like it was about to be broken. Hey little bros at the back, are you guys okay? I can't hold on any longer. The level 63 adventurer was sweating profusely and looked like he was about to collapse. Brother Lin, this turtle shell is too hard. The 3 of us, who are only level 30 or so, can't break it. The 3 young men could also see that the adventurer uncle was about to collapse, and they were very anxious. Boom! However, before the man could finish his words, the 6 lightning demons increased their output, and the adventurer's defensive skills were broken. Human, die. The leading lightning demon sneered, kicked the ground with its feet, and with a whoosh sound, it rushed directly in front of the adventurer uncle. When it used its skills, surging lightning energy quickly gathered in its fists, which multiplied the power of its attack dozens of times. The adventurer uncle was unable to dodge and was hit hard. Ah! He screamed and was knocked flying, hitting the energy barrier behind him heavily. The adventurer's health bar dropped by 2/3 in an instant. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot. Brother Lin. It's over. Brother Lin has been defeated. We're dead. The defeat of the adventurer uncle immediately made the 3 young men in their 30s lose their inner support. Their faces turned pale, their eyes were terrified, and even their legs were shaking. The main thing is that they all know very well that how can the 3 of them, who are only in their 30s, defeat a level 70 elite monster? The 20 or 30 ordinary citizens who were also huddled at the entrance of the shopping mall were so frightened that their faces turned pale. "Don't kill me, don't kill me. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Help! Someone, please help us. Someone, please help us. Ah, Mom. Lowly humans, let me send you to hell." The leading lightning demon sneered and was about to kill the 20 or 30 people in front of it. "Break it for me." Boom. But at this moment, a sound of energy impact suddenly came from above his head. At that moment, a big hole was blasted in the energy barrier covering the entire commercial plaza. A wall somewhere in the commercial plaza was also blown open in an instant. At that moment, a handsome figure glided over like a god, turned 360 degrees, and stood in front of everyone. The person who came was Qilin. He, you're the ones calling me the Thunder Demon, right? Chapter 121. Too weak. Qilin's sudden appearance surprised the three young men in their 30s and others. Especially the three young men, because they all noticed that Qilin broke through the energy barrier from the outside. Who is this little brother? He was actually able to blast through that energy barrier. How did he do it? Yeah, judging by the school uniform he's wearing, he should be a student at Imperial Capital University, right? He looks no more than 18 or 19. Logically, it shouldn't be possible for him to blast through an energy barrier that even Brother Lin couldn't break through. Could it be that this energy barrier is easier to break outside? When the ordinary citizens hiding at the back saw Qilin coming, they were surprised and excited. They all felt that Qilin must have come specially to save them. "Young man, you have to be careful, those monsters are very strong." "Big brother, come on." Qilin ignored the discussions and shouts behind him. What is he here for? He's not trying to save people, he's trying to kill monsters. Up ahead, the 6 lightning demons were also a little surprised when they saw someone suddenly break through the energy barrier and rush in. "Foolish human, actually ran in here to die." The leading lightning demon sneered. It is a level 70 elite monster, and it came from the secret realm. It is not only powerful, but also has sharp perception, so it can be felt that Qilin is around level 50. Look, the senior adventurer of level 63 was defeated by them. What is there to be afraid of a level 51? It felt that Qilin was able to blast through the outer energy barrier, most likely by using some special props specifically designed for barriers and magic arrays, and was able to break in. Qilin didn't say anything. He silently observed the 6 thunder and lightning demons, wanting to see what the difference was between these monsters coming from the secret realm and those in the copy. He discovered that these lightning demons from the secret realm were significantly more feral. The pressure and murderous aura they exuded were incomparable to those monsters in the dungeon. At the same time, their eyes are full of desire to kill, which is something that the monsters in the copy do not have. Of course, Qilin also knew the reason. The monsters in the dungeon were spawned by adventurers almost every day. After being killed, they would be resurrected after the dungeon reset, resurrected and died again, died and resurrected again, and this cycle kept repeating, and he had become more or less numb to it. However, the monsters in the secret realm not only do not have this situation, but they have even resisted the attacks of human adventurers many times and even killed many powerful humans. This kind of arrogance is not something that those dungeon monsters can possess. But even so, Qilin didn't think these secret monsters were that special. At best, it means that they are more wild, have a stronger desire to kill, and can control the power of thunder elements. Qilin took off his sunglasses and hooked his index finger at the leading lightning demon. "I have never fought against monsters in the secret realm. Come here and let me see what you are capable of." In Qilin's eyes, these thunder and lightning demons are just new toys, quite novel, so he is not in a hurry to kill them immediately. He wants to see what happens to these thunder and lightning demons first. Probably because they didn't expect that Qilin, an 18 or 19-year-old human boy, would dare to provoke them like this, the 6 lightning demons were a little surprised, thinking that this was what humans often say, that a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger? You're just courting death. The leading lightning demon was enraged. It stomped its feet on the ground, and the moment the floor exploded, it turned into a shadow at an astonishing speed. Whoosh! Almost in the blink of an eye, the thunder and lightning demon rushed in front of Qilin. Die, human! The thunder and lightning demon roared angrily, and its claws filled with lightning energy tore through the air and slammed towards Qilin's head. However, the seemingly swift attack was blocked about 5 or 6 centimeters in front of Qilin's forehead and could not go any further. The reason was simple. Qilin cast the telekinetic barrier and easily blocked the attack of the lightning demon. Is this all you can do? Qi Lin shook his head. Isn't this too disappointing? Holy crap! This scene shocked the three young men in their 30s at the back. Previously, they wondered if Qi Lin, who was only 18 or 19 years old, could deal with those level 70 lightning demons. Unexpectedly, Qi Lin could easily dissolve the lightning demon's skill attacks. This human boy's defense skills are very strong. Let's work together to break it. The leading lightning demon was indeed a little surprised, but since they had just dealt with an adventurer uncle who also had strong defensive skills, they also had some experience. After it finished speaking, it quickly retreated and returned to the other 5 lightning demons. Immediately afterwards, 6 lightning demons released lightning attacks together, trying to break through Qi Lin's mental barrier. However, in front of Qi Lin's full-level mental defense, it had no effect at all and was easily defended. Is this the full strength of you secret realm monsters? I'm really disappointed. Qi Lin had figured out the depth, so he was too lazy to continue. Your attack is too weak. Boom! As Qi Lin's eyes focused, a surge of mental impact erupted, not only instantly blasting away the lightning attacks of the 6 lightning demons, but also shocking the 6 lightning demons back 5 or 6 steps. Wow! The 3 young men at the back were suddenly a little surprised. It was a surprise. Their eyes lit up. Qi Lin was able to disperse the lightning attacks of the lightning demons through defensive counterattacks and make them retreat repeatedly, which showed that Qi Lin was able to deal with them. The current situation is promising. Something's wrong. There's something wrong with this human boy. Retreat! Over there, the leading lightning demon naturally realized that something was wrong, and as it spoke, it was about to evacuate from here with its 5 companions. But the next second, it found that its body was out of control and it could not move, and its face suddenly turned pale with shock. What the hell is going on? Why can't I move? I can't move my body either. What's going on? In fact, the situation was the same for the other 5 thunder demons. They were all unable to move. It was obvious that this was done by Qi Lin. He used hypnosis to make the 6 lightning demons lose control of their bodies. He was about to turn up the heat to reduce the sauce, so how could he let the ingredients fly out of the pot? That's hypnosis. In the back, one of the young men noticed something was going on. He was even more shocked. That's incredible. That little guy actually used hypnosis to control those 6 level 70 monsters. He controlled those 6 lightning demons in an instant? Is that so exaggerated? Fuck, it seems that little brother has strong mental strength. After the other 2 understood the situation, they were also shocked. The young man who spoke first quickly reminded, little brother, there is no time to lose, kill those monsters. Hearing this, Qi Lin's mouth corners slightly raised. Take action? I don't even need to use my hands to kill them. Art is explosion, snap. Qi Lin's eyes focused and he unleashed telekinesis pulse. Bang 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 bang. The 6 lightning demons exploded instantly, turning into 6 balls of blood mist, and died without leaving any trace. Seeing this scene, the 3 young men at the back were stunned. Wow, he killed them all instantly with just one look. Chapter 122 The Strange Thing, The Underground Hole? Great, those monsters are dead, we don't have to die. That little brother is so awesome. Thanks to him, we are safe now. Big brother is awesome. The ordinary citizens in the rear were very excited when they saw Qi Lin kill those thunder and lightning demons. The thunder and lightning demon was killed, which meant the danger was over and they were safe. The 3 young men trotted over. It was not just because Qi Lin saved them, as the saying goes, the strong are respected, and the strength shown by Qi Lin also made them admire him very much. Amazing, little brother. You killed these level 70 monsters so easily. Yeah, little brother, how on earth did you do that? This is just luck for me. Qi Lin smiled slightly, and he continued to perform steadily. This made the 3 young men feel a little uncomfortable. No, I killed them all with just one look. Do you call that luck? Kill 6 lightning demons, experience plus 336,000. Obtained materials, Devil Wing 6. Obtained special item, Power of Thunder top grade 6. TSK, just a little bit more? Qi Lin shook his head with a hint of regret. The experience value of level 70 elite monsters is indeed quite high, but the number is a bit small. It takes a few more to upgrade it to level 51. Ha! Little brother, aren't you Qi Lin, the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination? Holy crap, that's true. I was wondering how he could be so amazing. Turns out he was the top scorer in this year's college entrance exam. No wonder he's so amazing. At this time, some of the ordinary citizens recognized Qilin. Immediately afterwards, many people came to thank Qilin. You are Qilin, right? Thank you so much this time. Thanks to you, we were not killed by those monsters. Yes, thank you so much, Qilin. Thank you, big brother. Qilin waved his hand and was about to say you're welcome, but at this moment, there was a loud bang outside. It's even more exaggerated than a truck tire blowout. What happened? The sudden commotion startled many people at the scene. But the next second, the energy barrier that had previously enveloped the commercial square was completely shattered, turning into tiny starlight and disappearing. There was no need to guess, Qilin knew what was going on at a glance. Someone outside used a special tool that could dispel barriers and forcibly destroyed the barrier covering the commercial plaza. Sure enough, in less than 2 seconds, 7 or 8 men in uniform and armed with weapons ran in. It's the patrol. The patrol is here to rescue us. It's not that I like to complain, but why do they always come here after things are resolved? This. As soon as the patrol team ran in, they found that many citizens at the scene were looking at them with extremely awkward expressions. This immediately made them a little confused. What's going on? Why are they all looking at us like that? Is there something on our faces? But they were more concerned about the situation in the commercial plaza. After a quick look around, they found no danger and suddenly became confused. Everyone, weren't there monsters here just now? Where are those monsters now? Have they run away? Qilin knew why the patrol team was able to come here. According to Hong Jin's previous statement, in order to deal with the invasion of monsters from a secret realm into the imperial capital, the authorities specially sought out telepathic masters like Xu Shishun who were good at perception. Even though those telekinetic masters were not as good as Qilin in sensing this area and could not let their perception penetrate the barrier, they could still feel that something was wrong here as long as they sensed carefully. In addition, the citizens trapped here all have mobile phones, so they can send messages and call for help. The authorities can then ask the nearest patrol team to rush over. Those monsters were defeated by Big Brother. The one who answered was the little girl with pigtails, about 5 or 6 years old. Big Brother? Which Big Brother? The patrol team members were all stunned. Aren't those monsters very strong? How did you defeat them? It was this Big Brother who defeated him. The little girl blinked her innocent eyes and pointed at Qilin. Big Brother, just bang bang bang, he defeated those monsters. Defeated with just a bang bang bang? What the hell is this? The people in the patrol team were all a little confused. Brothers, you are all from the patrol team, right? This is what happened. It wasn't until the 3 young men came over and explained the situation to them that they understood. But when they learned that Qilin killed the 6 level 70 lightning demons almost instantly, they all looked incredulous. No, 6 level 70 elite monsters, killed instantly? My 3 brothers, are you sure those are 6 level 70 elite monsters? Are you sure? The 3 young men looked a little constipated. Brothers, do you think I need to fool you? This. The patrol team members also realized that they had been rude and scratched their heads in embarrassment. Then, they all looked at Qilin. You are Qilin, right? Among them, the patrol captain, Huang Liang, nodded politely to Qilin and said, I've heard that Qilin, the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination, is a rare talent and extremely powerful. I didn't expect that Qilin can now kill a level 70 monster alone. He is truly amazing. Well, this guy has a bright future. No wonder he can be the team leader of the patrol team. Qilin suddenly felt that Huang Liang was quite pleasing to the eye. I'm fine. By the way, which patrol team are you on? According to the information given by Hong Jin earlier, something seemed to have happened to Qi's patrol team 3, so Qilin wanted to first find out which patrol team Huang Liang and others in front of him belonged to. We are patrol team 2. Huang Liang introduced himself. I am the captain of the 2nd team of the Imperial Capital Patrol, Huang Liang. So it's team 2. Qilin nodded, thinking that he was indeed not from team 3. By the way, Qilin, how did you get here to save someone? Huang Liang asked curiously. The main reason was that they had received news earlier that there was some special barrier at the commercial plaza that blocked the spiritual perception of the telepathic masters invited by the authorities. They felt that something was wrong here, so they rushed over to check the situation. Just as the official information said, the situation at the mall was undetectable, so how could Qilin know that something happened here and rush over to rescue people? Originally, I received a special commission from our school and was supposed to rendezvous with Patrol Team 3. However, something seemed to have happened with Team 3 while I was en route, and our principal asked me to remain on standby. It just so happened that I sensed something was going on here, so I came over to check it out. Qilin said truthfully, when I arrived at the mall, I found monsters, so I rushed in and killed them all. So, Qilin, you're also a telekineticist officially invited to help? No wonder. Huang Liang and others suddenly realized. Indeed, something happened with Patrol Team 3. It seems they were attacked by monsters from a mysterious realm, resulting in their annihilation. However, the mall is quite far from where Team 3 was attacked. How did these monsters suddenly come here? Moreover, the telekinetic masters hired by the authorities have extremely strong perception abilities. Why can't they sense it? Huang Liang pinched his chin, feeling that something was wrong. Qilin didn't say anything, but he also felt that the situation this time was a bit abnormal. First and foremost, why is there a barrier in the mall that can block spiritual perception? It's obvious that those lightning demons don't have the ability to cast magic circles or barriers. Then, as Huang Liang said just now, if these secret monsters were active in the imperial capital, no matter how good they were at hiding, they should not be able to hide from the spiritual perception of high-level telepaths. But unfortunately, whether it was the Patrol Team 3 over there or the mall, the sudden appearance of these monsters escaped the mental perception of those high-level telepaths. This is indeed abnormal. Just when Qilin was puzzled, the little girl came over. Big brother, those monsters just now seem to have run out of a hole in the parking lot down below. Chapter 123. No, buddy, you kill too fast. Dong dong? As soon as these words were spoken, Qilin and Huang Liang seemed to have grasped some very important clues, and their thoughts instantly became much clearer. Little sister, are you sure there's a hole down there in the parking lot? Qilin squatted down and asked the little girl. He had already roughly figured out why he and the high-level telepaths that the authorities had called in to help were unable to sense those lightning demons. If what the little girl said was true, and there was a hole in the underground parking lot, then those secret monsters that ran out from the secret realm were most likely operating underground. It was precisely because he was hiding underground and moving through underground passages that his and those high-level telepaths' spiritual perceptions could not detect him. The main reason was that he had never thought that the monsters in the secret realm would hide underground, so his spiritual perception was biased towards the area above the ground, which ignored the situation below the ground. Sure. The little girl nodded her head. When Dad drove down to the parking lot earlier, I saw what looked like a big hole in the corner, but the noise coming from there was so scary. I was so scared at the time that I didn't dare tell Dad. It seems that what this little girl said is true. Qilin, considering that you just fought those secret monsters, can you go with our second team to the underground parking lot to take a look? Huang Liang asked. Okay. Qilin nodded. I originally came here to kill, to support your patrol team. Qilin had a hunch that there must be many mysterious monsters in the underground passage below the underground parking lot. When the time comes, he will kill all the monsters in the secret realm, and the experience points he gains will definitely allow him to level up 2 or 3 levels. So, he naturally wouldn't refuse. Okay, let's go down now without further ado. Huang Liang nodded. Next, Huang Liang and others evacuated the people here and asked them to go home quickly. Then, the 7 of them went to the mall's underground parking lot together. I have to say that the underground parking lot of this shopping mall is quite large, and there are quite a few parked cars, so it is difficult to find the underground passage that the little girl mentioned in a short time. Oh, how stupid. If I had known, I should have asked that little girl where the underpass was. This parking lot is huge and there are so many cars, it's really hard to find. Huang Liang patted his head. It's okay, Captain Huang. I can sense it through my mental perception. After Qilin finished speaking, he used his spider sense, and his perception power spread out like ripples, instantly covering the entire underground parking lot. Found it. Qilin pointed to a corner not far away. The underground passage is right there. Huang Liang and the others were a little surprised. This spiritual perception could even sense the detailed terrain? It seemed that Qilin's spiritual perception was quite powerful. Then, 7 people walked towards that location. Qilin, this underground parking lot is quite dark. Why are you still wearing sunglasses? Huang Liang scratched his head and asked a question that many people had asked before. The other 5 team members also looked curious. This time, Qilin did not answer first. Instead, he took off his sunglasses and looked at Huang Liang and the other 6 people. Ah, my head hurts, what's going on? Huang Liang and others felt a headache and subconsciously covered their heads with their hands. Now you understand, don't you? Qilin put on his sunglasses again. Maybe my mental power is too strong, causing some mental power radiation to my eyes, so I need sunglasses to block it out. Ah, so that's how it is. Huang Liang and the other 6 felt a little embarrassed. They had previously thought that Qilin was wearing sunglasses to show off, but they didn't expect that he was actually doing it to protect others. Thinking of this, they felt that they really deserved to die. Soon, the 7 people arrived at that corner. The underground passage is located in the darkest and most remote place. In addition, there are many cars parked around it, which makes it difficult to find. So this underground passage is here. It's rare that the little girl was able to find it. Huang Liang and the other 6 people found it quite magical. After all, it was in such a remote location, with such dim lighting, and there were some vehicles around to hide it. Not to mention children, even adults like them would not easily find it. Qilin knew why. He had vaguely noticed before that the little girl had a strong mental power. Perhaps because of this reason, the little girl noticed some small movements here and discovered that there was an underground passage here. Suddenly, Qilin seemed to sense something, and his expression suddenly became focused. Everyone, be careful, it seems like something is about to come out of this underground passage again. Upon hearing this, Huang Liang and the other 6 were stunned. Something's coming out? Is it one of those secret monsters? The main reason was that none of the 6 of them felt any movement under the underground passage. Whoosh whoosh. The next second, several black shadows rushed out from the underground passage at an extremely fast speed, like afterimages. Finally, the black shadows landed on the roofs of the cars parked nearby. 5 or 6 of them were the lightning demons that Qilin had killed earlier. Huang Liang and the other 6 people's expressions suddenly changed, and they all drew their weapons as if they were facing a powerful enemy. It really is those secret realm monsters, level 70 secret realm monsters. Everyone, pay attention. Those secret monsters are coming out. Get ready for battle. As the 6 people prepared for battle, they were also a little amazed. They didn't expect Qilin's perception to be so sharp. They clearly didn't sense that the monsters in the secret realm were about to come out, but Qilin sensed it accurately. Of course, Huang Liang probably knew the reason. Monsters in secret realms are good at hiding their auras and sneak attacks. Unless you are a telepath, holy elf or other professions that are good at perception, it is difficult to sense their existence. Monster name, Ice Demon Elite. Level 70. HP, 180,000. Spirit, 170,000. Skills, Claw Attack, Rapid Dash, Flying, Ice Attack. In addition to the 5 Thunder and Lightning Demons, there were also 3 Ice Demons rushing out from the underground passage. They are all level 70 elite monsters, the difference is that they are good at using ice power. It seems that the monsters in the secret realm are all above level 70, and they all possess elemental power. It's really interesting. Qilin's mouth curled up in an amusing smile of disdain. Student Qilin, you've already killed these secret realm monsters before, right? Now, should we leave these secret realm monsters to you, or should we deal with them? Huang Liang looked at Qilin. They can deal with the lightning demon and the ice demon, but it won't be easy, so they prefer to let Qilin, who had easily dealt with them before, deal with them. Moreover, he had heard from the little girl and the 3 young men that Qilin had killed those secret realm monsters almost instantly. He was very curious about how Qilin, a freshman who had just started college, could easily kill a level 70 secret realm monster. Just leave it to me. Qilin naturally took the lead in killing monsters and gaining a lot of experience points. He took off his sunglasses, said something, and walked out. Whoosh whoosh. Huang Liang wanted to say something, but at this time, the monsters in the secret realm had already attacked and pounced towards Qilin at lightning speed. Is this the speed of the monsters in the secret realm? So fast. Huang Liang and the other 6 people's expressions changed, thinking that at this speed, Qilin would have a hard time dealing with it. Qilin smiled faintly. You guys are being so rude by attacking without even saying hello? After he finished speaking, Qilin suddenly raised his eyes and his gaze suddenly focused. As the price for offending me, you die. Telekinetic pulse. Bang 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 bang. In an instant, the 8 monsters in the secret realm all exploded and turned into 8 balls of blood mist, dying without leaving even a trace. Huang Liang was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out of his head. Holy crap, it really was a one-hit kill. Is that so exaggerated? Chapter 124, Level 79 Boss appears. Is the Imperial capital in danger? Oh my god, it's just like what that person said before, he was killed in an instant. These seem to be all level 70 elite monsters, but he killed them all with just a glance. Isn't that too outrageous? Hey, Captain Huang, isn't he just a freshman, only 18 or 19? Why is he so abnormally strong? Looking at the 8 balls of blood mist that had almost dissipated, Huang Liang and the other 6 were dumbfounded. They knew that Qi Lin was powerful, but they didn't expect Qi Lin to be so powerful. The 6 people finally understood why the little girl had said bang bang bang. They were all defeated, and the value of this bang 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 was still increasing. Kill 5 lightning demons, experience plus 280,000. Obtain special item, Power of Thunder top grade 5. Material obtained, Devil Wings 5. Kill 3 ice demons, experience plus 168,000. Obtain special item, Magic Ice Power top grade 3. Material obtained, Devil Wings 3. Upgrade successfully, gain 5 attribute points, which can be freely allocated. Wow, it's an upgrade. Although he barely got promoted to a higher level, Qi Lin was satisfied. He distributed the 5 attribute points he obtained and added them to his physical fitness. The updated panel information is as follows. Name, Qi Lin. Occupation, telekinesis. Level, 51 1.02%. Strength, 255 plus 80 equipment bonus. Agility, 240 plus 50 equipment bonus. Spirit. Physique, 215 plus 150 equipment bonus. Skills, mental shock, mind control, mental formatting, hypnosis, iron body, telekinesis, spider sense, holy eye of the abyss, divine flame, burning heaven, telekinetic barrier, telekinetic pulse, mental perception, ice age, telekinetic clone, aerial flight. At this time, Huang Liang and 6 others came up. Well, Qi Lin, since those secret monsters all ran out from this underground passage, it is not ruled out that they are hiding underground. Can you use your spiritual perception to take a look at the underground passage and see where those secret monsters are hiding? After Qi Lin's explosive performance just now, Huang Liang already knew how powerful Qi Lin's mental strength was, so he didn't even have to think about how long the underground passage was, and felt that Qi Lin could definitely do it. I'll try. Qi Lin nodded and walked to the edge of the underground passage. Spider sense. As Qi Lin's eyes narrowed slightly, his exploring spiritual perception quickly entered the underground passage and spread rapidly. In the blink of an eye, Qi Lin had figured out the situation underground, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. He, I found you. There is no doubt that those secret monsters are hiding underground. As for the number, there are probably 30 or 40 of them. Just like the lightning demons and ice demons he had just killed, they were all elite monsters above level 70. Student Qi Lin, have you found it? Huang Liang was also quite perceptive. Looking at Qi Lin's expression, he roughly guessed that Qi Lin had gained something. Yes, it's about 20 kilometers underground from here. That's where those secret monsters should be hiding. There are about 30 or 40 of them. Qi Lin nodded. More than 20 kilometers underground? Where is that roughly? I'm not very clear about this. I've only just arrived in the Imperial capital and am not very familiar with many places there. Qi Lin scratched his head, then pointed out the approximate direction to Huang Liang and the others. The underground passage goes along this side. It's about 25 or 26 kilometers to the underground hiding place. Huang Liang checked the map navigation and got a rough idea, northeast, at this angle, more than 20 kilometers, it should be near the industrial park. Qi Lin didn't know which industrial park Huang Liang was talking about, but since he had already figured out the hiding places of those secret monsters, he didn't want to waste time and prepared to enter the underground passage. Student Qi Lin, are you going down? Huang Liang saw it and was stunned for a moment. Yes, now that we've discovered the hiding places of those secret monsters, we must wipe them out without delay. Qi Lin acted as if it was a matter of course. What was he doing here? Killing monsters to earn experience points. It was rare to find the hiding place of those secret monsters. We must kill them quickly so that Qi Lin can level up 2 or 3 more levels. But in the eyes of Huang Liang and others, it was a little incredible. Huang Liang swallowed his saliva and said, Student Qi Lin, that's underground, and it's the lair of those secret realm monsters. There are as many as 30 or 40 of them. Is it really okay for you to go alone? Well, 30 or 40 heads are nothing to me. Shi Lin waved his hand. Huang Liang and the other 6 were feeling a little nervous. 30 or 40 level 70 secret realm monsters are no big deal? Well, if you like it. Of course, in the end, the 6 of them didn't say much. The main reason was that they had all witnessed Shi Lin's strength. He had killed 8 secret realm monsters with just a glance. So, 3 or 4 times more didn't seem like a big deal. Shi Lin greeted Huang Liang and others, opened a telekinesis barrier, and then used his flying skills to fly into the underground passage. The underground passage was indeed very dark, but Shi Lin had spider sense and could clearly know the surrounding situation even with his eyes closed. As for opening a telekinetic barrier, it is not entirely a protective measure. The main reason is that he is a bit of a germaphobe and doesn't want anything in the underground passage to dirty his clothes or body. The underground passage was very wide and relatively straight, without any twists and turns, so Shi Lin advanced at almost full speed. Therefore, even though the hiding place of the secret monster seems to be quite far away from here, with Shi Lin's speed, he can arrive there in a short while. At this moment, somewhere in the imperial capital, a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, with long hair and dressed as a wizard, appeared here. Not far away, some uniformed caregivers fell to the ground. He was talking to himself, probably on the phone with someone. Don't worry, Chief. Most of the experts in the imperial capital are out searching for those secret monsters. They certainly wouldn't expect me to raid here. I can definitely succeed with this plan. After he hung up the phone, he squatted down and pressed his right hand on the ground. Let's enjoy this hellish feast. Teleport. Following the evil wizard's roar, a huge teleportation array emitting blood-red light suddenly appeared on the ground. The blood-red light emitted by this huge teleportation array became brighter and gradually expanded. The evil wizard raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and a pair of white feather wings grew behind him. He quickly flew to a place far away from the teleportation array. Just when the evil wizard moved far enough away, a giant demon of extremely large size, even up to 100 meters in height, appeared in the huge teleportation array. Roar! The giant demon roared towards the sky, and the sound was so loud that it caused the space and the ground to vibrate violently, just like an earthquake. The show is about to begin. The evil wizard sneered and used, lost, to completely conceal his presence. Remote command room. This is the command room. Patrol Team 4 found nothing unusual, right? Okay, continue patrolling and don't let your guard down. This is the command room. This is Teacher Zhu. What's the situation over there? No abnormalities found. Okay, please continue sensing. At this moment, Wu Jia, the president of the Adventurers Guild's Imperial Capital Branch, was in charge of the command work in the remote command room together with the official representative, Chen Ming, the mayor of the Imperial City. President Wu, do you find it strange that the Imperial Capital has been invaded by a monster from the mysterious realm? We've already sent our most powerful telepods to sense the situation in the Imperial Capital, but we still haven't detected any trace of a mysterious realm monster. What's going on? Mayor Chen, I also feel something is amiss. After all, the telekinetic masters we've deployed now have a range that basically covers the entire Imperial Capital. If there really are secret monsters in the Imperial Capital, they should be able to sense them. The two were chatting when suddenly, the command room seemed to have received some serious news and an employee's face changed drastically. President, Mayor Chen, something terrible has happened. The employee turned around and said anxiously, a level 79 boss monster, the Lava Demon King, suddenly appeared in the high nuclear energy industrial park. The industrial park is suffering severe damage. What? As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of President Wu and Mayor Chen changed drastically. Because they all knew how terrible it would be if an accident happened in the high-energy nuclear power industrial park. If a high-energy nuclear power plant exploded, half of the imperial capital would be in trouble. By then, I am afraid that millions or even tens of millions of citizens will be killed or injured. It is no exaggeration to say that it was a complete disaster. The situation is extremely critical. Chapter 125. Guess who I'm going to kill first? Shi Lin has arrived at the hiding place of those secret monsters. But the situation before him was a little beyond his expectations. The hiding place of this secret monster is quite spacious, not even smaller than a villa. However, what was strange was that, unlike the pitch-black underground passages that Shi Lin had passed through before, this hiding place actually had light. To be precise, there are special items that can emit continuous light. That is a special tool that adventurers use when traveling at night or exploring caves. The light In fact, when Qilin discovered that there was a barrier skill covering the shopping mall, he already felt that something was wrong. After all, those monsters in the secret realm did not have the skills to control barriers and magic arrays. Now, seeing that there was a light in the hiding place of the secret monster, he was even more certain of his thoughts. There is absolutely a certain person or force that is secretly controlling these secret monsters and letting them wreak havoc in the imperial capital. I have to say, it is precisely because of the light that we can see how scary the situation here in the hiding places. There are at least 70 or 80 remains here. Among them, there are some children. There's no need to think about it, these people were captured here by the monsters in the secret realm and used as their food. These beasts really deserve to die. It was quite rare for Qilin to take off his sunglasses. A hint of anger flashed in his eyes, revealing a fierce look. Damn human, how did you find this place? A thunder and lightning demon discovered Qilin and quickly became alert. As a high-level elite monster, its IQ was obviously quite high. Perhaps it had figured out the reason, and cursed inwardly, I told them not to act so early, but they wouldn't listen. Now the humans have found them, and their hiding place has been exposed. Those guys are simply idiots. This guy should be the leader of this group of secret monsters. Its level is slightly higher than the others, reaching level 72. Don't worry about how we find you. All you need to know is that you're going to die miserably. Qilin sneered and walked up slowly. You're only level 51, and you dare to speak so arrogantly here? The lightning demon sneered, and without further ado, it immediately turned to its men and said, quickly, kill him. This hiding place has been exposed. We need to evacuate to another stronghold. Suddenly, 5 thunder and lightning demons and 2 ice demons came out, with fierce eyes and ferocious expressions. Leave it to us, boss. We'll tear this guy into pieces right now. Bang 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 bang. However, the lightning demon that was speaking had not yet finished its words when it and the 6 monsters from the secret realm that came out with it all exploded and turned into 7 balls of blood mist, leaving no trace of their bodies on the spot. The demon leader and other demons all changed their expressions. They didn't expect Qilin to be so strong. He could kill all 7 of their companions in seconds with just a glance. He, aren't you going to tear me into pieces? Come on. Qilin showed an excited smile. Those demons were no longer calm. They now knew how terrifying Qilin was. He was not a terrifying character they could deal with. This human is very strong. We can't defeat him. Run! The demon boss yelled and tried to escape with the other demons. However, the next second they found that their bodies were out of control and they could not move. It was obvious that Qilin used hypnosis to control all the demons. It's rare that I have some murderous intentions in my heart. How can I not vent them properly? Why? Why can't I move all of a sudden? Boss, it's that human. He seems to have used some telekinetic skills on us, making us unable to move. Damn it, this mind control skill is too strong, there's no way I can break free. The demons became more and more terrified as they watched Qilin approaching step by step. You seem to enjoy killing. How about I play a game with you? A ferocious smile appeared on Qilin's lips. While what? The demon boss panicked. He felt like a fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of others. Wait, I'll kill you. As for the order, you can guess. Qilin grinned and said, this should be very interesting, right? When the demons saw Qilin's terrifying face, they were so scared that they almost lost their courage. No, who is the devil now? Why does it feel like this human kid is even scarier than us demons? First, who should I kill? Qilin asked with a grim smile. Kill it first, don't kill me first. Kill me first? Bullshit. Killing you first is more like it. Bang. The demons were still arguing when suddenly one of them exploded, turning into a cloud of blood mist and dying tragically on the spot. Who's next? Ah. Don't kill me, don't kill me. This human brother, oh no, human brother, I know I was wrong. Can you please let me go? Bang. Who's next? Ah, big brother, if you want to kill, just do it quickly and don't torture us like this, okay? Brother, please don't do this. It's too torturous. Bang. What is more terrifying than death? That is not knowing when death will come. That kind of fear is far more terrifying and torturous than killing them directly. But this is exactly the effect Qilin wants. Don't these demons love killing? Then let them taste something even more terrifying than killing ultimate despair. In a short while, all the demons were dead, turning into bloody mist, leaving no trace. But as for their death, Qilin appreciated their terrified and crying for mercy before they died. This wave is considered to be a relief. Kill 23 thunder demons, experience plus 1,288,000. Kill 16 ice demons, experience plus 896,000. Upgrade successfully, gain 5 attribute points, which can be freely allocated. Upgrade successfully, gain 5 attribute points, which can be freely allocated. Upgrade successfully, gain 5 attribute points, which can be freely allocated. They are indeed level 70 high-level elite monsters. Killing 39 of them has allowed me to level up 3 times. Qilin nodded with satisfaction. But he also felt a little regretful. Previously, he had sensed through spider sense that there were only 30 or 40 secret monsters in the imperial capital hiding in this place, and there were no more. In other words, once you kill them, they're gone. Qilin will distribute the 15 attribute points he obtained and add them to Constitution. The updated panel information is as follows. Name, Qilin. Occupation, telekinesis. Level, 5412.12%. Strength, 255 plus 80 equipment bonus. Agility, 240 plus 50 equipment bonus. Spirit. Physique, 230 plus 150 equipment bonus. Skills, mental shock, mind control, mental formatting, hypnosis, iron body, telekinesis, spider sense, holy eye of the abyss, divine flame, burning heaven, telekinetic barrier, telekinetic pulse, mental perception, ice age, telekinetic clone, aerial flight. After closing the information panel, Qilin walked towards the corpses. He sighed softly and slowly raised his right hand. Bake. The orange-gold divine flame appeared out of thin air. Qilin waved his right hand, and the divine flame covered the corpses, burning them. Your revenge has been taken. Rest in peace. The other side. At the mall, Huang Liang and others from the second patrol team were about to leave the underground parking lot. After all, Qilin had already dealt with the monsters in the secret realm underground, so they had nothing to worry about. They planned to report the situation to their superiors after leaving the mall. But at this moment, Huang Liang seemed to have received some news and his face changed. At the same time, the combat command had also contacted him. I'm Huang Liang, captain of Patrol Team 2. Did a level 79 boss monster really appear in the high-energy nuclear industrial zone? And the industrial zone is covered by a special barrier, making teleportation impossible? That's terrible. We're not there now. Huang Liang looked extremely anxious, but suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and his face suddenly brightened. Oh, yes, a high-energy nuclear industrial zone is in that direction, it shouldn't be far away. We can let Qilin rush out from the ground and kill that level 79 boss monster. Chapter 126 The Hope of the Entire Imperial Capital. The Qilin you're talking about is the top scorer in this year's college entrance exam. That Qilin? In the remote combat command room, the liaison officer who was contacting Huang Liang was stunned for a moment. Are you saying that he has already gone deep into the underground hiding place of those secret monsters? But, he's only 18 or 19 years old. No matter how talented he is, hiss. What did you say? He killed 8 level 70 elite monsters in an instant with just a glance? Okay, I understand. We will contact Qilin. Please help Captain Huang. As soon as the liaison officer finished the call, he turned around and said, President, Mayor Chen, we have a solution. We have a solution. Maybe someone can get to the high-energy nuclear industrial zone and stop that boss monster. Really? Who is that? Originally, Chairman Wu and Mayor Chen were extremely anxious when they heard that the high nuclear energy industrial zone was invaded by a level 79 boss monster and that a high-level special barrier had been set up in the industrial zone. Now, they were very excited when they heard that there was a solution. It's Qilin from Imperial Capital University, the top scorer in this year's college entrance exam. The liaison officer quickly explained, according to what Captain Huang of Patrol Team 2 said, Qilin should be underground not far from the high nuclear energy industrial zone. He's the closest, so he could easily rush out from underground and rush over there to stop the boss monster. Upon hearing this, President Wu and Mayor Chen were both a little unable to hold back. You mean, a freshman? Qilin had just finished dealing with the bodies when he received a call from Vice Principal Hong Jin. This surprised him a little. He didn't expect that there was a China Unicom signal underground. Hey, Principal, What do you want to talk to me about? Qi Lin answered the phone. Student Qi Lin, the situation is extremely urgent right now. Let me ask you, are you currently clearing out those secret realm monsters underground? Hong Jin on the other end of the phone asked anxiously. Extremely urgent? What's the matter? Although Qi Lin was a little confused, he still replied, Yes, Principal, I just finished clearing out those secret monsters in the underground hiding place. That's good. So your current location is very close to the high-energy nuclear industrial zone, right? Principal, I've only been in the capital for a short time, and I don't know a lot of things yet, so I'm not very clear. It's okay. Captain Huang from the 2nd Patrol Team told me that your current location is only about 700 to 800 meters away from the high-energy nuclear industrial zone. It's very close. Hong Jin spoke quickly. Student Qi Lin, listen to me. For some reason, a level 79 boss monster has appeared in the high nuclear energy industrial zone. If that boss monster damages the high nuclear energy industrial zone, the energy explosion caused will probably cause disaster to half of the imperial capital. There will definitely be countless casualties. However, it seems that there is someone behind this, who has cast a special barrier and special restrictions in the high nuclear energy industrial zone, making it impossible for the Adventurers Guild and official masters to teleport there. Therefore, to stop that boss monster from destroying the high energy nuclear industrial zone, we must send nearby adventurers there. Right now, the only one closest to it and capable of stopping it is you. Speaking of this, Hong Jin's tone became heavy. So, now we can only rely on you. You have to get to the high-energy nuclear industrial zone within 1 minute to stop that boss monster from destroying it. A level 79 boss? Interesting. Qi Lin raised the corner of his mouth slightly. He would definitely not refuse the opportunity to kill a high-level boss. Moreover, this incident will bring disaster to half of the imperial capital and also involves the personal safety of his sister Qi Lin, so he will not stand idly by. Okay, Principal. I'll do my best. After Qi Lin finished speaking, he hung up the phone and used his spider sense to carefully sense the situation within a radius of 1 kilometer. Although he didn't know where the high nuclear energy industrial zone was, since the boss monster appeared in the high nuclear energy industrial zone, he could sense it and confirm the other party's location. In less than 2 seconds, Qi Lin sensed the location of the level 79 boss monster, and an excited smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He, I found you. Sword God Shuttle, clear the way. Boom. High nuclear energy industrial zone. Bang 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 bang. 20 or 30 adventurers were launching a joint attack on a giant monster that was nearly 100 meters in size. Fire bombs, lightning attacks, ice arrows, etc., densely hit the giant monster, causing continuous energy explosions. However, although those attacks seemed swift, due to the huge level gap, they did not cause much effective damage to the huge monster. Monster name, Lava Demon King Boss. Level, 79. HP, 728,800,000. Spirit, 790,000. Skills, Earth Fisher, Lava Attack, Demon King's Domination. Is that all you can do? Too weak. The Lava Demon King sneered, opened his mouth wide, and spit out lava fireballs. Like a meteor shower, the lava fireballs bombarded the adventurers. Although those adventurers activated their defensive skills in time, their defensive skills were broken due to the huge gap in level and strength. Bang 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 bang. Accompanied by explosions of fire, the 20 or 30 adventurers were blown away. Most people's health bars have reached the bottom, with only 1/10 left. Even some weak ones had their health reduced to 0 and died under the attack of the Lava Demon King. Some of these adventurers came to help after learning that a dangerous situation had occurred in the high nuclear energy industrial zone, and some were the guardians of the high nuclear energy industrial zone. It has to be said that they have tried their best, but facing the Lava Demon King who has reached level 79, the difference in strength is still too big and they cannot defeat him at all. Brother Pang, I can't beat him at all. What should I do now? Even if we can't defeat it, we have to fight. Otherwise, if we don't stop it, it will destroy the high-energy nuclear industrial zone. By then, the imperial capital will be devastated. So, even if we die, we have to stop it. A middle-aged man in his mid-30s said heroically. You're right. This concerns the safety of the entire imperial capital. We can't retreat. Others were also infected and took out medicine from their backpacks to replenish their blood. I knew you bugs were difficult to deal with, but I won't let you get in my way. Kneel down. The Lava Demon King seemed to have anticipated that the adventurers would not give up. He sneered and activated the skill, Demon King's Domination. As its eyes suddenly focused, an invisible domineering aura spread out like ripples. The adventurers' eyes flickered and their bodies instantly stiffened, unable to move. The Lava Demon King's Demon King Haki is quite domineering. Anyone 10 levels lower than him will be stunned for about 5 seconds, and their bodies will be unable to move. Ha, now I wonder how you can stop me. I heard that if this place is destroyed, the city will suffer severe damage, and half of it will be destroyed. So now, destroy it. The Lava Demon King laughed wildly, and punched out. A giant lava fist that was 30 meters wide slammed towards the high nuclear energy industrial zone over there. Once hit, a high nuclear industrial area will produce a huge explosion. By then, half of the imperial capital will be destroyed. The faces of those adventurers who were still alive changed drastically. They all knew very well that if no experts came at this moment, then they and half of the imperial capital would be finished. Oh God, please come quickly, otherwise our imperial capital will be finished. Boom! Just when the adventurers were getting extremely anxious, a hole in the ground nearby exploded. A mere level 79 boss dares to speak so arrogantly here? A voice with a hint of sneer sounded. Boom! At the same moment, a surge of spiritual power burst out, instantly blasting the giant magma fist apart. The person who came was Qi Lin. Chapter 127, Why bother to move? Just a glance is enough. Holy shit, what's going on? Why was the Lava Demon King's attack suddenly neutralized? Look over there, a little brother flew out from underground. He must have neutralized the Lava Demon King's attack. No way? That little guy looks quite young, right? How could he have easily neutralized the Lava Demon King's attack? That was the attack of a level 79 boss. The adventurers at the scene all saw it and showed shocked expressions. They didn't expect that at such a critical moment, there would actually be a master coming to support them. What they didn't expect was that it was a young man of 18 or 19 years old, who resolved the Lava Demon King's terrifying attack in such an easy way. I also noticed that there was the culprit, the evil wizard, who used Lost to hide his aura not far away. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he was obviously a little surprised. I really didn't expect that someone would come and disrupt the situation at this critical moment. But from what I've seen of that kid, his strength seems to be only around level 50. Even though he's at his age and has strength of over 50, his talent is truly extraordinary, but he probably can't stop the Lava Demon King. The evil wizard felt as if he had seen through Qi Lin's situation, and a slightly disdainful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. If I'm not mistaken, he must have relied on some legendary special item that can dissolve fire attribute attacks to barely dissolve the Lava Demon King's attack. After Qi Lin broke out of the ground, he flew high into the sky on the Sword God shuttle and came in front of the Lava Demon King. Phew, luckily I made it in time. Qi Lin glanced sideways at the high-energy nuclear industrial zone not far away, with a relieved expression. Fortunately, I rushed up while counting, otherwise, if I was a second or two later, the consequences would be disastrous. Although Qi Lin looked quite domineering as he stopped the Lava Demon King's attack just now, he was actually sweating and only managed to resolve the crisis while keeping a stopwatch. The Lava Demon King looked at the little Qi Lin in front of him. He was a little surprised at first. He didn't expect that Qi Lin could actually shake off his lava attack. But then, after sensing Qi Lin's approximate strength, it revealed an amused smile. It's really interesting. I didn't expect that a weak chicken like you, who was only around level 50, could actually dissolve my attack. Qi Lin took off his sunglasses, looked at the Lava Demon King, and said in the same tone, level 79 boss Lava Demon King? You're quite interesting. I didn't expect you to look so scared after seeing me easily dissolve your attack. When it comes to killing monsters, Qi Lin also has his own requirements. It's boring to kill those who are scared to death by his powerful strength. It's still like the Lava Demon King. It's more satisfying to see him feel that he has a sure win and is full of fighting spirit when he kills. The Lava Demon King frowned, wondering if the human boy before him was being too arrogant. He had only used some special tricks to neutralize one of his attacks, so why was he so arrogant? But before it could say anything, the shouts of the adventurers were heard from below. My dear brother, although I don't know why you were able to dissolve that guy's attack, if you have a way to stop it, please do it. This concerns the safety of the entire imperial capital. Please. Please, little brother, you must stop it. Although due to the perspective, they could not see Qi Lin's appearance clearly and did not know who Qi Lin was, but considering that Qi Lin had easily resolved the attack of the Lava Demon King before, they could see that Qi Lin was a person whose combat ability far exceeded his apparent level. Therefore, they all regarded Qi Lin as the savior who could stop the Lava Demon King. Even if Qi Lin cannot kill the Lava Demon King, as long as he can successfully delay it for 2 or 3 minutes and buy precious time for the top powerhouses in the imperial capital to rush over, he will also be a hero. Don't worry, I'll stop it. Qi Lin nodded and responded to the adventurers. Stop the king? Just you? Hearing this, the Lava Demon King laughed. While sneering, he displayed the Demon King's haki. I have to say that this Lava Demon King is quite smart. Although it did not think that Qi Lin, a human boy, could pose any threat to it, it could see that Qi Lin was somewhat capable. Therefore, it did not intend to give Qi Lin the opportunity to display his strength. As long as Qi Lin can't move, no matter how powerful he is, he will never be able to stop it. Suddenly, Qi Lin felt that his body could not move. Oh. It's a domineering skill. Interesting. Qi Lin raised the corner of his mouth slightly. The skill of the Lava Demon King reminded him of an anime he had watched in his previous life. Well, when he showed his domineering power, even weaklings would roll their eyes and faint. Of course, the Demon King's haki of the Lava Demon King only has the effect of short-term stiffness, and cannot make people roll their eyes and faint. Didn't you say you would stop me? Now you can't even move, how can you stop me? The Lava Demon King sneered. It naturally felt that Qi Lin, who had been hit by its domineering skills, was no longer a threat. Why would I need to move to kill you? Qi Lin smiled faintly. Not far away, the evil wizard heard this. He shook his head and sneered, this kid is quite arrogant. He can't even move, and he still talks about killing. Isn't he ridiculous? Human, you are really cunning. The Lava Demon King also sneered and was about to mock Qi Lin. However, before he could finish his words, the situation before him made his face change drastically. The reason was very simple. Qi Lin's eyes condensed slightly, and the surging spiritual power rushed into the sky, instantly condensing into a giant telekinetic hand that was 200 meters wide. How can this be? Before the Lava Demon King could react, he found that he could not move and was caught by the giant telekinetic hand, like a chick. Oh my god, this is actually... Below, the evil wizard and those adventurers were naturally quite shocked. They didn't expect Qi Lin to be so strong and able to condense such a giant telekinetic hand that covered the sky and the sun. Damn human, you must let me go, let me go. The Lava Demon King was now a little uneasy, and the crisis suddenly came. He struggled desperately, trying to break free from the giant telekinetic hand. But because the giant telekinetic hand was too big, it was caught like a caught quail, and no matter how it struggled, it did not move at all. You talk too much. Qi Lin shook his head. He was too lazy to talk nonsense with the Lava Demon King anymore. Once the prey is in your mouth, you must deal with it quickly. Let them all become my experience points. Sinai. Puff. The giant telekinetic hand suddenly exerted force and directly crushed the Lava Demon King. 900,000. Lava Demon King, kill. Crash. The demon's blood and limbs splattered everywhere and fell from the sky, just like a black rain, with a strong visual impact. Ha, is this the level 79 boss? Too weak, still too weak. This scene stunned the evil wizard not far away and the adventurers below. They were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out of their heads. Holy shit, a level 79 boss was killed instantly with just one move. Chapter 128. The account has not been settled yet, where are you going? Oh my god, am I seeing this right? A level 79 boss, actually killed in one move? I just thought that little brother had the ability to stop the Lava Demon King, but I didn't expect that he could actually kill him, and kill him instantly. It's really unexpected. It's indeed outrageous, but why? I see that young man is wearing the Imperial Capital University uniform, so he should just be a student. He probably doesn't even look 20 years old. Why is he so ridiculously strong? The adventurers below were so shocked that their mouths turned into an O shape and could not close for a long time. How is this possible? He's just a level 50 guy, how could he be able to? The evil wizard hiding in the corner not far away was also shocked and felt unbelievable. He was dumbfounded. He never expected that his plan, which was about to succeed, would be ruined by a kid who he thought posed no threat at all. At this moment, Chairman Wu, Mayor Chen and others in the remote combat command room were also shocked. Oh my god, what on earth happened? How come the Lava Demon King was killed as soon as the scene cut over? That? I don't know. That Lava Demon King only appeared for about a minute, right? I originally thought that the high-energy nuclear industrial zone was under some special restriction, making it impossible to quickly get there via space teleportation. The situation was extremely critical. I didn't expect it to have been resolved now. Everyone in the combat command room, including Chairman Wu and Mayor Chen, had a stunned expression on their faces. The image displayed on the surveillance screen in front of them showed the situation in the high nuclear energy industrial zone. The main reason is that after Zhu Shirshan and other telepathic masters sensed an emergency in the high nuclear energy industrial zone, President Wu and Mayor Chen, as combat commanders, must understand the situation on the front line. So they retrieved images from the high nuclear energy industrial zone to see what the situation was like there. What they didn't expect was that as soon as the scene cut over, they saw the Lava Demon King being caught by a giant telekinetic hand that was more than 200 meters wide and almost covered the sky. Then, with a puff, the Lava Demon King burst into pieces. Well, the boss monster they were so anxiously anticipating was killed just 2.5 seconds after they switched the screen. This naturally took them quite by surprise. So all the nonsense they just talked about was in vain? Didn't they say it would take some time for the top experts to arrive? Who killed the Lava Demon King? This, eh? Didn't President Hong of Imperial Capital University say earlier that there's a student there, oh yeah, the top scorer in this year's college entrance exam? Qilin had just cleared out the secret monsters from their underground hideout and had already rushed over to the high-energy nuclear industrial zone, which is only a few hundred meters away. Could it be that Qilin who did this? I've heard of that national #1 scholar, Qilin. He seems to have incredible talent. But the boss that appeared in the high-energy nuclear industrial zone was a level 79 boss, the Lava Demon King. He's just a freshman. No matter how incredible he is, he can't kill the Lava Demon King in the blink of an eye, right? President, Mayor, I've retrieved other footage from the scene. Look over there. It seems the one who killed the Lava Demon King was this little brother in mid-air a little ahead. Just as everyone was discussing, a staff member switched the screen to another location. From afar, he could see Qilin standing in the sky, controlling the Sword God shuttle. He immediately reported. Chairman Wu, Mayor Chen and others became very excited and came forward to take a closer look. There's no mistake. This guy is the one who was fighting against the Lava Demon King just now. Yeah, that's right. According to the picture, he should have been dealing with the Lava Demon King just now. Most of the people in the combat command room are big guys. They are all experienced and have good eyesight. Just from Qilin's position, they can be sure that the master who just fought with the Lava Demon King is Qilin. I recognize it. This school uniform is indeed the uniform of Imperial Capital University. In that case, the one who just killed the Lava Demon King is most likely the boy wearing the Imperial Capital uniform. Stepping on the sky-piercing shield, hands in pockets, holy shit, it really is Qilin, the top scorer in this year's college entrance exam. Turns out it was really him, the one who killed the Lava Demon King. At this time, some people recognized the Imperial Capital University uniform and Qilin, and they all looked excited. Is it really him? Upon hearing this, President Wu and Mayor Chen lost their composure and both had shocked expressions. It turns out that it was this freshman Qilin who instantly killed the Lava Demon King, saved the high nuclear energy industrial zone, and saved the top powerhouses of the Imperial Capital. I can't believe it. Qilin didn't know that the news of him killing the Lava Demon King had caused an uproar in the combat command room. After killing the Lava Demon King, a prompt to kill the monster popped up in front of him. Kill the Lava Demon King boss, experience plus 490,000. Obtain special item, Power of Magic Flame Legendary 1. Obtained materials, Demon King's wings. Qilin nodded secretly. It seems that there is a big difference between killing the teleported boss alone and killing the dungeon boss to pass the dungeon. The most direct thing is that there is no reward for completing a level. As soon as Qilin fell from mid-air, the adventurers who had previously fought against the Lava Demon King surrounded him. Well, if I'm not mistaken, you must be Qilin, the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination. You're incredible. You killed the Lava Demon King in the blink of an eye. Ah. So he's Qilin, the top scorer in the college entrance exam who's been all over the internet lately and is known as a once-in-a-century genius? No wonder he's so amazing. Yeah, it was an instant kill, that's amazing. Student Qilin, this time we really have to thank you. If you hadn't stopped the Lava Demon King, the Imperial capital would have been in disaster. It's no exaggeration to say that you saved the Imperial capital. The adventurers all had expressions of joy and relief. Everyone, don't relax so quickly. This isn't over yet. As Qilin spoke, his eyes looked towards a place not far away. There is no doubt that this is where the evil wizard, the instigator, is hiding. The evil wizard used the skill, Lost, which might have deceived other adventurers, but it was impossible to deceive Qilin's perception. In fact, as early as when Qilin used Spider Sense to sense the Lava Demon King, he already knew the existence of the evil wizard. At that time, the evil wizard was hiding aside and watching the show silently. He was much stronger than the other adventurers. In addition, there was a faint evil aura emanating from his body. Qilin was almost certain that this guy was inseparable from this incident. When the evil wizard noticed Qilin looking at him, his expression suddenly changed. Oh no, that guy found me. The evil wizard's first thought was to escape. Because he had just witnessed Qilin's strength. He was able to kill the level 79 boss Lava Demon King in seconds. He must be extremely powerful. He definitely could not be his opponent. If you want to save your life, you must escape quickly. However, the evil wizard suddenly discovered that his body was out of control, which made his face change drastically. What's going on? I can't even move. Chapter 129, Killing 1T Kill? The top master appears. Isn't it over yet? As soon as these words were spoken, the adventurers were a little stunned. They didn't quite understand what Qilin meant. Student Qilin, wasn't the Lava Demon King killed? What do you think? Look at this. As Qilin spoke, his eyes narrowed slightly, and in an instant, he condensed a telekinetic arm that was hundreds of meters long. The telekinetic arm was like a snake, quickly grabbing towards the evil wizard hiding in the dark not far away. Then, he grabbed the evil wizard over there like catching a quail. The adventurers were a little surprised when they saw the evil wizard being captured and unable to move. Who is this guy? Why is he hiding there? And we didn't even notice him the whole time. No, this guy is much stronger than us. He seems to have used Lush, so we can't sense him. What do you want to do, you little brat? Let me go, let me go. The evil wizard was tightly grasped by the telekinetic arm. He wanted to break free, but because of Qilin's hypnosis, his body could not move at all. This guy is sneaking around over there, using lurk to conceal his presence. He's so suspicious. Could he be connected to this incident? I think it's 90% certain. Maybe the Lava Demon King just now was created by this guy. Those adventurers were quite smart. They could tell that there was something strange about the evil wizard from his strange attire and the evil aura emanating from him. Just ask him. Qilin said. He raised his head and looked at the evil wizard who was holding his telekinetic arm like a quail. I don't have much patience. If you don't want to die, confess quickly. Did you summon that boss just now? Qilin didn't believe that the Lava Demon King would appear out of thin air, so there was only one possibility, that is, the evil wizard used summoning skills to forcibly summon the Lava Demon King. Boy, I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be able to kill the Lava Demon King. But even so, don't even think about getting any information out of me. The evil wizard sneered and said, besides, don't threaten me. Even if you kill me, I won't die. Will he not die even if he is killed? Qilin was slightly stunned, but he didn't care at all. He smiled faintly and said, I'm not interested in whether you can kill me or not, but if I want to get clues from you, I don't have to threaten you. The moment he finished speaking, Qilin's eyes narrowed slightly and he increased the intensity of his hypnosis. Violent interrogation is just one of his methods. Even without this, he could still use hypnosis to make the evil wizard confess everything honestly. The evil wizard's pupils trembled violently, and he looked shocked. It's actually hypnosis. Damn it, your hypnosis can actually reach this level. The evil wizard certainly couldn't resist Qilin's infinite mental power, hypnosis, but the strange thing was that at the moment his mind completely collapsed, he disappeared with a bang. Qilin was stunned at first, then he understood what was going on. So it was a clone? No wonder this guy said he wouldn't die even if he was killed. Qilin frowned slightly. Now he realized that whether it was the secret monster incident in the past 2 days or the lava demon's attack on the high nuclear energy industrial zone just now, they were all deliberately planned. The evil wizard is the best example of this. Shi Lin was sure that it was most likely the evil wizard who teleported the lava demon king out. This guy was extremely cautious and used, lost, to hide aside and watch the show. Even if he discovered and caught her, she would just be a clone that could be discarded at any time. These layers upon layers were obviously arranged in advance. After this, Shi Lin gradually understood that those crazy people in the evil forces could be so crazy. Sure enough, even though the biggest threat to Blue Star right now is the invasion of all races, in reality, the more terrifying thing is humans, those bad guys with ulterior motives. In a majestic building. Chief, the operation failed. The person who spoke was exactly the same as the evil wizard who had just disappeared, both in terms of clothing and appearance. Obviously, this is the true identity of the evil wizard. Failed? Why did it fail? This operation was clearly planned so meticulously. Actually, this operation could have been successful, but it was ruined by a brat who showed up halfway. Stinky brat? Who is that? It's not clear yet, but judging from the Imperial Capital University uniform he's wearing, he must be a student there. Just now. The evil wizard explained the situation. Just now, the clone took the initiative to use the skill, and the memory will be transmitted back to his real body. Therefore, he knew exactly what his previous clone had experienced. A student from Imperial Capital University? Find out who that guy is. He dared to ruin my plans. I must make him pay the price. Yes, Chief. Student Shi Lin, that guy, why did he suddenly disappear? That's just a clone. Shi Lin dispersed the giant telekinetic hand that was originally tightly grasping the evil wizard's clone. A clone? No wonder. It seems that guy is very cautious. Not only did he use, lost, to secretly hide and watch the show, but the one who took action was only a clone. No need to guess, that guy is definitely a lunatic from some evil force. Damn, he actually summoned a boss monster here in the high-energy nuclear industrial zone. He clearly wants to destroy the entire Imperial capital. Oh, and maybe those secret monsters that have been wreaking havoc in the Imperial capital these past few days are also the work of that guy. Shi Lin didn't say anything. He found that the special barriers and restrictions that were originally imposed here had disappeared. Shi Lin felt that it was because the evil wizard's clone was gone, which made him more certain that the secret realm monster incident and the lava demon king incident just now were all human manipulation. The mastermind behind this is the evil force behind the evil wizard. It's a pity that the evil wizard just now was just a clone. After being subdued by him, he took the initiative to cancel the clone skill, resulting in him not getting any information. At this moment, two people suddenly fell from the air. They were two old men in their 60s with beards. They had an extremely extraordinary aura and had an air of immortality. The adventurers around seemed to know who the two old men were and recognized them. They all had shocked expressions as if they had seen a top boss. Oh my god, this is actually Elder Do and Elder Yang from the Imperial Capital Adventurers Guild. It really is Elder Do and Elder Yang from the 10 powerful men of the Imperial Capital. They actually came here to deal with that lava demon king? They should be, but they are late. Shi Lin didn't know these two old men, but his aura was somewhat surprising to him. The reason is very simple. As of now, these two old men are the strongest masters he has ever seen. Their strength is all above level 85. A top-tier expert for sure. Chapter 130, Official Generous Reward, Legendary Items to Choose From? Mr. Do and Mr. Zhu, the two old men, looked around after coming down from mid-air, and seemed a little surprised. What about the boss monster? Where did it go? Both of them were sent by the authorities to deal with the lava demon king, but due to the special restrictions here before, they were unable to tear through space to come here directly, so it took some time. Mr. Do, Mr. Zhu, you're too late. The boss monster just now has been killed by Brother Shi Lin. An adventurer explained. What did you say? Killed by this young man? Both Mr. Do and Mr. Zhu were a little surprised. They looked at Shi Lin, who was only 18 or 19 years old, and was able to kill a boss monster close to level 80. This was a bit exaggerated. You said his name is Shi Lin? Is that the Shi Lin who won the top scorer in this year's National College entrance examination? Mr. Zhu seemed to have heard something about Shi Lin's affairs, and he asked in confusion. Yes, Mr. Zhu. Then how did this little brother kill the boss monster? Dou Lao was a little curious. If I remember correctly, the boss monster only appeared for a short while, and he killed it in such a short time. He must have used some special means, right? Although they learned that Qilin was the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination, they no longer found it so difficult to understand why Qilin killed the Lava Demon King. However, they still felt that Qilin killed the Lava Demon King more by cleverness. After all, his age is a factor. He is only a freshman in college. Even if he has extraordinary talent, he can't be that strong. It seems not. Brother Qilin killed the boss instantly. The adventurer explained that Lava Demon King was killed with one strike. What? Kill with one move? Instant kill? After these words were spoken, both Mr. Do and Mr. Zhu became a little uneasy. The two were about to ask Qilin how to kill the level 79 boss monster in one move, but at this time, they both seemed to receive a call. Yeah, I already know that. Okay, that's it. The person who called the two of them was obviously from the remote combat command room. The main reason is that the remote combat command room just learned about the situation, so they informed Mr. Do and Mr. Zhu, who rushed to the front line of the latest situation. Ahem, you must be Qilin, right? The command center has already informed us about your killing of the boss monster. Well, thank you for your hard work. It's only thanks to your timely arrival that we were able to resolve this major crisis in the imperial capital. Yes, my friend Qilin, it is really thanks to you that the imperial capital was spared this time. Mr. Do and Mr. Zhu looked at Qilin, and both their eyes and the tone of their voices were filled with admiration. Being able to kill a level 79 boss monster in seconds is enough to show how strong Qilin is. As the saying goes, the strong are respected. As top-level masters, they naturally admire such a monstrous and powerful young genius. Qilin glanced at the sacrificed adventurers not far away, and a hint of complexity flashed in his eyes. Thank you both, seniors. I wasn't the only one who resolved the crisis this time. If it weren't for the big brothers nearby who held back the Lava Demon King and bought me crucial time, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to make it here in time. Qilin wasn't just being modest. When Qilin arrived, the Lava Demon King had already launched an attack on the high nuclear energy industrial zone, and it was a critical moment. From the time the Lava King appeared before to the time he arrived, if the adventurers and industrial zone defenders had not tried their best to delay for that minute, the Lava King would have destroyed the high nuclear energy industrial zone, and the imperial capital would have suffered as well. Therefore, even though he killed the Lava Demon King and made the greatest contribution, the contributions of other people at the scene cannot be ignored. Especially those guards who died at the hands of the Lava Demon King in order to protect the high nuclear energy industrial zone from destruction are considered unsung heroes. As soon as these words were spoken, the looks of the adventurers around him changed when they looked at Qilin. They were a little surprised at first, but they didn't expect that Qilin, a top genius, could actually look at the problem from the perspective of ordinary adventurers like them. It has to be said that at this moment those adventurers were all somewhat moved. In their opinion, most geniuses are arrogant because of their talent, but it is rare that Qilin can remember the contributions of ordinary adventurers like them. Oh? Both Mr. Do and Mr. Zhu were a little surprised, but then their admiration for Qilin grew even stronger. Despite his extraordinary talent and powerful strength, he is not at all arrogant. Instead, he can look at the facts objectively and does not ignore the contributions of the weak. This boy is truly rare. Yes, young friend Qilin is right. These brothers, including those who have already sacrificed their lives, have made a very significant contribution in this incident. Elder Do nodded and looked at the adventurers nearby. Everyone, it was thanks to you that we bought Qilin some crucial time. You, and those who sacrificed your lives over there, are all heroes of this incident. Those adventurers all looked incredulous. Mr. Do, one of the 10 most powerful people in the imperial capital, who was originally an unattainable existence to them, actually praised them so highly. I guess they will get very generous rewards later? This happiness came so suddenly. Of course they also knew this, and this was why Qilin spoke well of them. So this time, they admired Qilin, the super genius, even more. In the following time, Mr. Do and Mr. Zhu took Qilin and the other adventurers to the Imperial Capital Adventurers Guild. After all, he is the hero who delayed the crisis in the Imperial Capital and deserves official rewards. Of course, due to the different sizes of contributions, the standards of treatment received are also different. As the protagonist in resolving the monster incident in the Imperial Capital's secret realm and the high nuclear energy industrial zone incident, Qilin was definitely received with the highest level of reception and rewards. At this moment, Mr. Do and Mr. Zhu brought Qilin to the office of President Wu, the president of the Imperial Capital Adventurers Guild. Also in the office were the mayor of the imperial capital, Mayor Chen, as well as President Hong of the Imperial Capital University and the telekinetic master, Teacher Zhu. Student Qilin, I really didn't expect you to do this. Not only did you solve the mysterious monsters that have been causing trouble in the imperial capital recently, but you also resolved the crisis in the high-energy nuclear industrial zone. You are truly incredible. You are many times more capable than me, your teacher. Xu Shan walked up with an expression of inferiority. Look at you, Teacher Zhu, you're saying this. Qilin is a student of our imperial capital university. He has made such a contribution, and we should be proud of him. Comparing him with other students is really outrageous. Hong Jin walked over with a half-joking look on his face. In short, at this moment, the two of them were overjoyed. Qilin had defeated the monsters in the secret realm, instantly killed the boss monster in the high nuclear energy industrial zone, and resolved the crisis in the imperial capital. What a great honor! After all, their imperial capital university was the school Qilin attended, so it would definitely benefit from it. Oh, by the way, Qilin, let me introduce you. This is the president of the Imperial Capital Adventurers Guild, President Wu. And this is the mayor of the Imperial Capital, Mayor Chen. Hong Jin introduced Chairman Wu and Mayor Chen, who were walking over to Qilin. President Wu, Mayor Chen. Qilin nodded politely to the two of them. Ha, classmate Qilin, not only are you talented and powerful, you are also very handsome, ha. Student Qilin, I've actually been following you since the college entrance exam. I never thought you'd not only come to the capital to study, but also resolve such a major crisis for our capital. This is truly fate, ha. Chairman Wu and Mayor Chen both had appreciative and polite expressions on their faces. Of course, we also know some of Qilin's style from Principal Hong. So since Qilin has made such a great contribution this time, our Adventurers Guild and the officials will definitely give Qilin a satisfactory thank you gift. This Principal Hong actually exposed my past. Qilin couldn't help but complain at first, but after thinking about it carefully, he felt that what Hong Jin did was right. This could save him the step of asking for it, so he didn't care too much. I've just discussed this with Mayor Chen. This time, considering that Qilin saved the entire imperial capital, we've decided to give him 50 million copper coins, plus a legendary piece of equipment or a legendary skill book of his choice. Hiss. Qilin became a little uneasy after hearing this. Legendary equipment and skill books, any of them you want? So rich.